My dear friends, I found myself in a rather embarrassing predicament after clashing with Hawkeye. My binding bandages were severed, leading to a most mortifying experience. This unfortunate tale begins with my unexpected journey into the world of One Piece. I seized Luffy's devil fruit and even took him in as my younger brother. Subsequently, in an attempt to rescue him, I found myself pursued by an enormous bird. At a critical juncture, my latent powers emerged. What further adventures awaited? Stay tuned. Let me tell you, during my confrontation with Hawkeye, the most humiliating moment was when, in the heat of battle, my bandages came undone. They were sliced into several pieces and fluttered down at his feet. Can you imagine? This is the world's greatest swordsman. He picked them up, expressionless, and handed them back to me, saying, "Here you go, continue." Continue indeed. Who understands the pain of a scorched chest, devoid of concealment? How could I possibly continue fighting in such a state? Nonetheless, that is a tale for another time. Would you like to know how our fateful connection began? It all started on the day of my unexpected journey. I am Luo Baiyong, outwardly a bespectacled office worker, yet in truth, I was once a notorious gang leader. One fateful evening, after indulging in too much drink, I boasted to my friend Lily about my glory days, particularly the time I single-handedly defeated the branch leader of the Dragon Society. Lily quickly shushed me, saying, "Calm down. You're now merely a debtor reminiscing about your past glories." In that moment, I felt a surge of nostalgia, longing for the days when I wielded dual blades with such authority. Lily rolled her eyes and quipped that now she could only brandish 2 frying pans for my amusement. Ah, the folly of youth, wrought with misguided choices. Imagine my surprise upon awakening to find a man standing by my bedside. Who could it be? Hawkeye Mihawk, alive. With his signature top hat and piercing gaze, he was staring directly at me. My mind raced with a cacophony of thoughts, and the first to strike was, good heavens, have I been dreaming for too long? Who can blame me? In a dream where I encountered a paper-thin husband, I wasted no time leaping from my bed and into his arms, laughing uncontrollably and planting a kiss on his cheek. He, however, appeared utterly bewildered and even remarked that my gaze could not pierce through him. I thought, this dream is astonishingly vivid, emphasizing interaction. Yet, the very next moment, Lily shook me awake. "What are you doing?" Standing by the bed, like a sleepwalker, so early in the morning. To my dismay, it was indeed a dream. My heart sank with disappointment. In my despair, I lamented to Lily that perhaps I should simply take down those rascals. Then, I shouted to the heavens, "Oh, fate, if you dare, let me truly traverse into the world of One Piece. P.S. Grant me superpowers." Lily scoffed at me. "You know how to use P.S. Why not just punch your way through?" I retorted confidently, "That's Garp. I am a shameless woman, and I must seize every opportunity." And guess what? No sooner had I spoken than my briefcase began to emit ominous clicks. My heart sank as I opened it to reveal a ticking time bomb. Without a moment's hesitation, I clutched the bag and dashed outside, only to be met with a deafening explosion that left me in darkness. Well, it seemed I had truly met my end. When I next opened my eyes, I was greeted by the sight of a beach, the sound of waves, and a little child beside me, shouting, Hey, eat. I want to eat." My head throbbed painfully, and looking down, I discovered I was clutching a cube-shaped apple adorned with bizarre patterns. Upon glancing at the child, wearing a straw hat and flip-flops, my DNA seemed to resonate. Could it be the one and only Monkey D? Luffy, how could my family comprehend the allure of the devil fruit? That was something I certainly couldn't part with. In a flash, I shoved the peculiar fruit into my mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "Not a chance." The taste was indescribable, but certainly better than nothing. Little Luffy, incensed, began to stomp his feet, accusing me of trickery. With a shark-toothed grin, I retorted, "You never promised to give it to me, did you?" I inquired about our location, and he replied, "This is Windmill Village." As I looked behind him, I noticed a sword concealed there. I seized it, exclaiming, "This is the emblem of our clan." Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, are you from the Dragon Clan? Can you transform?" I stifled a smirk. "Not at all." The sword, known as the White Dragon Sword, seemed to resonate within me as a voice echoed, "Join us on a journey of cultivation." What a bizarre twist of fate. With no other option, I decided to go with the flow and persuaded Luffy that I was a castaway, asking him to take me for a meal. Surely, I wouldn't trade that devil fruit for his rubber fruit. Upon arriving at Makino's bar, a tall figure approached, exclaiming, "Oh my, what an adorable little girl we have here." I looked up to find none other than Shanks, the red-haired pirate. To confirm this was not a dream, I boldly approached him and playfully bit his stubbled cheek, leaving a small tooth mark. "Did that hurt?" I asked him. He grinned. Of course it did. His crew erupted in laughter, teasing that their captain had been wooed by a little girl. Seizing the moment, I cleverly suggested to Luffy that he should call me his sister. Then you shall be my little brother, and I expect your protection from now on. All right? After a moment of contemplation, Luffy replied earnestly, all right, I agree. My plan was a success. Shanks continued to treat me like a child, and I retaliated with a right hook, only for him to gently press my head down. I declared with bravado, beware, little girls can push back too. This incited another wave of laughter. Thus, I temporarily settled in Windmill Village. Each day was spent exercising and studying the white dragon sword that had accompanied me through this peculiar journey, and life seemed to find its rhythm. One bright morning, Luffy came bounding to my side, shaking me awake by yawning. Let's go and beat up the big bad wolf. Groggy and disoriented, I asked, what on earth? It turned out I had recounted the story of Little Red Riding Hood to him the previous night. I inquired if there were wolves in the forest, to which he replied there were none. Instantly invigorated, I exclaimed, all right, let's go hunt the wolf. In the vicinity of Windmill Village, the woods posed no peril whatsoever. We indulged ourselves with an abundance of wild fruits, and I lay down on the grass, basking in the sun, eventually drifting off to sleep. When I awoke, the mischievous child was nowhere to be found. I called out, Luffy, I'm over here, up here. Upon raising my gaze, I was astounded to find that this rascal had climbed an exceedingly tall tree to raid a bird's nest. He was even boasting about the size of the eggs. As I shouted for him to descend, a pigeon spirit, larger than an adult, appeared, and with a single flap of its wing, sent Luffy tumbling from the tree. Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed forward to act as a cushion for his fall. The impact nearly dislocated my arm. Goodness, if the future Pirate King were to meet his demise on my watch, I would be irreparably doomed. Luffy, terrified, burst into tears, and that formidable bird was relentless, diving towards us. I hurriedly hoisted the stunned Luffy onto my back and sprinted desperately towards the village. Luffy, stand up and run. But he was paralyzed with fear. I gritted my teeth, bearing him upon my back, exerting every ounce of strength to flee. Who could understand the plight of a newcomer? I had only just arrived and was still trying to comprehend the nature of my devil fruit powers when I was thrust into a harrowing struggle for survival. At long last, we made it back to the village, the bird failing to pursue us. The streets were deserted. It seemed everyone had returned home for dinner. I was utterly exhausted, my only thought being, where were my superpowers? How could they fail me at such a critical moment? And guess what? The instant I stepped into Maggie's bar, my powers manifested with a resounding duong. I must tell you, I was utterly bewildered. As I pushed open the door, Shanks, Maggie, and a throng of others surrounded me, their faces etched with concern. Yet, I stood there like a wooden post, unable to move, my arms nearly numb from pain. When I regained consciousness, it was already evening. I felt as though nothing had happened, and I wobbled down the stairs. Of course, my arms were swollen like pig trotters, bandaged and bruised, a sight that could frighten anyone. Upon entering the bar, I immediately spotted the village elder, who was chastising Luffy with his cane. Young Luffy had his head hung low, weeping pitifully. I rushed over, shielding him behind me, and bowed deeply to the elder, saying, I apologize, esteemed village elder. It was I who encouraged Luffy to climb the tree for birds. The elder was taken aback, nearly losing grip of his cane. What? You were the one who told him to go? Indeed, I affirmed with conviction, because I told him I desired a pet bird. No sooner had I spoken than Luffy began to cry even harder, sniffling as he exclaimed, Wah, it's a lie. I wanted to go myself. Bai Yang's arms. They've turned purple. Upon hearing this, I was instantly infuriated and turned to glare at him. Is it appropriate for the future Pirate King to cry in such a manner? I raised an eyebrow and remarked, what are you complaining about? These are muscles I have cultivated, and this isn't purple, it's a healthy tan from the sun. Do you understand? That's not right. The little one abruptly lifted his head, tears cascading down his cheeks as if they were of no consequence. You clearly only said that you liked little birds because they can fly anywhere. I am a man, I can take responsibility for my own actions. I don't need you to carry the burden for me. Well, he certainly has some spirit. I lifted my chin, furrowed my brow, and unleashed my commanding aura. Since you are a man, then stop your crying. At that moment, the young Luffy was left completely stunned by my outburst. The fire within me was burning. Taking care of this little brat was truly suffocating. Without a moment's hesitation, I charged towards his forehead and gave it a firm knock. That hurts. A large bump instantly formed on his forehead. As long as you understand pain, we are even now. If you are a man, then hold it back. I narrowed my eyes, embodying the essence of a fierce older sister. Surprisingly, this tactic proved effective. He immediately clenched his teeth and nodded in agreement. No more tears. It's settled. I then turned to the village chief and said, Grandpa Village Chief, let's just leave this matter be. The old man seemed to be subdued by my aura, and without uttering a word of dissent, he simply shook his head and walked away. Once the situation was resolved, I leaned on the bar, gazing pitifully at Maji. Maji, I want to drink rum. No way. Children cannot drink alcohol. Maji replied, her expression leaving no room for negotiation. As a result, Shanks, with a smile on his face, handed me a glass of orange juice, saying, Here, good sister, drink this. I took a sip and exploded. Are you trying to fool me with orange juice? At that moment, I wished I could pour the entire glass down his throat. My friends, who understands? Just as I was thinking this, a miraculous thing happened. The orange juice in my cup transformed into countless small cubes, which then zoomed up and all flew into Shank's mouth. His cheeks instantly puffed out like a hamster, and he made muffled sounds, unable to swallow. I was astonished. Could this be my ability? Tentatively, I shouted, Release liberation. As soon as I spoke, the cubes in his mouth shattered into liquid, causing him to cough violently. Cough, cough. Bayang, you are a devil fruit user? Yes, I nodded, my heart blooming with joy. So this is my superpower. Although it sounded a bit silly, called the Fong Fong fruit, reminiscent of Minecraft. It seemed quite fun. I immediately grabbed Shank's hand, urging, let me try again. No. He tried to run, but it was too late. As my hand touched him, his wrist transformed into a square shape. Though it served no other purpose, it looked quite amusing. In the following days, I diligently explored my newfound ability, primarily focusing on creative development. For instance, I would frequently create blocks to play Tetris, and when the day came that I found Shanks annoying, I could directly give him a pixelated face. How cool. One day, while I was busy helping Maji in the bar, Luffy suddenly approached me with a mysterious expression. To my surprise, he had a fresh scar under his left eye. The classic replica has arrived, my friends. He wore a face eager for praise. Bayang, look, don't I look more manly now? I walked over to touch his face and shot an eye dagger at Shanks, who immediately turned away, looking guilty. Luffy insisted, it doesn't hurt anymore. In unison, Shanks and I shouted back, you're lying. This little brat would do anything to sail with Shanks. As Shanks mocked him while eating my share of food, he said, you, a little brat, just weaned. Want to become a pirate? Shanks, I said softly, you're eating my food. Oh, how have you become so easy to bully? He scoffed. Easy to bully? I elegantly sat down, smiling like a villain. I have an excellent memory. Shanks instinctively swallowed hard. I ignored him and began boasting to the first mate Beckman beside me, claiming that I used to be the leader of a biker gang, with countless underlings and a stunning battle suit. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow. Bayang is amazing. What about your companions? My smile froze for a moment before I put on a lonely grin. They are all gone. Oh, not dead. They've moved on to live their own happy lives, getting married and having children, becoming ordinary people. Ha ha ha. How old are you? And your companions already have kids. Shanks began to mock me again. 10. I remained unflustered. I may be small, but my heart is mature. Just wait. I will definitely get back at you today. Fong Fong's secret art. Invincible pixelation. I waved my hand in front of him, and instantly, a mosaic made of transparent blocks accurately hid his eyes. The key was that wherever he turned his head, the mosaic followed. Ha ha, Captain, you won't have to fear being recognized by the Navy anymore. Lucky Lu, holding a chicken leg, laughed so hard he nearly choked. The entire bar erupted in laughter. Enough. Do not mock your captain. Shanks was furiously indignant. But coupled with that mosaic, it was simply comedic gold. Hey, Shanks, you understand, right? I looked at him with a mischievous smile. Ha, I understand, he said, beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead. Just as we were having the most fun, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. A group of mountain bandits strode in, led by one who wore a disdainful expression. Oh, a bunch of ridiculous pirates. Bring us 10 bottles of wine. I was wearing Maji's old apron, looking like a little waitress, with my hands clasped behind my back as I approached. Sorry, we just sold out of wine. Huh? How come I see these idiots drinking? The bandit leader raised an eyebrow. I maintained a deadpan expression and enunciated clearly. We are indeed out. Is that so? Then what are they drinking, urine? I clenched my fists, but Shanks stood up with a bottle of wine, shielding me behind him. Sorry, here you go, it's unopened. Crash! The wine bottle shattered on his head, splashing liquid all over me. I was ready to fight, but this man simply protected me with his back. The bandit arrogantly drew his knife, and, just as I was about to act, Shanks bent down to pick up the glass shards, mumbling, oh no, the floor is all wet. I really could not comprehend. I was about to say something when the bandit leader suddenly grabbed Shank's wrist, attempting to slice his face with a knife. Fong Fong. I waved my hand, and an air block instantly appeared above the bandit's head. However, Shank stood up blocking me, and his palm was cut by the glass, blood streaming down. Ha ha, Bayong, your magic is getting better. I was completely stunned. Why? Why protect me? I wasn't here to disrupt your plans. I was here to eradicate the threat. Leaving people like this is undoubtedly disastrous. Sure enough, the bandit leader cursed and took his men away. I coldly said, keeping them is a hidden danger. Ha! Let Bayong and Luffy handle it with their fists then. Shanks maintained his nonchalant demeanor. I clenched my teeth in frustration, but refrained from exploding. I can only take a deep breath to suppress my anger. Your hand is injured. Oh, it's just a minor injury. Sorry, I was being a bit dramatic earlier. I sighed. Just then, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye, and suddenly froze, pointing at the little Luffy beside me. Luffy, you aren't eating a devil fruit, are you? Ah. Watching the classic scene of Shanks and others drop their jaws to the ground, I couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, a few days later, I was strolling down the street when an anxious fishmonger rushed over. Bayong, it's bad. The mountain bandits have captured Luffy. My mind went blank and my heart raced. I should have stayed by Luffy's side. I dashed towards the port, retrieving the towering white dragon sword from my back. Upon reaching the port, I saw Beckman and the others looking anxious. I knew the plot. I knew what would happen next. Roar, white dragon. I suddenly drew my long sword. Oh! A deafening dragon roar erupted from my center, shaking all the creatures in the sea with its overwhelming pressure. This was the only thing I could do now, to prevent that near-sea lord from emerging. I don't know how long it took, but a mocking voice rang above me. A little girl, standing here to greet me? I looked up, it was Shanks. His arm was stained with blood, but he was still intact. Bayong. Shanks cried for Luffy, his voice heart-wrenching, his arm. Shanks had sacrificed an arm to save Luffy from the near-sea lord. Back at the tavern, the ship's doctor looked at the exposed bones of Shanks' arm, his brows furrowed tightly. The blood simply would not stop. Don't jump to conclusions. I squeezed into the room, disregarding everyone's objections, bringing the jade bead from my sword close to the wound. A gentle azure light illuminated, and the blood began to slowly cease. Help me find a chair. I don't know how long this will take to heal. I delicately cradled the bead, carefully tracing it around his battered arm. A warm wave surged into the wound, and I could feel the granulation tissue slowly developing. I was completely absorbed in the task until fatigue overcame me, causing me to collapse beside the bed. In a hazy stupor, I sensed a warm hand caressing my hair, accompanied by a deep voice whispering in my ear, "Thank you." Miss Long days later, at the port, I declared my ambition. I want to become the Pirate King. Oh, do you aspire to surpass us? Then let this hat be entrusted to you. Shanks placed the straw hat atop Luffy's head before turning to me. And what about you? Are you waiting for me to bid farewell? I cast a glance at his bandaged arm, then broke into a broad smile, beckoning him to lean down. Yeah, what are you doing? Are you going to bite me again? He jested, yet obediently lowered his head. What he received was a gentle kiss. I watched him freeze in shock, his cheeks flushing crimson, and I couldn't help but smirk, reveling in my little act of revenge. Sister knows how to keep you in check. Months passed after Shank's departure, and I dreamed of Mihawk. Upon waking, Maggie informed me that Luffy had also been taken by Garp. Each day, I ventured to the seaside, using the ocean's waters to train and overcome the weaknesses of the devil fruit. Until one day, Maggie announced she would take me to see Luffy. We arrived at the bandit hideout on Galbar Mountain. Luffy, I greeted, adorned in the pink bubble skirt Maggie had given me, resembling a charming little princess. White Yong, Luffy shouted as he dashed toward me. Then I spotted two other boys, Ace and Sabo. Hello, I'm Luffy's adoptive sister, Luo Bayong. I greeted with a smile. Since you are Luffy's brothers, allow me to be your sister too? No way. Why should you be the sister? The freckled Ace retorted with a scowl. Because I'm stronger than all of you, I replied, smirking. Let's have a little spar. Don't say I'm bullying you. In the twilight clearing, I had the three little ones trapped within a square enclosure, panting from exhaustion. I brushed the dust off my skirt and casually remarked, Today, I'll teach you what it means to be cornered. You lost, so you must call me sister. Luffy and Sabo complied, but Ace stubbornly glared at me. I paid him no mind and waved my hand. I brought gifts. Tonight, we shall feast on seafood. I produced a clamshell the size of a basketball, effortlessly prying it open before the bandit leader, Dayton, and presenting her with a massive pearl inside. A pearl for beauty, for you, and Dayton. Stay here. Good child, Dayton exclaimed as she snatched the pearl, nearly on the verge of tears. Thus, I successfully settled in. Of course, Ace still regarded me with disdain, though I noticed his cheeks flushed, his gaze often darting toward my chest. That night, I felt someone touch my bed. Upon opening my eyes, I was startled to find it was Luffy. This little rascal boldly declared, "No, Bayong. I want to play block games." I was taken aback. Did you really climb into my bed in the middle of the night, just for that? Well, who could blame him for being Luffy? I sighed, lifted the blanket for him to join me, and casually transformed a few wooden boxes and cups nearby into blocks using my powers. Luffy immediately erupted with delight, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As I ran my fingers through short black hair, I mused, goodness, in just a few months, this kid has gained 2 brothers. I asked if he liked his brothers, and without hesitation, he eagerly nodded, his head bobbing like a daisy. My heart softened. He truly was charmingly unguarded. He cuddled the blocks and curiously inquired, "Bayong, you ate the devil fruit too and cannot swim. So how do you catch fish?" I chuckled and replied, "Indeed, the devil fruit fears seawater, but one must use their brain." Lowering my voice, I pointed to Ace and Sabo, who were sound asleep like pigs. "I have white dragon shout from the southern beach. Won't that scare all the fish to the northern shore? I can gather them up and train my strength. 2 birds with 1 stone." Luffy's eyes lit up, and he shouted that he wanted to train with me the next day and challenge me 100 times. I embraced him warmly, promising to comply. The following morning, the trio discovered I was missing. Luffy went into a frenzy, running in circles and wailing, "Bayong is gone. Did she eat me? No, please." Ace, exasperated, thumped him on the head, shouting, "Shut up, you idiot. How could someone be eaten?" Luffy, with his unique logic, exclaimed, "But Bayong is of the Dragon Clan. She might eat people." Ace was nearly laughing in anger. "You're not even human." Luffy replied, "Oh, right. Could it be that Bayong ate herself?" At that moment, I appeared at the door wearing an apron, my expression flat. "You're the one who would eat yourself." And Luffy, let me clarify, my clan is symbolized by dragons. "That does not mean I am a dragon." Luffy promptly quieted, nodding obediently. Sabo, more considerate, asked if I was making breakfast. "Yes, you all eat too much meat. Your nutrition is terribly unbalanced." Ace scoffed, "Mind your own business." I retorted, "What can I say? I'm the boss here." At the dining table, I prepared a lavish spread of vegetable salad, boiled eggs, and seaweed egg noodles. The bandits, including Dayton, gaped in disbelief, likely having never encountered such a healthy breakfast. Luffy, like a starved ghost, eagerly lunged at the food, his eyes sparkling. Ace, with a disgusted expression, picked up a piece of leafy green, chewed it, and coolly stated, "The taste is average. Goodness, family members, who understands?" Sabo desperately shot me glances, while Ace turned away to peel an egg, pretending not to see. I was unfazed, placing down the pot and sitting down, nonchalantly saying, "It's fine. I rarely cook, so average taste is to be expected." Just then, Luffy handed me his empty bowl, his face smeared with noodle remnants, beaming brightly. "Yum. One more bowl, please." Looking at him, I seriously doubted he could find anything unappetizing. Nevertheless, his smile lifted my spirits. Meanwhile, Ace's gaze flickered before he hastily consumed the green vegetables he disliked. Breakfast felt like a battle. The numerous servings I had prepared vanished in an instant. Thankfully, I had discreetly used my powers while cooking, or would not have sufficed for this group of gluttons. I pondered how this world had yet to discover instant noodles. Otherwise, I would have made them eat until the end of days. After breakfast, the 3 brothers headed into the forest to train, and I followed suit. However, Ace, leading the way, began to quicken his pace, deliberately attempting to shake me off until he was moving so fast that even Luffy struggled to keep up. I was infuriated, and with a burst of speed, I leapt onto a tree trunk ahead of him, turning and tackling him to the ground. "Hey, freckled fool, if you have something to say, speak up. Bottling it up is not manly." He turned his head away, stubbornly insisting, "I have nothing to say." I fell silent for a moment. "Fine, if you want to speak," then I threw a right hook to his face. "Ugh." He turned to glare at me, his expression fierce. I raised my chin in defiance. "What? I thought you were someone who liked to solve problems with your fists." "Well, so do I. If you don't like me, then defeat me." At that moment, Luffy and Sabo arrived, panting heavily, only to find Ace and me already in a brawl, exchanging punches and kicks like true children, leaving them unable to intervene. After the match, we both collapsed onto the ground, our bodies marred with bruises. Suddenly, it dawned upon me. Why should I argue with a mere child? I rose to my feet, gazing at AC, swallowing back the words that implied his jealousy, and instead, I smiled and extended my hand to him. "I've decided. I shall be your elder sister. You are not allowed to refuse." Just as that freckled boy was about to retort, he looked up my outstretched hand and my audacious yet gentle face. His mouth opened, and in the end, he managed to stammer, "You be the little sister?" At that moment, I exclaimed, "What? Why should that be the case? We are clearly even." AC then stood up, pouting, and declared, "I have decided too. You will be the little sister, and you cannot refuse." Upon uttering those words, his face flushed, and he could not even bear to look at me. 2 months passed in this manner, and let me tell you, I was tormented daily by these three peculiar creatures during our training. In my past life, I was somewhat of a fighting expert, yet before these three extraordinary little devils, I faced relentless humiliation. After one particular training session, I lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, feeling as if all my energy had been drained. Truly, I was cooked. To my surprise, those three monsters shouted in unison, "You are the monster!" Then, to my astonishment, Luffy sprang back to life, leaping up with enthusiasm, proclaiming that we should train like this every day. Sabo and AC nodded in agreement. Oh, heavens, come and witness their extraordinary abilities. I was utterly fatigued and commanded AC, come here and carry me back. His face instantly turned as red as a tomato, and he exclaimed, "What?" But I paid no heed, playfully insisting, "Hurry, sister is utterly exhausted. I can hardly lift my legs." He muttered under his breath that I was not his sister, but his little sister. Yet his body was honest, as he walked over stiffly like a robot and lifted me up. That evening, Sabo brought me a piece of meat with bones, but I was too tired to eat. Luffy offered me the leftover vegetables and a piece of meat he had bitten into. AC, however, approached me with a piece of meat the size of a basketball. I stared at that colossal chunk of meat, utterly dumbfounded, and could only say that I wasn't that hungry. AC, staring at me vacantly, said nothing and dashed out of the room with the meat. I thought to myself, what a strange turn of events. I quickly urged Sabo to follow him and see where he went at this hour. I feared he might be confronting a wolf. By midnight, when those two had yet to return, I was thoroughly infuriated. Dragging my body, which had barely moved just hours before, I pulled Luffy, who was sound asleep, and rushed outside. A mountain bandit uncle was awakened by the commotion and rubbed his eyes, asking where I was off to. I gritted my teeth and replied, "To fight a wolf." Upon reaching the entrance of the forest, I spotted AC and Sabo returning, looking disheveled. AC's clothes were tattered, and he held a bag of bright red apples wrapped in his vest. Sabo's face bore some bruises, and his hat was filled with large strawberries. I immediately deduced that these two had either stolen or pilfered from the noble district in the city. AC handed me the apples, avoiding my gaze. "Here, eat." Sabo also presented the strawberries to me. At that moment, I was at a loss for words. I raised my hands, grabbing both of their cheeks and twisting them painfully. They cried out in agony, protesting, "What are you doing?" My voice trembled as I yelled at them, "You are never to return home this late again." After my outburst, I pounced on them, wrapping my arms around their necks, saying, "Let us go home. Luffy and I have been waiting for you." After that night, AC blushed and asked me what home was. I told him that home is where you are, where I am, where Sabo is, where Luffy is, a place where everyone gathers. Days passed by filled with playful banter. Grandpa Carp visited, joyously giving us for a good thrashing, and I cleverly obtained a small piece of high loose stone from him. During the day, I would wear while training with them, and, at night, I would take it off to practice my fruit abilities. Eventually, the boys secretly built a tree house for me in the forest. When they removed the blindfold from my eyes, revealing the tree house, tears streamed down my face. To celebrate, I spent the entire day baking a ridiculously ugly nutcake for them. That evening, as we ate the dreadful cake, I sang a song for them, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. However, the good times did not last. On a bright and sunny day, I made the decision to leave. I was 12 years old. I needed to grow stronger. At the port, I bid farewell to everyone. As I embraced Sabo, I secretly slipped a note into his pocket, instructing him, jump into the water if necessary. When saying goodbye to AC, he stubbornly claimed that he had never regarded me as an elder sister and insisted he would protect me. I smiled and hugged him, whispering in his ear, which was now flushed with color, "From now on, I entrust Luffy to you. You will be a good elder brother." Finally, I turned to Luffy, pinching his face, which was on the verge of tears, and promised him that I would become the world's greatest martial artist, and he would become the Pirate King. I said, "No crying, for we will meet again soon." Thus I set sail alone. I had to leave, for I knew what was to befall Sabo next. I feared that if I stayed, I would be unable to refrain from intervening, and I was even more afraid of my own inadequacy. I drifted alone at sea for 3 days until I reached the first island, where I intended to seek out carp. However, when I called him, that old man decided to play hide and seek, instructing me to find him in the Grand Line. I was astounded. A mere 12-year-old girl sent to navigate the Grand Line alone? As I pondered at the port, unexpectedly, someone shoved me, and I fell onto the ground. Looking up, I saw a naval lieutenant accompanied by a squad of soldiers, making a grand entrance, as though welcoming a significant figure. As I watched, a pair of strong hands lifted me from behind, brushing the dust off my cloak. Turning around, I was astonished to find a younger version of Smoker, complete with 2 large cigars. In disbelief, I pointed towards the naval officers and asked him, "Are they all here to greet you?" He patted my head coolly and replied, "No." At that moment, a tall man dressed in a naval coat with the word justice emblazoned on his back approached. Cackling in a peculiar manner, it was indeed for him. He instructed Smoker to pursue a notorious pirate, though it seemed there was some discord between them. After they departed, I ventured into the village, only to discover it was in dire poverty. At a grocery store, I bought some jerky, and a pretty girl of similar age hesitated to ask for a high price. I immediately sensed the presence of pirates. Indeed, upon inquiry, the girl, terrified, eventually revealed that the village had been taken over by pirates. The men had been captured to work in the mines, and recently, women had begun to go missing. That naval colonel, Hogg, the man with the strange laugh, claimed he would help them, but the condition was that all villagers must relocate to Rogatown. It was evident that something sinister was afoot. My excitement grew as that night I stealthily ventured into the mountain mine. I discovered Colonel Hogg brazenly hunting down the pirates. Yet the villagers in the mine had all been killed, and the pirate leader was nowhere to be found. Hogg ordered Smoker to pursue them. This was clearly a case of black eating black, framing the pirates. Just as I was about to follow, I inadvertently stumbled into Smoker's smoke and was knocked unconscious. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a ship's cabin alongside the girl from the grocery store, named Marcia, along with a group of village women and children. We were en route to Rogatown. Smoker had captured me as a suspicious individual. I attempted to slip out of the cabin, but was halted by the guard at the door. Rolling my eyes internally, I claimed that I was hungry and needed to retrieve my belongings. Just then, Smoker appeared and led me to the kitchen. I wasted no time, seizing a hard loaf of bread and biting into it. Smoker interrogated me, asking my name. I laid my cards on the table, stating, "My name is Luo Baiyong, and I am searching for Monkey D. Carp." Then, I smirked at him, saying, "Major Smoker, it seems your superior is rather suspicious." He frowned, instructing me not to meddle in affairs, and turned to leave. I made a face at his back. Stubborn chimney. Days later, the ship arrived at Rogatown. In recent days, I have been persistently troubling Smoker, yearning to reclaim my white dragon sword. Yet each attempt has met with failure, as I am no match for him. In truth, I cannot fully wield the white dragon sword. It possesses a will of its own, determined to compel me to diligently practice swordsmanship. Once unsheathed, it seeks endless combat, leaving me utterly overwhelmed. Thus, I devised a rather foolish plan. Seizing the moment while Smoker was engaged in conversation with his superior, Hogg, on the deck, I swiftly slipped into his cabin. Let me tell you, Smoker's quarters were starkly bare, containing merely a hammock, a rickety table, and an assortment of stones. What was he doing here practicing patience? I scoffed internally while my hands did not cease their motion, rummaging through his belongings in search of my white dragon sword. Just as my fingers grazed the hilt, the door creaked open slightly. My heart raced, yet I feigned busyness, clutching the sword tightly. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as I instinctively blocked a curved blade aimed at the back of my head with the sheathed sword. Upon closer inspection, the assailant was not Smoker, but a man clad in a naval uniform, exuding an intimidating aura and strength that clearly distinguished him from mere foot soldiers. A burly figure with a bushy green beard grinned and inquired, "Have you seen a red map?" I replied in the negative. He let out a grunt, followed by an ominous declaration, "Then die." I was taken aback. He was quite the conversationalist. With a sudden increase in force, he pinned me, sword and all, against the wall, leaving me breathless. Thankfully, I had previously stored away the sea stone. Otherwise, I would have perished on the spot. Drawing the sword was out of the question. Its emergence would wreak havoc on this ship. In a moment of desperation, I delivered a swift kick to his groin. The man recoiled in pain, providing me with a fleeting opportunity. My right hand was enveloped by an invisible cube of air, a manifestation of my Fong Fong fruit ability. I unleashed a Fong Fong punch, delivering a jolt to his left knee joint. His anguished scream reverberated through the air. Seizing the moment, I made a hasty exit, knowing the commotion would attract attention. However, as I burst through the door, a familiar cloud of white smoke enveloped my face. It was Smoker again. As I evaded his relentless smoke punches, I shouted, "I just came to reclaim my sword, you smoky fiend." At that instant, an unknown naval officer shouted, "Tadger is inside." All attention turned towards him. The injured Tadger drew a firearm, beginning indiscriminate fire. A bullet sped towards me as I grappled with Smoker, unable to evade. In a panic, I conjured an air cube before me, but alas, my ability was currently too weak. The cube was as flimsy as paper, and the bullet pierced through. I closed my eyes in despair, resigned to my fate. Suddenly, I felt a lightness as someone yanked me into a warm embrace of smoke. The bullet struck a nearby wooden crate with a thud. Relief washed over me, yet I soon chastised myself. This was the smoke of the chimney man. What sense of safety was this? Then Smoker Superior, the lecherous hog with a small mustache, accused me of being Tadger's accomplice. Smoker, showing some integrity, interjected, "No, she is the one who injured his leg." Tadger, undeterred, lashed out a hog, claiming he had been deceived and there was no treasure map aboard the ship. What a spectacle of naval infighting. Hog, now flustered, leered at me and crudely remarked, "So, Smoker, you fancy young girls?" A wave of disgust washed over me, sending chills down my spine. I retorted, "If you continue to leer at me with those perverse eyes, I swear I will dislocate every joint in your body." Upon hearing this, Hog lost his composure. He snatched the white dragon sword from my hands, grinning maliciously. "I've heard you cherish this sword. Do you wish to become a grand swordsman?" With that, he kicked me to the ground and pressed his foot harshly upon my right hand. "Now, shall I sever your left hand or your right?" My mind raced in chaos. This was not the script I had signed up for. I am but 12. I did not arrive here to reenact a tale of doomed romance. Smoker, unable to stand by, stepped in front of me, yet Hog promptly accused him of colluding with pirates and ordered his arrest. Then he slowly drew the white dragon sword from my grasp. "Stop!" I cried out in a hoarse voice. And then I lost consciousness. When I regained awareness, the scene had dramatically shifted. 2 weeks later, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Smoker donned a pristine justice coat while reporting to Admiral Sengoku. From their conversation, I pieced together the truth. Hog was a trafficker supplying slaves to the Celestial Dragons. The shock triggered the white dragon sword to go berserk, seizing control of my body. In front of the entire East Blue Navy, I cleaved their iconic structure, the East Blue Eye, in two and severed Hog's tendons. In an even more absurd turn of events, I found myself in a skirmish with Dracula Mihawk, who happened to be passing by. Sengoku slammed his fist on the table in fury, labeling me a female demon. Meanwhile, Grandpa Garp awoke from his slumber, laughing heartily indeed. "She is my disciple." Ultimately, to appease the wrath of the Celestial Dragons and for my own training, they decided to confine me in the underwater prison, Impel Down. A week later, I awoke in a solitary cell on level 1 of Impel Down, swathed like a mummy. To my surprise, Smoker was keeping watch by my side. As I touched my face, I discovered my left eye was also bandaged. "What happened to my eye?" I inquired. Smoker quickly reassured me, explaining that a wound had been inflicted by Mihawk's sword energy. It suddenly dawned on me that during my rampage, I had indeed seen Mihawk, those golden eyes reminiscent of an eagle. In the end, I had transformed into a dragon, and he had responded with a slash before I blacked out. Trembling, I asked Smoker, "Is the East Blue Eye destroyed?" He replied emotionlessly, "Ah, you did that." My heart sank. "Luffy, I'm so sorry." Before I even officially set sail, "I've already severed the Navy's communication in the East Blue. This is insane. I can hardly believe it." Smoker recounted how he carried me through the hellish disinfecting process. I felt a wave of gratitude and struggled to rise, planting a kiss on his cheek, saying, "Thank you, Chimney." To my astonishment, his face flushed instantly as he shouted, "You remember you're just 12. Before leaving, he tossed me a wooden plaque, a token from Grandpa Garp, inscribed with the words "Special Treatment." Once he departed, I gazed at the plaque, and tears flowed uncontrollably. I wept like a fool. I felt so weak, terrified of losing everything. As for the so-called special treatment, can you guess what it was? Miss Domino brought me to level 1 of hell, announcing to all the prisoners, "Whoever can defeat this girl with the plaque within 2 hours will be exempt from a day of torture." I was utterly dumbfounded. "Grandpa Garp, this is not special treatment. You have thrown me into a hellish dungeon, emphasizing a high-intensity training regime. Haven to you?" On the first day, I attempted to create a staircase with my Fong Fong fruit ability to escape, only to be yanked down by an ability user and beaten mercilessly, resulting in broken ribs. And I was carried back to my cell by the guards. Day after day, it continued. Months later, the sea-stone bars of my room were stained a dark crimson with my blood. When Grandpa Garp visited, he cheerfully informed me that I had garnered a nickname outside, the East Blue Dragon Girl, the legendary swordsman who mysteriously vanished after battling Mihawk. I was incredibly grateful. I had aimed to become the world's greatest martial artist. Moreover, above my left eyebrow, there remains a permanent scar bestowed upon me by the formidable Eagle Eye, measuring a good 3 centimeters. I harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. Just when I was on the verge of forgetting how long it had been, Eagle Eye unexpectedly arrived. He stood outside my cell, observing me as one would scrutinize prey. "Where is your sword?" I retorted with a hint of irritation, in a place unknown to me. To my astonishment, he chuckled. "Before you come out, do not let your hands become so useless that you cannot wield a sword." "That scoundrel!" I exploded with rage, rushing to the bars and bellowing at his retreating figure. "Zhu, look here, Mihawk. Just you wait. As long as that sword remains, every time I see you, I shall strike." Unbeknownst to me, after he departed, he went directly to seek out the red-haired Shanks. Upon hearing of this encounter, Shanks laughed so heartily that he rolled on the ground, immediately throwing a banquet to celebrate. To my surprise, Eagle Eye, in high spirits, remarked to Shanks, "Having a sufficiently strong rival certainly lifts one's spirits." I must say, while he was in good spirits, mine were far from it. In that dreadful place known as Impel Down, it felt like I was enduring tribulations. Dear friends, that locale is truly unfit for human habitation. Every night, I would fall asleep to the anguished cries emanating from the adjacent cell, surrounded by pirates whose malice ran deep. At times, I found myself questioning whether that old coot Sengoku intended to toss me in there as part of social experiment to see how I might eventually morph into a dark tyrant. There was no choice. To stave off insanity, I resorted to sitting cross-legged and practicing my Tai Chi skills. And guess what? As I practiced, I could actually hear the voice of my white dragon sword from a great distance. Its resonant and powerful sound brought me an unexpected sense of tranquility. Thus, I began my exclusive training in that hellish domain. Initially, I sought out fights for 4 hours each day, and by the end, even the level 1 inmates would steer clear of me. On the day, I finally mastered the legendary Inner Strength. I decisively knocked down the top dog of the first level in Impel Down, a fellow named Burigulera. A year later, I advanced to level 2. The rules here were even more savage. Any inmate who could defeat me would be granted an immediate escape from level 2, with the guards refraining from interference. But guess what? Not a single soul dared to challenge me. Their fear was not of me, but of the man-eating beasts that roamed freely. Fine. If no one would fight me, I would take on the guard beasts. For the next 2 years, I trained daily with those brutes, and of course, there are times I found myself on the receiving end of a beating. Yet, each time I was about to be devoured like a snack, either Magellan would happen to pass by with a sigh, or little Suddy's whip would inadvertently strike awry. I was left wondering, had my luck turned for the better? Later, I discovered that it was all due to orders from above, mandating my survival. Moreover, my presence made managing the level 1 and level 2 inmates considerably easier. Whenever I strolled through the corridors and called out, "Who wants to spar today?" the entire day would descend into silence, akin to a library, and even the guards would send fewer of their ranks. Because of my penchant for dismantling joints and slicing opponents into blocks for stacking, I eventually earned myself the nickname Corridor Demoness. Today, which cell will step forward to fight me? Wrapped in bandages, I stood in the middle of the level 2 corridor, my voice not loud, yet it resonated throughout the entire floor. What was the result? From all directions, anguished cries erupted. "No, no. Spare us, Demoness. Monster Lady, ah." I crossed my arms and raised an eyebrow. Oh. In the next moment, the entire floor echoed in unison. "Sorry. Big sis. We were wrong." It was simply absurd. I turned to the group of adorable guard beasts behind me. "You all, join me today." No sooner had I spoken than they collectively leaped and dashed away. They ran faster than dogs. "What the heck? Are you not men? If you are, step forward." I growled in frustration, baring my shark-like teeth. Crack! With a whip crack, little Suddy emerged, swaying her hips. "White Yang, please spare those kids." "All right," I replied cheerfully. "Let your few cow-like koalas come and play with me." "No, because of you, our dear Minakawa has developed circular baldness." I patted her shoulder. "Oh, the koalas. They are of age. Hair loss is quite normal." Just as we were conversing, Domino arrived, stating that the director was looking for me. Following her, I found myself at the entrance leading outside. To my surprise, both Magellan and Hannibal awaited me there. Upon seeing this scene, I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, are the directors planning to gang up on me today? Please go easy on me. To my astonishment, they both declared in unison, there's only one director. And that is me. I burst into laughter. These two clowns were truly my source of joy. Magellan fell silent again. Ah, White Yang, your laughter is so sincere that it makes me want to retreat into myself. Ahem, Director Magellan. Let us get down to business, Domino interjected. Oh, right. Cuff White Yang with handcuffs and leg shackles. Huh? Why? I was taken aback. I hadn't worn those things in years. Robai Yang, today you are officially released. Head to the port. Your ship is about to arrive. I was momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to process this. I inhaled deeply and forced a broad smile. Thank you. Everyone, farewell. Magellan wore a serious expression. No, let us not say farewell. I winked at him. Hee, should we happen to meet at Navy headquarters? It is always a possibility. Is that so? No, I still wish to retreat into myself. Thus, like a hardened criminal, shackled in sea stone, I stepped out of the gates of Impel Down. The sunlight shone brightly upon me, and the air was refreshingly crisp. Luffy Ace, how have you been? I have finally emerged from the depths of hell. Coincidentally, while waiting for the ship at the port, I encountered the newly imprisoned Ivankov, the queen of the transgenders. I gazed at his face, which was larger than a basin, utterly captivated. What are you staring at, bandage girl? How rude. Ah, my apologies, I quickly replied. Your strength is magnificent, a kind of powerful beauty, hence I was entranced. Upon hearing this, Ivankov chuckled, oh, bandage girl is quite the charmer. Ha ha ha. I smiled and softly said, I hope to learn much from you in the future. After being ushered through the grand door, I heard a familiar voice. Hoo ha ha ha. White Yaw, my girl. I turned around, nearly shedding tears. Grandpa Carp. That year I was 16, having spent 4 years in Impel Down. Upon arriving at Navy headquarters, the stern-faced Sengoku inquired, Robai Yang, do you wish to become a Navy officer? Without a moment's hesitation, I smiled sweetly, not interested. Next to me, Carp erupted in laughter. As expected of my disciple, so blunt. Then he suddenly realized, wait a minute, my girl. I raised you to be the strongest Navy officer. How can you not become one? I had stated my position from the start. I turned to Sengoku. Mr. Sengoku, I detest rules the most. However, I am grateful for your care over the years. Oh, so? I am willing to accept your commands to capture pirates and serve as a bounty hunter dedicated to headquarters. I vow that within 4 years, my name shall rise to the level of the 7 warlords. Sengoku stroked his braided beard, studying me. Carp, are you sure she's only 16? He then turned to me. Your gaze does not resemble that of a typical 16-year-old girl. Of course, I have been a prisoner and impelled down for 4 years. I winked at him. I do not enjoy lying. I uphold my words. Will you betray the Navy? What question? I am but a hired hand. Betrayal does not apply. For the time being, I will not. Sengoku pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, you may stay where you wish. I understood and performed a respectful bow, wishing to remain beside Vice Admiral Carp. As far as I know, haven't you always called him Grandpa? In the realm of the Warring States, Mr. Zhanghua, you are now my superior, and during work hours, one must maintain a professional demeanor. Is it necessary to be so formal? As soon as the words left my lips, I promptly reached out to Grandpa Carp, exclaiming, Grandpa Carp, I desire a donut. Mr. Zhanghua was left astounded, exclaiming, what a rapid change. Indulging in a donut, I sank into the sofa, completely ignoring the furious visage of Fleet Admiral Zhanghua, whose expression had grown as dark as the bottom of the pot. You two, please know your limits. The Buddha of Zhanghua had finally lost his temper. I spent several heavenly days aboard Carp's dog-headed warship, until one morning I removed all the bandages from my body. Clad in the pink bunny pajamas prepared by Carp, I stretched lazily while opening the door, only to discover several naval soldiers crouched beneath the window, noses bleeding. Are you looking for me? I inquired, bemused. No. How adorable. My lowly spirit is ignited. Confused by their remarks, I slammed the door shut and rushed to the bathroom mirror. Ah! A shriek echoed through the air. Family. Who understands? The reflection revealed a perfect doll-like face, pure and innocent like a little rabbit. Yet, glancing down, I saw my majestic peaks. And my dream of being an imposing, powerful lady surrounded by charming young men shattered, scattering like glass. Boom! Carp burst through the wall, shouting by Young Girl. What is wrong? I inhaled deeply, suppressing my anger, Nothing, just wanted to change my clothes. My gaze turned icy as I scanned the eavesdroppers, noting their heads were still attached, indicating I was unharmed. With my hands on my hips, I exuded a commanding presence. Everyone, please fix the wall panel, including you, Grandpa Carp. From that day forth, my role as the ship's little manager was firmly established. Carp began my formal training, but soon realized that I seemed to possess an immunity to domination, rendering me incapable of learning. Thus, I devoted myself to cultivating my inner strength. In addition to training, I accepted missions from Zhangguo, capturing pirates and resolving troublesome matters. The title of Dragon Girl of the East Sea gradually resonated once more. 3 years later, in the East Sea town of Lowtown, I, at 19, rode my white scooter across the sea. A reckless pirate ship spotted me, and a lookout on the crow's nest muttered, "Bad news? She has a Navy insignia on her arm. It's the Dragon Girl of the East Sea. Captain, she isn't armed. It should be fine, right?" In the next moment, from hundreds of meters away, I unleashed a devastating blow, sinking their ship without mercy. I dragged a string of pirates into the Lowtown naval base, the roar of engines filling the training ground. As I removed my mask, the jaws of the naval soldiers dropped in astonishment. Smoker descended from the upper floor, 2 cigars clenched in his mouth, and showed no surprise upon seeing me. "Hey, Chimney, I'm here to retrieve my sword." I flashed him a triumphant smile. "Care for a fight?" he queried, maintaining his usual demeanor. After years apart, we were at it again. I assessed him. He had certainly grown more masculine. Smoker scanned me from head to toe and remarked, "You seem not to have grown much." His words left me momentarily speechless, confronting my reality. I seized his collar. "Oh, are you implying I am destined to have a doll-like face for life?" I despise being called short or cute. I tossed Zhangguo's letter to him after reading it. He pointed to a small line of text. "It states you are to assist me for a year. Chimney, don't mind the details. Just ignore the small print." We ventured to a nearby weapons shop, where Dasky and the bald shopkeeper awaited. Upon seeing me, Dasky sparkled with admiration akin to a devoted fan. The shopkeeper retrieved my white dragon sword, stating that no one had managed to draw it in years. As my hand rested upon it, the sword vibrated with life, radiating brilliance. Truth be told, I was puzzled. Why did this sword, which seemed more suited for a master swordsman, choose to accompany me, who aspired to be a champion fighter? After reclaiming my sword, I dragged Smoker to a tavern. "Hey, Chimney, as the host, shouldn't you treat me to a drink?" Upon entering, I confidently sat down, calling out to the owner, "Boss, a glass of milk, please." Dasky, he might have thought it was for training, but I would never reveal that I simply wanted to grow taller. After finishing the milk, I ordered a cup of rum and declared to Smoker, "My dream is to become the world's greatest martial artist, standing atop the peak of strength." Dasky was taken aback. "Huh? Isn't your dream to be a great swordsman? Who decided that wielding a sword meant one had to be a swordsman? Do you believe I could knock you out with one punch?" Later, I discovered why they recognized me so quickly. In Smoker's office, I stumbled upon a Navy internal publication with a bookmark he had left inside. The headline blared, "The most desired person to date in the Navy." No, one, little dragon girl, sweetheart, the purest and cutest. A plethora of flattery followed, describing me as a sweet girl on the surface, yet possessing a heroic heart. I nearly exploded with indignation. They referred to me as Little Dragon Girl. My vision went black. "You are all just like Yanghua, and your entire family is disabled." Flipping to the back, I found 3 entire pages filled with candid photographs of me, smoking, sunbathing, fighting, and even one of me in my bunny pajamas just after waking up. Family, who understands? This was undoubtedly the work of an insider on the ship. The angles were so cunning, I thought about reporting it. My temper flared, and the overwhelming power within me surged forth, shattering Smoker's desk with a loud crack. Coincidentally, he was just entering, and upon seeing the magazine crumpled in my hand, he silently retreated, opting to practice more in the training grounds. Later, I learned that this issue of the magazine skyrocketed in sales, with every naval officer owning several copies, even selling like hotcakes on the black market. This incident must be traced back to my sword. To summarize, my sword, known as the White Dragon, is a living entity, a primordial divine dragon, a pure combat enthusiast. It traverses various worlds in search of formidable opponents, and, upon arriving in the world of One Piece, depleted its energy and created my body as its vessel. Thus, my task is simple. Whenever I encounter a swordsman, I must engage to satisfy my creator's desire for battle. I am merely a tool, primarily serving as a companion. Fast forward a year later, after that little rascal Luffy had set sail. I rode my white scooter back to the naval headquarters. Upon arrival, I heard a bunch of naval soldiers shouting, "It's the little dragon girl." My first love. A vein throbbed on my forehead as I forced a sweet smile. You all are so loud. In the next instant, they flew against the wall, each with a punch mark on their stomachs. Hearing the familiar commotion, Admiral Jean was expression darkened. I pushed open the door and froze in place. In addition to Jean Gua, a man stood in the office, wearing that iconic black feathered hat and sporting an eternally stoic face. The great swordsman Dracul Mihawk, my longtime rival who admired my beauty and with whom I had a grudge for 8 years. At that moment, my brain struggled to process the sight. Yet my body acted on its own. The gift box I held fell to the floor with a thud, and in the next instant, with a resounding clash, my white dragon sword met his black blade, Uru. The entire office reverberated with the sound, causing the junior officers to cover their ears and kneel in submission. The sword energy erupted, scattering documents like snow. Foil? Jean was lion's roar nearly ruptured my eardrums, finally separating us. I hastily stepped back, covering my ears, cursing silently. This old man truly wielded deadly force. I shot a glare at that fellow, Yin, who was fixated on me with equal intensity. The Bailong sword in my hand trembled incessantly, akin to the flutter of a first love, vibrating with anticipation. I could only whisper to it, "Do not be hasty," before sheathing it away. Instantly, I donned a cheerful facade and announced, "Uncle Zhangguo, I have come to see you," with a casual snap of my fingers. I utilized my air block ability to organize the scattered documents on the floor, albeit in a haphazard order. Zhangguo regarded me with disdain and gestured toward the door, saying, "Drop the gift. You may leave now." What the heck? It takes two to tango. Did he not see that the scoundrel beside him was glaring at me with such intensity that it felt as though he could burn a hole through my very being? Reluctantly, I surrendered the local specialty I had brought from Laga town, reputedly a delicacy once savored by the pirate king, Roger, a sea salt pancake, before being ushered out. Could I simply depart? I chose to wait outside the gate of justice, riding on my little fish, anticipating his arrival. True to my expectations, soon enough, that eerie coffin-like ship emerged from the mist. Yin maintained his usual pretentious demeanor as he sat aboard, a smirk gracing his lips. "Dragon girl, are you waiting for me?" I felt an impulse to punch him, but instead retorted, "If I say no, would you feel particularly embarrassed?" "Very well, I am not." A moment of clever banter. He cast a scornful glance my way, challenging me to showcase how much I had progressed over the years. We stood 50 meters apart. I could hardly leap onto his coffin-like vessel to engage him. Instead, I framed the air with my hands, manifesting a square arena of translucent material upon the sea between us. With a leap, I ascended onto this makeshift dual ground, drawing forth the Bailong sword, which was practically quivering with excitement, and bellowed, "Let loose, Bailong." The roar reverberated, causing the very surface of the sea to tremble, reminiscent of an impending tsunami. Yin's eyes brightened, and he remarked, "Not bad," before launching a green slashing attack towards me. Let me tell you, the sensation was 1,000 times more exhilarating than viewing a 4K Blu-ray on a screen. My body instinctively activated an AI combat mode, as if the dragon itself was at the helm. I was but a spectator in first-person VR. The Bailong sword, guided by my hand, met the incoming slash with a resounding collision. The two waves of sword energy clashed mid-air, dissipating with a powerful explosion. "Do not freeze." As soon as he uttered those words, he leaped into the air, delivering a downward slash. My body executed a critical roll to evade, and I instinctively jabbed my sword towards where he had just landed, swift as lightning, severing a few strands of his bangs in the process. Wow, I couldn't help but cheer internally. Such finesse. Yet before I could bask in my fleeting glory, Yin's battle spirit ignited, and that look in his eyes made me feel like a mere little rabbit. What followed was a cacophony of clashing blades, our sword energies stirring the surrounding sea into chaos, akin to a spectacular cinematic scene. I concentrated my thoughts. Bailong, unleash a rapid assault. My body moved automatically, executing the rainstorm flying swallow technique, a flurry of strikes that left only after images, all aimed at Yin's weak points. Yet, he merely swayed slightly, evading all of them. "Dragon girl, your sword is impressive." He swiftly appeared to my left, launching another horizontal slash. This time, it was absurdly fast, and I could not evade. The Bailong could only maneuver my body into an extreme backward bend to avoid it, I distinctly heard a crack from my back. I narrowly dodged the blade, but the sword's energy grazed my chest, leaving a burning pain. I quickly performed a backflip to create distance, and as I regained my footing, I shouted, "Wait a moment." Why? Because upon glancing down, I noticed that the white bandages adorning my chest had been severed into several pieces by a strike. I hastily covered my chest, my face flushing with embarrassment and pain. What on earth was happening? Yin was momentarily stunned, retreating a couple of steps to pick up the remnants of the bandage from the ground. After a few seconds of silence, he raised his gaze to me, handing over the bandage with a serious expression. "Here, continue." "Continue what, you pervert? Were you hoping for a live show?" I glared at him, but my youthful face lacked the intimidation I desired. I approached him, but with one hand covering my chest and the other gripping the eagerly vibrating by long sword. I could only shout, "Turn your head away." Once he complied, I struggled to sheath the sword and retrieve the tattered cloth. However, upon rewrapping, I realized it was too short. I could only loosely bind it, leaving parts conspicuously exposed. I refused to continue the fight. Yin turned around, visibly displeased. He scrutinized me for a prolonged moment, his gaze landing on my loosely tied bandage. Engaging would surely result in its falling apart. I was resolute. This was a matter of principle. After a lengthy stare, he finally sheathed his black blade, returned to his coffined ship, resumed his previous posture, and closed his eyes. Though his expression was rife with dissatisfaction, not pleased, I was 1,000 times more frustrated. To make matters worse, upon returning, I discovered that my little motorcycle, Xiao Yu, bore a deep gash on its engine, emitting white smoke. Damn it, this wasn't stray bullets. It was stray sword energy that had rendered it inoperable. I yelled at the coffin ship, now several meters away, "Wait for me." He ignored me completely. I could only stifle my fury. Stepping onto an air block to catch up, leaping in front of him, and gritting my teeth as I pronounced his convoluted name. Zhu Luoji or Mihawk. "My motorcycle is broken." He didn't even lift his eyelids. "Swim back on your own." Taking a deep breath, I suppressed the urge to curse. "It was your slash that caused the damage." "Are you certain it wasn't your own doing?" He replied coolly. "Not certain," I asserted defiantly. We stood in a stalemate, exchanging glares until he finally spoke. "I'm heading to the East Sea. If you wish to come, follow." What choice did I have? I begrudgingly dragged my Xiaoyu over and tied it to the back of his ship before brazenly taking a seat aboard. Thus began my involuntary drift at sea alongside him. Throughout the journey, I felt a painful, tingling sensation in my chest and couldn't resist rubbing it. To my astonishment, he frowned and remarked, "Your attire is rather inappropriate." I rolled my eyes. "In front of you? What difference does it make whether I wear full armor or nothing at all? You could cleave through it all with a single blow." After a lengthy silence, he finally responded, "No, there's a difference." Noticing my puzzled expression, he closed his eyes again, leisurely adding, "When competing with me, do not wear nothing at all." I was utterly flabbergasted. When did I ever imply I would wear nothing? His imagination was far too vivid. "Uncle." I held my forehead in exasperation. "Mihawk, how old are you?" He furrowed his brow, the atmosphere instantly growing tense. 41. "Old man." I scoffed. "Little girl." He retorted dismissively. "Goodness. Combined, my 2 lifetimes barely reached 36. Who has the little girl here?" Thus, we continued our banter, and several days later, I decided to share my treasured 35-year-old rum with him. After taking a sip, he complained of its sweetness, prompting me to snatch the bottle back and gulp down several mouthfuls myself. Surprisingly, the atmosphere improved. Feeling a surge of excitement, I began to sing Love the Country, but Love the Beauty more, a romantic ode of the wandering heroes of the Jianghu. He silently listened, even finishing the sea salt pancakes I had given him. Just as we were enjoying this rare moment of tranquility, his expression suddenly sharpened. He stood up and drew his black blade, unleashing a slash toward the ship's silhouette several hundred meters away. When I was jolted awake by a gust of cold wind, I found ourselves amidst a tempest, already at the Bartai restaurant on the sea. Upon opening my eyes, I witnessed Yin in a duel with Zoro, his black blade aimed at him. I had missed most of the action, but caught the most iconic moment. Zoro Santoryu was effortlessly countered, and he chose to face the world's greatest swordsman strike head-on, blood splattering in the process. As Zoro appeared on the verge of plummeting into the ocean, I swiftly conjured an air block, catching him securely upon the water. That rascal Luffy also rushed over with a shout. Yin glanced at me, sheathing his sword and telling Luffy that Zoro was not dead, before delivering his famous line, "Understand yourself, understand the world, and become stronger. In the future, regardless of how many years it may take, I shall await your arrival in this strongest of positions. Surpass this sword, surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. Let me tell you, experiencing it live was exhilarating. It sent shivers down my spine. Once Zoro pledged his oath to Luffy, I performed a somersault and landed in front of him, hands in my pockets, flipping my hair casually with a sly grin, wanting to leave a dashing impression on my younger brother. Yo, Luffy, have you found good companions? Bye, Bayong. Luffy's mouth fell open wide enough to fit a fist, and he embraced me tightly, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. You finally came to be my comrade." Taken aback by this enthusiastic embrace, I quickly hugged him back, patting his back. "You little rascal, you've grown taller than I have." He chuckled. "It's been 8 years. He released me, revealing his bright white teeth. "Well, Bayong hasn't changed much. You've only grown a little." "Huh." I pinched his rubbery cheek, tugging it playfully. "So you think you're so bold just because you're taller than me?" At that moment, the surrounding pirates finally took notice, with someone recognizing me. That white delinquent coat. It's the East Blue Dragon Lady from the Navy headquarters. Heavens, how beautiful. The exquisite Dragon Lady. A cook with curled eyebrows shouted, spraying blood from his nose. That clique fellow wore a provocative expression. Humph. Even a Navy headquarters dedicated pirate hunter has come. Huh? I scratched my head, looking disinterested. Don't joke around. Why would I specifically hunt down a cockroach-level pirate like you? I'm merely passing through, and besides, I'm on vacation. Hee hee. Bayong is indeed coming to be a pirate with me. Luffy grinned widely, radiating joy. I felt overwhelmed and quickly moved closer to my comrade Mihawk, lowering my voice to explain. That's my brother, my real brother, not the sharpest tool in the shed, so don't take him seriously. Mihawk acknowledged with a subtle expression, one that seemed to read the 4 characters I see right through you. Meanwhile, Cleek, dressed like a golden saint, grew furious, feeling ignored, and erupted in anger. His golden armor transformed dramatically, resembling a transformer, unleashing countless missiles towards us without restraint. This should have been Mihawk's moment to shine, slicing through the onslaught with style. But alas, I was the one closest to those missiles. I was truly annoyed. They were interrupting my conversation with my future swordsmanship partner. Lazily raising my arm, I delivered a casual punch. In the next instant, those acquainted with physics would find it had ceased to exist. A massive shockwave from my punch redirected all the incoming missiles, sending them back to explode on his own ship. The pirate henchmen, who had been howling moments ago, were now sent flying like dumplings in boiling water. Cleek was dumbfounded amidst the smoke, likely pondering the nature of this black technology. Let me tell you, this was the essence of combining Jeet Kune Do and Tai Chi, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. I rolled my eyes, barely glancing at him, muttering, "Frog beep." Mihawk, witnessing the scene, decided it was best to take his leave, exuding an air of nonchalance. I hastily called out to his retreating figure, "See you next time. I'll definitely be looking for you with my sword." However, that clique brat attempted a sneak attack from behind, clearly lacking in memory. I could barely be bothered to lift my eyelids, lightly tapping my foot on the dilapidated deck. Have you heard of hitting a cow across a mountain? A surge of inner strength coursed through the wooden planks, leaving a size 42 shoe imprint on his golden armor's belly, sending him soaring away like a kite with a severed string. I shot him a mocking glance and hopped onto my prized motorcycle, Little Fish, shoving in a hot shell to get it moving. Then, like an old man leisurely cruising on a tricycle, I made my way to Zoro's small, shabby ship, effortlessly tossing my several hundred-pound motorcycle aboard. Usopp was so startled he flailed his arms and began his signature act as a brave sea warrior, screaming in shock. I raised an eyebrow. "What is the fuss, man? Do I look that fearsome?" The 3 men on board, gripped by survival instinct, shook their heads vigorously like rattles. No, no, so adorable. I burst into laughter at that moment. Adorable? Those words were my trigger. My expression darkened in an instant, and the 2 cowards, excluding Luffy, nearly dropped to their knees. Luffy, oblivious as always, shouted from the railing of the floating restaurant, "Bayong is our companion." I roared back in anger, "I am not. You fool. The Dragon Lady of the Navy headquarters is a companion of a mere rookie pirate like you. If that gets out, we can forget about surviving in the East Blue." To my surprise, he looked aggrieved, insisting that he had decided this 10 years ago. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Usopp asked if I would join them in finding Nami, and I nodded. This was an important plot point, and I had to witness it. The restaurant's cook wanted me to stay behind to deal with the little monsters, but I flatly declined. "Sorry, I'm on vacation. Not working. Luffy, I didn't go hard on that tin can, so you can keep it as an experience package." After that, our small boat swayed as we departed. On board, I replaced Zoro's bandages and casually placed my treasured Beidlong sword beside him. To my astonishment, the dragon pearl on the sword sheath radiated golden light, akin to a moving spring, and Zoro's health visibly began to recover. Once the green-haired swordsman regained his composure, he frowned at me. "You are the East Blue's foremost swordsman, the Dragon Lady." Usopp's jaw dropped in shock. The two subordinates, Zhuang and Joseph, quickly began to recount my illustrious achievements, from facing Mihawk at 12 years old to being the Navy headquarters ace, second only to the 7 warlords. Usopp straightened his back, thumping his chest, declaring he would show off his skills in Arlong's territory. I chuckled at that. All right, I was planning to take action anyway. I'll rely on you all. Zoro, feeling proud, insisted they could handle it themselves, especially without any women's help. Fine, fine. The pride of men can be infuriating. I decided to reintroduce myself, clearing my throat. I am Luo Baiyong. In fact, I am Luffy's sister. However, this is a secret, so don't spread it around. Aside from Zoro, the other two were left in shock. I continued explaining that although I worked for the Navy, during my vacation, I wouldn't interfere. However, Luffy is family, and family is another matter. But if it comes to a level like Arlong, if you all can't handle it, then don't embarrass yourselves in the Grand Line. My words seemed to provoke Zoro, whose fists clenched tightly. I smiled, patting his still bleeding abdomen. Don't push yourself. Does that wound still hurt? He uttered a soft sound, his face pale. I grinned mischievously. See, having strong willpower is admirable, but accepting help is also the wisdom of a true warrior. A day later, we arrived at Arlong's territory, thanks to the healing aura of my sword. Zoro had mostly recovered and was eager to charge in. I simply set my little fish into the sea and leapt aboard. You all go ahead. I'll be waiting on the Mary for your good news. Zoro attempted to say something, but Usopp and Zhuang knocked him out with hammers. And it pained me to watch. Honestly, looking at this ship, destined to become a legend, I didn't join the fray. Instead, I stayed on the ship, assisting these stinky men with cleaning and laundry while pondering. It had been 10 years, transitioning from mere spectator to genuinely considering Luffy and these little rascals as family. Recalling the awkward dialogues on the Whitebeard ship with that boy Ace, he mentioned that Luffy missed me. I replied that I was aware of it. He then asserted that he was not my brother, to which I acknowledged, noting we hadn't even shared the Brotherhood wine. Alas, who among my family comprehends this tangled feeling of wanting to draw closer, yet fearing spoilers? Never mind. My priority is to wash the future Pirate King's undergarments. After my bath, clad in Luffy's attire, I sensed the battle outside was still ongoing, and a hint of unease lingered in my heart. Upon peeking outside, I was informed by Zhuang and I and the others that Luffy had fallen into the water. Rolling my eyes, I quipped that I too was an ability user and could not save him, so I would just let it be. This sent them into a frenzy. Of course, I was merely jesting. I approached the wall, distanced myself, concentrated my energy, and delivered a powerful punch directly to the ground. Guess what happened? A resounding splash erupted from the swimming pool on the other side, and a whirlpool shot Luffy out. I followed up with another punch from afar, shattering the concrete block stuck to his foot, then shouted through the wall. If he doesn't wake up, just call for the fist of love and justice. Modestly concealing my prowess, I turned to leave. When I awoke, the island was already in a festive uproar. Luffy's boisterous voice echoed from afar, calling for a feast. Upon reaching the clinic, I was greeted by a golden-haired whirlwind spinning towards me, babbling about blessings from the sea and goddesses in the most poetic manner. I was taken aback, thinking this fellow was quite the talent, truly deserving of a career in emotional counseling. Inside, Luffy, that imbecile, was still clamoring for a musician. I promptly delivered a punch of love and justice, akin to my grandfather's, and sternly asked him whether it was I who required a doctor for repeatedly pounding him or if singing would alleviate his pain. This lad, exhibiting a survival instinct, immediately declared he wanted a doctor. Days later, as we prepared to set sail, Luffy's bounty of 30 million had arrived. I snapped a flurry of photographs for keepsakes and informed them that our next destination, Roga Town, was my domain. To my surprise, these two battle maniacs, Luffy and Zoro, immediately challenged me to a duel. I warned them that my partner Smoker was not one to be trifled with. Ignoring my advice, Zoro insisted on sparring with me. Drawing his sword, Wado Ikamanji, I laid my cards on the table. I'm a martial artist who fights with my fists. My sword, known as Bai Long, possesses its own consciousness. Thus, if we were to duel, it would be my sword that faced you. I added the most cutting remark. However, Bai Long remarked that you are too weak and lacks interest. This statement struck a nerve, prompting the green-haired warrior to charge at me with a roar. I merely tilted my chin slightly and unleashed a straight punch. At the same moment, he drew his sword. He was too slow, I assure you. His speed was far from lacking, yet to my eyes, it resembled a slow-motion replay. I merely tilted my head to evade his strike, while my fist halted right before his nose. Remarkably, my fist had not even touched him, yet the sheer force of the wind from my punch caused him to bleed from his nose. Zoro, in a fit of rage, clutched his nose and glared at me. I couldn't help but laugh, pulling out a handkerchief from my pocket to offer him, saying, "Buddy, don't get too worked up. Isn't it vital for a swordsman to maintain a calm demeanor?" Observing his furious expression, it seemed he took my title of the strongest in the East Blue as a personal challenge. To my astonishment, he showed no gratitude, ignoring the handkerchief I extended and turned to seek the medical kit in the cabin. "Ah, what a fiery temper," I called after his retreating figure, warning him that there exists a cursed sword in Roga Town for those unafraid of death. His steps faltered momentarily, yet he continued on without a backward glance. At this moment, Sanji approached with drinks, gazing at my handkerchief with starry-eyed adoration, exclaiming about its lovely fragrance. I shuddered at the thought. I swiftly stuffed the handkerchief into his pocket, saying, "Here, it's yours." "Thanks, brother." In the next heartbeat, I observed the transformation of that eyebrow-raising expression into one of pure bliss. Zoro, having just finished tending to his nose, emerged and caught sight of this scene, leading to yet another childish quarrel between the two. "You culinary fool," Zoro yelled. "You know nothing, green-haired fool." Their impending clash was palpable. Leaning against the ship's edge, I laughed until my stomach hurt, suggesting, Hey, stop fighting. I'll teach you a method to determine the victor." To my surprise, they actually paused. Curiosity etched on their faces. I cleared my throat, adopting a serious demeanor. "Sanji, go kiss Zoro. If Zoro dodges, he loses. If he doesn't dodge, and you evade at the last moment, you lose." Usopp, still nearby, raised his hand to ask, "But what if they both don't dodge?" I gave them both a thumbs up. "Then I wish you both happiness." "Happiness, my foot." They bellowed in unison, revealing their shark-like teeth. My laughter only intensified, causing me to choke on my own saliva, resulting in an uproarious commotion. In an instant, Sanji switched gears, going from furious to gentle, patting my back tenderly and pulling out his own handkerchief to wipe my mouth. As I took it and caught a whiff of an exquisite cologne, realization dawned upon me. He had treated the handkerchief I gifted him as a sacred relic. Gazing at his lovingly expressive face, a mischievous thought crossed my mind. I leaned in closer, lowering my voice conspiratorially. "Sanji, why are you so nice to me? Actually, I'm a man." "What?" His expression was so exaggerated it seemed as if the sky might fall. Struggling to contain my laughter, I continued my charade, puffing out my chest. "Oh, this?" I encountered an ability user on the Grand Line who could transform men into women, and I was the unfortunate victim. Hence, I am essentially a despicable man. "No." The golden-haired knight was immediately moved to tears, as if facing the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Luffy, that simpleton, looked on with the expression of someone who had just discovered a new continent. "Wow. I should call you brother." I quickly waved my hands. "No. Continue to call me sister." Then I leaned closer to Sanji's ear, whispering ominously, "I'm a despicable man. I'm a despicable man," causing his tears to flow freely. Zoro, sword in hand, coldly muttered, "Idiot." I patted the nearly crumbling Sanji's shoulder. "From now on, we are brothers. If you wish to learn kicking techniques, just say so, don't hold back." Remarkably, this declaration shattered him entirely, rendering him utterly speechless. As night descended and dinner was served, Luffy lay sprawled at the kitchen door like an octopus, drooling. I approached, intending to share that I was also hungry. But Sanji kicked Luffy away and, upon seeing me, sighed with a tender smile, asking, "What would you like to eat?" I replied, "Grilled rice balls." He nodded. "Coming right up." I called out enthusiastically, "Thanks, my good brother." The clang of a falling spatula echoed from the kitchen. During the feast, Luffy raised his cup to celebrate my joining, and I could hardly muster the energy to respond, merely raising my cup alongside everyone. Once the meal commenced, Luffy's arm shot out, snatching Usopp's meat. Usopp grew frantic, and I immediately provided a live demonstration. When his arm extends, the joints become difficult to control. Use a sharp wooden spike and aim for his joints. Usopp, seizing the opportunity, pulled out his slingshot, exclaiming, "Deadly wooden spike." The next moment, Luffy's anguish cry rang out, "Wah, that hurts." Furious, Luffy approached me to complain that I had corrupted Usopp. I laughed and tossed him a rice ball, grabbing one for myself and taking a hearty bite. I must say, the flavor was exquisite. I launched into a food critic-esque rave. Oh my, the outer shell is perfectly crisp, the savory seafood sauce is divine, and there's even special ham inside. Each bite burst with flavor. My words caused everyone to gaze longingly at the platter of rice balls. Luffy led the charge, and an all-out rice ball war erupted. Amid the chaos, I snatched 4, giving 2 to Nami. She informed me that our next stop was Rogatown. I nodded, agreeing that we should stock up there. As I spoke, I beckoned towards a bag near the storage cabinet, and a fist-sized magic cube floated out, shimmering in a multitude of colors, crafted entirely from gemstones. Nami's eyes instantly transformed into symbols of belly. I chuckled softly, for I am a wielder of the Fong Fong fruit. In an instant, the Rubik's Cube in my hand disassembled and recombined, transforming before me into a semi-transparent, colorful screen upon which the image of Smoker appeared. I pointed at him and said, "Do you see that man? His name is Smoker, a user of the Logia type Moku Moku. Nomi physical attacks are futile against him, so if you encounter him, do flay." Yet that rascal Luffy with stars in his eyes completely missed the point, excitedly exclaiming, "Wow, this is even more amazing than a game console. I want to play, I want to play." I warned him that it was not a toy, but he stubbornly retorted, "Then I'll sleep with you tonight. We will play the block game." The end result was that the entire Straw Hat crew stayed up all night, playing my specially designed Beyond Tetris. The next morning, I dragged myself onto the deck like a zombie, intending to engage in some morning exercises, only to find my HP completely depleted, collapsing on the spot into a deep sleep. Days later, our ship finally reached Roadtown. Luffy, like a wild dog unleashed, clamored to see the gallows and disappeared in a flash. I bid farewell to the others, stating I would return to the Navy base for a moment, and wandered off on my own. Let me tell you, my face was quite well known in Roadtown. As soon as I arrived at the base entrance, Smoker was there, leaning against the doorframe, his voice low and sultry. "Hey, did you enjoy your vacation?" His tone was tinged with bitterness, reminiscent of a spurned lover. I gave him a thumbs up. It was fun. He clicked his tongue. "You ran off to the headquarters without a word, and didn't he come back?" I smiled playfully, lifting his chin. "Are you missing me already, Chimney? Maybe we should just get married." "Married?" Smoker's face flushed instantly, nearly dropping his cigar. Upon realizing I was teasing him, he immediately donned a stern expression. "Enough nonsense. A pirate with a bounty of 30 million has arrived in town." I cut him off. "No." He was taken aback. "What did you say?" I feigned innocence. "Chimney, I didn't sell myself to you. I applied for a long-term vacation with Uncle Sengoku. Bribed him with the sea salt pancakes from your town." After hearing this, he grabbed my wrist. "Where are you going?" "To my room to pack my things, you understand?" The grip on my wrist tightened further. "No. Come with me." Being dragged along, the sailors around us stared in shock. I struggled. "Chimney, don't force me to hit you." He scoffed. "You have no feminine qualities at all." My temper flared, and I suddenly halted, yanking him around to face me, playfully asking, "You don't secretly like me, do you? Don't flatter yourself." Look, he is flustered. We were in the midst of this playful tug-of-war when I sighed. Speaking earnestly, "Smoker, I wish to rest." He seemed to sense something, his gaze shifting. I could only assure him, "We will definitely meet again. I shall not run away." He stared at me for a long moment before finally releasing my wrist. Though his words remained sharp, "I'll remember that you can say this at any time." Goodness, that stubborn Smoker had been bursting with hormones after just a few days apart. I almost lost my composure. To avoid being recognized, I changed into a different outfit, donning a cloak and mask, but as soon as I stepped onto the street, a young sailor rushed up to salute me. "Ah, it's Bayondagia." I was flabbergasted. How could this be? That young man, brimming with excitement, claimed to be the president of my East Blue fan club. My dear friends, who could understand my embarrassment? He insisted on following me and informed me that Straw Hat Luffy was over by the gallows, summoned by Smoker to assemble the troops. The gallows. My heart sank. The plot had advanced too soon. I hastily pulled him along toward the square. Just as we arrived, we spotted Elrita posing dramatically, asking the crowd, "What do you think is the most beautiful thing on the sea?" The entire audience pointed at her, shouting, "It's you." Yet, the fool next to me pointed at me with all his might, shouting, "No, it's Bayondagia. The most beautiful thing on the sea is Bayondagia." Elrita's face turned green with envy, glaring at me threateningly. That fool then pulled out a poster larger than his face, starting a live cheer for me. I wished I could sink into the ground. Luffy on the gallows looked over with curious eyes. Alrita scoffed dismissively, a baby face, hardly grown up yet. Let me tell you, that comment struck a nerve. I yanked off my cloak and mask, unleashing my aura, the sheer malice rendering Alrita motionless. Just as I prepared to take action, the clown Buggy and his crew appeared, and Smoker suddenly materialized beside me, grabbing my hand and tossing the cloak back onto me. Have you had enough? You've disrupted all my plans. Seeing Smoker jolted me back to reality. I realized I had gone too far. Buggy and his crew, having regained their wits due to Smoker's appearance, immediately pinned Luffy down on the gallows. It was all over. The butterfly effect had spiraled out of control. I desperately wanted to rush forward, but Smoker blocked my path. Wait until Straw Hat Luffy's head falls before making a move. What nonsense! Furious, I elbowed him and deftly wrapped a sea stone necklace around his wrist, finally breaking free. But at that moment, Alrita stood in my way once more. I had no time for her nonsense. I clasped my hands together. Fong Fong prison. A transparent cube prison swiftly encased her. I turned and dashed toward the gallows, where Zoro and Sanji had also arrived, and chaos erupted. Just then, I heard Luffy's voice from the gallows, declaring, "I'm going to be the Pirate King." My heart trembled, but that stubborn Smoker once again obstructed me, enveloping me in smoke. I was ready to explode, unable to contain my fury as I shouted at him. "Enough already. That is my brother." Smoker froze in disbelief. "What do you mean Straw Hat Luffy is your brother?" Though incredulous, he released me. It was all too late. Buggy's massive blade was already raised high, and he cackled maniacally as he prepared to swing it down. Bound by chains, Luffy lifted his head, looking at us with that iconic, wide grin, saying, "Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, Bayong. I'm sorry, I'm going to die." "No, don't smile like that." That serene face, ready to meet death, sent chills down my spine, more terrifying than any gruesome sight. The gallows were right before my eyes, yet it felt as though I could never reach them. I watched in horror as Bayong drew her sword. My mind was racing. What was she planning? To perish along with Buggy? Before I could comprehend, an extraordinary scene unfolded. With a resounding crack, a bolt of lightning as thick as my waist descended from the heavens, striking Buggy's raised blade. I thought to myself, goodness, just as I imagined, this chosen child of destiny, Luffy, has the heavens on his side. Yet, before I could fully exhale, the lightning did not cease. The current traveled along the iron gallows, zipping to Bayong. The azure lightning instantly coursed through her by long sword, wrapping around her like a venomous serpent. Ah! That blood-curdling scream sent shivers down my spine from afar. Her entire body convulsed, as if boiling blood surged within her. My dear friends, those few seconds felt longer than a century. Finally, she collapsed to her knees, her sword plunged into the ground, barely holding herself up. Then, as if in response, a torrential downpour began to fall. The gallows, which had once executed the Pirate King, ignited in flames and collapsed with a thunderous crash. A straw hat floated down gently. Luffy picked it up, placing it on his head, still wearing that carefree grin. "Whoa, I'm still alive. What a lucky break." Everyone stood in stunned silence. Sanji dropped the cigarette from his mouth. "Hey, do you believe in gods?" Zoro, veins bulging, shouted back, "Believe in what? Didn't you see that woman was struck by lightning too?" Saying this, he charged toward Bayong. "Ah, my sweet." Sanji frantically followed suit. As a result, Luffy, with his characteristic naivety, was still waving. "Hey, Soren, Sanji, you're here too. Fool, Bayong-chan has been struck by lightning." Sanji seized him, and the three of them dashed towards Bayong. However, it was already too late. Smoker, that old chain smoker, had positioned himself in front of Bayong, his expression as dark as a soot-covered pot. He attempted to assist Bayong, but as he reached out, a jolt of electricity sent him stumbling back. Goodness, that million-volt lightning was coursing chaotically through her body. "Bayong!" Luffy and the others screamed as they rushed forward. "White smoke bomb!" Smoker extended his hands and ensnared all three of them. "Stahlhut, don't think for a moment that I will let you go just because you are my partner's little brother. She's in immense pain. You'd better behave. Let me go." "Smoky man." Luffy struggled like a madman, but it was utterly futile. At that moment, Bayong awakened. Her lips trembled, her voice barely above a whisper. "Let him go, leave. I will not let go." Smoker's brow furrowed intensely. "Then, save Bayong." Her voice carried a plea that shattered my heart. "You must rescue me from this current within my body." "Bayong, Bayong," Luffy continued to wail. Ultimately, Bayong gritted her teeth and summoned her last ounce of strength to shout, "Get lost, you foolish brother." In an instant, Luffy froze, his cries ceased, and he fell silent. Who could understand the pain of being scolded to leave by the dear sister? Smoker clenched his teeth and hurled Luffy and the others away. Then, disregarding the painful electric shocks, he swiftly lifted Bayong in his arms. Wait! Sanji attempted to charge forward, but Luffy restrained him. We must go. Why? Bayong-chan still. Sister told us to leave. Luffy suppressed his rage, veins bulging on his forehead, his fury barely contained. We must go first. Smoker, cradling Bayong, shouted without looking back. Catch the Straw Hat crew. Kid, in the name of the White Hunter, I will not allow you to leave this island. I had no idea how long had passed before I received news of Bayong again. When she awakened, she found herself aboard a Navy warship, utterly drained. Listening to the young soldier on guard, she learned that Smoker had watched over her for several days and nights while she was unconscious, not even closing his eyes. And what did this sister say? Upon hearing that, she replied with a casual, "Oh, tell him I'm fine. He should also take a rest," then turned over and fell back asleep. Incredible. As she drifted off, something felt amiss. It seemed a hand was caressing her face, and then her lips were pressed by someone. I tell you, that technique was clumsy and awkward. Bayong was left speechless. She certainly did not wish to be a sleeping beauty kissed by an unknown admirer. As she opened her eyes, to her astonishment, it was indeed that old chain Smoker. Smoker, surprising that a chimney would attack unexpectedly, she quipped. Once you are awake, stop pretending to be asleep. Bayong laughed, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, and reached out to touch his face. Oh, with that haggard beard, our Colonel Smoker is not the type to neglect his appearance. Oomph. Compared to a woman who hasn't bathed in over a month, I believe I look quite well. His words left Bayong momentarily speechless. All right. She sat upright, rejuvenated first. I need food, then a bath. While speaking, she patted Smoker. You should join me. Smoker raised an eyebrow. Bathing together? Bayong rolled her eyes at him. Your serious face is not suited for telling cold jokes. After filling her belly and enjoying a refreshing bath, Bayong, clad in her nightgown, sat in Smoker's office, sipping milk. As they conversed, they discovered that Luffy and the others had been set free by the revolutionary dragon. I thought you would know. Smoker lay back on the bed, suddenly gazing at her intently. How would I know? I was unconscious at that time. Intuition. Wow. When did you become so feminine? Relying on intuition? After mocking him, Bayong finished her milk, leaned in, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Sleep well. Wait. Smoker tried to catch her. No way. Bayong firmly refused. Smoker, I will eventually betray the Navy. This is something Uncle Sengoku has known from the start. I do not care what the higher-ups say. All right. Bayong smiled. We'll be friends forever. Friends? Smoker sneered, then reached under his pillow to produce a pair of handcuffs, snapping them on her wrists. I was astonished. See Prism Stone handcuffs. Going this far? Did you steal those from Impel Down? Bayong shook the handcuffs. Distributed by headquarters, Smoker shut his eyes, feigning sleep. Well, Bayong's eyes sparkled with mischief. Instead of fear, she felt exhilarated. Since Colonel Smoker wishes to protect me, a fragile woman, I shall not hold back. With that, she slipped off her shoes and climbed on his Smoker's bed, snuggling beside him, wrapping the chains around his arm like a large pillow, clinging tightly to his immovable limb. Good night. Hey, you. Smoker was momentarily frozen, his body stiffened. He couldn't push her away, nor could he scold her off. Ultimately, he resigned with a sigh and pulled a blanket over her. I could tell that Smoker was in for a long night without sleep. The next day, the warship approached Alabasta. Bayong, still jingling with the handcuffs around her wrist, changed into a breezy dancer's outfit and twirled in front of Smoker, asking if he wanted to see her dance. The old chain Smoker's face darkened as he urgently requested her to put on a cloak to cover her face. Once they hit the street, to Bayong's surprise, Zoro and Nami were hiding behind a large ceramic jar. Bayong's eyes gleamed with mischief as she deliberately walked to the jar and exclaimed loudly, "Oh, this jar is quite nice. I wonder how it would fare as a local specialty for Uncle Sengoku." Smoker genuinely believed her and moved to inquire about its price, only to be pulled away by Bayong. "Oh, I was just joking. Let's go buy some perfume." This maneuver was all about extreme tugging. At the perfume shop, Bayong picked a bottle of cologne called Cloud, claiming it perfectly matched his fruit abilities. Smoker was charmed, and he picked out a bottle for her as well. The atmosphere was so sweet, it almost made my teeth ache. However, their moment of bliss was short-lived. As they exited the shop, news broke that someone had died at a nearby restaurant. They rushed over, only to find none other than the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas d'Ace, brazenly dining without paying. Smoker immediately confronted him, tension thickening the air. Yet, Baiyang, unfazed, settled on the other side and calmly ordered a desert curry. You all continue. Don't mind me. Ace paused, realizing who she was, his eyes widened in disbelief. Bye, Baiyang. At that moment, my foolish brother Luffy descended from the sky like a cannonball, crashing into both Smoker and Ace, creating a massive hole in the wall. Ha ha ha. I tell you, Baiyang burst into laughter. She would remember Ace's expression, eyes nearly popping out, for a lifetime. Then came the classic scene. Luffy plopped down and began to gorge himself, sending the restaurant owner into a panic. Baiyang, watching the spectacle, casually pulled out a handful of coins. Owner, this is for my partner, and those two are my brothers. I will cover the cost of the wall. Smoker emerged from the rubble, his face ashen, roaring at Luffy. Luffy finally realized whom he had collided with, nearly spitting out his food, then grabbed Baiyang and bolted. The entire sequence was seamless. Luffy, Smoker is chasing you, Baiyang exclaimed, nearly airborne as he tugged her along, relishing the chaos. Luffy, being a genius, led the Navy right to Zoro and the others. All were exposed. It's all your fault. The Straw Hat crew collectively roared at Baiyang. It wasn't Team E. I merely played a minor role as a catalyst. Baiyang shouted back, admonishing the Navy behind her. You are not permitted to pursue me. I am on vacation. To her surprise, the Navy complied, standing at attention and responding, yes. Big Sister Baiyang. You fools. Smoker was nearly fuming with rage and personally charged forward. Just as Luffy was about to be captured, suddenly, a wall of flame erupted. A massive fire barrier shot up from the ground, directly blocking Smoker. As the flames dissipated, Ace stood there, still wearing that audacious grin. Ace, Luffy, and Baiyang both halted. Ace turned his head, a smirk gracing his lips. You haven't changed at all, Luffy. Of course, neither has Baiyang. You foolish freckled one. Are you implying that my youthful visage remains intact? Baiyang raised an eyebrow. Huh, I wouldn't dare. I must say, after many years apart, the three siblings have finally reunited in Arabasta in this chaotic manner. What scene it was? The moment Ace encountered my foolish brother Luffy. They didn't even have the chance to embrace and weep before Smoker the old chain smoker was on their heels. With flames on one side and smoke on the other, the two elemental beings clashed in a spectacle of spectacular effects, flames soaring into the sky. Luffy and the others were frightened and quickly made their escape. As for me, I simply positioned myself on a small stool in the front row to enjoy the show. This was indeed the premium VIP viewing spot. Smoker, with his keen eye, quickly sensed something was amiss and pointed at me, asking Ace, do you know her? At that moment, I calmly shrugged my shoulders. Oh, that is my little brother. Ace exploded in indignation. Who is your little brother? Clearly, you are my little sister. I roll my eyes. Don't be absurd. You foolish freckled one. I merely have a youthful appearance, but my mental age far surpasses yours. This dialogue left the surrounding Navy personnel in utter shock, their expressions more vivid than if they had seen a ghost. Seeing this, Ace quickly shot me a look, pointing at the handcuffs I was still wearing. Baiyang, you are still wearing Hailu Stone. Are you trying to get yourself killed by watching this? Oh dear. Only then did I remember that I was still shackled with top-notch equipment. The heat from their battle could very well roast me alive. I immediately jolted, calling out, do continue, my apologies for the disturbance, and swiftly turned to flee, my speed astonishing. And what transpired? You see, as I turned back, lo and behold, where was the ship? Where were the others? All vanished without a trace. Who understands, my dear family, that I perfectly replicated my brother Luffy's intellect in this search for people? Just as I stood there in confusion, contemplating whether I should find a place to package myself back to the ship, I finally spotted my two troublesome brothers. As I dashed over to grab Ace's hand, I felt another hand suddenly yank me with incredible force. The scenery before me changed in an instant. The next second, with a resounding thud, the three of us landed on the deck of the Mary, with Sanji and Chopper beneath us. What a delightful human sandwich we had created. Luffy, still grinning like a fool, exclaimed, yeah, look, I pulled Baiyang back. Sanji was about to explode in anger, but upon seeing Ace, he instantly restrained himself. Ace, ever polite, stood up and gave a deep bow, greeting everyone with utmost courtesy. My brother is in your care. The entire Straw Hat crew nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief, with Zoro muttering, this atmosphere feels off. How could someone so polite be Luffy's brother? Nami also wore a face of disbelief. Seeing this, I quickly raised my hand for attention. What about me? I'm also an elder sister. Am I not sisterly enough? In response, Usopp and the others exchanged glances and offered a conclusive statement. Sister Baiyang is strong and caring, like a mother, but she absolutely loves to bully us. Who understands, dear family, that this is merely my way of showing affection, emphasizing a nurturing form of growth? Ace was chuckling beside me, leaving me so incensed that I nearly punched him. The next day, aboard the ship, Luffy and Usopp were playing with rice balls when I swooped in and snatched half of one. Ace, ever the mischief maker, devoured the remaining half from my hand. Luffy immediately burst into tears, his snowman head completely gone. I inquired about Ace's whereabouts over the years, and he vaguely replied, "I worked as security for the Navy." As the ship reached the shore, we officially embarked on our journey across the desert. Upon disembarking, we encountered a group of martial arts sea cows, and in no time, Luffy had recruited them as his little brothers, a truly grand spectacle. We arrived at a desolate ruin known as Ai Ermalu, once an oasis, now merely a stretch of yellow sand. Vivi gazed at the dire state of affairs, her eyes reddening as she abruptly asked me how much of a chance I thought I had against Crocodile. Without a moment's hesitation, I blurted out, "You mean Mr. Sandcroc?" Vivi erupted in fury. "Mister? He has ruined my country, and you dare call him Mister?" I quickly reassured her, "Sister, do not be so hasty. My relationship with the warlords is merely one of professional acquaintance. Do you understand? Crocodile is an exceedingly dangerous and ambitious man, a 44-year-old who looks like a dangerous uncle in his 30s. However, his aspirations for a nation are rather small-minded." At this point, I fixed my gaze on Ace. Speaking deliberately, currently, the most perilous individual at sea is Blackbeard. The nights in the desert were unbearably cold, and I transformed into a human ornament, clinging to Ace for warmth. He was a walking furnace, a true comfort. Leaning on his shoulder, I quietly asked, "Ace, if I were to forbid you from pursuing Blackbeard, you certainly wouldn't heed my words, would you?" He responded with a firm, In that moment, I must admit, I felt a bit overwhelmed with emotion, suddenly longing for Grandpa Carp. In the dead of night, I sought out Vivi, who had been unable to sleep. I got straight to the point. "Your words earlier today were a test for me, weren't they? You wanted me to help you confront Crocodile." She was taken aback, then lowered her head in admission. She expressed her awareness of the Navy's regulations, preventing me from engaging with the warlords. Yet she still wished to take a gamble out of fear that Luffy and the others might perish. I lifted her chin, making her meet my gaze. "You have done nothing wrong. However, you must trust them, trust the companions Luffy has chosen. In fact, I had been here 2 years prior, braving Crocodile's lair alone. How shall I put it? We share a certain understanding, a camaraderie among adversaries. He once treated me to a drink, which contained a substance that could induce 3 days of sleep. I pointed it out right in front of him and then downed it in one go. It was a clever ploy on my part, allowing me to enjoy an extended vacation. Naturally, I returned without any useful intelligence and was punished by Sengoku with a bucket of water. The following day, the journey continued. Luffy, in his usual foolishness, won a game of rock, paper, scissors and insisted on carrying all the luggage by himself. In the blink of an eye, a flock of strange birds had stolen all our belongings. Water and food were gone. Sanji was furious, ready to engage Luffy in a real showdown. At that moment, I was truly annoyed. This desolate desert was unbearable, and my patience had run thin. Observing the foolish birds drinking our water not far away, I swiftly moved, snapping the necks of 2 birds, dragging their carcasses back. "Enough of a noise. We have roasted birds to eat." Ace looked at me and laughed. "It seems this desert has pushed you to your limits." I raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you wish to spar?" "Perhaps so." In the next moment, I was right in front of his face. A right hook was merely a feint. The true strike was the palm that followed. Ace hastily transformed to evade, yet my palm, imbued with a unique energy, landed squarely on him. Though it was merely a gentle push, it still sent him flying. The entire Straw Hat crew stared in awe, with Zoro's eyes sparkling. Vivi excitedly asked if I could teach them that move to combat Crocodile. I shook my head. No, it's a unique skill, not to be shared. Following that incident, Ace decided to take his leave. He intended to pursue Blackbeard. I looked at Luffy and the others, contemplated my decision, and made my choice. "Bai Young, where are you going?" Luffy exclaimed anxiously. "I have matters to attend to. I will accompany Ace for a while, and will return to reunite with you all soon." I retrieved a pure white Den Den Mushi from my pocket and handed it to Nami. "This is my personal Den Den Mushi, designed to prevent eavesdropping. Contact me if anything arises." Nami nodded solemnly and accepted it. I assured her that everything was settled on her end before I turned to seek out Ace. The thought of that rascal having dared to deceive me previously ignited my ire, and I wasted no time, delivering a swift strike to his side. To my surprise, The sensation was rather satisfying. Ace yelped in pain and questioned my actions. I scoffed and said, "You foolish freckled one. How dare you scheme against me when your belongings went missing? When will you learn to use your brain? You hot-blooded simpleton." He merely adjusted his hat and smirked, labeling me as sharp-tongued. Suddenly, he became pensive, gazing into the distance, and inquired when I would depart from the Navy. What could I say? The situation remains unchanged. I require this position for now. He did not respond, instead watching the sunset, and then unexpectedly remarked, "You sometimes resemble an older sister, and at other times, a younger sister." What a melodramatic statement he made. Before long, we arrived at the port where Smoker's dilapidated ship was indeed docked. Ace quickly comprehended, so this is the small favor you needed my assistance with. I patted his shoulder, cautioning him to handle the ship with care, as my old partner, the smoking cannon, would still need it. In response, Ace feigned mockery. "Oh, have you finally developed feelings for your chimney partner?" I shot him an exasperated glare, pinching his cheek playfully. "What's the matter, young man? Feeling lonely? Would you like a good buddy? I can introduce you to the chimney." He hastily swatted my hand away and dashed off, leaving me with his dashing silhouette marked by his white mustache. In an instant, the Navy personnel aboard the ship rushed to pursue him, displaying an impressive ability to attract attention. I stealthily made my way into the warehouse, where the supplies and luggage were intact, and my beloved motorcycle, Little Fish, was present. However, where's my white dragon sword? I scoured the ship thoroughly, but found no trace of it. Damn it, that scoundrel must have hidden my sword on him. When I find you, you shall receive a punch from me. Frustrated, I revved up Little Fish and waved goodbye to Ace, who was still waving from the mountaintop. Reflecting on the past, Ace had insisted on giving me a life paper, which I had initially rejected with cool confidence, claiming I knew where to find him. Yet, he had stubbornly pressed it into my hands, insisting it would at least provide a sense of my presence by your side. That cursed tenderness. Thus, I rode my Little Fish straight towards Crocodile's lair in Rainbase. I must tell you, racing through the desert is no jest. It felt like I was turning into a sand sculpture after a day and night of travel. Just as I paused to chew on a freshwater block for energy, my Indian Mushi in my backpack suddenly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, I realized it was the one I had just given to Nami. Had she already put it to use? I quickly answered, "What is it?" On the other end, Nami's voice was low and conspiratorial. "Sister Bayong, we have been captured in a sea prism stone prison at Rainbase." My vision went dark for a moment as I envisioned the scene. Nami cowering in a corner, furtively making the call, while Smoker loomed nearby like a warden, glaring at her. And I could just picture Luffy, with his boisterous voice, lunging for the phone as soon as he realized it was me, only to be restrained tightly by Zoro and Usopp. I sighed and cut to the chase. "Nami, does my partner have my white dragon sword on him?" Nami replied quietly, "Ah, yes. That scoundrel. I mentally noted that Smoker was going to pay for this. Listen, Nami, Crocodile is extremely dangerous. Do not trust his words, and do not confront him directly. Hold on until I arrive." After hanging up, I wasted no time wrapping my cloak tightly, donning my goggles, and retrieving my ultimate treasure, the impact shell. This contraption is 10 times more powerful than a regular shell, and I usually refrain from using it due to its sheer recoil. I secured my long and used seatbelt, leaning forward on Little Fish, and unleashed the impact shell. With a tremendous bang, I felt the entire motorcycle tremble with excitement. I patted the handlebars. "Little Fish, hold steady. We certainly do not wish to encounter catastrophic failure." Then, I twisted the throttle and took off. In the blink of an eye, I became a streak of light across the desert, leaving a long trail of sand in my wake as I sped towards the outskirts of Rainbase. I concealed Little Fish and, seizing the chaos wrought by Sanji, swiftly slipped into Rain Banquet. The moment I entered, I could hear my partner's deep voice admonishing Luffy and the others, insisting the key was a fake. Upon seeing me, Luffy's face lit up with joy, causing him to nearly topple over the railing, only to collapse as he was bound by sea prism stone, which I understood all too well. Sanji, meanwhile, was still posturing, lamenting that it was a pity he couldn't witness my magnificent attack. At that moment, Smoker grew anxious, shouting at them, "Hurry and attack the third crocodile. The water is rising." I rolled my eyes, leaping onto a platform and landing beside the prison, extending my hand to Smoker. "Chimney, hand me my sword." To my astonishment, he dared to turn away. No. My temper flared. "Only the white dragon sword can sever the sea prism stone." He stubbornly retorted, "You could always use your fists. Who understands the gravity of the situation?" He was still sulking at a time like this. Just then, Luffy's curious starry eyes turned towards me. "Wow. Bayong, Can you really open this with your fists? Let me see. Let me see. I tell you, my brother's gaze was irresistible. Fine. If you wish to see, then behold. I waved my right hand, conjuring a 3-tier platform above the prison for them to stand on. Then, I leaped atop the head of an unconscious crocodile, taking a deep breath and channeling my energy into my fists. Golden light erupted as I aligned my arms, stacking my wrists, forming a semi-transparent golden dragon head before my fists. The ultimate technique, Dragon's Fawn. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, akin to unleashing special effects. With a mighty roar, I sank my fangs into the 3-meter-high sea prism stone cage. With a creak, I bit open a gaping hole half a meter wide. Wow, amazing! My brother praised from above, raising his fists in admiration, and I felt a surge of pride. How about it? Luffy, isn't your sister cool? Yet, the aftershock of my attack was overwhelming, causing the entire basement to collapse. Overwhelming water surged in. While I could endure the sensation of weightlessness, I certainly could not swim. Just as I began to sink, I felt a hand grasp me, and upon opening my eyes, I saw Sanji pulling Luffy along as he swam toward me. Once I was rescued and seated by the lake, coughing violently as the day turned to twilight, I was astonished to see that Zoro had even managed to haul Smoker up as well. Smoker clung to my wrist, asking Zoro why he had saved him. I was utterly speechless. He should be questioning Zoro about why he was clinging to me. Sanji, unable to watch any longer, interjected, "You old smoker, let go of Bayang-chan." Thank you, Sanji, for still recognizing me as a mere background character in such a classic scene. When Luffy regained consciousness, he grinned at Smoker. Looks like I don't actually dislike you. Smoker's expression, a mix of embarrassment and anger, prompted him to order Luffy and the others to leave. I couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his flustered demeanor. Once Luffy and the others had distanced themselves, Smoker lit a cigar and inquired what I truly knew. Rubbing my sore wrist, I replied, "I don't know, as long as you are aware, that is sufficient." Just as he was about to press further, I landed a punch squarely on his jaw, knocking him to the ground. His subordinates, who had just arrived, stood dumbfounded. I shrugged. I did mention I would give him a punch. Do you have any objections? They dared not voice any, all in unison declaring no. None. Sister Bayang. As I prepared to leave, I remembered I needed to instruct him not to pursue Luffy. So, I crouched down and whispered in his ear, "Chimney, if you don't get up, I will take advantage of you in front of your subordinates." He let out an and immediately sat up, rubbing his chin, and issued the order with a disgruntled expression. I patted his shoulder and turned to seek out my little fish. Later, I observed from a distance as Luffy clashed with Sand Crocodile for the first time and unexpectedly encountered Robin. That enigmatic woman inquired if I aspired to become one of the Shichibukai. I thought to myself, as a Navy officer, what business do I have with the Shichibukai? In a moment of distraction, Luffy's battle escalated within 3 minutes, as Sand Crocodile buried him beneath a sandstorm that surged southward towards Yuba. How could I endure this? I charged forward to confront him directly. I must say, battling such a natural disaster is truly a test of endurance. I initially erected a square barrier, but within half a minute, it crumbled under the onslaught. I then attempted a larger barrier, yet it proved futile. In my desperation, I unleashed my ultimate attack, the Million Square Fist, launching countless punches into the sandstorm. Alas, my fists were bloodied by the abrasive sand, and the storm transformed into an even more ferocious tornado due to the blocks I struck into it. My mouth was filled with sand, and I felt an urge to curse. With no other option, I resorted to my final technique, the Great Dragon's Fangs. A massive golden dragon head latched onto the core of the tornado, and I felt my blood boiling as I bellowed, "Bite down." With a thunderous boom, the sky erupted in a shower of golden sand, reminiscent of an explosion. Exhausted and drained of MP, I returned to my original position, only to find that Luffy had already been rescued. The scene was eerily quiet, leaving me in a state of emptiness and loneliness. With no other choice, I relied on my impact wave to gradually make my way to Alabasta. By the time I arrived, the battle had already commenced, with the plaza resembling a hellish nightmare. I spotted Luffy preparing to charge the palace for a second bout with Sand Crocodile. I revved my engine and executed a stylish drift, coming to a halt before them. Chopper jumped in surprise and asked who I was. I purposefully deepened my voice and declared, "I am the invincible motorcycle hero, the one who conquers all." Luffy and Chopper's eyes sparkled with admiration, yet it was Zoro's loud shout that snapped them back to reality. "You fools! Isn't that just Bayang on a motorcycle?" Vivi informed us that the plaza would soon be bombarded. As everyone dispersed to locate the gunners, a horde of Baroque Works lackeys surrounded us. I stepped forward, flexing my wrists as my bones cracked ominously. You all go ahead. I shall handle these fools. I can distinguish between those who deserve death and those who should merely be incapacitated. They mocked me for being a mere girl, but I slowed my breathing, my eyes hollowing as I unleashed my killing intent. In that moment, they all sensed the presence of death. Thank this nation's people, I murmured, my voice low, for I shall not allow you to die in a manner unbefitting. The slaughter commenced. Time ticked away as I became an unfeeling reaper, swiftly dispatching Baroque's remnants while rendering the citizens of Alabasta unconscious. Just as Vivi finally remembered the cannon was atop the bell tower and led the charge in that direction, an enemy suddenly attempted to ambush her from behind. Amidst the swirling sands, my bloodied fist shot forth, striking his heart with precision. He fell without a sound. Vivi gasped in shock. Emerging from the dust, my cloak only slightly stained, yet my bloodied fist spoke volumes. It is done, I calmly told her. Hurry, attend to your duties. I shall strive to minimize civilian casualties. Vivi nodded and informed me about the cannon's location before hastily departing. Just as I thought to breathe a sigh of relief, another wave of Baroque's remnants surged towards me. Ah, you relentless cannon fodder. What can I say? For every one of you that falls, there are more to take your place? I assure you, while I dealt with these nuisances, Vivi and the others were desperately scaling the bell tower. As I knocked down the last of them, a man suddenly pointed at me in horror, exclaiming, "The East Blue Dragon Lady. She is the East Blue Dragon Lady from the Navy headquarters." Goodness, my cover was blown. The others paled at this revelation, their previous bravado evaporating as they fled in panic. Naturally, facing me would only result in a beating, but being caught by the East Blue Dragon Lady meant a military tribunal awaited them. I couldn't be bothered with them, swiftly dispatching the remaining foes, and looking up, I saw Vivi and her companions still struggling to pile atop each other at the top of the bell tower, which filled me with urgency. There were only a few seconds left. Without hesitation, I summoned a series of square steps beneath my feet, allowing me to ascend as if riding an elevator. Upon reaching the top, I found the snipers Mr. Seven and Miss Friday still posing. I swiftly bundled them up and tossed them to Vivi for her to manage, while I seized the sparking fuse. Thankfully, my hands were previously smeared with blood, making them damp and sticky. With a firm grip, I extinguished the fuse. Just as I was about to relax, Vivi let out a desperate scream. The bomb is timed. I was infuriated. Crocodile had truly outdone himself with such double insurance. Vivi continued to lament and accuse Crocodile of lacking martial ethics. My dear friends, who understands? I delivered a swift punch to her head, exclaiming, "What good is crying? Move aside." I pulled her aside and lifted the massive bomb, larger than a basketball, intending to find a place to dispose of it when a warrior named Bell, a falcon man, swooped in, declaring his intention to take the bomb to the heavens for mutual destruction. For heaven's sake, it's 2025. Can we refrain from such melodramatic displays? I sidestepped him and unleashed a barrage of strikes. What are you waiting for? If you grow stronger, no one will need to sacrifice themselves. As soon as I finished speaking, I employed my soft fist technique, striking the bomb with a palm, sending it soaring into the sky like a toy ball, where it exploded into a magnificent firework. I calmly remarked, "Honor is meant to protect others. Sacrifice only proves your weakness." With that, I leaped from the bell tower. However, with the bomb dealt with, the plaza below remained in chaos, the people caught in a frenzy, blinded by rage. Vivi's voice, no matter how loud, was drowned out, barely a whisper against the clamor. Nami was on the verge of tears, pleading with me to intervene. Very well, having come this far, I could not abandon my mission. I approached the edge of the plaza, inhaling deeply, and shouted to Zoro and the others, "Cover your ears." Zoro, ever eager, replied with excitement, "Oh, are we finally getting serious?" I was at a loss for words. Well, have I not been serious? I couldn't be bothered to argue. I drew my white dragon sword, pointing it skyward, and roared, "Let your voice resonate through the heavens, white dragon." With a resounding roar, the sound reverberated like a heavenly weapon, shaking Alabasta to its core. Everyone was forced to kneel, clutching their ears, as the world fell silent. In this stillness, the heavens graciously responded, showering Alabasta, which hadn't seen rain in 3 years, with cleansing droplets. Vivi's voice finally rang clear across the plaza. This ordeal had come to a definitive end. Subsequently, I recuperated in the palace, having overexerted myself and sustained internal injuries that caused me to cough up blood. Alarming chopper. Yet, I was not so fragile. Late at night, I revved my little motorcycle, Wearer, and stealthily approached Crocodile's prison ship. I squatted at his cell door, boldly asking, "Hey, Sand Crocodile, are you awake? Mind lending me a light?" You wouldn't believe it. He actually pulled a cigar from his coat for me. I was momentarily speechless. When I offered to help him escape, he surprisingly declined, claiming he wasn't in the mood. "Fine then, you're quite something." I informed him he would be sent to impel down, consider it a spoiler, and then I departed with a flourish. 3 days later, Luffy regained consciousness, and a grand feast was held in the palace. Dining with my brother was akin to waging war. I elegantly savored the lobster while he attempted to snatch bites with his rubbery hands multiple times, each effort thwarted by my swift slap, the result of a lifetime of muscle memory and instinct to defend my food. After the meal, we indulged in a luxurious soak in the palace bathhouse. Initially, I was quite enjoying myself, but when I lifted my gaze, I was taken aback to see a row of heads peering over the wall. Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, and even the king were there, secretly watching. I couldn't help but chuckle. Standing up with my long hair cascading in front of me, and smilingly asked, "Am I not a sight to behold? The service time is over. Now it's my turn to observe you." The commotion on the other side was chaotic, everyone in disarray. Zoro, that pure-hearted warrior, was blushing fiercely, roaring, "Crazy woman. Don't come any closer." It was utterly hilarious. After causing enough ruckus, we had to make a hasty escape that night. When bidding farewell to Vivi, I apologized once more for that punch I threw earlier at the clock tower. That girl truly is a wonderful princess. I did not leave with Luffy and the others. Instead, I ventured off to buy a plethora of local specialties, intending to present them to Grandpa Carp. Upon my return to the Marine headquarters at Marineford, I was met with astonishment, as Grandpa Carp had taken Kobe and the others for training. I had no choice but to distribute the local delicacies among my comrades at the base, only to be informed that Fleet Admiral Sengoku was looking for me. My scalp tingled with apprehension as I forced a smile and pushed open the door. "Ah, Uncle Sengoku, I'm back." To my dismay, he merely snorted, shattering the flowers in my background. He slammed his hand on the table, demanding to know where I had been, as if I had been causing trouble in the territory of the 7 warlords. I immediately stood at attention and recited the ironclad rule of not engaging the 7 warlords. As his expression darkened, I hastily retrieved a bottle of men's cologne, a rare local specialty I had purchased in Alabasta, and offered it with a flattering smile. "This is an ultra-rare local product." Uncle Sengoku, skeptical, took the bottle, reading the label aloud. "Pure gold?" At that moment, 3 words flashed through my mind. I'm doomed. Presenting a fragrance reminiscent of pure gold to the man known as the Buddha of the Marines was tantamount to calling him a gilded Buddha to his face. I genuinely did not intend for this to happen. Tears nearly welled up in my eyes as I prepared to beg for mercy, when suddenly a slippery voice interrupted me. I turned to see a man clad in a pink feather coat and flamboyant sunglasses lounging on the balcony, accompanied by Kizaru. It was Don Quixote Doflamingo. He was here. With a mischievous grin, he looked at me and said, "Fufu, dragon girl, what are you staring at? Do you wish to spend the night with me?" I rolled my eyes. "No, I'm pondering how you haven't fallen off the balcony to your demise." He burst into laughter, and in the next moment, a naval officer suddenly lunged at me uncontrollably. I swiftly dodged and took refuge beside Bartholomew Kuma, whose imposing physique provided an overwhelming sense of security. Only when Sengoku bellowed did Doflamingo cease his antics. He jumped down from the balcony and casually sat cross-legged on the conference table, exuding arrogance. Sengoku, uninterested, began to preside over the meeting, while I stood behind him like a professional bodyguard, maintaining a stoic expression. Just as the meeting was about to commence, without a hint of movement at the door, a figure appeared as if teleported into the conference room. I was all too familiar with that oppressive aura. It was Dracula Mihawk. He had actually come. Doflamingo exclaimed, "Ola, Ola, the least expected guest has arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, my hand inexplicably moved, instinctively resting on the hilt of my white dragon sword. Anyone who understands would know that it was not my intention to draw my weapon. Rather, my sword seemed to have a mind of its own. Whenever it caught sight of Mihawk, it would become overly excited, trembling with anticipation. Even more absurdly, it had retained a lightning absorbed back in Logtown, and as soon as I gripped the hilt, a jolt of electricity surged through me, nearly making me cry out. Sengoku shot a piercing glare at me. "Bayong, sit down." I complied, mustering my inner strength to firmly restrain my overly enthusiastic sword, and found a corner chair to sit in. This position was quite remarkable, not belonging to the Marines nor the Seven Warlords, merely occupying a neutral edge of the table. Barely settled, I felt a sharp gaze lock onto me from across the table. Mihawk, with his golden eyes, fixed his stare on me, his lips moving slightly, allowing me to read his silent words. It seems you have grown stronger. Strong? What nonsense! Perhaps your eyesight is failing, for it is my sword that has secretly leveled up. How is it reasonable for me, a mere brawler, to carry a legendary sword daily? Is this not a blatant cheat laid bare? Sengoku, seemingly puzzled, inquired of Mihawk, what brings you here? Mihawk, as aloof as ever, replied, I merely came to observe. A mere spectator. I hold a certain interest in the ruckus caused by these pirates. No sooner had he finished than another voice interjected. A newcomer who had materialized without anyone noticing. Ah, then I too shall be a spectator. Of course, it would be even better if I could contribute my thoughts. I turned to find a man donning a tall top hat and wielding a cane, exuding an aura of peculiarity. He looked somewhat familiar, likely one of Blackbeard's subordinates. Without courtesy, he stated plainly, Gentlemen, I must insist on my presence at this meeting. It pertains to selecting a new Seven Warlord to replace Crocodile. Vice Admiral Tsuru recognized him and bluntly remarked, Ah, you are Lafitte, the notorious security officer from the West Blue, expelled for excessive violence. Ah, merely an old tale. Lafitte chuckled, resembling a villain. I am here to recommend a formidable man for the position of Seven Warlord. However, Sengoku swiftly retorted, no need for that. We already have our candidate for the Seven Warlords. In an instant, all eyes turned to Sengoku, including mine. I was bewildered. This was not how the script was written. Wasn't Blackbeard supposed to ascend? Lafitte, with a sinister smile, inquired, Oh, may I have the honor of knowing who it is? Then, I heard the most explosive words of my life. Sengoku pointed at me, declaring, This young lady sitting at the round table, East Blue's dragon girl, Luo Baiyang. What on earth? I sprang to my feet, my mind buzzing. Lafitte's eerie gaze shifted toward me. So, is the renowned dragon girl. I have heard your dream is to defeat the world's greatest swordsman. I wonder how that is progressing. What a bothersome way of speaking. I furrow my brow, dismissing my reservations, and retorted, What business is it of yours? Turning to Sengoku, I unleashed a barrage of words. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, if I may be blunt. First, I am not a pirate. You cannot expect me to commit some villainous act before granting me the title of a grand pirate. Second, as a candidate, it implies I am not the only one suitable for the role. Third, like Mr. Lafitte, I too recommend the individual he intends to propose. Doflamingo, ever the instigator, chimed in, Fufufu, how amusing. Dragon girl, do you know whom he intends to recommend? I shot him a fierce glare. Be quiet, Flamingo. Of course, I do not know which pirate you speak of. Regardless, I have no desire to become a Seven Warlord. If you utter another word, I swear I will pluck every feather from your flamboyant coat. Sengoku cleared his throat, his expression serious as he asked, Luo Baiyang, do you genuinely refuse? Indeed. I nodded emphatically, more resolute than anyone else. Sengoku sighed, falling silent. I assumed he thought my previous passionate speech indicated my willingness to shoulder this title, perhaps hoping to extricate me from the celestial dragon's troubles. Little did he know, I had no intention of taking a side. After the meeting concluded, I found myself at the center of storm. Refusing to become a Seven Warlord left me caught between two factions. Standing by the fountain downstairs, I found myself lost in thought, growing increasingly frustrated. As I absent-mindedly searched my pocket, I found the cigar old Shichibukai had given me. With a flick, I ignited it. Inhaling deeply, the rich flavor of tobacco came alive, tinged with a hint of blood. Uncertain whether it was the influence of Lao Sha or Luffy, I attempted to emulate Lao Sha's swagger, biting down on a cigar and slowly exhaling smoke rings, feeling as though life had taken on a profound weight. Suddenly, a mocking voice pierced through my reverie. Haha, I never expected you, Long Nu, to indulge in cigars as well. I turned around to find a flamboyant flamingo that was Doflamingo. He leaned closer, scrutinizing the cigar in my hand. Oh, this brand looks familiar. It seems to be Crocodile's favorite. Ah, I acquired it from Degasha, I replied coolly. In the next moment, he yanked me backward, pulling me into his embrace. Goodness, this fellow had a surprisingly fit physique. Ha ha ha, truly ruthless. If you desire it, you could get it from me as well, a special supply, he remarked, his hands audaciously sliding towards my waist. I held the cigar, letting out a cold chuckle. How do you know Degasha's supply isn't special? Ha ha, Just how fond are you of that crocodile? Your taste is indeed unique, he retorted. We both bore a certain delinquent charm, reminiscent of the underworld. After a moment's contemplation, I responded, what a peculiar reason. His hands grew increasingly brazen, prompting me to turn and shove him away. Flamingo, you'd best refrain from mentioning any partnership, or I might just pluck every feather from you. Ha ha ha. I adore your fierce spirit. He bellowed, then suddenly leaned down to grasp my chin. You know, if we were to fight, you would be the one to perish. Why do you always say such things? As soon as he finished speaking, a domineering kiss descended upon me. I was infuriated, struggling against him, but this rascal was incredibly strong. Just as I was on the verge of losing consciousness, a fleeting glance caught my eye, and I froze. Not far off stood that man, the one with golden hawk eyes, Mihawk, observing the entire scene with an impassive expression. What do my comrades understand? The feeling of being publicly humiliated in front of a sworn enemy is indescribable. In a fit of rage, I summoned my inner strength and delivered a powerful punch to Doflamingo's abdomen. Ugh! He staggered back. I drew my white dragon sword and charged towards the hawk-eyed figure. Zhu Luojier Mihawk. Halt! Yet, he merely furrowed his brow, casting a glance in my direction before turning to leave. Not interested in fighting today. Wait! I shouted, but he continued on without looking back. Behind me, the flamingo, still clutching his stomach, licked his lips and remarked, Long New, you have no idea how delectable you are. His words were audibly clear, enough to incite a murderous intent within me toward Mihawk. Upon returning to the warship, I wore a scowl throughout. Sengoku seemed increasingly nervous under my gaze until he could no longer contain himself, shouting, What is it? Speak your mind. Sengoku, you have deceived me, I stated bluntly. What nonsense is this? I presumed you had the courage to bear this title. My courage and strength are two distinct matters. I clenched my fists. I was still unworthy of the title of Warlord of the Sea. Strength? Your swordsmanship can indeed rival Mihawk's. No, still insufficient. I interrupted him, irritation rising at the mere mention of Mihawk. At that moment, a loud explosion resonated from outside the ship. A messenger rushed in, exclaiming, Report, Marshal! A pirate fleet is passing through, and the vice ship has commenced an attack. Understood. Let them be. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively, realizing my presence was no longer needed. I turned to leave. Where are you off to? I'm hungry, seeking something to eat. Oomph. Go out and deal with those pirates. I do not harbor idlers. Sengoku abruptly shifted his tone. Baiyang, do not forget what you promised me 4 years ago. I cannot forget. Within 4 years, I shall attain the title of Warlord of the Sea. I lowered my gaze and exited the cabin. Standing at the ship's stern, the sea breeze rustled my white combat uniform. In the distance, 5 or 6 massive pirate ships were fiercely engaged with our vice ship, clearly disregarding the flag of the Marine Marshal. Taking a deep breath, I summoned my inner strength, my voice carrying across the water. Pirates in the rear, listen, you have 10 seconds to surrender, or you shall meet your end in the depths of the sea. No sooner had I spoken than cannonballs began to rain down upon me like a deluge. A fine choice, I smirked, swiftly drawing my white dragon sword. Yu Wuhin Zizan, a colossal, silvery sword energy, reminiscent of a crescent moon, swept across the sea's surface. The incoming cannonballs, merely brushed by the wind pressure of the sword energy, plummeted into the ocean as if struck by a colossal vessel. The delicate sword energy silently sliced through all the pirate ships. Moments later, silence enveloped the scene. With a flourish, I sheathed my sword, the soft click echoing in the stillness. At that instant, it was as if time had shattered for the enormous pirate ships, which abruptly split in two with a thunderous roar, sending towering waves crashing into the air, an awe-inspiring spectacle. The sailors aboard our ship were left in stunned amazement. Incredible. It's just like Mihawk slash. No wonder they nominated you as a Warlord of the Sea. Listening to their remarks, I alone understood that it was the prowess of the white dragon sword at play, and my own abilities were of little consequence. As Doflamingo had said, in a real fight, I stood no chance. Subsequently, the news of my refusal to become a Warlord of the Sea spread like wildfire, generating a multitude of speculations. Meanwhile, Sengoku, under the guise of compensation, dispatched me to a place called Huanla Basi Island to oversee the annual carnival security. Let me tell you, it was a delightful assignment. This island was under the protection of the Yonko Shanks, and the carnival lasted a week, with Marines, pirates, and ordinary people all mingling together. It was a grand party. Standing at the bow of the ship, I gazed at the approaching port, the entire island radiating a festive atmosphere. thinking, indeed, this is Shank's territory. It's bound to be lively. However, as our warship boldly approached the main port, a giant from the island bellowed, "Hey, young lady, what business do you Marines have sailing into our waters? Looking to be targets?" The other pirates on board quickly recognized me and began to shout, "Isn't she the dragon girl from the East Blue? The one who rejected the warlord title and single-handedly annihilated an entire pirate fleet?" Accompanying me was a newly assigned commodore named Kasa, bespectacled and rather unassuming, clearly sent by Sengoku to keep an eye on me. As I engaged him in banter, a newcomer from the red-haired pirates, named Kosik, leaped from another ship to politely inform us that the Marine's vessel was to dock at the side port. Suddenly enlightened, I realized, oh, so that's why I would be a target. Upon reaching the side port, I rallied my 30 sailors, proclaiming, "Brothers, this week relax. Treat the pirates as if they were colleagues from another division. Have fun. Just remember to wave the patrol flag." My new officer, Commodore Kasa, was coughing as if he might choke. I ignored him and followed Kosik to the main port. The red-haired pirates had set up several barrels of alcohol, while we Marines merely set up a table for registration. I promptly set up a reclining chair for myself, donned a mask, and dozed off. Barely a few minutes into my nap, the giant from earlier leapt off his ship, shaking the entire port. He crouched down, bringing his face close to mine. "Ha, young lady, I didn't realize it was you. My apologies. They say you're exceptionally beautiful. Let me see." His breath was so forceful it nearly tousled my hair. Sitting up, I retorted, "Mister, you ought to hydrate. Your breath smells." However, giants are known for their boisterousness, and I held no disdain. Lowering my mask to my chin, I smiled. "So what do you think? Are you satisfied?" "Wow, indeed, you are splendid. Like a little doll," he exclaimed, reaching out with his gigantic finger to pinch my cheek. I quickly jumped up, climbing onto his shoulder. "So what do you think? It's real, isn't it? Ah, what an amusing little girl. My name is Zindir C, and I shall treat you to a drink. All right, Uncle Shindy." So it was that I found myself perched upon the shoulders of a giant as I entered the town. The view was absolutely breathtaking. At the center of the town lay a grand circular plaza where pirates sat on the ground as if attending a flower viewing festival. Uncle Shindy found a spot to sit, and the waiter promptly brought 2 enormous mugs of rum and a large platter of food, obviously giant-sized. The mug was so vast that I could have swum in it. Uncle Shindy joked that the waiter hadn't noticed my presence. Without hesitation, I leapt onto the handle of the mug, bending forward as if drinking from a barrel, burying my face deep within. Gulp, gulp, gulp. What splendid liquor. Cheers. As I indulged in my revelry, Uncle Shindy raised his mug in a toast. The colossal meal proved to be quite the challenge for me, as the spoon was larger than half my body, rendering it utterly unusable. Feeling a bit tipsy and emboldened, I called out to a nearby table of pirates, "Hey, brothers over there, do you have an extra spoon?" In the blink of an eye, an iron spoon zipped through the air and landed in my hands. My smile faltered as I realized that only one person could summon an iron spoon like that. The wielder of the magnet fruit, Eustace Kid. A brash voice echoed, "Woman, what are you staring at me for?" I looked up, and indeed, there he was, with his wild, red, hedgehog-like hair, exuding arrogance. "No thanks," I replied flatly, picking up the spoon to eat. The masked figure beside him, Killer, reminded him, "Kid, she seems to be the dragon lady of the East Sea." "Oh." Kid took a swig of his drink, his gaze sweeping over me. "A woman with the strength of a warlord?" I ignored him and climbed back onto the mug to drink. The aroma of the rum was intoxicating, and as I drank, I leaned forward too far, resulting in a splash as I tumbled headfirst into the gigantic mug. Gulping down rum uncontrollably, I thought to myself, "Oh no, I want to be the first person to drown in a mug, will I?" Uncle Shindy was also quite tipsy and was fumbling around looking for me. I then heard Kid sneer, "Killer, go help her out. What a useless woman. A warlord?" In the next moment, a cold glint flashed, and the enormous mug I was submerged and was cleaved in two, with rum spilling everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. I nearly choked to death. Finally emerging from that gigantic mug, I was drenched as if I had just been pulled from the water, my hair dripping with rum, feeling like a walking bottle of liquor. Just as I regained my senses, I stumbled upon a group of pirates, the Kid Pirates. One pale-faced fellow, looking like a zombie, saw me and actually turned red, insisting on inviting me over for a drink. I was dumbfounded. Given my current state, did I look like I could still drink? I had just completed a deep dive in rum. For goodness sake. Their leader, the brash Eustace Kid, took another swig and generously said, "Do as you please." His partner, Killer, reminded him that I was with the Navy. Guess what Kid replied? No matter. Such audacity. The zombie-like fellow came over, stuttering as he invited me. Drunk as I was, I pushed the hair plaster to my face aside and tilted my head, asking him, "Kid, what's your bounty?" The fellow puffed out his chest with pride. "Our Captain Kidd has a bounty of 95 million berries." Upon hearing this, I burst out laughing uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Oh, you haven't even reached 100 million yet." Those pirates' faces turned dark in an instant. The next moment, bang, a gunshot rang out and a bullet whizzed by, just 3 centimeters from my cheek. But who am I? I was tipsy. I didn't take it to heart, barely lifting my eyelids. I simply found my wet clothes uncomfortable and decided to take off my jacket, leaving myself in nothing but a bandage wrap and exercise pants, slinging it over my shoulder as I turned to leave. "Uncle Shindy, I'm heading back for a bath." Kidd was furious, his temper flaring as I ignored him. He sneered, "You woman, you really know how to get under my skin." I, being a bit of a reckless person, felt emboldened and turned back towards their group, boldly sitting down as if discovering a new land, staring straight at Kidd. He raised an eyebrow. "Do you look down on me?" I replied, "No, I think you're quite handsome. Haven't you been staring at me for quite a while?" He became even more incensed, leeringly asking, "Humph, do you want to sleep with me?" This left me momentarily speechless, my mind racing with 2 thoughts. Should I cuff him or just smack him to relieve my frustration? Then, just like that, he pulled out a pistol and aimed it directly at my forehead. The liquor had emboldened me, and arguing with him seemed pointless. I was here on vacation, not to work. I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "Enough of this. Having fun is what matters." After saying that, I turned to leave, keeping my talents hidden. Now let me tell you, the real explosion was yet to come. As I slipped away to the port, I spotted a distinctive ship resembling a small coffin docking. The warlord Hawkeye Mihawk had arrived. In that moment, the entire port fell silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button, and there I was, reeking of liquor, unable to hold back a loud belch. The scene was utterly mortifying. Hawkeye's golden eyes, sharp as blades, swept over me as he frowned and asked, "What manner of appearance is this?" Still giggling foolishly, I innocently explained my apologies. I accidentally fell into a giant mug. He didn't even spare me a glance, and simply walked towards the town. "Hey, you can't just ignore me." My temper flared as I reached out to block his path, formally declaring, "State your name." I swear, the faces of my naval staff turned pale, likely thinking, "Is she serious?" Surprisingly, Hawkeye paused, glanced at me, and replied, "Dracula Mihawk." I pressed my advantage, snapping my fingers at the stunned clerk. "Oh, write that down." Then I continued to interrogate Hawkeye. "Age? Gender? How many are with you? Planning to stay? For how long?" The surrounding pirates and Navy personnel looked close to tears, their expressions pleading, "Please, don't anger him any further. We don't want to be involved." Eventually, a pirate captain intervened, and I learned that he had come to meet Shanks. Upon hearing this, I sobered up halfway. After all, I was well acquainted with Shanks. I immediately told Hawkeye, "Dracula, wait for me to change, I'll go with you." He turned me down without a second thought. "Fine, you think you're all that?" I spotted an empty chair nearby, dashed over, grabbed his hand, and yanked him onto the chair, pressing the world's greatest swordsman down firmly. The movement was fluid and seamless. I grinned at him, displaying a cheeky expression. 10 minutes, no, 5 minutes. Before he could react, I dashed up to the rooftop and sprinted towards the warship. When I reached the ship, I was utterly stunned. I rummaged through my luggage and found that the only thing I could wear was a light green floral sundress my grandfather, Carp, had forced me to buy. Wasn't this outfit pure prison chic? To make matters worse, I had no spare bandages for my chest, and the crew left behind was utterly clueless, unable to locate the medical kit. With no other option, I had to go in without any support. At that moment, I could truly wish to vanish. Wearing this attire to meet Hawkeye and Shanks? Would I still have my reputation intact? This was nothing short of public execution. I stealthily returned to the harbor, concealing myself behind a wall across the street, cautiously peering out. In an effort to suppress any embarrassing outburst, I directed a hint of murderous intent towards the elegantly seated Yin. Sure enough, he opened his eyes with a swift motion, his gaze piercing through the darkness and pinpointing my location with the precision of a searchlight. I hurriedly waved at him. As we joined forces, he mockingly inquired whether I had truly come for a vacation, ridiculing my flamboyant attire. I thought to myself, what do you know? This is fashion. We engaged in awkward banter as we walked, and I mischievously asked him why his mouth always seemed to curve downwards, questioning if he was perpetually displeased. To my surprise, he said nothing and simply approached a nearby stall, purchasing 3 large boxes of octopus balls and thrusting them into my hands. Well, it seems he has learned to silence me with food. but I must confess they were delicious. The steaming balls brought me immense joy as I lowered my mask to savor them, even generously offering one to him, only to be met with his aloofness. As we continued our stroll, Yin expressed his disdain for my conspicuousness, abruptly pulling me into a narrow alleyway and into an underground bar. I was still engrossed in my meal when I looked up, only to be taken aback by the sight before me. The entire bar was filled with the members of the red-haired pirates. The room fell silent, and dozens of eyes fixated on me. In my excitement, I hastily stuffed a scalding octopus ball into my mouth. Ouch! My mouth instantly turned red from burn. Sitting at the head of the table was Shanks, the red-haired captain, who, relishing the spectacle, slid a glass of alcohol towards me. I rushed over and gulped it down, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. Then, the bar erupted into thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha! Bayam, you're still as amusing as ever. You haven't changed one bit over the years. Shanks guffawed, his laughter the loudest, nearly bringing him to tears. I felt a strong urge to silence him with a punch. With a serious demeanor, I turned to the first mate, Ben Beckman, and said, I want to knock some sense into your captain. What should I do? Beckman could only manage a wry smile. I mercilessly teased Shanks, even after aging a decade. You still lack decorum. To my astonishment, he countered, revealing that the whole crew was aware of my antics at the harbor with Yin, and if Admiral Sengoku found out, I would surely be punished with a water bucket. Hey, there's a traitor in the Navy headquarters. I could only muster a friendly smile. It's fine. I'm quite accustomed to it. This only elicited more laughter from everyone, and Shanks raised his glass, exclaiming, to Bai Yang's reunion. Let the feast begin. During the banquet, upon hearing that Yin had treated me to food, Shanks' eyes nearly bulged out with curiosity, insisting that we were on a date. I was taken aback, pointing at Yin and declaring, he's my adversary, then gesturing toward Shanks, you are a mutual friend, which is why we are together. Do you understand? Yet, he remained unfazed, grinning. The conversation shifted to Luffy, and I fell into my brother-worshipping mode, boasting that my brother was the best in the world and would undoubtedly surpass Yin in the future. We also touched upon my title of Dragon Girl from the East Sea, and I realized that, in their eyes, dragons symbolized evil. I pondered aloud why my reputation was so poor. Shanks laughed heartily. What kind of expression is that? None of us here are good people. I consider this and raise my glass indeed. Cheers to us all being villains. A resounding cheer erupted among the pirates. I must tell you, I ended up completely inebriated. When I finally regained my senses, I found myself sprawled on a sofa, having dozed off for a while. Shanks and Yin were nowhere to be seen, while others continued to revel in their drunkenness. Feeling a pressing need, I waved the bartender to inquire about the restroom. However, in my dazed state, I wandered upstairs and promptly lost my way. In a dimly lit corridor, I bumped into a wall of people, stumbling back several steps. The collision was inconsequential, but today, my chest was defenseless. Oh dear, it truly hurt. I mumbled complaints while rubbing my chest. The human wall then spoke, their tone reprimanding. Is your attire always so careless? Dragon Girl? That voice jolted me into partial awareness, and upon looking up, I was taken aback to find it was Yin. The alcohol surged within me, prompting me to babble nonsensically. Why does my chest hurt every time I encounter you, you jerk? I glared at him. What else with your scolding tone? Do you dare claim you Haven Tea taken advantage of me? The more I spoke, the more emboldened I became. You scoundrel. How could you know I wasn't wearing a bra if you hadn't touched me? He fell silent, though it seemed I had inadvertently let something slip. He inquired about my destination, and I replied that I was headed to the restroom. As soon as I finished speaking, he grasped my arm and shoved me through a door, leading me to my intended destination. After washing my face, I felt significantly refreshed. Upon opening the door, I was surprised to find that he was still waiting against the wall. He made the decision for me, insisting that I return to my warship. I was unwilling and pushed him away with a frown. However, as I stumbled, I lost my balance and fell into his arms. In that moment, a flicker of something unusual crossed his golden gaze. He wasted no time, hoisting me over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and marching towards the exit. I can tell you, the sensation was tumultuous in my stomach, and I felt nauseous, struggling to exclaim, ugh, this is unbearable. It's a Princess Carrie. Just then, Shanks emerged, spotting us, and bursting into laughter, advising us not to return to the Navy, but to head to the inn instead. To my surprise, Yin simply agreed. Upon reaching the inn, he tossed me onto the soft bed and turned to leave. However, the inn's adorable young proprietor called out to him, saying I had drunk too much and needed a hangover remedy. Otherwise, I would have a terrible headache the next day. To my astonishment, Ingyin actually allowed him to fetch the medicine. The young boy handed me a pill, and upon tasting it, I was met with a strong herbal flavor. Instinctively, I waved my hand and sent the remaining pills flying, pouting no. It tastes awful. I struggled to rise, intent on continuing to drink. Just as I was about to leave the bed, Ingyin seized the back of my neck, holding the very pills I had just knocked away in his hand. Take it. You're no longer a child. No. I turned my face away defiantly. In an instant, he pressed me back onto the bed, pinning me down with one arm on each shoulder, rendering me unable to move. For heaven's sake, can anyone understand how it feels to be pinned down by the world's greatest swordsman just to be fed 2 measly pills? Open your mouth. His dark golden eyes hovered above me, so close that I could feel my heart racing, causing me to involuntarily part my lips slightly. He closed his eyes, seemingly trying to steady his emotions, before finally placing the pill in my mouth. In that fleeting moment, the softness and warmth of his fingertips caused him to momentarily freeze before he quickly withdrew his hand. The bitterness of the medicine contorted my little face into a grimace. I sensed his gaze trailing from my face down my neck to, well, you know where. He slightly narrowed his eyes, as if realizing he had spent too long in my company today. Suddenly, he stood up and strode to the small living room, gulping down several mouthfuls of water from the coffee table. Just as I began to catch my breath, a loud crash echoed from the bedroom. I sensed something amiss and hurried back to check. To my astonishment, Bai Yang seemed intent on slipping away while I stepped out for a drink of water. However, her legs gave way, and she performed an ungraceful free fall from the bed, now sprawled unceremoniously on the floor. As she lifted her head and caught my gaze from above, her expression appeared somewhat clearer, the effects of the hangover remedy kicking in. She audaciously exclaimed, I haven't seen them in 10 years. You cannot strip me of my freedom. Do you think you are my father? Her words rendered me speechless. Father? My eyebrows arched in surprise. Hadn't someone said something similar 3 years ago? Am I truly that old? The age gap of 21 years between us, with her being 20 and me 41, seemed significant, yet it hardly warranted such a generational leap. With a scowl, I retorted, I am not your father. She looked at me, bewildered, perhaps pondering why my expression shifted so drastically. Taking a breath, I resolved not to engage with the drunken individual and said, if you wish to see him, wait until you sober up. For now, sleep. With that, I scooped her up with a Princess Carrie and gently placed her back onto the bed. I would read in the living room and call for her when the time came, observing her obediently burrowing into the covers. I imagined she was mentally berating me for my unyielding demeanor, not at all resembling a father figure. As I turned to leave, she anxiously reminded me, you must call for me. I acknowledged her with a grunt and stepped out. Truth be told, I had indeed planned to read in the living room until she awoke. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived. It was time to fulfill my promise, although I never specified the exact moment I would call for her. Upon entering the room, I discovered her in a deep, peaceful slumber, her breathing steady and serene, an uncharacteristically tranquil sight. However, a casual glance revealed a faint scar on her forehead. Instinctively, I reached out and gently brushed aside her bangs. Goodness, that scar was a remnant of the last strike I had delivered 8 years ago, now so clearly etched upon her face. For reasons I could not fathom, I found a scar increasingly bothersome and began to trace it with my fingertip. In her half-dreaming state, she sensed my presence and, believing herself to be dreaming, murmured, why am I dreaming of you again? Then the unexpected occurred. She leaned in and kissed me. The soft warmth of her lips rendered me momentarily paralyzed, and I jolted upright. A line from Da Flamingo echoed in my mind. You don't even realize how delectable you are, Long Nu. My anger flared instantly. Not long after, Bai Yang roused herself, sitting up to find me nonchalantly seated on the living room sofa. Yet, she must have sensed the low pressure in the room, as I regarded her coldly and uttered 3 words, shameless disgrace. She appeared taken aback, seemingly discerning my icy demeanor, which now conveyed anger and disgust. I could wager her inner thoughts were a tumult of outrage. You are the one without shame. Your entire family of baboons is shameless. Why must I be scolded for waking up in peace? She began to frantically recollect the events of the previous night. Last night? No. She recalled that he had taken advantage of her. Morning? Surely not. She squinted and approached me, scrutinizing from head to toe for any marks of affection or signs of struggle, but found none. Dashing back to her room, she bolted the door to conduct a thorough self-examination, yet still found nothing. Frustration must have consumed her, as she decided to ignore me and stormed into the bathroom. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Uncle, I'm a little waiter from the inn. I brought breakfast. It was the young server from the night before. I let him in and casually asked, "Has that fellow from the bar returned to the inn?" "No. It seems those uncles are still asleep over there." I sipped my coffee, musing how leisurely that red-haired fellow was. I inquired further, "Did the umbrellas on your island open last night?" "No. They won't be open until the third day. However, the small umbrellas in the western area should be open, uncle. You and his sister can go see." I paused and replied, not interested. Just then, the bedroom door creaked open. Bayang, with her hair damp, peeked out and waved at the little waiter. "Hey, little hotel guy, come here." The boy blushed and pointed to himself. "Sister, what is up?" "Em Xiaobo. Come in." Bayang's smile was radiant. With a swift motion, the door closed again. Unfortunately, the soundproofing of this shabby inn was practically non-existent. I could catch snippets of a conversation that sent my blood pressure soaring. Bayang's voice was oddly seductive. "Xiaobo, how are you?" The boy's voice trembled. But sister, this is my first time." Bayang interjected, "Every man has his first time. It's all right. Who understands family matters?" If this dialogue were to be overheard, it would undoubtedly paint a picture of a criminal scene. I could no longer remain seated. In truth, Bayang had merely finished her shower, clad in a towel, requesting Xiaobo to fetch her some fresh undergarments. But how was I to know? With a loud bang, I burst through the bedroom door. My presence radiated authority, the atmosphere thick with tension, as I glared at her and demanded, "What are you doing?" Seeing my demeanor startled her, yet she defiantly replied, "I was about to," but the words evaporated as she seemed to reconsider, fearing I would chastise her for seeking undergarments. She retorted, "You have no right to interfere. You, a grown man, barging in and staring at me?" As she spoke, she shoved a bundle of money into Xiaobo's hands, ruffling his hair. "All right, hurry along. I'll be here waiting." The boy, blushing, hurried away. She dared to disregard me. I furrowed my brow and coldly stated, "I have no interest in children." This declaration ignited her fury. "Zhu, look here, Mihawk." She clenched her fists, her dark eyes fixed on me with a burning intensity. "You have provoked me for the second time today." I smirked derisively. "So, do you plan to take my head?" "I would not be foolish enough to believe I could kill you. But you shall pay for this." She gritted her teeth, and in that moment, I truly sensed her murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, a right hook aimed at my heart came rushing toward me. Too slow, I effortlessly seized her wrist. She reacted quickly, twisting her wrist to lock my joint, while simultaneously delivering a sharp elbow strike to my heart. Steady, precise, fierce. But this was merely child's play to me. I easily blocked it, capturing her elbow in the process. Now, both her arms were firmly restrained, unable to move. Then, the most explosive moment occurred. Amidst the tussle, her towel slipped. Silence enveloped the room. I swear, the air felt frozen for 3 seconds. We both froze in shock. "Let go," she shouted in fury, and we abruptly released each other. She hastily wrapped herself in the towel, tears streaming down her face as she banged her head against the wall, lamenting, "You bastard. How many times must I suffer for letting an old man take advantage of me?" I remained silent for a long moment before managing to utter, "I saw nothing." With that, I shifted my attitude, turned, and stormed out, slamming the door behind me. She must have cursed me in her heart. When Xiaobo returned, the rain had begun to fall outside. He brought her a pile of clothes. When Bayang emerged, freshly dressed, her eyes twitched. She donned black suspenders with shorts and paired them with an orange floral shirt, the collar adorned with a plain black tie. I must say, once one accepts such an aesthetic, it surprisingly holds a certain charm. Upon hearing that the red-haired individuals had left a message to meet in the evening, she took her dirty clothes and headed back to the warship. When she reappeared, she had donned her white trench coat and fastened the by long jian at her waist. The rain at the port had intensified, with a large mass of dark clouds looming ominously overhead. The mayor of Basi Dao, a balding elderly man, was in a state of distress as he approached her, insisting that the clouds must be dispersed. Otherwise, this year's carnival would be doomed. Her subordinate, known as Casa, explained that the centerpiece of the island's carnival was an entity called the San Hua Shu. The tree, which resembled a mountain at the island's center, was actually a giant umbrella tree over 500 years old. It was supposed to bloom at midnight, causing the entire Basi Dao to sink several meters beneath the sea, marking the climax of the festivities. However, with the torrential rain, the giant umbrella would not open, and if the island were to sink, it would be completely submerged. The mayor claimed the only solution was to disperse the clouds with sword energy. Bayang raised an eyebrow and suggested they ask Zulakir Mihawk to handle it, as he could cleave the sky itself. A nearby cowboy named Kasaki chimed in, stating that while Eagle Eye's power was indeed necessary, Miss Dragon Lady also needed to participate. His sword energy was too potent and could harm the giant umbrella. The mayor nodded in agreement, emphasizing that the giant umbrella must remain unharmed. He then proposed an absurd plan, suggesting that Mr. Mihawk strike Bai Yang, allowing her to use her sword energy to redirect the weakened blow into the sky. I must say, Bai Yang's expression darkened at that moment. After all this discussion, they intended to use her as a human missile defense system while witnessing the might of the world's greatest swordsman. Was that it? She was determined to take matters into her own hands, but the mayor rushed over, gripping her thigh, tearfully pleading with her not to harm the giant umbrella. She kicked him away, impatiently shouting, "Fine, I'll give him one sword strike to disperse the clouds. It's no different from Mr. Mihawk striking you." After her outburst, she ordered a search for my whereabouts across the island. As for her, she removed her newly donned white trench coat, disdainful of the rain soaking it, and headed straight for the forest on the other side of the island. She declared with an air of authority, "Who do you think I am?" As she sped along the beach on her motorcycle, affectionately named Xiao Yuer. Suddenly, it felt as if it had been magnetically drawn towards the forest. Metal fragments scattered across the beach followed suit into the woods. Realizing what was happening, she immediately accelerated towards it. Not far into the forest, she spotted the ship of the Kid pirates anchored in a cove. Kid himself stood on the beach, using his steel arm to attract metal. "Eustace, Kid, release my motorcycle," Bai Yang shouted from a distance. Kid squinted, recognizing her voice as that of the foolish woman who had fallen into a wine glass. Bai Yang, now in a different outfit and wearing goggles, was momentarily unrecognizable to him. She wasted no time, pointing at a massive circular sand pit on the beach and asking, "What are you doing?" Just as Kid was about to dig into the pit with his steel arm, the ground beneath him and the entire beach suddenly collapsed into the hole with a loud crash. Bai Yang stood above, speechless. She jumped off her motorcycle, clasped her hands, and summoned Square Earth, creating steps in the air to walk above the sand pit. Looking down, she almost retched. The enormous pit was teeming with red and black crayfish, swarming around Kid and his crew. How ridiculous that a future supernova could be overwhelmed by a pile of spicy crayfish. Kid stubbornly fired a shot at her, the bullet whizzing past her face. Bai Yang entered taunt mode. "Red-haired brat, now it's your turn to plead with me. If the tide rises now, won't you devil fruit users be buried alive here?" Kid remained calm, asserting they would find a way out. Bai Yang teased them further, asking the zombie-faced boy with stitches on his mouth why Kira didn't jump out. The boy blushed, explaining that the crayfish could paralyze them. Bai Yang chuckled slyly, likely plotting whether to take a photo for future blackmail against Kid. After having her fun, she drew the Bai Long Jian and unleashed a dragon roar towards the forest and beach. At the sound, all the crayfish scuttled out of the sand pit in fear. She jumped down, pulling Kira and the zombie-faced boy up, before finally attending to the still paralyzed red-haired boy. She mockingly pinched Kid's face, teasing, "Look at you. Now I'm in charge. Want to kill me? Go ahead, as long as you're strong enough." After saying this, she grabbed him by his collar and tossed him out of the sandpit. She inquired if they had seen me, to which Kira replied he hadn't felt my potent presence. Kid resumed his mockery. "What? Are you trying to challenge the world's #1 again?" "What do you mean again? I merely intended to strike him casually when I meet him." "Oh, have you defeated him?" "If I had, I would be the world's greatest swordsman." "Wait a minute. Are you mocking me?" Bai Yang squinted her eyes. "Do I appear too approachable? Should I just toss you into impel down?" Surprisingly, Kid became even more animated, expressing newfound interest in this formidable woman. Bai Yang sighed, too lazy to argue, and simply stated, "When your bounty reaches 300 million, we shall meet at the Chambered Islands." Meanwhile, on the Sky Island, Nami and the others finally uncovered the secret to conquering Basie. Usopp suddenly remembered that the fuel for Bai Yang's motorcycle was precisely that. Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes transformed into the symbol of berries, and she pummeled Usopp, exclaiming, "Why didn't you say so sooner? Sister Bai Yang must know many treasures." Sanji suggested they call her immediately. Nami hastily retrieved the limited edition white transponder snail and dialed the number. The snail's face quickly morphed into Bai Yang's visage. "Ah, it's connected. Sister Bai Yang?" Nami shouted excitedly. "Yes, it's me. Nami, right? How's your adventure?" Bai Yang's tone was relaxed. Nami was on the verge of tears. "Sister Bai Yang, we're on the Sky Island. Where are you? Can you come over?" Bai Yang, Tokeling, Ripley, "Me? I'm on Basie Dao, a party island. Right now, I'm searching for Zuliki or Mihawk, planning to give him a sword." Nami was utterly distraught on the other end. "Don't casually go looking for the world's #1 to fight. Nami was almost crying, directly shouting into the phone, "Don't casually go looking for the world's #1 to fight." I couldn't help but laugh. I'm just teasing you. Of course I will, but perhaps not entirely. Haha. Nami must have rolled her eyes on the other end. Sister Baiyong is truly a devil. All right, enough joking. Ahem. No more pranks. Where did you access the Sky Island from? From Gaia. Via the upward current. Wow. Using the Mary? My goodness. But then again, it's definitely something Luffy would do. Well, by the time I get to the Sky Island near Gaia, it will probably be too late. What do you want to ask me? How to get out? How can we exit from the Sky Island? There are gods, and there are priests. The island is in chaos. Sorry, if you want to exit, it's best to find a local to guide you. And about those gods. I paused deliberately, pretending to be knowledgeable. Be careful. That fellow has eaten the Goro Goro no Mi, a Logia type. What? Sister Baiyong, how do you know that? Have you been to Skypiea? A secret. But anyway, Nami, when you get there, you must give me a complete set of all types of sky shells. I have too few in my possession. Once you're done, I'll give you something good. And also, I lower my voice. The individuals over there are oblivious to the nature of gold. If you happen to find some, they would be more than willing to part with it. Truly. How astonishing that they remain unaware. Well then, as soon as I conclude my work here, I shall seek you out. Wait. After hanging up the phone, I found myself laughing like a villain. I could already envision Nami's woeful expression. However, the Gomu Gomu no Mi user, Enel, is indeed a formidable opponent, but for Luffy, it should be manageable, albeit a grueling battle. If it weren't for other matters on Bice Island, I would have flown over to rescue the damsel in distress without hesitation. In fact, I once heard a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters mention alternative routes to Bai Bai High, but I didn't delve into the details at the time. With that thought in mind, my speed in navigating the forest with Xiao Yu'er surged once more. By the way, after utilizing the dragon roar earlier, the animals in the forest were utterly terrified and kept their distance from me. After traversing approximately 2/3 of the forest, I turned back toward the town. If such a large number of animals were to flee, that fellow, Hawkeye's, would undoubtedly find it peculiar and come to investigate. This indicates that he must still be in the forest. At this moment, the rain was pouring heavily. Previously, I had inquired about the characteristics of the umbrella flower tree. This tree is quite fascinating. It blooms by absorbing seawater and appears like an unopened paper umbrella when not in bloom. Typically, it is green with a brown trunk, resembling an ordinary tree. However, if it absorbs too much fresh water during its blooming period, the blooming can be delayed or it may even refuse to bloom for an entire year. Still at that tavern? I was astounded upon receiving a call from Keisuke. That Hawkeyes is still drinking in the underground tavern. You should bring him over to Central Avenue. With that, Xiao Yu'er accelerated once again, slicing through the rain like a beam of light. It was 3 in the afternoon, and the torrential rain cast a shadow over the islanders. The broad streets were deserted. Everyone was either preparing for the carnival indoors or sleeping at home. The once lively Bice Island had suddenly fallen silent, with only the sound of rain drumming against the cobblestones remaining. On Central Avenue, a road wide enough for giants to traverse, stood a man adorned with a black top hat and white fur. The black blade, was already unsheathed in his hand, ready for battle. I parked Xiao Yu'er at the alley entrance, removed my goggles, and stretched my stiff neck from riding for too long. I stood about 10 meters away from him. Despite the deafening rain, the sound of my boots striking the ground resonated as clearly as the beat of my own heart. Thud, thud, thud. Indeed, I was both anxious and exhilarated. Hawkeye's relentlessly emanated his imposing aura, a pressure that would have made most crumble. In just a morning's absence, had he already discerned that we were natural enemies? The atmosphere suggested he was serious about this. I took a deep breath, slowing my pace to harmonize with the raindrops. In that instant, it felt as if I could only hear my heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Shun Wu Long Yin. The moment I grasped the Bai Long Jian, the man across from me had also charged his black blade, which was enveloped in a swirling green aura. Without uttering a single word, for we both understood that this would be a pinnacle clash between 2 world-class swordsmen. For me, Hawkeye's likely had no inkling that I intended to disperse the dark clouds with this strike, thus granting me the advantage. A silvery dragon erupted from the Bai Long Jian, lunging towards the black-bladed swordsman 10 meters away. The dragon's body gleamed, stretching 10 meters long, and as it surged forward, its eyes transformed into a golden hue. To onlookers, the entire Central Avenue was enveloped in a radiant light, rendering everything indistinct. The light swept across the street, leaving no trace behind. Standing to oppose this luminous dragon was none other than the world's foremost swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. He met the attack head-on, without hesitation. Boom. Even so, he squinted his dark golden eyes, filled with excitement at the prospect of a worthy adversary. The green aura surrounding the black blade surged fiercely, while the light dragon showed no signs of waning, continuing its relentless advance. Hawkeye's was forced to tighten his grip on the black blade, as the cobblestones beneath him began to crack. Ultimately, the light dragon surged skyward against the green sword aura, illuminating the once dreary Vice Island. The islanders inside peered curiously out their windows, only to witness a dragon's tail piercing through the dark clouds, which then rippled outward, dispersing the gloom until it vanished into the sky. As if a divine miracle had occurred, the clouds shrouding the island's peak dissipated entirely. The crimson sun bathed Vice Island, cloaking it in a resplendent and mysterious hue. Huff, huff, huff. I was breathless. The Shenwu series embodies the highest arcana. I cannot claim to rival Hawkeye's, but it is undoubtedly a world-class attack. You think I would allow myself to be a mere target? Not a chance. I smirked, revealing a provocative grin. I had anticipated that a single strike would suffice to fulfill the mayor's demand. Yet I was utterly unprepared for the man across from me to charge forward with the world's foremost slashing attack, imbued with green aura. I quickly furrowed my brow, attempting to counterattack with my sword, but grasped nothing but air. I was momentarily stunned. How had the sword that was just in my hand vanished into thin air? Faced with this surge of sword aura, I had no time to feel fear. I could only cross my arms defensively in front of me, for my sole thought was to stand firm as a warrior, a martial artist, and withstand this blow. I channeled my entire essence into my arms, enveloping myself in a golden aura of the sun. Dragon scales. The next moment, the green sword aura struck me. I could even hear the sound of the aura slicing through the air beside my ears. What I had only witnessed in animations, I was now experiencing firsthand. However, this sword aura seared through my insides like fire, sending me flying several meters before crashing into the wall at the end of the street with a thunderous impact. Huff, huff. I felt as though my breath was tearing through my insides with pain. I climbed up from the rubble. Is this the chasm of strength? Even with my essence shielding me, before the world's #1, I was but a pitiful weakling. Those dark golden eyes drew closer with each step he took, the black blade in his hand remaining both resilient and supple. Only those who have perished beneath his blade truly comprehend the terrifying power concealed within that slender black sword. Hey, you bastard. Wasn't it agreed that it would be a single strike? Just disperse the clouds and be done with it. I wanted my voice to resonate with authority. Yet a single phrase sent a jolt of pain through my chest. Cough, cough. Blood trickled from the corner of my mouth. Hawkeye's halted his advance, casting a glance at me, suddenly realizing that the Bai Long Jian was missing. He furrowed his brow. Dragon Girl, since you propose a duel, then summon your sword. Are you seeking death in this manner? Ha ha ha. Cough, cough. I wanted to laugh heartily, but the effort strained my lungs, causing me to cough even more violently. Who told you I wished to duel with you? Do you think a duel on the street is feasible? I uttered these words through gritted teeth. Hawkeye scrutinized me with his sharp gaze, seemingly assessing whether I genuinely wished for death. A smirk crept upon his lips. Where is your sword? I don't know. Perhaps it was knocked away earlier? I forced a smile, coughing again. A team, hurry! At that moment, a medical team rushed over, and upon seeing me barely standing, the leader furrowed his brow. Prepare the operating room on the ship. No, my home is nearby. Let us go there. Miss Bai Yang's insides cannot endure the jostling. Mayor Rocker emerged from the alley, donning sunglasses. I grimaced. That old lecher resembled Master Rashi. And those sunglasses, were you live-streaming the battle from the sidelines? This old fox noticed my gaze and stroked his beard, laughing as he said, I am an old friend of your friend, so we are all friends, ha ha. Well then, I had been outmaneuvered by this old fox, who was evidently referring to Shanks. Subsequently, I was placed on a stretcher by the medical team. Although I insisted on walking myself, the very culprit who had injured me spoke in an undeniable tone, asking if I still wished to die, and I immediately capitulated. Then I fell asleep, perhaps due to sheer exhaustion. This raises an intriguing question. Where did the white dragon sword, which vanished after unleashing its ultimate move, actually go? Simultaneously, on the island where the Straw Hat Pirates resided, the formidable Enel was conjuring a thunderstorm capable of obliterating the entire island. Dark clouds enveloped the land, plunging the fleeing inhabitants and the Scipians into despair. Thunder roared, lightning struck the forest, Angel Island and Snowhide Village, determined to annihilate everything. Nami piloted the flying Nimbus, racing alongside Luffy on a colossal beanstalk, intent on boarding Enel's flying ship and sending him flying. She rang the golden bell of the Shandians, ensuring the island song would echo throughout the White Sea, reaching Brando. Luffy, with the flying Nimbus at full speed, noticed Nami's furrowed brow, and suddenly she froze, her gaze fixed in disbelief towards the distant sky. Dragon, dragon! What? Luffy exclaimed, following her line of sight. At the edge of the ink-black sky, a gigantic silver dragon glided through the clouds, its scales faintly shimmering, clutching a smooth orb in its claws. Dragon, dragon! Chopper shouted, pointing at the sky. How could this be? Robin looked up, her blue eyes filled with incredulity. Could it be that a deity truly resides here? Sanji speculated. No, that is not right. Usopp gasped in astonishment. That dragon resembles the one depicted on the white Yong's sword sheath. What? Just as the crowd beneath the beanstalk was struck with shock, the silver dragon continued to weave through the dark clouds, refusing to depart. It absorbed all the lightning strikes directed at it, its silver scales entwined with azure arcs of electricity. What is that? Enel sneered from his airborne ship, raising an eyebrow. Only I am the true god. He pointed with one hand. 50 million volts. A colossal bolt of lightning descended, aimed at the dragon. Yet, it merely illuminated a portion of the sky before being absorbed by the dragon's scales. Damn it, you beast! Enel launched another attack. 100 million volts. Another flash of light appeared, and the lightning vanished once more. The dragon let out a resounding roar, as if mocking Enel's ignorance and frailty. Hey, dragon! At that moment, Luffy, perched on the beanstalk, raised his fist and shouted at the colossal dragon. That guy's going to be sent flying by me. His youthful voice resonated across the island, leaving everyone speechless in astonishment. This boy, appearing almost insignificant before the dragon, dared to challenge it. Everyone anticipated the dragon would swallow Luffy whole. Yet to their surprise, it merely nodded at him before continuing to swirl beneath the clouds, drawing all lightning towards itself. What on earth is happening? Robin gazed at the sky. Usopp, if what you said is true, that the dragon lady is Luffy's sister, then this dragon must be. Yes, it must be White Yang, sending it to aid us. Usopp declared, hands on his hips. Is that so? Robin smiled. Does the dragon lady know our exact whereabouts? Amidst the clamor outside, I slowly awakened, slightly furrowing my brow. Without a doubt, I was entirely wrapped in bandages, feeling utterly drained. You're awake. A low male voice resonated. Sitting on the sofa beside my bed was none other than the instigator, Mihawk. Quite well. Although I feel weak, my spirit remains intact. I must have only injured my lung. It's not a serious issue. Mihawk's reply confirmed my suspicions. Do you know the town mayor? I inquired, raising an eyebrow. He is a friend of Shanks and was once a swordsman himself. He asked me to inquire if you would be willing to become his disciple, Mihawk stated. However, your sword is missing. His tone was flat, devoid of emotion. The sword is still with me. I know precisely where it is. As for becoming a disciple, I think not. I am not a swordsman and have no intention of learning. I replied coolly. I know. I have informed him that you are a martial artist. How do you know that? Your sword is no ordinary weapon, Mihawk said, fingers crossed over his chest. And your techniques are clearly martial arts. He added with a hint of disdain. I didn't expect you to be so weak. Noticing my silent retort, Mihawk closed one eye and continued. Compared to me, you indeed need more training. Thank you for your reminder. When have I ever not trained? When have I not practiced my strength and techniques? If Zoro is a training fanatic, I am not far behind. Knowing what the future holds compels me to strive for greater strength. Although my defense is somewhat lacking, I am indeed a single-target DPS. At that moment, the commotion from the streets outside captured my attention, and I looked towards the window. Since the room faced the alley, I could only see faint blue dust floating in the air, everywhere adorned with glimmering, fluffy snowflakes. The umbrella has opened? Is the island sinking? How long have I slept? This scene must be the result of the giant umbrella opening. The giant umbrella has indeed opened as scheduled, and the island has been artificially sunk. You Haven T slept too long. Today is the third night of the carnival, Mihawk replied. Artificially? I tilted my head. Wasn't it said that this island sinks into the sea every year on its own? No one told you? This island is designed to sink artificially to facilitate the growth of the umbrella flower trees. He paused. The giant umbrella is an ancient tree that originally existed on Beish Island. His tone was steady, each word clearly articulated. It dawned on me that Mihawk was not inherently taciturn. He simply refrained from speaking unless necessary, much like those who avoid superfluous words. However, had I known it was an artificial sinking, the giant umbrella not opening would not have mattered. I thought the island was doomed. I climbed out of bed, wearing a simple linen nightgown, realizing they had merely bandaged and injected me without performing surgery. "What are you doing?" Just as I donned my white ankle boots. Mihawk stood in my way. "I'm going out. Didn't T. Shanks say they wanted to meet? They visited you last night and have already set sail this morning." "What?" Oh. I was taken aback, glaring at him in disbelief, my eyes filled with reproach. "I've slept an entire day and night. I called for you, but you remained unconscious." For some reason, I felt that Mihawk's claim of having called for me lacked credibility, and even if he did, it was likely in a hushed tone. Then I must find my subordinates. "Suit yourself." Mihawk seemed to believe I would inevitably go outside, so he showed little concern. He tossed a mask from the table to me. "Wear this. The outside is filled with pollen from the umbrella flower trees." I donned the mask reluctantly, initially puzzled by his intent. However, as I stepped outside and opened the door, I quickly understood the meaning of being engulfed in pollen, and why the residents were so disheartened when the umbrella flower trees did not bloom. The bustling main street before me was ablaze with lights, as lively as the previous 2 days. Yet, everything was shrouded in a blue haze, and those shimmering, fluffy snowflakes drifted lazily, vanishing upon contact with the ground. If miraculous, radiant auroras adorned the distant sky, then now, the entire Beish Island was within reach of these beautiful wonders. Even more astonishing was that everyone moved as if they had lost much of their gravity, each step imbued with a floating sensation. The vendors lining the streets were arranged in 3 tiers, uniformly floating alongside the buildings as they set up shop. Children ran, jumped, and soared. My words failed me. The moment I stepped outside, it felt as though my feet were planted in weightless cotton, and the sudden sense of weightlessness caused me to lean back in surprise. A man behind me steadily supported my back, yet I was completely captivated by the scenery before me. The giant umbrella had unfurled, enveloping the entire island, and now the sky above Beish Island existed beneath its canopy. It resembled a cosmic vista, broader and more radiant than the starry night sky. Beneath the endless expanse of blackness, countless glowing orbs shimmered. I must tell you, at that moment, I was utterly disbelieving. I was determined to intoxicate that Mihawk fellow. I directly poured forth a formidable challenge, aligning 10 cups of Domino deep water bombs in a row. With a gentle push, he drank from each cup without so much as a change in expression, his eyes unwavering. Goodness, I seriously suspected he was channeling his inner strength to expel the alcohol. This was not drinking, it was akin to sipping plain water. No, I needed to up the ante. I snapped my fingers and called out to the waiter. 5 shots of killer, please. Then, lifting my chin, I issued a challenge to Ingyen. "If you remain standing today, I shall forgive yesterday's debt you owe me." He chuckled, a smug grin that seemed to radiate confidence. Very well. What followed? Those 5 cups, comparable to pure alcohol, went down, and yet he remained composed, calmly declaring he had finished, before collapsing face down onto the table. I was momentarily stunned. Was his tolerance really that high? It felt as if my CPU was overheating. Just as I contemplated celebrating my victory, I felt several piercing gazes directed at me. Hastily, I fished out money from Ingyen's pocket to settle the bill, packing up leftover food, all while dragging this towering figure of nearly 2 meters out the door. Suddenly, a kind-hearted giant appeared, generously offering, "Allow me to assist you." In the blink of an eye, he hurled us into the air, like cannon fire. I was nearly taken aback. Thankfully, my reflexes kicked in, and I conjured a makeshift slide in midair, ensuring a safe landing for Ingyen. And guess what? We landed on a breathtaking little beach, adorned with glowing flowers reminiscent of the Avatar film set. It was nothing short of magical. I tossed him onto the beach and reclined beside him, observing him asleep. I had to admit he looked rather dashing. In a moment of impulsiveness, I wondered if I might seize an opportunity. No, Luo Baiyong, be mindful. This is your adversary. Yet, I cannot resist, and playfully pecked his cheek. A light kiss does not constitute lewd behavior. Upon awakening, his first words were about a throbbing headache, his voice hoarse, nearly causing my ears to ring. I quickly provided him with the hangover remedy I had procured from the bar owner. After swallowing it, he looked at me with a faint gaze and remarked, "You have a grain of rice at the corner of your mouth." I truly wished he would speak more. Consequently, we inexplicably spent several days together. When it was time to depart, a photographer on the island insisted we were a couple and captured a photograph of us. Then, this fellow nonchalantly declared he was leaving to go home for a nap. Very well. After all, adversaries are not meant to walk the same path. Upon returning to the battleship, I instructed my aide to call G8 Fortress. As luck would have it, a prosecutor named Siebot was there, arrogantly attempting to undermine my aide's mentor. I snatched the phone and said, "Oh, who might this be? Quite the authoritative presence you have." When he inquired about my identity, I boldly proclaimed Luo Baiyong. The line fell silent immediately. I swiftly recorded the conversation to ensure he understood the gravity of the situation, rendering him polite enough to take his leave. After handling that minor annoyance, I conversed with Commander Conrad of G8, confirming that Luffy and his crew indeed fell from Sky Island, bringing with him a ship full of gold. At last, he had listened to me. My efforts were not in vain. Next, I want to find Luffy and his crew. Upon arriving at Long Chain Island, they had just finished a bizarre game with a pirate crew. I greeted them, causing that crew to scatter in fear. Initially, our reunion was joyous, but Luffy insisted on meeting an elderly man on stilts. My heart sank. I sensed trouble brewing. Sure enough, when we arrived, we encountered a towering giant, the Marine Admiral Akiji, dozing off. My heart dropped. Robin was so startled that she collapsed to the ground. Akiji, lethargic as ever, pretended to be familiar with me, addressing himself as Uncle Kazan. I quickly positioned myself in front of everyone, ready to take any heat directed our way. However, he casually mentioned he was merely out for a stroll, all the while encasing the entire sea in ice. After sending the old man away, he revealed his true intentions, targeting Robin and exposing her dark history, branding her harbinger of disaster, claiming anyone who teamed up with her would face misfortune. Robin was incensed, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Countless hands erupted from the ground, aiming to dislocate his joints. In an instant, Akiji shattered into a multitude of ice shards. Yet, in the next moment, those shards reassembled into his form. I panicked and conjured an air wall in front of Robin and the others, shouting, "Hurry! What are you waiting for?" Akiji, seemingly unfazed, brushed off the ice particles from his body, chuckling, "Oh dear, did you truly think I would go all out against you? Besides, what good is your wall?" I must tell you, before I could finish my thought, Zoro swiftly drew his sword, cleaving my 10-layered air wall into fragments. Immediately following, Sanji launched a kick towards Akiji's head, while Luffy, even more audacious, stretched his arm from a distance and shouted, "Baiyong, get out of the way. Gomu Gomu no Burit." Goodness, before I could utter a word, these three friends had already set off a chain reaction. In the next moment, the scene unfolded. Akiji caught Sanji's leg with one hand, seized Zoro's arm with the other, and braced himself against Luffy's punch with his abdomen, causing everything he touched to freeze instantly. At that moment, my mind raced with a singular thought. This was a prelude to our demise. A certain disaster awaited us. I could no longer afford to hold back. With a swift stride, I pulled Robin behind me, drawing my white dragon sword sheath and positioning it across Akiji's chest. The intimidating aura he exuded intensified as he looked at my sheath and remarked, "Oh dear, I heard you split the heavens when you fought with Hawkeye. Quite impressive. Why then, do you feel the need to assist this little one?" My hands were nearly frozen numb, yet I forced a smile. "Uncle Kuzan, you are merely pretending not to understand." He inquired if my actions were due to Old Man Carp, which I thought was a redundant question. However, I could not state it outright, so I engaged in a verbal spar, claiming I was merely curious about how far my younger brother could go. However, he clearly was not buying it and appeared genuinely prepared to fight. Thus, it seemed confrontation was inevitable today. Taking a deep breath, I felt an unfamiliar purple energy begin to emanate from me. Just as I assumed a fighting stance, Akiji looked on in astonishment. "Oh dear, you truly intend to fight? I never meant to engage you. What now? Let me tell you, do not fall for such deceptive words." He feigned ignorance, but in the very next heartbeat, he was upon me, moving with such swiftness I had no time to react. His icy arm enveloped me in a freezing embrace. My energy felt as fragile as paper in the face of that absolute zero. Within seconds, I lost consciousness. As I faded, the last sight that registered was the faces of my friends filled with anger and concern. In that moment, I felt an unexpected joy. Being cared for by this group was truly gratifying. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying in the cabin of the Mary. At that moment, I was utterly bewildered, pondering why I had willingly placed myself in such peril, fully aware of the narrative, knowing they would ultimately be safe. Yet I still chose to step into the fray. For the first time, I found myself loathing my identity as a time traveler. If only I were blissfully ignorant, accompanying my brother on his maritime adventures. Life will be so simple. Truly, I was overwhelmed by my family's antics. Later, I heard them recount how, after I had been frozen, Luffy engaged in a duel with Aokiji. Although he ultimately succumbed to the frost, Aokiji relented and even asked Robin to relay a message to me, saying, "Oh dear, do not harbor any ill will towards me. Let us dine together sometime." Dine on what? Prison food at the Navy cafeteria? Well, that incident was behind us. To celebrate our survival, I decided to unveil the local delicacies I had brought back from Basie Island. A dozen high-tech, insulated bento boxes lined up, causing Sanji's eyes to widen in delight, spinning with joy. Luffy's eyes sparkled even more, nearly drooling. I informed them that the food had been stored for 5 to 6 days, but when Sanji took a taste, he exclaimed, "Good heavens, it's as fresh as if it were just made." Then there were various spices, dried ingredients, and that potent Aurora liquor. Upon hearing it was strong alcohol, Zoro perked up, insisting on a taste. I quickly advised him to take it easy with a small cup, recalling how Hawkeye had once passed out from it. The most troublesome part came next. Nami, flipping through the album I brought back, suddenly held up a photo, grinning mischievously. "Look, Bayon's date photo." I glanced at it and froze. It was the one of me and Hawkeye. Sanji rushed over, tears streaming down his face like noodles, pleading, "Bayon-chan, don't drift away from me." Zoro's eyes widened. 2 world-class swordsmen? Luffy, stuffing his mouth with food, mumbled, "Bayon, are you gonna be Hawkeye's bride?" "Please no." I gave him a playful smack on the head. "You fool. Listen when others speak." I snatched the photo back, hastily explaining that it was merely a candid shot during work, not a date at all. Finally, I managed to gloss over the situation and distributed gifts to everyone. Chopper's medical book, Usopp's sniping gear, and Robin's history book. Lastly, from the innermost layer of my package, I retrieved a fully intact flower from the umbrella flower tree, cocooned in an air block. I grinned at them. "Look at this, it can help us fly." That night, on the deck, I encountered Robin, who was unable to sleep. Bathed in moonlight, she appeared particularly lonely. She inquired if I possessed the ability to foresee the future. Always knowing everything, I placed my hand over my heart and replied, "Sister does not foresee the future. I am a second-round player, having already witnessed it once." She asked what her future held, and instead of answering directly, I gently tapped her forehead. "You are quite clever, but sometimes do not overestimate your own intelligence. Trust the fools around you more." The following day, we arrived at Water 7. Due to its proximity to the Navy headquarters, I resolved to disguise myself throughout our stay. I dashed into the bathroom, and upon emerging, I had transformed from a spirited sister into a, well, how shall I put it? A captivating beauty clad in a blue slit cheongsam, adorned with voluminous blue waves of hair, complemented by colored contact lenses and glasses. I swiftly opened a fan and bestowed upon myself the stage name of Tao Bai Bai. To my surprise, Luffy believed it and decided to call me by Bai from then on. We 4 rented 3C beasts called Bull and began exploring this aquatic city. The thrill was indescribable, especially when navigating the rooftop waterways against the current and plunging down steep slopes, akin to a thrilling ride. Nami and Usopp's screams could have toppled the roof. Just as I mentioned hearing about a delicacy called water meat, my red arrowfish bull seemed to understand, swiftly darting away with me to a stall selling it. I had just purchased 10 pieces when I turned around to see Luffy's mount racing towards me, as if it too had caught the scent. As I savored the water meat, my eyes squinted with joy. Nami and Usopp approached with expressions as if fearing I might be abducted by human traffickers. I hurriedly shared the remaining pieces, and the 3 of us simultaneously displayed expressions of bliss. At that moment, Luffy leisurely floated over, holding his own 10 pieces, complaining that we hadn't waited for him. Good grief, your captain's prestige has plummeted to the ground. After satisfying our appetites, Nami unveiled a map, directing us to take the water elevator, which would lead us directly to the city center. I must say, that contraption was merely a massive elevator relying on water currents. Upon exiting, we were greeted by a throng of people, all gathered around Dock 1. My heart sank, and I quickly opened my fan to shield my face. This commotion could only mean one thing: pirates causing trouble, and the foreman from the shipyard showing off. I had no desire to get entangled in this chaos, but I had to help Usopp carry 2 bags of gold ashore first. Standing on tiptoe, I peered through the crowd, and indeed, I spotted a few of my future colleagues. The one wearing a top hat, with a white dove perched on his shoulder, was Lucci. Another resembled Usopp's long-lost brother, Kaku. I must tell you, even amidst the crowd, the ominous aura emanating from those CP9 members was unmistakable. Nami leaned in and whispered, "No way. Those 2 bags of gold are too conspicuous. We need to exchange them for cash first." Naturally, I agreed. Guess what? We exchanged for a staggering 600 million berries. Nami immediately stuffed 3 large boxes into my hands, claiming that those capable should bear more burdens. I became a mobile treasury on the spot. It was utterly absurd. When we returned to Dock 1, the crowd had dispersed. Luffy, unable to wait a moment longer, attempted to climb over the fence, shouting, "Excuse me." Suddenly, a shadow flickered before him, a finger pressed against his forehead, blocking his entry. As the figure looked up, we were all taken aback. Goodness, wasn't that Usopp? Oh, wait, Usopp was right beside me. The person before us was Kaku, with his square nose. Whoever understands at that moment. My mind was consumed with the thought that if I could just Photoshop Usopp's nose to be square, these two would seamlessly blend together. Kaku accepted the introduction letter from Nami and spoke in a tone reminiscent of an old man, piquing Luffy's curiosity as he wanted to see if there was an old man beneath that hat. However, Kaku replied, "I am 23 years old." Usopp and I were utterly flabbergasted. "Bro, your character design is a bit ahead of its time." Nevertheless, he was straightforward, expressing his desire to see our ship first. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished like the wind, leaping down from a height. His skill was such that I couldn't discern if he had even used moonwalk. He relied purely on his long legs, and I was envious. Just as he left, we encountered the mayor of Water 7, the IC president of the Galley Law Company. Accompanying him was his secretary, Califa. She recognized us at once and accurately reported the bounties of Luffy, Zoro, and Robin. The mayor, a rather absurd character, spent his days slacking off, even naming his pet mouse Tyrannosaurus Rex. The absurdity was palpable, embodying a carefree demeanor. Luffy, ever blunt, addressed him directly, which caused Califa to erupt in anger, executing a swift kick that sent Luffy and Usopp flying. I quickly pulled Nami to safety, watching as the mayor ended up with a swollen face, still making sarcastic remarks. I roll my eyes internally, thinking, keep it up. You CP9 folks must all be Oscar-winning actors. After perusing the introduction letter, the mayor agreed to repair our ship, but promptly tore the letter, stating that he was idle and would take us on a tour of the factory. At that moment, he leaned in closer to me, scrutinizing my face through the fan. My heart raced, but I maintained a cheerful demeanor, introducing myself. I am Tao Bai Bai, the dancer on the ship. Just as Luffy and Usopp attempted to chuckle, Nami swiftly silenced them with a hand. Yet the mayor persisted, fixated on me. Finally, unable to contain myself, I bare my shark-like teeth. Have you had enough yet? As fate would have it, he surprisingly ceased to watch and inquired if I wished to join him for dinner. I promptly declined, for it was evident that he was to be assassinated that very night, and I had no desire to be embroiled in such a perilous affair. Should the headlines the next day proclaim that a trusted aide of the warring state's general had clandestinely met with the mayor of Chishui and subsequently been murdered, I would find myself compelled to report it to Brother Shah Ayu in the capital. At that critical moment, Usopp let out a desperate cry. Money. The money is gone. We turned to see 2 fish-shaped vehicles racing along the waterway, with our 2 boxes of money atop them. Iceberg immediately recognized that it was the work of Frankie S. family. A pang of dread struck me. Was the plot unfolding already? Nami's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at me for help. Before I could act, I noticed another foreman from the shipyard, Barry, the one who played with ropes, had jumped from the bridge to evade his creditors and inadvertently toppled the thieves, seating himself atop the money boxes. Upon seeing the money, this fellow turned to flee. Just as I was about to intervene, someone seized my wrist. I turned to see it was Lucci. His pigeon spoke on his behalf. Let me handle this. He then leaped into action. Nami, nearly in tears beside me, exclaimed, Sister Bye-Bye, why didn't you pursue him immediately? What could I say? That I was merely following the plot? Lucci swiftly retrieved Barry by the ear and reclaimed the money boxes. When Barry caught sight of me, he began to rant, pointing at my cheap pal and shouting, Shameless woman, the slit is so high. Your legs are exposed. His words ignited a spark within me. I snapped my fan shut and pressed it against his forehead. Had it not been for the presence of CP9, I would have taught him a lesson about physical retribution. I was about to explode, but managed to restrain myself, reopening my fan with a smile, saying, Sir, you observe so closely. Do you wish for me to perform a dance for you? Iceberg chimed in with approval. Barry continued his tirade, only to be knocked down by Lucci's fist. In frustration, he threw the money box at me and charged at Lucci, engaging him in a struggle with ropes. I pulled Usopp aside and handed him the 2 boxes. Hold on to these with your life. He nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with hope. Seeing him like that stirred an uneasy feeling within me. How would I explain the events to come? We followed Iceberg into the vast shipyard, a scene indeed awe-inspiring. Luffy, ever the opportunist, began enticing Iceberg to join him as a pirate, nearly provoking a combined assault from Califa and Barry. Finding it all too troublesome, I plopped down on a pile of timber with the 3 boxes of money Nami had given me. Just as I intended to cross my legs nonchalantly, I recalled my current persona and quickly adjusted to a more dignified posture. Nami leaned closer and said, "Sister, bye-bye. If you're tired, perhaps you should stand." Apparently, pretending to be a lady was more exhausting than standing. Before long, Kaku returned with news that felt like a bucket of ice water, chilling everyone to the bone. The keel of the Merry Go had broken. It was beyond salvation and could no longer sail. Luffy exploded with disbelief. But Kaku and the other shipwrights insisted it was futile. In the end, it was Iceberg's words that subdued Luffy. "You too are the captain of a ship." Indeed, a captain must make the hardest decisions and bear the heaviest burdens. Just as the atmosphere plummeted to freezing depths, a group of government officials clad in black suits arrived outside. I immediately urged Luffy and Nami to hide. As I attempted to rise, I realized my legs had gone numb from sitting so properly. In my high heels, I stumbled forward, but a large hand caught me from behind, preventing me from crashing to the ground. Turning around, I found it was Lucci again. His pigeon urged him, "Please hurry." I concealed myself behind the timber pile, and Nami whispered to me if I recognized those individuals. I replied with irritation. How would I know such lowly figures? Anyone from the intelligence agency is no good. Once that group departed, Luffy lifted the box he was holding, and his expression changed. "The box is so light." My heart sank. This was bad news. Nami, still in disbelief, I opened the box to reveal it was empty. Not even the original box. 200 million berries, gone just like that. Nami's scream nearly brought down the roof. I calmly informed them, "Money is not the issue. We must now worry about Usopp." Before I could finish, Luffy, in a frenzy, dashed out to confront Frankie's family. Nami rushed off to inform Zoro and the others. I asked Barry to help me tie the 4 money boxes into one, but he attempted to entertain some dubious thoughts and was swiftly knocked down by Lucci. I carried the 4 boxes, my mind a whirlwind of chaos, wandering aimlessly in Water City until the telephone beetle rang in the evening, prompting me to return. Upon opening the door, I was met with the most disheartening scene I could imagine. Luffy and Usopp were fighting. Luffy was gripping Usopp by the collar, shouting, "Don't think you're the only one in pain. Everyone feels the same." Usopp, with red eyes, retorted, "Then you would not make the decision to change ships." Luffy, flustered, was about to declare that Usopp should leave the ship when Sanji kicked him away. But it was too late. Usopp declared that it was Luffy's true sentiment. He intended to withdraw from the Straw Hat Pirates and challenge Luffy to a duel for the Merry Go. Watching him walk away, solitary and resolute, my heart felt heavy. Just that morning, we had been laughing together. How had it come to this? Nami rushed over in tears, while Zoro and Sanji began to argue out of frustration. The Straw Hat crew was in complete disarray. I took a deep breath and told them, "He is your companion, isn't he? So from the very beginning, you should have trusted one another." I was unsure how much they absorbed, but at least the atmosphere lightened a bit. I stepped outside alone, listening to the sounds of the fight within the dormitory, and spent a sleepless night. The duel concluded. Luffy emerged victorious, but left the ship to Usopp. All of us departed the Merry Go. Even Nami's 3 orange trees were uprooted. Only Usopp remained aboard. This farce had finally reached its end. I donned my cloak, leaped onto my small fish vessel, and equipped it with a burst shell. Twisting the throttle, the fuel, usable only once every 24 hours, erupted with intensity, propelling me like a streak of light towards the Navy headquarters. With a kick, I burst through the office door. My handsome lieutenant, Casa, was buried beneath a mountain of paperwork, looking up at me in surprise. I brushed past the messenger blocking my path, removed my hood, and flashed him a smile. "Hey, Casa, don't get too comfortable. We have work to do." To others, a previously unremarkable lieutenant in a new world had suddenly become the aide to the Dragon Lady, promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral. However, the Dragon Lady was known for her secretive ways, constantly on the move, thus rendering his so-called promotion nearly useless. The Admiral Sengoku, at this juncture, would only assign someone to placate her to ensure her continued service to the Navy. Yet in Bai Yang's eyes, was it merely Sengoku's placation? Partially, yes. She had spent 4 years at Navy headquarters, often working independently or on others' turf. Now, she was provided with a usable warship. If she would not become a warlord, she would serve in the Navy. Thus Sengoku had offered her a hidden pathway. Once more, she sped through the sea, And upon returning to Water 7, the waves had grown ferocious. A storm or tsunami was surely brewing. She vaguely recalled that this place experienced such devastation annually. With a sudden increase in speed, she raced into Water 7. As darkness fell and without headlights, she navigated through narrow alleys, unnoticed. However, she had to pass through the Watergate elevator to reach the uppermost shipbuilding island. Therefore, under the cover of night, she was compelled to incapacitate a few shipwrights guarding the area. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates were wanted throughout the city. Meanwhile, within the apartment building housing Iceberg and the Carrera Company headquarters, chaos reigned. What should we discuss with Barry? One of the foremen stationed at the entrance of the Iceberg dormitory, Taisatong, conversed with the other three, pondering the matter of Mr. Iceberg, which must indeed be of great significance. For now, let us focus on the pirates, Lulu interjected. At that moment, the pigeon perched on Lucci's shoulder opened its beak. According to Califa's intelligence, there are a total of 8 of them. Captain Monkey D, Luffy, the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, Nico Robin, and the dancer Peach. Additionally, there is the young girl who arrived at Dock 1 this morning along with that long-nosed man, Kaku added. Ah, including the other 2, that makes the complete set. Cool. Their intentions are of no consequence now. The moment they intrude here will mark their demise. We must leave none alive, concealing the little fish in a hidden storage room. Bai Yong adjusted her attire, opting to don a half-butterfly mask that was currently in demand at Water 7 to avoid the flapping of her small fan. In the darkness, a thick plume of smoke began to rise from the distant apartment, the flames gradually spreading forth. As she constructed a solid footing in mid-air, Bai Yong quickened her pace, swiftly moving to the window of the Iceberg dormitory. This was made possible due to the preparations she undertook the previous afternoon, where she had created a landing point above the window on that wall. Settling into position, she designated this location as the battlefield for the day. Soon, the apartment and courtyard erupted with cries and the clashing of swords. It appeared that a skirmish had already commenced, yet her conspicuous presence might draw unwanted attention. Extending her hand, she conjured an air grid that enveloped her form, gradually rendering her invisible. This was one of the abilities granted by her Fong Fong fruit. Known as fusion, she could merge into the squares she had previously touched, a skill honed over the years for the sake of convenience during special missions. In truth, she had rarely utilized the full potential of the Fong Fong fruit, as both Blackbeard and Seastone could nullify her powers, and she did not wish to be at the mercy of her adversaries in direct combat. She had not anticipated employing this method, recalling how she had done so the night prior. After all, there were no doors here. The voice of Iceberg resonated from within. Bai Yong raised an eyebrow, sensing that the performance was about to commence. Through the walls, she could faintly hear the sounds of CP9, likely due to the presence of a masked individual. A gunshot rang out, indicating that CP9 had fired upon Iceberg before the designated time, preventing him from resisting. Such preemptive measures were indeed a hallmark of professional spies. Is this how CP9 operates? Iceberg's voice was laced with pain. You are quite astute. Just so, she murmured, pressing her audio device closer to the window. She activated the recording function. Tonight would yield ample material. Behind the wall, Robin and Iceberg engaged in a heated argument after CP9's Bruno had departed. Iceberg's motive for wanting to kill Robin stemmed from her ability to resurrect ancient weapons, while Robin's intent was to eliminate Iceberg for the sake of her comrades. After Qingji had departed, he handed the Demon Slayer order to Spandam, who then used it to coerce Robin. Thus, the conditions were set. Eliminate Iceberg, acquire the blueprints, and frame the Straw Hat Pirates for the crime, ensuring the Demon Slayer order would not be activated. For her companions, Robin was willing to revive the ancient weapons, even if it meant the annihilation of the world. A soft sigh escaped her lips. Evidence of CP9 framing the Straw Hats was already secured. Yet hearing the exchange between Iceberg and Robin left her pondering deeply. The obsession with everything is merely a human fixation. The notion of destroying the world for the sake of comrades was indeed a dark ideology. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated through the air, the sound emanating from the nearby wall. As Bai Yong sensed a slight tremor behind her. Was it the distraction caused by Barry fighting against Iceberg and CP9 at the end of the corridor? Such a commotion seemed excessive. Bai Yong turned her head towards the source of the noise, only to realize it was Luffy, who had charged through the roof with such force that his head was now embedded in the wall. Of course it's you, she exclaimed, unable to suppress her desire to jest. Stowing away her audio device, Bai Yong waved her hand to create a small air pathway along the wall. Leaping over it, just as she intended to approach, A formless cross-attack wave pierced through the wall from within, resulting in Luffy breaking free from his confinement and entering the room. Bai Yang executed a backflip to evade the attack. Yet the air pathway she had just created was now destroyed. Straw Hat, be careful, Barry's voice warned from within the room. Pressing against the wall to eavesdrop, Bai Yang sighed, realizing that the fighting had ceased, indicating Luffy had likely been subdued upon entry. Soon after, she overheard two members of CP9 conversing before departing the office. Are you all right? Barry's tone carried a hint of guilt. I am unscathed. Such trivial matters cannot harm me, Luffy replied, struggling momentarily. Is that so? Straw Hat, why have you come here? Everyone believes you are the culprits. I apologize. It is our fault for being so gullible. It's fine. I've grown accustomed to being pursued. I have a companion who was taken by those masked fiends, so I came to retrieve her. It must be Nico Robin, Barry remarked, and upon receiving Luffy's tacit agreement, he continued, you can fight, right? Let's join forces. How dare they kill Mr. Iceberg, my mentor? Who are those scoundrels? What a despicable organization. Cough, cough. I must give them a sound thrashing. But you're already injured, Barry retorted. No matter how I am wounded, I will fight to the end. Damn it. Let go of me. Let go of me. Damn it. Luffy and Barry shouted in unison, causing Bai Yang, who had been listening by the wall, to raise an eyebrow. All right, she is here. Leaping through the large hole that Luffy had created in the wall, she found Barry and Luffy pinned to the ground by metallic hooks that restrained their limbs and joints, rendering them immobile. In her current state of fusion, Bai Yang's true form was composed of countless transparent to nearly imperceptible cubes. However, the sound of her high heels still echoed slightly as she landed. Someone else coming in. Luffy glanced towards the empty wall. What nonsense are you spouting? There is no one here. Barry snapped. It is I, Bai Yang replied, disinclined to use the term I in this context, even finding it distasteful. Where? Luffy craned his neck. What? That woman with the fan from yesterday? Liberate. She lightly snapped her fingers, canceling her square ability and standing beside Luffy. A ghost. Barry's eyes widened. Hee, what an intriguing ability. You still manage to smile? Bai Yang remarked, swiftly removing the metallic hooks that restrained them. Why should I not smile? You are up against CP9 this time. They are formidable opponents, purely technical. As she spoke, she playfully tapped Luffy on the forehead. Forget it. You can laugh whenever you wish. Woman, you know about CP9? Barry exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. They are nothing but a government organization I disdain. Their leader is your mentor's enemy, Spandam. As Bai Yang mentioned the name Spandam, a cold smile crossed his lips. It was quite repulsive that such a loathsome individual represented animals, particularly pandas. His very existence was detestable. The group hurried along, guided by Bai Yang and Bali. Yet Luffy inadvertently smashed through the door of the adjacent room. Hey, that's the next room. Bali et Gleam, pointing. At that moment, Luffy was filled with rage, raising his fist to strike the wall of the nearby dormitory. Simultaneously, Nami, Chopper, and Zoro burst in through the main entrance beside the wall. With a resounding crash, the Straw Hat Pirates stormed into the Ice Mountain dormitory, thwarting CP9's attempts to silence Ice Mountain. The author wishes to express, Rob Lucci is a formidable opponent, and the involvement of CP9 is an endless struggle. Chapter 48, Robin. At last, I found you. Luffy's eyes landed on Nico Robin, standing among CP9. Hey, where on earth have you been? Zoro shouted from the other side. I'm so glad to see you. Chopper, still worried from their previous farewell, refused to abandon his companion. Wait, what is going on? Nami inquiret, guesting a questioning glance at Bai Yang. Bai Yang gently shook her head. It was the first confrontation between CP9 and the Straw Hats, and previous misunderstandings and conspiracies could not be unveiled all at once. The atmosphere fell silent as CP9 appeared, comprising Rob Lucci, Kaku, Califa, and the bar owner Bruno. Oh dear, Lucci said, merely glancing at Bali, whose shock was evident from Lucci's voice and presence. Mr. Ice Mountain, what on earth is happening? When old friends and colleagues suddenly reveal themselves as government spies, one might wonder what thoughts would arise. In a former life, Bai Yang might have thought, how could the underworld I once offended have connections to government spies? Yet such thoughts would inevitably carry a tone of mockery and wry amusement. Bali, we are actually government spies, Lucci stated flatly. Well, I know that even if I apologize, you won't forgive us. It may be hard to believe that we, who once spent countless nights building ships together, have now become enemies. Should I step on Mr. Ice Mountain's face to prove it? His tone was chilling. Bai Yang remarked calmly, such cruel words, as the Straw Hats looked on in disbelief. "Enough, stop talking," Bali shouted. "I just heard a voice matching that of the bull-headed mask. You bastard, you can actually speak. How dare you deceive me?" Fueled by anger, Bali charged at Lucci, drawing a rope to strike him. However, the rope with a flying dagger could not possibly reach CP9's Lucci. In an instant, he appeared before Bali. Finger gun. His finger shot forth like a bullet, piercing Bali's shoulder. "Here it comes," Bayang raised an eyebrow. This was the 6 powers she had been reluctant to learn. While undeniably effective, as a practitioner of Chinese martial arts, she felt a twinge of resistance. Her Jeet Kune Do and Tai Chi were equally potent, if not superior to the 6 powers. Bali, already injured, could no longer stand. He gasped, "Why are you doing this? You're all doomed anyway." Lucci, resembling a harbinger of death, grasped Bali's shoulder, assuming an attack posture. "Poor friend," he murmured, poised to take Bali's life. "Stop." Luffy elongated his left leg, aiming a kick. Yet Lucci effortlessly countered it with one hand. Again, Luffy raised his fist, exclaiming, "Goma, Goma no Gatling." Countless powerful punches flew at the man in the black hat, who blocked them all without flinching. What? Completely ineffective? Luffy retracted his fist, frustrated. Lucci's expression darkened. "Shave." Luffy was astonished. He disappeared. Lucci's figure flickered, vanishing and reappearing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Lucci stood before him again. Finger gun, aimed directly at Luffy's throat. At that moment, Bayang, who had been standing back, moved forward. She sidestepped, gently pushing Lucci's wrist aside from the inside of his arm. With a deft motion, she redirected the trajectory of the finger gun attack, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. Although Lucci was taken aback, it was just for a fleeting moment before he lunged again. Shave. Simultaneously, Bayang pulled Luffy towards Zoro, bracing herself for confrontation. Lucci's speed was indeed remarkable, yet she found no desire to pursue. Just as he flashed into view, Bayang vanished from her place, reappearing suddenly before him. This caught Lucci off guard as he noticed the woman's right fist surging towards him, but he steadied himself. Iron block. Bayang, however, smirked. Who said she intended to strike him? In an instant, her right fist transformed into a palm, explosively pushing against Lucci's chest. Ugh! The man in the black hat stumbled back, losing his balance as he fell to the ground. What appeared to be a feeble push contained tremendous force. She hadn't employed any internal energy. These were purely physical skills. As a martial artist, engaging in a genuine duel with a technical combatant was exhilarating. Bayang silently lamented why the surroundings of the Navy headquarters were filled with formidable foes, leaving no worthy opponents for her martial prowess. But did this not signify that she had indeed pushed Rob Lucci down? With that thought, her gaze unconsciously drifted away. Flashing a smile at Lucci, she said, "Wait a moment. It seems you intend to kill this ill-mannered gentleman. Then you and the shipwright are no longer colleagues, correct?" "Well, we were before, but now we are not," he replied, his expression darkening. Luffy pulled the injured Bali closer. "It seems you are indeed a traitor. That's fine. I promised him I would thoroughly deal with those who wish to harm Mr. Ice Mountain." "Why are you with Bali's group?" Kaku inquired. "Because I have matters to address with you." Luffy turned to Robin. "Hey, Robin, why are you with these guys? If you want to leave, then explain." "Exactly. Didn't they claim to be government agents?" "Why?" Nami questioned. "Because of the Buster Call," Robin replied, recalling the devastation she witnessed in her hometown at the age of 8. The sight of 10 warships and 5 vice admirals unleashed indiscriminate destruction instilled deep fear within her. Observing Robin's silence, Bayang crossed her arms and sighed. Foolishness. This realization struck Robin, her light blue eyes flashing with a hint of panic. After steadying herself, she said, "Can't you understand human speech? I've already bid farewell to the ship's doctor and chef. Was that not communicated?" "Of course it was. But even I cannot accept it." "Why, Robin?" Chopper exclaimed. "To achieve my wish, which cannot be fulfilled while I am with you." Robin's reasoning left no room for rebuttal. "For the sake of this wish, I am willing to make any sacrifice." Upon hearing such words, Bayang felt a tightening in her chest. She pouted in displeasure, retreating to Nami's side and leaning against the wall to watch the unfolding drama. As the iceberg attempted to reveal the truth, Robin, unusually assertive, silenced him with her blooming skill. Her voice was icy as she declared, "I will not allow anyone to obstruct me." If one were unaware of the truth, it was akin to experiencing One Piece for the first time. Bayang would undoubtedly be filled with frustration, much like Luffy and his crew, despite knowing that Robin was concealing painful truths, continued to evade their help, mistakenly believing that such avoidance would protect her companions. Subsequently, Lucci interrupted the exchange, politely informing everyone present that a great fire would soon engulf the apartment. However, to leave, they would have to pass through them. Such words, beneficial to the antagonists, were in alignment with Lucci's prior promise to Robin not to harm Luffy and his crew. Thus, it seemed he was merely trying to provoke them, aiming to extinguish any hope they had for Robin. Bayang had heard of Rob Lucci vaguely 4 years ago, having trained in the same facility, and had caught snippets of conversations about his infamous deeds, such as indiscriminately killing 500 hostages at the tender age of 13. Being a leopard man only added to his brutality. Yet upon meeting him today, she found this individual, whose voice resembled that of Guanj Yi, surprisingly polite. Was it the dissonance between his true voice and character design that lent him a certain charm? Indeed, after hearing Lucci's words, Robin steeled herself to leap from the window to escape. Meanwhile, Luffy was obstructed by Bruno. His attacks were effortlessly countered by the Six Powers, leaving him at a loss against this new adversary and their novel combat techniques. Raging Wind Kick. Kaku and Califa simultaneously struck at Luffy, landing a direct hit. Yet the aftershock propelled him backward. Duck! Bai Yong shouted, aware of the move's destructive potential, acting quickly to stabilize Luffy, who was pushed back by the force of the attack. As Califa elucidated the mechanics of the Raging Wind Kick, Zoro drew his twin swords and charged, only to be met by Kaku's twin blades, the clash of steel creating a spectacle of blurring motion. At that moment, Robin had already ascended to the window, uttering her final, heart-wrenching words, "We shall not meet again." Zoro swung fiercely to sever Kaku's blades, striving to prevent her departure, yet Kaku's finger guns pierced his body. Similarly, Luffy found himself ensnared by Lucci, who held his head in a vice grip, rendering him immobile. Nami and Chopper were astonished by the might of CP9, helplessly watching as Robin leaped from the window, disappearing from their sight. "Sister Bai, why don't you intervene? Why not stop her?" Nami questioned, her gaze filled with disbelief. "Do not look at her with such eyes," Bai Yong replied. "She has chosen to leave. Even if you were to hinder her here, she would resist." She shrugged, for it was the truth. Nami stared at Bai Yong in shock, momentarily speechless. "Why must you always be so indifferent?" she murmured, almost to herself. It was loud enough for Bai Yong to hear. "Nami, have you begun to regard her as a companion? As a most astute among us? Do you now mockingly wonder if Sister Bai is truly on the Navy's side?" Lucci explained the Six Powers and the CP9's long-standing awareness of sacrificing their lives for the government, contrasting sharply with Luffy and his crew, who basked in the sun's warmth. The ignorant masses of CP9 had been deceived by the government. Bai Yong couldn't help but smirk slightly, for she knew the ultimate fate that awaited CP9, and she longed to voice her thoughts. "In truth, CP9, you are all law-abiding citizens. You are merely a tad misguided." Perhaps in wanting to dissuade the Straw Hat crew completely, Lucci showcased his abilities, transforming into his leopard form. Bai Yong, observing from the sidelines, couldn't suppress her internal monologue. "Goodness, the cat fruit, how amusing. I wonder what would happen if I tossed a cat's tail herb at him, or perhaps catnip." Apologetically, she acknowledged that she had to maintain her cover, leading to her discomfort. Indeed, her habit of speaking her mind was proving to be quite inconvenient. As flames spread, a shipwright attempted to flee, only to be met with Lucci's Raging Wind Kick, which effortlessly cleaved through the entire apartment. The sheer force of such an attack was astonishing. At the same time, the ceiling began to collapse, large stones tumbling down. Bai Yong quickly yanked Chopper and Nami to safety, turning to see their previous location buried beneath debris. Barry also rushed to save the iceberg, but he was obstructed by former allies. "Why are you all in my way? I still see you as true companions." His furious shout was met with Lucci's cold retort. "Only you think that." "That's a lie," Bai Yong muttered softly in rebuttal. The author wishes to convey, CP9 continues to struggle in the aftermath. In the 49th chapter, amidst the betrayal and cold words, the Straw Hat Boy unleashed a furious rubber fist, striking Lucci squarely. However, the attack merely halted Lucci momentarily, as he swiftly retaliated with a finger gun, piercing through Luffy. In the next instant, Lucci effortlessly seized the incapacitated Luffy and hurled him against the outer wall, exclaiming, "Fly out to the island." A resounding crash echoed as a massive hole was created in the wall, and Luffy vanished from sight. Bai Yong raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "Outside the island? Let's avoid that, shall we?" Knowing this was not the final battleground, she chose not to intervene. This was rather unfortunate, as the protagonist had just been flung out. "I shall find him." With that, she leaped past Lucci in his leopard form. Raging Wind Kick. Khalifa charged in. While the Raging Wind Kick was powerful, its speed was lacking. Yet, in the cramped confines of the room, Bai Yong found herself cornered. She executed a backward bend to evade the attack. Ever since her battle with Hawkeye, she had diligently practiced various evasive maneuvers. Oh dear, while I dodged, the wind still tore the silk of my cheapao. This garment is hard to come by. Finger gun. Khalifa launched another assault. Bai Yong deftly sidestepped the trajectory of Khalifa's strike, seizing her arm and using the momentum to throw her outward. This technique was akin to the principles found in Tai Chi. Khalifa collided forcefully with the wall. And Bai Yong shrugged. This isn't my fault. It's her own attack's intensity. Do you still have time to concern yourself with the enemy? Zoro assumed an offensive stance. Hurry and find Luffy. Understood. Be careful, Bai Yong replied before leaping through the hole created by Luffy's impact. Bai Yong possessed commendable jumping ability, although she had to make a square landing each time. However, she did not leap as far as Kaku, who was aided by the mountain winds. The night air was cool as Bai Yong soared through the sky, searching for Luffy. 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 However, after a prolonged search, she failed to locate him. Instead, she spotted a creature resembling green algae gliding through the air nearby before plummeting into the submerged lower district of the already half-flooded city. I did not see him. Nevertheless, he can swim. He will climb back up. But wait. The two formidable combatants of the Straw Hats soared into the air, causing a momentary pause at the Ice Mountain dormitory. From a distance, a fierce blaze erupted from the apartment, eliciting a frown from Bai Yong. She realized the urgent need to rescue Nami and Chopper. Meanwhile, at the inferno engulfing the apartment, all the dockworkers below had either escaped or been rescued by their comrades. Only the uppermost Ice Mountain dormitory remained inaccessible. The remaining individuals fought valiantly with fire hoses, but the flames had grown too fierce, rendering their efforts futile. At that moment, a colossal water cube, as large as half the apartment building, plummeted from the sky, shattering upon impact with the roof. The scene resembled a giant pouring a bucket of water from the heavens. Instantly, water splashed everywhere, extinguishing most of the flames engulfing the building. Bai Yong leaped from the air and swiftly entered the Ice Mountain dormitory. Inside, Ice Mountain and Barry were bound, seemingly left to perish in the flames by CP9, while Chopper lay gravely injured, unconscious nearby. However, Nami was nowhere to be found. Without hesitation, Bai Yong hoisted the now-diminished Chopper and grasped Ice Mountain and Barry by their arms, leaping from the rapidly collapsing room. Upon landing, dockworkers quickly surrounded them. She is one of the Straw Hats. Wait, it's Mr. Ice Mountain and Mr. Barry. She saved them. Hurry, call a doctor. They are severely injured. At that moment, Ice Mountain regained consciousness and looked at Bai Yong, asking, Why are you here? I have been here all along. Mayor, Bai Yong replied without meeting his gaze, scanning the surroundings. She inquired of the dockworkers, Have you seen a girl with orange hair? Yes, your companion is over there. She seemed to jump directly from the upper window, one of the dockworkers pointed out. Bai Yong hurriedly approached the barely conscious Nami, who bore numerous minor wounds and was holding her forehead, likely in pain from a recent jump. Are you all right? Bai Yong asked as she helped her up. Iem Mifine. Nami replied, gradually regaining clarity. What about Luffy and the others? I haven't found them yet, but I'm sure they are safe. I managed to rescue Chopper. Bai Yong reassured her. Ice Mountain, struggling to stand, approached them. Everyone, please step back. I need to speak with him privately, he instructed the dockworkers. Under the tree, in the courtyard, he sat down weakly. First, I must apologize. I wronged you. I will clarify the misunderstandings with everyone shortly. You must be referring to Robin, Bai Yong interjected, waving her hand. There is no need to explain to me. I must find Captain. Wait, Bai Yong. Ice Mountain called after her. Bai Yong, her back glistening with sweat, finally spoke. You've mistaken me for someone else. Impossible. Although I have only seen you once. As you said, this outfit of yours is quite distinctive. I remember seeing you try it on in a shop during our last encounter. The coincidences in this world are quite extraordinary, he replied, a grin forming on his face. Bai Yong removed her mask, raising an eyebrow. Do you dare threaten me? I have no interest in your threats, he dismissed, and that is not your concern. I live freely, and I am currently on vacation. She stared at him intently. Don't speak too much. I will assist you. If you intend to help us, why didn't you reveal your acquaintance with CP9 from the beginning? I do not know them. Bai Yong's response was a tad colder. I dislike intelligence agency personnel. My actions are solely my own. Do not attribute everything to the government or the Marines. Ah, so it is you. Ice Mountain chuckled suddenly. Though I have only seen you once. Your fiery temperament, is quite memorable. Was that a test? Bayong's lips twitched slightly. If the chit-chat is over, I must find Luffy. Well, now that I understand your motives here are not government-related, I have no further questions, Ice Mountain smiled. Bayong leaped into the sky once more. Searching, she found it puzzling. Despite her speed and expanded range, she could not spot Luffy. However, she did catch sight of a certain swordsman, Zoro, happily tumbling headfirst down a chimney on a rooftop. Bayong smirked as she leaped beside him. Zoro, if I were to capture you in this state for posterity, what would you say when you become famous? You dare. Without waiting for Bayong's response, the swordsman furiously shattered the chimney from within. Ha ha ha, that would be unfortunate, as your current image is etched deeply in my memory, Bayong teased, playfully punching the already fractured chimney. Curse it, Zoro grumbled as he pulled himself from the rubble, frowning. Hey, you left my Sandai Kitetsu next to Chopper. Bayong pointed toward the direction of the apartment, which was still shrouded in smoke. I'll retrieve it myself, Zoro replied, turning to head the opposite way. Wait, Bayong shot him a glance. Let me take you back. With that, she grasped Zoro's arm, leaping into the air, creating a transparent path straight to their destination. Following Bayong swiftly through the air, Zoro furrowed his brow, eyeing the woman ahead. What about CP9? Have you learned their techniques too? Don't be foolish. We are running through the sky, not doing moonwalks, she retorted. However, it is true that officers ranked Rear Admiral and above in the Marines learn those 6 styles. As Nami and Chopper learned the truth about Robin, they felt invigorated, joining the dockworkers and searching the rooftops for their lost companions. They would never allow anyone to sacrifice themselves. Now, nearly all of the dockworkers were on the lookout for the Straw Hats. Up in the sky, one dockworker exclaimed, pointing. Hey, Bayong! Chopper cried, waving frantically. Robin is about to be captured. The two leaped down from the sky to join Chopper. Bayong hugged the little reindeer affectionately. It's all right. We found Zoro, and Luffy will find us soon. No, Aquarana is coming. It's too dangerous to search the backstreets now. A dockworker called from above. The sea train is about to depart. I must hurry, Bayong declared. Zoro, Chopper, I'm going after the sea train. She released Chopper and gazed toward the station. I've searched the shipbuilding island thoroughly, so Luffy should be in the backstreets. You and Nami should head there. Hey, woman, will you bring Robin back? Zoro stared at her. Back there, with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to keep her safe. First, I already mentioned when I was in East Blue that I wouldn't help you too much, Bayong sighed gently. If Robin wanted to stay, she would have reacted that way. Do you know something? I do. Regarding Robin and her thoughts, she replied with a calm expression. In any case, I will ensure her safety. As Bayong dashed directly from the air toward the station, the sea train had already set off ahead of schedule. Standing on the rear of the train, a golden-haired man awaited, chains in hand. With a single hand, he encircled the area, instantaneously conjuring a transparent rope of air, which, with a gentle flick, seemed to possess a life of its own as it stretched infinitely to secure itself to the railing at the rear of the vehicle. At that moment, Sanji, who had just leapt onto the rear of the car, was persistently flicking his lighter in an attempt to ignite the cigarette dangling from his lips. However, the flame was repeatedly extinguished by the sea breeze. How frustrating it was to be unable to even enjoy a smoke. Unintentionally, his left hand gripping the railing brushed against something, prompting him to curiously explore. Indeed, a transparent rope was tethered there. Moreover, it appeared to be square. With the answer already forming in his mind, Sanji eagerly tugged at the rope, pulling it towards the rear of the vehicle. With the newfound tension, Bayong swiftly leapt onto the back of the car, directly into the outstretched arms of the blonde man. Bye-bye, Chan. Sure. Oh, all right, cradling the beauty. Sanji's eyes transformed into hearts as he nodded enthusiastically. Suddenly, the rear door of the vehicle was pushed open by a government official clad in a black suit. The storm outside was ferocious. With a swift kick, Sanji sent a sudden light bulb flying back into the train compartment, releasing Bayong. He stepped inside first, only to be met by a multitude of gun barrels aimed at him. Unperturbed, he retrieved his cigarette, which, this time, he finally managed to light. Bayong stood behind him, closing the door to the compartment, creating a tense atmosphere within the last carriage filled with government personnel. Who are you? Quickly report to Mr. Lucci. Wait, there is no need to inform CP9. Any suspicious individuals are hardly a threat. Following the sound, Bayong glanced back. To his surprise, there was a towering figure, so tall that his body bent at the waist within the confines of the carriage, with his head towering above Sanji. It was Mr. Jerry. I am the king of a certain island in the South Sea, where karate is prevalent. Indeed, I am a boxing champion. A boxing champion? What a fool. Such a character doesn't he even deserve the chance to speak. Bai Yong delivered a swift kick to the man's knee. Oh, how painful. The man named Jerry immediately clutched his knee in agony. With knees that could reach her height, your arrogance is unwarranted. Refrain from boasting about being a boxing champion. Well, Bai-Chan, allow me to handle this first, Sanji thought, wanting to protect Bai Yong. However, before he could finish his sentence, Bai Yong had already delivered another kick to the exposed neck of the bending Jerry. Ugh! The man lost consciousness on the spot, collapsing to the ground, still clutching his previously injured knee. Mr. Jerry was defeated with a single blow. Quickly notify CP9. Chaos erupted in the carriage as everyone once again turned their weapons towards Bai Yong and Sanji. With a swift motion, Bai Yong retrieved the sandalwood fan from her possession, flexed her wrist, and leaned closer to Sanji, whispering in a tone only they could hear. Let us resolve this swiftly. Understood. Bai-Chan. With both hands on the ground, Sanji executed a series of spinning kicks, clearing out all the riffraff in the rear carriage. Meanwhile, Bai Yong dashed into the sixth carriage, using her fan to strike each person at the back of their necks, causing them all to fall into slumber. She had a reputation for leaving no one alive. And even the twin swordsmen guarding the telephone bug were knocked unconscious without uttering a word. Beside a pile of cargo in the front carriage were Usopp and Frankie, bound within burlap sacks. Huh. Usopp, awakened by the commotion, saw Bai Yong and exclaimed in disbelief. Bye. What are you doing here? What do you think? Speaking of which, how did you end up here, tied up with Frankie? What? Little girl, how do you know who I am? Frankie questioned Usopp beside him. Is she one of your crew? I suppose so. Usopp nodded. Is that Frankie? Sanji, approaching from behind, raised an eyebrow and delivered a kick to the awakening Frankie's face. Our long-nosed friend has suffered greatly thanks to you. Do you want me to slice you into pieces? He threatened, flexing his legs menacingly. Wait, Sanji, a lot has happened since then, Usopp interjected, stepping in front of him to explain. This guy once saved the Mary from peril. By the way, Mary has already. Hey, is this really the time for calm discussions? Frankie, still with shoe prints on his face, sat up. In any case, please untie me first. Who would help you untie your ropes? You'll be stuck like that for the rest of your life. Idiot. Punk. Just because I'm being nice to you, you act all arrogant. Both of you. Stop it. If you keep dawdling, we will definitely be discovered. Usopp shouted as he wedged himself between the two. Haven't we already been discovered? At that moment, Bai Yong pointed towards the fifth carriage. The individuals in the front carriage, she recognized. One of them was a colonel from the former kingdom named Tibone, who was rather kind, albeit a bit intimidating in appearance. It's best not to waste energy engaging with those in the front carriage. Indeed, Robin-chan is still waiting for us. Sanji asserted seriously. We should leave this place first. The group climbed atop the carriage, with Sanji dialing the telephone bug he had set aside for Nami. Nami-san, can you hear me? Is that you, Sanji-kun? We might be in a bit of trouble here. For Sanji, who is solely focused on retrieving Robin aboard the sea train. The unexpected presence of Usopp and his nemesis Frankie, both bound on this train, was indeed an unforeseen complication. Trouble? Yikes. Wow. Be careful. The top of the carriage was slick from the seawater, and Bai Yong caught Usopp, who nearly slipped off. Wait, Sanji-kun, what was that sound? There are two fools here shamelessly pulling on by Bai-chan. Glancing back at the two who were tugging on Bai Yang's hands, Sanji glared fiercely. Has Bai-chan reunited with you? That's wonderful. In any case, I'm now telling you the reasons behind Robin's actions and our current situation. You're so annoying. From a distance, the cheerful sounds of Nami, Chopper, and others could be heard, and Bai Yong sighed, reflecting on how lively the Straw Hat crew was. She placed Usopp and Frankie's hands together, allowing them to hold onto each other. Bai Yong turned and waved to Sanji. I'm going to find Robin. Bai-chan. Aren't you going to listen? Sanji looked up at her. Join us in action. No, Bai Yong replied, turning around and speaking loudly enough for Nami to hear. I will protect Nico Robin, but I want to engage with CP9. You needn't count me among your actions. Wait, Bai-chan. Nami called out to her. Are you working on something this time? I suppose so, she replied with a smirk, appreciating Nami's cleverness. Nami, you have your tasks and capabilities, and I have mine. Hey, I don't think this woman is one of your crew, Frankie remarked to Usopp. No, how should I put it? Sometimes she is, but sometimes it seems she isn't. Usopp responded, glancing at the figure that had already walked far ahead into the front carriage. The author has something to say. Blood Spitting, Chapter 50. Due to Accelerana, the storm is exceptionally fierce. with the wind howling atop the sea train's carriages. Bai Yong deliberately lowered her movements and quieted her voice upon passing the second and third carriages, where the CP9 members were located. At present, beneath her feet lies the carriage where Luobin resides. Grasping the ceiling, she leans down to peer through the window, observing Luobin seated alone, her expression remarkably placid, as though the impending sentence from Judicial Island holds no significance for her. With a mere thought, Bai Yong transforms the ceiling beneath her into a square, allowing the touched segments to shift aside. Thus, Bai Yong leaps through the square aperture in the ceiling, landing beside Luobin. Evidently, the once serene and beautiful woman momentarily displays a flicker of fear upon witnessing her arrival, quickly followed by an expression of clenched fury. "Why are you here?" With a finger pressed to her lips in a gesture for silence, Bai Yong glances towards the second carriage, confirming that CP9 remains unaware of her presence. She then conjures a layer of air blocks in front of her. The transparent squares blend seamlessly, becoming nearly invisible in the dimness of night or from a distance. However, if possible, Bai Yong wishes to avoid alarming Lucci. Any confrontation could jeopardize the unfolding events. Taking a seat opposite Luobin, Bai Yong finally speaks. "I have come to ensure your safety until Luffy and the others rescue you. I will not return with them." Luobin exclaims, visibly agitated. "If you are indeed the captain's sister, then use your authority to protect them. This is something you must clarify directly with them, and I call Luobin." Bai Yong shrugs, indifferent to whether Luobin can discern her vague outline. "Do you believe Luffy and the others require my protection? Have you not already taken the initiative to safeguard them? You truly are aware of everything," Luobin replies, clenching her fists and lowering her gaze. "But I still thank you for not revealing it during Water 7. I will not impede your actions. However, should Luffy and the others seek to retrieve you, I will not obstruct them either. That will only put them in danger. Let me tell you, Luobin, Luffy is an exceedingly headstrong individual. No one can deter him." Bai Yong smirks, seemingly reminiscing. At times, his obstinacy, pure and untainted, leads him to make judgments based solely on instinct. But is that not remarkable? You and I, at times, are ensnared by excessive impurities, resulting in such darkness. Suddenly, a series of knocks resound as Usopp, disguised as the Sniper King, approaches by way of a suction cup octopus, making his way alongside the sea train. He lightly taps on the window to catch Luobin's attention. Bai Yong rises on Aebro, casually touching the row of seats to turn the window and half the wall into blocks, startling Usopp. Yet, amidst the chaos, Bai Yong swiftly pulls him into the carriage. "Long-nosed gentleman?" Luobin, despite having learned from Bai Yong that the Straw Hat crew had come to rescue her, is still taken aback. "How did you sneak in? Did you assist them?" She inquires, glancing at Bai Yang's seat. "Do not glare at me like that. I said I wouldn't obstruct them, but I certainly did not actively aid them in their reckless endeavors." Bai Yong waves her hand, rendering her upper body invisible to reassure Usopp. "Ha ha! How am I to answer you in such haste?" With Bai Yong beside him, Usopp takes a seat. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Sniper King, the King of Snipers. To explain the backstory would be cumbersome. For now, our priority is to extract you. I'm not alone. Sanji and a rogue named Frankie are causing a ruckus within the carriage." Usopp responds, turning to Bai Yong. "Did you not inform her?" "No," Bai Yong says. "We were discussing other matters. The Sniper King, is it? I am merely Ni Luobin's protector. The task of bringing her back rests upon you." "Of course." Usopp agrees earnestly. Luffy and the others are pursuing another sea train along the same track, seemingly accompanied by a considerable number of allies. Usopp's revelations, along with the knowledge that everyone is aware of the truth, only serve to remind Luobin of the potential dangers her comrades might face. She clenches her fists tightly. "I never intended for you to rescue me. Do not assume such foolishness." "What did you say?" Their animated exclamations draw the attention of those in the adjacent carriage. "What's all this commotion about?" Luobin, as Bai Yong reinstates her full invisibility, she quietly hides beneath the seat, grateful for her petite stature, which allows her to conceal herself here. Otherwise, she could not possibly squeeze into Luobin's cloak alongside Usopp. The door swings open, revealing the scarred government official who had previously sought a conversation with Iceberg. "What is it?" "We are nearing Judicial Island, and even you cannot maintain your composure. No matter how you lament your fate, salvation is beyond your grasp. Nothing is wrong." If one were to solely listen to Luobin's voice, her response would seem appropriately measured. Yet, Usopp's bandaged arms are exposed, and he pretends to wave them nonchalantly. How incongruous. Bayong, peeking slightly from under the seat, decides against further observation. It is not fear of this feeble individual discovering her, but rather the absurdity of the situation. The government official remains silent for a moment, clearly suspicious. Just as he prepares to depart, he abruptly turns back. What is it? Luo Bin's voice remains calm. The official hovers near Luo Bin, sniffing, causing her to avert her gaze. The world government's officials are indeed impolite. This is just part of the job. At that moment, Usopp shifts, his leg emerging from beneath the cloak. Ha ha ha. I told you. My nose never lies. And I, Luo Bin, remove your cloak and let us see. Quickly, quickly. It appears they are cornered. Usopp springs from a cloak, brandishing his slingshot at the official. My name is the Sniper King, a man from Sniper Island. Prepare to meet your end. Sniper? Wait, you fool. Do you think such actions will allow you to escape unscathed? Indeed. Do not underestimate the resolve of a man willing to undertake such risks. Despite the official yelling Lucci's name, Usopp manages to fell him with a fiery star. Yet, his voice has already been loud enough. Simultaneously, Sanji and Frankie clash with CP9 in the adjacent carriages. Bayong knows that Luo Bin has not fled with them, so she returns to her seat, awaiting her return. Luo Bin's azure eyes gleam with determination as she clenches her fists, disregarding Usopp's protests as she pushes open the door to the CP9 carriage. Even upon hearing the explosions from the adjacent compartment, Bayong merely pours herself a cup of coffee, continuing to wait. Sure enough, not only does Luo Bin return, but Frankie, having sacrificed himself to assist her, is also captured. You still refuse to escape, Luo Bin? She comments coolly. Did you not already know? You sit here leisurely with your coffee. Calm down. Going invisible, Bayong gestures towards Frankie in the adjacent seat. It is you. I cannot comprehend your motives. One unwilling to escape, the other hesitant to assist. Bayong shrugs, continuing to sip her coffee. Outside, the horizon brightens as they draw near to the city of Eternal Night, Judicial Island. As they approach the station, Bayong discreetly slips a small anti-eavesdropping din mushy into Luo Bin's collar. It remains in constant communication, allowing me to monitor your condition. Once you enter Judicial Island, I will be unable to protect you closely. There is no need. Since you have no intention of hindering me, you should allow me to proceed as I wish. Let me phrase it this way, and I, Luo Bin. I do not intend to hinder your foolish actions. However, I must ensure that you do not pass through the Gate of Justice until you return to the Straw Hat Pirates. What? Hey, wait a moment. Isn't that snail phone exclusive to the Navy headquarters? Frankie raised his sunglasses, glaring at Bayong. Are you with the Navy? Ah, indeed. Removing her butterfly mask, Bayong smiled at him. I am the bounty hunter from headquarters, Luo Bayong. I am also Luffy's sister. I look forward to your guidance. What? The Dragon Lady is the sister of Straw Hat Boy. Shoo, keep your voice down. Please do not publicize this. Donning her mask once more, she produced a small fan. I am currently the dancer of the Straw Hat Pirates. Tao bye bye. No wonder you do not assist them. You are with the government. Let's consider it so. Glancing out the window, Bayong opened the car window. I will accompany you for the time being. With a light snap of her fingers, she vanished, grasping the window frame and leaping out of the carriage. Eni's lobby, a place she had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for. 8 years ago, it was here that she was sent to impel down. Indeed, it was here that the initial judgment was rendered when she was still unconscious, merely passing through before being sent directly to the Gate of Justice. Had it not been for the intervention of Grandpa Carp and Uncle Sengoku back then, she would not have had such an easy experience at level 1. The destruction caused by the Buster Call was not entirely without merit. Simultaneously, the train carriage that Sanji and Usopp were aboard had reunited with Luffy and the others. Once we enter the enemy's territory, it remains uncertain whether Robin-chan will choose to join us. Sanji remarked casually, having already informed everyone about the Buster Call as described by CP9's Bruno. What does that matter? Absolutely unforgivable, Luffy shouted, raising his arms. Why can't we go rescue her? Wait. Nami furrowed her brows, lost in thought. Sniper King, you mentioned Bai-chan is near Robin, correct? Yes, your dancer indeed claimed to be a protector. That is correct. Robin is concerned that our attempt to rescue her might implicate her. Yet, she did not drive away Bai-chan, for from the very beginning, Bai-chan must have known something. As Nami spoke, she took out the dedicated snail phone for Bayong. Meanwhile, from a distance, following Robin, Frankie had reached Bayong at the first grand entrance of Judicial Island, carefully concealing himself near the cannon atop the massive gate, retrieving a constantly buzzing snail phone. Who is it? Bayong inquired, uncertain whether it was a call from the Straw Hats or from Casa. Bye-bye, Chan, it's me, Nami. Is Robin still with you? She is not. She and Frankie are currently being taken to the judicial tower behind the courthouse by CP9. I am keeping watch over her from a distance. Well, actually, I wanted to ask Bye-Chan about the Buster call. Oh, you are concerned that Robin might not accompany you. So you wish to inquire about the reason, correct? Gazing at Robin and the others who had already entered the residential area, Bai-Yang continued. In essence, the Buster call comprises 10 warships and 5 vice admirals. While that may not seem alarming, the malice it harbors is truly terrifying. In times of war, such madness can turn any nation into hell. Do you all remember Alabasta? The expressions of all the Straw Hat members by the snail, phone, turned grave. The Buster call embodies that kind of unrestrained malice. It indiscriminately targets everything. This means that if it were truly initiated, anyone could fall victim, even to the point of slaughtering an entire island's populace merely to capture one individual. Robin's hometown was devastated for this very reason. You know? I investigated her while dealing with Brother Crocodile. However, there are still ordinary people on your side, right? I won't elaborate further. Discussing Robin-chan's hometown would only bring about unnecessary trouble. Is merely mentioning Robin-chan's hometown enough to attract trouble? This time, it was Sanji who spoke, his voice laced with anger. Even so what? Are we to fear her implications? You certainly do not fear. Otherwise, I would not allow you to reach this point. To be frank, Judicial Island is still a government-controlled territory. I must issue a warning. Boys, once you win this battle, you will no longer be a mere small pirate crew. Be prepared to confront the government and the Navy directly. That suits me just fine. Luffy shouted loudly. Well then, I must follow you now. Wait, bye-bye, Chan. I have one last question. Nami quickly snatched the microphone from Luffy's hand. What is your mission this time? It is not to escort Robin. Rest assured. Hearing Nami's relieved voice from the other end, she continued. This time, the mission is to assassinate CP9. And I what? Of course. That is a lie. Do not spread falsehoods. XN, imagining everyone with shark-like teeth, Bai-Yang smiled cheerfully. I cannot say. In any case, it has nothing to do with your side. At this moment, the carriage where the snail phone had been hung up was bustling. I do not care about those matters. We are rescuing her because we do not want Robin to die, Luffy declared. The essential task remains unchanged. It is still to rescue Robin regardless of what that woman knows. Zoro added, Hey, I overheard your conversation. That woman with the fan, she cannot be with the government. Can she? While casually sketching a rough map of Judicial Island, Barry asked without looking up. No, bye-byes our dancer. Luffy replied with determination, causing Nami, who had been about to cover his mouth, to relax. She is merely temporarily working as a bounty hunter for the Navy. Oh, a bounty hunter for the Navy, wait. There isn't just one bounty hunter for the Navy. No. Nami dashed to Barry and the others. Bye-bye sometimes captures other pirate bounties to earn money as a bounty hunter. Is that so? The man, with a cigar in his mouth, adjusted his diving mask. I thought so too. The Dragon Lady is as powerful as the 7 warlords. Just as Bye-bye was about to speak, Nami swiftly silenced her with a hand chop. The author has something to say. I hope to have the previous chapter pushed out, chapter 51. The layout of Judicial Tower in Eni's lobby is thus. The man's voice in the snail phone was methodical. Even the intricate map of the tower was explained in a detailed, yet comprehensible manner. Thank you for your hard work. In any case, I have a general understanding of the specific location of the archives. Holding a small telescope, Bai-Yang observed the tumultuous scene between the 2 giants and Frankie in the distance near the front entrance. Indeed, she was now invisibly standing atop the courthouse roof before the 3rd Judicial Tower. Since her younger brother had just dashed past her, she decided to pause and observe the situation, reflecting on the narrative. In the direction of the residential area, the sounds of Navy soldiers and government officials shouting to capture the Straw Hat Boy echoed everywhere. Crafting a makeshift awning with her hands, she leaped onto a high pillar to take a look. As expected, Luffy was rapidly dispatching numerous soldiers. Gum Gum Bell, Gum Gum Rocket Lounge, Gum Gum Scythe. Oh dear, I am beginning to perceive those soldiers as mere trash. Hey, this is truly a sea of people. It seems Judicial Island has about 10,000 troops. What is the situation with the target? She picked up the microphone and continued to inquire. The informant had just entered the Judicial Tower and had already made contact with the target. You know what to do, my dear aide. Yes. But now that CP9 is in the Judicial Tower office, can't you seize the opportunity to go to the archives? It is not the right time yet. We must wait a little longer. Boom. At that moment, the giant warrior, Kashi, who had risen again for the sake of dignity at the front entrance of the judicial tower, was suddenly struck from behind by the Rocket Man sea train, causing him to tumble down. The Straw Hat Pirates, who should have been facing near certain doom, were thus saved as the train, having leapt from the outer iron railings, came to an abrupt halt. Wow, what an entrance, not only grand and audacious, but also reckless. Putting down the binoculars, Bai Yong could not help but critique. If it weren't for Oda's divine intervention, he would have died several times over. Emerging through the air door to the rooftop of the courthouse was CP9's Bruno, who arrived much earlier than in the original storyline. At this moment, Luffy was still engaged in battle with the soldiers attacking him downstairs. Up close, it was evident that there was indeed someone present. With his cowlick hairstyle, Bruno spoke flatly, as if devoid of emotion. "Who are you? You arrived early, dear." Raising the binoculars to look, Bai Yong saw that Zoro and Sanji had already boarded the Emperor's sea cow and were making their way over. Only then did Bai Yong activate her skill to restore her dress, which had been torn by Califa. "You are the dancer on the Straw Hat pirate ship. Are you a devil fruit user?" Bruno inquired as he launched an attack. Finger pistol. Bai Yong sleekly si de step bet, swiftly grasping his elbow and pressing down on the joint with her thumb, delivering a sharp squeeze. Ugh! The sudden pain caught Bruno off guard, eliciting a tingling sensation. Raging wind. As the wind side approached, Bai Yong slid back a few meters, finally releasing her grip on him. The man, standing several meters away, bent his still painful right arm, only to find he could not exert any strength. This woman is not easy to deal with. I should have recognized that back in Water 7. A technique user? But what about her speed? Shave. In an instant, she vanished from her original position, only to be immediately pursued by Bai Yong, adorned with a butterfly mask. At the same time, she threw a punch. Block with iron? No, that won't do. Paper drawing. Bruno transformed his body into something as thin as paper, narrowly avoiding the punch. With a smirk, Bai Yong praised his keen intuition. Having made contact, she had no intention of letting him off the hook and planned to employ a lethal move from the start. It's the Straw Hat. The young captain, Luffy, bounced onto the flagpole atop the courthouse with a rubbery leap, instantly spotting Bai Yong. "Hey, didn't you say you were going to protect Robin?" Bai Yong shrugged and pointed at Bruno, indicating that she was currently engaged in battle with him. "Oh, I'll knock him away." Luffy jumped to Bai Yang's side, already assuming a combat stance. "Leave it to me." It was time for her to enter the tower and commence her task. Bai Yong nodded and approached the cowlick-haired man directly, only to sidestep him as if she hadn't seen him at all. "Dare to underestimate me. Shave." In an instant, Bruno appeared behind Bai Yong, his hands silently reaching for her head, relying solely on the sound of his clothing rustling in the wind. Bai Yong tilted her head to evade Bruno's attack, then executed a spinning kick that struck him in the abdomen. Boom! The man, towering over Bai Yong, was driven back by the force and crashed into the edge of a stone pillar, the sound of shattering stone causing Sanji and the others, who had just arrived at the courthouse below, to believe that Luffy had already engaged CP9. Waving at Luffy behind her, Bai Yong created a small pathway of blocks in midair. In just a few steps, she vanished into a room within the judicial tower that had an open window. As soon as she landed, she felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Look who's in the room. Bubble's secretary, Califa. She was currently seated on a pink sofa, rubbing her hands together, contemplating the abilities of the devil fruit she had just consumed. However, being a seasoned assassin, she instinctively lifted her head, adjusted her glasses, and scrutinized the spot where Bai Yong stood, illuminated by the light streaming through the window. "What? Are you still intent on fighting?" Califa squinted her eyes slightly and silently pushed her glasses again. It turned out to be the dust illuminated by the light. "She's an idiot. Assessment complete." Bai Yong wanted to scoff loudly. "You're the one who is dust." Suppressing her presence, Bai Yong swiftly exited the pink room. Due to her intervention, everything had progressed much earlier than anticipated. While she explored the labyrinthine judicial tower, the Straw Hat crew had gathered on the rooftop of the courthouse. Standing atop the stone pillars, they confronted CP9 and others. At Luffy's command, Usopp sniped the world government flag, officially declaring themselves as a pirate crew opposed to the world government. The pirates had audaciously declared war on the world government. Are you all insane? This is tantamount to making enemies of the entire world. The sinister face of CP9's commander, Spandam, betrayed his fear. "You won't survive, just as I wish." The response from the Straw Hat Boy echoed throughout the judicial tower. His words resonated like an unprecedented hope, tugging at Robin's heartstrings. "Robin, I haven't heard you say it yet. Quickly, I want to live." The Straw Hat crew was all waiting yearning for that one phrase from Robin. They would save her no matter the situation, as long as she uttered those words. Live. She believed she had no right to do so. No one had ever permitted her to live. If she were truly to make a wish, it would be, I want to live. Take me to the sea with you. The beautiful woman with black hair stood atop the platform, her voice echoing like light dispelling darkness, and the Straw Hat Pirates achieved it. Just as you predicted, the Straw Hat crew changed Nico Robin. The crackling voice on the other end of the transponder snail contained a hint of emotion. After a pause, without receiving a response, he asked, "What is wrong? Are you listening? But you instructed me to inform you of Nico Robin's situation. Why are you distracted?" Standing before a desk piled high with documents, Bai Yang took a deep breath and roughly wiped away the tears that had slipped down her cheeks. She still recalled Vivi's words, "Look for the light." How enviable. What were you saying? It seemed she wanted to prove that nothing had happened just now. As she reverted to her usual haughty tone, "I want to say this is all inevitable, but Casa, you must remember, our job is solely this target. As for the Straw Hat Boy, I understand. This isn't the first time you prevented us from taking action against certain exceptional pirate crews. In fact, a few days ago, Bai Yang had worked alongside Casa's warship, but that was the only time she actually wanted this unwanted unit to leave her. She was capricious, never proactively attacking the Navy soldiers' most despised pirates. She was a lone wolf. She handled everything herself, even in battle, refusing anyone's help. She was ruthless, leaving no survivors during her missions. These were the true colors of the East Blue Dragon Lady, far from the benevolent rumors that circulated. At that time, she had drenched the entire target pirate ship in blood, believing it would instill fear in the soldiers of this unit and provide Casa, the commander, with a good excuse for reassignment. However, the next day, everyone acted as if nothing had happened, still trained and methodically assisting her with the cleanup. She inquired about the reasons, only to receive the answer that it was Colonel Casa, or rather, Lieutenant General Casa, who had convened a meeting when the G5 unit was being formed. Indeed, it was mentioned that the new superior was a woman with a heart as cruel as that of a viper. Initially, there were concerns, but after spending some time with you on Basie Island, everyone felt it was indeed right to follow you. In summary, Casa is truly deserving of being the apprentice of Commander Conrad of Hedgehog Fortress. Whenever this thought crossed by Yang's mind, she would involuntarily shudder, wondering if Casa had tested her in some way to see if she was fit to be the commander of this unit. The author has something to say. Chapter 4950 is here. Please read this first. Chapter 49, no, how to put it, sometimes it seems so, yet at other times it appears it has never been so. Faced with the cold and scornful words of betrayal, the Straw Hat youth struck out with an enraged rubber fist, landing a direct blow on Lucci. However, this attack merely caused Lucci, in his leopard form, to pause momentarily before retaliating with a swift thrust of his finger. Luffy was pierced through in an instant. The next moment, the leopard man effortlessly seized the now speechless Luffy and hurled him towards the outer wall, sent him flying out of the island. With a resounding crash, a massive hole was created in the wall, and Luffy vanished from sight. Bai Yang raised an eyebrow while observing from the side. Better not go outside the island. Knowing this was not the final battlefield, she chose not to engage directly. In a short while, the protagonist had flown out. I will go find him. With that, she leaped, bypassing Lucci in his leopard form. Raging Leg. At that moment, Califa charged forward. The Raging Leg technique, while powerful, lacked sufficient speed. However, it cornered Bai Yang into a state of deadlock within the confined space. She leaned back and bent her body to evade. Ever since her battle with Hawkeye, she had been fervently practicing various evasive maneuvers. Alas, while she managed to evade, the wind scythe still sliced through the silk of her chi-pao at the waist. This garment was not easily replaceable. Finger gun. Following this, Califa launched another wave of attacks. Bai Yang slightly shifted her body to avoid the trajectory of Califa's finger gun, then seized her arm and utilized the momentum from the attack to throw her outwards. This technique is akin to borrowing strength in Tai Chi with a crash. Califa collided forcefully with the wall. This isn't my fault. It's her own issue with the force of the attack, Bai Yang shrugged. I generally don't use excessive force against women. Do you still have time to concern yourself with the enemy? Zoro assumed an attacking stance. Hurry and find Luffy. Understood. Be careful, Bai Yang replied, leaping through the hole that Luffy had created. Bai Yang's leaping ability was commendable. She merely needed to establish a firm landing point each time. However, she couldn't T-leap as far as Sanji. The night breeze whispered, and as Bai Yang soared through the air, she searched for Luffy. Luffy! Luffy! But after searching for quite some time, without success, she looked up to see a creature resembling a green algae head glide through the air before descending into the submerged lower district of the city. I didn't see him. He can swim. He'll climb back up. However, wait. Both of the Straw Hat's formidable fighters had been sent flying, and over by the iceberg dormitory. Suddenly taken aback, she glanced over and saw that the apartment was engulfed in flames. Bayang Furuet Her Broul. I must go rescue Nami and Chopper. Meanwhile, at the apartment, which had become a sea of flames, all the shipwrights below had either escaped or were rescued by their companions. Only those trapped in the highest level of the iceberg dormitory were unable to advance. The remaining individuals utilized fire hoses to extinguish the flames, but the inferno was too great. That amount of water was utterly futile. Just then, a water cube, the size of half a building, descended from the sky, crashing onto the roof and shattering upon impact. The scene was akin to giants pouring a bucket of water from above. Instantly, water splashed everywhere, extinguishing most of the flames in the building. Bayang leaped down from the air, landing in the iceberg dormitory. Iceberg and Barry were bound, seemingly intended to perish in the flames, while Chopper lay severely injured, unconscious nearby. Yet, Nami was nowhere to be found. Without further ado, Bayang hoisted the shrunken Chopper onto her shoulder, gripping Iceberg and Barry with both hands, and leaped down from the crumbling room. With a thud, her high heels hit the ground, and the surrounding shipwrights closed in. She asked with the Straw Hat crew, "Wait, it's Mr. Iceberg and Mr. Barry." She saved them. "Quickly, call a doctor. They're both gravely injured." Just then, Iceberg stirred from his unconsciousness. He looked at Bayang. "Why are you here?" "Mr. Mayor, I have been here all along," Bayang replied without meeting his gaze, instead scanning the surroundings. She turned to the shipwrights. "Have you seen a girl with orange hair?" "Ah, yes, your companion is over there." "It seems she jumped directly out of the window upstairs," one shipwright pointed out. A few steps later, Bayang found Nami, who was slowly regaining consciousness, her body adorned with minor wounds, her hand pressed against her forehead. Likely still pain from the recent jump. "Are you all right?" Bayang helped her up. Mifine. As Nami's mind cleared, she looked at Bayang with concern. "What happened to Luffy and the others?" "I haven't found them yet, but they should be fine. I rescued Chopper." Iceberg, struggling to stand, approached. "Everyone, please step back a bit. I need to speak with him privately." He addressed the surrounding shipwrights. Under a tree in the courtyard, he sat down weakly. "Well, first of all, I apologize. I wronged you all. I will clarify the misunderstanding with everyone shortly." "You're referring to Robin, aren't you?" Bayang waved her hand dismissively. "There's no need to discuss it with me. I must go find the captain and the others." "Wait, Bayang." Iceberg called out to her, sweat beading on his brow. After a pause, Bayang finally spoke. "You've mistaken me for someone else." "I would not. Although I have only seen you once. As you said, this garment you wear is quite unique. When we first met, I saw you trying on at the shop on the street. The coincidences in this world are indeed frightening." Bayang removed her mask, raising an eyebrow. "Do you believe I would silence you? Are you now a pirate?" The man disregarded her threat. "That's none of your concern. I live freely, and I'm currently on vacation." She fixed her gaze upon him. "Do not speak carelessly. I will assist you, if you intend to help us. Why didn't you reveal your acquaintance with CP9 from the outset?" "I do not know them." Bayang's response cooled slightly. "I have no fondness for intelligence agencies. My actions are solely my own will. Do not attribute everything to the government or the Navy." "Huh. It truly is you," Iceberg suddenly chuckled. "Though I have only seen you once, your tempestuous temperament is indeed memorable." "Is that so?" Was that remark merely a test? Bayang's lips twitched in irritation. "If the idle chatter is concluded, I shall now seek out Luffy and the others." "Ah, since I understand now that your motives here are not driven by the government, then there is nothing more to inquire." Iceberg smiled. Once again, soaring into the heights in search, Bayang found it peculiar that despite her swift pace and expanded range, she could not catch a glimpse of Luffy. However, she did spot a certain swordsman, Zoro, joyfully upside down in a chimney atop a building. With a twitch at the corner of her mouth, she leaped to his side. "Zoro, if I were to capture this moment of you in such a state, what would you say when you become renowned across the seas?" Before Bayang could finish her sentence, the furious swordsman shattered the chimney from within. "Ha ha ha. That would be unfortunate, for your current image has firmly etched itself into my mind." With a tone laced with mischief, Bayang struck the already fractured chimney, lending Zoro a hand. Crawling from the rubble, Zoro furrowed his brow. "Hey, you left my Sandai Kitetsu next to Chopper." Bayang pointed towards the direction of the apartment, still shrouded in thick smoke. "Ah, I'll go get it myself," Zoro declared, attempting to walk away in the opposite direction. Wait, Bayang shot him a glance. Let me take you back. With that, she grasped Zoro's arm and leaped into the air, creating a transparent path leading directly to their destination. As they raced through the skies, Zoro scrutinized the woman ahead. Have you learned any techniques from CP9, like jumping in midair? Don't be foolish. We are running in the sky, not performing moonwalks, she replied. However, it is true that anyone above the rank of lieutenant in the Navy learns those 6 styles. Meanwhile, after Nami and Chopper discovered the truth about Robin, they were invigorated and joined the shipwrights in scouring the city for their lost companions. They vowed that they would never allow sacrifices to be made. At that moment, a shipwright glanced upward and spotted the 2 figures soaring above. Hey, Bai Young, Zoro, Chopper cried, waving frantically. Robin is about to be captured. The 2 descended from the sky to reunite with Chopper. Bai Young tenderly embraced the childlike reindeer. It's all right. We found Zoro, and Luffy will find us soon. No, Akula Lana is coming. It's too dangerous to search the back streets now. A shipwright called from above. The sea train is about to depart. I must hurry. Bai Young, Chopper, I will chase after the sea train, she declared, releasing Chopper and gazing toward the station. I've searched all of Shipbuilding Island, so Luffy should be in the back streets. You and Nami go look there. Hey, woman, will you bring Robin back? Zoro fixed his gaze on her. Just now, it would have been no problem for someone of your strength to keep her. First, I told you all back in East Blue that I wouldn't assist you too much. Bai Young sighed lightly. If Robin wished to stay, she wouldn't have reacted that way. Do you know something? Zoro pressed. I know about Robin and her thoughts, she replied with an expression of indifference. In any case, I will ensure her safety. As Bai Young sprinted through the air towards the station, the sea train had already set off ahead of schedule. A blond man stood at the rear of the train, a chain of transparent air forming around his hand, which he effortlessly flung toward the railing of the train. Just then, Sanji, who had recently jumped onto the rear, struggled to light a cigarette as the wind extinguished the flame repeatedly. Damn it, I can't even smoke here. By chance, his left hand, holding onto the railing, brushed against something, and he curiously felt around. Indeed, a transparent rope was tied there, and it appeared to be square-shaped. Square, with the answer forming in his mind. Sanji cheerfully tugged the rope toward the train's rear. With the forward pull, Bai Young quickly leaped onto the rear of the train, landing in the outstretched arms of the blond man. Huh? Bai Young. Shoo. Oh, all right, Sanji replied, his eyes shaped like hearts. With a sudden kick, a government official clad in black suit pushed open the door at the rear of the train. The storm outside is fierce. Shoot, he exclaimed, kicking a sudden light bulb back into the train compartment, prompting Sanji to release Bai Young. He stepped inside first, only to be met by a barrage of gun barrels pointed at him. Remaining unfazed, he pulled out a cigarette, finally managing to light it. Bai Young stood behind him, closing the compartment door, creating a tense atmosphere among the government officials within the last car. Who are you? Hurry and report to Mr. Lucci. Wait, there's no need to inform CP9. Any suspicious individuals are no threat. A voice called from the source of the commotion. Bai Young glanced back to see a man so tall that his body bent halfway in the compartment, his head towering above Sanji's. It's Mr. Jerry. I am the king of a certain island in the South Blue where karate prevails. Indeed, I am a boxing champion. A boxing champion? What a fool. Without allowing him a chance to speak, Bai Young delivered a swift kick to the man's knee. That hurts. The man named Jerry immediately clutched his knee in pain. With knees that can match mine, your height is too arrogant to boast of being a boxing champion. Well, Bai Young, let me handle this, Sanji suggested, wanting to protect her. However, before he could finish, Bai Young kicked Jerry in the neck, causing him to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. Mister, Jerry has been taken down in one blow. Quick, notify CP9. Chaos erupted in the compartment as everyone aimed their guns at Bai Young and Sanji once more. With a swift motion, Bai Young produced her sandalwood fan, flexing her wrist as she approached Sanji. Let's finish this quickly. Understood, Bai Young, with a series of spinning kicks. Sanji cleared out the remaining riffraff in the rear compartment while Bai Young dashed into the 6-car, incapacitating everyone with precise strikes to their necks, ensuring that no one would escape alive. Even the twin swordsmen guarding the telephone snail had not the chance to utter a word before she knocked them out with 2 swift punches. Meanwhile, bound in burlap sacks beside a pile of cargo were Usopp and Frankie. Usopp, awakened by the commotion, saw Bai Young and exclaimed in disbelief. Bai Young, what are you doing here? What do you think? How did you end up tied up here with Frankie? What? How do you know who I am? Frankie asked Usopp, who sat nearby. Is she one of your crew? I suppose so, Usopp nodded. Is this Frankie? Sanji, passing by, raised an eyebrow and landed a kick on the waking Frankie's face. Thanks to you, our long-nosed friend has been through quite the ordeal. Do you want me to slice you into pieces? He threatened, flexing his legs. Wait, Xiangjasai. Many events have transpired since then. Usopp stepped in front of him, attempting to explain. This fellow had once saved the Mary, and, speaking of the Mary, Hey, is this a time for calm conversation? Frankie, whose face bore the imprint of a shoe, sat up. In any case, please untie the ropes first. Who would help you untie them? You might as well live your next life bound like this. Fool! Scoundrel! You act arrogant just because I show you a little kindness. Both of you, cease this at once. If we continue to dawdle, we will surely be discovered. Usopp interjected between the two, shouting, We have already been discovered. At an opportune moment, Bayong pointed towards the fifth carriage. The people in the front carriage, she recalled, included a colonel from the former kingdom named T-Bone, who was quite amiable, albeit somewhat intimidating in appearance. It would be prudent not to expend energy on the people in the front carriage. Indeed, Robin-chan is still awaiting us. Xiangjasai stated earnestly. We should depart from here first. The group climbed atop the carriage, while Xiangjasai dialed the den mushi he had reserved for Nami. Nami-san, Nami-san. Can you hear me? Ah, is that you, Xiangjasai-kun? We seem to be in a bit of trouble here. For Xiangjasai, who had boarded the sea train solely to retrieve Robin, the unexpected situation of Usopp and his adversary Frankie being bound together on this train was indeed an unforeseen complication. Trouble? Yikes. Be careful. The top of the carriage, damp from seawater, was quite slippery, and Bayong managed to catch Usopp, who nearly fell. Wait, Xiang Yisikun. What was that sound? There are two fools shamelessly tugging at Bai-chan. A glance over his shoulder at the two clinging to Bayong's hand, Xiangjasai glared fiercely. Has Bai-chan joined you? That is splendid. In any case, I must inform you now of the reasons behind Robin's actions and our current situation. You are all so bothersome. From a distance, the cheerful voices of Nami, Chopper, and the others could be heard, and Bayong sighed, noting the joy that the Straw Hat crew brought. She placed Usopp and Frankie's hands together, allowing them to hold onto each other. Bayong turned to Xiangjasai and waved. I'm going to find Robin. Yeah, Bai-chan. Aren't you going to listen? Xiangjasai looked up at her. Let us move together. No, Bayong turned away, speaking loudly enough to reach Nami. I will protect Nico Robin, but I will not engage CP9. You need not count me in your action. Wait, Bai-chan. Nami called out to her. Are you working this time? I suppose so. A smile crept onto her face, appreciating Nami's cleverness. Nami, you have your tasks and abilities. And I have mine. Hey, I can tell from what you said that this woman doesn't seem to belong to your crew, Frankie remarked to the others nearby. No, it's just that sometimes she is, and sometimes she seems not to be, Usopp replied, glancing at the figure that had already walked away towards the front carriage. No wonder you don't help them, because you are with the government. Due to the circumstances surrounding Aquarana, the storm was exceptionally fierce. Running against the wind atop the sea train, Bayong deliberately restrained her movements and lowered her voice as she passed the second and third carriages, where CP9 members resided. Below her feet was the carriage where Robin was located. Grasping the top of the carriage, she leaned down to peer through the window. Robin was seated alone, her expression calm, as if the impending trial at Judicial Island bore no significance to her. Converting the roof beneath her feet into a square, she moved the touched squares aside. Bayong then leaped through the square opening in the ceiling to sit beside Robin. Clearly, the once serene and beautiful woman displayed a flicker of fear upon seeing her arrival, swiftly replaced by a grim determination. Why are you here? She gestured for silence with her finger on her lips, and Bayong glanced towards the second carriage, confirming that CP9 had not detected anything, then waved her hand to create a layer of air squares in front of her. Square fusion. This transparent square formation only became somewhat invisible at night or from a distance. However, if possible, Bayong preferred not to provoke Lucci. She feared that engaging could disrupt the situation as progression. Taking a seat opposite Robin, Bayong finally spoke. I am here to ensure your safety until Luffy and the others rescue you. I will not return with them. Robin appeared somewhat agitated. If you are truly Captain S' sister, then use your authority to safeguard them. Nico Robin, you must convey this directly to them. Of course, I believe Luffy will not heed it, Bayong shrugged, regardless of whether Robin could discern her vague outline. Do you think Luffy and the others require my protection? Haven't you already taken the first step to safeguard them? You are indeed aware of everything. Clenching her fists, Robin lowered her head. Nevertheless, I appreciate your silence during the events at Water 7. What you must do, I will not obstruct. However, I will not hinder Luffy from retrieving you. That would only put them in danger. Robin, let me tell you, Luffy is a rather headstrong fellow. No one could dissuade him. Bayong smirked, as if recalling something. Sometimes, his stubbornness, pure and unblemished, leads him to make judgments based solely on instinct. But isn't that wonderful? You and I at times find ourselves in darkness precisely because we harbor too many impurities. Thud thud. Just as the two conversed, Usopp, disguised as the Sniper King and using a suction cup octopus, approached from the side of the sea train. He lightly tapped on the window, allowing Robin to see him. Bayong raised an eyebrow. With a gentle touch, she transformed a row of windows and half the wall into squares, moving them aside. This surprised Usopp, but in the ensuing chaos, Bayong pulled him into the carriage. Long-nosed gentleman. Although Robin had learned from Bayong that the Straw Hats had come to rescue her, she remained stunned. How did you sneak in? She asked, looking toward Bayong's seat. Did you assist them? Don't glare at me like that. I said I wouldn't hinder them, but I didn't actively help them with reckless endeavors. Bayong waved her hand to render her upper body invisible, reassuring Usopp. Ha ha ha, how can I respond to your eagerness? Seeing Bayong nearby, Usopp took a seat. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the Sniper King. To recount the backstory would be tedious. Suffice it to say that our priority is to get you out. I am not alone in this. Zhang Jisai and a rogue named Frankie are causing a commotion inside the carriage. Usopp replied, glancing at Bayong. Did you not inform her? No. We were discussing other matters just now. Bayong paused. Sniper King, is it? I am merely Nico Robin's protector. The task of bringing her back rests with you. Certainly. Usopp nodded solemnly. Luffy and the others are pursuing from another sea train on the same track. It seems they have brought quite a few allies as well. Usopp's information, along with the fact that everyone was already aware of the truth, made Robin apprehensive about the potential dangers the Straw Hats might face. She tightened her fists. I never intended for you to rescue me. Don't be presumptuous. What did you say? The two agitated voices drew the attention of those next door. Thud, thud. What is all this noise about, Nico Robin? Resuming her full invisibility, Bayong chose to hide beneath the seats, sitting cross-legged in a state of preparedness. It is indeed thanks to her petite stature that she could hide here. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to squeeze under Robin's cloak alongside Usopp. The person entering through the door was the government official with a scarred face who had earlier sought a conversation with Iceberg. What is it? As we approach Judicial Island, even you cannot maintain your composure? No matter how much you lament your fate, there is no escape for you. It's nothing. If one were to solely listen to Robin's voice, it would seem a suitably measured response. However, Usopp's bandaged arms emerged from beneath the cloak, and he pretended to wave his hand in a rather incongruous manner. Slightly peeking out from beneath the seat to gaze upward, Bayong ultimately decided against it. It wasn't out of fear that this feeble individual might discover her. Rather, it was simply too amusing. The government official, though silent for a moment, clearly harbored suspicions. He had initially intended to leave, but then turned back midway. What is it? Robin's tone remained calm. The man was sniffing around Robin, causing her to avert her gaze. The officials of the world government truly lack manners. This is work. At that moment, Usopp trembled, revealing his legs from beneath the cloak. Ha ha, I told you so. My nose never lies. Nico Robin, remove your cloak and let me see. Quickly, quickly. It seemed they were cornered. Usopp burst forth from the cloak, already aiming his slingshot at the man. My name is the Sniper King, a man from Sniper Island. Prepare to meet your end. Sniper? Wait, you little brat. Do you think you can escape unscathed by doing this? Indeed, do not underestimate the resolve of a man willing to take such risks. Even as the government official shouted Lucci's name, he was struck down by Usopp's fiery star. However, his voice was loud enough. At that same moment, Sanji and Frankie had breached the rear carriages and were confronting CP9. Bayong knew that Robin had not left with them on the sea train, so she gratefully returned to the sofa to await her return. Robin's light blue eyes reflected determination as she clenched her fists and, disregarding Usopp's protests, pushed open the door to the CP9 carriage. Even upon hearing the explosion from next door, Bayong merely poured herself a cup of coffee and continued to wait. Indeed, not only did Robin return, but Frankie was also captured after sacrificing himself to assist her. You still do not intend to flee, Robin, she remarked coolly. Did you not already know? You appear quite leisurely sipping coffee here. Do not be agitated. Going invisible, Bayong waved to Frankie seated beside her. It's you. I truly cannot comprehend you all. One unwilling to flee, the other failing to assist just moments ago. Yang shrugged and continued sipping her coffee. Outside, the dawn began to break, and they were not far from the sleepless city of Judicial Island. As they approached their destination, Yang slid a small, anti-eavesdropping transponder snail into Robin's collar. It will remain in communication, allowing me to monitor your situation. Once you enter Judicial Island, I will be unable to protect you up close. No need for that. Since you do not intend to stop me, you should comply with my wishes. Let me be clear, Nico Robin. I do not wish to hinder your foolish actions. However, I must ensure that you do not pass through the gates of justice. And I will protect you until you return to the Straw Hat Pirates. What? You, hey wait. ISNT, that type of transponder snail, exclusive to the Navy headquarters? Frankie raised his sunglasses and glared at Yang. You are with the Navy? Ah, indeed. Removing her butterfly mask, Yang smiled at him. I am a bounty hunter from the headquarters, Luo Yang, and I am also Luffy's sister. I look forward to your guidance. WH what? The Dragon Lady is the sister of Straw Hat Luffy. Shoo, keep it down, and please do not make this public. Donning her mask again, she retrieved a small fan. I am currently a dancer for the Straw Hat Pirates, Tao bye bye. No wonder you did not assist them. You are with the government. Let it be so. Glancing outside, Yang opened the car window. I will accompany you as far as here. With a snap of her fingers, she concealed her form, grasped the window frame with one hand, and leaped out of the carriage. Eni's lobby, the place she had long secretly despised. 8 years ago, it was here that she was sent to impel down. Indeed, it was here that the initial judgment was pronounced while she lay unconscious, and shortly thereafter, she was sent directly to the gates of justice. Had it not been for Grandpa Garp and Uncle Sengoku intervening back then, she would not have had such a relatively easy time at level 1. The destruction caused by the Buster Call was not entirely without merit. Meanwhile, the train car that Sanji and Usopp had been flung from had already reunited with Luffy and the others. Once we enter the enemy's territory, we do not yet know whether Robin-chan will choose to join us, Sanji said nonchalantly, having informed everyone about the Buster Call as recounted by CP9's Bruno. What does that matter? We cannot forgive this, Luffy shouted, raising both arms. Why can't we go save her? Wait, Nami furrowed her brow, contemplating something. Sniper King, you said Bai-chan is with Robin, right? Yes, your dancer indeed claimed to be her protector. That is correct. Robin fears we will be implicated if we try to rescue her. Yet she did not send Bai-chan away, for Bai-chan has known something from the very beginning. As Nami spoke, she took out the transponder snail designated for Yang. On the other hand, Yang, who had been following Robin and Frankie from a distance, had reached the first main gate of Judicial Island. She carefully concealed herself by the cannon at the top of the massive gate and retrieved the continuously chattering transponder snail. Who is it? Yang inquired, uncertain if it was a call from the Straw Hats or from Casa. Bai-chan, it's me, Nami. Is Robin still with you? No. She and Frankie are being taken by CP9 to the Judicial Tower behind the courthouse. I'm keeping watch from a distance. Well, I actually wanted to ask Bai-chan about the Buster Call. Oh, you're worried that Robin 1T come with you. So you want to know the reason, right? Gazing at Robin and the others who had already entered the residential area, Yang continued. The Buster Call is essentially 10 warships and 5 vice admirals. There is nothing inherently terrifying about that, but what is dreadful is its malice. When war becomes frantic, it can turn any nation into hell. Do you remember Alabasta? All Straw Hat members near the transponder snail fell silent, their expressions turning grave. The Buster Call embodies the kind of unhinged malice, indiscriminately targeting everything. This means that if it is truly initiated, no one will be spared from attack, even if it's just to capture one individual. They will not hesitate to slaughter everyone on the island. Robin-S hometown was devastated for this very reason. You know? I investigated her while dealing with Brother Crocodile. However, you still have ordinary people there, right? I want to elaborate further. Discussing it will only bring unnecessary trouble. Is merely mentioning Robin-chan as hometown enough to invite disaster? It was Sanji who spoke this time, his voice laced with anger. Even so, what does that matter? Are we afraid of her being implicated? You certainly are not afraid, or I would not have allowed you to reach this point. To be frank, Judicial Island is still a government-controlled territory, so I'll give you a heads up. Boys, once you win this battle, you will no longer be a small pirate crew. Prepare to confront the government and the Navy head-on, just as I intended. Luffy shouted loudly. As I reflect upon the past, I find myself pausing for a moment. Wait, bye-bye, Jia. I wish to inquire about your last statement. Nami swiftly seized the microphone from Luffy's grasp. What is the nature of your mission this time? It does not involve escorting Robin, so rest assured. Upon hearing Nami's sigh of relief from the other end, she continued. This time, The task is to assassinate CP9. What? It was, of course, a fabrication. Do not deceive so casually. The image of everyone with shark-like teeth flashed in by Yang's mind, prompting him to smile amiably. I cannot divulge anything. In any case, it is of no concern to you. At this moment, the call was already disconnected. I cannot care less about all that. We do not wish for Robin to perish, which is why we are rescuing her. Luffy declared. The objective remains unchanged. It is merely a matter of questioning what will happen once that woman learns the truth. We must still save Robin, Zoro added. Hey, I overheard your conversation. That woman with the fan, she cannot be affiliated with the government, right? Barry casually inquired while sketching a rough map of Judicial Island, his head never lifting. No, Bye-Bye is our dancer, Luffy asserted with unwavering confidence, causing Nami, who had intended to cover his mouth, to breathe a sigh of relief. She is merely temporarily assisting the Navy as a bounty hunter. Oh, so she is a Navy bounty hunter? Wait, there cannot be just one Navy bounty hunter. That is not the case. Nami rushed towards Barry and the others. Bye-Bye occasionally captures other pirates for bounty hunting to earn some money. Is that so? The cigar-chewing individual adjusted his diving mask. I suspected as much. The Dragon Woman is indeed as formidable as the 7 warlords. Just as Bye-Bye was about to speak, Nami swiftly silenced him with a chop. Chapter 52. In a chaotic manner, the Straw Hat Pirates, those resilient little critters, surged towards a direct confrontation with CP9 aboard the Rocket Man. At this point, Bai Yang had transformed the necessary documents into small squares and entrusted them to a specialized messenger seagull for transmission back to Casa. The interior of Judicial Tower appeared desolate as Bai Yang walked the path towards the Gates of Justice, replying to the reports coming through the intercom. Has Nico Robin been taken to the Gates of Justice? Indeed, it seems to be ahead of schedule. Yes. According to reports from the guards at the Gates of Justice and the preparatory vessels at Impel Down, the timeline is significantly ahead. The target is accompanied by CP9's Rob Lucci, which may complicate matters. No, I need not intervene. I have already instructed Xiao O to relay the necessary information. Let the others continue monitoring. Casa, you should begin preparing the report now. It should appear as if preparations commenced long ago. In truth, this mission was not ordered by headquarters, was it? Since you have already realized, there is no need to expose it now. Just then, the voice of Spandam echoed throughout Judicial Island. The extermination order has been activated. You heard that, Casa? Yes, quite clearly. The transponder snail placed with Nico Robin has transmitted everything. Then I shall immediately prepare the report. With a few clicks, Bai Yang hung up the transponder snail. The extermination order has been issued, and she had yet to devise an escape plan. Well, it is best to let things unfold naturally. Now I must seek Robin. Upon reaching the corridor's exit, Bai Yang encountered Sanji, who sat motionless on the staircase like a puppet, his head bowed. Approaching the golden-haired figure, Bai Yang crouched down to caress his cheek, which felt as smooth as if it had just been washed with soap. You did not kick that bubble secretary, did you? Bai-Chan, have you not been by Robin's side? It seemed he harbored considerable resentment. After all, he had failed to defeat the enemy and protect his comrade. I shall directly intercept her at the bridge of hesitation. There is no need for concern. But Sanji, do you truly refrain from kicking women? It is not that I cannot. It is that I must not. Fool. She once mentioned in Oda's SBS that Sanji's actions stem from man's pride. Nami-san has already stated that if there comes a day when you die because of this, I shall never forgive you. In the past, while reading the manga, I had recognized Sanji's chivalrous spirit. His words that he could forgive a woman's lies defined true masculinity, leaving me in perpetual admiration. Moreover, I will kill the woman who attempts to harm you. Therefore, Sanji, you must be strong enough to avoid being killed. Bai-Chan, is this your declaration of love for me? I must be an important person to you. What nonsense is that? Waving a hand, I helped Sanji to his feet. However, you are indeed important. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is significant. The only area with water is Khalifa's room on the 3rd floor. At this moment, Nami was engaged in battle with her. The situation was becoming precarious. Remaining in this tower for too long would jeopardize our lives. Upon hearing that the extermination order was imminent, Khalifa sighed. If you wish to escape, you must relinquish the key. Nami, panting heavily, spoke, her legs rendered smooth by the soap. Soru. I apologize. I had intended to play with you slowly. Khalifa suddenly appeared behind Nami, gently caressing her, creating tiny bubbles. We must hasten to find refuge. Golden Bubble. As Bai Yang assisted Sanji through the doorway, they chanced upon Nami, who had collapsed to the ground, now resembling a doll. I did not interrupt your activities, did I? Bye-bye, Z. Nami exclaimed in surprise. Beware of those bubbles. They will sap your strength. So, it is the dancer from the Straw Hat crew. In Water 7, you managed to push me down. This time, I will not let you off easily. Khalifa adjusted her glasses. No, I did not push you. Bayong quickly waved her hands, not wishing to be misunderstood. And how did the bubble secretary interpret her leveraging as a push? Light bubble. A flurry of white bubbles surged towards them. Bayong raised an eyebrow, drew her fan, and with a flick, sent the bubbles flying away. You managed to disperse the bubbles with wind. I must say, your abilities possess numerous weaknesses. Your close combat skills lack the requisite strength. Perhaps you should hone them further. Bayong adopted a mentor-like demeanor, guiding Sanji toward the central bath. You need not instruct me. Golden bubble. In the instant Khalifa charged forward, Bayong struck her abdomen with an open palm, sending her several meters away. See, this is what I mean by close combat. You are fortunate to have encountered a non-combatant who refrains from striking women. Despite her words, the hand that had touched Khalifa had already become smooth. If captured with no water nearby, this sealing golden bubble technique would pose quite a challenge. After tossing Sanji into the bath, Bayong also washed her hands. Nami, her attacks can be washed away with water. I see. That is because it is soap. Nami realized, yet she remained incapable of standing due to her slick body. With a splash, Sanji rose from the bath, attempting to light a cigarette, feigning normalcy, only to forget that all his cigarettes had become soaked. TCH, though I do not kick women, I shall never allow Nami-san to be harmed. Bayong cupped a stream of water flowing from the faucet, sprinkling it over Nami's legs to wash away some of the soap. Then I shall head to the bridge of hesitation. Is towards Robin, right? Bye-bye, Jia. Nami grasped the weather stick with great effort. I will defeat this woman. Nami, it is rare to see you so spirited. Her words seemed reminiscent of Luffy. The passage to the Gate of Justice lies below. Simply descend the spiral staircase. Having imparted this information, Bayong exited the room. The downward passage would inevitably lead him to encounter Rob Lucci and Luffy, who were engaged in a fierce battle. The journey was long, and Bayong had not taken the time to memorize it. Therefore, with a single punch, he shattered the outer wall and arrived above the underground passage, facing the vortex-laden sea. Here, several colossal whirlpools obstructed any vessels, rendering passage impossible under such conditions. These sea currents were a common feature near the three gates of justice. However, for Bayong, who was alone, they posed no hindrance. In a square corridor, he overlapped his hands to form a square, and a pale green square light wave manifested in the air, creating a pathway of air squares. The remote usage of the square light wave had been developed while drinking with Hancock on Amazon Lily. Hancock's sweet, gentle wind could transform people into stone from afar, inspiring Bayong to wonder if he could also create such stylish remote light waves to turn everyone into cubes. Experiments revealed that his usual fruit development was insufficient. Only air could solidify, while living beings required physical contact. Furthermore, the movement of the cubes also necessitated touch. Swiftly, Bayong descended from mid-air to the bridge of hesitation. Upon the bridge, Spandam appeared at the staircase, clutching Robin's hair, evidently having just arrived. With his back turned to Bayong, he yanked Robin toward the Gate of Justice. His face contorted in madness. Look, Nico Robin. The enormous Gate of Justice, emblazoned with the insignia of the world government, stood wide open, resembling the gates of hell, ready to consume all. You see the open Gate of Justice. Ha ha ha. After such a long journey, I have finally arrived here. Once I pass through this door, I shall become not just a hero of the government, but of the world. The bridge leading to the gate is now ascending, awaiting the arrival of a hero. Suddenly, the maniacal Spandam half kneeled on the ground, clutching his left knee and rolling in agony. His reaction was slow. Bayong had already kicked him a while ago. Raising an eyebrow, Bayong pulled Robin's arm closer to himself. It's you. Robin gazed at Bayong in disbelief, her eyes reflecting surprise and a glimmer of hope. Yet she suddenly froze. You have come to cure my paranoia. Robin, Bayong chuckled. I told you I would protect you. Idiot. It hurts so much. Who are you? Spandam, clutching his knee, sat up, and upon seeing Bayong standing there, his jaw dropped. Oh, Straw Hat's crew. Why? Where is Lucci? Are the bombs not detonated yet? With both hands outstretched and shaking his head, he lamented how she had run down from the sky. Moreover, the strength of Bayang's kick had been that of an ordinary person. Did it warrant such a howl of pain? Damn it. Vankavreed, use ivory charge. Spandam drew the long sword from his back, and instantly, The white blade transformed into a massive white elephant, its long trunk thrusting toward Bai Yong like a razor-sharp blade. This sword must have consumed the Zozo no Mi. He had heard during his time at headquarters that the mad scientist Vegapunk had developed a method for objects to consume devil fruits. Coating his right hand with solar energy, Bai Yong swiftly grasped the elephant's trunk, declaring, "Withdraw, or I shall slay you." The white elephant, sensing the murderous intent, immediately retreated to the sword's hilt, reverting to its original form. Spandam, unable to command it to attack, shouted, "Ah, guardroom." He pulled out a den mushi. "Send reinforcements." "Yes. The escort ship from headquarters is ready." "Reinforcements?" "The criminal Nico Robin has been rescued by her accomplices. They're still on the bridge. Hurry. Everyone move out." Yes." Hanging up the den mushi, Spandam struggled to rise, drawing his sword and retreating toward the gate of justice. "Ha ha ha. None of you will escape." Supporting Robin, Bai Yong felt troubled. "I cannot save you without the key. Perhaps I should kill him for you." "No, don't joke. I am Spandam, the commander of CP9. Kill me. Help." Upon hearing his words, the onlookers immediately abandoned their previous limpness and sprinted toward the escort ship by the gate of justice. "Can you do this?" Robin asked uncertainly. "Even if you hide it well, Akiji will not easily believe that you were uninvolved in this matter. She inherently distrusts government officials. Thus, the Dragon of the East Sea will never drop her guard from the outset. Thank you for your concern. I know Uncle Kazan won't believe it, and my aide has prepared evidence to prove my absence. Well, when you mentioned getting things sorted out, you didn't mean to betray me, did you?" As she spoke, Bai Yong began to feel uneasy. Suddenly, he pulled out a den mushi, puzzled. "Who is it?" "It's me, Kasa. Admiral Akiji is heading toward our warship." No. Is that true?" "ISNT the information supposed to go directly to Admiral Sengoku?" "Of course, but I suspect he is checking to see if you are aboard the warship. According to the report from the messenger, he is riding a bicycle across the sea." "Run. Full speed, everyone move." "Where to?" "Follow the ships under the Demon Slaughter order to the Gate of Justice on Judicial Island. If they ask, just say you have a special mission. But the report has just been submitted. The orders won't be dispatched so quickly. Don't worry, it's not my first time doing this. Besides, didn't I already act first this time? Hurry. We cannot allow Uncle Kuzan's bicycle to catch up with our warship. The author has something to say. It's out. Let's celebrate with flowers." After finishing Water 7, the second chapter will commence. Looking into the distance, the second chapter will consist mostly of original plot lines. And I won't be following Luffy anymore. Everything is for the final general, continuing to play a grand game. Chapter 53. Although Bai Yang's special squad consists of only 30 individuals, they lack for nothing in terms of provisions. Each member is equipped with gear equivalent to that of the consolidated forces of hundreds from headquarters. Thus, the warship is naturally a large one. However, Bai Yang was not entirely satisfied. If they were all the same, what advantage did she have? Of course, she would never admit that it was because she was accustomed to riding the little fish and found the warship slow. In summary, this warship, which Bai Yang named Siren, was equipped with air island exhaust shells, allowing 10 soldiers to press the button to open the shells when needed. Even though everyone felt uneasy about having to dive to the ship's bottom to press these shells in terms of speed, the Siren was undoubtedly the fastest among the ordinary warships of headquarters. All of the above are secrets that this unit must not leak. Those who do so will face the punishment of running laps. "You?" Robin asked uncertainly. Bai Yang stroked Hertien, contemplating. "If we want to escape, it would be best to seize the Guardian ship ahead. However, the key to the handcuffs should be with Frankie. Forget it. Instead of waiting here, let's go find him." With that, she grabbed the arm of the person beside her. "Come with me. The soldiers from the Guardian ship are coming." Robin glanced back. As she pulled her along, Bai Yang meticulously recalled the potential events that might unfold next. Those soldiers can be disregarded for now. They will return sooner or later. "Fire. We must not let them escape." Spandam, following closely behind the group of soldiers, shouted. Suddenly, a shot rang out from a distant flame projectile, striking one of the soldiers standing in the front line just as the guards of the ship hesitated. One after another, snipers took down those attempting to pursue Bai Yang and Robin. It was Mr. Longnose. Robin looked up in astonishment at the figure atop the Justice Tower. Such precise sniping from such a distance. Impressive indeed. A smirk crept upon her face as she began to lay a transparent path along the corridor at the end of the staircase. The pursuers could be entrusted to Usopp for now. Simultaneously, in his duel with Lucci, Luffy activated his newly developed Gear Second. Steam enveloped him, and his skin took on an unusual redness. Do you not remember, Straw Hat? In the mansion of the Carrera Company, you were pierced by this form of mine. In his massive leopard form, Lucci barred the door against Frankie. Ah, that time, I had just eaten some meat, and it was fine. Luffy's nonchalant tone caused Lucci to frown. In a flash, he unleashed a shave, launching a finger pistol attack at the Straw Hat Boy, but Luffy evaded with ease. Faced with Lucci's dual fist attack from midair, he relied on his judgment that a mere iron block would suffice to block it. Iron block. Jet pistol. With a resounding boom, Lucci failed to withstand the blow and was embedded into the wall from the force. Seeing this, Frankie immediately dashed towards the door leading to the bridge of hesitation. Frankie, I leave Robin in your hands, Luffy shouted in that moment. Leave it to the Super Me. Boom. Disliking the obstruction of the door, Bayong punched through it as she arrived. Coincidentally, Frankie had just reached the scene. Thus, his face, along with the wooden door, was struck. Oh no, my super handsome face. If not for his nose being modified with steel, it surely would have been broken. Apologies, Bayong averted her gaze. Robin. Upon seeing Bayong and Robin burst in, Luffy shouted. Hee hee hee. Fantastic. I've stopped you. Luffy, this is not the time for reminiscing, Bayong admonished Frankie. The keys. Oh no. Frankie fumbled at his body for the 2 keys he had acquired from the owl and Califa, quickly unlocking Robin's handcuffs, made of hockey, with the owl's number 5 key. It's actually this one. At the same time, Lucci rose from the smoke and debris. I'll handle the pigeon keepers. Bayong, Frankie, you quickly take Robin away. Luffy positioned himself protectively in front of them. None of you shall leave. Lucci, the leper man, declared, casting a glance at Bayong. You are stronger than the Straw Hat Boy. A cat's intuition, perhaps. He smirked. In the place where I once trained, I heard of a woman who refused to learn the 6 styles, claiming she possessed a martial art capable of countering them. Such martial art has never been seen or heard of before. Lucci's gaze was fixed upon her. Or should I say, only one person understands this martial art. No, you have mistaken me. Any old man practicing Tai Chi in the morning could perform a couple of moves. Although Bayong wished to say this, she ultimately decided to leave a cool remark. Grabbing Robin's wrist, she followed Frankie and swiftly fled the scene. Halfway through their escape, they encountered the pursuing guards once more. This time, they were much quicker, and even as waves of soldiers surged forth, Bayong, Robin, and Frankie vanquished them all. Upon sending the last soldier flying beneath the bridge, Bayong couldn't help but scoff. A mere guardship and gatekeeper have this many soldiers? There are only 30 aboard her warship, and the only usable commander is just Casa, the ship's doctor. Even if she didn't particularly want them, it doesn't mean they could treat her this way. At that moment, Usopp, atop the Justice Tower, had already seen the situation on the Bridge of Hesitation through his sniper scope. He informed Sanji below using a Den Mushi that Bayong and Frankie had successfully rescued Robin and also seized the pursuing warship. Now, all that remained was for everyone to regroup. Frankie and Robin were on one side, dealing with Spandam's personal vendetta, while Bayong gazed towards the Gate of Justice from the staircase on the other side. Boom! Suddenly, a cannonball struck the outer railing of the island, causing it to collapse entirely. Oh dear, the demon slaughter order has begun. Rubbing the back of her head in annoyance, she spotted the fleet of blue-green warships in the distance. Blip blip. Hello, have you arrived? Bayong's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Yes, we have caught up with the warship ahead. It appears Admiral Akiji has understood our course, so he has ceased pursuit. The situation now becomes problematic. If Casa allows the warship to accelerate further and reach Justice Island first, he will undoubtedly suspect that the Straw Hats are hiding aboard the Siren. At that point, it would be a considerable loss. Well, you follow the ship of the Demon Slaughter Order to the port near the Gate of Justice, but do not stop. Understood. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Bayong approached the two. I must take my leave. Do not worry about Uncle Kazan. As long as you escape, he will order the pursuit to cease. Thank you. Robin's voice made Bayong pause in her tracks. The ever-skeptical Nico Robin actually said thank you to me? She offered a self-deprecating smile. It is wonderful to be going to sea together. After the initial test fire, the attacks began in earnest. 10 naval warships from the Marine headquarters slowly made their way across the Bridge of Hesitation, but they did not launch an attack, for they had received Admiral Akiji's orders not to engage Nico Robin. Meanwhile, Bayong had already returned to her own warship, using invisibility and rapid leaps to rejoin her crew. As soon as she pushed open the captain's quarters, a surgical knife narrowly grazed her cheek. She activated her skills, raising an eyebrow. The culprit behind the earlier attack merely glanced at her before continuing his conversation with someone on the Den Mushi. We have a special mission. Admiral Kazan. Upon hearing the name, Bayang rushed over to grab the receiver. Uncle Kazan, good morning. It's still early, isn't it? Oh dear. I didn't realize you were on the warship. I thought you sent a ship to rescue the Straw Hats, was planning to sink your ship instead. Hearing this, both Bayang and Casa broke into a cold sweat. Rescue? Uncle Kazan, there's a saying, handle your own affairs yourself. If you insist on doubting me, there's nothing more to say. Well then, what is your special mission? To capture CP9 Commander Spandam. Oh, this is your first time targeting someone from the government. Isn't it? Gosh, I thought you despised interacting with world government officials. Indeed, she had apprehended some rogue Marines over the years. Anyone she encountered doing evil while she was out would inevitably face a beating. Regarding evidence, she would consider the pressure from above and gather a few items to maintain some semblance of favor with Admiral Sengoku. However, those were all below the rank of captain, meaning they were merely from the branches, let alone government officials. She held a deep disdain for them, even dreading business trips to the Holy Mary Geos. Of course, I detest them. That is precisely why I intend to impeach him. Moreover, now that the Straw Hats have drawn the demon slaughter order here, if we do not capture Spandam soon, he may end up being killed in a random attack, rendering all my preparations in vain. Oh, regardless of whether Uncle Kazan believes she lacks ulterior motives, she now had to engage in the real work. The vessel named Siren, commanded by Kasa, bore the insignia of his fleet as she lacked an official naval commission. However, this did not deter the soldiers aboard from warmly welcoming their captain, especially since she was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Navy. Consequently, a guest room that Bayang casually pointed out became the most opulent and comfortable captain's quarters on the Siren, despite containing only 2 changes of clothing belonging to Bayang. Once she had changed out of her less than appropriate attire, Bayang, cigar in mouth, made her way to the bow of the ship. The soldiers, having received prior orders, regarded her as someone who had been on board all along, standing at their posts without unnecessary actions, merely awaiting commands. The oppressive atmosphere was exacerbated by the ongoing bombardment as numerous naval commanders surged onto the wobbly bridge, intent on eliminating a handful of adversaries. Just moments ago, the Straw Hat Boy had vanquished the strongest member of CP9, Rob Lucci, leaving everyone in awe. Shouldn't we send someone to assist? Inquired a handsome young man with chestnut hair, standing beside her, his white justice cloak billowing in the turbulent air caused by the cannon fire. Assist whom? Bayang replied, gently biting her cigar. We are not participating in this battle as a vessel of the Demon Slayer Order, and under such indiscriminate attacks. Sending our brothers into the fray would only lead to their demise. Moreover, we are also part of the Navy and certainly will not aid pirates, she said, her gaze indifferent as it drifted towards the tumultuous bridge in the distance. And Kasa, do not test my patience again. My apologies, Captain, the man said, adjusting his glasses with a smirk. Casting him a glance, Bayang chose silence, feeling she was not yet worthy of the title of captain. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed as the warship ahead obliterated the escort vessel the Straw Hats were using to escape. Although Sanji successfully led his crew to flee, relentless cannon fire forced them to retreat to the remaining pillars of the bridge. At that moment, Luffy, severely injured, lay unable to move. All the warships turned their cannons towards the tattered platform where Luffy was situated. With fingers gripping the ship's rail so tightly that they left dents in the thick iron armor, Bayang observed without issuing an order to bring the Siren closer. She could only keep her ship at the periphery, knowing that Kazan was likely watching her every move. The crew members of the Frankie family, including Kokoro, Chimney, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Frankie, and Robin, were all shouting Luffy's name, urging him on. Go, Luffy. You can do it. Straw Hat Boy, keep fighting. Bayang felt a tremor in her hand as she instinctively reached for her cigar, longing to shout despite knowing the inevitable outcome. Get up, Luffy. Your comrades are waiting for you. You are destined to be the Pirate King. In the midst of this precarious moment, the Mary, despite its battered hull, arrived directly beneath the tower to welcome the Straw Hats back home. Return home, everyone, to the adventurous seas once more. I am here to take you back. Bayang heard the voice resound. Taking a deep breath, she turned and returned to the helm, issuing orders to steer away from the port towards the direction of the Water 7. Due to Sanji's actions at the Gates of Justice, the gate had closed, and 3 colossal whirlpools caused the clustered naval vessels to collide, igniting a great fire. Only 3 ships on the outer perimeter escaped the calamity, one of which was by Yang Siren, while another carried their target, CP-9 Chief Spandam. Damn it! Damn it. How can we not capture a single woman from such a small pirate crew despite deploying all the forces of Judicial Island and the national-level strength of the Demon Slayer Order? The man, whose face was unrecognizable for being beaten, furiously pounded the ship's rail. No matter how many bombardment orders he issued, that tiny ship, only a third the height of the warships, remained unscathed. At that moment, a beautiful woman with flowing black hair approached the stern, smiling at him from across the ship. Her elegantly long arms were crossed over her chest. Stop! Stop! Bai Yong shook her head repeatedly aboard the siren, observing that Spandam's spine had been snapped. How terrifying! She remarked with a smile that belied her words. Then, she snapped her fingers and announced through a megaphone, yes. Standing at the back, a first-class sergeant seized the megaphone to shout towards the adjacent warship, regardless of whether the unconscious target could hear. CP-9 Commander Spandam, you are under arrest for your attack on the judicial ship 8 years ago, as well as for your foolish abuse of power, which led to severe damages on Judicial Island. What? The naval officers surrounding Spandam on the XN warship instinctively stepped back. This is the ship of the Dragon Lady, calling out. Those apprehended by her seldom met a good end. Exhaling a puff of cigar smoke, Bai Yong understood that Luffy and his crew had heard her. Stop the ship. Surrender the criminal Spandam to us. We intend to send him directly to the underwater prison. Yes, the Straw Hat Pirates escaped successfully, not only due to the timely order from Qingshi, but also because Bai Yang Siren, under the guise of executing duties, obstructed the pursuing warships. Not wishing to be interrogated by the several rear admirals, Bai Yong promptly commanded the sails to be raised and set course for impel down at maximum speed. Awaiting her arrival was a familiar face, Domino, who was not unfamiliar with sudden criminals. However, being the commander of CP-9, Domino still inquired, isn't there to be a trial? A trial? Judicial Island was destroyed by him. There's no need for formalities. Bai Yong stood on the deck, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed out at the sea. At that moment, the siren was heading towards Water 7. She realized that she would likely miss Mary's funeral, and even if she made it, what could she do? After all, she was now part of the Navy. Snow? Why is it suddenly snowing? Exclaimed a soldier on the deck. Fool! The Grand Line has always had unpredictable weather. There's no need to be alarmed. Hearing the conversation, Bai Yong looked up at the sky, which had just moments ago been cloudless, now adorned with vibrant crimson hues as the sun rose. It was no longer the eerie, perpetual brightness of Judicial Island. This time, dawn had truly broken. Thank you for sharing everyone's stories with me, and for your gentle care. Farewell, sister. A voice only she could hear aboard the warship. Beneath the crimson clouds, delicate snowflakes fell in an incongruous manner, seemingly touched by the golden light of dawn. They fluttered down into her palms, onto her cheeks, and into her eyes, melting into crystalline droplets. Mary, do not depart. In truth, Bai Yong had not had a place to call home for many years. Sometimes she would return to the headquarters and collapse onto the couch in Karp's office. Other times, she would stay in temporary quarters aboard a warship, or in inns across various islands. Excluding that prison cell and impelled down, her most frequent resting place had been the small fish. She was a homebody, accustomed to drifting, yet fearful of establishing a nest for herself. If she truly had a place of her own, even if she returned infrequently, she could not help but miss Bai Yong. The higher-ups had dispatched the entirety of CP-9 to return to the Judicial Island after the failure of their mission. While Bai Yong was resting in her bed, Casa boldly pushed the door open, fully aware that she was not actually asleep and that he was under pressure from above, navigating social pleasantries. The captain of the ship was unconcerned about the task at hand. He had no time for such trivialities. Bai Yong, resembling a petulant child, buried her face in a pillow, turning towards the wall. Then I shall return to the commander of CP-9. Wait, who do you mean? Spandam has been thrown in a level 3. Hasn't he? It's Spandane, the former commander of CP-9, who seems to be temporarily taking over. Spandane, how could I have forgotten about that wretch? Bai Yong sat up, furrowing her brow. Only Uncle Jean Gua has the authority to command her, not him. Indeed, Casa replied, arms crossed and leaning casually against the doorframe. But could you at least execute the plan fully? Spandane, upon his appointment, has already absolved his son of most of the crimes reported, shifting the blame onto Rob Lucci and his subordinates. So, Bai Yong raised an eyebrow. So, since our task is to expose the crimes committed by CP-9, we must now pursue the remaining offenders. Furthermore, this command was tacitly issued by Marshal Jean Gua and bears his signature. Does Spandane not have his own subordinates to handle this? His men have likely already been dispatched. Fine, then let our siren proceed at a slower pace. given that we had previously sped through. When Bayong set foot on this insomniac island once more, she had already enjoyed afternoon tea on the ship. Yesterday, it was the imposing judicial island. Now, it lay in ruins, deathly silent. There were no survivors. She merely hopped around aimlessly on the island. Upon reaching the vicinity of the judicial tower ruins, she spotted Spandon's men discussing their orders and the failures of the former CP9 members like Rob Lucci. Raising an eyebrow, Bayong turned and hopped in the opposite direction. As she landed on a large stone slab, she noticed Bruno and Gabra hiding beneath, eavesdropping. Though they were covered in injuries, they seemed to belong to the lighter side of wounds in CP9. Are they scouting the situation? Your Excellency, long new. Is there any news from over there? A distant government official called out to her. No, Bayong replied, raising an eyebrow and exerting a subtle pressure to prevent them from moving. Under the demon slaughter order, the survival rate on this island is effectively 0. She glared at Bruno and Gabra, signaling for them to follow her to an isolated section of the ruins. Only then did she cease her exertion of energy. I've heard your voice before, Bruno said, cold sweat forming on his brow as he dared not make any sudden moves. I truly did not expect to see you again. Logically, having captured Spandam should have absolved CP9 of punishment, yet it now provided Spandane with a better justification for apprehension. However, as a former intelligence officer, the more one knew, the sooner one would face silencing. Gabra looked back and forth in astonishment. Bruno, she asked the Dragon Lady of the East Sea. How could we not know she was involved in this mission? No, this mission has only involved us from the start. She's an accomplice of Straw Hat. What? Nanny, keep your voice down, you foolish dog. Lower your tone. Bayong sighed, feeling a headache coming on. If I were to assist Luffy, do you truly believe I would have survived to return to the judicial island from our first encounter? Whatever, while you may eventually face silencing. This time, it is partly my responsibility. That direction leads to my warship. Open an air gate over there and bring all of you aboard. She recalled that Bruno's air gates had limitations in direction and distance. No sooner had she spoken than both men exuded a murderous aura and charged at her. Stop! Bayong swiftly grabbed their wrists, frowning. You're all severely injured and not afraid of actually dying. I have no interest in capturing you. Spandane is not as foolish as his son. If you wish to escape, I have no objection. After a moment, it was the composed Bruno who finally spoke. We need to discuss. Be my guest, Bayong replied before turning to leave. She had done what needed to be done. Should CP9 not survive this ordeal, even if it were due to the butterfly effect, she could not be held responsible. Upon returning to the Siren, Bayong ordered everyone to steer clear of any suspicious individuals and reported that there were no survivors on the island, casually relaying the information through the transponder snail. However, her warship did not leave. She instructed the crew to take turns maintaining appearances on the island. At 4 o'clock the morning after the events on Judicial Island, Bayong was awakened by an order messenger. Having hardly slept, she threw on a white cloak over her pajamas and made her way to Cass's medical area aboard the ship. Pushing the door open, she calmly surveyed the spacious white room filled with advanced medical equipment. On 2 operating tables lay the gravely injured Rob, Lucci, and Kaku. Nearby were several others guarding their comrades: Khalifa, Bruno, Gabra, Owl, and Wei Chu. Upon seeing the Eastern Sea Dragon Lady draped in a white cloak and clad in pink rabbit pajamas, they were momentarily rendered speechless. Instead of staring at my pajamas, perhaps you should prioritize treating your own injuries, Bayong remarked with a raised eyebrow. She had previously instructed that they should be treated and arranged as necessary when she saw them, without disturbing her sleep. Yet the order messenger still timidly knocked at her door, reporting that they stubbornly refused treatment, crowding around the operating tables without allowing the medical team to work. From the information relayed from above, Bayong gleaned a few things. First, it was evident that Kassa had instilled a strong sense of medical ethics, even in the order messenger. Second, Kassa had not obstructed his approach to her, clearly holding strong opinions. When will she come over? However, on site, Kassa exhibited his exceptional skills. Moving between the 2 operating tables. Please let us stay here, Bruno insisted. Our injuries are not severe. Standing here without disinfection, even if the operation is successful, the risk of infection for the patients is considerably high, Kassa replied, his normally calm voice now cold. Set up a disinfecting screen. Bayong snapped her fingers, addressing the nearby medical team. Let Kassa focus on the surgery. Aside from his assistant, everyone else should treat these worried comrades standing by. This was the absolute bottom line. The bottom line was not only directed at CP9 members, but also at Kassa. Please, bear with it, Chief Medical Officer. With Kassa, There were a total of 31 individuals aboard the Siren, with 25 in the medical team. Indeed, the entire unit was composed of Cass's men, almost all of whom were doctors. Upon realizing this, Bayong calmly averted her gaze. This was not a unit assigned to her. It was a medical ship provided to her. The remaining personnel consisted of 2 stragglers from the division and 2 stewards managing the kitchen, leaving only 2 sergeants who might still be considered capable fighters. The 2nd and 3rd medical teams were assigned to those 2 sergeants, who were still on Judicial Island searching for survivors. The author has something to say. Let the incident in Water 7 come to an end here. Therefore, I will release it early. The next phase will commence. Bayong's character, her temperament, and all the injustices she encountered in the Navy serve as a focal point. Indeed, the subsequent chapters continue to resonate with this theme. Upon rereading these sections, I found myself genuinely moved, shedding tears as I reflected on the narrative, though I lamented the lack of finesse in the writing. In Chapter 55, at 8 in the morning, Bayong announced the completion of her thorough search for the CP9 members. Having failed to locate them, she decided to withdraw. Following a prolonged recovery from surgery, in an effort to avoid drawing attention, she allowed the Siren to drift at sea for 2 days before finally arriving at Shenzhen town. Shangbeiyan. At that moment, the sky above the quaint town was shrouded in dark clouds, with a gentle drizzle falling. Although Casa expressed dissatisfaction with CP9, he insisted that the members must remain on the ship to recuperate. After their recent surgery, Kaku was doing relatively well, but Rob Lucci's condition was more severe. However, CP9 had lost trust in the government, so Bayong decided not to retain them, handing Khalifa a stack of cash. Despite their immediate refusal, Bayong insisted, stating that they would eventually need to repay her. As she was leaving, Kaku had awakened and called out to Bayong, requesting that she convey a message to Barry when they reached Water 7, to inform him that they had perished on Judicial Island. Bayong was quite displeased with this statement, asserting that one cannot simply declare themselves dead, and that friendships transcend such matters. Do not be so timid, she replied. Due to the delays caused by accompanying CP9, when the Siren arrived at Water 7, Karp's dog-headed ship was already docked at the harbor. Bayong scratched the back of her head in frustration and, accompanied by Casa and the others, approached the temporary headquarters of the Carrera Company, resembling a group of Navy personnel set to capture the Straw Hat crew. At that moment, Karp was busy repairing a wall he had recently smashed, all the while discussing Luffy's father, Dragon. This revelation was already shocking enough, but Karp then added, just forget I said anything. Suddenly, everyone present, except for Luffy, turned pale, and, as Bayong and her entourage arrived, they caught the final words. She turned to her companions, who had also gone pale, with Cass's glasses glinting mysteriously. What did you all hear? She inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. This prompted a reaction from Karp's subordinates, who, having spent considerable time with Bayong on the ship, instinctively stood in 2 straight lines and exclaimed in unison, "Nothing at all. Big sister Bayong." Excellent, she nodded, intending to habitually retrieve a cigar from her inner pocket, but then remembered Karp was present, retracting her hand and instead smiling brightly. Grandpa Karp. Oh. Are you finished with your work, Bayong? Karp peeked from the edge of the wall. You truly embody the might of a strong Navy soldier. Whiteby is not a Navy soldier, protested the Straw Hat boy nearby. She is my companion. Fool. Karp shouted angrily, striking the protesting boy on the head. Are you trying to get your sister killed? She is one of the Navy. Sister. The astonished exclamation came from all present except the Straw Hat crew, overwhelmed by the numerous shocking revelations of the day. Hey, Grandpa Karp. Shouting like that is more problematic, Bayong remarked, lazily walking through the broken wall into the room. She then surveyed the soldiers stationed outside. They instantly understood, swallowing hard and vigorously nodding. The boy who had been struck suddenly jumped up. Why would it cause Bai to be in danger? She has always been my companion. Stop spouting nonsense. Your sister is one of the Navy. Karp's words caused Bayong to pause, and her face broke into a radiant smile. What is it, girl? It changed so quickly. For me, it was just a punch. Luffy protested again, baring his teeth. What do you understand? You all chose to become pirates, while Bayong is the only good granddaughter who became a Navy soldier. She has truly inherited my teachings. Karp's face reflected pride, clearly denoting that grandsons cannot compare to granddaughters. Especially since Bayong rarely referred to him as grandpa. He cherished having such an adorable granddaughter nearby. Sighing in exasperation, Bayong raised her head and locked eyes with Robin, who smiled back at her. After causing enough commotion, the Straw Hats began to inquire about Bayong's experiences on Judicial Island, albeit in a subtle manner. Baiyang recognized their concern. Even those like Frankie, who were unaware of the full truth, refrained from pressing her for details. I have already sent Spandam to impel down level 3, Baiyang stated. Is this what you meant by the difference between what we can do and what you can do, Sister Baiyang? Nami inquired. Indeed, they are pirates. While Sister Baiyang is part of the Navy. Girl, you have stirred up trouble with the government, and we need to discuss that, Carp interjected, picking his nose. Just don't go throwing punches. Grandpa Carp, if you mean the pleasantries, there is no need to worry. My aide is exceptionally capable, Baiyang replied, glancing outside, where Casa was conversing with a messenger while holding a sword. That sword looks familiar, she remarked. The Bailong Jian, wasn't it stored in the same warehouse as Xiaoyu? Noticing Baiyang's gaze, Casa adjusted his glasses and instructed the messenger to wait while he stepped inside and handed the sword to her. It was just delivered by Mayor Iceberg, who also mentioned that if you wish to see Xiaoyu, you must go visit him in person. As Baiyang accepted the Bailong Jian, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. This is troublesome. Xiaoyu must have attracted Iceberg's attention regarding a certain incident. What was the messenger discussing with you? Iceberg wouldn't send a messenger to deliver a sword, would he? Casa leaned down his height of 185 meters, allowing him to speak closely into Baiyang's ear. After hearing Casa's recounting of the situation, Baiyang raised an eyebrow. Who was dispatched to capture him? Colonel Tibon. Miss Baiyang, what is wrong? Robin asked her. Robin's closer address brought a smile to Baiyang's face. Nothing much. I was just considering taking the opportunity to eliminate Spandam as well. With a nod towards Carp, she added, I will go stretch my legs a bit. Yes, go ahead. Just don't make too much noise. What? I won't go too. Luffy raised his arm. This is none of your concern, she replied, lightly flicking his forehead. Stay here and keep Grandpa company. As Baiyang secured the iconic Bailong Jian to her waist, she stepped outside and encountered KB and Balumeb, whom she had met only a few times before. She remembered when they were nearly the same height as her. Not to mention Balumeb, KB had now nearly caught up to Luffy's height of over 7 meters, boasting a lean physique devoid of excess weight. Baiyang scrutinized the two, suppressing the urge to tease them. Who are you two? Indeed, it is truly a stroke of genius from Oda. In the past, while perusing the SBSQA collections, some individuals raised concerns regarding KB's development, to which Oda remarked that it was merely a phase of growth. Why did she not also experience a period of growth? As both individuals blushed, particularly KB, whose face turned as red as a tomato, Baiyang suddenly realized that she might have been staring at them for too long. With a gentle smile, she noted how handsome they had both become. Yes, KB's stuttering words fell short of expression. As a young Navy officer who befriended Pirate Luffy, KB had already established the foundation for what would undoubtedly be a remarkable future. After a moment's contemplation, Baiyang lightly snapped her fingers. You two, follow me. Walking through the streets of the Carla Company, Barumabur adjusted the sunglasses perched on his nose, wanting to steal a glance at the Navy's most beautiful officer, though he maintained a serious demeanor. Sister Baiyang, what are we about to do? Will it take long? All right, we still need to meet Luffy-san. KB, still blushing, suddenly came to a realization. With a cigar in her mouth, Baiyang chuckled. We are going to kill our own. What? They exclaimed in unison. They were indeed aware of Baiyang's disposition, yet to kill fellow Navy officers in Water 7? Baiyang narrowed her eyes slightly, a smirk playing on her lips. You are aware that I previously impeached the commander of CP9, correct? He is now shifting most of the blame onto his subordinates. Some first-class soldiers who were escorting the sea train have already been convicted, likely facing either the death penalty or life imprisonment. She let out a dismissive chuckle. Therefore, those former righteous comrades plan to storm this temporary apartment, hoping to capture Luffy and his crew to save themselves from execution. However, they are quite foolish. A death sentence is simply meant to silence them, to make them scapegoats. How could this happen? KB clenched his fists, lowering his head. So, are we going to kill those who wish to capture the Straw Hat crew? Birumabur looked anxious. Isn't it too brazen to kill our own in Water 7? This has nothing to do with being one of our own anymore, Baiyang replied, her hollow eyes, imbued with an ominous intent, gazing towards dock number 1. They have taken women and children hostage, intending to coerce the shipwrights in a handing over Luffy. When KB and Barumabur arrived at the vacant area of Dock No. 1 with Baiyang, they finally understood the earlier remarks. The rebellion was not solely among the Navy soldiers. Some were low-ranking intelligence agents from the former government. There were about 40 to 50 individuals, and among them was a small girl on the brink of tears, held hostage by their leader. Opposing them were not the shipwrights led by Barry, but rather Colonel T-Bone, whom these soldiers once revered. Before they approached, Baiyang informed KB and the others that Colonel T-Bone was the commander of these soldiers aboard the sea train, now dispatched to capture his own men. Likely due to Spandam's insistence to pursue these individuals without holding him responsible. At that moment, T-Bone, with a grim expression, raised his sword towards his former subordinates. I despise crooked swordsmanship. I prefer straightforwardness, never yielding, to protect the innocent civilians. Colonel, we are merely trying to save our lives, right? Baiyang called out, commanding the surrounding shipwrights to clear a path. She cast a glance at Barry, who was prepared to strike at any moment. The author has a message. Welcome to Act 2. I've noticed that JJ's updates can sometimes fail to appear. So I suggest that if you see a notification for an update that doesn't show up, try altering the number in the URL. For instance, if today's chapter is 57, the next one will be 58. In Grandpa Carp's dreams, Luffy is there, Gramps. Are you still not giving up? The duo of miscellaneous roles, unscientific growth periods, the various uncles from Navy headquarters in their youth, Gramps Carp. Those brats are all your genes. By the way, Uncle Kazan seems to have had a poor childhood. Chapter 56. East Blue Dragon Girl. She is here. We are surely going to be killed. We do not wish to die. We only want to capture the Straw Hat crew, to prove we did not intentionally let the pirates escape. The rebellious soldiers displayed terror in their eyes. Initially, they believed Colonel T-Bone would spare them. But now it seemed not only was the colonel going to attack them, but also this suddenly appearing East Blue Dragon Girl, renowned for leaving no survivors in her wake. We all joined the Navy for justice. The leading first-class soldier, with green hair, shouted desperately, his voice breaking with anguish. Their years of justice seemed to have been betrayed. Even the ones capturing them were once esteemed commanders. Tears streamed down T-Bone's face. He was unwilling to wield his sword against his former subordinates. Yet their hands are now reaching for innocent civilians. Raising his hand to signal the elegant man beside him not to command the brothers to attack. Baiyang took a deep breath. Slowly, she drew the silver blade from its sheath, producing a faint metallic hum. As the sword was unsheathed, the oppressive aura was enough to render everyone breathless. T-Bone, tears in his eyes, gripped his sword tightly, hesitating at that moment. He could not bear to see his subordinates die before him. Swish! Just then, the white dragon sword merely spun in his hand before being plunged into the ground. Was so-called justice? Ridiculous. Look at the hostages in your hands. That frail woman, that frightened little girl. Look at their faces. Baiyang's voice, though not loud, was sufficient for all soldiers to hear. Those are the very people you once vowed to protect. She had intended to bring KB and Barumabur along to test her skills while enlightening them about the darker aspects of the Navy. However, hearing the first-class soldier's proclamation of justice was truly unsettling. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. The soldiers, who had previously been shouting out of fear or anger, lowered their heads, gritting their teeth and clenching their fists, questioning their sense of justice. I'm sorry. The leading first-class soldier, a young man with green hair, trembled as he released the little girl, his face shadowed. The little girl, initially frightened, took a few steps back, then upon realizing she was safe, dashed into her mother's embrace. It seemed that the first-class soldier's actions prompted a ripple effect, as one by one, everyone released their holds. Upon witnessing all the hostages safely return to their families, Baiyang squinted, surveying the soldiers standing idly, resigned to their fate. She tapped the cigar in her mouth. With her hands in her pockets and chin slightly raised, she regarded them. I stand at this intersection leading to the path behind. If you still possess the dignity of a Navy officer, defeat me in battle and pass through honorably. It was an impossibility for them. To actively attack the East Blue Dragon Girl would only result in death. Yet even so, they were willing to die fighting a strong opponent rather than being pursued and sentenced to death for some fabricated crime. Those soldiers, who had previously appeared as mere walking corpses in Baiyang's eyes, now ignited with renewed determination. They charged towards her, weapons in hand, ready to demonstrate their courage and uphold the honor of the Navy. In but a fleeting moment, Baiyang raised his fist and unleashed his true energy towards the ground. A muffled roar echoed, yet the earth beneath remained entirely unscathed. T-Bone initially intended to rush forward, drawing his sword to cleave a path, aiming to prevent the soldiers from meeting a futile demise. However, that singular blow had already sent all who dared to advance sprawling backward. Yet upon landing, they appeared uninjured, merely seated on the ground. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Baiyang smirked. Very well. What? A soldier who had managed to rise was about to seize his weapon and charge again when he hesitated. I tell you, there is no need for you to die, for each of you possesses the worth of survival. Observing the still doubtful soldiers, Bai Yong swiftly returned the Bai Long Jian to its sheath. Addressing T-Bone, she declared, T-Bone Dazwa. Release them. Yes, yes. T-Bone immediately stood upright and saluted her. Wait. Although Bari had now sheathed the rope, his expression remained one of indignation. You say with a word that these men are unharmed? They have committed grievous offenses. Turning to Bari, Bai Yong pondered briefly. Indeed, taking women and children hostage is a grave crime. Not to mention the chaos they caused on the streets and their interference with Dock No. 1's operations. Bari shouted. That is true. She paused, turning to the soldiers awaiting their fate. While death may be averted, you shall bear the consequences of your actions. You are all stripped of your military status and shall no longer serve in the Navy. Furthermore, you shall be at the mercy of the dockmasters of Chishui No. 1 for 3 days. During this time, you must assist all citizens of Chishui without compensation. Of course, the punishment of stripping you of your military status is due to the severity of your foolish actions in Chishui, and you must take responsibility for your wrongdoings. Yes, XM Bai Yang's words not only conveyed the gravity of their actions in Chishui, severe enough to warrant their execution, but also affirmed their innocence in the Judicial Island incident. Ahem. At that moment, Casa, who had been observing from the sidelines, casually approached and cleared his throat. What are prior crimes? Your statement implies that Spandam's adjudication of their offenses was erroneous. Crimes? What crimes? Bai Yong shrugged. I know not. So, if anyone inquires, let them seek me out. Subsequently, Bari and Lulu, along with the dockmasters, reassured the citizens, promising that these men would atone for their sins over the next 3 days. The crowd then dispersed. While the situation seemed to have resolved neatly, Casa understood that the aftermath was far from complete. The gleam of his silver-rimmed glasses reflected his concerns. This time, he would not assist this madwoman in cleaning up. The 40 to 50 combat-capable former Navy personnel had been exiled. Such a course of action was undoubtedly precarious. He wondered how she would manage thereafter. Bai Yong instructed KB and Balumabur to return to find Luffy, then turned to T-Bone, who had been following her closely. Speak. T-Bone Dazwa. There is no need for formalities with me. If possible, I would like to recommend their reinstatement in the Navy. I would accept demotion as well. T-Bone stepped closer to Bai Yong, his voice low. If you pursue this course, Spandam may very well dismiss you as well. Bai Yong raised an eyebrow, letting out a sigh. There is no need. Report back that I intercepted them during their capture. With a smile, she addressed her aide, Casa. Casa, does your unit require support staff? The handsome man, who had been gleefully adjusting his glasses, abruptly halted. Not at all. Since you are aware you lack military status, and that the unit is under his command, do not inquire. Bai Yong waved her hand dismissively. You see, there aren't too many. There's still not enough staff for 4 to 5 dozen. The gentleman with chestnut short hair, dignified and composed, roared in frustration. Bai Yong snapped her fingers at the group of soldiers, who were under Bari's orders yet eavesdropping. Hey, you lot. Casa the general has stated that you are not to remain mere support staff. You must become exceptionally strong. The soldiers, incredulous, exchanged glances before erupting in joyous agreement. Yes. XM Bai Yong decided not to await an outburst from anyone. She continued, in my hometown, there's an old adage, a wayward son returning is worth more than gold. This signifies that acknowledging one's mistakes and striving to amend them is a rare virtue. With a smile directed towards Casa, she added, had they not made the right decision earlier, they would have truly danced with death. I believe such individuals can be of use. Adjusting his glasses, Casa ultimately acquiesced. Do as you wish, Captain. Once again assigning the cleanup tasks to Casa, Bai Yong leisurely returned to her temporary quarters in Kerara. Upon arrival, she found KB and Balumabur conversing with Luffy and Zoro. Yet Grandpa Carp did not follow the script and rush off. Instead, he sat inside, munching on donuts, and waved at her. It appeared that Grandpa Carp had been awaiting her all along, allowing the others to return to the warship first. Girl, I heard you had another skirmish with Hawkeye. You ought not cling to that sword so tightly. Mastering martial arts is the true path. Why not return to my side and continue your training? Accepting the coffee Sanji offered, Bai Yong did not smile at him as she typically would. Instead, she remained silent, gazing at Carp across the table. She sensed that Grandpa Carp wished for her to cease meddling in Luffy's affairs. The legendary Monkey D. Carp had a formidable legacy, and Luffy's carefree nature was a direct inheritance from him. Yet now, this hero was concerned for his granddaughter, who shared no blood ties with him. Grandpa Carp, I now command my own unit. Have you forgotten? The medical team, dispatched by Sengoku, has no capable fighters. You can simply integrate them into into Kasa's unit. Carp, uninterested, scratched his nose. Casting a glance at Nami and the others in the room, she noticed them engrossed in their own activities, perusing newspapers, or listening to Luffy and Zoro conversing with Kabi by the window, completely leaving her and Carp isolated. Grandpa Carp, Kabi and the others have already informed you of the events that transpired. By Young Baoset, the soldiers I exiled have now become support staff in my Kasa's unit. Ha ha ha. You truly have the audacity. No wonder you're my disciple. They should all come here for retraining. Very well. If you insist on taking the crew from my warship, let them belong to your unit starting today. Bai Yang stated calmly. However, I will not return to your side to continue my training. Bai Yang was not inclined to align herself with any faction. Allowing her to establish her own command was undoubtedly Sengoku's best strategy. However, Bai Yang preferred to remain solitary at sea, forever independent. Over the years, Carp had come to understand his disciple's nature. Her warship, after all, could be entrusted to him with a mere word. Alas, perhaps I shall revisit this matter when you wish to return. He sighed helplessly. The author has a message. Seeking comments, Chapter 57. In the end, Bai Yang respectfully saw Carp off. You are my grandson, so I do not plan to apprehend you on this island. Thus, I shall artfully explain this to the military. You may rest easy on this island. As he departed, Carp addressed the Straw Hat youth. No, Grandpa Carp, that is far from artful. Please allow your swordsman aide to elucidate instead, Bai Yang reminded, feeling a bit embarrassed. The elderly man merely brought these two individuals to meet you. You may continue conversing with them. Moreover, do not let your sister worry about you any longer. I shall take my leave now. Carp seemed to completely disregard a certain woman's kind suggestion and continued speaking. Well then, farewell. Luffy promptly raised his hand with enthusiasm. Bang! With a powerful punch, he struck the cheek of a certain rubber boy. Is this how we say goodbye? You truly break my heart, you fool. Why don't you learn from your sister? I am, after all, your long-lost grandfather. What would you have me do? I am merely being beaten. Even so, I yearn for my grandson's affection, you idiot. Covering half of his face in pain with his right hand, Bai Yang turned away, no longer wishing to witness the amusing quarrel between the grandfather and grandson. I shall not concern myself with this. Truly, a family bond. By the way, bye-bye. Aren't you going to leave with your grandfather? Luffy suddenly inquired. I intend to stay in Chishui for a while longer. Hee. How splendid. You little rascal. I am the one speaking to you, old man. Another punch landed on the Straw Hat boy. Bai Yang instinctively averted his gaze. Speaking of which, Grandfather Carp possesses the Meteor Fist technique, which she has learned and affectionately renamed the Tianma Liuxing Fist. Luffy's grandfather certainly has a tempestuous temperament, Sanji remarked as he set down his red tea. Astonished by the revelations surrounding Dorag, his lineage is not something ordinary individuals possess. Robin took a sip of her red tea. Does this mean that Luffy's grandfather is also Bai Yang-chan's grandfather? Sanji suddenly snapped back to attention from his previous thoughts. Then Dorag is also Bai Yang-chan's father. Bai Yang, who had been seated beside Robin, was momentarily taken aback. Now that Luffy and Kabi were engaged in conversation, she found herself lost in thought at the table, contemplating the words Grandfather Carp had previously spoken to her. Dorag's father? She chuckled. Not quite. Although I call Carp grandfather, there is no blood relation. I do not bear the surname Monkey D. Carp is my master, and Luffy is my sworn brother. Chopper blinked his curious starry eyes, his face displaying an expression of intrigue. Then who is your father? A wave of embarrassment swept over Bai Yang as she realized that everyone was harboring the same underlying question. Even Zoro, who was seated on the floor, had turned to look. I wonder if your hearts are feeling all right today. Have you ascended to another level of resilience? Bai Yang winked mischievously and smiled. My father is Long. Is that not Luffy's father, Dorag? Chopper exclaimed in astonishment. This Long is a noun, not a name. She had completely forgotten that Dorag means dragon. Speaking of which, you all have met him, right? Could it be? Robin gasped. The enormous dragon from the last time we were in Sky Island. What? That was indeed a dragon. Chopper, Zoro, and Sanji collectively gasped. Indeed. I am a dragon girl, Bai Yang said while propping her chin up with one hand, still grinning. So, Bai Yang, are you no viperous being? Chopper asked, his inquisitive starry eyes shining brightly. You fool, Bai Yang-chan was merely jesting, Sanji interjected, puffing out a cloud of smoke. No, I'm not joking. You liar. Zoro and Sanji retorted in unison. Meanwhile, Robin simply sipped her tea, smiling quietly. Chopper continued to exhibit his starry-eyed wonder. Wow, I see no need to deceive you. Grasping the white dragon sword at her side, Bai Yang pointed towards the dragon pearl. Dragons possess 2 such pearls. I am the embodiment formed from the other. Can you transform? Chopper's question reminded Bai Yang of her first meeting with Luffy, who had posed a similar query. I cannot. My soul is 100% human. The notion of a soul possessing a body? Such concepts have indeed been recorded in books. Robin remarked slowly as she set down her teacup. The body serves as a vessel, filled by the soul. Oh, how intriguing. Zoro grinned, his expression brimming with a fighting spirit. Your father, the sword. Now that we have some time, let us engage in a duel. While leisurely sipping her tea, Bai Yang merely cast a sidelong glance at him. Your injuries have yet to heal completely, reckless one. I fail to comprehend the thoughts of you and that Zolokial character. Does Hawkeye share the same thoughts as I do? What, does he also wish to fight you? I have heard that you always initiate challenges with him. Your information merely stems from occasional rumors of a passing swordsman who mentioned you had fought with Hawkeye again. I am his rival. It is only natural for us to clash upon meeting. Ultimately, you are all swordsmen, while I am merely a delinquent who fights with my fists. Your relentless ambition to win, even at the cost of your life, is something that man greatly admires. He even attended the headquarters roundtable meeting for your sake. So you ought to focus your ambitions on that individual. Bai Yang smiled at him. I have no interest in battling you. You refuse to accept the challenge. I truly wonder how Hawkeye endures your presence. You are recognized as his opponent, yet act so timidly. Bai Yang's expression darkened as she narrowed her ebony eyes. The only thing he acknowledges is the sword in my hand, not me. Much like you, what you wish to challenge is merely the Bai Long sword. Since you do not seek to spar with me, a martial artist, why should I accept your challenge? You meathead. Sanji suddenly kicked Zoro. Naturally, Zoro's sword, Onamaru, effortlessly blocked the strike. What are you doing? You green-haired fool. If you desire a fight that badly, allow me to accompany you. Do not disturb my goddess by a Yang-chan, Sanji declared, raising his leg, but not lowering it, continuing to strike at Onamaru. You lustful curly-haired fool. Observing the familiar scene reminiscent of their antics aboard the ship, Bai Yang smiled, warmth flooding her heart. Bai Yang. Chopper tugged at her arm with his tiny hooves, worry etched across his face. She scooped him up, rubbing her cheek against his fluffy head. I apologize. I was merely upset after being scolded by my master for not being serious. Hee. Bai Yang, stop it. It tickles. Ha ha. No way. Chopper is simply too adorable. Ah ha ha. You call me adorable. Ha ha. I will not be pleased. You jerk. Ha ha ha. In the afternoon, KB and Balumabur prepared to take their leave, standing outside the window to bid farewell to Luffy. When the New World was mentioned, everyone's eyes gleamed with a yearning for the future, an eagerness for new challenges. How exhilarating. Ifun Bai Yang Smiled, Richaling Fun Memories. What a beautiful name, the New World. Luffy-san, we must meet again there. Next time, I will catch you. I will grow stronger. One day, I shall sit in the position of a Grand Admiral. As KB shouted this, he suddenly felt overly proud, panicking and falling to the ground, nervously tugging at his hair. I'm so sorry. I got carried away and embarrassed myself. I wish I could find a hole to hide in. After meeting you, I became a bit arrogant. KB, do you wish to fight me? Then you must at least become an admiral. That is only natural. Even though the young soldier boldly proclaimed his dream of becoming an admiral, the Straw Hat Boy believed in him wholeheartedly. Standing aside, Bai Yang once again marveled at how much Luffy had matured, realizing that it was his charismatic personality that attracted so many individuals upon the seas. Bai Yang me. Just moments ago, I was moved to tears while speaking with Luffy and the others, but now I stand tall, saluting you. My sincerest apologies. I did not mean for you to witness such an embarrassing display. The usually bashful KB, whose cheeks would flush at the sight of her, now radiates with confidence and serenity in her eyes. I have contemplated the events that transpired previously. Regardless of circumstances, my sense of justice remains steadfast, and I shall not abandon it. On that note, I share your sentiments, Barumibo interjected. The dignity of naval justice shall never be forsaken. These two individuals perceive things quite clearly. The interpretation of justice varies from person to person. Let's not speak of unwavering constancy, Bai Yang remarked lightly. Uncle Kazan once embodied a fervent form of justice, yet he has now transitioned into a more laid-back interpretation, as noted in Oda's SBS. I believe you all understand the reason behind this. May I inquire what form of justice you uphold? After spending years in the Navy, It would be disingenuous to claim I do not uphold justice, for this identity has indeed allowed me to enact numerous just deeds. The justice I advocate is an imperfect one. By the employee pool behind the apartment, a lively barbecue banquet commenced. However, Yang refrained from joining the revelry. Waving off Luffy's invitation, citing a need to check on a group of new recruits aboard her warship, lest her exemplary aide come after her. Come on, Bai. Travel with us this time. You dare to say such a thing? I must take responsibility for the soldiers aboard my ship until I can release them. All right then. Once you've dismissed them, you must sail and adventure with us. Is it the soldiers you intend to dismiss, or all that I have in the Navy? Bai Yang's small snail phone features a rejection button. Once pressed, only Sengoku and the Straw Hat crew could reach her, rendering her decision to decline her aide's call unwise upon returning to the siren. Kuzan. She greeted the admiral lounging on a deck chair for a nap. The nearby soldiers, hesitant to speak, and the new recruits remained silent. Removing his eye mask and confirming Bai Yang's identity, Kazan sat up. I expected you would dine with the Straw Hats. There are matters aboard the siren that require my attention. Of course, I must return. Bai Yang responded with a hint of unease. The new recruits were unaware of her relation to Luffy, and they had, to some extent, neglected their duties due to the Straw Hats. Bai Yang had not overlooked this. Her return was to address the situation. My, you have acted quite boldly this time, impeaching government officials and bringing these individuals back into the Navy. Marshal Sengoku will surely inquire about it. I see no issue. I have not committed any act that undermines justice. Kazan scratched the back of his head, appearing nonchalant. Indeed, you have refrained from any physical altercations. Even if you are the sister of the Straw Hat Boy, it is quite amusing that the new recruits show no surprise, merely observing her with calm expressions. Uncle Kazan, how did you come to know? Oh, Vice Admiral Garp visited earlier. He informed me. Garp, you cannot do this. Bai Yang silently shouted within her mind. Kazan surveyed the new recruits and continued. Vice Admiral Garp took some of them with him. I suppose I shall take a few as well. After all, if you were to take them all, the provisions would not increase for your ship. The focus is certainly not on provisions. In this manner, the burden of accepting previously convicted Navy personnel would be shared by Garp and Kazan, rendering Spandam incapable of speaking further. Bai Yang smiled werelye. There are indeed those within the Navy who protect her, are there not? Uncle Kazan, you rode a bicycle here, right? Would you like to take a few individuals on your rear seat? Can I not return to headquarters? Please, spare them. For the first time, Bai Yang smiled so freely in front of Kazan. With a gentle smile, she turned to the new soldiers on the deck. If you wish to go with Uncle Kazan, I will provide a small boat to take you to the nearest headquarters ship. The older sister had actually hoped to leave when Vice Admiral Garp asked earlier. And those who chose to remain are willing to work under you. They have to some extent lost trust in the government and the Navy. Bai Yang smirket. It appears you shall not take any of them, Uncle Kazan. It seems I have acted unnecessarily, Kazan remarked as he picked up his white suit and approached the ship's edge. Take care of yourself, Bai Yang. He waved to the individuals behind him and leaped off the 4-story military vessel. The author has something to say. Recently, I have been struggling with writer's block. Perhaps in the near future, I will be able to update daily. Scratching the back of the head. Chapter 58. Bai Yang recognized the new recruit who had spoken earlier, recalling him as the leading first-class soldier from Square. What is your name? She inquired the man with the green, spiky hair. Yes, big sister. My name is Aker. How many were left? 36. Bai Yang smiled at her aide, who had been watching the spectacle. Casa, look, 36 recruits. This time is not too many. Indeed, not too many. Came a voice filled with restrained frustration. Bai Yang clapped her hands in delight. Oh, by the way, is Uncle Toma here? Yes, big sister. I am here. A burly man with 2 prominent mustaches rushed out from the cabin. He was one of the cooks aboard the Siren, having been promoted from steward. Each time Bai Yang looked at Uncle Toma's face, she was reminded of a Landalon from the Demon Father. The resemblance in their mustaches and muscular build was striking. Prepare the food and fine wine. We shall hold a banquet to welcome these newcomers. Yay! As soldiers aboard the Siren who have followed Bai Yang for some time know how much she adores banquets and the joy they bring. Only Cass's glasses continued to glimmer incessantly. The medical personnel he brought back from the New World have all been led astray by this mad woman. At dusk, pirates on the shipbuilding island of Water 7 held a banquet with the entire city in attendance, laughing and singing. Meanwhile, on a massive Navy warship at the port, a similarly joyous banquet was underway. Everyone at the feast was lively, unaware that a military vessel could exude such a vibrant atmosphere. Bai Yang, however, consumed little alcohol, sharing with all present her interpretation of absolute justice from the office of Marshal Sengoku. You, aboard the Siren, are led by someone like me, whose sense of justice may differ. I do not concern myself with the form of justice you wish to uphold, but remember to never abandon that initial belief in your hearts. Absolute justice and absolute power can only be deemed just when they become sufficiently robust. Therefore, you must become stronger, strong enough to protect your own sense of justice. This message was conveyed slowly and softly, devoid of the usual forcefulness in her tone, yet it resonated deeply within each attendee. The evening breeze was cool, mingled with the scent of the sea, as Bai Yang descended from the bow of the Siren. She spotted Kuzan leisurely riding the King Chali, a bicycle name derived from the One Piece data collection, at the port. Uncle Kuzan. She stood on the steps of the harbor, allowing the wind to tousle her dark, natural curls. Yale, what brings you here? Qingji halted his bicycle, visibly surprised. Thank you. Regardless, he had assisted her on several occasions, although she could not repay even a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude. Luo Baiyang was a person who believed in repaying debts of kindness. No need to thank me. If one day you commit an unjust act, I will still arrest you, Baiyang chuckled lightly. Of course. She then stood on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on someone's cheek. Moi, when that day comes, Uncle Kazan, you won't be able to catch me using ice time. The words of this stunning beauty were laden with double meanings. There could be myriad reasons why he might not be able to catch her. How about we go on a date? I refuse, Baiyang replied with a playful smile. Then shall I invite you to sit in my back seat? I can take you for a stroll. No. May I boast to others that you kissed me? No. Late at night, due to the previous tsunami and heavy rain, the sky was now spotless. The pirates' revelry had finally subsided. Baiyang had initially thought it would continue for several more days, but it seemed everyone was genuinely exhausted this time. For a moment, the entire city of Seven Water was eerily silent. She wished to join the Straw Hat Pirate celebration. Yet, as the commander of this naval warship, how could she abandon her soldiers? If you want to go, just go. I had no idea you would become such an indecisive woman, remarked the handsome man with chestnut short hair, his tone laced with sarcasm. How excellent her aid was each time. It made her ponder why Uncle Sengoku had assigned him to her. If I go, I might not come back, she laughed. Suit yourself. Kasa adjusted his glasses. Those fools have already drunk themselves to sleep. I'll inform them you went on a business trip. Of course, the Siren would remain in Seven Water for a few days as per her arrangement. Thank you for stopping here for me these few days. But our ship indeed needs to stay here for a while, Baiyang said, pointing to a damaged area along the ship's edge with a wry smile. We've used the exhaust vent several times already. It must be repaired. All right, Kasa. Let us dismantle the 3 cannons at the bow and replace them with a statue of the Siren. Wouldn't that be quite impressive? You cover the costs. It had been a vibrant day, and by the time Baiyang changed into her outfit as Tao Bai, dawn was fast approaching. Upon arriving at the banquet scene, chaos reigned. The air was thick with the stench of alcohol, and people lay sprawled on the ground in drunken stupor. At a round table piled high with plates, she found her younger brother drooling and mumbling in his sleep. Sighing, she approached Luffy. You did well this time. Baiyang ruffled the boy's short black hair. You protected your companions. Bai is also a companion, Luffy mumbled, displaying the novice skill of answering while asleep. She smiled. Of course, I am Luffy's companion. Okay, let's set off on an adventure together. All right, Captain, let us embark on adventures upon the sea, now and in the future of the New World. I will assist you in becoming the Pirate King. You only get close to Luffy when he's asleep, remarked the green-haired young swordsman, reclining against the wall with his arms behind his head, eyes still closed. His voice was low, yet Baiyang heard him clearly. Your words are amusing. How am I not close to him? It's the same with everyone, Zoro said, sitting up to look at her. Hey, let's have a duel. I challenge you as a martial artist. Why do you want to fight me so badly? If it's subconsciously wishing to obtain the position of vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, you needn't do this. From the very beginning, you were the vice captain. That was predetermined in the data collection, you battle-obsessed maniac. Vice captain? Do you think there's such a position in this pirate crew? I truly want to fight you. If I win, I can become stronger. Stronger, huh? Baiyang said lightly, stepping closer to meet his gaze. You will become stronger in the future, but not now. Ugh. In an instant, a shadow flashed past Baiyang's right hand, and the young swordsman collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Look at yourself. Look at the world, Roronoa Zoro. Did I underestimate you, or do you desire strength too eagerly? Zoro seemed to harbor a subconscious desire to compete with her, not only because she currently bore the title of the East Blue's foremost swordsman, but also as a recognized rival by Mihawk. Reflecting on this, Yang sighed. Previously stating that only the white dragon sword was acknowledged by Mihawk left her feeling quite stifled. Perhaps she was also quite obsessed with becoming stronger? Early in the morning, at the temporary apartment's dining table, upon seeing Tao Bai suddenly reappear on their ship, everyone paused in surprise before resuming their activities. Only the previously knocked-out swordsman persisted, unable to relent. Yang had to knock him out repeatedly, using verbal threats and actions to thoroughly convince the green-haired man to temporarily give up. Meanwhile, the head of the group, Miss Nami, transformed into a demon upon learning that yesterday's banquet had cost 100 million berries. The others avoided her, except for Yang, who fawned, stating that it was fortunate that Sister Bai had reminded them, allowing them to retain the remaining 300 million. "Hi, Bai, come out and play with me," called Luffy, his head bandaged and devoid of pocket money. "No, Sister Bai, you can't indulge Luffy. He wants you to give him allowance." Nami suddenly intervened. Yang said, sweat dripping down the back of her head. "I have something to do, Luffy, sorry." In the radiant light emitted from Nami's eyes, Yang understood that one must be stern with the little ones when necessary. Speaking of matters to attend to, there was indeed one. On Waste Ship Island, Iceberg and Frankie, two of the finest shipwrights on this Grand Line, were constructing a new vessel for the benefactor of Seven Water, the Straw Hat Pirates. Iceberg did not cease his work upon Yang's arrival. He merely glanced at her. "Your little fish must wait until this ship is complete before I can repair it." I guess that." "Oh, it's that one, isn't it?" the man with the cigar exclaimed, pointing at her. "What is it exactly?" If she is indeed that naval woman, the man suddenly blushed. He clicked his tongue and then lowered his head to continue working. Yang shrugged, not intending to kill him. There was no need to say half the truth. "Mr. Iceberg, I merely wish to retrieve my little fish, so please just tell me where it is stored." "Well, the engine is so damaged that I can't return it to you. But the engine is protected by the hardest materials, sea stone and diamonds. So it should be fine even under the impact of the repulsion shell." Having once been a part of the bounty gang, she understood her motorcycle's condition somewhat. "What about the exterior? Although it has been repaired, there are still sword marks on the base and shell. These were caused during your fight with Mihawk, right?" "I see. You noticed that. Someone seems rather upset. Was it because she had mistreated his precious creation?" "Not only that, but the engine had always been a sore spot for him. It seems she had just touched a nerve." "Ahem. Mr. Iceberg, it is precisely because of your perfect design and craftsmanship that my little fish could withstand the flowing sword. Correct?" Ha, perfect? I wouldn't dare. ISNT the power system made by Vegapunk. The sore spot has arrived. I am deeply sorry. To acknowledge one's mistakes promptly when faced with adversity is indeed the correct course of action. I shall treat Xiao Yuer with utmost care henceforth. Please grant me the privilege of marrying her. What she wishes to express is yet to be articulated. The past few days have been overwhelmingly busy. We shall discuss it later." After Yang left in a dejected manner, Frankie casually inquired while hammering nails, "Do you know her?" "Yes. We have met a couple of times. Previously, she appeared as the furious Ice Mountain, but now she has reverted to her usual calm demeanor, meticulously reviewing the data on the blueprints. For years ago, when she had just emerged from Advanced City. The author wishes to convey, stay tuned for the side stories, scratching the back of the head, but be warned, they contain numerous spoilers. Intending to use them as references later, the first side story is fresh off the press. The complexities of the enmity between the Eastern Sea Dragon Girl Luo by Yang and the renowned swordsman Dracula Mihawk have long been acknowledged by those traversing the Grand Line. Many rumors abound, yet the reasons behind their animosity seem rather uncomplicated. Almost everyone believes their rivalry originated from events that transpired 8 years ago when the Dragon Girl was merely 12. It is said that the fiercely ambitious Eastern Sea Dragon Girl, yearning to become the world's foremost swordsman, sought to test her skills against the Eastern Sea, a lighthouse in Rogue Town, only to be interrupted by the sudden thunder of her rival, Dracula Mihawk. Their first confrontation ended in a devastating defeat for the Dragon Girl. Following this, she secluded herself for training, and no one knew where she honed her skills. Rumors suggest she developed a new sword technique in a place of great peril, which explains her subsequent service to the Navy as a commander of justice 4 years later. Was their enmity truly destined to arise merely from the outcome of a duel? Some have questioned this notion. However, the Dragon Girl's unwavering obsession with her hatred for Mihawk leaves little room for further inquiry into the matter. What could possibly be the reason? The Dragon Girl harbors deep-seated animosity towards Mihawk a truth known only to her. As their feud is far more intricate than the mere scars of a loss sustained 8 years ago. This tale begins in the second year after Bai Yang's emergence from Advanced City, at the tender age of 17, when she officially began her service for the Kingdom of Buddha. Yet her reputation was not yet formidable within the Navy. She was merely regarded as a fiery-tempered girl who acted without considering the consequences. How could a 17-year-old still be referred to as a girl? This is undoubtedly due to her doll-like visage, as she appeared to be no older than 12 or 13. It seems she had simply not matured during these years. On a moonless night, having completed the first part of her task, she ventured from a dark alley into a bustling night market, only to realize she had no money left. Indeed, it appeared she was completely broke. Her savings had dwindled significantly each month, and ever since that incident, she had no regrets. Her carefree attitude towards money was reminiscent of her grandfather, Carp. Before her stood a cacophony of vibrant stalls. Should she seek temporary employment at a small shop? Even a simple meal would suffice. Unfortunately, this area was rather unsafe. Feeling the pangs of hunger, she donned the attire of an ordinary village girl to blend in, but her dress was now covered in dust and wrinkled from the earlier skirmish. This was a high-crime outer district, colloquially known as the Black Street. It was not uncommon to see homeless children appearing one day only to vanish a few days later. With her strength, the denizens here posed no threat to her. Should she resort to thievery to satiate her hunger? In comparison to the other children, she would likely excel in such endeavors. Just as she contemplated this, her stomach grumbled once more. Bai Yang touched her soiled face, inadvertently smudging it further with dirt. At least no one would suspect her to be the promising recruit nurtured by the Navy's admiral. In the clamor of the night market, amidst the shouting and brawls, one sound pierced through the din, captivating Bai Yang's attention. The rhythmic sound of boots striking the ground resonated with extraordinary clarity amidst the raucous atmosphere. It was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Suddenly, a plate shattered on the floor, and a brawl erupted in a nearby restaurant. Bai Yang patted her empty stomach and pondered briefly. Navigating through the throngs of people, she seized the cloak of a man ahead of her. Had it been 3 years hence, she would have chastised herself for lacking ambition. Perhaps it was fate at play. During that period, she felt immensely lonely and helpless due to that incident. She could not seek out Ace, nor could she return to Windmill Village. It was at this moment that she encountered a character from her favorite manga. Compared to a random passerby, this man, who had once sent her to Advanced City, felt remarkably familiar. An unconscious urge prompted her to follow him. The owner of the cloak turned around, lowering his head to behold the dirty little girl before him. "Please treat me to a meal." The little girl's request was less a plea and more a command. Mihawk remained silent for a moment, questioning if this child was a stray from the area. Indeed, he did not recognize Bai Yang as the child he had sparred with years prior. The first time he saw her near Road Town, she had been covered in blood. The second encounter took place in the dim confines of Advanced City, where she was wrapped in bandages. Thus, in his memory, Bai Yang resembled an underdeveloped boy. Alas, Bai Yang viewed this as a reunion with an acquaintance. She felt no embarrassment in requesting a meal from this unfamiliar man. A meal and a place to stay posed no inconvenience for Mihawk. Consequently, Bai Yang dined that evening at a restaurant she deemed satisfactory, although Mihawk spoke not a single word to her throughout the night. He merely accepted her presence, and, at the time of payment, discreetly added a few extra coins. The following morning, Bai Yang discovered a stack of berries on the nightstand, approximately 100,000, a substantial amount given current prices. Had Mihawk forgotten his money when he left? After a quick wash, she donned her wrinkled dress from the previous day and chased after him. Finding Mihawk in this crime-ridden district was not particularly difficult. At an alleyway, Bai Yang once again grasped his cloak. She refrained from calling his name, as the name Mihawk was too cumbersome to utter. "You forgot your money. Here it is. Why are you giving me money?" This was a perfectly reasonable question. Bai Yang had never contemplated someone offering her money. For years, she had been solely responsible for her own livelihood. "If you don't want it, give it to someone else." He turned to walk away. His demeanor was indeed cold. During her time in Advanced City, she had often remarked that she would strike him every time they met. Clutching the money, Bai Yang turned to another alleyway. Meanwhile, the man who had already reached another street paused. The little girl hadn't he followed him. She had taken the money and left? No. If she intended to keep that stack of money, she should have sought him out in the first place. She was an exceptionally beautiful child. In this street, adjusting his hat's brim, Mihawk resolved to return. Was there something he had forgotten? The lovely little girl darted out from behind him, catching him by surprise. She had changed into a brand new dress, evidently purchased just moments ago. I'll take you to the village by the port. There will be someone to take care of you. Oh, that village? Very well. The fishing village mentioned by Yang and Mihawk was located at a small port in the southwest of the island. As long as one traverses the forest, they can reach this place directly, although it is in close proximity to Heijie. The village is characterized by its simple and unpretentious customs, and it is not particularly affluent, hence pirates do not venture here. Upon arriving at this fishing village, Yang settled in, awaiting the arrival of her target. Residing in an inn, she spent her days idly observing the port. One thing she found perplexing was that Yin had not departed. He had merely stated that he was bringing her here, so why had he not left? In truth, Yin had spoken to the village chief regarding finding someone to adopt her, but his request was met with a firm refusal. How could you abandon your own daughter? Even if you wish to sail the seas, wouldn't it be more reassuring to have such a beautiful daughter by your side? Thus, he was promptly dismissed by the village chief's remarks. At this moment, Yang was idly perusing magazines in the village's bookstore. However, the magazine she was reading was rather unconventional. With the conspicuous 18X emblazoned on the cover, each turn of the page drew a slight furrow of her brow. Goodness, what kind of adult magazine is this? Just wearing a bikini qualifies for 18X? Unexpectedly, in this world, 18X publications are surprisingly wholesome. At most, they reveal some cleavage. Ahem. The shopkeeper beside her coughed, seemingly believing that Yang, being a young girl, was unaware of what she was reading and wishing to offer a gentle reminder. Little girl, that bookshelf over there is more suitable for you. Yang glanced at the man with a mixture of pity and scrutiny before placing the magazine in his hand. A smirk playing on her lips. Is revealing a chest enough to satisfy you? Oomph. Yang's undeniably youthful face often radiated a different aura when she exuded a mischievous vibe, embodying a mature yet alluring demeanor within. Consequently, from that day forth, the bookstore on the island featured several charming collections of swimsuit models. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Upon exiting the bookstore, Yang spotted Yin standing at the door, furrowing his brow. It seemed he had a certain fondness for her. This mature man exuded a potent masculinity that was undeniably attractive. Thus, she resorted to her usual playful antics. This was the gravest mistake Yang believed she had ever made, which ultimately established why. From that day forward, she would never tease Yin again. Regardless of the circumstances, she urged him to lean down, and just as she was about to press her lips against his, Yang found herself tossed into the air as if she were a mere chick. What are you doing? This blatant rejection was a first for her. Initially, it seemed inconsequential, merely a display of paternal affection as they played a game of catch. A passerby pirate with a lewd grin leered at Yang, and this pirate, who had uttered the phrase paternal affection, was indeed her target. At this moment, he had entered the small fishing village with a group of his subordinates. Are you blind? Who's his daughter? This was a scenario where she was being pushed away, countered by a rebuttal. Hey, Zhu Luo Jier Mihawk Ku. If you throw her, don't dodge. Even while shouting, Yang gracefully landed from the height. Who are you? Yin frowned, scrutinizing her. You don't know who I am. Being rebuffed by this man had already irked her, and now being mistaken for his daughter was even more infuriating. Did he not remember her at all? Had he truly not taken note of her? I am Luo Baiyang, the one you cut down 5 years ago in Luo Gu Town. Aren't you a boy? A boy? How many times is this today that my pride has been wounded? This man not only failed to regard her as a woman, but also dared to belittle her. Yin? No, it can't be. I've never heard of Yin having a daughter. The pirate, upon hearing Yin's name, hastily retreated, seeking death. Are you trying to assert your presence here? Yet, at the moment Yang was about to throw a punch, the man beside her had already unleashed a powerful slash. This was her first encounter with the legendary swordsmanship of the world's greatest swordsman, while fully conscious. And indeed, it was her first glimpse of such formidable skill. Truly a paragon of strength. The sheer intimidation from merely one slash cleaved the port and several distant pirate ships in twain. This was far from the animated portrayal she was accustomed to. She stood, captivated and awestruck, much like the profound impact Akainu had left on her. They were both formidable beings, true powers in this world, while she remained diminutive and inconsequential. Her target was not particularly formidable himself, but he commanded a significant number of subordinates, making him a troublesome rogue on the seas. Now, with Yin's strike, a considerable portion of them had been vanquished, while she would require several punches to subdue even a minor leader. Yu Haven T improved it all over the years. As the one preparing to board the coffin ship to return home, He merely left her with this remark, not sparing her another glance. Unwillingness surged within her, an overwhelming sense of discontent. The so-called superiority in skill was meaningless. Even if he looked down upon her, she had no retort. Clenching her fists, Bayang silently forward. 3 years later, the once unwilling little girl found herself aboard a rather cramped coffin ship alongside her nemesis. Long girl, why must you make me your adversary? The man, elegantly seated beside her, cast a glance in her direction. You don't hate me? It's merely an obsession, a fixation of mine. Bayang shifted closer, meeting Ing Yen's gaze. If you are a towering wall, then Nuang Luo Yasu Long will strive to scale you. As for me, she smirked. Seizing his collar, I will push you down. Bai Yong thus grasped Ing Yen's collar, gradually leaning closer to him, their breaths intertwined. And just as their lips were about to touch, a woman in a white trench coat retreated, arching an eyebrow. Why aren't you throwing me into the air this time? The man who once flung her skyward as punishment smiled slyly. Because you've gained weight. What? That's not weight. I've just grown taller. Is that so? Hey, what are you laughing at? We are enemies. What is there to be happy about on the same ship? In the 59th chapter, uncle, please give me this water candy. The man, cigarette dangling from his lips, accepted 3 droplets of candy resembling water droplets, casually handing 2 pieces to the seated Chi Meng Ni and Cohen Bei, before joyfully presenting the last piece to the woman beside him clad in a qipao. Here you go, bye-bye Jiang. Ah, thank you, Sanji. Bayang biamed radiantly. Even with her face concealed behind a butterfly mask, the smooth texture of the water candy was indescribably delightful, akin to the exquisite taste of water meat. Upon returning, she must certainly have Uncle Toma procure some. Now, Bai Yang was accompanying the serendipitously encountered Sanji around the shopping district. Sanji exhibited a remarkable eye for purchasing ingredients, and Bai Yang learned a thing or two from him, discovering that men shopping for groceries can indeed possess a certain charm. Hey, Sanji, let me see your left cheek. Leisurely strolling alongside, she decided to launch an attack regarding one of the 7 great mysteries of the Pirate King, specifically Sanji's left cheek. Why is Bai Jiang suddenly asking about this? Because Oda never draws it, Bai Yang replied with a smile. Come on, part your hair so I can take a look. At that moment, the girl exuded an aura reminiscent of a temptress, causing the golden-haired knight to involuntarily swallow hard. There's nothing worth looking at. Pirate sister, why do you want to see Chef's left cheek? Seated behind the trailer, Kamengni curiously inquired. Meow, the rabbit cat, or cat rabbit, Kunbai chimed in, sharing her interest. At that moment, Bai Yang's eyes were solely fixated on Xiang Jishi, an overwhelming curiosity pervading her thoughts. Bai Jing. It brings me great joy to know you are intrigued, though it feels rather peculiar. Indeed, the heart's desire is best manifested through action. She was about to unveil one of the 7 great mysteries of the Pirate King, although, according to Oda's SBS, it was merely a spur-of-the-moment fabrication. With this thought, Bai Yang reached out to tousle the bangs of the person beside her. However, Xiang Jishi instinctively evaded her touch. Bai Yang's laughter became even more melodious. What followed was a series of rapid, shadow-like attacks. Simultaneously, Xiang Jishi, with his ghostly speed, evaded all her strikes, resulting in a battle where she was utterly thwarted. How intriguing, Bai Yang whispered. Even Zoro couldn't dodge my attacks. Xiang Jishi truly excels in speed. As she spoke, her right hand glided along Xiang Jishi's straight back, ascending gently. That green-haired fellow could never compare to me. Ha. The chef's expression was one of disdain. As her fingers reached the nape of his golden hair, she playfully caressed it, an act that could be described as affectionate. Ha. By Baijiang, Kamengni and Kunbai are here too. This isn't appropriate. I believe they would find this amusing as well. Amusing? How could it be? Hee fong. In an instant, she transformed Xiang Jishi's head into a cube and held it in her hands, addressing Kamengni and Kunbai. Do you find this entertaining? Wah! It's so cool. It turned into a cube, and you took it off. Meow. By Baijiang, please don't do that. It's terrifying. The realization dawned on Xiang Jishi, who found himself immobilized, his head trapped in Bai Yang's grasp. Rest assured, this street is deserted. She grinned, her fingers now probing the cube. If you remain still and quiet for me, I shall bestow upon you a kiss. Even transformed into a cubic head, the allure of his heart-shaped eyes could not be concealed. All right. After successfully parting the bangs on the left cheek of the cubic head, she beheld a pair of heart-shaped eyes and a face bleeding profusely from a nose. In a sense, it was a victory. In another, a complete defeat. For reasons unknown, afterward, Zhang Jishi appeared somewhat fearful of Bai Yong, whose head had returned to its original form. Their chance encounter with Reuben and Na Mi brought some relief. Consequently, Bai Yong resigned herself to accompany Reuben and Na Mi on a shopping excursion, for her qipao had been stained by a certain someone's blood. In the grand metropolis of Qishui, they naturally encountered the designer brand clothing from Papagu, a starfish. Although the prices were steep, for 3 beauty-loving women, it posed no issue. Particularly, Na Mi's haggling skills were truly impressive. Bai Yong was thoroughly astounded, regarding her as the 7 warlords of bargaining. Usually, she never negotiated prices, which was quite shameful. That evening, the dinner table was graced with fried rice made from salt acquired from Gonggong, Zhang Jishi's grandfather. The rich flavor was simply exquisite, bringing immense joy to Bai Yong, a true food enthusiast. That night, any slight disturbance roused Bai Yong from her slumber. She despised this heightened vigilance, which was the cause of her notorious morning grumpiness. Unable to fall back asleep, she decided to take a stroll. By the employee pool behind the apartment, she spotted the earlier emerging Zhang Jishi, now shrouded in smoke, seated on the steps, gazing at the night sky. Bai Baijiang, do you believe in all blue? Dressed in her newly purchased loose t-shirt and shorts, Bai Yong sat beside him. While I would love to say you should seek out that legend yourself, your cuteness makes it difficult. Well, Bai Baijiang, it's best not to describe men as cute, even if it pleases me. She chuckled lightly. I heard from the crew on the Whitebeard ship that all blue does indeed exist. Indeed, his face lit up with childlike excitement. The so-called romantic legend of a chef. A spirited Zhang Jishi was truly the best. My apologies for the afternoon, he said. Apologies? For what? Zhang Jishi questioned, then sheepishly continued. Actually, I should apologize. I am truly sorry for staining your dress. I will replace it for you, Bai Baijiang. Oh, so your earlier gloom was due to regretting that you dirted my qipao? Not merely regret. I cannot forgive myself for sullying Bai Baijiang's beautiful dress. Ah! A joyous smile spread across Bai Yong's face as she leaned closer to him. I can't forgive you, she said, her eyes narrowing as she kissed the corner of the golden-haired knight's mouth. This was agreed upon. Watching him, she soon realized he had become utterly entranced. Or perhaps time had simply frozen. Shaking her head in exasperation, she remarked, Zhang Jishi, you are simply too adorable. Since you have turned into a statue, I suppose I shall bestow a few more kisses. With that, she grasped the checkered shirt over his chest, urging him to lean down slightly. This time, she pressed her lips against his. The taste of tobacco lingered, a brand she recognized. She then delivered a few delicate pecks. Gradually, Bai Yong sensed Zhang Jishi's heartbeat quickening beneath her palm. Suddenly, a premonition struck her as she stepped back. Indeed, the next moment, a fountain of crimson erupted from his nose. Bai Yong was left momentarily stunned, and after a brief pause, she swiftly carried him back to the temporary apartment. Choba, emergency! In the following 2 days, it seemed that every time Bai Yong approached, or rather, every time Zhang Jishi caught sight of her lips, he would suffer a nosebleed. This led to Choba issuing a stern warning that she should not allow him to see her face again. Meanwhile, aboard the Siren, enlistment and various preparations were proceeding smoothly under Kaseya's command. Due to the laid-back nature of the commander, most of the Navy personnel who disembarked in Qishui were dressed in casual attire, taking turns to rest. Even when they spotted the Straw Hat crew passing by, they merely glanced twice before ignoring them. Of course, some in naval uniforms encountered them, which led to a moment of awkwardness. Yet they swiftly turned away as if they had not seen anything. When Ami recounted this at the dinner table, Bai Yong simply smiled and remarked, do not underestimate them for this. Each day, the new ship was constructed, and Bai Yong would make time to observe its progress. Occasionally, when she happened to catch Iceberg during a break, she would converse with him about her desired modifications for the Siren. This was originally a casual remark, but when she spoke of the concept of sky, island wind bells, and the principles of aircraft, it left all the shipbuilders astounded. It was then that she realized that aircraft seemed non-existent in this world. One morning, Bai Yong returned to check on the ship's construction, as its completion signified her impending departure from the Straw Hat crew. Just as she was about to approach, she unexpectedly encountered Usopp at the alley's entrance. Ah, Usopp. Oh, good morning, Bai. Usopp exclaimed, clutching a notebook filled with notes on the return of the Straw Hat pirates. Upon lifting his head, he spotted her in a casual outfit adorned with a butterfly mask. Speaking of which, I heard Luffy mention that your friend, the Sniper King, has a cool song. Unfortunately, I haven't heard it. She smiled. Oh, that's no problem. He's nearby. Wusapu spoke as he turned and entered the alley, and in the next moment, the masked Sniper King emerged. Hello, I am the Sniper King. I heard from Wusapu that you wish to hear me sing. Is that correct? Ahem. So now the Sniper King, shall present a song to Miss Eva. Born on Sniper Island, I never miss my mark. La la la, the eyes of the mouse lock on, your heart lock on. A big man from Sniper Island, la la la. Let us make a swift exit. Oh, Baiyang clapped her hands and unconsciously sang along, completely unlike someone who was hearing the song for the first time. How cool. Would you like an autograph, Miss Bye-Bye? No, thank you, replied Baiyang with a smile. I would like to go see the construction of the new ship, so I want to wait here. For Rusevo, if you happen to see him, please convey a message. Some matters must be faced head-on. I will certainly inform him. On the Fai Chao of Chisoi, a new ship, twice the size of the Mary, had been completed. Wang stood there. It was quietly awaiting her, covered with a cloth. Even from its outline, she could roughly guess the intriguing lion's head design. Akiji and several shipwrights were sprawled on the ground, exhausted from their labor, but Frankie was notably absent. Suddenly, her phone bug-buzzed. Baiyang immediately answered while moving away to avoid disturbing them. Speak. The bounty notice has been issued. Call everyone back. Dock the siren near the Foi Chana. Also, the bounty for the Straw Hat Pirates dancer, Tao Bai, has been released. The author has something to say. That side story will later appear in the main text. Around chapter 60, not long after Beyond departed, the Straw Hat crew had already boarded their new ship, the Wanli Yangahao. Uncle Akiji, did you say Bai has been here? On the deck of the Sunny, Luffy casually asked Akiji. Well, she has been coming frequently these past few days. She took a call in the morning and returned to her warship. Akiji replied leisurely. Is she not joining you? We have an agreement. She will return to adventure with me after she shakes off the soldiers on her ship. Indeed, Akiji pondered for a moment. At least her ship won't be leaving Chisoi anytime soon. I have already accepted her work. Meanwhile, Baiyang returned to the siren, resuming her disguise as the Dragon Lady of the East Sea. She finally laid eyes on her very first bounty notice. For someone who operated in the shadows and had hardly made a scene during this incident, she had nonetheless been marked with a bounty. It wasn't entirely bad, as it indicated that she had not been apprehended. Yet, how should one say it? She had intentionally avoided the fiery little the specialized bounty photographer from headquarters, who would always shout fire whenever he took a photo, making it relatively easy to evade him. In summary, her bounty notice was indeed illustrated. Only that butterfly mask was a photograph. This meant that they first drew a woman with blue hair and then placed a butterfly mask on the drawing to complete it, right? Baiyang took a deep breath. A bounty of 10 million? It seems I have hidden well. Miss Baiyang, please do not exude such a menacing aura when everyone is gathering, said a man with chestnut short hair, adjusting his glasses. Not everyone has assembled yet. Baiyang pouted her lips, a hint of melancholy evident. No, everyone has already gathered. Several sergeants are waiting here for you. Turning around and looking up, indeed everyone, including the supply officer, was standing at attention. You have been staring at the bounty notice for 15 minutes. The voice was steady, as calm as ever. Then why didn't you call me? I did call. The three sergeants also called. Cassis slightly tilted his head, indicating that the three in casual attire and black justice jackets had been standing for quite some time. Ahem. Baiyang cleared her throat. The three sergeants included Lister and Tali, who had previously held their positions, and Archer, whom Baiyang had directly promoted. As representatives of the new crew members, they could certainly negotiate distribution matters with the other two sergeants. Good morning, big sister. Good morning. XN's voice was loud and commanding. Abingly nodded in acknowledgement. Report. All 66 members have assembled. This was Lister, who had been transferred from the South Sea Division. He was straightforward and had held the rank of colonel in the division. But upon being assigned to the Siren, he voluntarily demoted himself to sergeant. He had assisted Baiyang in her previous ventures at sea. How has your physical conditioning been these days? She asked with a smile. I trust the training plan I set for you is manageable? Yes, completely fine. Tali. A burly man with a gorilla-like physique, replied. Is that so? Baiyang stroked her chin, seemingly in contemplation. However, at the same time, everyone except Tali gulped nervously, as they should have informed Tali not to speak. From today onward, training will be doubled. The latter part of the sentence slipped out smoothly. We will remain in Chisoi for a while longer. I do not wish to see you all lounging about here. Regarding the modifications to the Siren, Akiji had already agreed. But it seemed Bang, as casual mention of aircraft piqued his interest, and he insisted on thorough research. Thus, the modification project grew substantially, with the timeline and cost ballooning to over hundreds of millions. Ah, indeed. Baiyang never imagined she would need to spend so much on ship modifications. The bank savings of several million were hardly sufficient. Big sister, we VE spotted the Straw Hat crew. A lookout on the observation deck shouted, pointing towards the vicinity of the Fei Chandao. The siren was currently positioned near the waters around the Fei Chandao. As the lookout carefully observed with binoculars, he continued, and the bounty listed on the cyborg, Frankie, is quite alarming. Taking the binoculars handed over by the soldier, Liang intended to observe Sunny, but happened to catch sight of the overly flamboyant Frankie posing without any pants. Cough, cough. She nearly choked. She really did not wish to see Frankie. As for Nami and Robin, they simply wiped their faces, both appearing utterly composed. What a pervert! That Frankie! Fire the cannons. We cannot allow him to taint Big Sister's eyes. At this moment, the siren had drawn closer, and even those with good vision no longer required binoculars to see Frankie's lower half. Tossing the binoculars back to the soldier behind her, Byung waved her hand dismissively. All right, just looking at it is. Ah? Oh, Frankie's scream interrupted everyone, as he was being subjected to Robin's second round of the flower-tying torture, tightly grasped. It's going to fall off. It's about to get twisted off. The square-headed sisters yelled in unison, dramatically illustrating the scene. It's like picking an orange. Wow. Even Byung couldn't help but exclaim, turning to glance at her soldiers. Almost everyone was instinctively clutching their pants, appearing to be in pain. This prompted Bug to survey all of them, including Casa, who remained composed with only the reflection of his glasses indicating a slight twitch. Does it hurt? She asked, a mix of curiosity and mischief in her tone, tilting her head innocently. Big sister, you cannot bully people like this. XN initially felt a twinge of pain at the sight of them, and now their gaze seemed even more concentrated on a singular point. The most composed aide on the ship twitched his lips in discomfort. After a brief moment of hesitation, Baiyang turned away from the group of men behind her. Apologies were murmured. Hey, Baya. Upon spotting Baiyang aboard the naval vessel, Luffy instantly leaped up and waved at her, but was abruptly silenced by Nami's punch. Sister Bai is on the warship. You can't call her bye-bye. Huh? How troublesome. What? No, it's nothing. Anyway, here she is bye-bye, and outside, she is Luo Baiyang. Just as Nami was imparting her wisdom, Luffy had already jumped onto the stern of the ship, shouting excitedly. Hey, bounty hunter of the Marines, look, our new ship, and Frankie is already our new partner. Baiyang, standing at the bow, smiled helplessly and waved back at him. The way he shouted made it seem as if the pirates were flaunting something before the Marines. The citizens of Water 7, who had been watching from the port, initially wondered why the pirates hadn't fled from the naval ship. But now it appeared as if the two sides were merely old rivals, exchanging pleasantries. Miss Baiyang, the ship of Vice Admiral Karp has arrived. Huh? Oh. Taking the telescope from Casa, she looked towards the rear of the ship and indeed saw the dog-headed vessel approaching. Glancing over at Luffy, she noticed Zoro and Sanji running towards the ship, but Usopp was conspicuously absent. It seemed like they had arrived ahead of schedule. Perhaps it was because her siren was docked at the derelict ship island, thus drawing them indirectly? Well, that certainly wasn't the case. Hee. Perhaps it's best to delay things a bit longer. I'll go take a look. You all stay put. With that, Baiyang leaped gracefully into the air. On the deck of the dog-headed vessel, KB stood at attention, saluting as he exclaimed, Vice Admiral Karp, we just had a cheerful farewell with Luffy-san. And now I feel quite awkward about this. If you have complaints, direct them to Sengoku. But if you provoke him, we might have to return. Karp bellowed back, then contemptuously dug at his nose. What did you expect? You mentioned on the transponder snail that he is my grandson. The languid Kazan reclined comfortably on a deck chair. Enough noise? Shut your mouth, Kazan. Just as Baiyang leapt above the dog-headed ship, she caught the tail end of their conversation and sighed. Her hands tucked into the pockets of her windbreaker, landing lightly on the ship's edge. Grandpa Karp, in the future, it would be best if you let the swordsman aide handle the replies. Oh, Baiyang, don't worry. Sengoku is just too domineering. He even punishes you for bringing in new recruits. But it's fine. I've already told him you are my granddaughter. Upon seeing Baiyang, Karp immediately crossed his arms and chuckled. Suddenly, she felt a disinclination to return to headquarters. A line of black crossed her mind as she subconsciously averted her gaze. I feel like Miss Baiyang has been working quite hard, KB whispered to Barumabur, both nodding in agreement. Spotting Kazan, Baiyang raised an eyebrow. Uncle Kazan is quite leisurely. Well, cycling back is too troublesome. Besides, I want to be making a move. Kazan lifted his eye patch to glance at her. Are you going to take action? That is a good question, Bayang mused, wishing she could boast like Grandpa Carp that he was her brother. But that wouldn't he do? It's not my job. I want to work for free, she said with a smile. However, if needed, I will take action. Report. We've spotted the Straw Hat crew, the messenger declared, though his voice dwindled as he continued. The sea is so vast. How can her ship block the way? Clearing her throat, feeling a bit guilty under the gazes of the soldiers, Bayang coughed lightly and directed her voice towards the distant siren, amplifying it with her internal energy. Let the siren give way to Grandpa Carp's warship. This voice, though spoken in her usual tone, resonated across the entire derelict ship island. Wow, Sister Bayang is buying us time, Nami shouted from the ship's second level to Luffy. Let us wait for Usopp a bit longer. Set sail. Having been waiting for a while, Luffy chuckled nervously, feeling a mix of excitement and sweat. They had been waiting for Usopp to admit his mistakes voluntarily. Discipline aboard the ship was paramount, and Luffy had to uphold his dignity as captain. Being a pirate on the sea was no trivial matter. Hey, Luffy, can you hear me? Standing at the bow, Carp shouted through a megaphone. This is Grandpa. This is Grandpa Kiji. If you can hear me, respond. Having already instructed the gunners to fire a couple of cannonballs to inform Luffy of their position, Bayang could only watch as Grandpa Carp called out. Look how close he is, Grandpa, Kiji. Are you just teasing your grandson? Don't use such a spoiled tone. The author has something to say. Starting tomorrow, I will update once a day, probably around 4:45 p.m. Here I want to strongly declare that there is only one male lead in this story, and that is Hawkeye Mihawk. They are natural rivals. Only he can keep her in check, while any other flirtation is merely for the audience's amusement. Once Bayang's feelings deepen, she will no longer tease others, as her heart has begun to shift. Chapter 61, Grandpa Kiji. What are you doing? Didn't you say you wouldn't catch us here? Ah, but so much has happened, there's no way around it. Sorry. But just let me deal with you down at the bottom of the sea. Apologizing feels a bit insincere, so let this old man be your opponent instead. This sentiment echoes what Uncle Kazan has said before. Bayang raised her eyebrow. Carp had already begun to demonstrate his bare-handed cannonball throwing skills, and his speed seemed to be increasing. The soldiers on the deck busily transported rows of cannonballs, each the size of a basketball. As Carp had ordered 1,000 cannonballs to be brought up, Bayang was also capable of the meteor fist move, but it leaned towards a flexible counterattack. In other words, if Grandpa Carp threw cannonballs at her, she could throw them back without harm. Bayang, if you want to catch the cannonballs I throw, you have to stand where Luffy is. Otherwise, if you're too close, even your soft punches one tee offset the impact. Carp grinned arrogantly. That smile reminded Bayang of the times when they were just kids, and Grandpa Carp would often smile like that while teaching them lessons. This was blatant bullying of a child. Ah, of course, Bayang smiled, her radiant grin more dazzling and sweet than ever, as she faced the soldiers transporting the cannonballs. I feel like Sister Bayang is especially beautiful today. No, this is too much. That smile is blinding. I don't want to do anything else. I just want to watch Sister Bayang. Just as Carp waited for what felt like an eternity without a single cannonball coming back, he turned around, noticing that everyone behind him was dazedly grinning, while the cannonballs lay scattered across the deck. Bayang, you come and pass me the cannonballs. Instantly putting away her smile, Bayang blinked innocently. Yes. Seeing this, the soldiers quickly scrambled to pick up the cannonballs, organizing them and passing them to Bayang. She waved her hand, indicating it wasn't necessary, merely walking a few laps on the deck, her hands brushing against most of the cannonballs. Bayang snapped her fingers, and in an instant, all the cannonballs transformed into cubes, floating gracefully to Carp's side. Carp examined the square cannonballs in his hands, a cross shape protruding from his forehead. No slacking off. You are to wear Hailu stone for a week. Oh, it has been far too long since I was beside Grandpa Carp, and I have grown accustomed to stealing little moments of laziness. With her hands clasped in front of her chest, Bayang nodded respectfully. Yes, master. With a sharp clap, the previously transformed cannonballs reverted to their original form. She deftly grabbed one from the deck and tossed it lightly, only for Carp to catch it and then throw it back barehanded. This cycle continued, surprisingly increasing their speed. However, accuracy became uncertain. Even though Carp never intended to play seriously, a few cannonballs deviated from their course just before striking the ship, transforming into cubes. The sea roared as countless cannonballs fell like sudden rain upon the Straw Hat pirates. Fortunately, most of them landed around the ship, allowing Usopp to reach the shore while the Sunny had already sailed far away. He knelt on the ground in despair. helplessly watching his companions drift further away. Some matters must be faced head-on. After all, he had come to understand, truly understand. Are you really going to part ways with him? Then let me say one last thing. Tears streamed down his face unbidden. I'm sorry. I was too stubborn. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Even though I'm still a mess, even though I said I would leave you all, can I take that back? Please, let me join you again. Allow me to be your companion once more. Hearing Usopp's heartfelt apology, Bayong hastily tossed the cannonball cart beside Carp and ran to the bow of the ship. She realized her mistake quicker than she had imagined. Gazing at Usopp, she murmured to herself. The Straw Hat Boy extended an inviting hand toward Usopp, his light wheat-colored rubber arm stretching out across the sea. Luffy, you idiot. Hurry and grab me. Oh no. With tears streaming down his face, Usopp lunged for that hand but missed. Oh, the ship has drifted too far. Nami, similarly tearful, Luffy found his hand unable to reach the shore. The attacks are too fierce. Let me try. Wait, Nami. Don't let the ship move. Bayong and Zoro stood at the edge of the deck, blocking the attacks, while Sanji shouted, "That woman drawing her sword is not a good sign." As Zoro unsheathed his swords, a gale-like white sword energy sliced past the side of the Sunny. Upon closer inspection, the sea beside the ship had been cleaved open. The surface, once tumultuous from the cannonball impacts, froze for a moment before the sword energy, accompanied by the surging waves, created even greater turbulence. At that moment, the ship was pushed back several meters toward the shore. This time, Luffy's hand was grasped by Usopp. "Luffy, you should know the consequences of crying in front of me," warned the woman standing on the deck of the Doghead ship, an oppressive aura emanating from her. With her head slightly bowed, the blade in her hand emanated a chilling light. "Oh no, there is no time to wipe away my tears." Luffy pushed Usopp, who was now pressing down on him, away. "Run. She is serious." "Oh, I'll stop that sword." Zoro took his stance. "You fool. Can't you see the sea has been cut open?" Nami roared like a shark. "Don't worry. We have a secret weapon." Frankie lifted his triangular sunglasses, grinning widely. "Please, remain calm, Miss Bayong." Carp interjected, his hands never ceasing their movements. "However, I have already stated from the beginning that I will be the only one to attack. You will wear Hailu Stone for 2 weeks." Shrugging, Bayong easily sheathed her sword upon noticing that the sails of the Sunny had been furled. This renowned lionhead ship had finally acquired a name. After Luffy shouted to escape, Carp produced an enormous iron ball, half the size of a battleship. "You truly show no mercy, Grandpa Carp." Bayong crossed her arms, observing the 1,000 Sunny preparing to unleash a blast of wind. She smiled. It flew away. Luffy departed Water 7 with his new companions and ship. Thus, the events of Water 7 came to a close. However, it seemed she still had many loose ends to tie up. "Grandpa Carp, I shall take my leave now." "Wait." Carp leisurely picked his nose while watching her. "You are forbidden to run away after being punished. You will stay here for 2 weeks under my watch." Bayong stiffly turned, beads of sweat covering her brow. "But, Grandpa Carp, I have soldiers waiting for me. You see, the Siren also needs repairs in Water 7 and cannot accompany me back to headquarters. No need to worry. Your ship will remain here. You will come with me." His stubbornness made her gaze involuntarily drift away. "I understand." After a brief conversation with Casa aboard the Siren, Bayong ceased her concern. To be honest, she spent a significant amount of time away from the ship, with Casa managing all the affairs aboard the battleship. What she needed to worry about now was her little fish. "Mr. Iceberg, my little fish." At the temporary office of the Marine headquarters, Iceberg sighed. "Well, I have already told you, it cannot be repaired that quickly. But I need to return to headquarters now." "Well, your ship must remain here. I have already collected the funds for the modifications from Luffy." "Huh?" Bayong was taken aback. "Money? How much?" 300 million. "Oh no, that is all their money. Wait, I cannot agree to this." Saying so, she took out a den mushi. The connection was quickly established. "Hello, is this Bayong?" Nami. I'm looking for Luffy." "Hee, I'm right here. Bye-bye. How cool is our new ship?" "I cannot use the 300 million you left behind." Why not? That's a Navy warship. Don't you understand?" "But isn't it your ship?" "Well, even though it's a warship, Bye-bye is the commander, right?" "You fool, Bayong. Just use that 300 million. If it weren't for your help, we couldn't have brought back that much gold from Skypiea." "Indeed, Bayong." Nami's words were understandable, but it was surprising to hear such support from her. "Is it really okay?" "I understand. Thank you all. I will repay the money." As expected of Bayong. Oh no, you really don't need to pay it back." Nami, your true feelings have been revealed." Hanging up the den mushi, Bayong shrugged. "I will be relying on you for the Siren, Mr. Iceberg." Regarding the principles of the airplane and airship you mentioned earlier, I wish to apply them to the Siren. Let us hold off on that for now. With just a few basics she knew, how could they possibly create a real airship? After all, the Siren would be departing soon. Very well, I will draft the blueprints first. The statue at the bow has already begun material selection, so there is no need to worry. It will be completed soon. Without my little fish, can I borrow another motorcycle for now? Without a means of transport, I cannot freely roam the vast seas. Yes, with a remark from Bingshan. Baiyang eagerly followed him to the small warehouse beside dock number 1. The corners of Baiyang's eyes involuntarily twitched. Well, it is called Xiao Pangxia, an amphibious vehicle powered by pedaling. Is it acceptable to critique it? Can she critique it? First and foremost, this design resembles nothing more than a little yellow duck meant for baths. Wouldn't it be better to simply call it a little duckling? And what about this so-called power system? To put it plainly, it is merely a pedal boat for leisure use. Adding a land function merely transforms it into a motorcycle. Finally, you expect her to propel a boat with her feet across the vast ocean, the great route no less. Please, let her proclaim the sea. Bingshan, the man of few words. A certain lady smirked. No, I am a perfect man. Ignoring the remark, he continued to dig his nose. Unable to contend with Bingshan, Baiyang returned to the doghead ship. However, as she passed dock number 1, she unexpectedly encountered Barry, who was heading back to the dormitory. Who knows when she will return to Chishui? She called out to him. CP9's Kaku asked me to convey a message to you. Huh? What did you say? They're all dead. What does that mean, they're all dead? What are these dismissed fellows talking about? Unfortunately, assassins cannot change careers. Is that what Kaku wanted you to tell me? No, he was merely talking to himself. The author wishes to express, thank you all for your support. If you find it good, please share with others, as One Piece is quite niche, and I feel a tad disheartened. Chapter 62. The so-called punishment of wearing Hailu stone for 2 weeks seems inconsequential, but for those with abilities, it incessantly instills a sense of powerlessness and emptiness, akin to plummeting into an endless abyss. Carp's punishment for Baiyang is straightforward yet severe. Regardless of the circumstances, she must wear the Hailu stone. KB has been at sea for a day, and Baiyang called out to him, the chief petty officer. Yes, Miss Baiyang. Do you still have a uniform from your previous work as a deckhand? May I borrow it? Understood. I'll get it for you right away. Indeed. Upon returning to the doghead ship, she need not worry about accommodations, yet her status diminished. She was no longer a guest, but a punished individual. All the menial tasks fell upon Baiyang, which meant performing the duties of a deckhand aboard a naval vessel while wearing the Hailu stone. What is it like for someone with abilities to work while wearing Hailu stone? It is certainly not pleasant. One's strength is continuously siphoned away. However, Baiyang fared slightly better, having trained with Hailu stone bracelets since childhood. She had long since acclimated to that sense of emptiness. Swish, swish. This was her second time today, scrubbing the deck with seawater. Progress was slow, significantly hampered compared to ordinary workers, yet she maintained a methodical approach. Only she knew that performing these tasks while feeling utterly drained made her feel like a pile of limp noodles on the deck. Beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks, splashing onto the deck, which she scrubbed clean along with the seawater. Everything moved slowly. Miss Baiyang is working so hard, a soldier whispered from behind the railing. Fool! If you know this, then do the menial tasks yourself usually. Barumabur stood with hands on hips behind him. Yes, Sergeant. After putting away the deck scrubbing tools, Baiyang intended to grab a cloth to clean the glass, but it seemed a minor issue arose. The designated cleaning cloth was on the top shelf. Looking up at that box, Baiyang suddenly realized that her height was indeed a limitation. Usually, with her abilities, or even a little leap, it wouldn't pose a problem. At that moment, a tall man behind her effortlessly retrieved the box and handed it to her. She turned around, blinking. Kazan, how did you end up here? Just passing by. Passing by the storage room? Are you planning to take a nap here? Baiyang smirked. Thank you. Kazan scratched the back of his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Are you tired? Not all, she replied with a smile. Your smile truly is beautiful, Kazan said as he took a navy baseball cap from his suit jacket and placed it atop Baiyang's head. Baiyang, who had her hair tied in a ponytail for convenience, found that the cap allowed her to secure it into a bun. Dressed in navy attire, she looked more like a recruit at first glance. Although she was being punished, Baiyang felt quite liberated. In the afternoon, she sat by the ship's edge, fishing alongside Carp. With a piece of sunbae in her mouth, Baiyang gently turned the reel. She was currently fishing. Don't even mention why she wasn't tea casting. She simply lacked the strength. Baiyang, old man here has caught far more fish than you. Carp cackled boastfully from beside her. Crunching a bite of sunbae, Baiyang replied leisurely. Ah, that's because you, Grandpa Carp, are lucky. I'm just getting started. Ha ha ha. Good. The fish we catch tonight will be a feast. She chuckled wryly, realizing she had just set herself up for disappointment, as she wasn't too fond of fish. Grandpa Kijiang. What is it, my child? It's nothing. Just thinking of you, and I also want to call you Grandpa Kijiang like Luffy and the others. Ha ha ha. I'm truly blessed to have such a well-behaved granddaughter like you. Carp ruffled her hair, and even with the baseball cap, Baiyang's hair became a messy tangle, resembling a primary school student playing with her grandfather. That evening, the cafeteria indeed served fish as the main course. However, the head chef, an old hand aboard the ship, was well aware of Baiyang's preferences. Thus, when she sat down at the dining table, the dishes were swiftly replaced with rice, braised beef, and fruit salad. She propped her chin up, smiling joyfully. Unfortunately, she was truly too exhausted to eat anything. Thus, they sailed the seas for several days. And occasionally Baiyang would practice with Carp, of course, while wearing the Hailu stone bracelet. Today, after various antics of bullying the child, Carp pointed at one of the spectators. KB, you come. Me? Am I really the one? KB asked incredulously, confirming before stepping to the center of the deck. Yes. Ha ha ha. Don't go easy on him. But, Miss Baiyang, if I use the 6 styles. I'm talking to Baiyang, you should step back. Carp, digging his nose, had already adopted the demeanor of a spectator. Having been thoroughly beaten by Carp, Baiyang rose from the deck, stretching her neck and shoulders. Ah, Grandpa Carp is truly devious. KB, you only know one move, right? Huh, yes. If he were to attack first, it would surely end badly. Baiyang took a deep breath, slowing her pace. Instantly, the atmosphere around them shifted, causing everyone to hold their breath. Are you asking her if she is confident in winning under these circumstances? Of course not. Feeling utterly drained and still sore from the previous beating, her hands were turning to noodles. Tai Chi gives birth to the 2 opposites. The 2 opposites give birth to the 4 elements, and the 4 elements give birth to the 8 trigrams. Unable to strike effectively and unable to dodge, she could only rely on Tai Chi to withstand the attack. As Baiyang assumed a defensive stance, KB had already launched a punch. Under normal circumstances, that punch would have been easy to read, soft and slow. However, at this moment, her mind was swift, yet her movements lagged, as she merely shifted her stance. A punch had already struck her abdomen. Ouch! The blow forced her to retreat several steps. At that moment, she felt more vulnerable than when she was a child. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Miss Baiyang. Kubai, in a state of panic, rushed over to inspect her injuries. Baiyang squinted at him with one eye before delivering a side punch, utilizing the momentum to strike Kubai directly on the temple. To show mercy to an adversary is the greatest cruelty to oneself. Watching Kubai immediately kneel on the deck, clutching his head with vacant eyes, Baiyang rose to her feet. Although I wish to express that all is fair in war, my techniques are quite cunning. The seasoned veterans who had previously sparred with Baiyang on the ship nodded in agreement. It was not merely cunning, it was venomous. As Kubai struggled to rise from the deck, his head spinning and vision blurred, he could faintly discern Baiyang's figure by the ship's edge. Clenching his fist, he charged forward. With a quick retreat, Baiyang leaped onto the ship's edge. At the moment Kubai reached her, she lifted her leg and struck his temple once more. Ugh, my vision is too blurred. Perhaps I should wait a moment before charging again. This is all due to your underestimation. Had you employed your full strength from the start, you would have only faced defeat. Baiyang narrowed her eyes, now intent on exploiting Kubai's dizziness to repeatedly strike his temple. Just then, everyone's eyes widened, fixated on what lay behind her. Baiyang, behind you. Huh? She turned around. A gaping maw, wide enough to span 3 to 4 meters, was open wide. This was the last image she registered before losing consciousness. As everyone rushed forward, weapons drawn, to rescue Baiyang from the sudden appearance of the Sea King creature, Carp raised his hand to halt them. Let her handle it herself. Do not underestimate my old apprentice. With Vice Admiral Carp's words, no one dared to oppose. Thus, after a brief interval, Qingji scratched his head in confusion, questioning Carp's unwavering confidence. Carp laughed heartily. In the past, I had tossed the girl Baiyang into the jaws of fish, and she quickly climbed back out. Oh, back then she was also wearing Hailu stone? Oh no, I completely forgot she was wearing Hailu stone. In the depths of the Grand Line, within a yellow submarine, Beepo exclaimed, wow. Peijin, There's a person inside the belly of the Sea King you caught. He pointed at the dismembered belly of the creature, where someone was visible. My deepest apologies, Beepo. The white bear in an orange jumpsuit immediately bowed his head in remorse. My spirit is too fragile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiachi, adorned in a white uniform. Louder roar. The one who cut open the fish's belly seems to be unfazed. ISNT that a victim, Pei Jean, crouched down, peeling away the remaining flesh to reveal the person lying on the floor. Ah, it appears to be a Navy officer. What? Pei Jean, you can still discern that this person's clothing has been decimated by stomach acid? Xiachi leaned in closer, squinting at the woman's chest. Quite ample indeed. Pei Jean nodded in agreement, lowering his voice. Hey, what are you two talking about? Beepo frantically covered his fuzzy cheeks. Stop staring at the corpse. She is not dead yet. Pei Jean pointed at the woman's chest. Look, it's still rising and falling. And she bears the insignia of a Navy recruit on her uniform. Yes, a female Navy rookie, Xiachi nodded, his gaze fixated on a particular area. Huh? What are you two doing in the kitchen? A man wearing a spotted leopard print hat entered, surveying the pile of flesh on the floor. The smirk on his lips was anything but friendly. A woman. Who, a human? Hearing the different responses, the duo immediately turned to the bear. My sincerest apologies. Beepo, once again unable to withstand the emotional blow, bowed his head in apology. Oh, the man lazily crossed his arms over his chest, his voice low and devoid of inflection. Change her into a hospital gown. It seems we have some time to spare. The author wishes to interject. Well, here I will answer the questions posed and briefly outline the trajectory. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, what constitutes an unforeseen circumstance? After Act 2 concludes, we will transition to Act 3, the battle at the summit, filled with various trials, perhaps. Since it is not solely a romantic narrative, I will endeavor to conclude the story, but this is not the finale. The ending will unfold after Act 3, the epilogue, which is predominantly a romantic segment. However, there will be no explicit content. My apologies, I am not skilled in writing such scenes. I attempted it before, but it was far from satisfactory, so I will maintain an ambiguous approach with subtle dialogues. As for love, unwavering and true, that is how it is. Smoker is a supporting character, thus his story continues. P.S. By the end, I assure many will be crying out, I love Smoker and so on. E.M. Fliehen. Chapter 63. Upon receiving the captain's orders, the crew members dutifully resolved to fulfill their responsibilities. Pei Jean and Xiachi exchanged solemn nods before tremblingly extending their hands to touch the tattered Navy uniform. Unconsciously swallowing hard, Pei Jean suggested, why don't we just tear it? After all, the clothing is already in tatters. Just moments ago, they had removed the female Navy officer's baseball cap, revealing her alluring long hair and delicate features, a beauty that made one tremble. Ah, beasts! Beepo, standing aside and holding the hospital gown, pointed at the two lewd men standing by the treatment bed. You are the beasts. To my apologies. But enough of this. Tear it off. With a swift rip, the two quickly tore apart the white naval uniform. Xiachi trembled with excitement, his face flushed red. I feel so blissful. The most challenging part is yet to come. Pei Jean clenched his fist with determination before pointing to the tattered Navy trousers. We should tear this off too. Oh, you two look so lewd. Stop, Beepo exclaimed, stepping forward to prevent the two from extending their hands. Just then, as the captain of the yellow submarine, Trafalgar Law, entered the medical room, he witnessed the two men and a bear entangled together. Nearby, a woman with black hair lay unconscious on the treatment bed, her top shredded, her chest wrapped in white bandages. He couldn't be bothered to stop his crew and walk straight over, picking up the white hospital gown from the floor. With swift motions, he draped it over the exposed woman. He began the examination. The woman's physical condition was remarkably healthy after a tour inside the belly of the Sea King. Only her outer clothing had been dissolved. There were no visible wounds on her body. However, that did not imply she had not sustained other injuries. His hand brushed over a small indentation. Law raised his hand to inspect it, finding no blood. Gently parting the woman's hair, he discovered a small wound at the back of her head, but it had already healed and scabbed over. Oh, what remarkable self-healing abilities! The delicate and graceful fingers continued to explore beneath the hair for any additional wounds. After finding none, he gently propped the woman against his shoulder. Upon lifting her wrist, a cold stone bracelet caught him by surprise. Such a truly loathsome power, he thought, as he grasped her chin and narrowed his eyes at her. Perhaps due to the slight pressure he applied, the woman stirred awake. Her eyes were a deep, inky black, reminiscent of the night sky. Even with her cherubic features, those eyes exuded an enchanting allure, imbued with an indescribable femininity. This woman was irresistibly beautiful. She had awakened and seemed to recall a voice speaking earlier, soft, devoid of emotion. Yet she sensed a hint of disdain woven through the words. The man beside her must have been the speaker. She recognized him by his leopard print hat, the dark circles under his eyes, the stubble on his chin, and the smirk that played on his lips. Yet she could not summon his name, as if something in her mind remained shrouded in fog. "What's my name?" she murmured, beginning to ponder her own identity. "Your name is Taitake Wisaki, Boichi Tu." Luo replied after a lengthy pause, having silently observed her. The next day, Shachi expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for lending me your clothes." Bai Yong now wore the white jumpsuit designated for the Heart Pirates. Despite her amnesia, she retained vague memories of her habits, her subconscious guiding her actions. Thus, the zipper above her abdomen remained undone, exposing her bandaged chest. "Very nice," Shachi exclaimed, raising her thumbs with a rosy blush adorning her cheeks, affirming that this outfit was indeed a perfect fit. "We are comrades. No need for such formality." Pei Jin chimed in when we reached the island. "I will buy you a new dress." "No, I think Wisaki looks splendid in the work uniform," Shachi responded. "However, if Wisaki wishes to purchase new clothes, I shall accompany you." For some reason, she seemed accustomed to such attentiveness from men. How had she previously reacted to their kindness? A simple thank you? Yet, her subconscious hinted that she might have teased rather than merely expressed gratitude. Where's that big brother?" she stammered, finding the phrase itself difficult to utter, as if it were a weight upon her. "The captain is in his room reading," Beepo casually remarked as he passed by. "Oh no, talkative," she thought, feeling beads of sweat form at the nape of her neck, hastily retreating from the scene. Not long after awakening, Luo had explained to her that she was a new member of the Heart Pirates, having lost her memory due to being swallowed by a sea king. The term little sister felt oddly inappropriate to her, a form of subconscious rebellion akin to her feelings towards the so-called big brother. As she knocked and entered the captain's quarters, indeed, there he was, the man in the white leopard print hat, lounging on the sofa, engrossed in his book. Luo's sofa could comfortably seat 3 or 4 people, yet he always claimed the center spot, arms stretched wide, relishing in solitude. Today, the amnesiac woman approached and knelt beside him, her gaze fixed upon him. "Big brother, did I never call you that before?" she inquired. "You joined the crew not long ago. Why the sudden question?" He replied, "I just feel. I have a subconscious notion that I am always at the forefront, the most significant one wherever I am. Calling you big brother feels incredibly awkward." Bai Yong supported herself on the sofa, leaning closer to Luo, confusion evident in her eyes. "You were quite spoiled, weren't you?" Luo answered simply. "Spoiled? So, I had a temper like a young lady?" she mused, sensing the truth in his words. Then, "Luo, are you my family?" she asked, an intense attachment to family evident in her demeanor. The man beside her fell silent, studying her for a moment. "No, is that so?" she replied. "I am Taitake, and you are Trafalgar Luo." Lowering her head in thought, she smiled. "However, I have a strong recollection of your name, Luo. I must have called you captain before." This piqued Luo's interest, prompting him to set aside his book and turn to her. "Oh, and what impression do I leave on you? You are a doctor, intelligent and capable." Bai Yong tilted her head, recalling something else, her expression turning mischievous. "And you have a wicked mind. You're quite perceptive," he remarked. "What about your own impression?" Suddenly recalling her potential reactions to Pei Jin and the others. "Bai Yang Chuklet es Hayelye. I don't remember, but I must have liked you very much to join the Heart Pirates," she asserted, nodding emphatically. "Otherwise, why would I remember you so clearly?" Her reaction stemmed from a mix of embarrassment and flattery towards her captain. She felt she had once been quite charming in specific contexts. The man observing her on the sofa remained silent for a moment, stroking his chin thoughtfully, a roguish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "So you fancy me, do you? Just make sure you don't keep my bounty poster on your bedside table." Life at sea often felt monotonous, and after Bai Yong had thoroughly examined the Heart Pirate submarine, the day finally arrived for them to surface. However, as soon as they emerged, she was promptly shoved back into the cabin. "Even if I am utterly powerless, do you really need to push me back like this? At least let me observe," she thought, feeling a sense of frustration. Why had she even joined the pirate crew if she was to be confined? As she wandered the corridor, she pondered her past identity. She seemed significant, yet also felt as if she should not exist. Lost in thought, she unconsciously entered the kitchen, grasping a bright red apple and staring at it. She had undoubtedly enjoyed red fruits in the past. Well, never mind. Dwelling on the past only hinders progress. A smile graced her lips, and she decided to prepare a fruit salad for everyone. First, she gathered various fruits from the refrigerator and boiled some eggs. Then, she peeled and chopped the fruits into a salad bowl. Wow, I can cook, she thought with delight. All right, now to peel the apple. Here I go, she exclaimed, slicing away. Ouch, she winced, nicking her finger, yet she brushed off the pain. Licking the small cut, she continued. Impaling. Yikes, she exclaimed once more as another cut occurred. This is normal, right? She reassured herself. 5 minutes later, she had successfully peeled 2 apples, albeit with a significant portion of the fruit now missing. Her fingers bore numerous cuts, but she paid them no mind. Such minor injuries were inconsequential. It was evident that she had always eaten apples with the skin on and had never been one to use a knife for cutting. Even though she dismissed those small pains, the act of stirring the fruit chunks with a wooden spoon reopened some of her cuts, prompting her to lick her fingers once again. Did you always use this method to tend to your wounds? She mused. Leaning against the doorway was a man, languidly cradling his wild katana adorned with a plus sign pattern. It seemed he had returned out of boredom during the battle. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Baiyang tilted her head. The boiled egg. In a flurry, she lifted the lid of the pot, only to be greeted by scalding steam that singed her fingers. Ouch, this truly is adding insult to injury. Without hesitation, she placed the most burned finger into her mouth to alleviate the pain. Her pitiable, yet helpless expression elicited a slight twitch at the corner of Luo's mouth. What a foolish woman. Come here. As the captain of this submarine filled with advanced medical equipment, how could he tolerate such medical ineptitude on board? Cooking with hands full of wounds. What a disgrace to the Red Heart pirate crew. In the medical room, Luo swiftly treated the woman's hands, applying a soothing burn ointment. When he looked up, he found Baiyang already wrapping her fingers in bandages, skillfully and snugly despite the strips being untrimmed. It seems she did not require my assistance in wrapping bandages. Luo, do you wish to help me? The woman sitting on the edge of the medical bed smiled, extending her medicated hands along with the remaining bandage. Her expression urging him to hurry, filled with anticipation. A person suffering from amnesia would typically feel lost and unable to distinguish the present from the past, accompanied by a fear of the unknown. Yet this woman, amidst the pirate crew, wandered with unabashed curiosity, seemingly devoid of any respect or awe for the captain and his crew. Contemplating this, Luo accepted the bandage and began to wrap it around her fingers. Ouch, Luo, you sly one. Tightening the bandage right over the cut. Baiyang grimaced. Does it hurt? Within tolerable limits. Pausing, she gazed at her captain for a long moment. I say, Luo, have you been reading too much? Those dark circles under your eyes suggest as much. You look so thin. As she spoke, she naturally lifted her already bandaged right hand to gently caress his cheek, her curiosity mixed with concern. You must take care to eat well. As a doctor, how can you neglect your own health? His lips still curled in a familiar sarcastic smirk. Have you already had children? Not that I know of. I don't think I give off such an impression. Your gaze radiates maternal love, Luo replied, closing one eye. If a mother with children pursued me, I'd rather pass. Luo, do I seem to be pursuing you? Not all. He patted her head. The author has something to say. Summer is the choice for feeding. Qingji, you should refrain from strolling outside for now. Summer is the choice too. Kid, come try it too. Here lies the Heart Pirate crew, with more and more characters emerging. If it weren't for Oda's minimalistic art style, I might have wanted to include Hawkins. Not that I mean the protagonist should chase famous figures. I simply wish for all the characters I encounter to intertwine with the plot by the end. If I could embody each character to the fullest, that would be my ultimate pursuit. Chapter 64. Baiyang cooking for everyone elicited heartfelt exclamations from all the men at the dining table, except for Luo, who promptly declared that she would henceforth be the ship's nurse. This was solely due to her proficiency in bandaging. Since she was to be a nurse, she couldn't dress like everyone else. The gentlemen unanimously decided to buy Baiyang a professional nurse's uniform, insisting she must wear it on board. Today marked their formal arrival at the island. This commercial all boasted a bustling trading street, welcoming all, hence its residents showed no fear upon encountering pirates. Most visitors came to sell goods or purchase rare items, and disturbances were rare. Currently, Baiyang sat on a sofa in a boutique, Her smile stiff as she watched Xiaoqi and Pei Jin enthusiastically present various types and colors of nurse uniforms for her selection, their zeal surpassing that of the shop attendants. Meanwhile, the captain, Luo, lounged beside her, half-heartedly glancing at the selections and offering a few sarcastic remarks. Usopp, look at this. The bear Beepo, clad in an orange work outfit, excitedly handed her a white nurse's hat with rabbit ears. What an eccentric nurse's hat, adorned with floppy rabbit ears. One ear stood upright while the other drooped, creating a charmingly mismatched appearance. At that moment, Xiaoqi and Pei Jin approached with a light pink V-neck nurse's outfit, their expressions conveying unspoken thoughts. Setting aside the peculiar rabbit-eared hat, that pink nurse's uniform seemed oddly familiar. Hadn't she seen something similar before? Shouldn't a nurse's outfit be paired with leopard print stockings? It seemed she had heard someone say that before on Whitebeard's ship, all nurses wore leopard print stockings. A recommendation from Oda in SBS. The man sitting nearby suddenly froze, a smile appearing as he casually picked up a pair of white stockings from the pile of clothes on the table and tossed them to her. Do not dress like those on other ships. Thus, when Bai Yong emerged from the fitting room, her ensemble as the Red Heart Pirate Crew's nurse, Arctic Rabbit Usopp, was officially established. Rabbit ears, a light pink nurse's outfit, white stockings, and her chosen white ankle boots. This outfit wasn't unattractive, but it felt awkward as she walked out, the gazes of the men on the street shifting from infatuation to a somewhat peculiar interest. Speaking of which, what exactly did that clothing store sell? It seemed to have whips and other peculiar items. We are heading into the shops inside. You need not follow. At the mouth of a narrow alley, Luo informed Bai Yong. All right. She nodded obediently, her subconscious warning her that the shops within likely resembled a black market. Beepo, stay with her. Tossing a small pouch of gold coins to the bear behind her, Luo ventured deeper into the alley with Pei Jin and Xiaoqi. Hey, Captain. The pocket money Luo left was considerable. Initially, Bai Yong had little grasp of its value, but after sharing a lavish seafood feast with Beepo, she only spent 2 gold coins and received several copper coins in return. It dawned on her that this gold could buy a multitude of delicious food. Moreover, the experience of being given pocket money was entirely new, filling her with both novelty and joy. Was she once exceedingly impoverished, with no concept of money and never having received pocket money? Usopp, this is for you. The bear Beepo shyly lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed as he handed Bai Yong an orange badge. Wow, it's our Pirate Crew's emblem. Thank you. She gleefully pinned the badge onto her white nurse's hat, flicking her ponytail with delight. Hee, you're the newcomer. It's only right for me to take care of you. All right, let us buy some fruits and make a salad for everyone. Let us skip that. Usopp your hands. Hands what? She displayed her 10 unbandaged fingers to Beepo, declaring, my self-healing ability is exceptional. Not just you, Usopp, your knife skills are terribly lacking. Oops, sorry. It's all right. Bai Yong waved her hand, showing no sign of anger. Perhaps my specialty lies elsewhere. Beepo bashfully scratched the fuzzy back of his head. Usaki's smile is truly beautiful, with her eyes curving joyfully, radiating happiness. This is it. One of my talents must surely be my charming smile. Laughing heartily, I linked arms with Beiwa and said, earlier, while walking down Central Avenue, we spotted an ice cream vendor. Shall we go buy some? The initial section of the commercial island Central Avenue is quite spacious, yet the shops lining its sides are relatively few, mostly consisting of fixed storefronts and a smattering of mobile vendors. Most trade and exchanges occur within the bustling market further along. Now, Beiwa and I have returned to the Central Avenue we traversed earlier. However, this time, it appears that the people on the street are engrossed in some discussion, their expressions somewhat dazed. Wow, how did the Shichibukai end up here? What's so surprising about that? Our island is a trade market. There's no need for such astonishment. Weren't you the same just a moment ago? You seemed frozen in place when that man glanced your way. Of course, he is the world's greatest, currently conversing with the shop owner next door. Upon noticing the approaching white bear and the lovely girl, he immediately donned a warm smile. What flavor of ice cream would the beautiful nurse like? Fish flavor, Beiwa exclaimed excitedly. There's only food for people here. Upon hearing Beiwa speak first, the owner's face fell. I'm sorry. Hey, the owner's reaction displeased me, causing me to frown involuntarily, my chin slightly raised. This uncle is my companion, and I suddenly felt an urge to punch him. This girl suddenly gives off a completely different vibe. For a brief moment, it felt as if she had been scanned by that man. I'm sorry. The owner apologized again. Why are you apologizing to, Beiwa? Your sensitivity is too fragile. Unable to help myself, I began to mimic the specialized quips that Pei Jean and the others often used. In front of this newcomer, Usagi, I, as her senior, feel utterly embarrassed. No way. Babua clenched his fists. Boss, I want 2 scoops of vanilla and blueberry. Hey, those are my thoughts laid bare. My gaze subconsciously shifted away, and I continued. I'll have 3 scoops of mint, chocolate, and strawberry. As I spoke, it was as if a forgotten memory suddenly resurfaced. When I had once suggested to a dear man that the vendors in town sell 5 scoops of ice cream. That man, no, I can't remember. I want 5 scoops. Huh. Just as I handed over Babua's 2 scoops, the owner nodded vigorously upon hearing my request. While preparing the ice cream, he asked, Miss, what would you like for your other 2 scoops? Apple. All right, here you go. Be careful, they're prone to falling. With 5 towering scoops of ice cream in hand, I began to drift into thought. Why do I want 5 scoops of ice cream? Even though my sense of balance is remarkably good, I surely can't finish this. Cautiously, I licked the topmost apple scoop, but I began to feel conflicted. Apples always seemed to cast a shadow in my heart. Reminiscent of a time, I had tasted an exceedingly unpalatable apple. Babua, standing beside Usagi, cautiously asked, do you want that? I glanced toward the street, where a cheerful puppet was selling balloons. Ah, sure. I instinctively nodded, and the white bear dashed over, deftly paying for a red heart-shaped helium balloon before returning. Here. Oh, accepting the string of the balloon with my free hand, I nodded, yet my thoughts lingered on the apple scoop. Logically, I should dislike apples. Yet that sudden feeling of unease persisted. Usagi, are you unhappy? Your brows have been furrowed. Sorry. I just have a slight headache about how to finish the apple scoop. I smiled sheepishly. Leave this to me as your senior. As Luo, along with Pei Jean and Shiachi, strolled down Central Avenue towards the port, they happened upon a bear and a girl. They spotted a charming, tall white bear licking the ice cream held by the beautiful nurse, coupled with that red balloon. Oh, looks like you're having fun, Luo remarked in his usual tone. Meanwhile, the duo rushed over, hoisting Babua away from his nurse. You're so arrogant, you bear. Let go of me. I was just helping Usagi eat her ice cream. Upon returning to the submarine, Luo instructed everyone to hasten their procurement of essential supplies, ordering that we not spend the night on the island, but instead press on to a nearby isle. I was puzzled by the sudden turn of events. All I witnessed was Luo tossing a permanent compass to the navigator, mentioning something about needing to seize goods. Well, I suppose I, as a newcomer, needn't worry. This sense of ease is delightful. Perhaps it was because this leisurely atmosphere made me feel somewhat guilty. Indeed, after dinner, I was summoned to Luo's bedside. Ah yes, this was in his captain's quarters, where he lay languidly on his single bed, engrossed in a magazine of little interest to pirates, the Navy Special Edition. Luo's expression appeared rather content, at least from my perspective. Stealing a glance at the woman resting her arms on the edge of the bed, he chuckled. Taking care of you is quite perilous. Sitting on the floor, I adjusted my posture and leaned closer. Was it necessary for him to be so blatant? When you welcomed me into your pirate crew, you should have anticipated this. Besides, I'm not dangerous. I don't eat much and want to deplete your resources. Oh, it seems I was the one unprepared. The smile on his lips remained as usual. If I were to simply hand you over to the Navy, I doubt they would even cover a few days' meals. Luo, you shouldn't say that. Even if I'm not much help, I can still assist with bandaging. Ha. It seemed he had found something particularly amusing. Luo laughed heartily, setting the magazine aside to focus on me. Usagi, what do you really think of the Navy and pirates? His question was peculiar, causing me to tilt my head in confusion. What is the difference? They're pretty much the same. Oh, you answered without thinking. No, really, there's no difference. That was my first instinctive response. No wonder. Propping my chin on my hand, I pouted. I say, Luo, what have you been asking me all along, and what on earth are you reading? Nothing much, just a very dull magazine. The author had something to say. Captain, your sandwich. Nurse's uniform, standard set. Dr. Trafalgar Luo, all black inside. Oh dear, I just learned that it is just a point system, convertible into a few coins. I'm so grateful to everyone even though I haven't charged anything. I'm thrilled to receive support. I've been excited all night, so I decided to post 2 updates today. This segment of the plot came swiftly and departed just as quickly. It served as a setup. Or perhaps I wrote wherever inspiration struck. The 65th chapter. After a night of sailing, I was abruptly awakened by the sound of cannon fire, realizing we were under attack. I quickly dressed and dashed outside. What is happening? I inquired of a passing crew member. We were spotted by an enemy ship when we surfaced this morning. Other pirate crews have caught up to us. The captain and the others are out fighting, so you should stay inside. Didn't Tiwi come to see some goods? How do we attract so many enemy ships? You don't know? The cargo is on the small island ahead. Due to a leak of information, it has now transformed into a race among pirate crews, where the first to seize it claims ownership. In any case, you should refrain from joining the fray. The enemy is overwhelming this time. Oh, Bayong stepped back to clear the path. Is it truly first come, first served? When did pirates ever adhere to such order? Suddenly, the vessel lurched violently due to a powerful wave, causing the entire cabin to sway like a seesaw. Bayong grasped the corner of the wall and slowly made her way toward the deck outside. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a peculiar thrill within her. A sense of excitement. Despite previous enemy attacks, why did this one feel particularly invigorating? With a forceful push, she flung open the cabin door. The sky outside was overcast, and the deck, drenched from the recent massive wave, was slick with water, leaving everyone soaked. Their expressions, however, were grave, and the air was thick with an oppressive tension. What had transpired? The ship steadied somewhat, and Bayong found her footing. If it were merely cannon fire, such expressions would not manifest. Standing at the forefront, Luo merely glanced at her. Perhaps you should not have emerged. On the sea, all pirate crews were on high alert, none daring to make a move, for some had already paid dearly for their recklessness. The remnants of ships floated by, transforming the once tumultuous waters into a veritable graveyard of the sea. Amidst the shattered debris, a small black vessel glided forth, resembling a coffin, its dark sails lending an ominous air to the man seated within, as if he were the harbinger of death. Boom, 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 her heart raced. This was not her first encounter. Her body instinctively knew what to do. She reached for the sword at her waist, but her right hand instinctively faltered, only to find emptiness. There was nothing at her waist, and her arms felt utterly powerless. Even with another sword, she could not wield it. Bayong stood transfixed, gazing at the man on the small boat, clad in a black cloak, wielding a cross-shaped black blade, and adorned with a feathered hat. I know him. I know him. Of course, you do. Luo turned, looking at the woman who stood dazed on the deck. You should have seen him at your previous workplace. He was a colleague, in a sense. A smirk danced on his lips, laden with sarcasm. Captain, this is not the time for conversation. We should dive. Shachi urged nervously. Yes, while Hawkeye remains unaware of our presence, Pei Jean chimed in. Hawkeye? Hawkeye? She felt as if a memory was just out of reach, and she clutched her head. No, he is not called Hawkeye, and I have never referred to him as such. Luo furrowed his brow in silence. The moment this woman dashed onto the deck, Hawkeye had already noticed them. It seemed he was waiting for the Navy's foremost beauty to make the first move. If the rumors held any truth, that would indeed be the case. Yet, he concealed himself well, as if he had never cast a glance in their direction. If not for the sudden shift in atmosphere, diving would be futile. If Hawkeye intended to strike, there would be no escaping it. Luo smirked. Yusachi, did you not claim to know that man? Can you persuade him not to attack us? Ah, so you mean to say that all these ships on the surface are his doing? Bayong mused, yet she felt no shock, merely a sense of idleness regarding this man. Since he was an acquaintance, surely they could negotiate. After a moment's thought, Bayong stepped to the railing and waved at the distant small vessel. Hey, no, that gentleman. Her call drew the attention of all the ships toward the orange, odd-shaped vessel at the outer edge of the battlefield. Xen, has she truly lost her mind calling out to Hawkeye? What are you doing, long girl? In that nurse outfit. He could not even be bothered to comment on her attire, for she would surely have some excuse. The man, still seated calmly on the coffin-like ship, merely turned his face toward the Red Heart pirate crew, indicating that he was listening. Please do not attack our ship. The others may do as they please. You must be quite idle, right? Idle? I suppose so. Passing the time, perhaps. She seemed to understand that man's nature quite well. Hawkeye furrowed his brow slightly, saying nothing, but no longer retaliated against the attacking pirate crews as before. Instead, he rose, drawing his massive black blade, Yoru, and swung it toward the sea. After a moment, the Red Heart pirate crew, prepared for an imminent confrontation, looked on in curiosity and confusion at the coffin ship now at the center of the battlefield. The world's greatest swordsman truly heeded Yusachi's words, refraining from attacking them and instead striking down other pirate crews. Finally breaking his silence, Captain Luo instructed, "All right, dive." Yes. Captain. Xen, I truly do know him, Bayong remarked, but as she turned to glance once more at the man wielding the black blade, she followed into the submarine. With a single swing of Yoru, he sent countless incoming cannonballs spiraling away with mere wind pressure. Noticing that the orange ship had descended to the ocean floor, the man did not cease his actions. Inside the cabin, Luo lounged on the sofa, leisurely sipping from a freshly opened bottle of wine. You seem to have quite the relationship with Hawkeye. Do you know his full name? Sitting beside him, Baiyang crossed her arms, pondering. Your memories are yours to uncover. He is powerful, indeed. Yusachi, if you wish, you may remove the bracelet from your wrist. It could be rather bothersome to wear all the time. This. Baiyang lifted her right arm. Isn't this a family heirloom? Is it bothersome? Who told you it was an heirloom? Peijin and Shachi. They said I was an orphan taken in by you. You hardly appear to believe that. I don't, but it matters not. I did not believe Luo's words either. Oh, then why do you remain here, living off my hospitality? Luo set down the wine bottle. Looking at her, you acknowledge it as living off my hospitality, yet I find it inconsequential. After all, I gain nothing from it. Do you not long for your family? Isn't that quite the obsession? I have a premonition that by staying with you, I will eventually reunite with my family. And I am certain I will remember my past. That is something I can never forget. It is far more than just memories of a lifetime. You're quite composed. However, I wonder what will happen once you regain those memories. Rising to his feet, Luo ruffled her hair. Living off my hospitality. Remove the sea stone bracelet from your wrist. As the youngest on the ship, you must exert more effort than others. Propping her chin on her hand, Baiyang raised an eyebrow. You should have said that sooner. Did she recall? No, she did not. Her mind was filled with fragments. Just as today's encounter with that man had stirred memories of scenes where she seemed to have fought against him. Even though they were brief and fragmented, the exhilarating emotions from those memories surged forth. Just as Luo had said, in this endeavor to seize the cargo, he had drawn her along. However, along the journey, other pirate crews had been effortlessly vanquished by the coincidental passing of Hawkeye, and upon reaching the destination island, their crew was the only one remaining at the cargo port. The mercenaries, initially tasked with guarding the area, had long fled, abandoning the cargo upon hearing of an approaching horde of pirates. The scene was one of an empty, small port, devoid of life, with only the cargo ship remaining. The villagers must have hidden away, Baiyang remarked, casually catching sight of a small boy fleeing. If it were not a pirate crew that came to this port fishing village, but rather a multitude, it would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Luo merely glanced at her while shouldering the yada no Kagami, not engaging in conversation. The other members of the Heart Pirates were swiftly transporting cargo onto the submarine, box by box. What lay within the wooden crates? After removing the Hailu stone bracelet, Baiyang effortlessly lifted a rectangular wooden box that required 2 people to carry. Medicine and machinery. Initially available in the black market, it was rumored that nobles were driving up prices, making theft a more expedient option. It was rare for Luo to provide an explanation. Usagi, you possess remarkable strength. Beibo followed her, lifting a wooden box. Let us move quickly, shall we? She nodded, testing the weight of the box, then lifted another one with one hand. The male pirates were rendered speechless as they observed this petite girl, not even reaching 1.60 meters, effortlessly maneuvering the boxes. Who exactly is Usagi? She cannot possibly be a Navy recruit. Wait a moment. A filthy little boy dashed out from the village, wielding a household kitchen knife. It's the one who was hiding earlier. Baiyang halted her actions. The boy's hand trembled around the knife, bruises marking his body from previous beatings. Put down the box of medicine. Impossible, we seize it first. She approached him, studying his expression. So you are pirates. Since the medicine has been taken, it would matter if I took it as well, right? Hey, what are you saying, kid? Trying to take things from pirates? Do you think you're a pirate? Pecan retorted, continuing his work undeterred. Then I shall act as a pirate, the boy shouted, gripping the knife tightly as he lunged toward Luo, the captain. Clang. Luo merely pressed the yada no Kagami against his forehead, halting him in his tracks. Hey, since you aspire to be a pirate, then it wouldn't matter if I ended your life right now, would it? A look of terror crept onto the face of the small boy, who appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, as he bit his lip, striving not to cry. Clap. At that moment, Baiyang clapped her hands, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere Luo had created. This child is quite perceptive, instantly recognizing that Luo is the leader. If he becomes a pirate, he will undoubtedly be formidable. Are you suggesting I should take him on as my subordinate? Luo smiled, retracting his blade. If being a subordinate means I can share in the medicine, then I would gladly become your subordinate. Unfortunately, I do not accept individuals like you. Then you can purchase it. Baiyang interjected again. I have no money. The boy lowered his head, having been severely beaten for not having enough to buy medicine from the mercenaries. To buy from pirates, Usagi, You truly are imaginative. Or perhaps one could say you are too kind. There was a hint of sarcasm in Luo's smile. Kindness? I consider it an equitable exchange. Either compel the opponent to submit through strength or utilize money or material goods. Baiyang scratched the back of her head. Although I cannot recall what I was like before, I firmly believe that the term kind should never be applied to me. She paused, furrowing her brow as if reminiscing about a long-forgotten feeling. Without any reason, simply because I wished to do so. What if I were captured and sent to impel down? Have I been incarcerated? A man with a spotted hat's gaze flickered. Kid, what medication do you need? Luo's willingness to offer a box of medicine to the boy surprised Baiyang, prompting her to blink in confusion. She felt it was not due to her previous words. So when she helped the boy carry the box of medicine back home and return to the port, she finally understood. No, I'm all alone. Am I being abandoned? At that moment, within the cabin of the Heart Pirates, the captain. Why has the captain left Usagi? Beppo? Pecan inquired softly. The captain does not seem to be in a good mood. Did she do something wrong? Pecan leaned closer. Usagi could become our companion, sitting on the sofa, as usual, but this time no one was competing for his space. Luo opened his arms, resting against the soft cushions. She is about to remember. Remember? Remember that she is part of the Navy? Shachi remarked. The Navy matters. Remembering could allow her to join us. Tossing the magazine that had been on the sofa to him, Luo's smile vanished. Unfortunately, she is not a member of the Navy. Isn't this Usagi? Pekin seized the magazine and flipped through a few pages. Navy Headquarters Direct Bounty Hunter, Luo Baiyang. The author has something to say. Being shaved ice Dr. Luo. This segment of the story comes and goes swiftly, much like what is about to unfold. Chapter 66. Baiyang sat alone on the stone steps of the small port. Her arms wrapped around her knees, her head bowed. The sounds of wind and waves filled her ears. Everything was quiet, as if she were the only person present. The villagers feared she was a pirate and refused to open their doors. The boy's relatives, who had initially been frightened, also expelled her upon seeing her alone. Thus, she could only sit and wait, perhaps for the Heart Pirates? To some extent, as they were the only familiar faces she recognized after losing her memory. Helplessness and despondency. To say otherwise would be a lie. She lacked her past memories and did not know where to go. She seemed quite strong. If other pirates or that group of mercenaries returned, she should be able to prevail, right? Why did she feel so unsteady the moment she left Luo? Must she follow them to regain her memories? As dawn gradually approached, the once gray clouds parted. Sunshine bathed the white stone steps, reflecting so brightly that it momentarily blinded Baiyang. At that moment, a tall figure blocked the overwhelming light. Baiyang lifted her head to gaze at the person standing before her. It's the uncle I know. Can you take me home? On a certain route of the Grand Line, the coffin ship sailed slowly. Baiyang, standing on the small deck, grasping the sail, could no longer suppress her frown. Hey, uncle, could you make some room for me? I can't maintain my balance standing like this. The man, comfortably seated in front, lifted his hat slightly, his golden eyes glancing at her. Then sit down. On the deck, Baiyang furrowed her brow even tighter. It felt even less stable. If a wave hit, her clothes would be drenched. Use your blocks to shield against the wind and waves. Mihawk frowned. Dragon Girl, what troubles you? She indeed appeared different from the last time they met. It wasn't merely her nurse's uniform. This woman, if she desired something, would undoubtedly not acquiesce easily. Baiyang scratched the back of her head. I lost my memory. So, we must know each other, right? Can you take me home? Baiyang forced a smile, attempting to ingratiate herself as she moved closer to Mihawk. You would never lower your head to me before, regardless of the situation. Now he understood why this woman had displayed such an expression at the port, akin to an abandoned animal. He disliked such expressions. Huh, did I used to be stubborn? I have no memory of that. No, you were not stubborn. You merely spoke for yourself. Mihawk raised his gaze to her. Just like now, if it were before, you would have likely come over directly. How brazen. The man smirked, shifting to one side to make room for her, while still maintaining his elegant demeanor. Baiyang obediently sat beside him, and he remarked, as far as I know, you have no home. Vice Admiral Kapu is your mentor. I shall escort you to him. The name Kapu resonated with her. Oh, thank you. What had transpired before? The woman beside him, who relished engaging in combat with him, seemed disconcerted by his current demeanor. It appears I was swallowed by a sea king and subsequently lost my memory, only to be rescued by Luo. Baiyang propped her chin on her hand, tilting her head to gaze at the man beside her. That would be the orange submarine that can dive to the ocean floor. We departed from that very port. It is only natural for pirates to abandon you. You are a confidant of the Marine Admiral. His words bore a semblance of consolation. So, they discarded me simply because I am a Marine? Perhaps I would have joined them if I had remembered. No. Firstly, you are not a Marine. You are merely a bounty hunter serving the Admiral. Secondly, you would not join them. Their strength is too feeble. His eyes, which had been feigning slumber, now turned toward her. Uncle, what was our relationship before? I seem to recall us having fought. Bai Yang smiled with squinted eyes, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the man beside her, creating a harmonious atmosphere. According to your words, an enemy. Upon witnessing Bai Yang's expression shift from a smile to a dazed silence, the man known as Ing Yen smirked. You once declared that every encounter with me would end in an attempt to slay me. Why? How peculiar. She raised her left hand to gently brush aside his bangs. Because of this, following the warmth of his calloused fingers, she felt the scar on her forehead. Neither short nor long. A disfigurement, Bai Yang muttered, tilting her head. If I had hair to cover it, perhaps I wouldn't have aimed to strike you every time. I bear no profound grudge against you. Is that so? Ing Yen retracted his hand. Then you should inquire within yourself. As dusk approached, they finally arrived at an ancient port island. The quaint village at the harbor housed but a single modest inn. 2 rooms. No, one will suffice. Bai Yang's words prompted Ing Yen, who stood before her, to turn and regard her. The expression on the woman beside him mirrored that of her amnesic self. Very well. 1 room. Sir, though our village may be small, the rooms in my inn are certainly of high quality. The innkeeper enthusiastically introduced. There's a lovely double room facing the sea. The view is splendid. The room she described was not large, consisting of a bedroom and a small balcony. However, once the curtains were drawn, the breathtaking scenery outside was fully revealed, and the evening sea was an endless sight to behold. Upon entering the room, Ing Yen fixed his gaze upon her, as if trying to discern her motivations. If I were to say that I do not wish to be abandoned by you, would you mock me? She blinked and inquired. The man remained silent for a moment. I shall not abandon you. She pondered that her fear of Ing Yan's abandonment stemmed from the worry of never reclaiming her past memories. Previously, she had found solace in the care of Luo and the others. Now, the only person who could stir her recollections was this very adversary. Uncle, that night, as Bai Yang lay in the soft embrace of the bedding, her eyes remained wide open. The wooden ceiling above her was a stark contrast to the tranquil sensation of sleeping on a ship. The man, seated on the sofa with his back to the bed, casually acknowledged her. The oil lamp on the low table cast a dim yellow light, obscured by his presence. So Bai Yang did not find the room overly bright. Were we ever in a situation like this before? Me in bed and you reading on the sofa? Twice. Bai Yang turned to look at him, noticing only the feathered hat resting on the armchair beside the sofa and the black sword nearby. I remember your hat. I borrowed it once. As she closed the book she had read twice, the man rose and walked to the bedside. Would you like me to knock you unconscious? If you do not sleep soon, dawn will break. How cruel. We are adversaries. Although he spoke thus, the man placed his own black hat over Bai Yang's eyes, plunging her vision into darkness. Despite the obscurity, she felt his presence distinctly at the edge of the bed. Adversary? I do not believe it, she replied softly. What is your name? Mihawk. Bai Yang repeated the name, struggling to pronounce it correctly. Mihawk. Mihawk. In the midst of the long, silent night, only her low, husky voice echoed the name of the man before her. Cease your utterances. The man finally seemed to suppress something, his voice deepening as he halted her. But I wish to become more familiar with your name. Mihawk. You have never called me by my given name, only my surname. The man gruffly yanked the blanket up to Bai Yang's chest. Sleep. With a pout, Bai Yang complied. Though whether it was due to the hat blocking the light or something else, she soon fell into slumber. The following morning, as she slowly awakened, she found herself enveloped in darkness once more, quickly recalling the hat covering her eyes. Removing it, she realized the room was dim due to the lack of lighting. With the sky outside tinged in light blue, perhaps it was early dawn. The man who had sat on the sofa the previous night was now asleep, his hands clasped before him. Bai Yang, treading softly on the plush carpet, did not wish to disturb him. Overcome by curiosity, she leaned in closer to scrutinize him, hoping to jog her memory. Staring at others first thing in the morning is rather impolite. Yet, in that instant he opened his golden eyes. I'm awake. You should take the bed. No need. That won't do. She seemed to grasp the implications of her previous actions. The golden-eyed man was undoubtedly the type to stand firm in his beliefs, requiring a strong approach to deal with him. Yet he was certainly not unreasonable. I wish to sit on that sofa now, so we must switch places. As she spoke, she grasped Yan's wrist and tugged him towards the bed. I possess great strength, so you better comply before I inadvertently harm you. Casting a glance at the woman who had only managed to pull him slightly upward without moving him from his spot, Yan raised an eyebrow and calmly picked up the white nightshirt prepared by the inn. Release me. Oh, complying? Bai Yong stepped back 2 paces on the narrow carpet beside the bed. Changing into his nightclothes, he likely did not wish to expose his outer garments, much like her, though she cannot see clearly. Wow, your physique is impressive. As he fastened the 3rd button on his chest, Yan looked up at her. Have you had your fill of gazing? Bai Yong's face flushed instantly. You too can blush. His smile, for some reason, irked her. And why did you not mention it sooner? It was futile to protest after I had changed already. Not enough viewing, she retorted, with a grin. The man who stood less than a meter away regarded her with an intense gaze. Suddenly realizing something, Bai Yong hurriedly took a step back. I truly wish to sit on that sofa. Good night. Without uttering another word, Yan climbed into bed. How would the unamnesic Bai Yong have reacted? She mused. Had she been herself, she would have pulled his shirt open to continue her observations. Unbeknownst to the circumstances, Yan arrived at this conclusion. Sitting idly on the sofa for a while, Bai Yong found it utterly inconceivable that someone could remain seated for an entire night. Feeling genuinely bored, she decided to take a short nap. It seemed that a brief slumber could invigorate her. However, if she continued to sit in such monotony, she would be driven to madness. Meanwhile, the person lying in bed silently listened to the faint sounds of restlessness. Just as he contemplated rendering a certain woman unconscious, he heard the soft rustle of clothing being changed, followed by the sounds from the bathroom. It appeared she had resolved not to sleep. After completing her morning routine, Bai Yong adjusted her bun and nurse's cap in front of the mirror. The smiling skull insignia adorned with rabbit ears was aligned perfectly. She was no longer a member of the Red Hair Pirates. Removing her hat, she tousled her hair, which had grown to waist length, allowing her black locks to cascade freely. In that moment, the reflection revealed a visage that had shed its youthful innocence, now imbued with a newfound allure. A slight arch of her eyebrows and a more audacious smile illuminated her face. Yes, this was her, the true Bai Yong. Cautiously stepping out of the room, she noted the wooden clock in the hotel lobby read, just before 4:30. With a shrug, Bai Yong realized it was not too early, dawn would soon break. After a few paces, she encountered the landlady returning from seeing her husband off to sea for fishing, who smiled and nodded. You've risen early, nurse, the landlady remarked with a playful hand on her hip. What? Are you eager to prepare breakfast for your husband? Breakfast, indeed, deserved her gratitude. After all, he had been incredibly considerate towards her. This thought brought an involuntary smile to Bai Yong's face. May I use the kitchen? Yan had not slumbered long. He awoke naturally around 5 in the morning. The amnesiac girl would not have ventured far, he reassured himself as he began his morning routine. A gentle knock at the door was followed by the sound of the door creaking open. Bai Yong, cradling a large pot, peeked in to confirm that the person in bed had indeed risen and was in the bathroom. With a cheerful demeanor, she placed the pot on the low table in the room. When she returned with an empty plate and utensils, Yan had already completed his morning preparations and changed his clothes. The curtains in the room had been drawn open, allowing the gentle morning sunlight and a refreshing breeze to fill the space, creating an indescribable sense of comfort. What is this? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. Lifting the lid of the pot, Bai Yong smiled. Noodles, with eggs and tomatoes. Did you make this? Yes, she affirmed with a nod, serving a plate full of overly watery noodles to the man seated before the sofa. Perhaps it would have been better to use a bowl, she thought, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. The taste is acceptable, he commented after taking a single bite. The praise was not held back. She truly felt appreciated. This man before her actually complimented her. However, his subsequent words seemed less like praise. Did you prepare breakfast for everyone in the hotel? No, Bai Yan replied, as Yan gazed silently at the entire pot of noodles for a moment. It's too much. It cannot all be consumed. Isn't this the correct portion for noodles? That is what my heart tells me. Meanwhile, aboard the Straw Hat Pirate's ship, Wu Xiangji, the Straw Hat Boy eagerly called out, Sanjiai, Sanjiai, make noodles. The kind that fills a large pot, with seaweed, tomatoes, eggs, and so on. The boy rested against the kitchen door. A hodgepodge, huh? Hee. Bayan used to make it often. All right, let us see how it turns out. We can ask Bayan-chan for the recipe when she returns. Author's note, I seek your comments. OTL suddenly, the lack of comment has left me disheartened for a day. It feels like a roller coaster between heaven and hell. Biting handkerchief. Chapter 67. Having asked the landlady to purchase a simple blue dress as a replacement, Bayong finally changed out of the nurse's uniform that someone had secretly found displeasing. Naturally, this garnered generous praise from him, such as the long dress suits you. Do you know of a nearby port island? The landlady inquired as the two prepared to depart the island. Yes, Bayong nodded, not elaborating further. Actually, everyone on that island has fallen ill. If there is a chance, could you visit? Or, do you know any doctors? The landlady spoke somewhat awkwardly, rubbing her hands together. Illness? When I was on that island, I didn't meet many people. No one opened the door for me. The little boy's family even chased me away. If it's an ailment that could be treated with medicine, I believe it's no longer an issue. They have already received a supply of medication. At the same time, within the information house of the black market on a nearby commercial island, room butchery. In an instant, the room was filled with severed limbs and dismembered bodies colliding and intertwining. The man wearing a spotted hat wore a casual smile, yet it exuded an icy aura. A village stricken by plague was indeed a splendid trap, luring in numerous pirates. Please spare me. The only middle-aged man, not dismembered within the information house, retreated in fear. This was all the idea of that noble lord, and you have already received your goods without contracting the plague. Oh, noble lord? Yes. That lord said it would be romantic if the pirates succumbed to plague and perished at sea. Wait, these were all the words of that lord. No, do not kill me. Captain Usagi is still on that island. Beppo expressed his concern, covering his face. Law glanced at him, the malice in his eyes still unquenched. That woman has a unique constitution. She cannot die. I now wish to see that noble lord who understands romance. Aboard the coffin ship, Bayong enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility, leisurely flipping through the pages of the book in her hands. This was the same book that Ingyen had read last night, now in her possession. At this moment, the ship was enveloped in silence, with only the sounds of the waves and the turning of pages resonating. Sitting beside her, Ingyen retrieved 2 bottles of wine and a tall glass from a small storage cabinet. He naturally placed the golden orange bottle in Bayong's hand and poured himself half a glass of deep red wine. Holding an entire bottle of what appeared to be some sort of alcoholic beverage, Bayong blinked in confusion and then gazed at the man sitting next to her. The man took a sip from his glass and set it down. Would you like a drink? In truth, she merely found his drinking demeanor attractive, but she could not voice that thought aloud. The man smirked, offering her the glass. This made Bayong hesitate. Her hand stiffened as she accepted the wine glass. "Isn't this your glass? Ha, you used to always try to snatch wine from my hand, and now you're concerned about the glass." Ingyen chuckled, not reclaiming the glass from her. "Drink up. This is a fine vintage." Oh, taking the glass, she downed a half-full drink in one go. Bayong licked her lips. The flavor was fruity, rich, and so delicate. As she spoke, she closed her eyes, savoring the taste that lingered. It was a long and robust wine, exuding an air of elegance. "You're right, but your method of drinking is incorrect." Retrieving the wine glass, Ingyen refilled it. Gently swirling the glass, he took a sip. "Indeed, drinking suits your nature, but that method is better suited for your rum." As he uncorked the golden orange wine bottle, the familiar and intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. Taking a sip, Bayong felt as if every cell in her body rejoiced in the delightful taste of the wine. How exquisite! It surpassed the previous drink. Oof. That is merely because you have a penchant for rum. Ah, indeed. Does that imply you favor wine then? In the ship's small storage compartment, another type of liquor lay concealed, one that the owner did not particularly enjoy. She was aware that it was inappropriate to pry further, so she merely blinked at him a couple of times. The place to procure alcohol was available, and she had casually purchased it. Nothing more than that. Soon enough, she received a response, and Bayong nodded knowingly. It is truly remarkable. This eagle eye, without her uttering a word, seemed to comprehend her unspoken queries. Suddenly, an unexpected sound erupted. She recognized it as the telephone bug, one she was quite familiar with. As she retrieved it, Eagle Eye raised an eyebrow slightly. "Hello, Bayong. How are you doing?" As soon as the connection was established, a thunderous voice boomed through the device. Handing the receiver to the person beside him, Eagle Eye remarked, "Your master, Admiral Carp. I just contacted the Navy." Bayong nodded and took the receiver. "Hello, Master Carp, I am well. My name is Bayong, correct? What? You truly have amnesia. I am your grandfather. Are you not my master? I am indeed your master, and simultaneously your grandfather. Child, you must return to the Navy headquarters. Do not worry, I have made ample preparations. Even if you cannot remember, you remain a formidable Navy soldier." Under Carp's somewhat perplexing assurances, the telephone bug eventually returned to Eagle Eye's grasp. A few more exchanges ensued, which Bai Yong found somewhat unclear, primarily consisting of Carp cautioning Eagle Eye against taking any action against her. At that moment, Eagle Eye adjusted the brim of his hat, his gaze fleetingly met Bai Yang's, and without uttering a word, he ended the call. Bai Yong learned her name and the general circumstances through the conversation. As for Carp's so-called comprehensive preparations, she assumed it merely involved the Navy's medical team awaiting her return to address her amnesia. However, she was only partially correct. The Navy's medical team, excellent as they were, was none other than her current subordinate, Colonel Casa of the former New World G5 unit. Thus, upon learning of the situation, Casa had only provided Carp with one medical suggestion, to deliver her sword for her protection. This statement carried a double entendre. Had Bai Yong been aware of Casa's intention without her amnesia, she would have had no doubt that this was a conspiracy to ensure her demise at Eagle Eye's hands. In the early morning, the seabirds appeared restless, though not due to an impending storm. Eagle Eye opened his dark golden eyes, sensing an unnatural wind stirring upon the surface of the sea. Raising his gaze, he noticed the woman beside him, slumped over the railing, having spent the entire night in that position. It was unlikely she had slept comfortably. Ugh, it's so hot. Bai Yong, still in slumber, furrowed her brow. Her face contorted in pain. She muttered incessantly, "It's so hot. Don't step on me. It has nothing to do with them. Wake up." Long girl. Awakened by the calls and gentle nudges, she abruptly opened her eyes, her breath quickening as she sought to regain her composure. After a moment, her breathing and spirit gradually relaxed, but her fists remained tightly clenched. She glanced at the person beside her, whose expression bore a wry smile, tinged with self-deprecation and a hint of sorrow. "I finally understand why I always sought to spar with you." Remembering now, the person beside her furrowed his brow slightly. Not entirely. Bai Yong sat up, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Yet, her neck felt uncomfortably crooked. Beads of sweat trickled down the back of her head, and she helplessly opened her mouth. "I have a stiff neck." With an almost inaudible sigh, the man beside her grasped her misaligned shoulder with one hand. His long fingers began to trace the tendons along her neck, applying pressure in a rhythmic manner. "Be gentle. That is a tendon, not elastic." Bai Yong protested immediately. Having not slept well, coupled with just waking up and suffering from the aftereffects of a stiff neck, she was in a decidedly low mood. "Oomph." Eagle Eye chuckled, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Perhaps a bit of pain would be beneficial for you, you impetuous little girl." After speaking, upon locating the twisted tendon, he transitioned from pressing to pinching, his grip intensifying considerably. "Oh, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." The recipient of the massage emitted a series of internal screams with each forceful press on her shoulder. Having lost her memory, she had even begun to fear this slight discomfort. Eagle Eye's brow remained slightly furrowed. He had indeed never given anyone a massage, but merely smoothing out the twisted tendon should suffice. It was just a bit of pain, after all. This is different. You might as well stab me instead. It hurts. Bai Yong gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Seems like you're on the verge of remembering everything. Your spirit is certainly returning." Upon hearing the woman call his surname as though they were meeting for the first time, Eagle Eye eased his grip slightly. Yet, for reasons unknown, it reminded him of a few nights prior on that small island, when this woman had called his name in a somewhat husky voice. Zhu Luo Jier halted his actions, his hands slowing down, while Bai Yong blinked at him like a pitiful child. "Just use an empty wine bottle to roll over that twisted tendon. I simply cannot endure your assault any longer." Feeling cornered, Eagle Eye thought he often found himself capitulating to this woman in various circumstances. With the empty wine bottle as her weapon, Bai Yong finally liberated her neck from the grasp of the world's greatest swordsman. In a short while, she felt considerably better. Ah, indeed, a mother's methods are always the best. Bai Yong smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight. Feeling the wine bottle rolling against her neck, she continued, "I remember. It is peculiar how I recall only my father, who is a dragon in this world, yet I still possess memories of my mother. Your inquiries are ones you must pose to yourself." Ceasing his movements, Eagle Eye discarded the empty wine bottle into the sea, elegantly crossing his left leg over his right. He resumed his usual demeanor, adjusting the brim of his hat. "That would be your ship, wouldn't it?" Slightly moving her neck, Bai Yong lifted her gaze toward the sea. In the distance, a massive blue Navy ship sped toward them, its side sail adorned with the Navy's seagull flag, while the mainsail prominently featured a spiraling silver-gray dragon as its most striking emblem. At the bow stood a mermaid statue, gripping swords in her hands. Her silver-gray wings unfurled and embedded on either side of the ship's prow. That was the Siren. She recognized it. Coming to welcome Bai Yong was indeed her ship. The Siren. Under the rushed efforts of the carrier company at Dock Number 1, both the bow and sails had undergone modifications. Naturally, the Siren's pride, the Sky Shell application system, had also seen improvements. In just 2 days, they had traveled from Water 7 to the headquarters and subsequently to this sea area in search of Eagle Eye's vessel. The unnatural winds now stirring upon the surface of the sea were a result of the Siren's extensive use of the Sky Shell throughout the journey. With curiosity and freshness in her eyes, Bai Yong followed Eagle Eye onto this ship, which felt somewhat unfamiliar to her. On the spacious deck, soldiers clad in Navy uniforms stood in 2 straight lines, parting to create a path. Upon witnessing this, Eagle Eye paused, allowing Bai Yong to proceed alone, for these were all there to welcome her. Big sister, we were so worried about you. Suddenly, at the forefront of the group, a burly man clad in a black justice jacket rushed towards her with outstretched arms, his eyes glistening with tears. Was this a gorilla? A fleeting memory flashed through Bai Yang's mind, but the towering figure, standing over 3 meters tall, instinctively made her want to flee. Taking a step back, she positioned herself beside Ing Yen, who merely cast her a sidelong glance, crossing his arms without uttering a word. The aura emanating from him immediately halted the advance of the imposing figure, Chao Zhongta. Meanwhile, in another squad, Chao Zhong He gaped in disbelief at his captain, who was attired in a dress. It wasn't the attire itself that shocked him, but the fact that their captain was hiding beside Ing Yen. Everyone at sea knew that Long Nu and Ing Yen were sworn enemies. The other soldiers also widened their eyes in astonishment. Their captain could not possibly appear so delicate, even if she was undeniably adorable. At that moment, Khazar, accompanied by another officer, Li Si-tae, emerged from the main cabin, adjusting his glasses that glinted with an inexplicable light. Approaching Bai Yong, he saluted with a naval gesture before lowering his hand. This action, though polite, made Bai Yong feel as if he was merely being perfunctory. Miss Bai Yong, he said, bypassing Ing Yen and fixing his gaze on her. Bai Yong nodded. Have you lost your memory? Khazar adjusted his glasses. Yes. Then I shall take command of this unit. Was this the legendary usurpation? Author's note, Chapter 68. In summary, you are not a competent captain. The man before her wore a neutral expression, occasionally adjusting his glasses as he methodically recounted Bai Yang's past indiscretions. At this moment, even Bai Yong felt a trickle of sweat upon recalling the state of her subordinates. All of it was true. She had indeed been quite irresponsible. Of course, even if you were incompetent, you were still the captain of this ship. However, you have now lost the capacity to lead your crew, Khazar declared, producing a stamped document from the naval headquarters. According to the orders given to me by Marshal Warring States, should you lose the ability and judgment to command this naval unit, I shall assume full control. With a simple wave of his hand, the dapper young man commanded the gorilla-like figure to return to formation, exuding an aura that Bai Yong found subtly unsettling. From his initial salute to his current declaration, it was evident that this man was her first officer. Did she despise him? No. She actually found him rather likable. Did she trust him? No. It was neither trust nor distrust. However, her first officer certainly harbored a strong aversion toward her. The state of their relationship was indeed dismal. Observing Bai Yong's silence, Khazar narrowed his eyes slightly. This sudden compliance from the wild woman was quite discomforting. He raised his hand to accept the silver-white sword handed to him by Li Si-tae and tossed it directly to the woman before him. This is your sword, given to you by Vice Admiral Karp. You have no other belongings aboard the Siren, so there is no need for further packing. It was a dismissal, clearly indicating that she was not to board the ship back to naval headquarters. After her amnesia, stepping onto what might be her own home, she never anticipated it would come with impeachment and betrayal. What about the thoughts of others? Bai Yong furrowed her brows, casting a glance at the soldiers on the deck. Perhaps due to the strict discipline of the Navy, all the soldiers seemed to have agreed upon a uniform stance, their baseball caps lowered. Bai Yong surveyed the area, but discerned nothing. What they thought was no longer of importance. Khazar's steady voice broke the silence once more, laced with a hint of sarcasm. The East Seas Dragon Girl, known for her independence, has always neglected her subordinates. Has her amnesia altered her character? Alas, the soldiers do not require a dependent little girl. Shut up. The phrase spontaneously surged in Bai Yang's mind. Clenching the sword in her right hand, she raised her gaze to confront the chestnut-haired man. Come, let us duel. With that, she unsheathed the silver-white sword, a motion she seemed to have performed countless times, yet she pointed the blade at a comrade for the first time. The blade shimmered ominously, and Khazar stared at the unsheathed by Long Jian in silence for a moment. Your mind appears to be solely fixated on fighting, whether before or after your amnesia. However, it is indeed an honor to witness your Bai Long Jian drawn. Bai Long Jian? What a mundane name. With a strong sense of familiarity, Bai Yang examined the sword she held. The sharp blade faintly bore the image of a coiling dragon, strikingly similar to the one on the mainsail. Upon closer inspection, the dragon suddenly opened its golden eyes, while faint arcs of azure electricity coiled around the blade. Ziz, ziz. Instinctively recalling some excruciating memories, Bai Yang stiffened, trying to release her grip on the sword. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the azure electricity surged up her body. Ugh! Everyone was momentarily taken aback, never expecting the sword to attack its owner. Only the dapper young man allowed a rare smile to grace his lips. The azure electricity coursed through Bai Yang's veins alongside her blood, a pain she would never forget, intertwining with all her memories, flooding back into her mind. I am Luo Bai Yang. Ing Yen furrowed his brows slightly, instantly sensing the change in the woman's aura beside him. He lowered the brim of his hat, his expression returning to that of an imperious demeanor. Khazar, standing beside Li Site, stepped forward to quietly remind the second-in-command aboard. This should be enough, right? Watching our captain suffer, the brothers can hardly contain themselves. Everyone, step back. At that moment, the usually calm voice transformed, issuing a commanding tone. If the captain's sword harms anyone besides myself, it will not end well. Upon hearing this, everyone retreated a few steps, gazing at the petite woman standing in the center. She slightly lowered her head, enveloped in a faint purple aura, concealing her expression from view. Yet, the invisible force she exuded conveyed to all that their captain had returned. With a decisive motion, she suppressed the blade, which still crackled with electricity, and swiftly returned it to its sheath. Bai Yang lifted her head, her audacious smile and raised eyebrows confirming that her memories had indeed returned. Khazar, your method for treating my amnesia was quite effective. Using provocation like this, are you not afraid I might truly strike you down? Rather than a treatment plan for your amnesia, I genuinely wish to unseat you from your position, Khazar retorted, pushing his glasses up. Indeed, quite candid. Should he attempt to quibble at this moment, he would surely find himself at the edge of her sword. Bai Yang took a deep breath, finding herself quite fond of her first officer. Surveying her surroundings, she smirked. As my first officer, aspiring to ascend from second to first is not a bad ambition. But do not use flimsy excuses to justify your actions. In the future, those who aspire to attain the captain's position may seek me out for a duel, thereby earning the esteemed title of the chief aboard this vessel. Pausing momentarily, she continued, additionally, I must apologize for causing concern among my comrades. We shall host a banquet tonight. Hooray! Welcome back, elder sister. Although the crew was eager to approach their captain with warm inquiries, the Siren was a naval flagship with a mere 60 crew members, and they were preoccupied with learning the new application system, Xin Tiankong Bay. Upon receiving Captain Lister's command to alter the course, the soldiers promptly returned to their respective duties. Even the 3 petty officers, who intended to report on recent events, accompanied the crew members out of the cabin first. Captain, it seems you have quite an array of tasks awaiting your attention. Of course, the second-in-command, Kassa, merely needed to fulfill his duty of keeping a watchful eye on the captain. He waved a stack of documents in his hand. It became apparent that the moment someone addressed her as captain, it was laden with sarcasm. Bai Yang smiled with narrowed eyes. Kassa, your diligence is commendable. How shall I express my gratitude for restoring my memories? He displayed boldness by continuing to wave the documents near her. No matter, it's merely part of the job. Regardless, I must ensure you complete your previous assignments. Understood, Bai Yang replied. Without waiting for Kassa to respond, her fist struck his right cheek, sending the usually immaculate first officer tumbling several meters before crashing against the railing. However, to the astonishment of the surrounding soldiers, the punch appeared to lack any real force, as the railing bore no signs of damage. Should you employ such underhanded tactics to incite betrayal among the crew again, I shall sever your tongue. With a blank expression, Bai Yang opened her mouth. Kassa, clutching his suddenly swollen cheek, sat up in disarray. A treacherous brute, he muttered. This is the legendary strength infused with internal energy. Having settled matters aboard her ship and regained her memories, Bai Yang turned stiffly toward the figure of Ing Yen, who stood at the edge of the vessel. When asked whether she remembered the events surrounding her amnesia, The answer was undeniably yes, despite her wish to forget. Now, confronted by those dark golden eyes, she felt an impulsive urge to flee. Embarrassed? Oh, she had embarrassed herself before Yin countless times. She was shameless and unrestrained, unconcerned about her past antics, wearing a nurse's uniform, being alone at the port, hesitating to sleep in a hotel bed, pleading not to be left alone, and instinctively seeking refuge beside him just moments ago. Oof. It appears you are capable of returning to the naval headquarters on your own. After observing the silent woman, whose expression changed subtly, Yin felt a sense of delight and smirked. Will you remember? Yang inquired, lifting her gaze to meet his. Remember what? No, nothing. He lightly adjusted the brim of his hat while watching her. I suspect it is something you cannot forget. What is there to remember? Yang greeted Hertuet, contemplating numerous scenarios of silencing him, though she was uncertain of how to proceed. Are you concerned? Yin raised an eyebrow. If he referred to the events during their journey, he believed there was little of significance. Her current expression was more deserving of scrutiny than when he had seen her in a state of undress. Oh well. How could that be? I'm leaving. Wait. Yang called out to Yin, who was about to turn away, her smile slightly strained. We haven't even exchanged greetings. With that, she drew out her by Longjian. Oh, this ship is new. Isn't it? Yin surveyed the surrounding soldiers, who dared not breathe. Why has it turned into a brawl? She merely wished to express her gratitude and generously invite him for a meal. Why had it come to this? She found it difficult to even make eye contact with him. Indeed, she conceded, quickly returning her sword to its sheath. Yang took a deep breath to calm herself and met his gaze once more. Allow me to treat you to dinner. Her voice was soft, almost inaudible, intended solely for him. Next time, he replied, seemingly echoing her sentiment with a lowered tone. When we meet again, let us dine together before exchanging pleasantries. Oh, Yin's voice, low and intimate, reached Yang's ears, momentarily creating an illusion that he was whispering sweet nothings to her. When she finally regained her composure, she realized he had already walked away some time ago. All right, here I stand, awkwardly at the ship's edge. Damn it, there are numerous men exuding male pheromones at sea. Not just Yin. No, she must seek out several commendable seafarers for a bit of fun. The author has something to say. Chapter 69. Since Yang returned to the Siren, it seemed that everything had returned to the proper course. Each day, the crew engaged in their tasks with unwavering diligence, casting occasional glances at their captain, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy and contentment. Upon her return, the captain not only retained her previous gallantry, but also exuded a newfound charm reminiscent of a delightful young woman. From time to time, she appeared lost in thought, akin to a cat that had not yet awakened from slumber. With a resounding slap, a stack of documents was forcefully placed before the captain's face by the second-in-command, who bore a stoic expression. Captain, if you have yet to awaken, return to your slumber. The woman, jolted from her stupor, rubbed her reddened nose and shot him a glance. I must say, Casa, you ought to be cautious with your cheeks swollen like that. You may struggle to attract a partner once ashore. Rest assured, Captain, our next destination is Marineford. Oh, so it doesn't team matter since it's headquarters? Then I wish you a lifetime of solitude, you sly fox. Wait, no. Why is the Siren heading to Marineford? I never stated I wished to return to headquarters. She recalled the events of Water 7 vividly and intended to confront Uncle Jean Guo about it. A vein throbbed on her temple as Casa slammed the documents on the table. The command orders have been on your desk for 2 days. It is your negligence for not reviewing them. With a sigh, he continued, let me be direct. Since we submitted the apprehension of Spandam, Admiral Jean Guo has issued orders for the Siren to return to headquarters. Although the ship's refitting has caused delays, as the commanding officer, you are required to comply. That command is quite outdated. Yang propped her chin on her hand, lazily glancing at the paper stamped with the headquarters seal. Indeed, I later contacted Vice Admiral Karp. He stated that he would take full responsibility. Casa adjusted his glasses, which had not slipped from their place. Allegedly, the Vice Admiral explained that you were off training. Uncle Jean Guo would undoubtedly interpret that as me being on vacation. More beads of sweat formed on her brow. Yang raised an eyebrow. So, what further orders have been issued? There are no additional documents. Only a phone call directly from Admiral Jean Guo. Allow me to recite his message for you. Lo Yang, since you, as the commanding officer, are not returning, this naval ship will not be maintained without purpose. That is all. A sense of foreboding washed over her. What does that mean? It means that our naval vessel has been deprived of supplies, allowances, and, naturally, the salaries of all personnel for the past 2 months. What happened to the 370 million I left for you? All of it has been expended aboard the Siren, leaving merely 128,000, which is allocated for supplies. Moreover, according to my statistics from yesterday, we have enough funds to last 3 more days. We are on the brink of bankruptcy. Casa, you spendthrift. 128,000. Confronted by the pouting reproach of a woman with a doll-like visage, Casa forcefully slapped his hands onto the office desk, lowering his gaze to meet the unmistakably guilty black eyes before him. This is a naval headquarters warship, and it is colossal. 66 souls aboard require sustenance and care. They are part of the Navy. Even in your absence, encountering pirates would provoke an aggressive response. Baiyang narrowed her eyes slightly, tilting her head to one side. It is my fault. I apologize, but I truly cannot bear to look at your swollen cheek. It is entirely your fault for being so serious all the time. Your current comical appearance is simply unscientific. Seemingly satisfied with this response, Casa straightened up and adjusted his glasses. Rest assured, the Siren's speed is remarkable. We shall reach headquarters by tomorrow. The headquarters will fully assume the supply needs of the port's warship, and I will report our work together. Excellent, Casa. When it comes to the reports from the civilian sector, I shall rely entirely on you. Baiyang raised her thumb and beamed. I will reclaim our wages. Speaking of wages, Baiyang actually only enjoys the benefits and allowances of a rear admiral in the Navy, with no monthly salary to speak of, as she is, externally, a bounty hunter. The bonus from the pirates she captures is more than sufficient to sustain her frugal lifestyle. However, the soldiers under her command are still, fundamentally, Navy personnel. Ever since hearing Casa's words, Baiyang felt an unsettling weight during dinner, as if she owed every soldier on the ship money. She hastily finished her meal and retreated to her room early, preparing to devise her words. By the time the night grew late, she had yet to formulate a comprehensive explanation, and with a sense of resignation, she collapsed onto her pillow and succumbed to slumber. The following morning, the Siren had already arrived within the waters of Marineford, mere hours away from the port. After bathing, she energetically donned the distinctive attire of the East Blue Dragon Maiden, a white tactical coat, an insignia of the Navy on her arm, practice pants, short boots, and the white dragon sword. These garments had been previously entrusted to Casa by Carp, signifying her return to headquarters, regardless of whether she regained her memories. Yesterday, she had spoken with Carp on the phone, during which he expressed a hint of disappointment, stating that if she genuinely remembered nothing, they would start afresh. And he had even prepared her enlistment recommendation letter for the Navy. If that were the case, it is unfathomable to consider what might transpire during the Marineford War. Should she assist the Navy? Well, never mind that. As she wrapped herself in bandages, a plan dawned on her. By noon, the Siren had reached the port of Marineford. The massive mainsail bore the Silver Dragon, announcing to all that the East Blue Dragon Maiden's ship had returned. Walking along the path to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, Casa maintained a straight posture, his white justice cloak draping over a brown double-breasted suit, complemented by a pitch-black silk tie, fitting, sophisticated, and reminiscent of his usual stability and elegance. However, the swollen bump on his right cheek undermined this aesthetic. Beside him walked a woman who bore little difference. A brazen smile adorned her face. Her hands nestled within the pockets of her coat, exuding an unmistakable air of delinquency. Yet her head, arms, and legs bore bandages, presenting the appearance of someone injured. As they made their way, not just the lower-ranked soldiers, but also several familiar colonels regarded them, as if they had emerged from a fierce battle. After all, how else would the captain and vice-captain be so marred? Your strategy is lacking, he remarked flatly to the person beside him. It is merely an excuse. I am only seeking a pretext. The individual beside him responded with a grin. As Baiyang anticipated, the atmosphere in the Fleet Admiral's office grew heavy the moment she stepped inside. Sengoku was bent over his desk, furrowing his brow as he focused on something. The large office was filled with the sound of a small goat nibbling on paper beside the desk. Such a terrifying ambience. He couldn't even muster the desire to glance at her. Baiyang felt beads of sweat trickling down her neck. She suspected that Sengoku, at this moment, might wish to feed her to the goat as well. Ahem. Casa coughed lightly from his side. This time, Sengoku lifted his gaze. He quickly scanned the two individuals who had entered, finally settling his gaze on Casa. Casa, what happened to your face? After respectfully saluting as a Navy officer, Casa stood tall. It's nothing, I got hit. Before Casa could provide further clarification, Baiyang raised her hand like a child eager to report a grievance. It was I who struck his face. This caused Sengoku's brow to furrow even more tightly. Is it something to boast about, hitting your own first officer? Admiral, the altercation between Miss Bai Yong and myself is merely akin to children bickering in kindergarten. Casa quickly interjected, placing the folder of recent reports respectfully on the desk. Sengoku nodded, glancing through the folder briefly. I understand the gist. As your ship's first officer, you have done well. Notably, he expressed satisfaction towards Casa while completely disregarding her presence. Bai Yong pouted, stuffing her hands into her pockets, then turned gracefully to exit. With a loud bang, the sound of a hand striking the desk successfully halted Bai Yong in her tracks. She spun around cheerfully, a radiant smile gracing her face. Admiral Sengoku, did you call for me? Report to me clearly on the situation in Water 7. With a glare, Sengoku commanded. I found Spandam intolerable, so I took action against him. Bai Yong replied, closing one eye. You are quite candid, Sengoku remarked, his gaze shifting as he sighed softly. Your penchant for capturing individuals is not new, but targeting government officials is a first. Fortunately, the evidence was well handled, so your capture is acceptable. Indeed, I must credit Admiral Sengoku for his indulgence and protection in this matter. What nonsense is this? The man seated at the desk exclaimed angrily. I will no longer intervene in the affairs of Water 7. Regardless of what transpires, you must bear the consequences. You should comprehend my meaning. Yes, including the unauthorized acceptance of Navy soldiers subjected to penalties. I shall take full responsibility for it all. I will also confront Spandam regarding his allegations against me, and Casa will assist me in handling it. As she spoke, she patted the shoulder of the person beside her. The individual beside her cast a sidelong glance. It is only natural for Casa to assist you in navigating this. If you were to handle it alone, another brawl would undoubtedly ensue. However, you need not worry excessively. Oh, Admiral Sengoku, you are truly kind to have intervened on my behalf. Bai Yong clasped her hands together, grinning earnestly. Thus, I'm assigning you this task. Sengoku picked up a folder and extended it towards Bai Yong. A new assignment, Bai Yong mused as she opened it, only to be momentarily taken aback. The contents are all related to CP9. Why? She looked up, puzzled at Sengoku. Indeed, you're the one who allowed them to escape. If you had not meddled in the affairs of Water 7, their escape would not concern you. Now you have two choices. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Bai Yong clenched her fists in silence. Ultimately, without her intervention, many matters would not have escalated unnecessarily. Admiral Sengoku. About the wages. The conversation had nearly reached its conclusion, and it was imperative to address the issue of compensation. No wages. At the mention of this, a vein throbbed on Sengoku's forehead. Where have you been for the past 2 months? The headquarters cannot sustain a non-working unit without compensation. Report. I inadvertently fell into the belly of a sea king. After a long period of training and life-and-death struggles, I finally returned. Sengoku squinted slightly, his expression clearly conveying disbelief. Finish your report and leave. Hasten to attend to the matters at hand. Oh no, dear Uncle Zhanghua. Bai Yong swiftly approached the desk, her expression earnest. Look at me. I'm all bandaged up. It has truly been an arduous journey. I assure you, I did not intentionally flee from the headquarters. The person seated at the desk did not even spare her a glance, instead picking up several sheets of paper to feed the sheep. Never mind. She had anticipated this reaction. Raising an eyebrow, Bai Yong turned around, casually sitting cross-legged in front of the desk. I am who I am. The Sai Run Hao is the Sai Ren Hao, and each of them diligently captures pirates. Uncle Zhanghua, you cannot deprive them of their rightful compensation. As she spoke, she waved dismissively at Casa, who stood there looking as if he wished to raise a placard, declaring he did not know her. Casa, go back to the ship and tell the brothers that I won't return unless I receive my wages for today. Hearing this, Zhanghua furrowed his brow. Suit yourself. If this task is delayed any further, it will not only affect your ship salary. This time, Bai Yong feigned ignorance to Zhanggua's words, shifting her position to sit beside the little sheep and gently patting its head. The refined man, standing in the center of the room, was left speechless for 5 minutes, realizing that neither the elder nor the younger was willing to yield. Helplessly, he saluted and turned to return to the Sai Ren Hao, with the suspension of salary compensation. Wells could be halted. These naval soldiers, who support families, have little to their names aside from their uniforms. If even their uniforms were stripped away, she would personally support them and become a pirate. Bai Yong pouted, resting her chin on her hand as she continued to play with the sheep. Bai Yong, why are you sitting here? Qing Ji entered the marshal's office, immediately noticing the conspicuous figure of a certain girl by the desk. Oh, Uncle Kazan, I am here to protest. I'm broke, utterly impoverished, Qingji glanced at the silent Zhanghua and then at the doll-faced girl sitting under the desk. He scratched the back of his head, then rummaged through the pockets of his suit vest. After emptying his pockets, he held out all the money he had to Baiyang. Here, pocket money. Baiyang looked over, embarrassed. 2 20-belly coins and 1 10-belly coin, totaling 50 belly. Uncle Kazan, how do you spend the salary of a general? Furthermore, you gave her pocket money, pocket money, pocket money. Thank you, Uncle Kazan. I will go to the military supply store snack shop to buy 2 chocolate bars to stave off hunger. What, are you hungry? I'll treat you to lunch. No, I must remain here, fighting for the next meal for the soldiers on my ship. Baiyang clinchet her feast. Crack. The sharp sound of certain pins snapping made by Yang's neck ache, reminiscent of her earlier discomfort. She summoned her yang energy to envelop her body, shielding herself from the oppressive aura emanating from Uncle Zhanghua. Please calm down, Mr. Zhanghua. Although I am unaware of the troublesome situation at hand, it would be prudent to seek some leniency. Qingji thought, scratching his head. Baiyang, do you not realize that is your worship? Get to the port and fill the water buckets. I will deduct half a year's wages from everyone on your ship. Zhanghua stood up abruptly, glaring down at her. Ah, so you mean their wages will resume after 6 months, and from now on, benefits will remain unchanged? Baiyang stood up, her eyes sparkling with joy. This time, make sure to bring sea prism stone handcuffs for the water buckets. Zhanghua frowned, but simultaneously retracted his oppressive aura, tacitly agreeing. Yes, Uncle Zhanghua, standing straight. She clasped her fists. Baiyang smiled. Wait, what about the souvenir this time? Baiyang, about to dash away, sheepishly scratched the back of her head. I truly fell into the belly of a fish. The author has something to say. Have you learned the correct method to obtain your salary? Oh, I will release this chapter early today. Chapter 70. Baiyang had endured the water bucket punishment numerous times. It was an infallible method of discipline employed by Uncle Zhanghua. Initially, when she first entered the naval headquarters, it was highly effective, for at the port, everyone would come to know her as that certain someone. Being surrounded by so many spectators was uncomfortable for anyone. Thus, in the early days, Baiyang would sulk for the entire day, exuding a murderous aura as a deterrent. Naturally, those soldiers who merely wished to steal glances at her were quite entertained. Ultimately, during that period, all the soldiers grew increasingly courageous in battle. Now, Baiyang mused, it was Uncle Zhanghua who had nurtured her shamelessness and thick skin. Just like now, even with a sign prohibiting feeding, she continued to yawn lazily, casually sitting beside a low building at the side port with a metal bucket filled with seawater atop her head. The sea breeze caressed the port, and waves crashed rhythmically against the gray-white stone bricks. The side port of Marineford was typically tranquil, devoid of any particularly loud sounds. The sounds of waves, seagulls, and soldiers hauling sails and transporting goods filled the air. Since the main port cannot be obstructed, she had grown accustomed to lingering at the side port near the residential area. The vacant space beside the low building had nearly become her personal domain, adorned with several pots of flowers that had mysteriously appeared in a spotless gray-white ground, wiping away the tears caused by her yawning. The jingling sea prism stone handcuffs once again reminded Baiyang that she was indeed being punished. Oh, young man, she waved at a passing soldier. Me? Yes. Baiyang, sister. The young soldier, called upon, immediately halted, running to her side and standing at attention. What time is it? It is already 3 in the afternoon. Has the mess hall opened? Baiyang potet in discontent. Ah, do you mean dinner? It opens at 6:30. How long has it been since lunch ended? An hour. I see, propping her chin up with one hand, she lazily half opened her eyelids. Do you think there are any leftovers? Sister Baiyang, generally, soldiers on duty during the evening go to eat, so the cooks usually prepare extra portions. The soldier scratched his head, blushing as he stole a few glances at Baiyang. Would you like me to fetch a portion for you? You're truly considerate. Rising hair Ilids, Baiyang smiled. Just see the sign beside me, all right? You go about your business. Yes, Sister Baiyang. With a rumbling stomach that had not consumed breakfast or lunch, Baiyang sighed. How cruel. Uncle Zhanghua has even resorted to this game of withholding food. Even though she did not bring a souvenir this time, and he broke her beloved pen, it was not her fault. Look, the crowd of onlookers has begun to include children as young as 10. Lifting her gaze towards the alley leading to the residential area, she raised an eyebrow, waving at a few small children who were peeking around the corner. What do you want? The leader, a boy with a crew cut, bravely approached, drawing a small wooden sword, resembling her by Long Jian, from his waist and pointing it at Baiyang, his expression tense. This made Baiyang smile. That wooden sword was clearly a mimicry of her by Long Jian. This little boy was undoubtedly her fan. ISNT that right? Huh. Oh, so you dare to brandish your sword at me. Should I commend your bravery or deem your ignorance? Eek. This statement instantly made the two little sidekicks, who had been peeking out from the alley, retract their heads, yet they still stole furtive glances in her direction. Oh, little one, why don't you run away? You still dare to point your sword at me? Bai Yong closed one eye and smiled at the trembling little boy with a crew cut. I want to duel with you. Duel my foot. Why should she bully a little brat? Well, she had already been bullying him just moments ago. If a little boy were to hold out a lollipop, she could easily snatch it away. She was certainly not a gentleman like Hawkeye. She was a rogue. With a flick of her finger, she moved aside the blade of the small wooden sword before her and said, "All right, if you help me with something, I will fight you." Really? Yes, really. Adjusting the bucket on her head, she nodded slightly. Then you must come home with me. Fight me in front of my sister. Sure, Bai Yong replied as she began to rummage through her pockets. The sound of clinking coins followed, and she finally found a few copper coins. Together with the 50 berries given to her by Uncle Kazan earlier, she had a total of 150 berries. Here, take this and buy something to eat. Skip the jerky. I'm tired of it after being at sea. Oh, in the blink of an eye, the little boy with the crew cut, accompanied by two little followers, disappeared around the corner. Bai Yong continued idly balancing the bucket. Uncle Sengoku had forbidden anyone from feeding her, but that only applied to the Navy personnel. No matter what punishment was handed down, it couldn't be enforced on ordinary citizens. She rubbed her empty stomach and thought, "Even the children are bullying me, Captain." Casting a sidelong glance at the chestnut-haired man emerging from the corner, Bai Yong raised an eyebrow. "What can I do? No one from my side came to help me. You needn't doubt their loyalty. They all want to rush to bring you food, only to face demotion as a result." Casa adjusted his glasses that perched firmly on his nose. "But I have stopped them. Good job. Those at their ranks will be expelled from the Navy if they were demoted further." She paused. How is the siren ship doing? All is normal. Resupply work will be completed by afternoon, and we can set sail tonight. The latest bounty posters have all been organized. Ah, as expected of Casa. Truly reliable. Hand them over. I want to take a look. She gestured to the man beside her, entirely unsurprised that he carried a folder with him. These. Oh, they're all here. She briefly scanned the stack of the latest bounty posters, selecting a few featuring the supernovas. Bai Yang Smilet Jofuli. We needn't concern ourselves with these pirates. Taking the bounty sheet, Casa adjusted his glasses that glimmered with an indistinct light. Are you sure you don't want to take action against them? The bounties are quite decent. TSK, not yet. They will grow stronger, haha. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the alleyway, and soon, the little boy with the crew cut returned, flanked by his two little companions. They piled the food they had bought in front of Bai Yong, resembling offerings made to a deity. Where did you buy this? Opening one of the paper bags, Bai Yong glanced at it in disbelief. It's from the old lady's snack shop at the end of the alley. Their snacks are delicious. One of the chubby boys proclaimed eagerly. Opening other bags revealed corn sticks, cheese biscuits, chocolate cookies, and fruit gummies, an array of treats. This must surely be divine retribution for her earlier comment about using Admiral Akiji's salary to buy snacks. There are so many varieties of these gummies. They seem to be a new product from the West Sea. MHM, these candies are super tasty. The other boy exclaimed, eyes shining with excitement. It's just QQ candies, she thought to herself, refraining from mentioning that she had already gorged on them on some island. Tossing the gummy bag to the chubby boy, Bai Yong pulled out the corn stick and cookies to munch on. Hey, I've already fulfilled your request. Let us have our duel. Seeing that his companions had been won over, the crew-cut boy clenched his fists and addressed the woman sitting on the ground, nibbling on a cookie. Huh, kid, don't you know my name? I am the Dragon Lady of the East Sea, Luo Bai Yong. Of course I know your name, he replied, crunching the cookie in his right hand while lifting the corn stick in his left. Since you know, you should call it out. What's your name? Montakia. After swiftly finishing all the cookie snacks, Bai Yong wiped the crumbs from the corner of her mouth with her thumb and licked her lips. I'm still not full. You'd have been better off buying 2 rice balls. Big eater. We could enjoy those snacks for a long time. Moer felt that Bai Yong was just stalling. You know, there's snacks now. Sister wants proper food. Something to fill her belly. Do you think I'm some little girl who treats snacks as afternoon tea? Bai Yong raised her chin, completely intimidating the little ones. You seem to be enjoying yourself quite a bit, Miss Bai Yong. You shouldn't bully these children. Casa shrugged. Why are you still here? Aren't you supposed to be back on the siren ship working? Bai Yong shot him a glare. As first mate, my primary duty is to accompany you. Then just stay here and enjoy the breeze. Moer, you also saw it. I am still being punished. as long as the Marshal S orders don't come down. I cannot. Bayong, who had initially intended to send the little boy away, suddenly had a thought. She rubbed her chin and shifted the topic. Ah, I just remembered. Uncle Sengoku only told me to balance this bucket. He didn't say I couldn't move. Hey, your home is near the port, right? Just around the corner at the end of the alley. All right. Supporting the bucket on her head, Bayong stood up and glanced at Kasa, who was merely observing. With a smile, she said, let us go to your house and fight. She certainly did not wish to walk down the street with the bucket on her head, drawing attention. So, after Mo Air clarified the specific location, Bayong naturally pulled Kasa along, allowing his tall stature of 185 centimeters to shield her from the prying eyes around her. They quickly arrived at Mo Air's home. It was a quaint bakery filled with the aroma of wheat. Bayong instinctively swallowed, for when she worked at sea, she never skimped on satisfying her taste buds, and now was no exception. However, it seemed that she had run out of money. With this thought, Bayong turned and raised her head to send a silent plea for help to her first mate. As the ship's meticulous second-in-command, Kasa did not disappoint. He completely rebuffed her unspoken call for assistance with a look through his glasses. While the two Navy ship captains were still engaged in a silent negotiation over whether to spend a few berries on bread, Mo Air's sister, Lin Nita, emerged from the back kitchen. Is that you, Miss Bayong? Really? Lin Nita was an ordinary girl with freckles on her face, sporting long golden hair tied in a ponytail, and wore an apron that indicated her efficiency in her work. Yes, I was invited to have a duel with your brother. Montakia. Bayong adjusted the bucket on her head. Mo Air, you have a backyard, right? Let's fight there. Wait. Montakia. Bayong. Lin Nita hurriedly tried to stop them, but both parties had already taken solemn steps past her and into the back door. The backyard was a modest open area, adorned with a small flower bed, exuding a warm ambience. Bayong plucked a slender branch from a not-so-tall tree and swung in her hand. You still lack the qualification for me to draw my white dragon sword, so this will suffice. I understand. Mo Air drew the small wooden sword hanging at his waist. Please be gentle. Wait. At that moment, Lin Nita dashed between the two, arms outstretched towards Bayong, attempting to shield her brother behind her. Miss Bayong, you're a world-class swordsman. Please do not bully a child. Bully? Bayong raised an eyebrow, instinctively shaking the high Lucier handcuffs. Perhaps, in terms of strength, it could be considered bullying a small demon, yet from the perspective of equally matched warriors. Your brother Mo Air stands as my challenger on equal footing. You must understand, he is my challenger. But, sister, I am now a swordsman, a man capable of protecting you. 3 minutes later, Bayong ground her teeth, gripping Mo Air's small neck and whispering in his ear. You little rascal. Sister is helping you prove your ambition. You are quite bold, daring to deceive me. I do not. Your bucket-like head is indeed a weakness. What is wrong with my attack there? At worst, I will treat you to the bread made by your elder sister. You would like that, wouldn't you? The scene. As Mo Air's small wooden sword grazed the bucket on his head and drenched a certain girl with seawater, caused her to narrow her eyes. Deal. She released Mo Air and swept her wet bangs behind her ear. Well done, young one. You are indeed formidable. It is evident that you shall become a strong adversary to Zhu, Luoji, or Mihawk in the future. No, my target is you. What can a wayward girl like me possibly learn? Gently flicking Mo Air's small head, Bayong smiled and nodded at the worried Lin Nita, standing aside. Your brother is already grown up. Lin Nita's face radiated pride and happiness as she nodded and rushed to embrace her brother, stroking his hair. Mo Air is the bravest and can protect his sister already. The sun was nearing the horizon, its golden hue casting a warm glow over the entirety of Marineford. Clutching a large bag filled with assorted breads, Bayong flashed a triumphant smile at the person beside her, who was carrying a bucket. So, you earned bread for dinner? Did you? Glancing at her, Kasa adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses. You truly cherish your pirate brother, don't you? Of course I take pride in him. Even though you will eventually capture him, well, I think capturing him and taking pride in him are two different matters. Looking towards the port that was gradually approaching in the distance, she seemed to recall something. Kasa, you sly one, you are actually here to issue my punishment orders. Aren't you? Discovered. The person beside him shrugged indifferently. You scoundrel, unlock these high Lucier handcuffs for me. The author has something to say. CP9 is about to return. There have been many matters these past 2 days. For the next 2 days, I shall post half a chapter. Chapter 71, the supplies are plentiful, and even if we do not purchase anything for the next 2 or 3 islands, we will be fine. Sitting across from the round table, the captain of the third squad, Aker, swiftly shuffled the long strip of cards in his hand without raising his head. Indeed, sister, when we were at headquarters, we were quite busy resupplying. The ship is large, and the cargo hold is ample. On the opposite side of the round table, the captain of the second squad, Tali, laughed heartily, pulling out a card from a pile of long strip cards in his hands. I play this. Bang. This came from the captain of the first squad, Lister, who sat to Bai Yang's right. As a veteran who was once a major, he exuded a sense of middle-aged steadiness. Rubbing the stubble on his chin, he placed down a card inscribed with a value of 10,000, saying, "Captain, what are your plans next?" I plan to." Bayang, still contemplating with the card in hand, was interrupted by a certain first mate to her left, whose expression was growing increasingly grim. "Everyone, what are you doing?" "Playing a card game from the elder sister's hometown." Tali scratched the back of his head. "It's called Mahjong," Aker replied. "That is not what Brigadier General Casa meant." Lister interjected. "We are in a meeting, discussing matters with the captain. Coincidentally, sister mentioned that the new cards were ready and wanted us to try them." "Brigadier General Casa, have you not been here all along? Why not give it a try? It's quite an interesting card game." Adjusting his glasses firmly, Casa narrowed his eyes, silently conveying that this ship was about to become a lawless pirate vessel. Diverting her gaze, Bayang set down her cards for the other three to see. "I win." "Lastly," she continued, "we currently have no issues with our supplies. So I intend to hold off on financial matters for a few more days and resolve the tasks entrusted to us by Uncle Sengoku first. Indeed, our current course is directed towards the homeland of CP9. The mission to capture CP9 must be completed swiftly unless unforeseen complications arise." Casa immediately responded, speaking earnestly. "Your other complications refer to my ideas, do they not?" Propping her chin with one hand, Bayang tilted her head to observe him. "I will tell you, capturing CP9 is a troublesome affair. Thus, I plan to refrain from action. You all should not act either. The homeland of CP9 is a place known as Pigeon Island, where every generation of CP9 has been nurtured. Presently, the new generation of CP9 is also undergoing training. Rob Lucci and the others have returned to their homeland from St. Bayang for some time now. They cannot clearly articulate whether this is due to the blessing of that short woman, but they have indeed experienced a remarkably tranquil life. Until today, when a general who had consumed the bean fruit led a large contingent of Navy troops to their homeland. Allowing their homeland to be embroiled in chaos is absolutely unacceptable. This is the former CP9, Rob Lucci. Please listen to me. One day, we shall all return." Rob Lucci's words still carried the same politeness as before, even though they had caused Spandam on the other end of the line to slam down the phone in anger and fear. At the scene, all the Navy personnel aboard the warship were lying sprawled on the ground, their general having been transformed into round balls scattered about due to the fruit's ability. Standing at the bow of the Siren, Bayang retracted her binoculars. She gestured with her hand, signaling the ship to approach. She truly did not understand. Even if this being general was acting under Spandam's orders to capture CP9, it seemed rather weak, not at all on the same level. This also proved another point. Spandam was unaware that she was there to capture CP9. This order was personally issued by Uncle Sengoku to ease the conflict between her and Spandam, or rather, with the internal factions of the government. "Lucci, look at that ship." Khalifa nudged her glasses, pointing towards a Navy warship gradually approaching them across the sea. "Could that dragon emblem be?" Bruno exclaimed in surprise. Without waiting for the Siren to get too close, Bayang leaped into the air and gracefully landed on the deck of the Navy ship, where CP9 members were located. "Hello, everyone." She raised her hand in greeting to all present. "Hello, Owl." Weichi and Gabra instinctively raised their hands in response. Wait, why are you here?" Gabra, suddenly awakened, pointed at her. "Is it to reclaim the money you lent before?" Khalifa stepped forward, placing her index finger on her lips, signaling for silence. Bayang slightly curled her lips, surveying everyone present. She paused for a moment on Rob Lucci, who still had a bandage wrapped around his head, and likewise. He scrutinized her for a long while. "In accordance with Marshal Sengoku's orders, I am here to capture you all." "Marshal?" Everyone was taken aback. Making another gesture for silence, Bayang beckoned with her finger, pointing towards their approaching ship, the Siren. The conference room aboard the Siren is connected to Bayang's office. Such a grand, individual office was unsuitable for her, so the main captain's quarters were naturally left to Casa. The conference room itself was rather simple, with just a large round table and a few chairs. There were 2 rows of long sofas on either side and an office desk at one end, nothing more. It was so simple that even the seating for CP9 and several of her captains was insufficient. Originally, Bayang had intended to allow everyone to sit freely and resolve matters in a pleasant and relaxed atmosphere. Well, perhaps the current subtly tense atmosphere is not merely due to the shortage of chairs. I never imagined the conference room would host so many guests. Bayang scratched the back of her head, feeling a headache coming on. Casa, let us procure a long table. With all due respect, Miss Bayang, shouldn't we first address the task assigned by Admiral Sengoku? Casa, clutching a folder, stood alongside several other officers from the CP9. This positioning was a cue from Bayang. If everyone stood too dispersed, it might create the illusion of encirclement. Yes. Observing the CP9 members tense with anticipation, she casually crossed her legs atop the desk. Don't be so anxious. If I intended to draw my sword, I would have done so back there. Besides, if you did not trust me even a little, you wouldn't have accompanied me back to the ship. So, let's be straightforward. I do not wish to apprehend you, but the nature of the situation has changed, and I cannot defy Admiral Sengoku's orders. Then, Bayang, what is the implication of your invitation? It was Rob Lucci, the leader, who spoke. His hands tucked into his pockets, eyebrows raised. This was his first direct confrontation with Bayang. Two paths lie before us. The first, I seize you all. Naturally, the outcome would be your imprisonment. Frankly, you are aboard my vessel, and I am quite protective of my own. Hence, I would not hesitate to suppress all of you immediately. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Bayang's expression turned serious, her words causing everyone to tense further. You indeed possess considerable confidence in your abilities. And what is the second option? Lucci stood directly opposite her, less than 2 meters apart, his imposing aura simultaneously intimidating Bayang. Well, Bayang shifted her gaze, feigning annoyance. You all must become my subordinates. A smile graced her lips as she surveyed the astonished and skeptical expressions of those present. Do not look at me like that. Just as I stated when I first met Bruno and Gabra, I thought I would never see you again. Now make your choice. This was the order given to her by Admiral Sengoku. Either spare everyone or capture them all. I see. Then may I inquire about your thoughts? Lucci furrowed his brow, the surrounding atmosphere continuing to press upon her. Me? Bayang raised an eyebrow, placing her legs down from the desk and leaning on it with one hand supporting her chin. She met Lucci's gaze directly. Interesting. I offer you a choice. Yet you return the question to me. Very well. I lean towards sparing you all. Simultaneously, I trust you do not wish to involve yourselves further with the government and navy. She paused, snapping her fingers towards her companions. Casa, please read the conditions of their employment aboard the Siren. Yes, Casa nodded, retrieving the white paper Bayang had discreetly given him earlier. Upon reading the lines, the corners of his mouth twitched. 1 week on, 6 weeks off, or 5 days on, 2 days off. The former means appearing for 1 day each week, or 4 days in front of other Navy personnel within a month. The latter is the same as other soldiers. That is all. It seems you are well prepared, Bayang. Lucci, hands still in his pockets, appeared relaxed while observing her. Whether I am prepared or not depends on you. Bayang stood up, smiling. And by the way, while we have been conversing, the Siren has already set sail for some time. I do not wish to arouse the suspicions of any agents Spandam might send. You have 1 week to consider. Will you kill me to seize the Siren, or will you come work for me? As previously mentioned, the Siren is quite spacious. And regardless of how it is modified, the crew seems considerably sparse compared to other naval vessels, with only a third of the usual personnel. Casa arranged rooms for each member of CP9, while Khalifa, being a woman, was placed in the vacant room directly opposite Bayang's bedroom. How tedious. Is it really so troublesome to capture the CP9? Casa reported the arrangements to the woman lounging with her legs crossed at the desk, his brow furrowed. Of course. It is troublesome. Leaning back in the wooden chair, Bayang tilted her body slightly. Rob Lucci is not an easy opponent, and that is without considering them all acting together. You know that's not what I mean. Is it that simple to spare the CP9? You would have to bind yourself with the original government's intelligence agents. Your commonality is that you all know too much. Surprisingly, the usually sarcastic first mate exhibited considerable agitation. Bayang regarded him, a slight smile forming on her lips. Either capture them or, if something goes awry, obliterate us all together. Admiral Sengoku truly understands me. This is yet another clever method to constrain me. However, I'm not so eager to take on this hot potato. You see, I previously allowed them to choose. If they had acted then, I would have made sure these former members of CP9 vanish from this Grand Line. Is that so? It seems you have given it considerable thought. The auburn-haired man squinted his eyes, then remained in the Navy at ease. You will become a formidable general. Just like your mentor, the hero Garp. You might even become an even more powerful admiral. An admiral me? Huh. Ha ha. It appeared she had heard the most amusing thing. Bai Yang doubled over in laughter. With my temper and disregard for the law, if I actually obtained military credentials, I would be facing a deluge of reprimands daily. Suddenly, she stopped, her eyes forming a beautiful arc casa. Do you want me to be the captain of this warship? As your superior. I do not wish that. The person across from her quickly responded. Oh, then do you want me to stay in the Navy? I do. Hee hee. Well then, do you despise me? Extremely. That is splendid. Rising to her feet, she abruptly seized Cass's black silk tie across the desk, drawing him down to meet her gaze. I shall ensure you remain my deputy for life. The author has something to say. The updates have been a bit slower these past couple of days due to various matters. The entire chapter is ready. This is the first part of the side story, 1. First, there is Smoker. Many people like him, and of course, they will come to like him even more later on. However, in the end, he is still a supporting character, so we will recount a segment of his story in another world. Of course, this is unrelated to the main plot. For an adult over 18 who has been working for a few years, returning home after a night of drinking is quite normal. However, the following situations may also arise. 1. Loud shouting while inebriated. 2. A complete lack of intelligence while drunk. 3. Impulsive purchases while intoxicated, such as acquiring a small animal, only to wake up to find a rabbit on the bed in the morning. Refer to the comic Bouncing and Jumping Centauro for specifics. 4. A one-night stand while under the influence. Coincidentally, our Ms. Hui Hui managed to do them all, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. Oh, my head aches. Hui Hui typically does not rise early, as her work is conducted from home. However, today, she awoke to a strong scent of cigar smoke. Of course, upon waking, the hangover symptoms hit her hard. After struggling for a while, she felt a pair of hands massaging her temples, which provided slight relief. Then she was helped to sit up, and soon a cool sensation near her lips indicated the presence of a water cup. Get up, drink some water. A low, husky, and magnetic male voice spoke to her. Just as she swallowed a mouthful of water, Hui Hui was fully awakened, her eyes snapping open. PFF, without reservation, and with a bit of saliva added, she sprayed the water all over the face of the man who had been feeding her. What the hell? The man, drenched in water, did not seem angry. Instead, he wore a deeply furrowed brow. Sitting up against the pillow. The woman stared at him in shock, her voice growing louder. A robber. Yeah. The man, momentarily alert, cast a glance around the pitifully small bedroom. After confirming something, understanding dawned upon him. He brushed away the droplets of water from his face and furrowed his brow, exclaiming, I am not a robber. I am your husband. Before the man could finish his sentence, the girl, named Hue Hue, not waiting for him to elaborate, seized the iron alarm clock for the bedside table and hurled it at his head. However, the clock passed through the man's momentarily vaporized head and, as fate would have it, struck her foot instead. It was summer, and with no quilt for protection, Hue Hue cried out in pain, ouch. What on earth are you doing? The man grimaced and tenderly caressed her now swollen left foot. Stop moving. I'm not a robber. I am your husband. Startled by the earlier incident with the alarm clock, Hue Hue gasped, momentarily forgetting the discomfort in her foot as the peculiar situation took precedence. The man sitting at the edge of the bed, clad in a white fur-collared jacket and navy pants, with his light blue hair and 2 cigars perpetually clenched between his lips, was none other than Smog. Her heart raced as she struggled to comprehend the scene before her. You say I am your wife? She questioned, incredulous. Yes, he replied. When did we get married? She demanded, bewildered. Glancing around, she confirmed that this was indeed her room. She had not traversed time. Could it be that Smog had crossed over instead? Last night, he stated, tossing a folder from the desk towards her. Upon opening the red folder, Hue Hue was met with a Japanese marriage certificate, her own alongside Smog's. This is impossible. You are undocumented here, she protested. The man retrieved an identification card from his jacket pocket. Hue Hue's eyes widened as she observed the ID bearing the name Smog Lee. He shared her surname. No, this cannot be. I am Chinese, and even if I settled in Japan, I only recognize Chinese marriage certificates. He pointed again to the folder. Quickly flipping aside the Japanese marriage certificate, she closed the folder abruptly upon glimpsing a red booklet embossed with Chinese characters that dazzled her eyes. Not to mention the various documents and bankbooks that had flashed by. With a resigned sigh, Smog offered her a model box. Look at this. You married me last night. Think carefully. As Hue gazed at the rectangular, one-piece figurine box, memories flooded back. She recalled her feelings of emptiness and solitude, leading her to a night out with friends, where she had drunk too much. Passing a stall under a bridge selling figurines, the mysterious vendor had offered her a selection. You could choose family, husband, brother, friend, or sister. It's a trial period, free of charge, as long as you agree to something. The stall had an array of figurines, from hunters to characters from Naruto and other anime. She had been drawn to the white-clad hunter Smog. "Oh, it's him. The best, the most manly navy," she had exclaimed. "I love you, Smog. Come home with me." Thus, she had purchased the palm-sized Smog figurine. Suddenly, it dawned on her that the box contained an instructional disc that she had inserted into her computer before bed. Rushing to her desk, she clicked the mouse, and indeed, the computer was still on. To her dismay, the instruction manual contained a glaring line in red. "If you breach the contract within 3 months, we bear no responsibility for any misfortune in your life." This was a blatant threat from a deity. "Are you all right?" The man, who had been ignored until now, raised an eyebrow and inquired. "I'm going to work." "Where to?" "Where can you, a smoke fruit user, possibly go?" "To Lowtown." Smog, still holding a cigar, opened the bedroom door. "You can find me through that white door in the living room." "What? Then I can go to Grand Line?" "No, that's too dangerous. You are not allowed to come." With a smirk, he added, "You can enter, but you will never be able to return here. If you wish to spend your life with me on my side, then come." Suddenly, her excitement faded, and a crucial thought struck Hue, causing her to clutch her nightgown tightly. "Why, you mean we did something last night?" The man preparing to leave paused, his silence stretching for 10 seconds before he finally answered. "Yes, you're lying. I don't believe you. My clothes are perfectly fine. I'm all clean. I dressed you," Smog said with a mischievous grin. "And you slept so soundly last night that you hardly resisted. You scoundrel. I preserved my purity for 25 years, and now I've been defiled by some figurine-like creature. What kind of justice is this? Calm down. I will return home for dinner after work." The man, visibly troubled, scratched the back of his head. After taking a few steps out, he turned back. "Oh, and the marriage certificate issued by the world government is with me. Get out. Living room's white wooden door. Forget it. It's only 3 months." Hue's mood had somewhat stabilized throughout the day. After all, she was an adult now. Even if it was a one-night stand with someone who might be a figurine, he was undeniably a remarkably masculine figure residing in the realm of anime. Thus, she bore no ill will or feelings of deception. She spent the day immersing herself in work to soothe her heart. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was nearing 3 in the afternoon. She didn't feel hungry. Being single often led her to forget meals while working, and her stomach had long since adapted to the irregularity. Stretching her limbs as she stepped into the living room, Hue noticed an additional door on the wall opposite the sofa. The white door triggered a sudden recollection, and she held her breath as she rushed to it. Twisting the handle, the door creaked open, confirming Smog's words that she could find him through this door, for beyond it was indeed Smog's office. He was seated with his feet propped on the desk, engrossed in reading a newspaper. Noticing the shadow of a door on the wall beside him, Smog lowered the paper and glanced at the clock on his desk. "Is there something you need?" "Nothing. Just checking if this is real." Clearing her throat, she added, "If you're coming for dinner, I only have instant noodles here." After a pause, he frowned slightly. "I will cook. You go buy the ingredients. Can you buy the food from the One Piece world?" "Good job. Yes, I understand." At that moment, there was another person in the office. But due to Hue's limited view from the doorway, she failed to notice Daddy, who was on the other side with the child. He suddenly recovered from his shock and rushed to the desk. "Brother, who is this? A woman? A devil fruit user? Smog, are you really going to cook for her?" "Ah, she is my wife," Smog replied, still nonchalant with the cigar in his mouth. "When did you get married?" "No way. You finally came to your senses. Hurry and have a child like my darling. It must be a girl." With a slam, Hue shut the door and turned rigidly away. Perhaps she should purchase a pregnancy test. General Smoker, the White Hunter of Roadtown, has wed. The general, known for his kindness towards subordinates, yet outwardly fierce demeanor, has kept the details of his marriage shrouded in mystery. Even Sergeant Dasky remains unaware of when the union took place. Whispers suggest that the general's wife possesses extraordinary abilities. If one encounters a shadowy door, it is surely she who lurks behind it. She has never emerged from that shadowy portal, and only the general has access to it. The bond between the general and his spouse is exceptional. Soldiers passing by have recounted seeing the general emerge from the shadowy door with a smile, followed closely by an array of items such as pillows, alarm clocks, and vases. It is widely believed that these gifts are tokens from her, perhaps meant to alleviate the General S burdens during work. Upon hearing the news, Sergeant Dasky rejoiced for several days, delighted that the General finally had someone to care for him, and even brought a wedding gift to present to him. It was later reported that the General's wife personally received Sergeant Dasky, albeit through the shadowy door. Dasky was quite enamored with her, and even presented her with a timepiece. Today, Smoker returned home an hour earlier than usual. With little to occupy him, he sat in the living room, cigar in mouth, watching television that required no phone bugs to operate. Meanwhile, Gray, busy with her new design, emerged from her studio, enveloped in a haze of gray and white. While she had previously found animated shows enjoyable, the reality of her own home filled with smoke was intolerable, prompting her to cough violently. Cough, cough, you old chain smoker. Cough. Why don't you open a window? Go outside to smoke. With a forceful shove, she pushed the considerably taller man, Smoker, into the hallway. Residing in a high-rise apartment, though small, it sufficed for her as an interior designer. Her neighbors were unremarkable and adhering to her introverted nature as a Chinese individual. She often neglected to engage with them. It seemed today, however, that Smoker could assist in managing the situation. As he was unwittingly thrust outside, he exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, furrowing his brow in exasperation. Just then, a man from the end of the corridor passed by and regarded him with a somewhat flirtatious gaze. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Inside, Gray opened all the windows, allowing the smoke to disperse. Suddenly, she recalled that Smoker was not from her world. And there was also his cosplay attire, the Navy Justice jacket and Hailu Stone 10-hand. She dashed to the entrance and flung the door open. Perfect. He was being scrutinized with a rather displeased expression by a neighbor ant. Grabbing his arm, Gray offered a forced smile towards the woman outside before promptly slamming the door shut. You Japanese people, I just can't stand the bowing and scraping. After a few complaints, she pointed towards the balcony's floor-to-ceiling window. Go smoke out there. Since that day, Gray observed peculiar occurrences with Smoker cigars, often forgetting to light them, where the smoke would mysteriously drift out onto the balcony. Gray's profession as an interior designer allowed her to work from her home computer, completing projects that she would subsequently upload as part of her Soho lifestyle. While working, she typically ignored everything around her, as she was usually alone. However, today there seemed to be an unusual presence. What are you doing? A wisp of smoke floated before her, belonging to the man standing behind her. Designing the cabin? She paused her mouse, tilting her head back to look at him. It's an interior decor project. I'm not a shipbuilder from the City of Water. Oh, I see. The man, with 2 cigars in his mouth, scanned the room before smiling. Belly isn't needed here, but I can purchase anything you require and bring it to you. He then affectionately patted her head. I'm your husband. It's no trouble for me to support you. Suddenly understanding the implication, Gray's lips twitched as she brushed his hand away. I can take care of myself. The room looks shabby because it's rented. I haven't bought a house. Oh, you don't need to push me away so much. Smoker smiled knowingly. I see you like my things. Would you like me to bring something back for you? Hearing this, Gray peered at him like a curious cat. There's a demon blade at the store. Let me see it. A knife shop? He stood up, arms crossed. No, Dasky already showed you Shiger. I'm not curious about what a knife looks like. Then let me play with your 10-hand. My alarm clock never works when I throw it at you. Gray shrugged, a mischievous grin on her face. Upon hearing this, Smoker, with 10-hand on his back, scratched his head. Don't women typically prefer jewelry? What a pity. I'm a homebody. No one looks at me wearing jewelry. As she spoke, Gray felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze and shifted her eyes away, her cheeks slightly flushed. All right. Just buy me a hairpin. I'm not suited to wear jewelry at home. You, who always stays at home too, he chuckled. Interestingly, Gray found that the location behind her door changed almost every time she opened it, except when Smoker was at the office. Sometimes she wondered where Smoker was, if the white door led to another world. Later, she learned that Smoker carried a small glass vial that served as a connecting device. Hey, there's liquid in this little bottle. What is it? Sitting on the couch, Gray leaned against Smoker's arm, curiously gazing at the vial. It's a measure of love, he replied, referring to the instructions. A measure of love. Does that mean the more liquid in the bottle, the deeper Smoker's affection? Is this some sort of knockoff dating game setting? What happens if I drink all the liquid? After a moment of silence, the man, still holding 2 cigars, tucked the vial back into his jacket and pulled Gray into his embrace, speaking in a calm, steady voice. Don't drink it. In the bedroom, there was a double bed. Yes, Gray had foolishly purchased a double bed. Yet since marrying Smoker, he had not slept on that bed, except for their first night. Day by day, Gray grew accustomed to a new routine. Smoker would come home, cook, and they would share meals. Sometimes they would chat or watch television, and, at night, if Smoker brought back a book, she would cling to him, eager to hear tales of the Grand Line. Perhaps having two people in the home was quite pleasant. "Hey, Smoker, sleep in the bed with me tonight," Gray said, holding his hand as bedtime approached. "Did you watch another boring ghost story?" He raised an eyebrow at her. No. It's just that I slept on the sofa with you that one time. Why do you remember so clearly? What if Luffy shows up? Be careful, she suspects you might actually like men. Hey, I'm your wife. Isn't it strange not to sleep in the same bed with me? Oh, you figured it out. That night, Smoker held Gray as they drifted off to sleep. Even as she considered resisting, he simply stated, "I'm your husband." Isn't it strange not to sleep together? Leaving her momentarily speechless. Sumagua has always treated her with courtesy, seldom displaying any inappropriate behavior. Today was no exception. Even while embracing her, he merely rested his hand on her waist. He paused for a moment, contemplating. "I am truly sorry for being such a hefty fellow." With a sudden motion, the lady of the house slapped away the hand that was still caressing her waist. "Go sleep on the sofa." Later, every time Hue encountered Dasiki, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Why do the women in One Piece possess such exquisite figures? How infuriating. Wouldn't it be better to have Smoker acquire the slippery fruit before the story truly begins? Smoker possessed 2 spare sets of Navy uniforms, with his belongings typically stored in the dormitory at Roadtown. Rarely, he would leave his coat draped over the sofa due to training commitments, before returning to the training grounds. Having just awoken, Hue scratched her head and gazed at the tidy living room that Smoker had organized. Goodness, if this continues, I might just feel guilty. Picking up the Navy's pristine white justice jacket, she paused momentarily. "I certainly haven't shortchanged you," she murmured to herself as she carried the jacket into the bathroom. Being alone for so long, she had naturally become adept at household chores. Yet since marrying Smoker, she had grown rather complacent, efficiently preparing the washing machine. Her grip on the white jacket made her momentarily freeze. This is the genuine Navy justice jacket. The original, absolutely not a mere cosplay imitation. Taking a deep breath to invigorate herself, she swiftly removed her nightgown, exposing her white cotton undergarments. Excitedly donning the jacket, she approached the mirror. "Oof, I am Colonel Lee Hue." Raising her small fist, she struck several poses. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. After all, wearing just underwear beneath such a large jacket seemed rather mismatched. The Navy uniform, which barely reached her hips, reminded her of the stereotypical image of a sexy white shirt worn after an intimate encounter. Just how does Smoker truly view her? Hue mused as she gently tugged at the collar, inhaling the jacket scent. It was unmistakably filled with Smoker's essence. Was that the scent of tobacco? If so, the furniture in their home must be thoroughly infused with it. Leaning against the doorframe, Smoker exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, as if conversing with her. "Ah," Hue gasped, startled, and spun around. To soothe her, Smoker approached and tousled her short black hair, a smirk dancing on his lips. In a low voice, he remarked, "You've long been marked by my scent. Have you not noticed?" Her face flushed crimson as she bared her teeth in surprise. "When did you arrive? Since you became Mrs. Colonel," he teased, raising an eyebrow. Her face now burned with embarrassment. She felt utterly mortified. Pulling her into his embrace, Smoker chuckled. "I would never allow you to join the Navy, so rest assured, only I will see you like this." Hue nestled against his chest, which trembled slightly with each word spoken, unable to utter a single response. The voice of the man holding her lingered in the air. Today, Hue accompanied Dasiki on a shopping excursion. Indeed, it was she who followed Dasiki. Dasiki carefully tucked a small glass bottle representing the depth of their love into her pants pocket. This way, as she stepped outside, Hue would be able to see the streets around her. This was Smoker's suggestion. He had entrusted Dasiki with his entire month's salary, allowing Hue to purchase whatever she desired. "Hey, sister-in-law, Colonel Smoker truly loves you," Dasiki said as they strolled through the streets of Roadtown. Hue, seated on the sofa at the door, merely glanced around curiously, offering a half-hearted response. If Smoker truly cherished her, then why did the water in the small glass bottle only fill 2/3 of its capacity? It could hardly be considered overflowing. Ultimately, it could only be seen as mere fondness. The conversation dwindled, and when Hue finally regained her focus, she was shocked to find Dasiki following Zoro to purchase a cursed sword. She was jolted awake by Zoro's formidable presence. "Wow, Green algae head. Who's talking? Zoro momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend the shadowy figure beside the bespectacled lady. It's me, she exclaimed excitedly, tossing a small notebook and pen meant for a shopping list. Please give me your autograph. You know me? Zoro scratched the back of his head. Yes, please sign, she urged. Sister-in-law, do you know this gentleman? Dasiki nudged her glasses up. Don't tell Smoker. What? An affair? No way. I can't even get through here. How could it be an extramarital relationship? Since Dasiki learned that Hue knew the pirate hunter Zoro, every time she glanced at Hue, her expression was laden with unspoken words. Eventually, the innocent girl could no longer endure it. At a suitable moment on the road to Alabasta, she earnestly implored, Sister-in-law, let go of Roranoa Zoro. He is a pirate. Colonel Smoker is your husband. Momentarily stunned, Hue erupted in frustration. I can't go over there. It's utterly impossible. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had been overheard by someone attempting to enter the cabin. Soon, as Hue found herself unable to ask Fire Fist Ace for an autograph, the plot had progressed to the point where Smoker and the Straw Hat crew were imprisoned in a Sea Prism stone jail. The composed and unflappable character now stood flustered, pointing 10 fingers at the swordsman. She is my wife. Huh, what are you talking about? You still want to fight even while locked up? Zoro was utterly bewildered by his words. Through the peephole in the white door, Hue was taken aback to witness her husband defying the storyline. Smoker, what are you doing? You shouldn't be fighting them. The man, still biting 2 cigars, furrowed his brow, refusing to glance her way. You're the one who asked me for an autograph. The fruit user. Zoro recognized her at once. So you're this guy's wife. Hey, did he misunderstand something? What? An autograph? Smoker was taken aback. Hue, blushing inside the door, thought to herself. She was indeed Smoker's wife. Regardless of being the spouse of a Navy officer, Smoker himself harbored a strong disdain for pirates. How could she have asked a pirate for an autograph? He must be furious, indeed, exceedingly angry. Asking Luffy and the crew for their autographs would be like smearing mud on his face. Yet they were the Straw Hat crew. They had done nothing wrong. Smoker was merely a character within this narrative. Yes, I asked Zoro for an autograph, and I want to ask all the Straw Hat crew members for their autographs. Smoker, forget about this. You should focus on how to escape this place. With that, Hue firmly closed the white door. The author has something to express. The headache begins. So many have defected, showing favor for Samoji. In Chapter 72, what are you doing, Casa? Could it be the legendary charting of the sea? Early in the morning, Bai Yong, still bleary-eyed, emerged from the cabin clutching a deck chair. The refreshing morning breeze helped awaken her senses, especially upon noticing her second-in-command at the stern of the ship, where she wished to doze off, wielding a set of oil painting supplies. His canvas was already filled with shades of ocean blue, suggesting he had been painting for quite some time. The navigator, Sergeant Lister, shot a sarcastic glance her way as he remarked, I am painting the seascape. Raising an eyebrow, Bai Yong casually set her chair aside and reclined with her arms behind her head. Our ship maintains a commendable speed. Observing this ever-changing sea ultimately reflects the surface of your heart. Though the scenery before me shifts, my heart remains unwavering. After uttering this profound statement, the man paused in his actions, a hint of mockery in his demeanor. Captain, my memory is quite sharp. A scene witnessed once can be replicated indistinguishably throughout the day. Therefore, do indulge yourself in your slumber. Pouting in acknowledgement that the atmosphere was entirely inappropriate for her to be lazy, she reluctantly sought out a more favorable location for her chair. This marked the 3rd day since the CP9 group boarded the Siren. Everything seemed excessively tranquil. Perhaps it was due to the fact that several members of CP9 had previously spent time aboard the vessel, leading to little change over the past few days. Only a few individuals occupied the long tables in the dining hall, with occasional sightings of Bruno assisting soldiers with kindness. This was undoubtedly largely because the Siren had once saved their lives. It seemed they were nearing Summer Island, as the temperature steadily rose. The soldiers, under Casa's direction, prepared for the necessary tasks to disembark and replenish the energy of the sky shells, especially after their previous extensive use while searching for Hawkeye. To support such a large naval vessel, a considerable number of sky shells were required. Iceberg had specially designed a wind collection system resembling a windmill. This system's gears connected various parts of the ship, primarily centered around the gym. Thus, the gym's treadmills and stationary bikes could drive the gears, activating the numerous exhaust shells at the ship's stern. However, the impact shells differed. They relied on shock force to replenish energy. Apart from serving as sandbags in the gym, there were few other means to recharge them. The sister, clad in a gray-blue hoodie, was none other than Archer, who clutched a rope beside the second lookout tower with one hand, swaying precariously as if ready to escape at any moment. He scratched his head, which was adorned with dark green spikes, and glanced down at his hopeful subordinates on the deck. Finally, he raised his voice significantly. "Sister, we have quite a few impact and slashing shells that need recharging." With a swing of your sword, the woman, seemingly unfazed, replied languidly without even opening her eyes. "Is that permissible? Those shells are the siren's secret weapon, and you wish to introduce them to potential enemies?" Suddenly recalling something, Bai Yong sat upright. It truly isn't proper to have them assist with labor. As she spoke, she donned her white windbreaker. "Let us bring out all our impact and slashing shells." On the deck, Gabra, the owl, Wei Chu, and Kaku, who daily observed the siren, were idly fishing. Meanwhile, others were occupied. Luffy read in the library. Khalifa assisted Casso with paperwork, and Bruno helped in the kitchen. "Hey, everyone, let us play a game," Bai Yong said, her face adorned with her usual provocative smile. She snapped her fingers, signaling Archer to place 2 large boxes of exhaust and impact shells before them. "What is this?" Weiku exclaimed dramatically. His actions exaggerated as he twirled his head. "I've seen something like that before," the owl remarked, unzipping its beak. Gabra is pouring fish from Wei Chu's bucket into his own. Shoo! Gabra immediately gestured for silence. "Gabra, that's my fish." Seeing the situation turn dire, he leaped down from the fishing platform to the deck, seizing an impact shell. "Since the Dragon Lady wishes to play a game, the fishing competition is on hold. I wish to join." At that moment, Kaku approached from the cargo hold. "I've seen many of these shells on the ship's apparatus. I'm quite curious." These shells, Bai Yong raised an eyebrow. Archer tossed the impact shells into the air. "Understood." As a third squad leader aboard the ship, Archer brandished his nunchaku, and in a swift motion, he sent half a box of impact shells soaring into the air. In the next instant, Bai Yong clenched her fists. Heavenly Horse Meteor Fist. Countless shadowy fists struck the rapidly descending impact shells, the entire process spanning mere seconds. As all the shells landed on the deck, they emitted wisps of blue smoke. These shells can absorb the energy from impacts, and once saturated, they will smoke like this. All of these were struck by my own fists. As for you, it matters not if you use finger guns or storm kicks. Our game is to saturate these shells in one go. It is not permitted to strike once they touch the ground. How interesting. I'm in, Gabra confidently asserted. "Wait, what about the other box of shells?" Kaku inquired. "Those absorb slashing energy." This statement immediately drew the attention of several CP9 members toward Bai Yong, all eager to witness the swordsmanship of the East Blue Dragon Lady. Bai Yong smirked. No need for further discussion. She unsheathed the white dragon sword at her waist. Coiling dragon pillar. With a swift turn, the white dragon sword danced in a circle. Instantly, a silvery dragon-shaped sword aura spiraled around the box of slashing shells, propelling them skyward. Undoubtedly, all the swirling slashing shells landed in a saturated state. "Kaku, you're a 4-sword style swordsman, are you not? Are you not curious to test your strength?" Glancing at the remaining 1/3 of the slashing shells, Bai Yong remarked. "Did that old man inform you I am a 4-sword style swordsman? Will I test my strength? Before that, let's have a duel." Kaku exclaimed, immediately drawing 2 square blades from his side. "Here it comes." Any swordsman who does not wish to challenge Hawkeye is no good swordsman. Likewise, not clashing blades with a world-class swordsman in name is a significant loss. Bai Yong sighed lightly. "Kaku, we met before in Water 7. You are known as the Mountain Wind. Your laughter is hearty, and your demeanor is sunny. Why have you not shed the assassin-esque eyes?" Kaku adjusted the brim of his black cap. "What does that have to do with my wish to duel you?" "Nothing at all," Bai Yong replied without hesitation. "I merely noticed your sudden change of thought. Are you able to discern where the siren has been modified? This is the craftsmanship of Carrera Company S. Dock No. 1. Dock No. 1's craftsmanship is world-class, along with Mr. Iceberg's specially designed Sky Shell application system." Bai Yong's eyes sparkled with mirth. "I actually have no shipwright aboard. Would you care to assist me in inspecting the Sky Shell application system?" "I shall do so immediately." Kaku promptly sheathed his square blades and nimbly headed for the stairs leading to the engine room, requiring no guidance. "Sister Tali is in the engine room," Archer reminded. "Indeed, there is no shipwright aboard. Tali is the only one who enjoys tinkering with machinery. However, allowing an enemy to comprehend the internal structure of the ship. I see. Bayang nodded. You should go and speak to Tali, right? Huh? Do you wish to stay and continue playing? Then send someone in your stead. No, I shall go myself. Having him watch is far better than the clueless Tali. Kaku is truly foolish. He has been assigned to work like this. Gabra quietly revels in his misfortune. However, he seems rather pleased. He has always been that way, so enamored with ships. Just as Gabra was about to continue speaking, a round object suddenly came hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he threw a punch, sending the object flying. Bayang caught the flying impact shell with one hand and gave a light squeeze. She smiled. It seems your strength is lacking, Gabra. What? That was a strange shell, Gabra exclaimed. Gabra's combat power is 2,180, ranking only third, the owl interjected. Furthermore, he had been rejected by Catherine before and had yet to recover. You said it again, Gabra shouted in exasperation, causing the sparsely populated deck to become chaotic, with all the soldiers halting their tasks to gaze in his direction. Oh dear, the scene has become so disorderly. It is truly my fault. Allow me to commit seppuku to atone. He retreated a few steps, drawing a dagger and aiming it at his abdomen. Simultaneously, he executed the sixth form of iron block. Instantly, the dagger was deflected. I would even die. Uft. Ha 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 ha. Bayang Laugid Heartili. Clutching her stomach. Look, we have a live rendition of a CP9 farce. Indeed, it is quite a mess, she chuckled. The owl approached her, Dragon Lady. Would you like to test your combat power? No, that won't be necessary. My power exceeds that of Lucci. A single punch from me would be too much for you. Bayang waved her hand dismissively. You seem quite familiar with us. Not too bad. For example, I know about Catherine's situation. She stated that a man's face is more important when rejecting Gabra. Thus, her preference lies with Lucci. As for Wei Qi, you should stop mentioning your mother since she is still alive. It seems that calling Wei Qi a female demon is also a killer, Bayang said with a smile. Noticing the three of them looking rather grim, especially Gabra, she added, all this information was gleaned from your files. Do not underestimate the intelligence division of the Navy headquarters. Bastard, Gabra clenched his fists. So even Marineford knows I was dumped, and they even know the reason. Not entirely. At the very least, the brothers on the ship are aware. Gabra gritted his teeth, glancing around. Indeed, the soldiers present were stifling their laughter. If I kill all of you, this matter will never spread. He bellowed, his hands transforming into claws, taking on a semi-werewolf form. Gabra, do not be hasty, Bayang chuckled, bending down to retrieve the remaining impact shells from a box. First, fill these up. During lunch, Lucci entered the dining hall and immediately spotted the cheerful Kaku engaging in pleasant conversation with a burly man in the rank of sergeant. On the opposite side of the long table, the owl waved at him. What? He asked as he took a seat. Gabra has been toyed with by the Dragon Lady all morning, and now the news of Catherine rejecting him has spread, the owl remarked. The man with doves perched on his shoulders remained silent, his gaze fixed on the short woman seated at the head of the long table. Gabra, have you finally calmed down? Lunch has yet to arrive, and Bayang is enjoying teasing you, he continued. No, I should really kill you. Still in his half-werewolf state, Gabra bared his teeth, standing beside her. Oh, is that so? Bayang exclaimed, tossing a fork down a deserted corridor. Go fetch it. Oh, woo. Immediately after, the wolf reflexively dashed out. Oh dear, I suddenly feel quite sorry for Gabra, Wei Qi said, closing one eye. What a lively atmosphere. Casa commented as he entered the dining hall, adjusting his glasses, which had not slipped. He naturally took a seat beside Bayang. Accompanying him was Khalifa, now dressed in a professional suit reminiscent of her appearance in Water 7, though her hair was not styled up. Khalifa. Upon seeing her, Bayang felt a pang of envy. She yearned to cast aside all her responsibilities like the iceberg. What is it, Miss Dragon Lady? Khalifa inquired, glancing up from her seat beside Lucci. Are there many documents awaiting my attention in the office? She asked eagerly, blinking. Yes, Miss Dragon Lady. Your workload has piled up considerably. All right, then dismiss all of it. I no longer wish to do it, Bayang said nonchalantly, raising her hand. Understood, Khalifa replied instinctively. Ahem. Casa, known for his meticulousness aboard the ship, cleared his throat. Captain, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. Please come to the office this afternoon to take care of your previous tasks. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he wished he could bite his handkerchief. I want Khalifa to be my secretary. The man who had already seated himself next to her elegantly sliced into the freshly served steak, unfazed by the situation. After a moment of lament, Bai Yang's mood lifted considerably with the arrival of lunch. Today's meal was prepared by Bruno, who, at Bai Yang's enthusiastic request, had concocted a special mixed rum. That night, Bai Yang was still elated about the mixed rum she had enjoyed at lunch. In truth, it was quite simple to make her happy. The delicious rum was a significant factor. Her bedroom was not particularly large, consisting mainly of a bed, wardrobe, and vanity. Lying comfortably on the soft bed, her breathing was even, and the rise and fall of her chest indicated she was sleeping soundly. At some point, a shadow suddenly appeared at the foot of her bed, and in that instant, a finger gun shot towards Bai Yang's exposed neck. In a flash, she seized the attacking finger. Bai Yang opened her eyes wide awake, and the aura and pressure emanating from her were markedly different from her usual playful demeanor. The carotid artery on her neck had already been opened due to her earlier mercy, and even though she managed to halt the attack of the finger gun, blood continued to flow from the wound. A window in her room allowed moonlight to stream in, casting a hazy glow that revealed the identity of the intruder. How terrifying. An ambush at night, Rob Lucci said. The author has something to say. On the first day, 3 updates. Here is Rob Lucci, Chapter 73. You do not dodge at all. The man before her retained the same neat plaid shirt and black suit as during the day, though the bandage on his forehead had been removed. He squinted slightly, relaxing his grip to indicate he would not attack again. It would not be wise to attack under the aura released by the Dragon Lady. You are not here to assassinate me. Releasing his hand, Bai Yang inhaled sharply. She winced, pressing on the left side of her neck where blood flowed incessantly from the wound as she sat up. But you truly dared to make a move, didn't you, Ming? You only came to negotiate, right? Indeed. If I truly intended to assassinate you, the time, place, and being alone would all be unreasonable. It would be too dangerous. He retrieved a chair from in front of the vanity and sat across from her, meeting her gaze. Bai Yang, we wish to resolve this matter in the most amicable way possible. Unfazed, she picked up the dragon pearl, which was connected to the white dragon's sword, and pressed it against the wound. Could you please fetch the medical kit from under the cabinet behind you? What? Do you want me to bleed to death while we converse? With a slight frown, the man with a pigeon perched on his shoulder complied and retrieved the medical kit, tossing it to the woman across from him. By this time, Bai Yang's neck had ceased bleeding, despite the injury to a major artery. The healing power of the Dragon Ball facilitated a rapid recovery. After dabbing the antiseptic solution and cotton cloth against her neck a few times, Bai Yang proceeded to wrap the bandage around her throat. Hey, doesn't the pigeon on your shoulder ever sleep at night? I believe it's called Hadley, right? I saw it during the Chishui. Coo. As if in response to Bai Yang's greeting, Hadley nodded and cooed twice, though without Lucci's ventriloquism. It remained unclear what it truly meant. Let us not divert the topic, Luo Bai Yang. With his right leg crossed over his left, Lucci lounged lazily in his chair. There's no benefit in opposing you directly. How about trying to escape when we arrive on the island tomorrow? Bai Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, grinning. The bandage around her neck was poorly wrapped, with 2 strips dangling across her chest. You stay behind to block me, while Bruno and the others make their escape through the air door first. If you wanted us to flee directly, you wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. Fair enough. Bai Yang supported her chin with one hand. Normally, I'd let you all run away, but this time is different. So, are you considering following me in this endeavor? Are you a Navy officer or a pirate? Lucci's words caused Bai Yang to raise an eyebrow. Does it matter? The aspirations of CP9 have likely shifted somewhat. Haven't they? In truth, you all would fit well working alongside me, both in methods and that little bit of dark justice in your hearts. However, we should share the same sentiment. I do not desire new subordinates, nor do you seek a new superior. We will not follow you. If you merely want us to make an appearance to placate the higher-ups, that is acceptable. Ah, how forthright. Bai Yang was momentarily taken aback, then snapped her fingers. It's a deal. Once we reach the island tomorrow, we shall depart. Lucci stood up, having concluded his remarks. Wait, Bai Yang called after him. You cannot leave, just yet. I am currently lacking in combat power. Help me earn enough money, and then you can go. Additionally, I have a splendid place to recommend to help you evade the watchful eye of the world government. Are you commanding us? Not quite. You still owe me money. Half an employee. She smiled with squinted eyes. The following day, Bai Yang emerged from her bedroom with a rather sour expression, primarily due to someone's disturbance the previous night. Reflexively, she touched the bandage on her neck, recalling how the blood had stained her nightgown, a realization that only dawned on her in the early hours. It was her sole nightgown, which was rather infuriating, as she was already in a foul mood upon waking and now had to deal with the added burden of washing it. Not long after, she spotted Lu Qi approaching from the direction of the gym, evidently having just finished his workout and headed for the shower. He exuded an air of low pressure. Baiyang ground her teeth. "Hey, Lu Qi, you made me dirty my nightgown last night." "That sounds rather peculiar." The man wiping sweat with a towel raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really? I just wanted to inform you that I have an exceptional memory." With that, Baiyang waved her hand and walked towards the kitchen. The owl, emerging from the gym, its zipper unfastened, leaned in and remarked, "I heard that the dragon lady is particularly vengeful and despises being disturbed during her sleep." In the kitchen, Chef Toma was cooking alongside the soldiers on duty for the day. On the Siren, nearly everyone was capable of cooking. Daily chores were rotated, eliminating the concept of a mere lackey. This was due to Bai Yang's insistence that every soldier, regardless of rank, undergo daily training. Thus, the gym aboard the Siren was the largest floor, equipped with the latest equipment available on the market. "Oh, sister, are you hungry? I have apples. You can have one." A robust man with a few strands of mustache gestured towards the basket of fruits on the countertop for Bai Yang to help herself. "I want a drink, Rum." Bai Yang's face was clouded with low pressure. Drinking so early isn't advisable. You might attract the ire of Rear Admiral Casa." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Toma glanced around, noticing that the others had quickly become alert and fled. "Do you want me to be grumpy all day, or should I resolve this at once?" Just as Bruno entered, he sensed an atmosphere in the kitchen that was entirely different from the previous day. "Bruno!" Bai Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she approached her target, rubbing her hands together. "I want a special concoction. Drinking so early? Miss Dragon Lady. I'm not happy. Here you go." At that moment, someone from behind handed her an entire bottle of rum. "Oh, thank you." Grabbing the bottle, Bai Yang took several large gulps. I'm revived." "Since you are revived, please follow me." The voice from behind was unmistakable, carrying a tone of admonition. Bai Yang turned around in silence. "This alcohol was given to me by you, Casa. I didn't intend to mention that." Casa adjusted the frame of his glasses. "Why didn't you mention that you have incorporated CP9 as crew members?" Did the owl say that? Now the entire ship is aware. Is it necessary to be so swift? I haven't even had breakfast yet. She had already left, and the owl's unfastened zipper truly seemed ornamental. "Well, we agreed on it last night. However, I'm not paying them." Bai Yang turned to Bruno. "You all are now my half-employees." I've heard that. Because you're close to bankruptcy." Bruno nodded. "We owe you money too." "I'll look at that, Casa." Bai Yang wore an expression that screamed no loss at all. Now, the second-in-command aboard the ship was feeling disgruntled. He had not anticipated that this madwoman would accept the former CP9 members without a fight. Moreover, why accept them? This madwoman seemed utterly indifferent to her own standing. Sending CP9 to prison would be far more advantageous for her. Even during breakfast in the dining hall, Casa's glasses continued to reflect an ambiguous light. "Hey, Casa, if you keep shining like that, you could serve as a signal light." Bai Yang teased from her seat. Elegantly removing his silver-rimmed glasses, the man with chestnut, short hair gazed at her. "Proclaim your decision from last night." Bai Yang said sleekly. "Casa, you look quite handsome without your glasses." She laughed, playfully patting the shoulder of a nearby individual. "You are simply a refined gentleman." She then turned to Gabra. "Yo, Gabra, when you reach the island, if you're trying to attract girls, don't work with Casa. Look at his face, it's too competitive." Dragon Lady, be quiet." Gabra shouted from another round table. "Flattering me, is it effective?" Replacing his glasses, Casa's lenses had returned to their usual clarity. "You were just sulking because she didn't consult you about this matter." "Ahem." Bai Yang lightly coughed, tapping her dining fork against her water glass. "Ding, ding, ding. Everyone, I would like to announce that the former CP9 members Rob Lucci, Khalifa, Kaku, Gabra, the Owl, Weichi, and Bruno are now our companions. From this day forth, we are brothers." Oh, that is wonderful." Tali raised his hands and slammed them on the table in celebration. "Bang, bang, bang. Kaku, let us head to the main power room. I want to learn how to assemble that machine." Picking up his plate and stepping away from the table, the man in a black cap laughed heartily. "Ha, I'll definitely teach you. I'm going to." Archer, seated at another table, immediately waved his hand. Young people are truly delightful," List remarked, stroking the stubble on his face. "Monsieur Weique, would you care to accompany me on the ship to find something to occupy ourselves? I am greatly intrigued by your talents." What a true connoisseur you are." Wei Chu, tossed my hair in delight. "I am utterly moved. Please allow me to express my respect for Mr. Lizard by committing seppuku here." No need to go that far. My desk mate Lizard immediately interjects. Now that Long is our commander, should we address her as Commander Bayong? The owl inquires, looking towards the person seated at the long table. No, you may consider me half an employee. I am not a government official. Feel free to call me as you wish, Bayong replies nonchalantly while taking a bite of toast. Then let us call you boss, Lucci smirks. You are indeed our temporary boss. That smile appears quite perilous. Bayong chuckles with narrowed eyes. This feline is in need of some training. In the afternoon, the siren arrived at a modest summer island. The weather was quite hot, with most villagers dressed in Hawaiian attire. It had the appearance of a tourist destination, yet there were hardly any visitors. At the port, a few fishing boats were moored alongside the massive blue military vessel, the Siren. Casa, I want some pocket money. As soon as we docked, Bayong extended her claws towards the second-in-command, who was busy organizing supplies. A glance was exchanged. What do you need it for? She shot back. To buy clothes. Not happening. What if I want to buy information? You can resolve that with your fists. It seems there is indeed a pirate information point on this island. That is practically piracy. Perfect timing. You can pay the local pirate crew. Stop rambling. If you're not giving it, then you're not. Bayong pouted and turned away. Miss Long, or rather boss, would you like to disembark and explore with me? Caliph approached. I have money. Yay! Bayong exclaimed, immediately linking arms with the bubble beauty and smiling radiantly. Whenever there are treasure chests, all the pearls are crushed by Calipha for skincare. Wait, pearls? Sure, let us go shopping. Calipha touched her cheek, retrieving a brown wallet. Her hand froze mid-air before sheepishly returning it to her suit pocket. The author wishes to convey. In the 74th chapter, this is the only travel agency on the island, conveniently located at the Port S route, with white walls and transparent glass doors. The orange flower beds beneath the wooden windows exude a refreshing and sunny ambience. How terrifying. Longchan has arrived with a warship. I'm in quite a predicament. A middle-aged man, dressed in a Hawaiian shirt and white beach shorts similar to the Island S residents, sat at a wooden table. He had a healthy, deep brown complexion and a neatly kept goatee that added to his relaxed demeanor. However, the black eye patch over his right eye and a long scar across his cheek suggested he had a story to tell. What predicament? Do you want me to come next time flying a black flag? Bayong, with a lit cigar in her mouth, casually reclined in a rattan chair, her legs crossed. Beside her sat the silent Calipha. Upon arriving on the island, Bayong immediately brought Calipha here. Huh? That's your ship? The man was taken aback. Didn't he expect you got promoted? Promoted my foot. I'm about to go bankrupt, Grail. Give me the information. Hey, don't be so agitated. The man named Grail made calming gestures with his hands, chuckling. I never expected such a change after not seeing you for a while. You're broke, yet commanding a warship. Look, I have some intelligence worth billions of berry. Do you want to give them a taste of their own medicine? Exhaling a puff of cigar smoke, Bayong raised an eyebrow. Do you think I'm a street thug? Protecting my territory? And give them a taste of their own medicine? Grail clenched his right hand into a fist against his left palm, looking as if he understood. It seems those rookies are becoming quite formidable. Everyone you've spared has turned into a celebrity. Enough nonsense. Huh. Honestly, Longchan, I quite like you. Grail squinted slightly, gazing directly at the person across the wooden table. You know full well that everyone on this island is mine, yet you never use them to threaten me. Ah, the ones who threatened you are all dead, right? The man at the table smirked, pulling out a tourism brochure from a pile. Delicious fish is great, but sampling various kinds of seafood is also quite interesting. He handed Bayong a pink-themed promotional flyer. Longchan, go on a date. It will be fun. Huh. Bayong raised an eyebrow, but she understood the man's habitual way of discussing information. Questioning further would be futile. With a smile, she took a drag from her cigar and exhaled. Grail, you have a discount card for shopping on this island, don't you? Didn't you say you would give me one last time? Oh, looks like you're really tight on cash. The man retrieved a black card with a travel agency's logo from his drawer. Universal on the island, 20% off. Upon receiving the card, Bayong frowned. One discount. Cough. Almost thought I'd cough up blood. Grail chuckled awkwardly. 50%. Unfortunately, the beautiful girl sitting in the rattan chair still wore an unhappy expression. Since he met her, he had never seen her smile. The magazines occasionally featured a few candid shots where she smiled as proof. Reluctantly, he waved his hand in concession. 20%. But Longchan, you must smile at me. Instantly, Bayong beamed, her eyes transforming into beautiful arcs as she raised her right hand and generously blew a kiss. Wow, indeed beautiful. Longchan's smile is the best. Grail danced around, tugging at his hair. Ah, too bad I don't have a camera. Such a beautiful lowly face is simply miraculous. Suddenly, the wooden table was struck hard by the woman just referred to as the beautiful lowly face. She still wore a smiling expression, yet an icy aura began to emanate from her. Free. Those two words gripped Grail as heart deeply. But who told him to say something he shouldn't have? As long as Long Chan doesn't discover he is a lowly enthusiast, he'll be fine. All right, free it is. Upon exiting, walking down the street, holding the card marked with the word free in red ink, Yang triumphantly declared, "This can be used to purchase anything on the island." Boss, that person is Tony Grail, the one-eyed Tony with a bounty of 31 million. It is said he has been missing for many years. Khalifa adjusted her glasses. May I ask you a question? Why did your face look so grim when you entered? Did he deceive you? Information fees and whatnot? Not all. Yang waved her hand. I was frowning to negotiate, she said, pressing her hands to her eyes and lifting them up, making a fierce expression. You see, applying pressure on the seller makes it easier to negotiate. She felt that smiling would make negotiating unnecessary. The information fees are settled later. I just give him 5% of whatever I earn. Yang shrugged. After all, he rarely provides complete information. He enjoys riddles. The supply work on the island was quickly concluded. After all, the cargo hold of the Siren was always full. And even with the addition of new arrivals like Lucci, the supplies could last quite a while. This allowed Casa to breathe a sigh of relief. Though unspoken, everyone likely had little money left. Even with the port in sight, few ventured off the island to shop. In contrast, where had that madwoman gone shopping? She didn't consider the soldiers' feelings at all. This is the place. At this moment, Yang and Ka Li Fa returned triumphantly from the port, accompanied by several islanders. Each islander carried buckets filled with what appeared to be paint, while others bore wooden planks and ropes. Yang and Ka Li Fa, on the other hand, held large bundles of packaging bags, unmistakably from a high-end clothing store. Kasa began to feel his brows furrow in confusion. However, upon hearing Yang's exuberant exclamation, "Brothers, Kulme, let us paint the camouflage parts of the Siren black. The mainsail too. Let us hoist black flags. Then it will become a pirate ship." He seized the ship's railing, his chestnut hair bristling with excitement as he shouted at the women in the port. "What do you intend to do to our esteemed seagull flag?" "Oh dear, look, her first mate is about to faint from rage," someone remarked. "Don't worry, Kasa. I will speak with you shortly," Yang chuckled, turning towards the ship and calling out, "Lu Chi, Kaku, Tali, and Ache, could you come here for a moment?" The two who had just returned to the Siren, along with the other two crew members, approached Yang. "Lu Chi, Kaku, Tali, you all possess shipwright skills. I intend to modify the exterior of our Siren, as I mentioned, replacing the camouflage with black. Behind me are employees from the material shop. Feel free to ask them for anything you require." The man with the dove perched on his shoulder raised an eyebrow. Then I wish to visit their shop, Kaku suggested. "We should purchase some supplies for future use. The choice of paint is also crucial." "Excellent. I've long been dissatisfied with the cannons on either side. It is time for an upgrade," Tali declared, clenching his fist. "Very well. The modifications are entirely at your discretion," Yang responded, turning to the man with the hedgehog hairstyle clad in a hoodie. "Ake, gather your crew and change our foresails to black, and if possible, paint the pirate flag as well. Just use the dragon emblem." Ache pondered, resting his chin on his hand. "Right. Uncle Wei Chi is particularly skilled at painting with his hair. Let us have him assist with the mainsail." Speaking of painting, Yang raised an eyebrow and called out to Ka-sa, who remained by the ship's edge. "Ka-sa, would you like to paint our pirate flag?" "Crazy woman," he retorted, turning away in indignation. Shrugging, Yang nodded to Ache, indicating he should proceed as intended, and handed over the packaging bags to the alluring beauty beside him. "Kali Fa, take these clothes back for now. We shall try them on this evening." "Understood, boss." The beauty, with a cigarette dangling from her lips, effortlessly draped her arms with the packaging bags. She was astonished to discover that this seemingly small village had authentic merchandise from the expensive brand, Sumo Panda, which Nami and Robin frequently bought, albeit with counterfeits to be wary of. Lucci and the other two shipwrights began discussing matters with the material shop employees, while Ache had already gathered his crew. "Square corridor," Yang announced, leaping into the air, hands pressed together to form a square shape directed towards the Siren's perimeter. Instantly, a light green wave of energy created a path composed of translucent squares around the Grand Siren, leading directly from the port to the deck. Yang snapped his fingers. Everyone can use these square paths to paint the ship's hull. With the arrangements outside complete, she leaped onto the deck. If Kasa has finished the logistics, Liste, you can arrange for them to assist others with the ship modifications. Captain, what are your plans? Asked a bearded man wearing a baseball cap, crossing his arms. After all, we are still Navy, modifying a warship into a pirate vessel so brazenly. It would be wise to refrain from openly proclaiming our naval affiliation in the places we visit, Bai Yang replied with a grin, suddenly recalling something. Channeling her inner strength, she addressed everyone aboard. Brothers, I have spoken with the person in charge of this island, and all purchases made here are free of charge. So let us work diligently, and if we finish by evening, we can enjoy shopping on the island. We are the Navy, not pirates. That is certainly the case. Yay! Under various forms of encouragement, by evening, the Siren had undergone its transformation. Now draped in a sleek black exterior, the massive black sails bore the rare image of a colossal dragon, while the ship's bow, resembling the color of the sea, was adorned with a mystical blue siren, lending an air of mystery to the entire vessel. After instructing everyone to purchase several sets of pirate attire, Bai Yang tossed a travel brochure obtained from the information center to Kasa. This is our clue. Investigate it. Are you planning to masquerade as pirates? Our ship's appearance is too conspicuous. Having briefly discussed matters with Kasa, he quickly grasped the situation. It must be said that as her first mate, he was indeed fitting for the role. That evening, Bai Yang granted everyone a holiday, allowing them to engage in leisure activities. She remained aboard with Kali Fa, who had already returned with a plethora of items. Kali Fa's room, adorned in an all-pink theme, was situated directly across from Bai Yang's and was significantly larger. It housed 3 large wardrobes, prompting Kali Fa to have Bruno assist in creating a doorway through the wall to connect with the adjacent empty room. Bai Yang marveled at how the entire renovation project, including the replacement of furniture and redecoration of the room, was completed within an afternoon. Indeed, women should be as dedicated to beauty as Kali Fa, she mused. However, at this moment, she yearned to focus on appearing more masculine. Bai Yang spread her arms wide and laughed heartily, her golden hook glistening under the light. What do you think? Do I resemble brother Shai Luo? Very masculine, indeed. Now sporting a slicked-back hairstyle devoid of bangs, she nonchalantly revealed the scar above her left eye, while a cigar rested between her lips. She wore a luxurious black fur coat, embodying the very essence of the former warlord, Shichibukai, crocodile. The author has something to say. Kaku, Chapter 75. Sitting on the pink bed, Kali Fa adjusted her glasses. Crocodile? You don't resemble him at all. You're not tall enough, and your face is too feminine. A hard truth, Bai Yang sighed, shrugging. What should I do to appear more masculine? Masculine? Kali Fa mused, retrieving a black vest from a large pile of clothes on the bed. Meanwhile, aboard the Siren, they were not alone. In the corridor of the female dormitory, a timid young man named Xiao Yi, who had joined Bai Yang's crew at the tail end, cautiously approached, his face brimming with delight. As he neared Kali Fa's room, he spotted Gabra, Ache, and Tully squatting by the door. What are the crew members and Mr. Gabra doing? Shoo! Gabra darted forward to cover his mouth, then whispered urgently, Don't make a sound. That woman has very sharp hearing. Ache stepped closer, signaling Gabra to release the young man, and in a hushed tone, asked Xiao Yi, What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be drinking with your team? Well, everyone said they wanted to invite the big sister out for drinks, so we drew lots to see who would take over, the light blue-haired youth explained, rubbing his hands awkwardly. I was fortunate enough to be chosen to call on the big sister. You're just pitifully covering for your extra shift, Ache teased, playfully draping an arm around Xiao Yi's shoulder. You are indeed lucky. Come, join us. The big sister is currently changing clothes with Miss Kali Fa. That inappropriate, Xiao Yi exclaimed, his face flushing as he glanced at Tali, who was still squatting by the door crack. Not at all. I was dragged here, but since I'm here, I want to see, Tali declared, giving a thumbs up and flashing a bright smile. Hee. Young lad, the boss and the others are changing clothes. Don't you wish to take a peek? Gabra chuckled mischievously, nudging him with his elbow. All right. Come here. Aker pulled the blushing youth toward the door crack. Given the craftsmanship of shipyard number 7, how could the door not fit snugly? This was due to the ruckus caused by Khalifa rearranging the furniture earlier that afternoon, which had slightly misaligned the door. Typically, this was known only to Tali, who inadvertently let it slip, leading to this moment. Oh, this outfit is rather splendid. Bai Yang tried on several garments that Khalifa had selected for her. But don't you think it lacks masculinity? I wish to appear even more manly. No. Khalifa adjusted her glasses. Boss, Your foundation naturally follows this route. Pouting, Yang cradled her ample chest with both hands. Is this indeed the issue? Even with 3 layers of vests and coats, it is still rather conspicuous. Perhaps I should try wrapping the chest band tighter? Khalifa's suggestion was excellent, though its execution was somewhat painful. Wrapping the chest band tightly around her required significant effort, and Yang found it increasingly uncomfortable. It hurts. Too tight, too tight. Khalifa, be gentle. Please bear with me. This is all for the work ahead. Coincidentally, Yang and the others faced away from the door, so even when she removed the chest band, the few individuals at the door could only see her back. At this moment, the dialogue between the 2 women inside fueled their imaginations. Indeed, it should not have been witnessed. He covered his flushed cheeks and abruptly stood up, accidentally bumping his head against Gabra's chin, causing him to recoil in pain. Young lad, that hurt. This is the romance of men. Don't give up. Aker gazed at him with determination. Exactly. Romance. Tali turned around, raising her fist to cheer him on. At that moment, who had initially wanted to say something, turned pale, trembling as he pointed at the now open door. The other men surrounding him slowly turned, their atmosphere instantly chilling. The air was so heavy that they could barely move. The romance of men? Standing at the door was Yang, dressed in practice pants and a chest band, slightly raising her chin, her smile sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. In an instant, her silvery sword was swiftly sheathed at her waist. At that moment, all the men's clothing was utterly destroyed. Of course, Yang had skillfully restrained her strength, leaving each of them in just their underwear. She grinned, baring her teeth. The romance of women. Ugh. The first to react, and also the one who overreacted, was the delicate young man who covered his face and fled in a frenzy. Yang raised an eyebrow. Who is that? Crying like a little wife. Oh, that's from Team 1. The young man with dark green, spiky hair posed, attempting to flaunt his chest muscles in front of a certain woman. He was merely passing by. Quite composed, young man. Yang glanced at him. Little bare boxer shorts. How adorable, Aker. The person called immediately blushed in shock. He had forgotten he was wearing little bears today. Yang surveyed the others. Gabra covered his floral boxer shorts, grinding his teeth in embarrassment. Tali, on the other hand, covered her upper body as if preparing to confront him, but her loincloth seemed to need more covering. How rude. At that moment, Khalifa, coming from behind, angrily raised her leg. You perverts. Seeing the situation, Yang swiftly leaped away, distancing herself from the chaotic scene instigated by the bubbly beauty. Listening to the cries behind her, she gathered an inkling of the fate that awaited some of the men. That fellow named he seemed rather submissive. She had a vague recollection of him being the last one left on the ship at Basie Island, initially unaware of his surroundings. Now, he seemed to have been assigned under the steady leadership of Lister. Well, let us wait until Khalifa finishes her rampage before returning. Yang scratched the back of her head, heading toward the dormitory corridor. Just as she descended the stairs, she spotted surrounded by several soldiers. His face flushed and delicate. We called you to fetch the boss for a drink. How did you end up like this? Goodness. Parading around in striped boxers in front of the boss. This kind of temptation, you cannot betray us. The boss is off limits. The youth with light blue curly hair merely covered his crimson face, mumbling awkwardly. Step aside. Yang Frowned. She could not tolerate such effeminate men. Boss. X3 the soldiers were taken aback, then quickly stood at attention, clearing the way. I tore his clothes. They looked too tight, she exclaimed, pulling from among the group. Narrowing her eyes, she fixed her gaze upon him. To the other soldiers, it appeared as if she was showing pity for the delicate-looking Boss, my clothes are tight too. Me too. Boss, my clothes are too tight to breathe. Get lost with your cuteness. Yang furrowed her brow, tugging on E's arm. Come with me. I'll help you find a few pieces for my new clothes that you can wear. By the time she returned, Khalifa had already dealt with a few of the peeping individuals, returning to her usual poised and intellectual demeanor, leisurely sorting through clothes while smoking a cigarette. She appeared completely unbothered by her earlier outburst. Pick any men's clothes from a bed, tossing a long shirt onto to prevent Khalifa from exploding again. Yang began folding the garments she planned to wear the next day. Thank you. Boss, I have clothes. Wearing the linen long shirt, immediately stood straight, saluting. I'm going back. Wait. Yes. Forget it. You may go. In truth, Yang wanted to say, don't act like a little girl. However, as she had many younger brothers, it was inevitable to encounter those lacking masculinity, She was not the type to force others to conform to her will. Thus, she let it go. After bending down to tidy up a few garments, Bai Yang's patience reached its limit. She gritted her teeth, her face paling. I can't take it anymore. Khalifa, if I keep rapping like this, I'll suffocate before I even get to work. The intellectual beauty, still holding her cigarette, suddenly had a stroke of genius. By the way, I wonder if there are chest binders sold on this island. Chest binders? Yes, they have elasticity. Bai Yang hastily tore the binding from her chest, exhaling a huge sigh of relief. Khalifa, why didn't you say so earlier? I'm sorry. I've only seen them once in the warehouse during a mission when there was a need for disguise. But I've only seen them once. Khalifa adjusted her glasses. Women with perfect figures like mine naturally execute tasks in their true form. Bai Yang lazily raised an eyebrow, suddenly gripping the slender waist of the elegant woman before her. Huh, a tiny waist. Ha, that tickles. Suffer the consequences, bubbly beauty. I'll tickle you. Aha, that tickles, please stop, ha. The next morning, the pitch-black siren had already set sail toward the next island. In the early hours of the morning, the captain of the pirate ship, a particularly alluring and enigmatic young man, summoned all his crew to gather around the dining table. Brothers, let's give a twirl with these freshly crafted smoking pipes, Bai Yang declared, striking the pipe against the table. Our next target is Zhu Yin Dao, where we are sure to encounter many of our contemporaries. You all know what to do, right? Capture them. No, I believe it would be more fitting for us as pirates to eliminate them, Bai Yang mused, stroking his chin, momentarily shifting from his previous demeanor. Clad in a sleek black fitted suit, it bore a resemblance to the uniforms of CP9. Yet the distinct fabric and details lent it a unique elegance. The luxurious black fur-collared cloak draped over one shoulder added an air of aristocratic charm. Though her slick-back hair and the black eye patch over her right eye unmistakably marked her as a pirate. Captain, I have compiled the information regarding Zhu Yin Dao. I will distribute it to everyone after the meal. Khalifa, dressed in a seductive strapless leather skirt, adjusted her glasses. Excellent. Bai Yang scanned the assembled crew. All were in casual attire, including members of CP9, though their outfits bore a closer resemblance to their original uniforms, infused with a more relaxed and personal flair. For instance, Lucci had boldly swapped his tie for one adorned with a leopard print, exuding a wild, piratical essence. However, one individual stood out conspicuously, donning a pristine white justice cloak. Casa, why haven't you changed in a casual attire? Bai Yang tilted her head, twirling her smoking pipe. We have not yet arrived at our destination. Why should I conform to your ways? The chestnut-haired man frowned, impatiently removing his white cloak and draping it over his wrist, revealing a coffee-colored, double-breasted suit beneath. Now that as casual wear, Bai Yang remarked lazily, raising an eyebrow. Brothers, let us tie up this serious Navy officer and feed him to the sharks. Yes. Hey, what are you doing? How dare you listen to that madwoman? Don't come any closer. The author wishes to convey. The siren is indeed transformed from such a grand battleship, with a flag emblem depicting a dragon. Chapter 76. Zhu Yin Dao, as the name suggests, is an island where a specific type of bamboo matures into dark green rocks. The minerals and nutrients within these rocks are exceptionally beneficial for skincare. Nearly every household on the island cultivates Zhu Yin, leading to many of the island's structures and daily goods being made from this material, evoking a sense of ancient charm. This island, a picturesque autumn sanctuary, boasts a perpetually pleasant climate, allowing crops to flourish year-round. It is serene and fragrant with the scent of bamboo. Of course, the above description is merely what one might find in a travel brochure. The crux lies in the fact that recently, in an effort to enhance tourism and improve the livelihoods of its residents, the island has organized a matchmaking event aimed at nearby shipping routes and various islands. Although termed a matchmaking event, there are no fixed partners, allowing both singles and those in relationships to join in the festivities. Standing at the bow of the ship, Bai Yang took a puff from her pipe and exhaled a plume of smoke. The gentle breeze lifted the fur collar of her black cloak off her left shoulder. Gazing at the approaching island, she squinted slightly. Casa, do you think it is wise for a pirate ship to boldly dock at the harbor? You finally noticed. I thought the captain intended to storm the island and seize it outright. Casa, clad in a gray, double-breasted trench coat, replied with a hint of sarcasm. He then issued orders to his subordinate, List, to steer the ship elsewhere. Hey, no need to mock me right off the bat. My brothers didn't actually tie you up. Bai Yang turned, smirking. Our first mate Casa must have thoroughly researched something, right? The island's main landmass resembles bamboo. and there are several smaller islets to the north that look like bamboo leaves. If the hints from Greer are accurate, there will be numerous pirates here. But they certainly wouldn't dare dock at the harbor so brazenly. Those smaller islets carry some intrigue. Bayong shot him a glance. Casa, you truly are impressive. You must have had multiple plans in place. Of course. Soga, you'll let me know sooner next time. The man beside them adjusted his sparkling glasses. Look at my mood. It's merely her instructing the brothers to strip you of your clothes, revealing just a shoulder. Why the fuss? Bayong fiddled with her new pipe, raising an eyebrow as she made her way to the cabin. Upon reaching a small port on the island's western side, Casa quickly assigned tasks. All but the remaining crew were to disperse on the island in search of information. Casa did not incorporate CP9 into his plans, dismissing them with the remark that they were by Yang's employees. As they stepped onto the cobblestone port, a kind old woman passed by, her vision seemingly impaired, leaning on a cane. Oh my, so many of you. Welcome, welcome. Everyone here is destined to find their perfect match. Perfect match? Towering in a kimono, Tali raised a sturdy arm, exclaiming, "Great, I'll give my all." You fool. Do you really think we're all here to chase after girls? His companion, Aker, dressed in a hip-hop ensemble, adjusted his floral cap. No, Bayong turned to them, her cloak gracefully trailing behind her. We are indeed here to meet the ladies. But it's best to keep a keen eye to find the truly good ones. Yes, Captain. Though they had begun addressing her as Captain, their synchronized response was overly formal. Bayong waved her hand, signaling them to proceed, seeing their flushed faces filled with excitement. She didn't wish to hinder the happiness of these seafaring gentlemen. The remaining members of CP9 gathered, and Bayong twirled her pipe. You are free to act as you wish, but do not cause too much commotion. She paused. Khalifa, stay by my side. Understood, boss. The alluring, long-haired beauty nodded and moved to her side. What do you intend to do? Casa immediately became alert, accompanying a beauty, of course, as the captain of pirates. It's only natural to have a lovely companion, Bayong declared with conviction. Casa narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Captain. Then allow me to accompany you as well. How can you traverse without a subordinate by your side? No, I only need a beauty. She pouted. Play? Casa's expression twitched at the corner of his eye. Ahem. Khalifa, standing nearby, cleared her throat awkwardly. Everyone has left. Should we? By the time they set foot on the island, dusk had fallen swiftly, and the streets were adorned with vibrant red lanterns. Perhaps it was the warm glow that cast a hint of flirtation on the faces of the men and women alike. The island, being rectangular, offered ample space, and even with numerous visitors drawn by the festivities, there remained tranquil spots for couples to rendezvous. Bayong and her two companions entered the town from the western side of the island, presenting themselves as tourists. Look, the enchanting woman beside her nudged her, adjusting her glasses that flickered with an unidentifiable light, pointing to an antique clothing store on the street. The shop's window displayed an array of Tang suits and kipayos. Allah! Bayong raised an eyebrow, having thought that such kipayos were exclusive to Jiushidao. Jiushidao is indeed inspired by China, as noted by Oda in the SBS. When I visited previously, the place was filled with sentiments of nostalgia. To my surprise, Zhuyiandao also showcases a distinct Chinese aesthetic. I must buy it. Oh, Captain, you intend to purchase clothing from Miss Kali F.A., do you? This is the realm of those with money. After a moment of silence, Bayong took a puff from his smoking pipe and turned to Bai. Although Bayong appeared quite villainous with his black eye patch and dubious demeanor, the two companions accompanying him were undoubtedly captivating. Occasionally, solitary men and women on the street glanced their way, yet few approached to engage in conversation. At this moment, they finally understood why. A local wearing a Tang suit approached them, carrying a basket of flowers. Dear customers, if you're still single, why not adorn yourselves with these fresh bamboo leaves and vibrant camellias? The speaker was a lovely young girl, her eyes squinting with laughter as she looked at Ka Sa. So this is what prospective matches wear. Bayong struck his smoking pipe against his hand, realizing, no need for my words. The beauty beside me is sufficient. She smirked, resting her arm on Kali F.A.'s shoulder, enhanced by her heeled boots. Ka-sa, why not wear them? You might encounter a fortuitous romance. Under the enthusiastic gaze of a local girl, sweat trickled down Ka-sa's neck. He adjusted his glasses. No, I shall not consider other women as I aim to assist you, dear Captain. Such words implied a rather unconventional relationship between the two. Indeed, the young girl's expression shifted immediately, and she awkwardly apologized before scurrying away. Yes, my apologies. Heartless fellow, don't tell others that you were my first mate. A glance from the bystanders accompanied this remark. As for me, I wouldn't mind dating occasionally. The intellectual beauty who had remained silent finally spoke. After a moment of contemplation, Bayang promptly raised his arm around Ka Li Fa. Apologies for obstructing your happiness. No, let's wait until after work, Ka Li Fa replied, adjusting her glasses with a smile. The group strolled along, meandering through the vibrant streets filled with couples and young people, illuminated shops lining the way. Perhaps a few individuals occasionally recognized them as pirates, but they wore bamboo leaves and behaved politely. Truly on a quest for love? Bayang could no longer tolerate the sight. Pirates ought to embody the essence of piracy. Just then, a few towering figures at the street corner surrounded three young girls, unmistakably exuding a pirate vibe. Those fellows seem rather dedicated, Kasa remarked, adjusting his glasses. They are members of our crew. Huh, those fools. Stepping forward, they finally recognized the figures. At the corner stood Gabura, Ache, and Tali. Ah, we mean no harm. We simply wish to invite the ladies for tea, Ache said cheerfully to the girls. However, the young women were evidently intimidated by the robust man, retreating in fear. Are you street thugs attempting to flirt? A vein bulged on by Yang's forehead as he struck a certain hip-hop youth in the abdomen with his steel smoking pipe. Ugh! The struck individual clutched his stomach, momentarily incapacitated. It was then that they realized the displeasure of the one who had struck. Ah, Captain, what a coincidence! Tali scratched the back of his head. Boss. Ha ha ha. Gabura desperately tried to conceal something, but realized it was futile. I merely wished to soothe my wounded heart. There's nothing wrong with that. Yet, a glance from Bayang silenced them all. I apologize if my crew has frightened you. She frowned slightly, nodding apologetically to the girls. This is what a pirate captain with an air of nobility looks like, especially with that subtle aristocratic aura that captivated the young women. No, it's perfectly fine. Does this captain not wear bamboo leaves? Yes. This island is delightful. I am quite familiar with it. Allow me to be your guide, Captain. Wow, Captain, let's go on a date. Instantly, the three beautiful girls surrounded Bayang, causing sweat to bead on his forehead. It seemed that even without bamboo leaves, he could not escape their attention. No, I lack the time. She waved her hand, signaling Gabura and the others to come over. From a distance, the excited girls could still be heard discussing how cool he was and similar remarks. This made the genuine men in the group envious. Gabura leaned closer. Hey, with that makeup, looking neither male nor female, and with a scarred eye, how can you still charm women? Ha! Gabura, do you not realize your shortcomings? Bayang exhaled a puff of smoke, remaining unperturbed by his words. It's simply a matter of lacking assertiveness. Assertiveness? Do you think we are not manly enough? Tali exclaimed excitedly. I understand. The captain speaks of how a man's assertiveness can win a woman's heart. Ache perked up, flipping his cap backward, looking determined. You should be more direct. When you see a woman you fancy, strike up a conversation and then go in for a bold kiss. That is how you show strength. Isn't that what Gabura just said? Fool. If she likes a man who is assertive, then it's a consent of sorts. So the chances are 50-50, got it? Bayang smirket. That makes sense. A man should indeed be assertive. Tali clenched his fist. Let's go try it out. The group nodded at one another, excitement propelling them to dash away. The intellectual beauty in her alluring leather attire spoke up. Forgive my bluntness. Does it truly work? No, I was deceiving them. Bayang, expressionless, took another puff from his pipe and suddenly thought of something. I forgot to tell them not to disclose that they are part of our crew. Author's note. Please note, during work hours, no shenanigans allowed. Chapter 77. What does it mean to meet acquaintances? Enemies? Fated rivals? Bayang found it difficult to describe the current scene. At the very least, it could still be characterized as intense and exhilarating. This dimly lit, secluded intersection featured Rob Lucci from CP9 on one side and Eustace Kid from the Kid Pirates on the other. Directly ahead stood Trafalgar Law and his Heart Pirates, along with Beepo and Shachi. In the center, the infamous killer was engaged in a fierce duel with Kaku, wielding twin swords. Oh my, what is happening here? CP9, along with the three supernovas engaged in battle? No, that's not right. CP9 is now considered part of her crew. However, by positioning, they could be regarded as the fourth faction. The Kid Pirates, led by Eustace Kid, boasted a bounty of 240 million, while the killer had a bounty of 80 million. As for the Heart Pirates, Trafalgar Law, known as the Doctor of Death, had a bounty of 180 million. The intellectual beauty beside Bayang adjusted her glasses. In the vast ocean, they were still newcomers, yet they commanded such high bounties, making them perilous entities. Even without Ka Li Fa's introduction, she could recite their names. But was the situation truly all right? Exhaling a puff of smoke, Bai Yong remained silent, observing the intense and spectacular combat between Kaku and Killer. The sound of clashing metal echoed loudly in the deserted street. Moreover, it appears that the two formidable pirate crews, currently engaged in a standoff, have already taken notice of Bai Yang's presence, yet they remain inactive. In truth, one could assert that this situation resembles a tripartite balance of power, with each party recognizing that the others are not mere trifles. Boss, have you also come to this side? Breaking the silence is Wei Chu, clad in traditional Japanese no-theater attire, twirling a staff in hand. Please hold on for a moment. I, Kaku, and Lu Chi shall swiftly resolve this matter. Hey, didn't we agree in the meeting not to engage certain individuals? She yearns to vacate this place, especially since they are all acquaintances. Although she is dressed quite well, both sides are now casting doubts upon her. Moreover, she still has some unresolved issues with Trafalgar Law from the Heart Pirates, and she is quite eager to confront him. With a graceful turn, she waved her hand behind her, and Bai Yong parted her lips. Let us go. Upon receiving the command, Kaku raised an eyebrow, but deftly leaped back with a moonwalk, moving beside her. Do we not want their heads? Lu Chi's tone rose, his hands leisurely resting in his pockets as he walked towards them alongside Wei Chu. Their leader, however, had no desire to utter another word. Bai Yong was perplexed. What did Greer mean, providing him with this intelligence when the other pirate crews had not spotted them, and then encountering the three supernovas at a glance? Do you know how she feels about them now? It feels akin to gazing upon three large cuts of meat, each adorned with the inscription of berries. I thought they were a previously unseen pirate crew, but it turns out they're a bunch of cowards. The man with the red, spiky hair grinned arrogantly. Killer, come back. There is no need to waste time on these fellows. Talp. This prompted Lu Chi to halt immediately, casting a glance back as murderous intent surged within him. Boss. I shall commit seppuku if this grudge goes unavenged. Crack. Wei Chu struck the ground with his staff. You're courting death, red-haired brat. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to quietly drink? With just a nod, she could ignite the entire atmosphere. Bai Yang secretly clenjet hair smoking rot. Oh, I thought we were done for. At that moment, the captain of the Heart Pirates, who had been silent until now, curled his lips in a malevolent grin. It seems this will be quite a spectacle. Captain, the bear, Beepo, clad in an orange work uniform, raised his nose to sniff the air. After confirming something, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It's Usopp. It's Usopp. What are you talking about, Beepo? Where's Usopp here? Shachi scratched the back of his head in exasperation. Usopp has been gone for quite some time. You should forget him. Beepo, come to the back. Don't get involved when they start fighting. Pekin urged him to retreat. No. The one wearing the black eye patch is Usopp. Struggling to shake off Pekin, the bear shouted. I could smell her fragrance. A certain woman, preparing to make a swift exit, felt the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She desperately wanted to flee, but she also cherished Beepo. Indeed, that Arctic bear Beepo, with his plush fur and the comforting sensation of an embrace, was simply delightful. Even during her time with the Heart Pirates, she could not forget him. Seeing the people ahead come to a standstill, Beepo could hardly believe that Usopp would forget them. Indeed, they had abandoned her. Yet, he could not forget the days they spent together. Usopp, have you lost your memory again? He said as he moved closer to Bai Yong. I'm Beepo. Just as Beepo was about to approach them, it entered the alert range for CP9. Califa immediately lashed out with her thorn whip, striking the ground with a resounding crack. Do not be rude. Kaku and Wei Chu simultaneously assumed combat stances, while Lu Chi transformed into his leopard form in an instant. At that moment, the tension in the air was palpable, marking a direct confrontation with the Heart Pirates. Trafalgar Law's expression remained inscrutable as he raised his hands into the air. Room. A rather small light blue space enveloped Bai Yong and her companions. Casa adjusted his glasses that had not slipped down his nose. With the other hand, he swiftly produced 2 silver surgical knives. He cast a casual glance at Bai Yong, who stood at the center. This implied a desire to eliminate them without hesitation. She and the first mate communicated seamlessly through their glances. Holding her breath, she was well aware of Law's slaughterhouse. In an instant, appearing at an incomprehensible speed before the man wearing a spotted hat, she seized his throat with a single strike. Halt, and retract your abilities. Her voice was low, and the aura surrounding her had already intimidated those present. Law curled his lips in a sardonic smile, sheathing his blade and retracting his powers. What a coincidence. Usopp. No. It should be the Dragon Lady of the East Sea. Meanwhile, Kid, draped in a red fur-lined coat, paused slightly, staring intently at Bai Yong for a moment before regaining his arrogant smile. What a familiar face. I thought something fell off. This woman's aura remained so oppressive. His gaze involuntarily averted. Bai Yong let out a soft sigh. Releasing her grip on Law's throat, she turned to face everyone. Let's have some tea. Kid raised an eyebrow, caught off guard. Bai Yong looked at him as if to say, why don't you understand yet? And took the lead towards a nearby tea house, nestled within an alley. As she passed him, she patted his red fur collar. You're treating. You rascal. Why should I treat? Because you owe me a favor. Casting him a glance, Bai Yong gestured for Casa and the CP9 members to join them. The man gripping the wild blade curled his lips. We shall also go. The tea house on Juyin Island boasted an ancient and elegant decor, with the rich green hues of bamboo evident as soon as one entered. At this moment, the tea house was nearly devoid of patrons, and the arrival of their large group startled a few couples seeking solitude, causing them to flee immediately. On the rectangular tea table in the center of the hall, exquisite tea utensils emanating the fragrance of tea leaves were already laid out. The group dispersed, taking their seats on the sandalwood benches intricately carved with floral patterns. Yet the atmosphere remained charged, teetering on the brink of confrontation. This rendered the service staff hesitant to approach, forcing Bai Yong to take it upon herself to prepare the tea. Of course, she was not adept at this. She could only rely on her memory to feign the motions. Hey, woman, this is less satisfying than drinking alcohol. Kid frowned, but there are no bars nearby. Tea's quite nice. Also, stop calling me woman, Bai Yong replied, twirling the ceramic pot in her hand, pouring a fragrant cup of tea into a celadon cup. Here, try it. Raising an eyebrow, the man with the red spiky hair accepted the bowl-like blue and white porcelain cup and drank it in one gulp. He grinned. Your surname is Law, right? How is it the same as Trafalgar's name? Bai Yong did not even lift her head, pouring another cup of tea. Indeed, if you call me Law. It sounds as though you are calling Trafalgar Law. Those unaware might think you two share a close relationship. This time, the teacup in her hand transformed into countless small squares, floating towards the person seated across from her. Oh, Law accepted the teacup. What an honor. He took a sip of tea. Eustace, you best refrain from calling the Dragon Lady Law, for I would feel immensely uncomfortable and might consider eliminating you first. You rascal. Black Dragon. At the perfect moment, Bai Yong interjected. Here on this island, you shall call me Black Dragon, holding a teacup and savoring the fragrant aroma. She was caught off guard as the scalding tea seared her tongue upon entry. Ouch! Instinctively, she expelled her tongue and turned her face aside, while Bai Yong fanned herself with her hand. This series of actions completely dissipated the previously cultivated aura of intimidation. Are you truly a fool? Kid gazed at her in disbelief. The man with the speckled hat chuckled softly. As the leader of the Black Dragon, even with your memories restored, you remain quite foolish. Who knew it would be so hot? Are your tongues forged of steel or capable of self-cooling? Bai Yong retorted with a shark-like grin. Usaki. The white bear Beepo watched her with caution. You haven't forgotten us, right? Accepting the cool tea handed over by Khalifa, Bai Yong took a hearty gulp. I'm a person who distinguishes between grievances and affections, and my memory is quite sharp. However, let us take things slowly for now, shall we? I cannot believe that you have come to this island for matchmaking. She smirked, gazing at the two captains. Let us discuss some serious matters, such as forming an alliance. The author has something to say. Ahem, be mindful of your nosebleeds and saliva. Chapter 78. The Leader of the Black Dragon. Your words are truly amusing. Law raised an eyebrow, smiling. I have witnessed your disregard for both pirates and the Navy. But do you know what has transpired on this island? You merely mention alliance. Precisely because we lack knowledge, we seek an alliance to exchange information. Bai Yong relaxed against the back of her chair. What about you, kid? Do you have any news? I am unaware of what exactly has occurred on this island, but people from my ship have been taken. I came here searching for them. As if recalling something, Kid's expression darkened with hostility. Taken? Is it zombies? It is indeed Corwin, Kira interjected. A few days ago, on another island, a pirate crew challenged Kid to a davy-back fight. Pondering for a moment, Bai Yong cautiously inquired, the Foxy Pirates? You're familiar with such a small pirate crew? Kira was taken aback. Indeed, there is some history. Their captain is, to be frank, quite weak, yet cunning and treacherous. An old hand at davy-back fights. You must have encountered them for the first time and lost without understanding the situation. She smiled slyly. It must be that Foxy. Recognizing Kid's prowess, prudently retreated. Indeed, After playing around, Corwin was taken, and they fled immediately. Kira nodded. Bayong propped her chin with one hand. Law, is a Davy-back fight currently underway on this island? You guessed accurately. Then let me take another guess. You are lingering here because you are unaware of where the Davy-back fight actually commences on the island, directly meeting the gaze of the weary figure across from her. Bayong slightly lifted her chin. My people will locate the venue. You will inform us of what has transpired on the island. How does that sound? Black Dragon's leader. Let us not discuss whether your people can find the actual location. Even for exchanging information, forming an alliance is entirely unnecessary. The man in the speckled hat intertwined his fingers. I believe Eustace, too, wishes to act independently. Upon hearing Law's words, Bayong raised her black eye mask, smiling slyly at the man on her right. Kid, do you not wish to join me in this endeavor? Oof. What are you beseeching me? The red-haired man remained defiantly grinning, staring directly at her. Setting aside the eye mask, Bayang's smile vanished in an instant. Alliance attempted and failed. She slightly elevated her chin, visibly displeased. Let us go. There is no need for further discussion. Pausing her departure, she added, You too, when we meet again. Do not trouble me. That fellow. Though the one left behind still wore a brazen smile, his mood had evidently soured. Such a fickle temperament. Kid, women must be coaxed. Kira spoke earnestly from the side. You have touched her sore spot. Troublesome. Kid glanced at Law, still seated. Trafalgar. You can keep this tea for yourself. The leisurely figure on the long bench smirked and gave him the finger. You truly know how to infuriate someone. At that moment, Bayong, having exited onto the street, pondered deeply, stroking her chin. Those two newcomers are quite bothersome. However, it is precisely due to their temperament that they might grow into formidable candidates to topple the four emperors. The four emperors? Lucci, hands nestled in the pockets of his black suit, approached her, raising an eyebrow. You believe those two could topple the four emperors of the New World? Well, how should I put it? It is merely their disposition. Upon reaching the New World, one must possess such an irksome character to survive. Suddenly struck by a thought, Bayong halted. Lucci, contact Gabra, Bruno, and the Owl, exert all efforts to uncover clues regarding the Davy-back fight on this island. I wish to join this gathering of pirates as soon as possible. To facilitate the swift acquisition of information, the following day, Casa found a slightly obscure inn in the town to serve as a temporary base. In the small courtyard of the inn, a lush bamboo grove thrived. Sipping floertea. Bayong sat lazily at the square stone table, propping her chin with one hand. Beepo, come out. It's just me here. From behind a rocky outcrop near the bamboo grove, a creature with orange and white fur cautiously peeked out. Yusaki, my people have gone out to gather intelligence, she smirked, patting the stone pillar beside her. Come, sit here. Yusaki. Upon hearing this, the white bear dashed over and enveloped Bayong in a tight embrace. I missed you. Were you all right in that plague-infested village? Caught off guard by the sudden hug, Bayong momentarily froze. This was the first time someone, or bear, had dared to embrace her so unabashedly. Yet, that warm, fluffy sensation instantly brought her comfort. Returning the embrace, she smiled. I am well, worry not. Yusaki, everyone has not forgotten you. Beepo released her, a hint of pink gracing his cheeks. Is there any chance you could return? Would you still be a nurse? Offering a slight, bitter smile, Bayong returned to her seat to brew another cup of tea. Do you think I have changed since my time with the Heart Pirates? You are now a formidable bounty hunter within the Navy. But Yusaki is still Yusaki. That will never change. People may not change, but positions and surrounding environments are ever shifting. Gently lifting her teacup to take a sip, Bayang's eyes twinkled with mirth. Beepo, return now, lest Pei Jin and Xia Qi criticize your emotional fragility again. Yusaki, your visit indicates that Law has tacitly approved. Please convey a message to the captain for me. My refraining from capturing him on this island does not signify that I have forgotten the incident of him abandoning me. Is Yusaki angry about this? But you are with the Navy now, and the captain said you would remember. With the Navy? Bayong smirked, regarding the white bear. Since I am with the Navy, why do you seek me out now? She stood, playfully tugging at Beepo's fluffy ears. I do not require such reasons to act. Now, my people have returned. If you do not depart, be wary of the leopard man devouring you. Yoa. Beepo frantically scanned his surroundings, sensing a faint whiff of a beast in the air, and leaped onto the courtyard wall. Yusaki, I will convey your message to the captain. Take care. After he left, a cheerful young man wearing a black duckbill cap approached. Do I appear frightening in my old age? The giraffe is undoubtedly the most beloved creature in the zoo. Alas, It merely mistook you for Lucci. With a gentle pour of tea into another celadone cup, Yang presented it to him. How has the day unfolded? As the hours passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that no one had come see me. The absence of intelligence reports was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was disheartening that not even a few of the sergeants had graced the inn with their presence. A casual visit from them would have been welcome. She was feeling rather bored. After sipping the floral tea, Kaku adjusted his duckbill cap. Your soldiers have all been summoned back to the ship by the first mate, leaving only a handful of us outside. What transpired? Oh, nothing much. Just that the techniques you taught Gabura yesterday proved quite effective. I heard from the owl that he has already met a new girlfriend. Kaku beamed with a sunny smile. Subsequently, Gabura boasted about it, prompting some soldiers to mimic him, leading many to face detainment and warnings from the island security team. The first mate spent the entire morning addressing the situation. Ha ha ha, but it's no longer an issue. Now the soldiers have returned to the ship. Cough, cough. The floral tea caught in by Yang's throat, inducing a violent fit of coughing. Foolishness, he exclaimed, clenching his fists tightly. What matters now is the location of the pirates gathering on the island. At that moment, Kaku comprehended why this matter had not reached the ears of the ship's captain. Return to the siren. The commotion was palpable. Indeed, Casa had never anticipated that one day he would need to employ his wits to resolve the issue of crew members being mistaken for lecherous individuals. And all this chaos over such a trifling matter. Should he blame that insane woman? He had no time for such distractions. Do you not realize why you have come to this island? Facing the neatly aligned ranks on the deck, Cass's voice resonated with indignation. Or have you, as soldiers, completely abandoned your discipline? A squad of Sergeant Lister stood rigidly behind Casa. He could discern that upon arriving at the island, the young soldiers had indeed relaxed their demeanor. A reprimand from Brigadier Casa was warranted. It was certainly better than having the captain find out, for the captain was often the most jovial of the bunch. However, those who were still feeling fortunate soon turned their heads to find their captain and CP9's Kaku already standing on the deck. Noticing Yang's displeased expression approaching, Casa inwardly cursed. He adjusted his glasses. I've already managed this issue. Yet the figure cloaked in a black fur-collared cape brushed past him and strode directly before the entire crew. Stand straight. With that command alone, everyone's posture became impeccably upright. They instantly felt the formidable presence the captain exuded. Cold sweat trickled down their backs, and they unconsciously swallowed hard, the very air around them seeming to solidify. Yang furrowed her brow, gritting her teeth. Indeed, I may be the most unruly in the Navy, but my soldiers, they are capable of upholding their sense of justice, even in my absence as an unworthy captain. Protect the siren, protect the weak. Each and every one of you is a true man. She struck the steel smoking pipe forcefully against the ship's metal edge. Now, do you remember who you are? Rearrange yourselves. Yes. Casa secretly sighed in relief. The soldier's response was indeed deafening. Being reprimanded by this woman possessed an even greater impact. Meanwhile, Lister, wearing a baseball cap, also breathed a sigh of relief. Not only did she admonish everyone, prompting them to reflect on their mistakes, but she also elevated their morale, leaving no trace of negativity regarding the incident. Truly, the captain is a respected figure among the soldiers of the Navy, deserving of such admiration. This trivial matter had, however, fostered a regrettable atmosphere within the military. After all, being mistaken for lecherous individuals was a source of pride for them as formidable soldiers, which only deepened their sense of regret. Yang had not anticipated this aspect. She merely wished to scold her subordinates out of frustration. After all, this blunder partially stemmed from her own responsibility. Of course, she would not forget who else bore some of the blame. Tali and Archer. Taking a puff from the smoking pipe, she beckoned the two who bore red handprints on their faces. Sister, Archer approached, a hint of guilt clouding his demeanor, as the aura from earlier made him feel as though he had erred. I was wrong. Tali immediately saluted upon arriving, exhaling a plume of smoke. Yang raised an eyebrow. It's not as if the two of you were the ones who flaunted this foolishness everywhere. There's no need to be so fearful. She paused. However, I do find it rather peculiar. Those handprints on your faces were from a woman, weren't they? When did that happen? Report. It was last night when we were with Gabura. Last night? She lightly touched the large red mark on Archer's right cheek, but the moment she made contact, he instinctively recoiled in pain. Did Khalifa give you a good kicking? Indeed, we sought medical attention upon our return and applied medicine. So, it's nothing serious. Taking a deep breath, Yang snapped her fingers. Casa, Come take a look at these injuries. As her second-in-command approached to arrange the soldiers, he adjusted his glasses. I have also been monitoring this, but I have yet to piece it together. You can't discern the source of these injuries? No, I'm simply still puzzled. Oh, it's Gabura and his new girlfriend. Upon Tali's exclamation, Bayong, Kasa, and Kaku curiously moved to the ship's edge, gazing at the figure walking towards the port. Petensyali Katerin número dos. Wow, I truly did not expect this. Kaku exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. What a beautiful woman, Kasa noted, his lenses reflecting a mysterious glimmer. This defies logic. Absolutely illogical. Bayong raised her eyebrows higher, eager for her second-in-command to elucidate the scientific basis for such a sight. Yet, the reality stood before them. Clad in a black tang suit, Gabura wore a beaming smile of triumph. In his arms was a lady draped in a light blue veil, adorned in a long-sleeved white gown. With every step she took, she appeared delicately poised to stumble, exuding an aura of fragility that instinctively invoked a desire to protect her. The author has something to say. To the comrades ahead, your integrity has fallen. Tomorrow, no main text will be released. Instead, a side story featuring Smoker will be posted. Please remember to check the above for non-VIP side stories. Recently, why are there so many health-harming images in hand? Scratches back of head, Chapter 79. Damn it, why is it that Gabura gets to embrace a beauty? Archer, still clad in hip-hop attire but with the red handprint glaring on his cheek, grumbled under his breath. Yet, Bayong heard him as she beckoned him with her finger. Have you seen that woman? Yes, she was one of the girls who struck us last night. Archer crossed his arms in recollection. There were 3 lovely girls in total, and we each chose one to pursue, but only Gabura escaped unscathed. Oh, do you think Gabura is handsome? Sister, did you not teach us that a man cannot rely solely on his looks? Nonsense. I said one cannot be solely reliant on looks. A handsome face is an inherent advantage. She playfully smacked Archer on the back. In a lowered voice, Bayong continued, you and Tali should not venture out just yet. Remain aboard the Siren and focus on receiving treatment from Kasa. Why? Sister, even if we have acted foolishly, is it not still your teachings guiding us? What of it? But what but? Clearly, stay put and do not resist. Understood. As Bayong exchanged a glance with a delicate man clad in a gray trench coat. He left from the 4-story Siren ship to greet Gabra and his new girlfriend. Taking a puff from her smoking pipe, she exhaled a ring of smoke before addressing Gabra. So, is this your woman? Coughing to disperse the smoke in front of him, Gabra remained in high spirits. Well, I must thank you, boss, for your guidance. Ha! But it is indeed natural for someone like me, Gabra, to find such a beautiful woman. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the frail figure nearly obscured by her veil. Bayong lightly snapped her fingers. You can take your woman with you. There's an inn on the west side that we have reserved. I need to attend to some matters on the ship, so you should head there to rest. Upon finishing her words, she flashed him a playful smile. Understood. Gabra clenched his fists, brimming with determination. After Gabra and the woman, who had remained silent, departed, Bayong returned to the deck and addressed the 2 individuals still observing from the ship's edge. Kaku, you go contact Lucci and the others. Once we have intel, we will meet at the inn. Kasa, I entrust you with the affairs aboard the ship. I would like you to thoroughly examine Tali and Archer's injuries, and ensure all soldiers remain on the ship for organization. This time, Lucci and I will take the lead. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow. Did you catch a whiff of the sea? The old man seemed to have detected a fishy odor. The lens of Cass's glasses gleamed, and he lowered his voice. The scent of the sea is too vague, but I have a rough guess. By evening, Bayong led the members of CP9, Khalifa, Lucci, and Kaku to the inn to rendezvous with Bruno, Wei Chi, and the Owl. Their actions were prompted by the intel that Bruno had located the venue for their meeting, allowing both groups to enter the inn's hall simultaneously. Inside the hall, Gabra donned a dark blue tang suit, pouring tea for the delicate woman beside him, his expression filled with delight. Pausing momentarily, Bayong lowered her voice slightly to Khalifa. Did we succeed? The intelligent beauty adjusted her glasses, replying, It's impossible. The woman's attire hasn't changed. Pondering for a moment, she gestured for the man with a dove on his shoulder to lean down. Lucci, among your animal-type companions, whose sense of smell is the keenest? Slightly tilting his head, Lucci raised an eyebrow. That fool Gabra. Boss, you're here. Gabra finally noticed the group that had entered the hall and waved. The hall was filled with circular wooden tables, and since they had reserved the entire inn, no one else was present. Sitting casually in the center of the hall, Bayong tapped the marble coffee table with her smoking pipe, signaling the other CP9 members to begin their reports. The owl, unzipping his mouth, turned to Gabra. Have you really forgotten about Catherine? Ah, shut up, shut up. Gabra panicked, tugging at the owl's zipper. That zipper isn't just for show. We can't afford to create a scene and then come back. Bayong furrowed her brow, her demeanor noticeably altered. The owl pushed past Gabra, raising his hand to report. Bruno and I discovered a secret passage beneath the island. After traversing a desolate graveyard, concealed by bamboo groves, we found a chaotic burial site with only tombstones and a stone coffin. From the door opened and the coffin lid. There is a deep, dark stone staircase. This is the secret passage we uncovered after some exploration. Gabra, are you really going to let your girlfriend accompany you? Kaku pressed his hat down. It's a terrifying hell down there, huh? And what of hell? With me protecting Lanzi, that is sufficient, Gabra proclaimed, lost in self-admiration. The woman in his arms leaned closer to his chest, seemingly echoing his thoughts, prompting a proud smile from Gabra. Taking the torch from Wei Qi, Bayong boldly led the way. If one overlooked the dark lines on her head, she appeared quite capable of assuming a leadership role. The passage, initially quite narrow, required the taller Wei Qi and the owl to bend low to keep up. After a few minutes, the path suddenly opened up, evoking the sensation of entering a natural cavern. However, upon closer inspection, one could quickly discern the artificial carvings along the gradually widening cave walls. As they continued, the path broadened, and luminous moss began to sprout from the cave walls, illuminating the way even without torches. Finally, before reaching the first fork in the path, a wide underground waterway appeared on the left side, meandering into the unseen depths. Wow, what a spacious waterway! Even the siren could easily navigate through. Wei Qi exclaimed. Turning his head, we're almost at our destination, Bruno interjected. I've checked it out once. This is where the pirates are gathering. He recalled, there are many pirates. The term many implied a space large enough to accommodate those fond of conflict. At the end of the passage stood two enormous stone doors that reached the cave ceiling, indicating to Bayong just how expansive the area beyond those doors would be. Reflecting momentarily on the number 1 gate of Water 7, she smirked and twirled the smoking pipe in her hand as she approached the doors. Raising her leg, she kicked between the 2 stone doors. This time, she did not use her internal power. Her attack resembled more of an internal destruction, commonly referred to as internal injury. The kick, fueled purely by strength, left a footprint-shaped crack between the doors, accompanied by a screeching sound as it scraped against the ground. Having been kicked open, this is how a little-known rookie pirate crew should make their entrance, Bayong remarked, raising her chin with a smile. If the island's shape could be likened to a rectangle, then behind this stone door lay the underground city of the island. To say it was spacious? No, it was a sprawling town that seemed to extend beyond sight, nestled within this vast cave. The scene resembled a secondary port for entering the island. But instead of connecting to the surface sea, it linked to the previously mentioned underground waterway. This expansive underground waterway branched out further upon entering the underground city, resembling the veins of a plant permeating the entire town. Various pirate ships were docked along the main waterway, with smaller vessels even navigating the branching routes. Snapping her fingers, Bayong addressed the approaching members of CP9. You have investigated the mayor of this island, right? Isn't it amusing how we were misled? In reality, this place is Mr. Iceberg's second base. It's practically a bungalow version of an underground water city. No, the mayor of Julian Island is indeed an ordinary person. Califa replied with a slight frown, indicating her thorough investigation. Bayong and the members of CP9 strode directly through the enormous stone doors into the pirate-infested town, causing quite a stir among the port's pirates. How could they just walk in through the entrance stone door without the fisherman's 2 gates being opened? They kicked it open. I just saw the footprint-shaped crack on the stone door. How impressive. Who are they? Which pirate crew do they belong to? It was clear that any pirate crew that had not arrived by ship through the waterway had not been invited. I bet this pirate crew is a newly established one. They probably just happened to push open that door. Indeed, my dear brother, do you not see how they dress as if they are from a funeral parlor? Despite their outward appearance, they are merely a band of cowardly pirates. Along the way, Bayong overheard the whispered conversations of the pirates, most of which were expressions of admiration for their capabilities or curiosity about their origins. However, it was the last few words spoken by 2 men that caught Bayang's attention. The 2 men, who had mocked them, became alert upon noticing Bayang's pause. They swallowed dryly, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. In this underworld teeming with ruthless pirates, a brawl could erupt at any moment. Hey, you two! At that moment, A large group approached from the other end of the street, their clothing clearly identifying them as members of the same pirate crew as the two men. The one speaking was a bearded leader. Boss. Seeing their captain arrive, the two men hurriedly approached him. We were just saying how the Davy back fight is upon us, and that it's just a bunch of useless cowards. Even if they happen to push open the stone gate, they are merely here to deliver the pirate flag. No one would want their crew. Ha ha ha. That girl in the leather jacket is quite something. The bearded captain leered at Khalifa. Hey, little girl, why don't you come with me? I can push open the stone gate with just 2 hands and have a bounty of 80 million berries. The audacious Khalifa instantly brandished her thorn whip, only to be blocked by Yang's steel smoking rod. Although the attack was thwarted, she made no further move, seemingly lost in thought. As night falls, we need not wait any longer. At that moment, standing nearby, Lu Chi gazed at Yang with his golden cat-like eyes, a smile that hinted at danger. Right, boss? Well, suit yourselves. If you wish to gather information, there are plenty of people to ask. Yang shrugged. She had actually been contemplating whether to capture someone here for inquiries. Since Lu Chi and his companions had been too lenient these past days, she decided not to intervene. The cobbled street was uneven, with some houses carved from massive stones and unpolished stalactites surrounding them. Now, the once cavernous brown road was drenched in a vivid shade of red. The anguished cries silenced the area, making it clear to all that this pirate crew, having just entered through the stone gate, was not to be trifled with. Yang was not particularly fond of blood. She typically used her fists when killing, thus avoiding the bloody scent that would cling to her upon arrival at an island, even though it was often inescapable. Therefore, she merely stood still, puffing on her smoking rod, exhaling clouds of smoke as she coldly observed Rob Lucci unleash his extreme form of justice until the very end. Hey, Ro. I've recently received reports that many folks have encountered health issues after seeing your photo. Is that so? Laughs? Then I should personally diagnose the situation. Indeed, plucking out eyes can be quite the spectacle, can it? The CP9 in casual attire provided everyone with a healing boost, and upon seeing Rob Lucci and his crew, one might feel a certain sense of security. Chapter 80. Wow. The boss sold himself for 50 million berries. I absolutely will not divulge that. Should we sever this guy's head? Lucci asked, wiping the blood from his hands as he addressed his current superior. No need. Yang exhaled a plume of smoke, her eyes narrowing slightly. Another guest is arriving. In the distance, a ship emblazoned with the word organizer docked at the street. 2 fishmen disembarked, and upon seeing the group, they paused and exchanged glances. Fishmen? Khalifa adjusted her glasses. Is the gathering of pirates led by a fishman crew? Yang understood Khalifa es John Fusian. Fishman pirate crews were exceedingly rare, especially in the first half of the Grand Line. The only one she was acquainted with was Jean Bei, the fishman who served as the captain of the fishman pirate crew among the 7 warlords. Jean Bei was typically indifferent to human affairs, often spending his time between the Whitebeard pirates and Fishman Island. We are fishmen affiliated with the Foxy pirate crew, said a catfish fishman sporting fins on his back. The captain wishes for you to come. All pirate crews must first register here. Yang raised an eyebrow. Foxy, huh? So he has fishmen among his crew. In this event, the Davy back fight seems to connect everything. But why must all pirate crews participate? She approached, twirling her smoking rod. Participation is not mandatory. Another crab-like fishman with 8 legs replied, waving his claws. However, any pirate crew that refuses to join after we've gone through such efforts to set up this venue is simply foolish. Is that so? I'm indeed curious about the organizer. So, let us go have a look. Boarding the vessel, which was half the size of the Siren, they set off at a swift pace. From the ship, they could clearly observe the layout of the underground city. Within this vast cavern, the ground was sparse, with houses constructed from massive stones, the pathways riddled with potholes. Torches illuminated every intersection, guiding the vessels through the waterway's twists and turns. As they navigated the labyrinthine waterways, Yang noticed that the main waterway ahead was beginning to branch out towards several openings. Following the crabman's words, this was indeed the venue. What a grand endeavor. Soon, the ship reached the end of the underground city, where a structure made of colossal nautilus shells stood out among the stone houses. The path was lined with torches leading directly to the nautilus shell's entrance. Upon entering the hall of the nautilus shell house, the opulent decorations and bright environment genuinely piqued Yang's interest. It was a splendid place. Suddenly, gunfire erupted in the hall, followed by a low, arrogant voice. Now, where's that rascal Foxy? Capone, you'd be better off joining this game directly. Wouldn't your crew return? A somewhat languid voice responded. Shut up, Trafalgar. After walking a few meters inside, Bai Yang spotted the owners of the voices. One was pointing a gun at the fisherman he was speaking with, while the other lounged on a white sofa, grinning nonchalantly. Their subordinates stood around them, but this time, the polar bear, Beepo, was absent. What a lively scene, Bai Yang remarked coolly, taking a seat on a sofa on the opposite side of the hall. Oh, Black Dragon, you finally found the right place. Kid raised an eyebrow, but put away his gun. So, the pirate crew causing a ruckus at the port was called the Black Dragon? The stingray fisherman, who had just been threatened at gunpoint, approached Bai Yang, his broad chest fins quivering. Which pirate crew do you belong to? No one is allowed to kill each other before the Davy Back fight. You've made a crew with the qualifications disappear completely. Bai Yang smirked dismissively. Isn't that splendid? They lost their qualifications, so we shall take theirs. Truly, humanity never adheres to the rules. The gray-skinned stingray fisherman leaned closer, scrutinizing Bai Yang, which compelled her to avert her gaze. For aside from the Okama, King Ivankov, she had not encountered anyone with such a large visage. This fisherman's face was at least as tall as a flamingo, with the face alone measuring 1.5 meters from his chest. Black Dragon, are you aware of the rules of this game? If you wish to participate, be cautious, lest you end up losing everything, Law remarked with a malicious grin. No, the rules of the Davy Back fight differ slightly from the ordinary Davy Back fight. The captain cannot be taken. The manta ray fisherman, quivering with excitement, stood in the center of the hall, preparing to elucidate the rules to everyone. The rules we are initiating for this brawl are based on 3 original principles. This is a grand game of seizing comrades, wherein each pirate crew may capture up to 5 members from one another. Each ship bears 5 colorful flags emblazoned with the crew's emblem, representing their crew members. The time limit for this seizing game is 30 minutes, during which the captain must remain aboard their vessel. Once the time elapses, any captured crew members must immediately pledge their allegiance to the opposing captain. As the fisherman spoke, his voice rose in pitch, heralding the true onset of pirate combat. On a certain subsidiary island of Juya Island lies the treasure provided by all participants. The first crew to locate the gigantic flag atop the treasure will claim all the riches and be crowned the ultimate victor of this Davy Back fight. They shall earn the honor within the realm of Davy Back fight. His enthusiasm surged, and azure electric currents danced across his trembling body. How splendid! This contest tests the captain's comprehensive capabilities, as they must command their crew to seize opponents' flags while simultaneously safeguarding their own. Furthermore, after the game concludes, they must immediately utilize the selected crew members. Hence, the captain cannot be chosen for capture. Bai Yang propped his chin on one hand, deep in thought. There is another rule. Should one find no interest in any crew member aboard the enemy's ship, they may directly destroy the pirate flag on the mainsail. The crew whose flag has been destroyed must abide by the rule of never hoisting that flag again. Therefore, the treasures provided by the pirate crews serve as the entry fee. Correct? Bai Yang smiled, his eyes squinting. How much? 50 million berries. Alternatively, one may use other collateral of equivalent value. Observing the impassive expressions on Kid and Law's faces, it was evident that these two were wealthy, while she felt a pang of envy. If only she had suggested capturing 2 pirates to replenish her finances earlier. Then there was CP9. No, she had already incurred enough debts. Raising her tone, Bai Yang feigned great interest. Then let me use myself as collateral. What did you just say? Human. We do not engage in human trafficking here. Of course not. However, I am the captain of a pirate crew capable of effortlessly dispatching an 80 million berries bounty pirate. She smirked as she spoke. That stone door you have, I kicked it open myself. For a pirate like me, if I secure first place in this brawl, I can simultaneously recruit myself as a crew member. Isn't that splendid? What? Human, you must think this through if you do not secure first place. Regardless of your crew's performance in capturing comrades, your pirate crew will be disbanded, because you, as their captain, will have submitted to another ship. Isn't that thrilling? Ho, Black Dragon, you certainly have confidence in yourself. The individual seated on the sofa slightly raised his chin. I will participate in this game. No, I merely believe my crew is exceptionally strong. Bai Yang Ripley. Hey, you. Kid chuckled. Are you truly betting yourself? Once spoken, words cannot be retracted, regardless of the circumstances. This statement holds true. Refreshing. The red-haired man gazed at her with ambition in his eyes. Killer, prepare the funds. We shall venture into this murky water. Very well. I shall leave a note on the treasure indicating that the winning crew may recruit you as a crew member post-competition. The manta-ray fisherman declared as he retrieved several sheets of documents from his pocket. Please register your crew's name, the captain's name, the pirate flag, and the bounty. Meanwhile, in the main bedroom on the second floor of the hull of the Nautilus shell, a mysterious woman clad in a white gown sat on a bench, eagerly observing the scenes transmitted from the den mushy in the hall. Yes, indeed. What brave humans! Leading a group away from there and back to the initial harbor area, Bai Yong estimated the time and instructed Khalifa to organize the information and have the owl and the others return to the siren. At that moment, Gabra, who had been absent until now, returned in a frenzy. Lanzi. Lanzi is missing. I still can't find her. She must have been captured by some wretched pirate. How could she vanish while being right beside me? That woman disappearing from your sight surely indicates she is no ordinary woman. Bai Yong pressed down on his shoulder, urging him to calm down. To be precise, that woman vanished from everyone's line of vigilance. But, she was just on the ship. Could it have been that group of fishmen? You foolish dog. Didn't you detect the fishy scent emanating from that woman? Lucci raised an eyebrow. Stranjafachitkat. This is the Grand Line. It's filled with seawater and fish. A fishy smell is nothing strange. As they bickered, both began to shift into their half-beast forms as if preparing for a brawl. Let us keep our words to a minimum. Kaku stood between them, attempting to intervene. Lucci, Gabra is already in dire straits. Once he encounters that fishman woman again, he will understand. Kaku's words seemed to illuminate something for Gabra, and he immediately reverted to human form. Right? The fishy scent on Lanzi is because she is a mermaid. What a beautiful mermaid maiden. Ugh, this fool is indeed hopeless. Lucci transformed back into his human form, displaying his displeasure. Meanwhile, at the outer harbor of Juya Island, within the conference room of the Siren, here are the materials provided by the organizers, along with the map of the waterway leading to the underground city. Khalifa placed several sheets of documents on the newly acquired conference table, pushing them towards Casa. After a brief glance, Casa passed the documents to the nearby lieutenant list. I heard this pirate gathering was initiated by the Foxy Pirates. Though I have never encountered Silver Fox Foxy, I have heard he is a rather cunning individual. The materials provided are exceedingly detailed. This must have been prepared by the fisherman who will explain it to us. Khalifa clarified. The boss instructed us to dock the Siren at the underground harbor. Tomorrow morning at 8, we shall commence from there. Casa, it states here that starting from the main waterway of the underground city, we will enter a branching waterway of unknown destination. Could it be a trap? Lieutenant List stroked the stubble on his chin. There will undoubtedly be traps. Adjusting his glasses that had not slipped down his nose, he said, I am now more curious about where our captain acquired the 50 million entry fee. TSK. The boss sold herself for 50 million berries. I will absolutely not disclose this. The owl interjected, covering his mouth mid-sentence. You already said it, Khalifa urged, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she adjusted her glasses. The boss had no choice. She used herself as collateral to participate in this competition, which shows her trust in us. The lenses gleamed with an ambiguous light as the handsome man smirked. I care not whether her actions stem from trust. In any case, if this mission fails, the Siren will be mine. The author wishes to convey the 3 fundamental rules of Davy Backfight are 1. Items lost in Davy Backfight must be won back through Davy Backfight. 2. Crew members chosen by the victor from the defeated must immediately pledge allegiance to the opposing captain. 3. Flags taken from the defeated shall never be hoisted again. Here, based on the original version, the method involves seizing flags representing crew members within 30 minutes. With a total of 5 flags, each flag corresponding to a specific pirate crew emblem. After 30 minutes, the selected crew members must pledge allegiance to the opposing captain. The captain is required to remain on his ship for 30 minutes, commanding his crew. This game truly tests the captain's comprehensive abilities. At this moment, Bai Yong finds herself alone, facing 2 formidable new pirate crews while Lu Chi and the other scout for information about surrounding pirates. On the surface, it appears as if the 2 new crews are content to remain under the leadership of their respective captains. However, Beibwa, unable to tolerate the fishy scent brought by the fishmen, stays aboard the ship. Pekin remarks, Usagi, would you like to see him? Our ship is docked at Port Nell. 2, and we will arrive shortly. Xiachi joins in, her face alight with joy. Oof. I heard that you seem particularly familiar with the members of the Heart Pirates. Kid interjects with a displeased expression. You must have decided to become a pirate long ago. You might as well just pledge yourself to me. Usagi was once our companion. Why would she pledge herself to you? She's our nurse. Pekin and Xiachi immediately protest, as they rarely converse with the enemy when Luo is silent. What? Trafalgar, your crew needs to be properly disciplined. Kid retorts, my crew is not under your jurisdiction, Eustace. The man with the spotted hat raises his chin, indicating the woman standing in the middle, who is no longer stationary. The main subject of their discussion is engaged in conversation with an unrelated masked individual. Kira, do you really enjoy eating noodles? This is derived from Oda's SBS, where it is said that the small holes in Kira's mask are for convenient noodle consumption. Yes. Ido, Kira nods. From this close proximity, Bayang senses the subtle anger radiating from Kira when Kid mentions pledge and refers to the dragon lady as little sister. It is not a murderous intent, but rather a frightening aura. Clearly, Kid desires for the dragon lady to join their crew, and since she has made her intentions known, he asks, shall we go for a drink? This bar serves excellent rum. Our pirate crew is treating rum. Bayang's previous impulse to confront them vanishes, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Kia, lead the way. She slaps the masked man's shoulder, her face beaming with gratitude. Kira, you truly are a good person. The tavern in this underground city is also constructed of stone, appearing solid and relatively new. Sitting at the stone bar, the red-haired man waves his hand. Bring out all the fine liquor. Sure thing, replies the tall bartender, wearing a black mask reminiscent of a thief, as he places numerous bottles on the counter with his sturdy limbs. Wait, aren't you one of Foxy's men? Kid furrows his brow, instantly recognizing the bartender from a previous encounter. Eustace, this Davy-back fight ruckus was instigated by the Foxy pirates, so it's no surprise that the bartender is one of them. A patron seated at the round table next to the bar sways a full bottle of wine and smiles. Trafalgar, why are you still here? Is this tavern only able to accommodate your crew? It seems that in this place, there is no space for both Eustace and Trafalgar. Bayang feels that her presence has exacerbated the already strained relationship between Kid and Luo. Scanning the other pirate crews in the tavern, she notices that they are merely drinking among themselves, with few daring to cast glances in their direction. Clearly, the reputations of Kid and Luo hold some weight here. I say, how are your drinking abilities? Bayang takes a few swigs of rum, attempting to lighten the mood. You want to compete in drinking? Kid sets down his glass, laughing arrogantly. Luo gives her a meaningful look. Alrik, Bayang Smiles. Let us see who can drink the most. Her drinking capacity pales in comparison to Zoro's, and certainly does not rival Nami's. She is merely slightly better than the average person. Thus, after Kid and Luo have downed entire bottles at the bar and round table, Bayang is only on her third. Both are focused on their drinking, seemingly unwilling to give her any respite. Pekan and Xia Chi cheer Luo on, while Kira watches the commotion, calmly sipping his drink through a straw. After a few gulps, Bayang notices that the red-haired fellow has consumed 10 bottles, while the man at the round table has downed 8. Both remain spirited, with Kid smirking as he drinks, and Luo quietly gazing at her with one eye closed. After finishing the 5th bottle of fine rum, Bayang licks her lips and stands up slowly. It seems I am the weakest drinker among us. She pats Kid on the shoulder. You all continue. I concede. You trickster, are you playing us? Upon hearing this, Kid immediately sets down his bottle. No, I truly cannot compete with you. Bayang, slightly tipsy, leans forward to meet the red-haired man's gaze. Really? You really are drunk. Kid squints. The Black Dragon's captain is indeed inebriated at the right moment. Luo's smile carries a deeper meaning. Ice water. Bayang, her eyes glazed, slaps the bar to remain upright, not wanting the others to misinterpret her state. As soon as the cup of water is set before her, she lifts it and pours it over her head. Ice and all. So cold. Shaking her head to dislodge the ice, she rakes her fingers through her hair. Now, her once neatly styled hair falls back into its usual disheveled state, with droplets of icy water clinging to her neck, enhancing her allure. You two should stop bickering. To me, you resemble little boys in a fight. Bayang's smile carries a hint of provocation and disdain, mixed with a touch of menace. Neither of you can defeat me, so do not harbor dreams of recruiting me as a crew member. With that, she gathers her fallen bangs and swiftly turns to leave. Thank you for the drinks. Xiachi and Pekan remain silent for a moment, trembling slightly. This is the first time they have witnessed Usagi in such a manner. Is this the true face of a bounty hunter from the Navy headquarters? That aura, laced with menace, is truly fearsome. I say, the silence is broken by Luo, who had not spoken before, his face devoid of expression. Eustace, the Black Dragon's captain, speaks the truth. None of us can best her. The previously sullen individual sets down his bottle. Trafalgar, what do you mean? Exiting the bar, Bayang is greeted by Khalifa, who leaps over with a moonwalk. Boss, the siren has docked at port number 4. Well done, Bai Yang. Slightly headache-ridden, takes Khalifa's arm. Lead the way. Boss, are you drunk? A little. Those two are something else. I wanted to compete with them, but I realized it was too dangerous. They are true pirates. Bai Yang feels a bit woozy as she takes her seat at the head of the meeting room aboard the siren. Her head still throbbing and her eyelids heavy with sleepiness. She yawns impatiently. Captain, tomorrow we will face at least 30 pirate crews. Among them are 2 billion-plus pirate captains. Of course, I do not mind if you fail to secure the first position. What truly matters is the outcome. However, as the words were spoken, the individual with the glimmering lenses abruptly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Quickly capture all the pirates and distribute their salaries." Startled awake by the sound of the table, Bai Yang scratched the back of her head, wearing an expression of annoyance. She scanned the rectangular conference table, where CP9 members, Casa, Lister, Tally, and Archer, were present, but where was Gabra? That fool is beyond redemption. Lucci appeared to be in a rather foul mood. Yoshi, if you encounter that fishwoman tomorrow, just eliminate her, he suggested. To express the thoughts of CP9, Bai Yang snapped her fingers and moved on to the next topic. Have Tally and Archer resolved their poisoning? Yes, the toxin has been neutralized, Casa replied, adjusting his glasses. I even prepared additional antidotes. Truly the versatile first mate. Bai Yang chuckled, her eyes narrowing with a smile. If you underestimate any pirate crew tomorrow, defeat will be inevitable. I hope all of you remember this. While it may seem excessive to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut, my mission is to eradicate entirely. Are we to kill them all? Lucci inquired. No. Carrying corpses for bounties is quite troublesome. She waved her hand dismissively. I personally prefer to exert overwhelming pressure. We must capture all these pirates. So let us begin by utterly destroying their dignity from the outset. Subsequently, Khalifa distributed the gathered intelligence on the pirate crews to everyone, while Bai Yang took advantage of the remaining clarity to discuss the abilities and situations of several supernovas. Upon hearing this, everyone marveled, realizing that Bai Yang had already engaged with these billion-plus supernovas. Such combat experience cannot be gleaned merely through espionage. After the meeting, she called over Bruno and Kaku. Bruno, Kaku, I need you both to put in some extra hours. What is it, boss? Bruno nodded, inquiring. Assassination? Kaku asked, holding the information documents prepared by Khalifa, looking puzzled. Not assassination. We have too many ability users among our fighters. Bai Yang yawned. Her tendency to sleepiness after drinking was hard to shake. I want you to find something. Weary, she returned to her cabin and promptly fell asleep. When asked if she had acquired intelligence on other pirate crews, she replied in the negative. When questioned if she had understood Cass's operational proposal, she again said no. Regardless of her unreliability during the meeting, no one dared to disturb her once she had succumbed to slumber. The next morning, a cacophony of clamor and the sound of gunfire jolted Bai Yang awake from her dreams. She had fallen asleep in her clothes from the previous night, so she was not only suffering from morning irritability, but also the tightness of her chest binding, which added to her discomfort. With a tilted head and an aura of menace, she instinctively grasped the Bai Long sword and wandered onto the ship's deck. The sword emitted a low hum as it began to unsheath. At that moment, a bucket of cold water splashed onto her face. Put away the sword. Wake up. It takes considerable courage to act so boldly on this ship, for the captain possesses an instinctual ability to retaliate with world-class sword techniques against anyone who dares intervene. Yet, the first mate Casa had chosen the correct response, dousing her with cold seawater. What the? Why? Startled awake, Bai Yang was about to erupt in anger, but the scene around her rendered her momentarily speechless. On the main waterway, at various ports, the massive mainsails of each pirate crew were adorned with vivid skull emblems, and every ship hoisted its proud pirate flag at the railings. A glance revealed a sea of darkness. The deck was teeming with excited pirates reveling in the chaos of the impending brawl. The uproar had escalated beyond mere noise. It was a symphony of raucous laughter and gunfire, with many ships showcasing their unique local characteristics. Cannons were fired into the air, and pirates fired at the caves, creating a tumultuous uproar that resonated throughout the cavern. The grand event of the Davy-back fight was about to commence. Let's seize our comrades. May the enemy's allies pledge their loyalty to us. This is a true celebration for pirates. The author has something to say. No money allowed at the banquet. Chapter 82. 8 o'clock already? Bai Yang's face bore a slightly bewildered expression as she sheathed the Bai Long sword. At this moment, Every soldier on the Siren's deck was busy preparing for departure, though they had yet to assemble on deck. 30 more minutes, Casa remarked, adjusting his glasses. You'd better hurry and change. You'll need to lead the ceremony as the captain. I know, she replied, scratching her head awkwardly as she returned to the cabin. Oh dear, 30 minutes left? I should really invest in an indestructible alarm clock or perhaps have Mr. Iceberg Craft one from High Stone. Young dashed back to her quarters, took a quick shower, and began rummaging through her clothes. The outfit she had worn was now unwearable due to Cass's bucket of seawater. Fortunately, the chest binding was still intact. She hastily selected a navy blue striped suit and grabbed a half-dry black fur-lined cloak before rushing outside. Had she chosen a different outfit, she would have resembled a yellow monkey. As soon as she stepped onto the deck, the atmosphere intensified, the surrounding sounds of gunfire, the joyous laughter of pirates, and the excited chatter of her own soldiers filled the air. Casa, standing to the side, gave her a look that conveyed readiness. Brothers. Yang twirled her steel cigar and stepped to the forefront of the ship. Let us partake in this grand feast. We stake our honor and dignity. Stake our honor and dignity. Is this not also our honor? On the port side of the deck stood the members of CP9, who were part of this battle group. Khalifa adjusted her glasses and smiled faintly. Haha, I agree. As an old swordsman, I do not wish to have my honor belittled by the Dragon Lady, Kaku said, twirling his square blade with a hearty laugh. As the saying goes, a man's honor. Lucci, clad in black, crossed his arms and stood at the ship's edge, his eyes glinting with intent to kill. Regardless of the Dragon Lady's intentions, he was determined to eliminate those pirates. Meanwhile, the Owl and Bruno, who were absent from the deck, were attending to the unconscious Gabra. Earlier that morning, Gabra had been discovered fainted near a tavern by Bruno and Kaku, who were out collecting supplies. After returning to the Siren and receiving treatment, it was revealed that he had merely ingested some seawater but remained in a state of unconsciousness. At that moment, the clock in the underground city struck 8. The sound reverberated, gradually approaching the main port from the inner waterway. Soon, turbulent waters surged along the inner waterway, causing the surrounding ships to sway. And the waves were stirred by a gigantic nautilus, swiftly swimming toward the port. Casa, am I still dreaming? Yang raised an eyebrow, staring intently at the nautilus, which loomed like a small mountain. Is that nautilus swimming head-on? I always thought they used their tentacles to propel themselves backward. Aren't they relatives of octopuses and squids? Captain, your knowledge is quite extensive, Casa remarked. A man standing beside her chuckled awkwardly, his glasses glinting in the light. Boss, that nautilus is the building we saw last night, Karifa exclaimed, recognizing it immediately. Oh my, it was a house, with a red carpet inside, no less. Let us catch one as a pet. It's just like the limitless spaces in science fiction. Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. How long can you take care of that sea monster? Casa replied coolly. You mean it often runs away, and then the sea monster becomes your responsibility, right? It feels like I'm asking my parents for a puppy, she mused. Ahem, let's catch it and eat it. A mysterious and eerie glimmer flickered across the silver-rimmed glasses. They needed to inform the combat team immediately that seafood was essential supplies for the Siren. As the two conversed, the gigantic nautilus leapt from the water, crashing onto the main port's ground, causing the entire port to tremble and splitting the earth open as if it might obliterate the main port with just a few more hops. A familiar figure to Yang and Kid stood atop one of the Nautilus's tentacles, elevated high above, surveying all the pirate ships. Testing, testing. Is this thing on? The man in the purple coat tapped on the megaphone. After confirming it was working, he narcissistically stroked his spiked hair and shouted to all in the port. Welcome to the Davy Back fight. I'm Captain Foxy. You're all veterans of the Davy Back fight. Tired of the usual gameplay? This time, we will have a 30-minute flag-snatching game based on the original 3 rules. Foxy chuckled, gesturing to the fishmen distributing small flags bearing the pirate emblem to other pirate ships. Anyone who violates the 3 rules will be deemed a disgrace to pirates and sent to Davy Jones' locker. Now, all captains willing to participate, fire 2 shots into the air and swear to Davy Jones. Receiving a short firearm from Casa, Yang aimed towards the sky and joined the other captains in firing 2 shots. Bang! Bang! After the gunshots, the atmosphere shifted to a new intensity. The captain's oaths declared their simultaneous enmity with over 30 other pirate crews. This coin will symbolize our contribution to Davy Jones in this Davy Back fight, Foxy proclaimed, tossing a golden coin far into the distance. The gleaming coin arced beautifully through the air before disappearing into the depths of the sea. Are you ready? Let the battle begin. With this declaration, nearly all pirate ships commenced their actions. Set sail. Increase power into the main waterway. Load the cannons. Let us go, brothers. Seize their flags. Soon, the sounds of cannon fire and shouts merged into a cacophony. In mere minutes, the previously docked pirate ships crowded together. They divided into two factions. One group preserving their strength, charging into the main waterway in pursuit of the ultimate flag, while the other immediately attacked surrounding pirate crews, taking advantage of the tight quarters to board enemy ships. The Siren, being a larger vessel, drew the attention of nearby pirate crews, with one of the closest continuously bombarding it with cannon fire. Bai Yong deftly deflected several incoming cannonballs with her fists before leaping to the high lookout tower. Confirming that the Heart Pirates, Kid Pirates, and Captain Foxy's Nautilus had already vanished into the main waterway, she swiftly joined Luffy and the others. The surrounding crew was incredibly loud, and Bai Yong, appearing nonchalant, casually smoked her pipe while intercepting the incoming cannonballs mid-air with her wind step technique. The man in the black top hat was visibly excited, and even Hadley perched on his shoulder seemed to soar with the thrill of battle. Ah, let the slaughter commence. In an instant, the ship's assassin squad vanished. Their killing spree had begun. At this moment, most of the soldiers on the Siren were directed by Tali and Archer, bombarding the main sails of surrounding ships. They only targeted the destruction of flags, refraining from firing at the hulls. However, these precise and fierce cannonball strikes inflicted more agony upon the pirates than destroying their vessels themselves, as it was a disgrace for pirates to be unable to protect their own flags. The continuous booming of cannon fire made the deck tremble beneath Bai Yang's feet. This was the simplest yet essential command she had to execute, to destroy the pirates' main sails. Before being imprisoned, their pirate dignity must first be shattered. Captain, there are too many ships in the main waterway. If we want to catch up with the front ships, we must take an alternate route. The navigator, Lister, emerged from the control room. Disguised as a pirate, he wore a fisherman's hat instead of his usual baseball cap. Bai Yong looked at him with a mischievous grin. Go ahead, my finest navigator. Yes, Captain. Lister had assisted Bai Yong 2 years prior, when he was a colonel in a southern division. Well acquainted with the weather and ocean currents, renowned for his naval strategies. Bai Yong was somewhat surprised that this 45-year-old man willingly downgraded from a comfortable position to be here as a navigator, his eyes still holding the fervor of a rookie. Messenger, tell Tali and Archer to keep firing even if the ship moves. The team, follow me. Yes. Just then, the quiet first mate approached, holding 5 small flags adorned with dragon symbols. Casa, are you planning to wave these little flags to cheer everyone on? Bai Yong teased, twirling her pipe. If the captain finds it leisurely, perhaps it's time to issue commands on where to place these flags. The other seemed disinclined to argue, and simply replied blandly. Surveying the surroundings, the other pirate crews had already planted their flags, most hidden away in corners of the cargo hold, lookout towers, or at the stern. However, these flags appeared to have been coated in an exceptionally conspicuous fluorescent paint, and Bai Yong spotted them immediately. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, let us place them on the main sail's rigging. They'll be quite noticeable. Understood. The man in the sharp gray suit deftly held the wooden poles of the flags, and, with a flick of his wrists, inserted the 5 colorful flags into the rigging of the main sail. A neat, straight line formed, 3 points deep into the ropes. It was rare for a captain to order the crew's flags to be placed alongside the mainsail during such a skirmish, not because it was conspicuous, but because this dual threat could provide the enemy an opportunity. Yet, this was precisely Bai Yang's character. Come and face me head-on. I will eliminate you all without mercy. Just as Bai Yong conversed with Casa, the immense body of the Siren began to transform. The propulsion system of the sky shell had been activated. Beneath the rows of cannon ports on either side of the hull, lateral exhaust vents emerged, resembling the gills of a fish. The entire half-layer of the ship's wall was adorned with these gill-like vents, which, from a distance, appeared like a dense array of scales. The initial sound emanating from these scales was that of gas escaping, which soon erupted into a powerful gust of wind. Even the steel-clad hull emitted a creaking sound. The surface of the water was stirred up, creating countless splashes as the Siren began to turn. With every angle it shifted, the cannonballs unleashed indiscriminately targeted the buildings along the port and the shoreline. Boom, boom, boom. In a matter of moments, the channel leading from Port No, for to the inner waters widened enough for the Siren to navigate through. The pirate crew that had been clamoring to bombard the Siren found themselves stripped of their flags and main sails, their decks stained with blood. Activate the exhaust vents. The voice of Lizzet resonated in the control room, audible even to Bai Yong, who stood by the mainmast. She was witnessing these transformations in the Saren for the first time, her eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. At that moment, Casa, who had been on standby, handed her a thick rope tied to the sturdy main mast. "It's easier to hold this," he remarked, securing his grip on the portion of the rope wrapped around the mast. Gripping the robust rope from the Carrera company, Bai Yong was momentarily taken aback. She then noticed that the soldiers on the deck, still stationed for defense, were tightly holding onto the ropes or securing themselves to fixed objects, facing the bow of the ship. Shortly thereafter, the rear of the ship emitted mechanical sounds as a massive window opened, revealing several stout silver pipes extending outward. If the air cannon of the Sangni was the muzzle at the stern, then the three so-called exhaust vents of the Saren were akin to enlarged tailpipes of a small fish motorcycle. A deafening sucking sound filled the air as the exhaust vents began to operate, drawing in power from countless internal suction and impact valves. Awestruck, Bai Yong grasped the rope tightly, standing on her toes to catch a better glimpse of the rear exhaust vents. However, the moment those colossal exhaust pipes activated, the entire Saren surged forward like a rocket, plunging into the already ravaged inner waters of port number 4. At that instant, Bai Yong was violently propelled backward by the ship's sudden force. She clutched the rope in a desperate attempt to stabilize herself, but it was slightly too long. It hurts. Bastard. For a moment, she swung back and forth like a pendulum, crashing against the surrounding railings or the cabin door as the Saren navigated the narrow inner channel. Finally, she managed to plant her foot against the outer wall of the cabin, grasping the door frame with great difficulty. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "Casa, you little rascal! How dare you betray me?" Yet, the ship's first mate, hearing her furious outburst, merely held onto the rope with a steady grip and shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips as if to say, "This isn't the first time I've outsmarted you. The author has something to say. Let's get this train rolling." Thump, 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 Wildcat King. "I'm all set. From here to there, remember the route. Let us engage in battle. Let us engage in battle. Check it out. Check it out." Chapter 83. The Saren, as a modified flagship of the headquarters, discarded the 3 cannons on the bow and the port and starboard sides. Although it still appeared somewhat bulky, the interior was nearly hollowed out. Iceberg had always stated that if given more time, he could ensure the ship's hull was reinforced with sea stone and then commence a complete reconstruction from a keel. Boom! 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 The 2 rows of cannons on either side of the hull were now concentrating their firepower on the shores flanking the channel, unleashing a fierce onslaught that forcefully widened the narrow inner waters for the Saren. To the other pirate crews, it seemed as if they were demolishing an entire underground city. The cacophony of cannon fire and collapsing buildings rendering the scene far more perilous than the clashes among the larger pirate crews on the main waterway. That pirate crew flying the dragon flag must be insane. We must not approach. As the Saren activated its lateral propulsion and rear exhaust vents, it glided through the underground city with the speed of a ship catching the wind. Approaching a branching tunnel, Casa emerged from the control room, addressing the captain, who appeared to be resting beneath the mainsail. To the west of the underground town lay the main waterway, spacious enough for 2 Saren ships to navigate side by side. However, at the end of this main waterway were 3 additional openings as branches. No one knew what lay within. It was said that anyone who ventured in prematurely had never returned. Therefore, it was certain that traps awaited within those 3 openings, and the so-called luck of choice was also a testament to one's strength. "Oh, let us choose the largest opening," she declared, opening her eyes. The nearest opening to the Saren was the one on the right, which was also one of the larger ones, allowing only large vessels to pass through. As the Saren sped toward that opening along the vein-like inner waterway, the moment it entered the main waterway, the sudden surge of water caused Lizzet in the control room to frown. Activating the distant observation system, he squinted to assess the situation ahead on the main waterway. "We can't stay here any longer. Signalman, inform all the cannon crew to head to the 2nd level and use manual paddles for auxiliary propulsion. Also, notify the captain that this tunnel may be collapsing due to the sound and cannon fire from the pirate ships." "Yes." Lizzet's voice was urgent, and Bai Yong, standing nearby, overheard. She waved at the members of CP9, who had commandeered a medium-sized ship, signaling them to follow. "Casa, did you figure it out?" she inquired, as if the thoughts in her mind were finally coalescing. "What?" The handsome man adjusted his glasses. "If you're referring to the Fukeksi pirate crew, I'm afraid I'm not familiar with them, but I sense you've already come to a conclusion." Bai Yong crossed her arms in contemplation. "It's highly likely. I suppose I need to make a call. Although Fukeksi, the leader of that crew, was neither strong nor honorable, he was exceptionally good to his subordinates. Thus, some of them remained fiercely loyal to him, such as the bartender from the tavern, who was essentially his right-hand man, a hulking figure resembling an orangutan. It was rather strange that there was no one by his side at the start of the event. If you're not busy, feel free to come by. Haha, don't worry, I want to sell him out. After hanging up the phone, Bai Yong felt a sense of clarity. This time, she had sacrificed a portion of the bounty, but gained a personal favor in return. Nevertheless, she concluded that such favors would eventually balance out over time. As she passed the medical room in the cabin, Bai Yong stepped inside. At that moment, Bruno and the owl were still tending to Gabra. You should head up to the deck. We've likely entered the branching path, and Casa is the only one left to fight above. Or perhaps he is only half a fighter, Bruno remarked. Is that Casa, the first mate? I'll head up with the owl and let him come down to focus on treating Gabra. I've already inquired about the methods. Some antidotes have been administered to Gabra, but he remains unconscious due to a missing primary ingredient, Bai Yong explained. The main drug will naturally fall into your hands once you capture that woman from the Yuan tribe. Why didn't he first mate mention this earlier? The owl appeared somewhat dissatisfied. That was because the race had not been confirmed before. Only now, with certainty, do we see the outcome. Just as the group conversed. Suddenly, the siren was struck by something, tilting violently, nearly causing Gabra, who was lying in bed, to tumble off. She quickly steadied Gabra and tucked the quilt back around her. Bai Yong furrowed her brow and raised her hand, signaling the other two by the bedside to join her on deck. As they stepped onto the deck, those who had intended to strike immediately were taken aback. They had entered a cavernous waterway that was utterly shrouded in darkness, with not a glimmer of bioluminescent moss on the cave walls. The visibility was so low that they could barely make out the silhouettes of those nearby, leaving them uncertain about what had collided with the siren. Only the 5 fluorescent flags on the main sail stood out conspicuously. Captain, while Lister is remarkably skilled, even navigating this pitch-black tunnel, could it be that an enemy ability user has boarded? Kazar expressed his concern. I don't believe so, she replied, releasing her yang energy to scan the surroundings, finding no trace of the subtle aura typical of ability users. This is troublesome. It's too dark. Turn on the searchlights. In a cave devoid of light. Not to mention their ship being nearly entirely black, relying solely on internal energy to assess the situation was impractical. Are we really going to do that? Bruno interjected. This waterway appears quite wide. There must be other enemy vessels nearby. Activating the searchlights would make us a glaring target. We'll become targets sooner or later. Bai Yong pointed out, indicating the main sail. The flags are already fluorescent. Even if the enemy tries to conceal their flags, they will still be on the deck. No coward would hide their flag in the cabin. I've confirmed this during the initial encounter. We can all identify each other in the darkness. Then let us take on the task of defending the ship, the owl declared, shaking its fist. Just as the owl was about to take action, Bruno's figure suddenly vanished into the darkness, followed by the sound of him employing his 6 styles iron block technique. That sound came from that direction. Wait, owl. You can't see anything. You might hurt Bruno. Bai Yong halted him, quickly raising her hands in a square formation towards the source of the sound. Square space. Square space is an indiscriminate attack of the square fruit. Its range is limited, but it can transform all air within the light waves it touches into cubes. Any objects or beings that cannot morph into cubes are ensnared by the reshaped air blocks. Bai Yong only utilized this skill when she needed to confine someone within a fixed area. Now, she aimed to ascertain Bruno's position. At that moment, the control room received Kazar's communication, activating all the illumination lights on the siren. Instantly, the lights illuminated the cavernous waterway, blinding Bai Yong and the owl who had been submerged in darkness. Once their eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness, they discerned the source of the attack. What in the world is that? Bai Yong's voice shattered the suffocating silence. A creature of immense size, nearly half the length of the siren, with dark green patterns and a toad-like visage loomed before them. No, wait. That's not a creature. It's seaweed. Are you still pondering what's atop its head? Kazar exclaimed, rushing out of the cabin with several scalpels in hand. It's the king of the underwater caves, Nigrols. The intel I provided mentioned it. This Nigrols, a mysterious sea monster migrating through the underwater caves along the Grand Line, was rumored to have recently appeared near Juyen Island. What atrocious luck to encounter it immediately. On the illuminated deck, the enormous toad leaned over the ship's edge, its long tongue ensnaring Bruno, who was using iron block. However, The surrounding translucent cubes hindered its movement, causing it to struggle incessantly, evidently displeased with the bright environment. Wait! Bayang raised her hand, signaling the two to lower their attack stances. This toad is too large. It must have struck the siren earlier. So, how long can your cubes hold it? Khazar glared at her. This sea monster merely clinging to the ship caused the siren to tilt. After a moment of contemplation, Bayang smirked and approached the colossal toad. Each step she took sent waves of fear coursing through the king of the underwater caves, effortlessly merging into the cube space. Bayang stood within reach of the sea monster. Toad, let us strike a deal. You resemble the native of this cavern. If you guide our ship out via the quickest route, I shall spare you. Boss, that doesn't sound like a deal. It sounds like a threat. The owl interjected with a serious expression. How about a spicy stir-fried frog for dinner? The toad, adorned with a crown of seaweed, slowly began to sweat. As an animal, it possessed instincts that were rarely wrong. The approaching human was not merely human. With cautious movements, it nodded slightly. Bayang snapped her fingers, dispelling the cube space. And in that instant, the sea monster retracted its tongue, releasing the now sticky Bruno. It glanced at Bayang for a few seconds before abruptly turning to flee. Square. Bayang raised her hand, crafting a wall of air cubes before the sea monster. Just as it attempted to leap away, it was caught off guard, rebounding back onto the deck. Its massive form threatened to crush the control room of the siren, but before Bayang could strike, the owl and Bruno had already dashed forward, bracing against the sea monster, alleviating the force of its descent. Yet, the creature's immense weight and inertia caused the siren to tilt sharply, one side sinking deep into the water surface, while the ship's vent, resembling scales, was forcefully inundated with seawater. Ugh! Grasping the rope tethered to the main mast, Bayang unleashed several beams of light, constructing a protective cube structure around Bruno and the owl to prevent them from falling due to the tilt of the deck. The siren swayed wildly before gradually stabilizing. The water's agitation generated massive waves that relentlessly crashed against the cave walls. As she released her grip on the rope, Bayang's fury ignited. I'll slay you and feast. Spicy stir-fried frog. Ugh! Gurgle! Ribbit! Ribbit! The enormous sea monster, which had initially sought to escape, immediately shifted away from Bruno and the owl, obediently sitting on the spacious foredeck, adopting an impeccably proper posture. This, in turn, caused the siren to tilt slightly forward. Do you think that just because you sit upright, I want to eat you? I intend to devour you along with the seaweed atop your head. A delightful seaweed soup is in order. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. The creature, once so eager to flee, pleaded for mercy. Excellent. This grand toad is begging for your life, boss. The owl remarked, beads of sweat trickling down its brow. Bruno, silent, wiped the remnants of sticky saliva from himself. He was more curious as to why the sea monster had grown fearful upon the approach of the dragon maiden. He had sensed the aura she carried. It should not have compelled this king of the underwater caves to submit so readily. Enough of this commotion. Setting aside the damage reports sent by the messenger, Casa furrowed his brow tightly and adjusted his glasses that had not slipped down his nose. Too much seawater had entered through the lower vent, forcing them to halt their progress. If we do not advance swiftly, we risk losing the first position to the Heart Pirates. Let's not forget, they are utilizing that peculiar vessel known as a submarine. This usually calm and meticulous first mate finally revealed the anxiety he had been concealing since the onset of battle. Bayang glanced at him in silence before addressing the enormous sea creature seated before them. Hey, La Chao Qinghua. Led our ship using the most direct water route to the nearby islands of Zhuyan Dao. Gua, gua gua, goo 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 goo. Yes, Gua will make it happen, and Gua won't call La Chao Qinghua. The sea monster raised its webbed frog-like hand and patted its white chest, nodding affirmatively. In the depths of the pitch-black cave, visibility was nearly non-existent. All lights aboard the siren had been extinguished, and the dark hull was well camouflaged in this shadowy realm. Is it safe to anchor the ship to the sea monster? Bruno asked, somewhat helplessly. No problem. Menganai, it's all right. Just look at how fast the ship is moving. It rivals the speed of using the sky shell, Bayang replied, smiling as the wind generated by the siren's swift movement tousled her long hair. Although the cave's air was thick with a musty odor, maintaining such velocity was exhilarating. You see, La Chao Qinghua can see in the darkness. It's swimming ahead, clearing the path for us. As she spoke, the sea monster used its long tongue to swiftly snatch away the mainsail from a medium-sized ship ahead, which had been lit by a torch. The entire action was executed with remarkable efficiency, and in the next moment, the siren brushed past the bewildered pirate crew. "Hey, don't forget that your mainsail has been damaged by the Black Dragon pirates." Bai Yong seized the opportunity to shout. The response came in the form of cannonballs and slashing winds. Lanzai, slash, iron ball. Of course, the attacks were immediately intercepted by Bruno and the owl. It appeared that any pirate crew reaching this stage possessed a measure of strength. Impressive spirit. Bai Yong smirked, puffing on his smoking pipe. La Chaoingwa, push forward with all your might. Time passed swiftly in the pitch-black cave, but the intricate waterway seemed to twist and turn to the extent that even Bai Yong, who stood beneath the main mast puffing on her pipe, sensed that the siren had navigated several paths with the sea monster. Initially, they had spotted a few enemy pirate vessels along the spacious waterway, but it had been a while since they encountered any. Taking advantage of her smoking break, Bai Yong created an air cube around the hull of the siren, not to shield against the waves, but to sense any potential changes in the surroundings. She cared deeply for this ship, not only out of concern for repairs back at the Seven Waters, but also for fear of offending the Ice Mountain. My little fish, you are currently staying with Mr. Ice Mountain. Are you well?" Suddenly, she felt several air cubes at the bow of the ship being breached by the rushing water. Bai Yong set down her pipe and approached the edge of the vessel. Just by listening to the sound of the water striking the hull, she could tell that the current was very turbulent. This underwater city was indeed constructed by the fishmen, but they were now traversing the interior of the original cave, with the air infused with the salty scent of fresh seawater. "Bruno, owl, have you sensed anything?" Currently, Casa was with the medical team, researching a treatment for Gabura, while Kaku and Lucci were absent from the ship, and Tali and his team were repairing the sky shell system. Archer and his crew were rowing, with Lister in the control room. Thus, only Bai Yong, Bruno, and the owl remained on deck. "The waterway seems to have changed. It is not the path we took earlier." Slightly furrowing her brow, Bai Yong stepped onto the bow of the siren, atop the statue of the siren herself, and produced a glowing shell resembling a flashlight to illuminate the waterway ahead. "La Chaoingwa, is this a shortcut?" The cost of deceiving me could be quite high. In the spot illuminated by the beam of light, the sea monster awkwardly shielded itself with its aquatic foliage. It appeared somewhat aggrieved. "Gua gua goo goo, Gua is leading the shortcut. Are you trying to be cute?" Bai Yong tilted her head, as she had no chopper by her side to decipher the croaking. "Gua, gua gua gua, goo goo. Be cautious, humans ahead. Hold your breath. But Lord Dragon, you should be fine." The importance of learning a foreign language is truly evident. Bai Yong scratched the back of her head in frustration, yet she was certain that this frog had not deceived her. She could distinctly smell the increasingly clear scent of fresh seawater, indicating that they were nearing the exit. The sound of rushing water was unmistakable, standing at the bow. Bai Yong closed her eyes to listen more intently. This sound, distinct from the surrounding crashing waves, resonated within her consciousness as something she had likely heard in a film. As the ship accelerated, the sound grew louder, gradually filling the entire cavernous waterway. "Hey, don't just stand there." Casa, with a furrowed brow, approached from the control room. He had sensed something was amiss with the external water flow and had come to inquire with Lister. At this moment, everyone was engaged in emergency measures. Even the two CP9 members were assisting, so why was she still standing at the bow, lost in thought? Lister had already sounded the alarm. Ahead was, "Stop. Don't say it." Bai Yong raised her hand to silence him, continuing to close her eyes as she recalled the scene from the film. "I will figure it out soon." "Figure out what?" The searchlights had been activated, and he urged her to open her eyes. She indeed felt the surroundings becoming brighter, as she was determined to identify which film it was. Just as Bai Yong slowly opened her eyes to gaze ahead, the sound of rushing water had grown so thunderous that she could no longer hear Cass's shouts. Instinctively, she turned to look at him, only to feel her body tilt sharply with the siren, followed by an overwhelming sensation of falling. A waterfall. The 4 searchlights on the deck and lookout illuminated the area surrounding the siren. The waterway they had just traversed was the brink of a waterfall. This waterfall was not particularly massive, but because the bottom was shrouded in darkness, it appeared unfathomably deep, leaving them entirely unaware of what lay beneath. The continuous roar of water echoed around them, with countless droplets spraying into a mist due to the massive ship's passage. Cough, cough. Bai Yong felt seawater surge in her throat, causing discomfort. In the urgency of the situation, she had initially intended to create air cubes to leap upwards, but her body had been ensnared by the line Casa had thrown. Struggling, She opened her eyes with great difficulty. Cough. Casa, I've secured it. I need to create several layers of cubes on our ship. Hurry up. My surgical line is biodegradable. It won't hold for long. The bespectacled man precariously clung to the edge of the cabin, one hand tossing a black line to secure it to the side sail, while the other flung several black surgical threads around by Yang's waist. You, a naval brigadier general, are using biodegradable line. Why not use whale bone instead? This is no time for play. I am first and foremost a doctor. This is suturing thread. Bruno, gliding gracefully, and the owl arrived, observing the scene with exasperation. Go. You don't need to hold on anymore. Bruno, take Casa below deck and seal all doors and windows. The siren continued to plummet, and the thunderous sound of water forced by Yang to shout every word. The weight of our vessel is so substantial that it is bound to plunge into the depths of the water. Before that occurs, the hull will surely shatter. Casa gritted his teeth. From this height, the surface of the water appears indistinguishable from concrete. I will not permit such a calamity to transpire. With a swift motion, Bai Yang severed the black cords entangling her, immediately leaping onto the shoulder of the owl. Owl, propel me upwards with your fist. Understood? Let us go. Beastly fist. In an instant, Bai Yang sprang onto the upward swing of the owl's uppercut. The owl's beastly fist was powerful. Leveraging the force, Bai Yang soared high into the air. At the angle of the siren, she grasped the mainsail's rigging with one hand and leapt higher, reaching the pinnacle of the ship's stern. Fong space. With maximal inclination, she interlaced her hands to unleash the Fong light wave. Bai Yang endeavored to envelop the entire vessel with the light wave. The square she had previously created for defense had diminished due to the waterfall's descent. Now, she was determined to conjure as many squares as possible to envelop the siren. Previously, she had commanded Ka Sa and the others to retreat to the cabin, and Bai Yang focused on thickening the squares around the ship. The siren appeared as though it were encased in an elliptical bubble of squares. Quack, quack. Ysnt Lord Long hiding inside the ship. The sea monster gripping the bow of the siren croaked in astonishment. It soon realized that Bai Yang seemed to be utilizing a special ability, raising its frog-like paw in admiration. Quack, quack, quack. Gurgle, gurgle, quack. Is Lord Long testing the waters here? Quack, swimming is superb. There's no way we'll lose. Utterly incomprehensible. Bai Yang furoet her bro. Though she refrained from verbalizing her thoughts, there were more pressing matters at hand. Due to gravity, she began to descend, leaping towards a distant spot and flipping upside down. She continued to extend her hand, releasing the Fong space. The surrounding mist enveloped her, soaking her entire body and irritating her skin. The seawater was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Continuously falling, her kicks provided propulsion, allowing Bai Yang to descend more rapidly than the siren. Within mere seconds, as she approached the water surface just meters above the waterfall's base, Bai Yang had fully reinforced the siren. Simultaneously, she pivoted and adjusted her angle. The water surface was now within view. Leaping down, she disregarded the height and gravity. Even the siren above her could potentially cause her demise upon collision with the ocean. Below lay the profound sea floor, while above loomed the colossal siren, its mouth curving in a smug, arrogant manner. To perish by being struck by her own ship? She would not accept such a fate. With fierce determination, she executed multiple kicks in midair, propelling herself towards the dark depths away from the siren. What lay beneath the waterfall? She had no time to ponder whether it was solid rock or frigid seawater. Boom! With a tremendous impact, the siren plunged into the depths, the splashes of water washing over the surrounding cavern walls. The gravity caused chaos in the underwater currents. The thick layer of square membrane protected the siren, absorbing much of the force and leaving the hull unscathed. The siren's enormity symbolized its buoyancy. One would assume that all would end well, and it would resurface shortly. Yet, the siren continued to plunge deeper into the abyss. That sea monster! It is dragging us to the ocean floor. Lister slammed his fist against the ship's wall, realizing he could no longer control the siren. The interior of the ship was in disarray due to the fall. Don't panic. The outer layer constructed by the captain ensures our safety. And there is still air inside, Bruno calmly remarked. We just need to eliminate that sea monster. Quack! Where's the captain? Didn't she enter the control room? At that moment, the owl stepped into the control room from a cabin. What? Wasn't she collaborating with you just now? Ka Sa, filled with unease, gripped his collar in shock. How did your CP9 protect the captain? Quack! The owl's voice was slightly subdued. The captain instructed me to return to the cabin and not interfere with her. Enough. Bruno grasped Kasa's arm. The dragon lady possesses her own strength. She trusts you as her crew, so why do you not trust her? Tension filled the control room as the other soldiers could not simply stand by while their vice captain was in distress. However, if a fight were to ensue, the plan would be jeopardized and CP9 would sever ties with them. Bang! The door connecting the control room to the deck was forcefully kicked open. The person who burst through had a pained expression. Who allowed you to engage in internal conflict in my absence? The author wishes to convey. Regarding Pei Jin and Xiaqi's true appearances, in Chapter 85, one must not strike at their companions lest their hands be severed. Receiving the dry towel handed by Lister, Bai Yong calmly dried her damp hair, as if in casual conversation, reiterating her earlier instruction. Maintain our course, and only activate the front spotlight. Yes, Lister sighed in relief. Quack. Captain, it's a relief to see you unharmed. The owl wriggled free from Ka's grasp. Bruno also released his hold, glancing through the open door to the deck, noticing the outer squares had indeed increased. Yet the squares on the deck had been hollowed out. These squares connected truly achieved the effect of a bubble membrane. Captain, did you encase yourself in squares to remain unharmed? No, I utilized this coral bubble. Bai Yong produced a coral branch the size of her palm. Her squares could only support her. They would not buoy her at the bottom. Kasa adjusted his glasses. He had encountered such coral while working at G5. It is said to be a specialty of Fishman Island, capable of producing bubbles similar to those found in the Shandia Islands. Indeed, it is quite useful underwater. Now I understand. This is why you had to search for it. Bruno remarked. That night, Bai Yong had instructed Bruno and Kaku to seek out coral bubbles from the Fishman tribe in this underground city. Given the numerous combatants with abilities, if a conflict were to arise with the Fishmen, they would have no advantage underwater. It was merely a stroke of luck. They had found 2 branches in total, the other being with Lucci and the others. Report. The siren has exited the cavern and entered the surrounding waters of Zhuyan Island. The excited first-class soldier interrupted them, peering through the spyglass. It's out, Lister exclaimed, astonished. He had previously studied the potential underground formations of Zhuyan Island, and it had emerged from the intricate subterranean labyrinth so swiftly. It seems that the path taken by the spicy fried frog was indeed favorable. But they managed to traverse through the underwater cave tunnel. It truly can lead the way, treating them all as sea monsters? Bai Yong furrowed her brow in mild annoyance. Big sister, it's the Heart Pirate submarine. The first-class soldier, this time forgetting to report, kept his gaze fixed on the spyglass. After all, this spyglass was not designed for underwater use. In the azure waters, everything appeared hazy. However, that striking orange vessel merely passed nearby, and he could ascertain it. Arriving early is not as good as arriving at the right moment. It would be better to track them from a distance. If we unleash shells now, it would likely dismantle your squares from within. Kasa adjusted his glasses. You are correct, but the submarine possesses sonar. If Law's ship has mastered this technology, it will be no surprise. That entity is capable of detecting even an invisible creature lurking beneath the sea. Bai Yong explained as she exited the control room. I wonder how far I can extend my punches underwater. I watched as the tiger shark glided past, aware that it would not underestimate me. Forming a bubble around herself, Bai Yong floated beyond the confines of the siren. At that moment, the azure light of the underwater world illuminated above her. It seemed she was nearing the surface. She was certain that Luo and his crew had also noticed the siren below, as their course had altered, seemingly avoiding conflict with her by deviating from the same path as the siren. Regardless, Trafalgar Luo would not flee. He would, like a true tiger shark, wait patiently for the opportune moment. Spicy stir-fried frog, thank you for bringing the ship here. Through the bubble, Bai Yong smiled at the creature that continued its ascent. If you're unwilling to surface, then release the anchor here. Ribbit. No waities. Ribbit has seaweed hair for protection. The enormous toad, dragging the vessel, turned around and gave a thumbs-up gesture, indicating all was well. As long as there's no problem, make sure to swim far away later. I am curious how much water flow my punches will create underwater. With narrowed eyes, the golden solar energy had already enveloped her fist, and Bai Yong raised it, aiming towards the orange submarine. Sonic wave. This technique emanates pure energy from a distance, employing minimal brute force. It is a form of Qigong fist. The golden energy surged forth like an underwater serpent, propelling the surrounding water directly towards the orange submarine. Underwater, devoid of air, Bai Yong did not hear the sound of impact against the vessel. Instead, A multitude of small bubbles erupted from the ship's stern. Ah, it seems I struck its tail. As Luo's vessel swiftly ascended towards the surface, Bai Yong wore a victorious smile. She unleashed a punch to propel herself forward, catching up to the siren. With a mighty splash, the colossal body of the siren burst forth from the cerulean sea, swaying momentarily before regaining its balance. Subsequently, the square membrane of the ship was instantly released. A brazenly smiling short woman stood at the bow, gazing at the nearby orange pirate ship that had also surfaced. From her vantage point, the crew of the Heart Pirates appeared frantic on the deck, seemingly conducting urgent repairs. "Should we fire the long-range cannon?" Casa inquired. "No need. That submarine cannot submerge, so it is of no consequence. Ignore them for now. We still have 30 minutes left. Should we take their flag? Do you want to enlist pirates as Navy allies? Are you trying to invite scorn upon yourself?" "Huh. I merely speak as your first mate to express your thoughts. The Eyeglass Fox pirate crew, I only desire that bear, but even if I wanted it, that bear cub has long since pledged loyalty to Captain Black Eye." Bayong waved her hand dismissively. "Let them repair their ship for a day. We shall seek the final flag." The small island surrounding Zhuyan Dao spread like bamboo, leaves to the north of the main island. They appear numerous, yet from beneath the water. They are primarily a single large island with low terrain, scattered with shallow waters. From above, they resemble a dispersed archipelago. The siren's massive hull could not navigate these shallow islets, even in areas no larger than a sand dune. However, the verdant bamboo still made it impossible to discern the location of the final flag. Boom! After circling the small cluster of islands to the left, the sounds of cannon fire from nearby ships began to resonate. Bayong raised an eyebrow. Just then, Casa, normally slow and leisurely, dashed out from the cabin, an expression of urgency on his face. "Rob Lucci and the others have just reported via the phone bug. They have located the position of the final flag." "Huh." Bayong was taken aback. "We must be the fastest, right? They shouldn't be this lucky. This is not the time to discuss luck. The Kid Pirates and Foxy Pirates are also there. They have already engaged in battle." Frowning, she quickly pondered. How much longer until the partner snatching game ends? 10 more minutes. Casa pulled out his pocket watch. List had just charted the nearest route, but we must abandon the siren. Our ship cannot enter the shallow waters. She was worried about this. Anyone other than me try to rush, that would only complicate matters for Lucci and the others. "Boss, have you forgotten about us?" The chatterbox owl and Bruno approached from the stern of the ship. "I will try to open the farthest air gate," Bruno stated. "No." Bayong bit her lip in contemplation. If there are still 10 minutes left, then both Kid and Foxy, as captains, cannot leave their ships. Thus, they have not yet begun to fight. But Foxy has the giant Nautilus of the Fishman tribe, and Kid can attack from distance. How frustrating. She furrowed her brow. "I don't want to think about it anymore. Let us take our ship in. Use the sky shell. I'm not afraid of running aground. I'll push it back into the sea later." Crazy woman. Casa gritted his teeth, but had no choice. This woman was too stubborn to break the established rules. How could a Navy person heed the rules set by pirates? "I'm going to inform List of your insane idea. Ribbit, Ribbit. Also take Ribbit along. Ribbit wants to see Lord Long's impressive figure." At that moment, the call of the earlier sea monster echoed from below the ship. "Hey, spicy stir-fried frog. You haven't left yet. I thought I had released your anchor. You're not thinking of following us, are you?" Bayong leaned over the ship's edge to peer down. "Ribbit, yes." Scratching the back of her head, she felt a slight headache. "If you want to follow, go ahead, but when the sky shell reactivates, you want to be able to keep up." Just then, the side vents of the siren, having completed repairs, were fully opened. The wind began to howl. The sea creatures that had been hiding around the siren immediately covered their heads with clumps of seaweed and plunged into the depths. Boom! This time, as the sky shell system activated, the turbulence was even more intense than before. Although there were few bamboos around the shallow waters, the underwater terrain was littered with sand, stones, and other impurities. Despite the siren's hull being reinforced with sea prism stone and thick iron plating, each collision with foreign objects caused the ship to sway. Bayong enveloped herself in a cube beneath the main sail, yet she still felt as though she were shaking like a sieve. The location of the final flag was, in fact, not far from the third passage out of the cave on the far right, nestled in the center of a bamboo grove. This grove was surrounded by water, with visible signs of erosion from the sea. It seemed that during certain periods, the tide would rise and submerge this small area. Consequently, the surrounding bamboo grove, having been eroded by the tides over the years, displayed an unnatural gray-blue hue, with some bamboo trunks even adorned with coral polyps. Nose gun. At this moment, the tide had already submerged the sand dune, and the final flag was perched atop the tallest bamboo. Yet they could not approach it. Kaku, in his giraffe form, furiously unleashed a nose gun attack towards the Slayer warrior Kira. You look truly ridiculous. Kira neoritodit. The spot where he had stood, now bearing a large hole from the impact. Meanwhile, Lucci, in leopard form, employed the 16 gun with both fists to fend off the massive steel fist unleashed by Kid. The red-haired man on the ship laughed boisterously, filled with battle intent. It seems you are quite strong too, Trafalgar. It appears you encountered that woman first, so I shall not hesitate to seize that final flag. As Kid pondered, he began to gather the sprawling giant arms once more, casting a glance at the silver fox, Fokushi, across the dune. Fokushi had never anticipated that among the pirate crew he summoned, there would be such formidable individuals, and in such numbers. Every individual present posed a considerable challenge for him. However, it mattered not, as long as his pact with the fishmen remained intact, and, as long as they continued to assist him, he would not be defeated. He would seize all the treasures and reunite with his crew. Fei, the Nautilus, with my tentacles. Beneath him, the colossal Nautilus raised its elongated arms and struck towards the golden-haired beauty, Khalifa, standing in front. Life restoration, binding technique. The nearby Wagili swiftly engaged, entwining her long hair with the giant arm. Impertinent, you beast. Bubbles swiftly emerged on Khalifa's elegant body as she directed the foam towards the tentacles of the colossal Nautilus. That bubble that rendered me powerless earlier. Oomph. Behold my slow light. Just then, a massive black ship suddenly emerged. Its sturdy hull crushing the surrounding gray-blue bamboo as it barreled forward, ultimately colliding with the giant Nautilus beneath Fokushi, halting its advance. The impact stirred an unnatural wind, and as it gradually subsided, the siren stabilized at last. What a collision! After such a tumultuous ride, my legs are still unsteady, yet my aura remains undiminished. Standing atop the siren, she surveyed the scene. Fokushi, as the host, I never expected you to make such a crude dash to the finish line. You scoundrel! Fokushi shouted, rising from the dazed Nautilus. I did not come to seize the flag. I merely seek to obstruct you. The essence of this event is that weaker pirate crews should not attain first place. Oh, I see. That explains it. No wonder Kid refrained from attacking you, instead opting to engage my crew. Bayong raised an eyebrow, slightly displeased. Humph. I thought Trafalgar had you pinned down. The red-haired individual responded, regardless of who we face. It seems we are all somewhat outmatched. The author has a quick note about bamboo on the islands. I must hasten my pace. This will lead to the third chapter. The title of the third chapter is The Extinction Song of the Top War, Chapter 86. At this moment, the colossal Nautilus retracted all its tentacles, and from its shell emerged the manta ray fishman who had provided commentary that night. You see, 30 minutes have yet to elapse, and the other pirate crews have not yet arrived here. No one can seize the flag until the Davy Back fight concludes. How many minutes remain? Bayong shrugged off her already damp black fur shawl. Her long hair, having been wet, lay unadorned behind her. 3 minutes. Kassa checked his pocket watch. Khalifa, fire the signal flare. Inform all pirate crews that the final flag is here. The golden-haired beauty nodded, retrieving the pre-prepared signal gun and aiming it at the sky. Bang! The bright red smoke ascended to the heavens. Huh? Do you think I'm the only one who isn't enough of a challenge for you? Kid furrowed his brow. Don't rush. I'll be the first to entertain you when the time comes. Bayong replied nonchalantly, beginning to stretch her legs. Kassa, gather the brothers. Lucci, you handle Fokushi. The manta ray fishman. Kaku, confront Kid. The rest of you, proactively engage the approaching pirate crews. And I do not wish to see any rabble near this area. Wait. The manta ray fishman exclaimed in shock. Why must I, as a host, also be dealt with? You pirates are supposed to attack one another in this chaos. No. Fokushi suddenly shouted, panic-stricken as he pointed at the figure atop the siren. She looks so familiar. She's a Navy officer. The Dragon Lady of the East Sea. He had seen her during the Longchain Island incident. What nonsense are you spouting? I have adhered to the rules until the last minute. Once this game concludes, I am merely fulfilling my duty. And you, fishman, capturing your kind brings no bounty. But someone has asked me to. Bayong expressed her mild exasperation. Bah, silence. I know the title of the Dragon Lady of the East Sea. You are a dog of the celestial dragons, selling our brethren to the black market. The once gentle manta ray fishman suddenly transformed, his body crackling with a furious blue-green current. Today, I shall avenge my kin. Though Bayong was uncertain about the age of the fishman, this manta ray, no, rather the electric manta ray, appeared to be of elder status. There was no need for such fervor in seeking revenge on her. Zzzz, the electric manta ray leaped as if flying, gliding onto the siren, his body radiating a fearsome current. With one glance, Bayong discerned that this elder was utterly unskilled in combat. She surmised he was merely a steward. Raising her fist, she intended to feign a strike to knock him out. Ha ha ha, do you intend to strike me with your fist? I am an electric manta ray fishman. My current could electrocute 5 humans, and your slippery skin cannot harm me. Hearing this, Bayong paused, altering her fist to a finger, slowly approaching the towering electric manta ray. Electrocute me, if you dare. Seeking death. Countless blue-green currents swiftly coiled around Bayong's body, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. She then raised her finger and flicked it at what appeared to be the manta ray's abdomen. This minor flick sent the fishman, who had been discharging electricity, careening off the siren, ultimately being halted by the tentacles of the Nautilus. Ha ha ha, just like that, he is out cold. Fokushi exclaimed in astonishment. The fishman cannot be this weak. I have endured electric shocks thousands of times stronger than that feeble current. This electric manta ray simply had an unfortunate day, Bayong shrugged, seemingly brushing off the residual blue-green electricity from her arm. Fokushi, I'm unaware of the matters between you and these fishmen, but if you refrain from bothering me, I shall spare you. No, I cannot allow that. As their captain, I must defeat you. Initially relieved by Bayong's words, Fokushi suddenly recalled something, and his face hardened. Behold my slow light. Soru. Finger gun. But just as Fokushi's pink light was about to be unleashed, he was struck down by Lucci, who had appeared instantaneously, piercing him with finger guns and leaving several bloody holes. Lucci wiped the blood from his fingers, casting a disdainful glance at the bleeding Fokushi on the ground. Mia's claps. Letting out a slight sigh, Bayong raised her chin. You lot, do not keep the pirates waiting. Commence your actions. Lucci, you too. The man in the top hat shot her a glance but said nothing further, leading the remaining CP9, excluding Kaku, towards the periphery. Are we not leaving that pigeon-bearing fellow behind? Kid, who had been watching the spectacle, chuckled. He is your strongest fighter, is he not? He appeared to be at ease. Yet the massive mechanical arm on his left remained unrelenting. Ah, but by hosting this special encounter for you, you must be quite pleased. At this moment, the sounds of intense combat reverberated around, as numerous pirates had gathered in the area, encountering the approaching CP9. Time slipped away, and the colossal Nautilus seemed to lose its will to fight, dragging the injured Fokushi and the electric merman into the bamboo forest. The soldiers aboard the Siren had already assembled, ready to support CP9 under the leadership of 3 squad leaders. Only Kaku and Kira remained engaged in fierce combat on the sandy dunes. Suddenly, the last bastion of the flag fell into an eerie silence, interrupted only by the metallic clashing of 2 swordsmen and the distant sounds of pirates battling outside the bamboo forest. They disregarded the fleeting moments left, for the final flag was within reach, and all they had to do was charge in. The atmosphere resembled that of a battlefield, yet felt distant and dreamlike. Bayong and Kid stood upon their respective ships, gazing at each other, awaiting that critical moment of confrontation. The sound of a silver pocket watch being closed echoed, as the handsome man beside her adjusted his glasses. The game was over. At that moment, both captains leapt from their ships, abandoning their previous posts. Prepare to receive, shouted the red-haired man, raising his massive steel arm akin to a giant's fist and swinging it forcefully. Simultaneously, Bayong met the attack with her own powerful punch. This was undeniably a direct clash of strength, as the sound of compressing metal filled the air, causing the gigantic steel arm to buckle and retract significantly. Kid gasped, his concentrated steel on his left arm dispersing. Just how strong are you? He exclaimed. Bayong jumped back onto the sand dune, now submerged in water due to the tide, shaking her right fist. That force just now, she had exerted all her strength, and without using her internal energy, the impact was indeed painful. Well then, I shall not hold back, Kid declared, as a pale purple magnetic wave appeared on his left arm, drawing all nearby metallic objects towards him. Slowly, weapons from the battlefield beyond the bamboo forest began to fly in his direction. The colossal arm grew even larger, twice its previous size. However, the flaw in this technique was its lengthy incantation. Bayong, with her arms crossed, pondered this as she prepared for Kid's next move. If you had no metal around, would you still be so confident? She mused, sighing as she loosened her wrists. Just as the steel arm took form, Bai Yong leapt into action. Kid attempted to grasp her, but she supported herself on his steel arm and performed a series of backflips to evade. Soaring gracefully in the air, Bai Yong smiled, her legs enveloped in golden energy, ready to end the skirmish with a decisive kick. The entire maneuver was executed in under 10 seconds, her agility honed through numerous encounters with formidable opponents. Just as her golden-tinged kick was about to land, her surroundings transformed into a pale blue space. Room. Butchery. She gasped, momentarily taken aback as she conjured countless transparent cubes in midair to use as stepping stones, propelling herself upwards at incredible speed. Her heart raced from the previous evasion, and her slightly labored breath betrayed her earlier underestimation and miscalculation. Hadn't she warned others last night not to be complacent? Yet here she was, caught off guard by an unexpected variable. Eustace, didn't I tell you? The dragon lady prefers to play soft. A man brandishing a katana remarked, a malicious grin on his face. You're quite chatty. Wasn't it supposed to be left to me? The red-haired man retorted, frowning. However, leaving it solely to you would yield no progress, Law replied, gripping a pale hand that had mysteriously drifted to him. From her elevated position, Bai Yong's heart jolted as she raised her hands, only to realize her left hand had been severed. Bursting into uncontrollable laughter, she exclaimed, how amusing. So very amusing. Ha ha. I knew your abilities, yet still lost a hand. Huh. What's gotten into you? Is it just because you were outwitted by Trafalgar? Kid remarked, visibly displeased. Not at all. Bai Yong wiped away the tears of laughter with her remaining hand, still grinning. I find it splendid that you two are teaming up. Now I can truly enjoy myself. Let her witness how the two supernova captains would join forces against her, the so-called Demon King. Casa, coordinating from Siren, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The woman, whose sole focus was combat, had long been subdued by the three admirals at headquarters. Such an exuberant expression of battle intent was certainly ominous. His research had shown this demeanor only appeared during her duel with the warlord Jinbei, which had left the island in ruins, akin to the aftermath of a super typhoon. It was as if a switch had been flipped, unleashing uncontrollable chaos. Mad woman, you wouldn't want to kill those two, would you? Casa leaped to the ship's bow, his brow furrowed tightly. If you don't want to kill them, suppress that battle fervor. What are you talking about? Bai Yong's eyes had grown increasingly vacant as she tilted her head. They're no longer at a level I can easily slay. She turned towards Law and Kid. Right? Right? You won't be easily dispatched. Please don't die. I genuinely want to see you two wreak havoc in a new world. Eustace's expression grew increasingly cold. The dragon lady was filled with murderous intent. I can feel it, Kid narrowed his eyes. I refuse to die here because of her madness. With that, his massive steel arm aimed directly at Bai Yong, swinging down with force. Has anyone told you not to use the same move twice? Bai Yong nimbly leapt, feigning an attack on the steel arm. At that moment, the metal suddenly dispersed, leaving her swinging at air. Kid smirked. Are you certain it's the same move? Simultaneously, the scattered screws, firearms, and blades quickly converged again, this time encircling Bai Yong tightly. Startled, Bai Yong sought to leap away, yet found herself surrounded by a sea of weapons, leaving no room for escape. Squinting, she rapidly formed a wall of cubes around her, temporarily halting the advance of the steel, but effectively trapping her. Ha ha ha, the East Blue Dragon Lady is merely this. Kid laughed heartily, while still controlling the surrounding metal, forming a prickly iron sphere around her. Eustace, don't let your guard down. Law, with an unamused face, summoned a semi-transparent circle that appeared around his right hand, hurling it towards the center of the iron sphere. As the room materialized, Bai Yong harnessed her internal energy, striking outward to shatter the weapons encircling her. With a thunderous crash, the metal fragments scattered. TSK. Kid clicked his tongue, using his magnetic power to halt the indiscriminate flying debris in midair. So bothersome. Law, you're such a nuisance. Now I'm back in this surgical space. Bai Yong pouted, just as she prepared to leap away. Whoa, don't pinch my hand. Releasing her pale left hand, Luo unsheathed the wild blade from his other hand. The slaughterhouse. Was she to be dismembered by Luo? Absolutely not. In an instant, the purple Een energy within her circulated, momentarily resisting the fruit ability. Bai Yong leapt effortlessly from a height towards the sand dune already submerged by the sea. Just as she was about to touch the water, she clenched her right fist. Silent wave. Instantly, an invisible force propelled the seawater towards Luo like an enormous, unseen shark. Hey, not this move again. Although Luo attempted to evade, The rising tide surrounded him with water. Jumping to deeper waters was hardly wise. Thus, he raised a wild blade to shield himself, only to be forcefully knocked back and plunged into the water. Reflection. The next moment, before Bai Yong could stabilize herself in the knee-deep water, Kid drew all the steel fragments back, launching them at her once more. With her body enveloped in Yin energy, she could not immediately convert it into protective Yang energy. Helpless, Bai Yong raised her arms to shield her face and body from the sharp shards that cut into her arms and cheeks. Frowning, she resolved not to afford the two any chance to cooperate. The moment most of the fragments whizzed past her, she charged at Kid. At this juncture, her internal energy was still in a state of adjustment, so without the use of her martial arts, she engaged Kid in a few exchanges barehanded. Compared to Bai Yong's unarmed combat, Kid was more adept at wielding metallic weapons, and in close combat, he continuously parried with the dagger strapped to his chest. After several exchanges, Bai Yong landed a few punches on Kid, leaving him bruised, while her own body bore tattered wounds, blood dripping from her cheek due to the earlier shard attacks. Cough, cough, cough. Rescued by Bipo onto the submarine, Luo coughed incessantly. He had hoped to shift the tide of attack at the last moment, but the pain he endured was quite real. Captain, stop fighting. Bipo anxiously clenched his furry fists. Were we not fighting against Usagi to claim the final flag? The water has already risen. Soon, none of us will be able to fight. Hey, Bipo. If that is the case, we should seize the flag now more than ever, Pekin interjected. Captain, let me retrieve that flag from the bamboo. Yes, while Usagi and that hedgehog are at it. Shachi chimed in. Silence. Luo's expression darkened upon hearing this. Setting aside the fact that the glasses-wearing subordinate of the Dragon Lady had been watching intently, even if they seized the flag, they still had to face Eustace for a duel. This was a prerequisite for their earlier alliance. They were to confront one of the Dragon Lady's crew together, but afterward, they must engage in a duel to determine which pirate crew would take the Dragon Lady. Boom! Due to the rising tide, the sea spread between the small islands, and a pirate crew that had slipped past CP9 was approaching by sea. Signalman, instruct the remaining crew to immediately transition to the artillery area. We must not allow that pirate ship to approach within 10 meters. The person on the deck kept the transponder snail connected, continuously receiving updates and issuing commands. Understood. Splash. Now, with every movement of Bai Yong's legs, she displaced the seawater. As someone at a distinct disadvantage in height, she would be the first to be engulfed by the rising tide. Yet, she and Kid continued to exchange blows, neither yielding. At this point, neither side employed their fruit abilities. It devolved into a pure display of martial prowess. After Bai Yong landed another punch on Kid's cheek, he spat out blood. Hey, East Blue Dragon Lady, could you not be so manly? If you stay here any longer, you will exhaust yourself. No way. Bai Yong bared her teeth like an irate cat. It's rare for me to fight so heartily, but then I'm ambushed by you and that dark-eyed one. Can't you two let me have a fair fight? Initially, she had intended to engage fully, but the pressure of their combined might had left her seething with anger. The cold seawater snuffing out any fire within her heart. If all you want is a brawl, pick another time. Kid found himself at his wit's end. Kid. The visibly injured Kira leapt over from the flattened bamboo grove. What are you waiting for? Hurry and grab the flag. Kira's words jolted Bai Yong from her combat-focused mindset. She sprang up, stepping onto Kid's shoulder. Square staircase. In an instant, a translucent staircase appeared, leading directly to the towering bamboo standing upright. Eustace, you certainly are laid back. Luo, still drenched, had regained his strength and rushed towards her, following Bai Yong up the aerial staircase. After all this time, he was still engaged in a brawl with the Dragon Lady. Kid, forcibly pulled back on his own ship by Kira, raised his left arm. That's better than being effortlessly taken down like you. Gradually, the weapons that had vanished earlier reassembled into his arm. Prepare yourself. East Blue Dragon Lady. Following Bai Yong, Luo halted at that moment, the aura already forming in his hand. Reaching the pinnacle, Bai Yong beheld the final multicolored flag right before her. Yet Kid's massive steel arm came crashing down. Simultaneously, she was enveloped within Luo's surgical space. Awaiting his command for the slaughterhouse, Bai Yong gritted her teeth and summoned her restored golden energy to deliver a punch. I absolutely refuse to be the one below. Everything unfolded in that moment of slow motion. The three captains launched their final attacks together. Quack! Just as Bai Yong sent Kid's steel fist flying, Luo began to disassemble her body into segments. A long tongue snatched the final flag, drawing it into its mouth. That spicy fried frog is the emergency food on my ship. It belongs to my ship. In that final moment, Yang screamed, her head detaching along with the other fragmented limbs, plunging into the sea. Quack! Gurgle, 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 quack, quack. What? In the eyes of the dragon lady, it's merely emergency food. The enormous toad, summoned by her cries, shockingly swallowed the flag at that instant. The author has something to say. Xiachi, Pecan, flower appreciation. This battle has exhausted me. I've just finished writing this. I made slight adjustments. If anything sounds off, I can only post it for everyone to see first. The more I try to finish a chapter, the longer it becomes. What the heck? There is still more fighting to be done. Yang, do you dare not to fight? Do you dare to be the one below? Yang. Hey kid, let's go to bed together. Kid, I don't like women throwing themselves at me. Yang, look at me. I have a lowly face. I have no advantage at all. If I don't push others, no one wants to push me. Chapter 87. The head of the big sister. The head is here with us. Beepo, don't shout it out. Kira, are you holding that woman's left leg? I think it's the right leg. Casa, the first mate. Joe. Where do you think this recovered body part should be placed? Enough, you all. The dragon lady's body is comprised of only a few parts. Don't let them all end up in the water. Yang, as consciousness gradually returned, she felt as if her body had been sliced into several pieces. Some parts feeling wet, some slippery, and others being blown by the wind. All right, she had indeed been cut apart. Hence, those fools on the ships were shouting to one another. Ha ha ha, she has indeed been claimed by several ships simultaneously. How delightful it would be for everyone to share her equally. What nonsense. Even if we were to share her, one must reserve her head for Luffy, her right fist for Ace, and her left fist for Grandpa Carp. Yang slowly opened her eyes, still feeling quite unwell. Her body seemingly just retrieved from the depths of the sea. Hey, Yusachi is awake. Beepo, clutching his head, exclaimed joyfully. A person wearing a spotted hat approached. Observing Yang's slightly pale complexion, he lifted her eyelids to assess her condition, just as he intended to touch her cheek to check if she was cold. Yang bit down firmly on his arm. Ugh, the dragon lady. You seem quite spirited, he commented lightly, raising his arm to meet her gaze. Stop biting, it hurts. Upon sensing a metallic taste of blood in her mouth, Yang released her grip, only to be caught by the other hand of Luo. She licked the blood from the corner of her mouth and glared at him. Trafalgar Luo, our accounts are far from settled. If our captain awakens, I implore Captain Trafalgar to return all her remains. At an unknown moment, Casa, who had been on the deck of the Siren, jumped aboard this ship, his expression grim, brows tightly knit. It is the loyal first mate. I suggest you place all the bodies you found here with me, Luo said, a malicious smirk curling his lips. This way, I can examine the dragon lady's condition. I refuse to have you examine my body. Such matters require mutual consent. Yang blurted out instinctively, then paused, realizing, oh right, they are both doctors. However, her statement was rather. Luo, taken aback for a moment, chuckled softly. He had expected the dragon lady to be domineering, but was surprised by her adherence to mutual willingness. Casa adjusted his glasses, which glinted dully, conveying the message. Even in this state, you're still thinking about attracting men. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Yang's face, but she quickly composed herself. My preferences are none of your concern, you clingy fool. Let go of me. He, when viewed from this angle, is quite delightful. After all, the dragon lady's head is indeed a beautiful one. Luo's smile deepened with malice. Hey, Trafalgar, what are you two discussing? Kid frowned. His ship now anchored beside the orange submarine. She's considering using my head as a specimen to keep in her room, Yang retorted mockingly. What? That person will be dead. Kid smirked. I say, East Blue Dragon Lady, you should come aboard my ship. At least there, your body will be intact. Hey, she's been dismembered, and you're all so eagerly scrambling for her. She has quite the coveted prize. Yang was about to counter him when she noticed the presence of someone who had been missing from the deck. Zombie, you're back. Yes. The captain rescued me, Corwin replied, blushing at the unexpected recognition from Yang. By the way, where's Foxy? And that fishman who organized everything? Yang immediately inquired, for she had made a promise to that individual. Everyone is aboard the Siren. All pirates have been captured, and their ship is tied to the Siren, Casa replied. Is that fishwoman from that day present? Yes. Gabra's poison has been cured. You should return to the Siren and resolve the remaining matters, he added. Did you hear that? You too. I have many tasks to attend to, and I cannot indulge your whims. Yang shouted at Luo and Kid. Now, put my body on the deck of the Siren. Finally, she shouted with her inner strength to the entire crowd. Heaven knows how her body was being treated. One moment it was sticky, the next it was cold, and it felt as though someone was using a hairdryer to dry her. Finally, as if humanely placed on the siren, Bai Yong felt a throbbing headache. Could he not treat me differently? Look at my body. My arms are dry while my thighs still feel as though they've just been pulled from the sea, and there's a crab on my left leg. The most outrageous part is my upper body. Someone has actually roasted it over the kitchen fire, treating me like a suckling pig. Moreover, her left hand had an unsettlingly slippery sensation. Frowning deeply, Bai Yong approached the current girlfriend of Gabra on the deck. This young lady was adorned in a pale blue dress, with a veil covering her upper body, making her features obscure. Bai Yong, feeling displeased, abruptly lifted the veil. The fair-skinned fishwoman was revealed, her tentacle-like hands playfully toying with Bai Yang's left hand. Could you kindly release my left hand? Bai Yong asked. Hee, I just like you. Dear Dragon Lady, the girl replied softly. Though her skin was pale, her features were quite lovely. Can I keep your left hand? Bai Yong, who had always considered herself seasoned by storms, felt a shiver upon encountering the girl's naked yearning gaze. Absolutely not. With a swift motion, she reclaimed her left hand, resembling a child snatching a toy from another. Ignoring the girl's tearful and aggrieved expression, Bai Yong took back her hand with a sense of disgust. You despicable human. Do not approach Lady Xiaoguang. The electric eel elder, who had just protested with Lister, angrily interjected, positioning himself between Bai Yong and the fish girl. Is she the only one? What about the other two girls? Bai Yong retorted, stepping back in annoyance. You, how do you know that? I will not tell you. Two older sisters found it boring and went home, the fish girl replied, her cheeks flushed. I am called Xiaoguang, oh Dragon Lady. Your purple eyes make me shiver all over. Lanzi. At that moment, Gabra, who had just awakened, rushed out from cabin. Oh, you're awake, Gabra. Are you feeling all right? Kaku raised his hand in greeting, but was completely ignored. Do not come closer. Xiaoguang, frowning, extended her long white tentacles from beneath her skirt to prevent Gabra from advancing. Lanzi, do not sting me again. What have I done to make you angry? Gabra implored, his unwavering affection making him appear quite the gentleman. Bai Yong narrowed her eyes slightly and turned to leave the scene, attempting to act as if nothing were amiss. Boss Khalifa, could you not intervene? That fool is utterly hopeless, Lucci interjected. Perhaps we should kill that fishman. Wait. Raising her hand to halt him, Bai Yong took a deep breath. This woman cannot be killed. Dragon Lady, she is not a woman. She is a man, the fishman boy, who was simultaneously blocking Gabra with his skirt-s tentacles while blushing, stated. That is why I admire Dragon Lady. She is so brave and wild. Oh, I long to be ravished by Dragon Lady. What? Lanzi, what on earth are you saying? Why would you be infatuated with that woman? What is wrong with you? Gabra exclaimed, stunned as if struck by lightning. I can't believe it. Bai Yong thought to herself, wishing to exclaim her thoughts. However, as the subject of this love, triangle, and NTR, she needed to remain calm to clarify the situation. Yes, remain calm. Are you out of your mind? Grasping Gabra's arm, she pulled him in front of Xiaoguang. Look closely. This chap is a fishman boy. He has been deceiving you all along. He is merely a wealthy young master out for amusement. Can't you see that? Let go of me. Jabura wriggled free from her grasp, wearing an expression of injury. Yes, Lanzi deceived me, but you claim she is a man. I refuse to believe it. Just look at her delicate figure. She is a jellyfish-type merman, lacking a spine, thus relying on you for support. Observe her charming cheeks. I have seen many boys as lovely as she is. My younger brother was quite adorable during his childhood. You see her graceful and ethereal tentacles? Godi, those are meant to poison you. Without those tentacles, why would you have slept for several days? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. As Jabura shouted, sweat dripped from his forehead, each drop increasing with intensity. Meanwhile, Kasa adjusted his glasses and quietly approached Bai Yong, whispering a few words. He knew he was wrong, but his pride needed a way out. Upon hearing this, Bai Yong paused for a moment. Indeed, as the leader, one must grant their subordinates the necessary dignity. Ahem. Yes, that's right, Jabura. You feel that way about her, or rather, you find Xiaoguang adorable. I can understand that. Who is without fault? I am acquainted with nearly all the world-class beauties of the sea, and Xiaoguang is the cousin of Princess Bai Xing. Princess Bai Xing is indeed beautiful, so it is a matter of blood relation, right? Ha ha ha. She herself was oblivious to the absurdity of her words. She patted Jabura's injured shoulder. Jabura, I empathize with you for being momentarily confused. However, this is not your fault. Really? Yes, truly. Bai Yang responded with a sincere smile. Furthermore, if you continue to be melodramatic, I shall strike you. Understood. Jabura immediately rallied, clenching his fists. Lanzi, I apologize. Let's part ways. There is no fate for us. With that, he swiftly turned and left the deck. So, Lady Dragon, do you find me beautiful? The jellyfish-type youth timidly approached. Who wants to eat cold jellyfish tonight? Bai Yang narrowed her eyes and instinctively opened her mouth. This immediately garnered the support of all CP9 members present. Even Lucci, who only liked beef, raised his hand. How dare you? I will fight you all. Uncle Electric Ray once again charged with electricity, shielding Xiaoguang. Sighing, Bai Yang felt utterly helpless. She wrapped her arm around Calipha's shoulder. This is a world-class beauty. You're a world-class boy. Do you understand? I'm not interested. You flatter me, boss. Calipha said, her cheeks flushing as she adjusted her glasses. Wait, but, no buts. Being pushed to this extent is something Bai Yang had never experienced before. With a wave of her hand, she declared, do you think you can satisfy me? Or can I satisfy you? I have no interest in a brat who hasn't even sprouted body hair. Puffed. Law, who had been watching the spectacle, chuckled. Lady Dragon, are you publicly declaring your preferences? Are you truly a woman? Kid observed her with an unsettling gaze. Hey, this is a naval operation. Everyone, be serious. Return to your ships. Do not rush, Lady Dragon. We are awaiting the announcement of the victor. The victor is us. The treasure belongs to us. I disagree. Foxy, shackled with high-loose stone, poked his head out from the back of the ship to protest first. You all did not retrieve the flag. So all treasures belong to the Foxy pirate crew. I have captured all of you. What do you care? I could sell you off to the organ trade market, and you would have no say. She retorted. The final flag was rightfully obtained by our ship S. Spicy Frog. This was a legitimate victory. Oh, by the way, where is Spicy Frog? Over there, Calipha quietly remarked. It seems to be crying. After a brief contemplation, Bai Yang waved her hand. I'll be right back. We'll discuss this later. Lady Dragon, the treasure is inside the snail shell. We have entrusted everything to you as the victor. Can you praise us a bit? Just as she was about to step forward, she was blocked by the jellyfish youth. Raising her hand to pat his head, she ultimately could not resist and punched that white head instead. You will never be a proper man if you run away from home for a lifetime. Woo-woo. I understand now. Quickly washing off the fishy odor, Bai Yang discarded her soiled suit. She donned her usual battle attire, with her white dragon sword at her waist. Feeling utterly refreshed, she stepped onto the ship's stern, where various captains and crew members, all shackled with bounties, glared at her with fury. Oh, still so defiant even after losing, Bai Yang closed one eye at them. Despicable, Eastern Sea Dragon Lady. You are taking advantage of our unpreparedness. Silence. She glared back. I have always abided by the rules. It was only after you snatched my companion that I intervened. Do you not realize that the flags were destroyed by my crew? You have lost all dignity and still dare to shout. Wait, Eastern Sea Dragon Lady. You previously stated that if I did not bother you, you would spare me. Foxy stubbornly struggled. Glancing at him, Casa, have all of the crew from the split head been captured? Yes, all have been found on another auxiliary island, confined with other pirate crews. After a moment of silence, Bai Yang addressed all the pirates present. You are all prominent captains of the sea, so here is the deal. The prisoners in my possession have 3 potential fates. 1 is imprisonment, 2 is execution, and 3 is being sold to the human trafficking center. If you are willing to allow me to sell you, I will release your crew. Being sold is a fate more cruel than losing one's pirate dignity. It signifies that one can no longer be a human. Many fell into silence. I don't want to. I do. Foxy, standing defiantly with a split head, stepped forward. Release my crew. Bai Yang raised an eyebrow. Very well. Those who agree, step forward and stand with this fellow. After a moment of hesitation, over 30 individuals on the deck moved, many remaining silent. Yet some captains emerged, faces reflecting a resolve to face death. Naturally, a few stepped back. They did not wish to risk their lives for a handful of crew members. Surveying the crowd, Bai Yang snapped her fingers, addressing a few first-class soldiers recording the event. Those who stepped forward would be sent to the reward prison to make a comeback. Those who remained still would be sent to impel down. And those who retreated would be bound and tossed into the human market. All subordinates without bounties, release them. This command immediately incited discontent among those who were to be sold. What? Eastern Sea Dragon Lady, did you not say my bounty was 70 million? Being sold to the human market is only worth a few 100,000. Scum, you are unworthy to return to the sea as a captain. Leaving those words behind, Bai Yang turned away, no longer concerning herself with the prisoner's fates. The author has something to say. I have finished writing. I will take a break for a bit. Smoker will arrive soon. Bai Yong is about to flee due to the incident at the matchmaking island. Chapter 88. Just returning to the front deck. She was immediately questioned by Law and Kid about the flag. Bai Yong, feeling helpless, promptly turned to find Spicy Frog at the shallow waters. Of course, she also brought some gifts such as red seaweed. Look at that dye. She raised her thumb to praise the new colors among the pile of seaweed. Quack, quack, quack. Oh, so stylish. And so, a peculiar friendship was rekindled. Quack, quack, goo goo quack. Lady Dragon actually calls Spicy Frog by the name of Quack Taijun. Oh, that's wonderful. You're going to spit out the flag, right? Then hurry up. Quack, quack, quack. It's Quack Taijun. When Bai Yong returned with a partially digested flag, Casa had already completed all the concluding tasks, including dispersing the remaining pirate subordinates, counting the treasures, and tallying the bounty criminals. She was also expecting an unanticipated guest, the Shichibukai. Why was he here? It must be due to those fishmen. To impose sanctions on the elder sister? That cannot be true. Do not utter such foolishness. The elder sister would never succumb to him. The soldiers on the deck were in disarray, stirred by the arrival of this guest, who was patiently waiting with great courtesy. Miss Bai Yong, it has indeed been a long time since we last met. It has been a while. Ever since I went to Logger Town, I have not seen Brother Jinbei, the Sea Knight Jinbei, summoned as a Shichibukai by the Gorosei to alleviate racial tensions, acted with righteousness and benevolence. He was one of the individuals Bai Yong held in high regard, a formidable opponent she must eventually overcome on her path as a martial artist. Although a challenge had been previously issued a year ago, it had ended in failure. I must thank you for your assistance. I appreciate it greatly. The blue fishman, clad in traditional Japanese attire, bowed slightly to the much shorter figure before him. Mr. Jinbei, why do you thank a human trafficker? The electric eel uncle, attempting to soothe Kagwang, crackled with indignation. Miss Bai Yong is not. No, I am. I am indeed a human trafficker, a lackey of the celestial dragons. If you don't take your young master back to Dragon Palace City, I may very well sell him to the celestial dragons. You dare. Whitebeard would never let you get away with it. Indeed, Whitebeard will protect you. For all eternity? Miss Bai Yong. Jinbei, who had originally intended to offer comfort, frowned upon hearing this. Do you know something? Does the government have ulterior motives? No, I do not. Bai Yong looked at him. You Fishman Island must rely on yourselves more in the future. No one can live forever, can they? I see. I understand your meaning. Jinbei bowed once more, stating, Thank you for your assistance all along. I will escort them back. Brother Jinbei, let us have another match when the opportunity arises. Her fists clenched tightly, her face displaying unwavering determination. I will not lose to you again. Very well. The next time we meet, I shall spar with you, Miss Bai Yong. After bidding farewell to the fishmen and Jinbei, preparations for the urgent departure and repairs of the Siren began, as they needed to set sail promptly to transport the criminals to the nearest prison. Of course, this work did not concern Bai Yong. As the sun set, it was indeed a perfect time for farewells. The red-haired, hedgehog-headed man had received basic treatment on his face and forehead, despite having been beaten severely. He now appeared as if nothing had happened, still wearing his arrogant smile. Dragon Girl of the East Sea, we shall meet again in the Sabati Archipelago. Just as you said. Bai Yong nodded. Call me Bai Yong. After all, you have treated me to drinks several times. Do not stand on ceremony. Do you think that just because someone buys you a drink, they become your friend? Well, yes, a drinking buddy, she chuckled, now restored to her usual self. The sea breeze gently tousled her long black hair, and her smile appeared sincere. Stop being so nauseating. The man in the maroon coat ignored her and turned back to his ship. Hey, kid, next time, be generous and treat me to drinks again. I know. You nagging woman. This rather informal competition concluded, leaving an inexplicable sense of emptiness in its wake. Had that last moment not featured a blunder over the flag, to whom would it have fallen? Most likely, it would have been to Luo. Consequently, she would have changed significantly. It was indeed audacious of her to gamble her future. But ultimately, what was her future? Uncertain. Boss. Califa rushed into medical room number 1, her injury quite minor, merely requiring a little cleaning and a few band-aids. What? Bai Yong, being bandaged by Casa, had a rather pale complexion due to having carelessly cleaned her wound, leading to unnecessary reapplication of medication, which Casa had just sarcastically remarked upon. Deputy Casa is also here. Califa adjusted her glasses, regaining her usual poised demeanor. Casa continued with his work, not looking at her. What is it, Califa? No need to mind that blind, bespectacled fox. Our ship will be leaving Zhu Yan Island tonight, and I wish to go shopping. Shopping? Take me along. Indeed. She has money now. A whole pile of it, ha ha. She doesn't even know how to spend it. Bai Yong excitedly stood up and rushed towards the exit, only to discover that the end of the bandage on her arm was still in the man's hand. She turned back, her expression clearly declaring, "The money is mine. You cannot deny me my allowance." In an instant, a silver scalpel flashed, and the man skillfully completed a set of arm bandaging, which could only be described as exquisite. In warehouse number 4, cash is stored. Do not take jewelry or gold, as those should be exchanged for maximum profit. The man, dressed in a navy justice coat, spoke while tossing a tattered cloak to the woman with a playful expression. "Put this on and tell everyone that this victory belongs to you. The dragon girl of the East Sea. Yes, yes, let the Navy's glory shine." In reality, this so-called operation to eliminate all threats had already been reported to the regional division fortress. The news spread quickly. Perhaps if Bai Yong had not wandered the island in a cloak, there would have been fewer rumors. "Boss, all the cheap pao here are sold." Thank you for your patronage." Placing a stack of berries on the counter, Bai Yong was unaware of how long it had been since she had thrown money around like this. It felt like a lesson carved in blood. It taught her one principle: money should be spent wisely. Of course, that did not apply to the present moment. "Boss, look at this. The cosmetics in this little red box smell wonderful." Khalifa discovered something novel at another counter in the store. Bai Yong leaned in to take a look, equally astonished. "Oh my, this is water rouge. This young lady truly knows her goods." This rouge is a vibrant red, a true shade. Typically, we only have cream rouge on this island, but recently, a new method has arrived from the mysterious Jiushi Island, producing this watery rouge. "Is that so?" Bai Yong smiled, seemingly reminiscing. "My hometown also has this." "Yeah, could it be that the boss is from Jiushi Island?" Khalifa exclaimed in surprise. "I am purely an Easterner. My hometown merely shares customs with Jiushi Island." She picked up a box, applying a bit to her pinky. The red was indeed pleasing to the eye, reminiscent of the most nostalgic Chinese red. She applied it to her lips, lightly pressing them together. The stunningly beautiful red had already stained her lips. This truly is exquisite water rouge. Ordinary lipstick cannot compare. She smiled. "I'll take it all." As the night descended upon Zhu Yan Island, Kali Fa and Bai Yong strolled down the streets, burdened with numerous packages. By this time, the matchmaking festival had concluded, yet many passers-by found it irresistible to gaze at the two. "Boss, why not apply a touch more of that pearl powder? It would enhance your beauty," suggested Kali Fa. Bai Yong raised an eyebrow. "Makeup? For whom? I would have to wash it off once back on the siren. I can hold my own in front of those underlings." "Boss, I believe you don't always need to be so assertive. After all, we are women." "Indeed, women," Bai Yong replied with a slight smile, her gaze fixed on the dark figure at the alley's entrance. "Kali Fa, wait here for a moment." In the dimly lit alley, Xiaoqi and Pei Jin were holding back Bipo, preventing its escape, while Luo leaned against the wall, a malicious grin on his face. "Ah, Usopp, look who has coming." Upon seeing Bai Yong, Bipo ceased its struggles, looking dejectedly at her. "Ah, Usopp, what a coincidence to run into you while shopping." Xiaoqi waved, her hand raised in greeting. "Yes, indeed, what a coincidence. Bipo has something to say to you. It doesn't he want you to leave." Pei Jin slapped Bipo's back, causing it to stumble forward. The orange-clad white bear leaned in closer, but as it opened its mouth, it immediately covered its nose. "Wow, Usopp, you smell terrible. The makeup is so foul. You fool. That blush. It's a fragrant and beautiful cosmetic." Xiaoqi retorted, her voice raised in indignation. "Usopp looks stunning with it on. Apologies, my sincerest apologies. Si mi masai, ondo, ni si mi masai." Bai Yong chucklet softly, amused at the sight of the emotionally fragile Bipo. With a gentle smile, she stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on the despondent bear's cheek. "This makeup is meant for women to leave their mark on men, you know." "Wow, there's such stinky red marks on my face," Bipo exclaimed in shock, covering its nose with one paw while the other attempted to wipe away the blush from its furry cheek. "Fool, don't wipe it off. This is an honor." This sentiment was immediately met with protest from Xiaoqi and Pei Jin. "With your close relationship with my crew, should I deem your friendship as pure or hypocritical?" Luo's presence, though not surprising, seemed to indicate he had been waiting, but not for a mere farewell from Bai Yong. Emotionless, Bai Yong approached him and, without hesitation, delivered a powerful right hook to his cheek, sending him crashing to the ground. She leaned down, seizing his collar. Indeed, from the moment you saved me aboard your ship. It has been genuine. His cheek went numb from the impact as Luo forced a smirk. Oh, is that so? Why not return then? You clearly despise the government. Or do you harbor a deeper purpose? Without responding to his query, Bai Yong collided her forehead against his. The dull thud echoed. This is for abandoning me. For forsaking someone who was once your companion. Companion? One who has no desire to return to the ship? Bai Yang's voice was cold. This is merely because you are too weak. Understand this. I have always been superior to you. The man on the ground chuckled, despite the pain. You are not strong at all. You, the so-called dragon lady, are merely a rabbit at heart. What strength do you flaunt daily within the Navy? Her long hair fell to the side of her face, momentarily obscuring her expression as she regarded the man below her. Then, with a swift motion, she struck the ground beside him, causing the dark green road to crack extensively. The force of her punch stained her right hand with blood. Lowering herself, Bai Yang's bloodied hand gently grasped his seemingly delicate neck. She leaned closer to his ear. I am Bai Yang, a bounty hunter directly under the Marine headquarters. And you, Trafalgar Luo, shall never possess me. The author has a message. The Heart Pirates are feasting. Dressed in traditional attire, Lu Chi is a cold and ruthless former surgeon. Trafalgar Luo. Smoker, where are you? What? You're making an appearance in the next chapter? What? You claim to have heard some rumors regarding Bai Yang's matchmaking? What is that in your hand? A love letter? Let me see it. Chapter 89. Ever since the report from Juyan Island was submitted, the news of the Dragon Lady leading a warship to capture 32 pirates, each with bounties in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, has dominated the headlines of major newspapers. This was far more impactful than any admiral defeating a foe. 1 against 32. Of course, the methods used to defeat the pirates remained a military secret, with no paper gaining access to that information. With the major newspapers boasting this headline, the smaller tabloids could not fall behind. Thus, a few days later, First Mate Casa issued a strict prohibition against discussing newspaper content, reading newspapers, or perusing the Navy Weekly. Especially forbidden was any creature selling newspapers that dared to pass above the Sai Run, fire upon them, and send them flying. All these measures were to ensure a better life for them. Bai Yang, being a generous and benevolent boss, decided to distribute the 100 million cash found in the fourth cargo hold evenly among the crew, a sum that would take an ordinary soldier 3 years to earn. Kali Fa was also promised all the pearls from the treasure, the sheer number of which made her eyes gleam with delight. However, Bai Yang found herself once again devoid of funds. Of course, she still possessed various assets and treasures that could earn bounties, but lacked liquid cash, prompting Casa to issue another order. No one was allowed to lend her any money, and no pocket money could be given. If Bai Yang did not change her spending habits, the funds aboard the Sai Run would soon be depleted again. As a meticulous first mate, how could Casa not admonish her? As they neared the island housing the branch prison fortress, Bai Yang patted the remaining 500 belly coins in her pocket. After a prolonged silence, she remarked, "Do not wear that long face. I've heard the prison fortress is well equipped, with flower shops and restaurants run by Navy families. After the report, one can even rest there." The man beside her, adorned with silver-rimmed glasses, wore a cheerful expression. The Sai Run had finally replaced the black flag, and he donned the honorable white coat of justice once again. "Do not speak to me. I feel suffocated." Maintaining a sorrowful expression as he gazed out at the distant sea, Bai Yang opened her mouth. "Oh, suffocated? Why not discuss it with me? Your ship's doctor. What is the cause?" Faced with her first mate's cheerful demeanor, she could no longer suppress her thoughts. "Get rid of him. I want Kali Fa to be my first mate." "Khalifa." Wait, boss, calm down. Look, the escort ship welcoming us is right ahead." The elegant beauty in a purple, form-fitting ensemble gently reassured her. After all, the military vessel was holding over 30 dangerous pirates, and 2 escort ships had been arranged to greet them, a gesture primarily out of respect for the Dragon Lady. Puz, Bai Yang, Casa, and the CP-9 crew stood on the foredeck, waiting for a while. CP-9 originally had no obligation to accompany her, yet Bai Yang resolved to part ways with them at the next island. In the presence of the government, it was imperative to maintain appearances. At the bow of the ship, she nodded at the captains of the escort vessels, fulfilling the ceremonial gesture. Naturally, the soldiers aboard the escort ships regarded her with a mixture of tension and boundless admiration, saluting her as she walked along the azure stone path of the prison fortress. By her side was the first mate, a man of brigadier general rank, while behind her trailed the formidable 7 of the former government SCP-9. Along the route flanking the main building, soldiers had already respectfully cleared the way. Such a spectacle was indeed impressive. In her previous days at Marineford, Bai Yong had been rather casual and familiar with the soldiers. Seldom did she encounter such overt reverence. The so-called uninformed masses. Truly, they had endured much. Awaiting her at the entrance was the vice commander of the island, a robust man adorned with a scruffy beard. "Leave the prisoners to us. Your Excellency, Long Nu, may rest well on the island." Meanwhile, at the temporary port on the island, another military vessel had arrived prior to the siren, delivering prisoners. The soldiers of this contingent had just concluded a battle, each appearing slightly fatigued. Behind them stood a man with prism stone handcuffs, who, while chewing on 2 cigars, returned the signed port registration form to the fortress technician before turning to retreat into the fortress for some rest. Brigadier Smoker. Brigadier Smoker, a short-haired girl wearing purple-framed glasses, having just returned from the front door of the fortress, dashed over excitedly, only to discover that the person she sought had already departed. "Lieutenant Dashki, what is the urgency?" inquired a soldier left behind. Yes, it's Miss Bai Yong." "What? Sister Bai Yong?" "Good heavens, what to do?" Brigadier Smoker was unaware of the recent reports. If he were to encounter Miss Bai Yong, oh dear. I must believe that Miss Bai Yong favors men. Having completed the handover procedures and arranged for the prisoners, they were free from further duties. After all, the bounty had already been collected, and Bai Yong could now enjoy her time on the island without reservations. Although the bounty amounted to an impressive 390 million. After deducting the funds set aside for Luffy, Greer's information fees, and various supplies for the siren, there was little cash left. This was a concern Bai Yong need not ponder, for funds were managed by others. Additionally, she received a reward of 500 berries as a token for the bounty obtained. How generous! Should she express gratitude for her first mate's kindness? Moreover, she couldn't help but notice that the soldiers around her regarded her with an unusual gaze. This expression was not one of admiration nor the typical infatuation related to her beauty, but rather a flushed, romantic interest. Did they all find themselves caught in the throes of youthful passion? Even the women within the fortress seemed to regard her differently. Some pointed her out, while others, similarly blushing, would glance her way only to quickly avert their eyes. The pangs of adolescence. Within the residential district of the fortress was a quaint family-style restaurant, its outdoor tables and chairs providing a pleasant spot to pause for coffee. Today was a day of rest for most of the fortress soldiers, and the restaurant was bustling with patrons, the streets alive with activity. She intended to take a brief respite here with CP9, discussing their forthcoming plans. For the more they were seen together, the better. Dingling, as Casa pushed open the translucent glass door, the cheerful chime rang out. However, what followed was an unexpected collision with a hefty slice of Black Forest cake. A bespectacled individual reacted swiftly, stepping aside just in time. Thus, the cake comically splattered across Bai Yong's face. The members of CP9, seated at the outdoor tables, were initially taken aback by the scene, but soon erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! What terrible luck! Opening the door to a cake." Gabura laughed heartily, doubling over. "You must be cursed lately." "Ha ha! Gabura, perhaps it's best not to voice that." Bruno interjected. Bai Yong now grasped 3 truths. First, chocolate melts easily, hence her chocolate facial mask. Second, this Black Forest cake was undoubtedly a deluxe version, as the thick layer of chocolate cream almost consumed the entire cake. Third, Casa and the others were indeed concealing something from her. However, if there were secrets, the owl would surely let something slip soon. With that thought, Bai Yong casually glanced toward the nearby outdoor seating area. Just as she suspected, the owl's zipper had been sewn shut with black biodegradable thread. "How have you been eating lately?" Bai Yong's gaze remained fixed to the side, thus failing to notice the man behind her, who had been observing for some time, chewing on 2 cigars. "Hey, after some time apart, is this how you waste food?" The man's deep voice held a hint of amusement. Her heart skipped a beat. She recognized that voice all too well. Turning, she stifled her expression and hastily smeared the half-melted chocolate cream from her face onto his. "If it's not wasted, then you should eat it." The man was not at all angered, allowing her to paint his face with cream. They both appeared at ease, while the surrounding soldiers were utterly astonished. That was a notorious Brigadier Smoker, known as the White Hunter, renowned for his ferocity. Yet the one smearing cream was no gentle soul either. Was that not the recently celebrated Dragon Girl from the East Blue? Humph. Observing the man's nonchalance, Bai Yong smirked and smeared the remaining cream from her own face onto his. Such a blatant act. If Smoker remained oblivious, he would no longer be her partner. This was a challenge. She unleashed a right hook. The opponent, intrigued, swiftly dodged, and the ensuing exchange saw them engage in a flurry of martial arts, each relying solely on their physical prowess. They had no intention of using their abilities. However, as the match progressed, it became increasingly exhilarating. The battle spilled onto the street, garnering cheers and a crowd of onlookers. The duel between two masters from headquarters was nothing short of spectacular. The exhilaration built, igniting Bai Yong's fighting spirit. Meteor break. This was a technique of the legendary hero, Carp. You're too excited. Smoker struggled to counter Bai Yong's fervor, resorting to his fruit ability to fog his body and soaring above to evade the barrage of punches. Such a thrilling confrontation caused a traffic jam along the narrow street. A passerby, initially just visiting the island as a polite gesture to the fortress commander, arrived only to find two headquarters officers battling in the air above. He furrowed his brow, his expression a mix of annoyance and resignation. What on earth are you two doing? Fighting. They both replied in unison, unabashedly justified. Suddenly, a wave of sword energy cleaved through the fray, separating the two combatants, prompting them to notice the speaker. Bai Yong landed gracefully, blinking before breaking into a smile. Well, if it isn't Uncle Mole, the author has something to convey. Glasses, be cautious of what lies behind. I implore you to allow me to take chemistry as an elective throughout the year. Some may inquire, what about the love letter that was promised? A life devoid of love letters is indeed a life of discontent. Oh, did I not mention what lies behind? It's days. Days indeed. In Chapter 90, General Yin Shu, one of the direct generals under headquarters, has participated in numerous significant battles, most recently the extermination order on Justice Island. He has mastered the 6 styles and various applications of hockey. Undoubtedly, what excites the soldiers the most is that General Yin Shu is simultaneously a master swordsman. Bai Yong, are these your subordinates from the former CP9? He surveyed the open resting area, his gaze landing on the man with a distinctive rooster comb hairstyle. Indeed, they are all exceptional individuals, far surpassing ordinary soldiers or commanders. Ah, they're truly remarkable. Bai Yong replied with a smile as he accepted the damp towel awkwardly proffered by the restaurant staff, wiping his face as he spoke. Meanwhile, Smoker made his way directly to the restaurant restroom for a cleanup, acknowledging General Yin Shu with a nod, as if the cream on his face was too stubborn to remove. However, Bai Yong was well aware that his old friend simply wished to avoid engaging with a superior. Oh, is Rob Lucci also present? General Yin Shu squinted at the man with a pigeon perched upon his shoulder. Why? General Yin Shu claims that all former CP9 members are now my aides. Why can't Lucci be included? Bai Yong retorted. That is not quite how it should be said, General Yin Shu replied, casting a glance at Bai Yong, who was perpetually smiling. Your strength is formidable, yet your temper is dreadfully poor, more volatile than Mr. Carp himself. The strongest CP9 agent, Rob Lucci, is willing to serve under you. You didn't give him a beating, did you? Haha, I simply appreciate General Yin Shu's forthrightness. Bai Yong continued with a grin. Indeed, had it been under normal circumstances, she would have dealt him a blow. With a sigh, the man clad in the Navy Vice Admiral's coat averted his gaze. Handle your own affairs. I, as your elder, shall not intrude upon your rest. However, do remember to seek me out for some exercise upon returning to headquarters. Ah, with swords, I shall not engage you in hand-to-hand combat. All right then, I shall not see you off. Farewell. Bai Yong quipped, while Gabara chuckled at the display. It was evident he was in the presence of his superior. A resounding clap. Without hesitation, Bai Yong struck Gabara on the back of the head, sending him crashing onto the table. I will laugh like a sycophant until the day you meet the fleet admiral. You are quite frank, Lucci remarked elegantly, sipping the freshly brewed red tea, a smirk of sarcasm gracing his lips. What is there to conceal? Bai Yong nonchalantly settled into another empty table, crossing his legs. Smoker, Smoker. A short-haired woman rushed from the bustling street, several newspapers and magazines in hand, stumbling slightly due to her obscured view. Her purple-framed glasses rested atop her forehead as an accessory. Ah, Dasky, Bai Yong exclaimed joyfully upon spotting her, waving enthusiastically. Miss Bai Yong. Hearing her name, Dasky beamed with delight and hurried over, though in her current vision, Bai Yong resembled merely a white silhouette. Thus, she entirely overlooked the chair Bai Yong was seated upon and the round table beside her. Ah, clatter! The second exclamation came from Bai Yong, who had instinctively reached out to receive Dasky, only to be taken by surprise as Dasky's momentum led to an unexpected collision. Appearing as if Dasky had tackled her to the ground, newspapers and magazines raining down upon her face. Dasky, however, landed comfortably, her face nestled against Bai Yang's ample bosom. Ah, it doesn't hurt at all. What is this sensation? So soft and fragrant. To ascertain the nature of the softness before her, she began to squeeze and knead. Dazed from the impact, Bai Yang brushed aside the newspapers and magazines, gazing helplessly at Dasky, who, in her innocent demeanor, had created quite the scandal in the street. Hey, well, I don't mind too much. She began, gently pulling Dasky's glasses down to her eyes. Oh, what? Dasky exclaimed, suddenly aware of her surroundings. She shot up but inadvertently bumped into the adjacent table, clumsily regaining her balance amidst a flurry of apologies. Well, at least I was the one being touched. You need tea, scream so horrendously. Bai Yang complained, pressing her hands to her ears as she finally stood up. Besides, if you enjoy it, why not indulge yourself? Soda. But Miss Bai Yang, yours is so much bigger. Dasky stammered, her face flushed red. During their time in Road Town, she had grown accustomed to being around Bai Yang, often speaking without a second thought. Now, it seemed she could not shake that habit. Being near Bai Yang made her feel at ease. Smoker felt his headache intensifying, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. Truly, it was a disgrace to the Navy headquarters. Two women acting like this. What on earth are you two doing? Playing a hugging game, Bai Yang replied, her face devoid of expression as she jested. Hey, could it be that this woman is truly, as the newspapers claim? Gabra had initially planned to mock Bai Yang thoroughly, but now felt a tinge of concern. Khalifa, she hasn't done anything to you, has she? The intelligent beauty adjusted her sparkling glasses. My relationship with the boss is purely platonic. Bai Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss as she leaned to pick up the scattered newspapers from the ground. Upon glancing up, she noticed her first mate already holding half of them. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she detected a hint of deception. With the speed of battle, she snatched a paper, catching a glimpse of the panic on Cass's face as if he had just realized he was in trouble. She proceeded to inspect the contents of the newspaper. The East Sea Dragon Lady commandeered a warship, sweeping away 32 pirate crews. How splendid. And the location of this event is coincidentally on Juyen Island, where a collective matchmaking event is taking place. Is this mere coincidence? The article continued. As the most beautiful woman in the Navy, the East Sea Dragon Lady has always attracted suitors, yet no news has ever emerged of her being with a particular man. Does she truly favor men? The author expresses doubt, for as a successful and exceedingly beautiful woman, the number of men deemed suitable as her partners is exceedingly scant. One must ask, how many men within the Navy could truly captivate the heart of the East Sea Dragon Lady? Bala, omitting 1,000 words. Ultimately, reliable sources revealed that the East Sea Dragon Lady had become acquainted with a stunning merfolk girl on Juyen Island, whose beauty and grace had left an indelible impression on the East Sea Dragon Lady. Do not doubt, it is Bai Yang who is laughing. She has managed to suppress the aura emanating from her. Yet that smile is sufficiently chilling, causing the temperature around her to drop several degrees. Hand over the Internal Navy Weekly. If you wish to avoid trouble, comply without hesitation. Casa understood. At this point, it was evident that the truth could no longer be concealed for long. The editor of the Navy Weekly, as a longtime admirer of Bai Yang, or perhaps the honorary president of a certain club, had consistently aided in establishing her image through reports, dismantling various rumors with steadfast loyalty. This earned her considerable support, leading many to trust the information disseminated by such official publications. In truth, Bai Yang's personality is generally quite carefree. Yet today she felt the weight of the phrase, being a celebrity is no easy feat. This week's magazine was surprisingly brief. Usually, it would be filled with numerous candid photographs, yet this time it comprised merely a single page. Ah, yes, just a page of text. The notion that Bai Yang Dajia has an affinity for women is unequivocally a baseless rumor. According to investigations, the Yuran tribe is indeed renowned for its masculinity. Very well, I have not been unjustly favorable towards you all. Bai Yang nodded with satisfaction. However, should we, the true believers in Bai Yang Dajia, not contemplate another matter? Although Bai Yang possesses an angelic visage, she has already reached the age of 20. Her attendance at this matchmaking gathering should certainly provoke our deep reflection. Therefore, I call upon the brothers in various military camps to safeguard the reputation of Baiyang Dajia. With that, this week's publication comes to a close. Upon examining other gossip tabloids, they predominantly extol her virtues, with much ado about her participation in matchmaking. And to put it plainly, she, the Dragon Lady of Donghai, is currently seeking a boyfriend. Setting aside the newspaper, Baiyang wore an expression of innocence, tilting her head. Do you believe I lack male companions? How could such a statement arise? The boss is a formidable woman. As she tossed her hair, a resounding swish echoed behind her. Haha, I believe it would be prudent for the Dragon Lady to consider marriage soon. Kaku, who stood nearby, laughed heartily. Kaku, how old are you? I am 23 this year. Haha, I believe I mentioned it when we first met. Oh, so, do you intend to marry? I had not spoken earlier. Adjusting his glasses, Kasa appeared considerably more relaxed. Your reaction is rather subdued. Oh, I merely wish to apprehend the reporter and feed them to the sea creatures. Baiyang continued calmly, then glanced at the members of CP9. Would you care to work overtime to conduct an assassination? If that is truly your desire, Lucci replied with a chuckle. Come now, everyone. Our boss's orders have been issued. Lucci jestingly rallied the group, and all of CP9 obediently followed in his wake. Ah, boss, rest assured, we will handle this matter. As they departed, Caliphate nodded and smiled. It seems they have gone off to attend to their own affairs. Kasa adjusted his gleaming glasses. It is best if you remain unresponsive. I shall return to the Siren to deliver my final report. Oh, Kasa, do take some time to rest as well. He nodded. Thank you. As long as you diligently work, I consider it my rest. Baiyang pouted, nudging the person beside her. Chimney, do you see? My first mate is quite unreasonable. I have been rather unfortunate lately. My pockets are empty. Ah, but I still have funds to treat you to drinks. She beamed. Let me treat you. The individual with 2 cigars, who appeared somewhat distracted earlier, lit one. All right, Dasky, let's find a tavern. I shall not be joining. Dasky, who had been bowing in apology moments ago, now resembled a boiled crab, clad in red, clutching her Shiyu and Huazhou. Wait, let us meet again later. Saying this, she dashed away. Did I tease her too harshly? Baiyang felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Ah, you mad woman, spare my subordinate. Very well, I shall spare her. But I shan't extend the same courtesy to you. Naturally looping her arm through Smoker's, Baiyang's smile radiated genuine joy. She was truly delighted to see Smoker and Dasky here. Reminiscent of her blissful days in Road Town. This smile, perhaps, only Smoker had witnessed. A dazzling sight that was impossible to forget. Young lady waitress over there. Do you still have the Black Forest cake that you dropped in front of me? I would like a takeout. Yes. It's complimentary for you. How wonderful. Chimney, don't you want one? It's delicious. I just secretly tasted it. Let us find a tavern. The author wishes to convey. Let go of those 2 old men. Leave it to the professionals. Even if I'm suppressed, it matters not. Baiyang, you are far too composed. Chapter 91. Simply wrapped in 2 layers of napkins, Baiyang nibbled at the cake, her mouth filled with chocolate as she strolled down the street. Linked arm in arm with Smoker. Of course, she absolutely refused to hold Smoker's hand. Otherwise, from behind, it would resemble a parent guiding a child. Though it did appear quite similar. Licking the excess cream from her lips, Baiyang's focus was entirely on the cake, oblivious to the gazes of passing soldiers. Smoker, too, was indifferent. During their time in Road Town, this was their norm. Sugar and whip, inseparable. Exhaling a puff of cigar smoke, his deep voice remained as magnetic as ever. How had you been lately? It should be noted that he finally had a moment alone with this woman, prompting him to ask this question. How have I been? I have been living lawlessly and accumulating debt, and am now working to repay it. This simple summary encapsulated her journey from Alabasta to the present. What a thrilling life that is. The listener offered this earnest assessment, devoid of sarcasm. Chimney is always like this, requiring no extensive dialogue from me. As if he comprehends everything. Pausing her cake biting, she playfully nudged his arm with her head. If you wish to speak, I am all ears, Smoker replied nonchalantly. After all, I inquired, and you may not necessarily respond. Oh dear, our dear Commander Smoker is increasingly displaying a hint of bitterness. What commander? Chimney, do not persist in this matter. Your strength has long warranted a promotion to commander, or even rear admiral. Your current position is merely a transitional phase. Swallowing the last bite of cake, Baiyang stated earnestly, if one were to overlook the chocolate stains around her lips. Naturally, she produced a handkerchief and offered it to the woman beside her to wipe her mouth, and Smoker gazed at her. Rather than this, I am genuinely curious about your decision to take CP9 as subordinates. Hee. Bayong laughed. Others inquire out of skepticism. You ask out of concern. She tightened her grip on his arm. Yes, I've taken them in, but you understand me. You're a lone wolf. It feels quite peculiar to be referred to as the White Hunter by Smoker. Me? I'm certainly no more independent than you. On the sea, you abhor government agencies, yet you serve the Navy while remaining unencumbered by any ties. He paused. Hey, if you truly wish to command a warship, why not return? I cannot. I have my own ambitions, dreams that cannot be fulfilled while with Smoker. Her black eyes sparkled with radiance. On this sea, who can draw closest to her heart? To whom can she candidly express her thoughts? The White Hunter, Smoker. That certainly does not pertain to your aspiration to become the foremost martial artist. The individual with the 2 cigars casually placed his hands in his jacket pockets, allowing the petite woman beside him to cling to his arm. I cannot take action against you, so it is best not to be the unyielding Smoker who shows no mercy towards pirates, he jested, and Bayong instinctively leaned closer to him. I shall evade you. However, if you are the one obstructing my path, I cannot bring myself to act against you. How vexing. Uncle Sengoku has implanted numerous weaknesses in my vicinity. The relationship between Bayong and Smoker has always been such, seemingly intimate and close, yet entirely separated. Do not say there's a glass wall separating them. They're truly inseparable friends, with a bond that runs deeper than any barrier. Thus, Bayong is always the most honest, and, at times, the most brutally candid with him. She believes that friendship should be free of petty concerns. The round table at the bar is laden with an array of rum bottles, both large and small, from various regions and types. In terms of drinking, they are undoubtedly a different kind of friends. This rum is delightful. After gulping down a generous sip, Smoker sets the bottle down, a visible smile gracing his face. I've already finished a bottle. Bayang's cheeks flush slightly as she laughs heartily. You old man, you're only 34. 34? I suppose I'm indeed an old man. You know my contemporaries like Daddy. How old is his daughter now? He says with a hint of self-deprecation. Rest assured, in my eyes, you remain youthful. An old man doesn't emerge until 40. Aren't there many old men on the sea? A handful of his 7 warlords could easily fit that description. By the way, how old is Dracula Mihawk again? 41. Old enough to be her father. How absurd. Why am I even thinking about this? Clink. The sound of their bottles colliding. Smoker raises his glass to her. What are you pondering? Nothing good. She takes another sip, savoring the subtly sweet flavor of the rum that fills her mouth, accompanied by a richness unlike any other spirit. Speaking of which, rum is quite inexpensive, which is why many sailors at sea enjoy it. Oh, what made you like it back then? Was it because you were poor? He seems to recall her first appearance, looking like a little imp emerging from the slums. Bayong chuckles, winking at him. Because you drink it. Because you drink it. She repeats, her eyes crinkling with laughter. I once saw you drinking and felt curious, so I bought a bottle of the market. As she speaks, Bayong appears to drift into a long-ago memory. Back when I was the leader of a gang, I only smoked and never touched alcohol. I always had a guard against the temptations and traps that could arise in my territory, where some indulged in white powder. But you have thoroughly led me into my bad habits. Just like the first time she saw a Smoker in the anime. We pulled that bottle of rum from the shelf with a plume of smoke. That rebellious demeanor was quite appealing to her. You've known me for quite some time. The man, with 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, sets the rum bottle down and looks at her. Yes, in dreams and memories. Bayang's face is flushed, as if truly intoxicated. Smoker, you're the most quintessential naval officer I've met in the Navy. Upright and composed, whether in my past or while serving the Navy, I've always felt this way. Your compliments do not bring me joy. Why not? I rarely acknowledge someone so directly, because we are too familiar. He pats her head. We are acquaintances, too familiar, not distant at all. Yes, you Smoker, are right beside me. She throws her arm around his shoulder, laughing joyfully as they clink glasses. Cheers. It is an honor to have once been your partner, truly. Observing the carefree manner of the woman leaning against him, he smirks. Your admiration brings me no delight. Saying that, he gives her a hearty clink of their glasses. Who admires you, you big Smoker? All you do is chase after my brother. She glares at him. My brother would never fall for you. Smoker spews his drink, veins popping on his forehead. You woman, have you lost your mind? Why would I pursue him? Then leave him alone. No way. You still have your sights set on him, relentlessly pursuing him. What do you mean by that? What does that look in your eyes signify? I do not like men. Humph. Rumors about me liking women can circulate, but how can I trust your ambiguous feelings for my brother? You, chasing after him, could reach the new world. How devoted you are. Be careful. You may end up falling for him for life. Bai Yong laughs wickedly, but the scent of alcohol on her is already quite strong. She has indeed become overly excited from drinking and is likely already quite tipsy. Sighing lightly, Smoker flicks the ash off his cigar. It seems certain that he will fall for your family during his life. Bai Yong has never been particularly good at holding her liquor, compared to others she knows. She is the one with the weakest tolerance. Usually, at gatherings hosted by acquaintances, she is the one who only knows how to eat. When she gets drunk, it typically results in one of two scenarios: singing, as seen with Usopp, or sleeping. At this moment, it seems she is headed for the latter, as the cool breeze above her gently stirs her awake, causing her to instinctively snuggle deeper into the warmth beneath her. It feels so comfortable. Hey, if you're awake, walk on your own. The person beneath her is quite reluctant. God knows how he managed to carry her all this way. This woman, she is far too unguarded. Smoker and Bai Yong continue to drink late into the night. Bai Yong, unprecedentedly, keeps drinking, even as she loses control of her faculties, still wishing to drink, fueled by a deep-seated joy. How wonderful it would be if she and Smoker could remain this way forever. Carrying a woman with a fine figure is certainly no easy task. God knows how torturous it can be. Yet he chooses not to carry her in a bridal style, for he wishes to protect her reputation. No, I have a general idea of my condition, and slightly tipsy Bai Yong rubs her head against his back. This is so comfortable. I am not comfortable. This is said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing the anger and restraint in his voice, Bai Yong raises an eyebrow, shifting her body to a more comfortable position, resting her head on his left shoulder. Then, playfully, she gently blows against his slightly flushed ear. Smoker feels that he hasn't drunk excessively today, yet he begins to experience a piercing headache. I'll leave you here. Don't. I'll stop blowing. Bai Yong pouts, smiling mischievously as she reaches for the cigar in Smoker's mouth, placing it between her own lips and exhaling a puff of smoke, grimacing at the harshness. It's quite pungent, just like you. It does indeed have a refreshing effect. The man beneath her suddenly halts his steps, turning his face to look at her. Are you trying to provoke me? A faint smile on his lips carries a hint of fleeting sorrow. I cannot provoke you, because I cannot refuse you. Do you wish to kiss me? Smoker falls silent, staring at her for a long time. May I? As if pleading with her. The person on his back nods. On this deserted street in the deep of night, there is not a single soul around, just the cool breeze of the night. The man, biting his cigar, finally sets the woman down, reluctantly discarding the unfinished cigar. The woman, pressed against the wall, giggles as she takes the cigar she had borrowed, holding in her hand. Even as her palms begin to sweat slightly. What does a loving gaze look like? She already knows, her heart aching. She should not have agreed. The playful smile on her face gradually fades, trapped by those light blue eyes, unable to move. Then, this is a kiss imbued with the taste of tobacco. Awkward. Tentative. One she will never forget, yet does not wish to remember. So painfully heart-wrenching. The author has something to say. No matter how late it is, I must post this. Smokey. Spare me. Chapter 92. Early in the morning, Bai Yong slightly opens her eyes. She felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, cradled in a warm embrace. Suddenly jolting awake, she found herself staring at someone's muscular chest. Oh, what a fine physique. Wait, this is not the time to be thinking about that. She seemed to have a slight headache. What had transpired last night? Raising her head slightly, she realized that the person holding her was Samoji. Upon seeing the chimney, memories flooded back. She had drunk too much the previous night, and then that kiss. It left her feeling flustered, and she seemed to have heard nothing of what Samoji had said afterwards, eventually falling asleep in his embrace. The entire night had been plagued by thoughts of various matters, and she had not slept well. She didn't even recall when she had finally drifted off. It seemed that this carefree demeanor of hers had led to her distancing herself from Samoji's intentions. She didn't wish to act in such a melodramatic fashion. Her nature dictated that she should confront matters directly, such as by outright refusal. Yet, last night, she found herself utterly unable to voice her thoughts. Her head throbbed painfully. Are you awake? Perhaps it was Bai Yang's subtle movements that roused him, or maybe he himself had barely slept throughout the night. Samoji gently stroked her hair. You should head back to your ship. Sitting up, Bai Yang glanced at him, then at herself. They had both lain down without shedding their clothes, which were now quite wrinkled. She muttered something that made little sense to her. Samoji let out a soft sigh, got off the bed and pulled her arm gently, urging her towards the door. Back to your ship. The dawn is approaching. Wait, don't pull me. Staggered by his pull. She found it was her first experience of being sent away. What's the matter with Dawn? It's not as if I've never slept here before. That was in Rogtown. Samoji's brows furrowed deeply. ISNT, there already enough gossip about you spreading everywhere. Chimney, my life does not require evaluations from others. Breaking free from his grip, Bayong pushed the door open and strode out. What is wrong with that? I don't need you to protect me like a little girl. Heaven knows Bayong had no concept of reputation. She was typically carefree, blessed with striking beauty, and had never been short of suitors. However, during her years in the Navy, her assertiveness and strength had deterred many. No one had managed to sway her. Indeed, she had always maintained her distance from others. At this moment, the sky was still a pale white, and the temporary harbor served as a stable resting area for every incoming warship. Thus, there were usually only the lighthouse guards present. Upon stepping onto the deck, Bayong's eyes immediately landed on her ship, the Siren, which was docked right beside Samoji's vessel, raising her eyebrows in surprise. Lightly leaping onto the Siren, she noted how quiet the surroundings were. Everyone seemed to be resting. With a hint of exasperation, she turned to the one who had arisen unusually early. Noticing he was clad in workout attire, indicating he was likely engaged in morning exercises. Owl, you've undone your de-escalation line on your mouth. The man with a zipper on his lips nodded slowly, beads of sweat clinging to his forehead. He appeared to have seen something he shouldn't have. She wondered if he would be silenced. Oh, make sure to eat on time. Seemingly casual, Bayong smirked as she headed towards the dining area. Upon arriving at the island, the fortress naturally provided various supplies, including a large cafeteria. Consequently, many aboard the Siren were staying overnight. However, the head chef, Uncle Toma, rarely spent nights outside, as he always preferred to stroke his bushy mustache and chuckle, claiming the food outside was subpar. Where can you find such quality ingredients as we have on our ship? Thus, regardless of circumstances, the meals on the Siren were always generously portioned. Uncle Toma yawned as he entered the cafeteria. Today, he anticipated few would return for meals, and the food he prepared for the few who would stay would suffice. As he pushed open the kitchen door, he was surprised to find the captain cooking something, a rare sight marred by the visible dark circles under her eyes. Sister? What are you doing here? He inquired, puzzled. He hoped he encountered her in a foul mood. Em starving. I've been drinking since yesterday. Bayong seemed to lack her usual vigor. She frowned. Boil some potatoes. Do you want some? No. I'm preparing breakfast for others. Sister, please wait a moment, and we can eat together. She waved her hand dismissively. I want to go back to sleep. Bang. The double doors of the kitchen were kicked open. In the otherwise quiet Siren, the sound was particularly jarring. Bayong, already suffering from a hangover, felt her mood darken upon seeing Gabra burst in. Oh, I'm so hungry. Gabra, clad in yesterday's attire, appeared to have just returned. Are you boiling potatoes in that pot? Eating this for breakfast is too meager. We must have meat. He unceremoniously lifted the lid and critiqued the contents. Then go eat outside. Bayong retorted sharply. Absolutely not. The portions on the ship are ample. Oh, the head chef is here as well. Your meat dishes are fantastic. How about making some fried pork chops? Oh, thank you, but it's too early for that. What's the matter? ISNT the ship quite free? This is the style of the dragon lady leading the team. Suddenly pinching Gabra's ear, Bayong tugged. Anyone who troubled the chef aboard the Siren would be sentenced to a week of cooking their own meals. That hurts. Stop pulling. I just got back, and I'm both hungry and tired. You should at least ease off a bit since I helped you deal with the rumors. Gabra grinned, appearing to be in pain, but then suddenly sniffed her. You smell like smoke. I smell like smoke? Congratulations on discovering a great secret, Gabra. Bayong replied sarcastically, her grip not loosening. Hey, I meant that it's strange you smell like smoke so early. You clearly bathe every day. You should smell like shampoo in the morning. Are you daring to be even more bizarre? Suddenly releasing her grip on his ear, Bayong struck the back of his head. Reacting dramatically, Gabra covered his ears and stepped back. Did you argue with your major lover last night? This is the consequence of your flirtations. Unlike me, Gabra, who is devoted only to Catherine. Don't bring up that Catherine again. Are you truly unafraid of the flames, or just lacking in respect? I know people from Fishman Island. Let me send you over to find Lanzi. Ha ha ha. Gabra should indeed go eat outside. I want to compete with you over these boiled potatoes. The man in traditional attire dashed out, beads of sweat running down his back. Am I flirtatious? Am I really flirtatious? Bayong muttered to herself, narrowing her eyes. Uncle Toma, Please prepare my breakfast. Hi. I'll turn that boiled potato into a salad. Early in the morning, the atmosphere in the dining area of the Siren was distinctly odd. Every soldier returning for breakfast ate their food quickly, ensuring they did not linger. At the long central table, the ship's captain absent-mindedly chewed on potato salad, surrounded by an array of exquisite egg sandwiches and various small soups. Or perhaps it should be said that the entire table was filled with such delicacies. But only her portion appeared particularly refined, especially with a bowl of hangover soup placed before her. This long table was typically reserved for officers, and although Bai Yong was not overly concerned, the soldiers strictly adhered to hierarchical relationships. Today, CP9 members were seated there. Initially, only the owl and Bruno were present, but gradually, others returned from outside. Bai Yong said not a word, merely enjoying her breakfast, yet her aura conveyed to them that there was something to discuss. It was only when the last one, Gabra, returned, carrying a large portion of fried pork chops, that Bai Yong leisurely finished her potato salad. Boss, your hangover soup is getting cold. Would you like me to heat it up? Khalifa adjusted her glasses, expressing concern. Oh, no need. Only then did she notice that the long table was already filled with the 7 members of CP9. Bai Yong raised an eyebrow, remarking on their apparent fondness for home-cooked meals. After gulping down a medicinal hangover soup, she opened her mouth to speak. I need you all to run an external assignment. Her words caused the leisurely diners to pause simultaneously. With an impassive expression, Bai Yong continued, after completing this task, we will convene directly in Chishuejidu. Jo. This is the place where Lu Qi, Khalifa, Kaku, and Bruno previously conducted reconnaissance, right? Wei Chu shook his head in disapproval. Is there a specific purpose for gathering us there? Lu Qi, however, seemed indifferent as he elegantly sliced through his breakfast bacon. Consider it a starting point for our reunion, he said, glancing at her. What exactly do you want us to do? I no longer wish to hear those rumors in the newspapers, she stated. Kaku looked astonished as he surveyed the others. Was the dragon lady truly someone who cared about such matters? The gazes of the remaining members settled on Rob Lu Qi. After a brief silence, he smiled faintly. You're serious, aren't you? Are you asking us to help you eliminate those newspaper reporters? Without resorting to murder, we need to ensure they understand that there are consequences for their baseless claims. Setting down her fork, Bai Yong stood before the members of CP9. Let us meet in Chishuejidu. It was hard to fathom why she would assign the best intelligence operatives of the government to such trivial matters. If other naval officers were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly voice their objections. After all, the formidable prowess of CP9 was better suited for significant undertakings. Yet, Bai Yang's decisions were immutable. While she genuinely wished to avoid the incessant nonsensical chatter surrounding her, she also had a venture to the Sabaody archipelago. If possible, she preferred to go alone. Adorned with a sea stone bracelet and a white dragon sword, Bai Yong met Dasky at the island's soldier training ground, as previously arranged. Each meeting, she would impart a few techniques to Dasky. Due to the low energy that day, she hardly exchanged a word with Dasky. Drawing forth the white dragon sword, she commenced a dance of blades. If martial arts could ignite her fervor, then the sparring with the white dragon sword allowed her to attain a tranquil state, freeing her mind and letting the sword guide her body. Clang! The white dragon sword scraped against the bluestone ground, leaving a distinct scar. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, Dasky found herself kneeling weakly on the ground. Ha, Miss Bai Yong, wait! She gasped, raising a hand to signal a pause. Had it not been for her cry, Bai Yong would have likely continued with her next move. Regaining her composure, she felt her emotions settle somewhat. Indeed, martial artists should cultivate calmness first. In this regard, swordsmen excelled over brawlers. It was akin to that fellow, Zhuo Liqui. He could maintain his composure regardless of the circumstances, with his expressions fluctuating no more than 30 times. Grabbing a water cup prepared at the training ground's edge, she took a hearty gulp to steady her breath before tossing her white coat onto a chair. Miss Bai Yong, are you serious? Dasky, adjusting her glasses, inquired as she approached. They had already practiced for a whole morning. Was she actually going to teach her something serious today? Previously, it had only ended when she playfully knocked Dasky down. Serious? If I were serious, I'd remove the sea stone, Bai Yong replied, shaking her wrist. Otherwise, shall I take it off? Though she longed to engage in a full-fledged duel with the earnest Bai Yong, she believed it wiser to learn swordsmanship from her first. At that moment, they were interrupted by a soldier sprinting in from the track. This young man, clad in a black justice jacket and a baseball cap, exuded a vibrant and sunny demeanor. He saluted Bai Yong before solemnly presenting an envelope to her. This scene was reminiscent of when juniors had previously challenged her. She was taken aback to see that this young soldier from the base had taken the initiative to issue a challenge. Not bad, Bai Yong said, a slight smile tugging at her lips as her demeanor lightened. She was no longer as unapproachable as she had been that morning. Extracting the letter, she intended to offer some encouragement to the young man, but was halted by the opening words. Dear Dragon Lady, I am fond of you. Following there were several hundred flowery lines of romantic sentiments, which she deemed unnecessary to read further. No, I'm not interested in young boys, she declared, tossing the letter back to him, her previously uplifted spirit dampening once more. Ignoring the dejected reaction of the young man behind her, she grabbed her coat from the chair and donned it once again. Ah, how dull. I want to return to the siren. The oblivious Dasky adjusted her glasses, glancing between the weeping soldier and the icy Bai Yong. Coupled with the earlier letter, her mouth gaped in shock. A love letter? The exclamation echoed. How come I never noticed your voice was so loud? Bai Yong groaned, cradling her head. Why shout so much? Come, let's have lunch together. No, wait a moment. Dasky, clutching Shiyu, began to mutter to herself. I never expected them to act so quickly. This must be reported to Brigadier Smoker. She suddenly raised her head. I have something to attend to, so I'll return shortly. Let Brigadier Smoker accompany Miss Bai Yong for lunch. She dashed off before Bai Yong could stop her. Her hand raised in a futile gesture. The author has something to say. The ramen shop from last time was quite good. Let us go again. Bai Yong began to ponder. Am I fickle? Am I fickle? Am I fickle? Bai, I could just marry anyone at random. Don't say that. There will be a host of broken hearts at sea. Unless, of course, we exclude those lacking in morals. Duafulang Minga, Flamingo Fufufu. Is it a married woman? Chapter 93. Since the incident with the love letter that morning, Bai Yong had not had an easy time. Forget about lunch. It was already 5 in the afternoon, and she could only flee with all her might. Ah, you asked what she encountered? It's probably the so-called relentless pursuit. Time rewinded to noon when Bai Yong returned to the siren. She was met with a plethora of letters and gifts brought by the station soldiers. Some were sent by express seagulls, while others were claimed to have been personally delivered by the senders. Initially, she found amusement in this, passing the time by opening them. Although she had received love letters and gifts before, the sheer volume before her compelled her to occasionally peek inside the envelopes. One could not deny that some of the senders were quite creative, prompting her curiosity to open and read their contents. However, as she progressed, the letters became increasingly absurd. Were they entertaining? Perhaps, but knowing they were addressed to her diminished her amusement. What about the lines claiming you are the star in the sky? The pearl of the sea? Those were cliché. Did any wealthy generals directly include diamond rings in their envelopes? Or were there those who attached their family trees? Should she then ponder whether their ancestors had giant bloodlines? Come on, you're truly a member of the giant race. A giant race. This one is truly hilarious. With her feet propped upon the office desk, Bai Yong found herself surrounded by an array of colorful envelopes and gifts. At one moment, she was laughing heartily, and the next, she was recoiling in disgust from the cringeworthy contents. Suddenly, the conference room door swung open, revealing Ka Sa, the first officer who should have been reveling in her misfortune, yet wore a countenance heavy with gloom. You dispatched the CP9, which is commendable, but the situation has escalated before they could take action. With a look of revulsion, Bai Yong disdainfully discarded a photograph from an envelope. How utterly distasteful. They included nude pictures. If they must include such things, at least have the decency to groom properly. You seem quite entertained, Ka Sa remarked, adjusting his gleaming glasses. Did you not hear what I just said? Amusement? I am merely attempting to find solace in my troubles. My mood has been rather dismal as of late. I even resorted to using my brain for matters of the heart last night, only to be unceremoniously ousted by someone very close to me this morning. I am currently in the process of mending my spirits. I have no interest in your personal life. Ka Sa slammed a thin magazine onto the table. His brow furrowed. Look at this. Bai Yong picked up the magazine, her initial confusion evolving into a furrowed brow. This is an internal newsletter from your fan club. And coincidentally, the editor is the same one responsible for the Navy's publication. I thought this absurd rumor would dissipate with time, but it seems these club members are possessed by some sort of madness. They declared their intent to defend your reputation, urging all club members across the seas to pursue you, promising that whoever ultimately wins your favor must not harbor any grievances. This is their way of clearing your name. They even claim your participation in a group date is to find a companion, with an expression of disbelief. Bai Yong tore the magazine into shreds and fixed her gaze on him. Do not look at me that way. I did indeed apply for membership in your club, but the information I receive weekly is quite valuable, Kasa replied nonchalantly, pushing up his glasses. I do not wish for you to misconstrue my intentions. Kasa, just how much effort have you put in to bring her down? She found herself unexpectedly admiring him. So, is that why I am receiving so many love letters? She asked, closing one eye. Burn them all. Not so simple, I fear. This proposal was issued a week ago, right after we departed from Julian Island. Given the delays in our itinerary, your suitors have begun to swarm here. Huh, do not jest with me, dear first officer, Bai Young exclaimed, leaping from her chair to show him a wanted poster from a rustic envelope. Look, I have pirates in my club. The opening line reads, "Come catch me." The moment she said this, she felt an involuntary shiver. Bai Young chuckled dismissively as she ascended to the bow of the Siren. Perhaps she should invite Smoker for lunch to lighten the mood? But as she approached the ship's edge, she was met with a sea of Navy uniforms at the port, bustling with activity. From the lowest ranks of sergeants and lieutenants to numerous colonels and brigadiers, and even a few conspicuously high-ranking rear admirals were present. At least there were no middle-aged generals yet. Bai Yang's eyes twitched for the first time. A sea of people? No. Is this an idle signing event or a handshake meeting? You all actually lined up for me? Hey, that orderly fellow, I know him. He's from the North Sea Division and assisted me in my work. The colonel from the North Sea Division, noticing her gaze, squinted suspiciously, revealing his seasoned nature. Upon recognizing his goddess, a flurry of pink bubbles appeared around him. Bai Yang, my lady, surely, you prefer a man who knows how to plan. His exclamation stirred a commotion among those who had been jostling in line according to club membership levels. Lady Dragon, I am your 435th fan. My rank is lieutenant. Step aside, you little brat, don't obstruct me. I'm a brigadier. Lady Bai Yang certainly prefers men like me. This is not a battlefield where rank alone prevails. In Lady Bai Yang's eyes, we are all equal. Right, my lady? Equal. Indeed, all of you are contenders for a punch. With matters having escalated to this point, how would she manage? Bai Yang furrowed her brow as she stepped onto the ship's edge. Where do all you officers hail from? Do you not question your jurisdiction? I am not interested in weak men. She unleashed her inner strength, radiating her aura. Or do you all believe you are stronger than I? Her declaration, imbued with power, was sufficient to silence the crowd. With her chin held high, she surveyed the now quiet port before executing a graceful turn and leaping off the ship's edge. Yes, her commanding presence was enough to quell any dissent. Unfortunately, Bai Yang underestimated the formidable organization lurking within the Navy. Suddenly, a concealed weapon whizzed past her cheek, and she narrowly evaded it, only to find it embedded 3 inches into the deck, a pink envelope. I understand Lady Dragon's intention, spoke a rear admiral behind a longbow, his expression resolute. I too have this notion. If I cannot defeat you, I fear I will not gain your recognition. It is a man's duty to be acknowledged by his partner. Clad in a white coat of justice, he received applause from the assembled crowd. Is this what you call an unintended consequence? Have you all lost your minds? Bai Yang was at a loss for words, realizing that she was the only capable fighter aboard the Siren, while Kasa would surely hold up a sign declaring it was none of his concern. She should have retained at least one capable fighter instead of sending the entire CP-9 away. However, the situation had spiraled out of control, and the fervent soldiers showed no signs of hesitation. One rushed toward her, delivering a punch while clenching a love letter in his fist, leaving her in a state of bemusement. Lady Bai Yang, behold our fist and our confession. With a swift kick, she sent the fist flying, executing a triple jump in the air to establish a square corridor. Raising an eyebrow, she exclaimed, "Look at your entire family. What on earth was happening?" The continuous onslaught left her reeling. Hey, you all came from headquarters, right? Many of you are quite formidable. Is this permissible? Why did the image of the stern-faced warring states appear in her mind? Ready to reprimand her for disrupting the harmony within the Navy and the strain on the headquarters due to numerous personnel taking leave? Was this the pressure of sensing the upcoming battle at Marineford? At least that battle was one-on-one. She was facing an entire squad. Just as she lost her focus, a rusted love letter, as solid as metal, was hurled her way, and she caught it in her grasp. Lady Dragon, it has been months since we last saw each other at Judicial Island. Do you remember me, the rusty colonel? The one who consumed the rusty fruit. I even ruined Rorinoa Zoro's sword. In the presence of this rusty fruit user, Bai Yang crumpled the love letter in her hand. Square tunnel. She leapt into the cubic formation resembling a tunnel slide, deciding that fleeing was her best option for the moment. At that very moment, Smoker, whose ship was docked beside the Siren, unexpectedly encountered a man on his way back to the port. The tale of this man begins 5 days prior. On a foreboding location within the Grand Line, on the eerie island of Conregana, he resides in a structure once purposed as a castle, now transformed. He is seated at an opulent marble table, perusing a newspaper. Initially, he bears little interest in the news, for the defeat of the pirate crew by the East China Sea Dragon Lady is hardly a novel occurrence. Yet, the revelation that this woman has participated in a collective matchmaking event piques his curiosity. His amber eyes fixate on the article, as if he has read that particular line several times over. After a moment of contemplation, he sets the newspaper aside, his elegant fingers rhythmically tapping upon the stone surface as though deep in thought. Ultimately, having reached a decision, he rises and retrieves the large black sword leaning against the wall. She still owes him a meal. Thus, at a leisurely pace, he embarks on a coffin ship towards the branch fortress. You actually appeared at the branch fortress. Smoker furrows his brow in astonishment. Why? Aren't the 7 warlords supposed to operate independently? I have no obligation to explain myself to you. White Hunter. Mihawk lowers the brim of his hat. He is well aware of this man, the Marine Commander Smoker from Roadtown. Commander Smoker. Dasky stumbles over, clutching a sky blue envelope. You left this on the table. The man, with 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, flushes with embarrassment, snatches the envelope with a harsh grip, and roughly stuffs it into his jacket pocket. He had intended to discard it. That meddling woman, Dasky. Ha, I'm glad I made it in time, Dasky breathlessly exclaims. You must have a romantic candlelit dinner with Miss Baiyong later. After all, Commander Smoker is her favorite. Those who pursue Miss Baiyong on the island barely receive a glance from her. Mihawk blinks in surprise, his gaze landing on Dasky. You, bespectacled girl, what did you just say? Zhu Lujike Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Oh my, that sword is the legendary Dahe Dao Ye, known as the Blade of Chaos, one of the 12 supreme blades. Dasky's eyes sparkle as she excitedly recounts the details of Mihawk's weapon. At that moment, as Dasky stares at Dahe Dao Ye in awe, Baiyong is startled by the sudden humming of Bailong Jian in the air. Concurrently, a love letter flies towards her like a bullet, and unable to evade it, she tumbles from the air but skillfully constructs a square slide with her hands, sliding down gracefully. Ultimately, she lands unceremoniously on the side road leading to the port. Her fall is anything but graceful, as she finds herself with a mouthful of dirt. Sitting up with a headache, Baiyong gently rubs her sore nose. However, upon lifting her head, she freezes. To her left stands the man in the black fur hat, and to her right, her old friend, the big smoke gun. Dasky, standing behind them, seems negligible in the presence of their formidable auras. Miss Baiyong, are you all right? Dasky glances between Dahe Dao Ye and Baiyong's Bailong Jian, unsure of where to focus her attention. But Mihawk is here, and Miss Baiyong is supposed to be with Commander Smoker. Before she can finish her sentence, Mihawk interrupts, his brow slightly furrowed as he regards the woman still seated on the ground. Is this your boyfriend? Mihawk's abrupt question leaves Baiyong momentarily stunned. Is all she can muster in response. As her mind races, she releases her grip on Bailong Jian. Yes, she recalls their previous agreement. Suddenly standing up, a fleeting blush brushes her cheeks. Dinner, she stammers, her gaze averted from Mihawk's expression. It was promised. Her voice dwindles into a whisper. It is no longer necessary. Mihawk's tone remains steady, reminiscent of their first encounter, yet conveys a distance that feels insurmountable. What? Baiyong's eyes widen in disbelief. Had she just been rejected by Zhu Lujike? Hey! Ignoring her cries, Mihawk turns away, just as he always has. The man standing at a distance watches this scene unfold, his expression dimming. He furrows his brow, closes his eyes for a moment, then opens them again. He produces the crumpled letter from his jacket pocket and hands it to Baiyong. What? Baiyong, bewildered, shifts her gaze back to him, eyeing the sky blue envelope with confusion. Perhaps it is a love letter. Smoker, you have already accepted it. It belongs to you now, so it cannot be returned. In her hands rests a letter that weighs heavy with longing. Baiyong lowers her head, her fringe casting shadows over her eyes. Biting her lip, her voice barely audible, she whispers, I won't. With clenched fists, she raises her head, meeting his gaze directly. I won't read it, Smoker. The man, still clutching 2 cigars, exhales a deep breath, sending a plume of smoke spiraling into the sky, a solitary wisp of loneliness. Then do not read it. Within the envelope lies merely a single sheet of plain paper, neat yet unremarkable, the handwriting strong and resolute, akin to the person who penned the letter. Its contents reflect simple inquiries. How have you been? What have you been doing? How is your mood? Are you forcing yourself? Come back. I've been thinking of you. The author wishes to convey. September and October have been tumultuous. I have hit a creative block, but I shall persevere and complete this to share. Lastly, a song dedicated to Smoker. Eason Chan's waiting for you. Do not rush to judge Smoker. Rest assured that Mihawk will later vindicate him. Please remember to carry tissues. Chapter 94. 5 days have passed since the incident with the love letter, and gradually, everything has faded into obscurity. During this time, CP9 has effectively suppressed the various tabloids, albeit through rather unfriendly methods. Ultimately, it is Grandpa Carp who ensures that this matter is truly silenced. What? You wish to marry Bayong? You must defeat this old man first. Thus, Carp's authoritative presence quells part of the challenges, though some fervent fans, under the influence of sorcery, dare to confront him, providing the old soldier with an opportunity to stretch his legs. Presently, the siren remains shrouded in darkness, yet the seagull flag has been raised once more. But what changes are to be found upon this vast expanse of the Grand Line? As they proceed onward, the bubbles of resin appear before them, heralding their arrival at Sabeti Archipelago. Sabeti Archipelago consists of 79 Yarkin mangrove trees, encircling the world's largest Yarkin mangrove. Each tree bears its own number. Specifically, numbers 30 to 39 are designated as amusement parks, 40 to 49 are tourist areas, offering local specialties, 50 to 59 are shipyards, featuring skilled craftsmen, 60 to 69 are the Navy and government entry zones, and 70 to 79 comprise the Street of Inns. Meanwhile, numbers 1 to 29 are infamously known as the domain of human trafficking and pirate kidnappers. The human trafficking establishment, notably supported by one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, is particularly favored by the nobility. As she traversed this path, Bayong's naval insignia was absent, though she still donned the same shabby white trench coat. In contrast, she had reattached her white mask adorned with a black cross, concealing her visage. Beside her were the pirate criminals, shackled together by iron chains. Most of these felons had been formidable pirates just weeks prior, now reduced to dragging the clanking sea-stone handcuffs, resembling mere husks of their former selves as they followed the grim reaper before them. The island's inhabitants dared not confront them, all hiding in fear. In her hand was a silver-white longsword, intricately etched with dragon patterns. Whenever she was in the Shangbodi archipelago, Bayong would always do this, with a mask, wield the white dragon sword, her expression devoid of emotion. Around her stood no guards. Just like before, her presence alone sufficed. As she stepped through the doorway of the human trafficking den, the auctioneer, adorned with 5-pointed star sunglasses, approached her with guards in tow. "Welcome back, store manager." They greeted in unison, a chorus that made Bayong feel nauseous. She had no desire to converse with the auctioneer, known as Disco, merely furrowing her brow and glancing at the criminal she had brought along, as if to convey that her presence sufficed. Understanding the temperament of this formidable figure, Disco quickly rubbed his hands together and bowed. "Understood. Quickly, take these fellows to the storeroom." Bayong remained rooted in place, securing the white dragon sword back on her belt. Once the goods were surrendered, her interest waned. "This is your share of the profits since your last visit. Please take it." Disco presented a hefty black briefcase before her. Accepting the briefcase, Bayong turned and exited. This was not the time for an auction, hence no aristocrats lingered, as she preferred such moments. Adjacent to the 70th Hotel area, in a lawless zone, lay a small island formed by the 20th mangrove, significantly smaller than the others. Yet, this modest isle boasted a village distinctly different from the dilapidated surroundings, encircled by flimsy wooden railings. However, no bounty hunters or kidnappers dared to disturb this place. With a soft thud, Bayong placed the black briefcase at the center of the village. She surveyed the shuttered homes, noting that today, not a single soul dared to emerge. "Get out, human trafficker. Leave." A small stone struck her from behind, thrown by a young boy whose face bore hatred and fear, tears brimming in his eyes. Maintaining her emotionless demeanor, she endured the stones hurled at her, even as one struck her face, drawing blood. "Stop throwing." A young woman with chestnut hair rushed out from a house, pained as she embraced the boy to restrain him, biting her lip. "Do you wish to die?" But, Sister Masha, if it weren't for this woman, we could be free, right?" The boy wept. "They said we are slaves, and even when I grow up, I will only be this woman's slave. I don't want to be a slave." "Enough." Masha's face darkened, holding the boy tightly. "If you don't want to be a slave, then run away. Become strong enough that no one can capture you again. Clenching her fists, Baiyang shouted. Each visit to this place left her feeling powerless. In the 13th lawless zone, there was a bar named Peony Ransom. Upon pushing open the bar's door, Baiyang removed her mask. "Ah, Baiyang-chan, how did you get hurt?" exclaimed a short-haired woman, surprised as she emerged from behind the bar. It would be a shame to mar such a beautiful face. Has Master Lei returned? Baiyang's gaze dimmed, her head slightly bowed. The short-haired woman gently examined her wound. "No, he hasn't. You always ask whenever you come. He has been back for almost half a year." "It's been half a year," Baiyang murmured softly, a smile creeping onto her face. "Thank you, Aunt Peony." With that, she dashed out. "Hey, your wound isn't bandaged yet. What's got you so happy?" The source of Baiyang's joy was simple. Although it had only been a short while since Luffy and the others left Water 7, it wouldn't be long before they passed through the terrifying ship and reached the Shang Bodhi archipelago. They would reunite, and she would return to the Straw Hat Pirates. Yes, she would officially join the Straw Hat crew. She would be one of them, and together they would rescue Ace. But did this world truly permit her to realize such aspirations? The location of the Siren was situated near the 41st Civilian Tourist Area. For Baiyang did not wish to entangle herself with the station colonel there. Yet, this did not preclude her soldiers from encountering the Celestial Dragons. "Get out of my way. How dare you obstruct me?" It was merely an attempt to protect a young girl, yet the often bullied youth aboard the Siren had already endured several kicks. He steadfastly stood before the girl and her mother, his body marred with injuries, but unwavering in his resolve. "Umph," sneered the Celestial Dragon, adorned with a bubble on his head, as he disdainfully drew his firearm. In that moment, a flash of silver sword energy, like a fleeting swallow, severed the gun in his hand, while simultaneously leaving a deep fissure in the ground. "Why meddle with my soldiers?" A diminutive woman in a billowing white coat leaped down from atop the bubbles, wielding a glinting sword. "Huh!" The Celestial Dragon, momentarily taken aback, smirked after conversing with his surrounding guards. "Oh, it's just a tool from the ROSD family. Never mind. Tools are all disposable. If they're destroyed, they can't be used." He kicked a nearby dog adorned with bubbles. "You foolish mutt. When will you ever be as useful as the ROSD family's tools?" "You dare." The youth, who had been resolutely shielding the mother and daughter, had reached his breaking point, his fists clenched to the point of bleeding. Raising her hand to stop him, Baiyang's mask concealed her expression, leaving her feelings unreadable. "There's new stock at the market." "Oh, is it you who brought them? Excellent." The Celestial Dragon clapped his hands in mock appreciation. "Let us hurry and see. We can't let anyone else snatch away the good stuff." As the Celestial Dragon departed, the crowd gradually dispersed. Baiyang cast a glance at the trembling mother and daughter, patting the anger-stricken youth who stood frozen. Returned to the ship. The journey back was not long, yet both walked slowly. The youth wished to speak. "Why are you here? Didn't you say we would leave the island soon?" Baiyang replied in a conversational tone. "I came to help everyone buy souvenirs." "Is that so? Perhaps next time." The youth lowered his head as the Siren neared. Suddenly, he halted. "Sister, I feel that there is no difference between those world nobles and ordinary citizens." Finally, he shouted. Baiyang was taken aback, then instinctively opened his mouth to speak. "Well said." "No, that's not right," he chuckled. "I almost forgot to compliment you, my friend. You were quite the man back there." "Wow, what?" He had anticipated being reprimanded for his impulsive actions. "I mean, you did exceptionally well." She gave a young man a hearty pat on the back. Baiyang beamed with pride, declaring, "No wonder you are my little brother. Truly a real man." On the Siren, no one was quite sure what had transpired, but a few heard Sui shout, "There is no difference between the world's nobles and ordinary citizens." Such a statement defied reason and even bordered on madness, yet it resonated deeply within all the soldiers on the Siren. "Hey kid, your name is Sui, right? Let me teach you some martial arts," Baiyang said with a grin once they returned to the ship. "Ah, me? Really? But my physical condition isn't very good." The frail young man lowered his head. "Don't be so lacking in confidence." She playfully slapped him. "I will start your training with internal energy techniques, teaching you Tai Chi. As my disciple, if you cannot become a grandmaster, be prepared to jump into the sea and meet your demise." "Ah, disciple? Yes, teacher." Baiyang's elder sister took on that underachiever as her disciple. Though many were envious of him, once they learned of the Celestial Dragon matter, they began to recognize and admire Sui. This lad had been chosen by the elder sister herself. The author wishes to convey, Bari has already become the vice president. The southern lands possess splendid scenery. This chapter, along with the subsequent ones, cannot be deemed a mere transition. The main storyline has already commenced, with Eagle Eye's appearance imminent. Bayang sometimes placed too much faith in his own strength, believing that being strong was everything and that he would undoubtedly prevail in the end. Perhaps he could not forgive himself for any losses sustained. Chapter 95. The City of Water, a place Bayang had long cherished. His previous visit was hurried aboard the Merry Go, a vessel of the Straw Hat Pirates, leaving him little time to appreciate the magnificence of this vast water city. Now, standing at the bow of the Siren, he ascended through the open gate number 1, taking in the breathtaking scenery. Long time no see, Mr. Iceberg. The first dock, after recent repairs, had returned to its bustling state. The Siren was docked in the shipyard for maintenance, and Bayang leaped off the bow to greet the city's mayor, Iceberg. Well, it hasn't been that long, Iceberg replied, dressed not in a suit this time, but in a more casual work outfit, with a little white mouse in his pocket. Huh, it feels quite long to me, Bayang chuckled with squinted eyes. I'm here to request modifications for the Siren. What is the matter? Are you unsatisfied with the previous modifications? Iceberg looked up at the Siren, which bore only minor scratches. The ship seemed to have weathered a naval battle, but remained in excellent condition. No, it's just as Bayang conversed with Iceberg, Casa approached, nodding to Iceberg before whispering something to her. Huh? Bayang was taken aback by his words. They've come here? Casa gently shook his head. No, it seems they were discovered by the ship workers here. Mr. Iceberg! Mr. Iceberg! At that moment, a ship worker dashed over, shouting in a panic. What's wrong? Why the rush? Lucci, Khalifa, Kaku, they're back. But Vice President Bari has started fighting with them. What? It's nothing, Bayang said nonchalantly, biting down on a cigar. They're already my people. The gates of the first dock swung open, and the area around the expansive construction site was filled with curious and excited citizens and ship workers from Carrera, astonished to see Khalifa, Lucci, and Kaku, who had returned home. However, why had Bari started fighting with them upon their arrival? Well, it's not a big deal. After all, Lucci and Bari used to fight all the time. They're friends. This could become troublesome if the boss finds out, the owl lamented. Don't even start. If you hadn't let slip that Lucci was here, this wouldn't have happened. Gabra yelled in frustration. Hey, this can't be said so simply. Had it not been for Gabra wanting to observe the place where the three used to work, this wouldn't have occurred. Wei Chi shook his head, twirling his staff. How was I to know they would be recognized? Besides, weren't we just insane Bayang? Changing into casual clothes? Silence. Gabra, you're being too loud. Khalifa anxiously observed the skirmish between Lucci and Bari. Bari was still his old self, though he donned a suit that gave him a serious air. He continuously launched ropes at Lucci, who effortlessly dodged every attack. Damn it, why the hell have you all returned? Bari hissed, as he threw more knots of rope. Kaku's expression darkened as he drew 2 square blades from his waist. Continuously dodging like this isn't a solution. Bruno stated emotionlessly. We should resolve this before the boss finds out. Lucci, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. She has arrived. Everyone stop. The commanding voice, infused with internal energy, reverberated throughout the area. Clad in a flowing white coat, Bayang, cigar in mouth, strode toward the scene from the maintenance area alongside Iceberg. Oh my goodness. You shameless woman have returned again. Bari's face flushed crimson, unable to tear his gaze from Bayang's ample bosom. Indeed, you bashful man remains so innocent. Bayang exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, frowning. What have you done to my people? Your people. They're ship workers hired from the countryside. What's the matter? She slightly raised her chin. Vice President Bari, doesn't permit acquaintances to change professions? Or is it out of jealousy for friends being taken away? What the hell? Friends? Bari glared at Kaku, Lucci, Khalifa, and Bruno, gritting his teeth in resentment. They've long been dismissed. No one cares anymore. Seeing Bari's reaction reminded Bayang of their first encounter when Lucci had tugged at his ear. It was a genuine friendship that would last a lifetime. This was not her concern. She turned to the silent Lucci, who paused for a moment before adjusting his hat, and the dove Hadley returned to his shoulder. Coo. Hadley cooed a few times but remained silent. Well, Bayang, Iceberg approached, casting a dispassionate glance at the group. Are you here to disturb the ship workers? Not at all, Bayang shrugged. Now, Mr. Iceberg, I consider myself a guest. Will you not heed the request of your captain? As for my ship, this is the perfect time for Vice President Bari to conduct a thorough inspection. I understand. Then let us proceed to the office. Casting a glance at CP9, Bayang nodded at Casa, indicating that the rest could be entrusted to him, and followed Iceberg's lead to the newly established office building. Well, 100 million Barry? Sitting on the reception couch, Iceberg glanced at the bank check for the Shambody Archipelago in by Yang's hand. Please mind the zeros at the back. Handing the entire check over to the other party to ensure they could see it clearly, Bai Yang continued to puff on her cigar. 1 billion Barry? Even as the mayor, Iceberg had never seen such a sum on a single check before. Do you wish for me to gild the siren? Well, that would be rather conspicuous during naval battles, wouldn't it? No, I would rather not have diamond plating. Unable to contain her irritation, Bai Yang raised an eyebrow at the mention of shark teeth. Part of this expenditure will be considered a maintenance fee. At this point, her demeanor shifted to seriousness. Mr. Bingshan, you wish for the city of Chishui to float upon this sea, do you not? Indeed, I have contemplated such an idea, but it remains merely a concept at present. Bingshan intertwined his fingers and gazed at her. The preliminary design draft on your desk has already taken shape, has it not? I forgot to put it away. Must you act so childish? Quickly find yourself a secretary. Bingshan pinched his nose. No, those who deceive my secretary are unworthy of speaking. You miser. Perhaps there is a 10-year-old genius girl in the city of Chishui just waiting for you to hire her. Since you have mentioned it, I shall compose a recruitment notice shortly. Bingshan nodded in understanding, though he placed a hand on his forehead in exasperation. She realized that when she was with Bingshan, she was undeniably the one to express her grievances. This 1 billion is an investment for the future of Chishui. Bai Yang continued, no repayment necessary. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of sharing the mayoral position with you, as you appear even less competent than I. Bingshan firmly declined. I would never take it. I can hardly muster the energy to do my own work. After another outburst of frustration, she took a deep breath to stabilize her emotions. Mr. Bingshan, my request is quite simple. I hope you can take full responsibility for the maintenance and modification of the siren, regardless of whether I remain their captain in the future. To purchase the siren for a lifetime with 1 billion? Regardless, I wish for Chishui to become my fourth hometown. She smiled, her eyes narrowing. This is indeed a wonderful place. I understand. Bingshan paused momentarily. However, I shall have you invest that 1 billion in the form of shares. I will open an account for you at the Chishui Bank and deposit dividends monthly. Thank you. Bai Yang nodded in gratitude. Nonetheless, if I were to pass away one day, I hope the funds will be placed under Luffy's name. She laughed nonchalantly. Well, you seem to be thinking too far ahead, Bingshan remarked, while reaching into his pocket to pet a small white mouse. From my perspective, you, as a subordinate to the marshal, are indeed safer than being part of the pirate crew of the Straw Hat. Let's set that aside for now. Let us discuss the modifications instead, Bai Yang said with a smile, handing over a large envelope. The modifications based on this preliminary design principle are clearly outlined in the requirements. Upon opening the envelope, Bingshan glanced at it briefly. This was a hastily drawn blueprint, not the work of a professional, yet the basic structural requirements were clearly delineated. What an innovative idea. The principle seems to differ slightly from what you previously described. I shall study it thoroughly. 5 days. Please have it take shape within 5 days. Are you in a hurry? The sooner, the better, Bai Yang said with a faint smile. I wish to arrange everything as quickly as possible. She was uncertain if she would be leaving soon. Bingshan studied the blueprint in silence for a moment. Very well, I understand. Seemingly spuret by Bai Yang's urgenji. He began to delve into the blueprints after accepting her request, secluding himself in his office. The next day, a rough prototype was unexpectedly completed, prompting Bai Yang, who had suffered a hangover from drinking with Granny Cocolor the night before, to rush over to discuss it. In fact, I had previously contemplated ideas in this regard. Your blueprint conveniently adapted them, Bingshan informed her. Thus, the modification project for the siren commenced. The ship's matters proceeded smoothly, while the situation with CP9 left Bai Yang feeling quite perplexed. Upon their return to Chishui, many citizens came out joyfully to welcome them. Yet the group naturally avoided the crowds, remaining on the siren, ready for action. As the modification project began, all crew members were instructed not to interfere with the shipwright's work. Initially, Casa intended to secure a hotel for the crew, but Barry intervened. Let those fellows stay where I can see them, Barry shouted. And the so-called visible area was merely temporary employee quarters. Bai Yang don't no more satues chapabilites. Managing to complete a large dormitory for 60 to 70 people in just an afternoon. She and Khalifa, being women, were preferentially allocated accommodations in Bingshan's office building. However, Bai Yang waved her hand in refusal. During these limited 5 days, Dock No. 1 was bustling, and her soldiers could not afford to remain idle, needing to prepare for the next island. Starting today, everyone must exert themselves in cardiovascular training to enhance their lung capacity. Bai Yong unprecedentedly summoned all personnel at 4 in the morning. Lucci, Kaku, Tali, you three assist Carrera's people in modifying the siren. It was rare for her to formally request such tasks from her soldiers. That day, all members commenced rigorous training. Bai Yong's disciple, Siuyi, was subjected to even more intense training. You must learn my Tai Chi routine in the shortest time possible. The movements are not difficult, but the challenge lies within the mind. Bai Yong handed Xiao a hand-drawn manual of stick-figure martial arts moves. I will demonstrate the techniques daily. You must memorize them on your own. When I am not around, you will conduct your basic training independently, given the time constraints. I will not throw you to the mouths of sea kings just yet. Yes, master. Xiao Yi, a young man with pale blue curls, appeared quite frail and did not seem to fit the mold of a disciple chosen by Bai Yong, given his excessive delicacy. None of his attributes, strength, speed, or stamina, were commendable. Bai Yong was certain that Xiao Yi possessed the ability of Kin Bunchika Haki, excelling in the realm of perception. When she transmitted her inner energy to him, it surprisingly bounced back, even activating his own Kin Bunchika Haki. Well, this is quite serendipitous. I had intended to pass on my skills to you. Bai Yong Chuklet, hands on her hips. It will be beneficial. When we reach the next island, you can learn from the islanders as well. Where there are gains, there are losses. It seems. Xiao Yi exhibited notable talent in comprehending and experiencing inner strength techniques, and with his reserved character, learning Tai Chi, a martial art that is gentle yet explosive, was exceedingly suitable for him. Bai Yong found herself busier than ever, training Xiao Yi daily while stealing glances at the progress of the siren whenever she could. During breaks, she discreetly observed the situation of the CP9 members. She suddenly felt that perhaps her concern was excessive. Perhaps choosing Chishui as their gathering point was not the best decision. The citizens' warm welcome would certainly not bode well for Khalifa and Kaku. Bruno stealthily visited his bar at night, even though it had been closed for quite some time. Kaku, in his downtime, flew from his shipyard to the lower levels, relishing the joyful faces of the children. Every time Khalifa witnessed the chaos of Bing Shan's current work, she couldn't help but sigh, which resulted in Bai Yong assigning her tasks with Casa to prevent her from being lured away. Among them, only Lucci remained silent, expressing nothing as he toiled alongside the dock workers from morning till night. His diligent and selfless nature seemed to irritate Barry. On the third night, unbeknownst to Bai Yong, the two engaged in a scuffle. The outcome was predictable, yet the following day, both resumed their work as if nothing had happened, displaying bruises and contusions. 5 days later, everything was completed as promised. At the unveiling ceremony, Bai Yong received her vessel, the Xiao Feiyu. Ah, indeed, Bing Shan had been experimenting with the little fish, and upon success, he simply renamed it. Khalifa, are you really not coming back? Tai Satong wiped away the tears threatening to fall and asked once more. Yes. The blonde beauty nodded at the edge of the ship. As former colleagues, it is only fitting that we bid them a cheerful farewell as they embark on their new journey in life, Lulu asserted with unwavering determination. Despite the unruly strands of hair that escaped her face, due to regulations preventing the general public from entering the inner sanctum of Kale La's factory, only the crew members were present at the maintenance port to see them off. Bai Yong waved cheerfully at Bing Shan and the elderly Kekaluo, just as Barry, clad in a formal suit, lifted his head. Hey, woman, will your ships be coming to Kale La for repairs in the future? He inquired. Oh, what is the matter? She asked from the edge of the ship. Will they still be your crew? I don't know, Bai Yong shrugged. Are you still the captain of this ship? How can you be so irresponsible with your crew? Barry exclaimed. Well, Barry, with Bai Yong here, you needn't worry, Bing Shan remarked, gently stroking the little white mouse. Who would worry about that bunch of rascals? Barry shouted, clenching his fists. Those rascals. He gritted his teeth, then yelled the words buried deep within his heart. You bunch of rascals. How about you all change professions? His words caused those standing at the ship's edge to silently clench their fists. If you've changed professions, then make sure to come back and visit. Barry's voice boomed, resonating clearly even as the number 1 water gate opened, as the siren raised its sails, and the current propelled the vessel into motion. At that moment, a white dove adorned with a tie took flight, cooing as it spoke, Fool! Since you become the vice president, stop gambling. Go quit it. Ugh, a rough man, wiping his eyes, with goggles perched on his forehead and a cigar clenched between his teeth, smirked and shouted, I haven't been gambling, you fool. Really? Really? Is it truly so? Of course. Is it really, really so? How many times must I say it, you fool Lucci? Unable to suppress his heartfelt emotions for his lifelong friend, Bayang chuckled and playfully patted the silent Lucci. Your ventriloquism is superb. The man in the top hat merely adjusted his hat and replied, You flatter me. The current from a number 1 water gate facilitated the departure of the siren from the bustling city of Chishui, where citizens waved goodbye, welcoming their return. For this will always remain their home. Bayang lit the cigar in his mouth and glanced at the deck, observing those once clad in black attire. Regardless of Lucci's thoughts, they could at least agree that sunshine is infinitely preferable to darkness. Days later, on the sea south of the island of Gaia, along the Grand Line. What exactly do you want? Casa raised an eyebrow, holding a nautical chart. We are currently in a perilous location. This is the spot. Did I not instruct Lizette to scout this area in advance? Bayang replied nonchalantly. Boss. Is this the island we are supposed to be heading to? Khalifa asked in confusion. Khalifa is quite clever, far surpassing that bespectacled fox. Bayang chucklet, pointing to the sky. I shall take you to the sky at 10,000 feet. The author wishes to convey, touching the light, Lucci, Barry, lifelong friends. Continuing the main storyline, Chapter 96. There are indeed numerous ways to reach the sky island of Skypiea, yet Bayang wished for the government to remain oblivious to this matter. Should Spandane continue to pursue CP9 relentlessly, it would only bring trouble to the people of Skypiea. Therefore, the method her younger brother utilized to ascend to the sky island aboard the Mary was undoubtedly viable for her as well. However, to prevent her first mate from intervening with warnings of danger and madness, she awaited the legendary updraft to launch the siren into the heavens. She could never forget the moment her first mate's face turned purple. Lizette, a naval officer adept at weather observation for combat, had previously noted that his early deployment by Bayang to Gaia was meticulously planned. Overall, there were no significant issues during the initial eruption of the water column, aside from the numerous soldiers who screamed as the ship ascended. What are you shouting about? Bayang's commanding voice proved effective. Can't you see the water column is about to end? Do you wish for the siren to float? Open the wings of our siren. The wings of the siren was Bayang's romantic expression. In reality, according to Bingshan's official explanation, they were hot air balloons, with the sails retracted. The upper section of the siren utilized specialized heaters to inflate 3 massive hot air balloons. Simultaneously, the exhaust vents on both sides of the ship were adjusted to expel air downwards, serving as an aid for ascent. This was merely an emergency measure, as the fuel required to lift the enormous vessel was substantial. Currently, rubber and alcohol were employed as a sustaining fuel source, with coal, the principal tied to the steam system of the sea train, constituting a commercial secret of Kale-La. Eventually, utilizing the 3 colossal hot air balloons, the siren safely reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, a realm of white seas. At first, even though all soldiers had undergone rigorous cardio training, the high altitude made breathing slightly challenging. The only ones unaffected by the altitude were the CP9 members and Bayang, who maintained stoic expressions. They had heard of the White Sea, but most in the government regarded it merely as a myth. Wow, Khalifa exclaimed, astonished as she surveyed the boundless expanse of white clouds. Is this the destination? Heaven. Haha, Bayang chuckled at this. I find a human world far more entertaining than heaven. How could I possibly take you there? After enduring the devastation wrought by Enel, Skypiea had been left in ruins. However, the Shandians and the native islanders had since coexisted harmoniously. Under the leadership of the new deity, Gonfur, they had rebuilt the island based on the ancient land of Apiato. Now, the entry point they traversed offered free passage, albeit still guarded by the cantankerous Amazonian matron. Habitually, she snapped photographs of the siren, but due to the large number of soldiers aboard, she was unable to capture every visitor in this wave. The siren marked the very first wave of tourists since Skypiea's reconstruction, especially as they hailed from the blue sea, garnering a warm welcome from the islanders. Among the coastal inhabitants, Bayang spotted a familiar figure. With a smile, she leapt from the ship to the side of a charming girl. Hey Sue, are you Kenisai? Hey Sue. The blonde girl blushed slightly under Bayang's close gaze. Wow, such a beautiful person from the blue sea. No wait, you know me? I am the sister of Monkey D, Luffy. My brother received your kindness before. Thank you so much, Bayang said, clasping her hands and bowing slightly. Sister of Luffy-san? Kenisai gasped in astonishment. Yes. Please, there is no need for formality. It is we who should be grateful. The islanders surrounding her gathered curiously. Are you the sister of the Straw Hat? They exclaimed. Oh, welcome to our land. How are they doing? Are they well? Enthralled by the warmth of their welcome, Bayan took a few steps back, feeling slightly bashful. Haha, I appreciate your concern. However, if it would not be too much trouble, could you first lead me to meet your deity? Certainly. Allow me to escort you, Connie replied with a friendly smile. As Casa guided the others to acclimate to the beach constructed by Bayun, she followed Connie, accompanied by the protection of the Baibele troops, to meet this god of the Sky Island. Along the way, many gazes of curiosity were directed at her, prompting Bayang to consider donning a mask. Such fervent attention felt quite overwhelming, akin to being a giant panda. Now, Ganfu Air, the former deity, donned a long white robe. Yet he no longer resided within a lofty shrine, but had chosen to rebuild his home among the people. Would you care for some pumpkin? The elder asked, lifting a large dark green pumpkin from his yard. Bayang smiled briefly. After sipping through a straw, her eyes sparkled with delight. This is delicious. Oh, I'm glad you like it. This variety was brought from your Qinghai. Ganfu Air chuckled heartily, pleased to meet Luffy's sister. Weeping Hermod, Bayang grinned. Would you like to try other varieties of pumpkin? What do you mean, young lady? Apologetically, she nodded. My full name is Luo Bayang, the sworn sister of Monkey D. Luffy. I have come to seek trade exchanges with the residents of Skypiea. Trade? Exchange? Indeed. I have brought a substantial quantity of plant seeds and relevant literature, hoping to exchange them for gold and sky berries. Observing Ganfu Air's gradually astonished expression, she chuckled. Additionally, if possible, I would like to arrange for my people to stay here for a while. Skypiea was a wondrous place, with its array of sky berries and technological culture vastly different from that of Qinghai, captivating everyone. Likewise, the inhabitants of the Sky Island regarded the diverse plant seeds and literature brought aboard the Siren as treasures. That evening, amidst the land interwoven with white clouds, they participated in a banquet hosted by the locals. As they laughed and celebrated, Bayang quietly sipped her drink, though her eyes revealed her joy. You seem quite happy lately, remarked a bespectacled young man, sitting beside her with a barely touched cup of wine. Can you tell? She smiled. Casa observed by Yang's dark eyes. Are you preparing for something significant? Significant? I don't believe I've ever done anything trivial, she replied thoughtfully, pausing briefly. Casa adjusted his glasses. I mean something monumental. Though I have no evidence, my intuition suggests that your prolonged happiness might not bode well. Hey, why do you imply that I shouldn't be joyful? Bayang teased, clinking her cup against his, continuing to enjoy her drink. Crazy woman. You've never been this happy in the Navy, have you? Are you planning to leave? Abandon this ship and all the fools willing to follow you? Cass's indifferent words seemed to fade into the noisy banquet, as Bayang appeared not to hear him at all. She continued sipping her wine, avoiding his gaze. On the third morning in Skypiea, Bayang resolved to ride a small flying fish back to Qinghai. She requested that all soldiers aboard the Siren remain in the Sky Island for a few months to train and learn how to utilize sky berries in combat. Despite their lonely expressions, the soldiers understood that their captain would return, even if only intermittently. The first mate, however, maintained a stoic watch over her, having not spoken since the banquet. For CP9, Bayang's departure likely signified a farewell. Bai Hai is not easily accessible to the world government. Whether you choose to remain in Skypiea or venture to other islands is entirely up to you. She bid farewell to several individuals by the shore as she prepared to leave. Jojo, young man, tears should not flow lightly. Emiya Komne. Absolutely will not weep. I beg permission to commit seppuku to express my apologies, cried Whaley, tears streaming down his face. Damn it, why did you use iron? Gabra scolded, determinately shaking Whaley despite the tears in his eyes. Dragon Lady, you are truly clever. I admire you greatly. It would be wonderful if we could have a serious match one day. Kaku laughed heartily. So we will meet again, right? Of course, boss. We will see each other again, one Tiwi. You need us to cover for you in front of the government every month. Al declared, raising his fist. Bruno Foned. The captain brought us to the sky, so surely this means we won't see each other again. Closest to Bayang was Khalifa, who couldn't help but wipe away her tears, being a rare female friend at sea. Bayang offered a bittersweet smile, embracing her and patting her back. Let's go shopping the next time we meet. Yes. The golden-haired beauty nodded. Their relationship was ambiguous, not quite allies, not entirely superior and subordinate, nor true friends. Yet an invisible bond had formed between them. Such connections among people can sometimes be inexplicable, suddenly fostering mutual trust. Finally, as she prepared to depart. The typically cold and ruthless Rob Lucci raised his hand. Bai Yong was momentarily taken aback before smiling and shaking his hand in return. A handshake. Thank you for our collaboration. Of course, she could not forget how he had once made her wash clothes early in the morning, producing a gift purchased in Water 7. She smiled. What is this? Lucci raised an eyebrow. Catnip. I realized I had to take my revenge on you, she stated seriously. Revenge? Why? Lucci had completely forgotten. You disturbed my sleep. The man in the top hat smirked, a hint of mockery in his expression. All right, I shall accept it. He took the pink catnip. What is this scent? So fragrant. Catmint, Bai Yong replied, grinning with a victorious smile. Luo Bai Yong, you truly hold grudges. After spending time with this vengeful captain, Rob Lucci finally understood why Owl had warned him to be cautious. Accompanying Connie through the clouds at the eastern edge of Bai Bai High, Bai Yong utilized the balloon octopus, a local specialty. Bai Bai High lay a staggering 10,000 meters from Qinghai, with a massive inflatable octopus hovering overhead. Clutching the small flying fish, she had no idea how long they floated in the sky, only feeling her stomach rumble. Although she considered retrieving her stored food, the storage box remained beneath the seat. With a deep sigh, she glanced around and seemed to be able to see the azure sea surface. Taking out her compass to confirm the general direction, she noticed the balloon octopus above her shrinking considerably, its eyes wide with fear. What is wrong? I shouldn't be too heavy with the motorcycle, right? Bai Yong tilted her head, suddenly sensing a peculiar aura of malice. She squinted her eyes, gazing towards the approaching sea. Beneath the azure surface, several colossal shadows glided incessantly. To be honest, there had been no wind since earlier. Was it a windless zone? Furrowing her brows in frustration, she drew her Bai long sword, contemplating unleashing a dragon's roar, when her phone began to ring. The timing of this call was impeccable. Bai Yong grumbled as she answered. This is Casa. The new Shichibukai has been confirmed. Oh, is there anything particularly surprising about that? Blackbelt de Marshal D. Teach has captured Port Gas D. Ace and gained the government's trust. Is that so? Thank you for informing me. After hanging up, Bai Yong remained silent for a considerable time. With a slight smile, she retracted her Bai long sword and pressed the blue button on her motorcycle's handle. Hello, little octopus. I'm heading back to the Navy headquarters at high speed. You can shrink and cling to the motorcycle's rear seat. The newly modified small flying fish, created by Xiao Yu, extended its long, enormous wings from beneath the rear seat after Bai Yong pressed the button. The engine, powered by impact shells, emitted an excited roar. Boom! A silvery figure shot through the air from the windless zone, racing towards the location of the Navy headquarters, Marineford. The author wishes to convey, October has been quite busy, coupled with some bottlenecks. In any case, thank you all for your support, and I wish you a joyous Mid-Autumn Festival and a delightful National Day holiday. In Chapter 97, as Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach brought the unconscious Portgas D. Ace to the Navy headquarters at Marineford, it was already predestined that he would become the new Shichibukai. Sengoku immediately agreed to Teach's various demands, having remained silent for a long time while a plan gradually formed in his mind. This plan would determine the direction of the new era. The decision-making process for Teach to become a Shichibukai was remarkably swift, and Bai Yong received this intelligence even faster. Initially, the news of Fire Fist Ace's capture was immediately sealed, but Casa utilized his channels to keep a constant watch on Blackbeard's movements. His reasoning was simple. Bai Yong had relinquished her position as a Shichibukai for this individual. Thus, when Bai Yong flew back to Marineford at breakneck speed, Sengoku had just returned from Mariehua with the resolution regarding the new Shichibukai. Buzz. Crash. The white motorcycle plummeted from the sky into the crescent-shaped bay, causing the warm engine to sizzle and produce smoke upon contact with the water, paying no mind to the splashes drenching her. Bai Yong carved a beautiful crescent wave across the sea at the port. She parked the small flying fish at the edge of the port and jumped onto the main road. The sudden return of the Dragon Lady thrilled the soldiers stationed at the port. They felt incredibly fortunate, having just heard that Bai Yong had defeated 32 pirate crews. Bai Yong. A major general who wanted to greet her had barely raised his hand when Bai Yong seized him by the collar. Tell me, is there a ship heading to impel down from Marineford today? Yes. The major general proudly responded. We have captured several notorious pirates who are to be sent to the deep-sea prison. She released him, a smile gracing her face. I see, thank you. Bai Yong, although I can't defeat Vice Admiral Garp yet, would you like to go on a date to develop our relationship? No time. Pushing him aside, Bai Yong strode toward the office building where Sengoku's office was located. Ace's capture was inevitable. She could not alter it, nor would she attempt to change the course of this new era. However, she wished to see Ace. Regardless, her heart felt as heavy as a boulder suspended above her. A sense of luck? She would not deny it. If she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, she might have believed that Ace's capture was still far off, much like the distant war at the top. Perhaps she was evading reality, yet another feeling deep within urged her to confront the unfolding events. That of leaving the Navy and becoming a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. However, just as she stepped onto the staircase, she halted abruptly. Narrowing her eyes, Baiyang immediately turned towards the side port. The side port was where the escort ship to Impel Down docked. Sengoku knew Ace's background and was aware of Luffy's situation, so it was impossible for her to accompany them without raising suspicion. If she were to approach him now, she might find herself tethered and deprived of freedom, or worse. If her clandestine actions were discovered, she could be thrown into Impel Down. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. There were certainly high-ranking officers at Marineford, and confining her would pose no challenge. What frightened her was not the prospect of capture, but the fear that she could not change fate within this scenario, that she could not save Ace. Upon arriving at the side port, she found, as expected, an escort ship and a main vessel. Upon her arrival, she aimed to ascertain whether Ace had yet to be sent to Impel Down. As things appeared, no. If she could not see for herself, let me aboard. She raised her chin, her mood not particularly bright. Just as she was about to step onto the gangway, soldiers on either side barred her path. Apologies, Lady Dragon, but this ship is carrying criminals bound for the deep-sea prison. The guard soldiers swallowed hard. I know. What's the matter? I'm a bounty hunter, not a pirate. Can't I see the newly captured notorious pirates? Baiyang Frowonet. I just saw the Major General who apprehended these pirates at the port. I heard they are quite formidable. I am very sorry, but it's not permitted. Raising her fist, Baiyang knew that those obstructing her had long since prepared themselves for this confrontation. Wait, Baiyang. At that moment, a voice called out from behind her. It was the mole general she had met earlier at the branch fortress. Her thoughts were becoming increasingly confirmed as Baiyang merely managed a dry smile. Uncle Mole, now that you're back, let's have a spar. The mole said, already drawing his sword. Silently observing him, Baiyang made no move. Uncle Mole, did Sengoku send you? No. The ship heading to Impel Down today is under my escort. Uncle Mole escorting, that is quite a significant figure. Surely I can't take a look? No, mister. Sengoku has ordered that you alone cannot board. She had made preparations here as well. If it were not for the arrival of this new era, she might have acted on impulse here. Or perhaps not. She would have acted on impulse. Even without a second thought, she would have taken Ace to find Whitebeard. But no. Clenching her fists in secrecy, Baiyang forced a smile. Uncle Mole, I swear, I will never do anything contrary to justice here. Please make an exception and let me take a quick look. Otherwise, will you accompany me? The mole sighed and shook his head. No, that is Mr. Sengoku's order. Just then, a silver-white long sword was tossed toward her, and she caught it with one hand. What if I have this? The long sword of Donghai Long is unparalleled in the world, even rumored to surpass the 12 legendary blades. Now, she has relinquished this sword, gripping the rare treasure tightly. Yenshu squinted slightly, observing the silver light glimmering from the scabbard. Baiyang, the more you behave this way, the more I am convinced of what Mr. Zhang was said. Perhaps you indeed fulfill your promises, but having raised a formidable army of tigers and wolves, you must not err due to a pirate. I will not allow it. Gritting her teeth with a slight tremor, Baiyang took a deep breath. Why? Why did they not allow her to see Ace, to meet her brother even once? Suddenly, a coarse male voice startled Baiyang, intensifying her fury. Marshal D. Teach. She gritted her teeth in resentment. Ah, Captain, do you know Miss Long? The man beside Blackbeard Lafitte tipped his black hat in a mock greeting. I've met her. She is a remarkable woman of the sea, whether as a companion or in her own right. Teach laughed heartily. So, Long, would you like to join me, Blackbeard, as a companion or a woman? Marshal D. Teach. This is Marineford. Yenshu hurled the long sword back to Baiyang and positioned himself protectively in front of her. Even if you are now a Shichibukai, in my eyes, you are still a pirate. Baiyang would never ally with you. Ha ha ha. I am conversing with Long. She has not declined my offer. Blackbeard retorted. Baiyang, suppressing her voice, felt a murderous intent beginning to seep through, even with Yenshu blocking her. Why are you here? Oh, I wish to request a ship from the government. Teach laughed, scratching the back of his head. My previous raft was destroyed. I set out to sea with no vessel. You truly possess an arrogance of epic proportions. Slowly she sheathed the Bai Long sword. Bai Yang spoke calmly. Sometimes I think it would be simple to kill you, but... She lifted her gaze to meet his. The one who will defeat you is not me. Oh, how does Long know I will lose? Ha 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 ha. Who has defeated me? I have no obligation to answer you. With a final, deep glance at the escort ship, Bai Yang uttered this and departed. Sooner or later, their brother would send you flying. Even after departing from that place, her heart remained in turmoil. She longed to see Ace, that stubborn boy who always vied for the position of elder brother in their childhood, the sun-kissed young man with freckles who had recently handed her a piece of paper, saying it would at least make her feel he was by her side. She wished to know how he was faring, to tell him not to despair, to say that none of this was his fault. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Along the way, Bai Yang kept her head slightly lowered, the Bai Long sword at her waist trembling incessantly, resonating with her troubled heart. Ah, is that not Dong Hai Long? What a beautiful girl. Ha ha ha. Lift your head and let me see. Get lost. Do not speak to Sister Bai Yang. Along the port, the previous admiral, accompanied by captured pirates, was heading towards the side port of the escort ship. Bai Yang glanced at the few pirates shackled with high loose stone. Then, the silver long sword was drawn. Swish. No one reacted in time. They merely saw a flash of light before several heads fell. The severed arteries gushed forth blood like a fountain, staining the road and the uniforms of the surrounding soldiers, also soiling Bai Yang's cherished white combat outfit with sticky, gruesome blood. The pirates of Impel Down are countless, seemingly never-ending. She smiled as usual, yet that smile lacked warmth, her hollow gaze reminiscent of a skull, chilling to the bone. This is the lesson I learned from a young age. Ah, Ace, they simply will not let her see you, not even a glance. But at least she can ensure the ship you sit on is quite spacious. After all, the pirates of Impel Down cannot be entirely eradicated. In the vast office marked by the emblem of absolute justice, a man with round frog-eyed glasses furrowed his brow as he fed the documents in his hand to a small goat beside him. Has Bai Yang arrived? Report. Her Excellency Long. What about her? Zhang Guo raised his head. She killed several criminals who were supposed to be sent to the deep-sea prison and then left. Bang! Slamming his hand on the desk, Zhang Guo exclaimed, what does she intend to do? Coughing, Yin Shu, who had returned the escort ship to Impel Down, entered the office. Mr. Zhang Guo, Blackbeard has provoked Bai Yang. Her emotions are currently unstable. It would be best to let her run free for now. Upon hearing this, the man at the desk interlaced his fingers in silence. She will be caught sooner or later. Meanwhile, on Kankai Ganai Island, the man known as Hawkeye reclined in his exquisite chair. His slightly furrowed brows conveyed his dissatisfaction with his recent mood. Perhaps he should venture out to find some pirates to pass the time. Bring. The phone bug in the living room rang. The world government? He was in no mood to entertain them. Bring. The phone bug continued to ring. The corners of Hawkeye's mouth curved downward as he picked up the receiver. Ah, Julio Gil. I'm not stalking you. I knew about your call beforehand. Can you open the door? I'm at your doorstep. I swear. I'm not stalking you. As if to confirm the truth, Hawkeye opened the door. Outside stood the woman, her entire body stained with dried blood, the stench of it detectable from afar. He wrinkled his nose in disdain. What do you want? To fight you. Bam! The door slammed shut. Bang! The rough sound of knocking echoed at the door. Hawkeye opened it once more, squinting down at her from his towering height. I want to play with you. Bayang alteret herton. Unfortunately, the current owner of the house was not satisfied with this excuse. Bam! Just as the door was about to close again, Bayang swiftly grabbed the corner of his white shirt. Maintaining her grip, she thrust her arm inside the door. I want to play with you, she asserted firmly once more. If you dare to close the door again, I will just have my arm squeezed. With a grim expression, Hawkeye tightened his brows. Let go. You're filthy. Then let me borrow your bathroom. At this moment, Bai Yang's expression conveyed that she was unyielding, a true rogue. She did not wish to go elsewhere. Perhaps he was the only one capable of restraining her at sea, preventing her from rushing into Impel Down. The author has something to say. Here comes Hawkeye. You've recruited a demon. Chapter 98. Here. The tone of Yin was frigid as he led Bai Yang to the large bathroom on the second floor before turning to leave. Bai Yang was somewhat aware of the events surrounding Conragian Island, thus confirming that this mansion could indeed be regarded as a relic of the Shikair kingdom. Inside the vast mansion, everything appeared devoid of vitality, likely due to Yin's infrequent visits. However, this entire milky white bathroom had evidently been meticulously cleaned, suggesting frequent use. In the changing room, Bai Yang removed her blood-stained trench coat and paused for a moment before picking up the bathing supplies on the cabinet. Ah, they belonged to Yin. Shampoo, soap, and a brand new razor, presumably a spare. With a snap, she opened the shampoo lid, releasing a faint fragrance that she recognized as belonging to Yin. It was a scent of mint and fresh grass, typically masculine, but with an elegant undertone when associated with him. After a brief moment, Baiyang felt her cheeks flush. What was she doing? Sniffing shampoo in someone else's bathroom? Bathing. Shaking her head, she cradled the shampoo and soap in her arms and walked toward the bathing area. With bare feet on the clean, steam-free tiles, Baiyang surveyed her surroundings. Although this space could not rival the grandeur of the grand baths in Alabasta, it exuded a sense of refinement and luxury. She turned the golden faucet of the bathtub, intending to fill it with water while she showered, so she could enjoy a soak afterward. It should be noted that those with fruit abilities could not indulge in baths, as water above the waist would render their bodies progressively weak. Hence, showers were the norm. Nevertheless, Baiyang relished the thought of a warm soak, even if it left her limbs feeble. The clear water, cascading from the golden shower head, washed away the dried blood from her body. Raising her now pristine hands, she remained silent, watching the droplets slide down her hair and cheeks. What use was it? Even now, she felt dirty. She was truly weak, wasn't she? Her mind had long succumbed to the madness of impelled down. After washing her body under the shower several times, she suddenly remembered that the bathtub had been filling for quite a while. Turning around, she noticed that the once dry bathroom was now enveloped in steam, with water from the tub spilling over the edge. Hopefully, the water circulation system here was exceptional. She forced a laugh. Approaching the bathtub, she discovered that the warm water was indeed a milky white hot spring. It must have been drawn from the island's hot springs for the nobles of Ur. However, the water was overflowing. To avoid wastage, she resolved to luxuriate in the hot spring water for a while. Certainly not because she feared being chased away by Yin. Carefully stepping into the tub, Baiyang realized it was deeper than she had anticipated. Grasping the edge, she finally submerged herself, instantly feeling her body lose strength. The hot spring water reached her chest. No matter what, she intended to make the most of it. Determined, she clung to the edges of the tub, striving to overcome the sensation of weakness. However, the warm, comforting water swiftly alleviated her fatigue and eased her earlier tension. Time passed, and gradually, Baiyang succumbed to drowsiness. Suddenly, she slid into the tub, the hot spring water rushing into her mouth. Even in the tub, it was still capable of drowning a user of the devil fruit. Baiyang struggled, her body already feeling limp. Help! Julu! Gil! Utilizing the edge of the tub, she surfaced multiple times, but even if she called out Yin's name, how would he hear her? Drowning in Yin's bathtub. What kind of predicament was that? Last time it was the Giant's Cup. This time it was the bathtub. Mihawk! Mihawk! Finally, in a moment of desperation, Baiyang abandoned the difficult surname and shouted with all her might. A loud crash echoed as the door was flung open, followed by the sound of splashing water. A strong arm seized her by the arm and yanked her from the water's depths. Cough! Cough! Baiyang sputtered. Perhaps she was beginning to acclimate to the sensation of drowning. No need to inquire. The dark golden eyes above her seemed capable of emitting laser beams as they glared at her. Feeling a flush rise to her face, Baiyang instinctively covered her chest with her free arm, her gaze diverting elsewhere. Could you refrain from scolding me for a moment? If you plan to commit suicide, at least don't make noise to summon help. Yin's voice was steady as he stood in his white shirt and home attire, towering at nearly 2 meters. He effortlessly pulled Baiyang up with a single arm. I merely wished to soak a little longer. Baiyang felt herself quite pitiable. Oof. I have never heard of a fruit user being able to enjoy a bath, Yin said, loosening his grip as if to turn away. Oh no. His release meant Baiyang would plunge back into the water, and with a frantic grasp, she clutched his arm, using both hands. Yin paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he immediately turned his head away. Let go. If you do, I'll fall again. I'm completely powerless right now. Baiyang felt a rush of embarrassment. This man had touched her chest twice and seen her naked once. There was no way she could forget such moments, even if she was usually unbothered by modesty. Yet this was a critical situation. I'm not bathing anymore. You've pulled me out of the tub, and don't turn around. Furrowing his brow, Yin closed his eyes. He turned back and unceremoniously yanked her from the tub, lifting her in a horizontal carry. What are you doing? Baiyang exclaimed, startled by her own high-pitched voice. Now you're panicking. You should have anticipated what might happen when you came alone to a man's home. the man admonished, yet his eyes remained shut. Enough. I'm not a little girl. And besides, I'm here to fight you. I won't lose. Baiyang anxiously protested. Yet she didn't dare struggle too much. After all, she was naked and without her Bailong Jian. Who could predict what might transpire? If something did happen, she certainly wouldn't take responsibility. After a few steps, Baiyang found herself unceremoniously tossed onto the sofa. Yes, the long couch in the adjacent changing room. The Bailong Jian was nearby. She anxiously watched the still closed eyes of the man. Should she retrieve the Bailong Jian? What was she hesitating for? This was the perfect moment to strike him down. However, eliminating him, that might not be ideal. Why was she even looking at his abs at this moment? Hey, eyes, don't water down. Moments later, the man simply uttered a parting remark before turning to leave. You wouldn't drown now, would you? Stunned, Baiyang took a moment to process. He had no interest in her at all. Damn, am I that unappealing? She angrily gripped her damp hair. What's so great about that? If I want to push you, I could do so at any time. Don't think your height of nearly 2 meters gives you an advantage. If I bind your limbs with chains and place a collar on you, you wouldn't escape. Yin stood silently outside the door for a long while. He truly felt an impulsive urge to cast that deranged woman out. Yet if he did not restrain her soon, he would find himself ensnared in her delusions. Did she possess any sense of shame? The creaking sound of the door being pushed open interrupted his thoughts. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he noticed that the woman seated on the sofa immediately fell silent, fixing him with a gaze reminiscent of a ruffled cat. He tossed a set of clean clothes onto her, his piercing eyes directed at her. Change into those and refrain from bothering me further. Gritting her teeth, she thought to herself that if she could, she would love nothing more than to bite this man to death. What had she done to offend him? Ever since their last encounter, his demeanor had shifted dramatically, and this was no longer merely a matter of attitude. He was indeed angry, directing his ire towards her. What exactly are you angry about? She queried. Such a question ought not to have been asked, as they were adversaries, not friends. Angry? Yes, he was angry, but he had no justification for it, nor was it the woman's fault. After a moment of silence, his tone softened slightly, though it remained rigid. I'm not angry. Is that so? Then you ought to treat me better. What would constitute treating you better? Long Yatu, I'm not your caretaker. Yawning, she realized she was still in a state of disarray, her clothes merely draped over her. BRR, it's so cold. Baiyang rubbed her arms, pouting, unable to muster a rebuttal. Suddenly, the door to the room slammed shut. The figure standing outside had grown weary of continuing their conversation. As her gaze dimmed, she detested the current state of her relationship with Yin. Even when they were merely strangers, there had been no disdain. They were equals, after all. She had no need to compromise. With this thought in mind, Baiyang began to change into clean attire. Yin's garments were long and oversized, reaching her knees even when she wore just a white shirt, let alone the long pants. Thus, she donned only a spare pair of undergarments and bandages beneath the shirt. From an outward perspective, it indeed bore the semblance of a post-encounter white shirt. Post-encounter? What kind of post-encounter? The encounter that led to her being scolded, perhaps? Rubbing her head, Baiyang slipped on a long black cloak. The air outside seemed even colder than before, and she could faintly hear the sound of rain. It appeared it was indeed raining outside. The black cloak trailed down to her feet, giving her a somewhat comical appearance. She tightened her grip on the open lapel, frowning. The absence of buttons truly revealed her chest. How infuriating. Walking through the empty mansion, the sound of rain rendered everything eerily silent. Approaching the study where Yin was, she suddenly felt reluctant to enter. If she wished to stay, she could employ a stubborn tactic. If she wanted to leave, that was also an option. Yet a slight sense of disappointment lingered in her heart. No, I do not like this. If there is a problem, it must be resolved. Grasping the flowing black cloak, Baiyang turned and sprinted towards the mansion's door. The sunlight of Kanglegiana Island was already scarce, and now, with the rain, everything felt even colder. Raindrops pattered against the glass windows, resembling shattered crystals, a sound not particularly pleasant to the ears. Sitting at the marble-long table, half a glass of red wine sat untouched. Next to the glass was rum, which he did not particularly fancy. Take it out. Leaving it too long is a waste. With a crackle, he ignited the fire in the fireplace, the dry wood occasionally popping. This study was a rare warmth. As if waiting for something, Yin elegantly crossed his left leg over his right, gazing out at the rain, motionless. He knew that woman would come to find him, continuing to employ whatever excuses to linger. Even if he told her to stop bothering him, it would be inconsequential. Yet time passed slowly. The person he awaited still had not entered. Had he been too harsh? Had she truly left? Unconsciously, he furrowed his brow, grabbing his coat. Ingyan resolved to take a stroll. Top, top, top. At that moment, light footfalls echoed in the chilly corridor. Finally, the wooden door of the study was pushed open. The woman who rushed in was slightly breathless, droplets of cold water clinging to her hair, her entire form appearing drenched. Clearly, she had returned from being caught in the rain. So, Zhu, look here. Do you plan to go out? She asked, steadying her breath and tilting her head. No. Close the door. Ingyan resumed his position, speaking in a calm tone. What are you doing outside? Did you want to wash yourself again? Bai Young that. Well, she would certainly have to wash herself again shortly. With a smile, she leaned closer to Ingyan, raising a small, delicate light purple flower from the depths of her black cloak. The flower, glistening with beads of water on its fragile petals, appeared exquisitely beautiful. Here, this is for you. It is a gift for visiting your home, she said, turning her face slightly to the side. Though I'm not quite sure what is going on. I detest troublesome matters. In any case, I apologize. I was wrong. Please, allow me to stay at your home for a while. Gazing at the light purple flower, Ingyan observed silently, a smile creeping onto his lips. This flower is toxic. Instinctively, Bai Yang tossed the flower onto the table, raising her hands. At that moment, her palms had turned red, resembling an allergic reaction. No wonder she had felt an itch from the beginning. Staying here, she muttered, as Ingyan exited the room. She sighed silently, unable to resist scratching her palms. However, this room was quite warm, likely due to the lit fireplace, and there was even rum on the table. Ingyan truly knew how to indulge himself. Pouring rum into a glass, Bai Yang unceremoniously took a sip, instantly feeling her body warm up from the alcohol. Sitting down, she would drink more later. Upon returning, Ingyan tossed a clean towel onto her head and instructed her to sit in the nearby chair. Oh, nodding obediently, Bai Yang raised her hands, as the man, whose face bore little expression, brought in a medical kit. Being tended to with care was not a new experience, but it was her first time feeling embarrassed in such a manner. The cool ointment applied to her palms alleviated much of the pain and itchiness. Ingyan repeatedly smeared the ointment, wrapping her hands in layers of gauze. Perhaps it was inconsequential, but to Bai Yang, it seemed that this was likely the first time he had bandaged someone. Though it did not hurt, he had wrapped it far too thickly. Her hands were merely swollen, not fractured. So was it necessary to bind her fingers to the point of immobility? Please, can you remove it? My hands cannot move, she protested, sweat beading at her temples. Ingyan finally ceased his actions. I will only remove it once it is properly wrapped. It would be too troublesome otherwise. Smiling, he quipped, I too detest troublesome matters. This man smiled, didn't he? Moreover, was he teasing her about her earlier apology? Hey. This uncle of mine seems to have revealed his dark side. Just as Bai Yang helplessly stared at her hands, which seemed as though they had been cast in plaster, Ingyan placed a tall glass filled with clear water on the table. He then picked up the purple flower that had fallen on the table. Hey, isn't that toxic? Bai Yang frowned, attempting to stop him. However, he merely seemed to be in good spirits as he ignored her, placing the toxic abyss which into the cup. Zhu Luojier, if you insist on nurturing this flower, I have nothing further to say. Bai Yang shook her immobile arms. But isn't it rather strange to keep fresh flowers in a wine glass? Eagle-Eye chuckled. Is it? I find it to be quite a perfect match. The author wishes to convey. At this moment, the author could not help but exclaim from the depths of their heart. You two should get married already. Why are you both pretending? It's just a thin layer of paper separating you. Eagle-Eye, dare you be more manly and push Bai Yang? She would definitely take responsibility. 99th chapter. Cough, cough. Bai Yang rubbed her nose with the back of her hand, thickly bandaged, and wearily opened her eyes. Her throat was incredibly dry. However, Eagle-Eye's room and bed should be warm. So why was she feeling increasingly unwell? Indeed, she had slept in Eagle-Eye's bed last night. And the process was as follows. You don't clean the guest room, do you? Bai Yang glared at the filthy guest room, her eyes twitching. No need to clean. I rarely have guests, Eagle-Eye replied, closing one eye. At least the sheets are clean, he added, a remark that Bai Yang chose to ignore. It's so cold. Can I have a room with a fireplace that's clean and get sunlight during the day? My room. This was a joking response. Fine, she replied thoughtlessly. This led to the spectacle of Bai Yang lifting the single bed from the guest room. What are you doing? Eagle-Eye raised an eyebrow. Moving it to your room. We can't repeat the old days where you sit on the sofa and I sleep in bed, can we? Bai Yang contemplated seriously. Isn't this your home? My bed is a double. In summary, perhaps their relationship had evolved from sharing the same table, the same roof, and the same room, to sharing the same bed without any discomfort. Nevertheless, Bai Yang still asked Eagle Eye, "You're not interested in this little girl, right?" To which Eagle Eye, closing one eye, seemingly half-seriously replied, "Heaven knows." Of course, as long as she could sleep in a warm room, it didn't matter. Secretly gripping her by long sword, she dismissed his remark. Ultimately, in the evening, as she prepared for bed, Bai Yang experienced the master of the mansion's bed. Unlike the simple white beds in the other rooms, it was a grand mahogany bed exuding an aristocratic aura, adorned with spiral-patterned mahogany posts at each corner. The exquisitely patterned red and black sheets looked invitingly soft and comfortable. The softness was something Bai Yang immediately verified. She bounced on the bed like a trampoline. "Ha! So high, so soft, so bouncy." Then she received a glare. Finally, with a firm command, "Go to sleep," in a tone reminiscent of scolding a child. She was thoroughly deflated. You could say she had enough frustrations for the day. She had only eaten some dry rations and jerky for dinner and couldn't even be happy while sleeping. Yes. This fellow, Eagle Eye, had nothing at home. He had just returned today and hadn't bought anything. This left dinner to consist solely of wine and the reserves from the sea. Now, it was probably around dawn the next morning. Bai Yang was tormented not only by her inadequate meal, but also by her incredibly dry throat, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. The firewood in the fireplace crackled, but to her ears, it sounded like it was roasting her. Coughing softly with her hand over her mouth, she contemplated getting up to find some water. Indeed, drinking rum alone last night was insufficient. Before Bai Yang could rise her heavy body, the man beside her, who had been peacefully asleep, sat up. He touched her forehead with his slightly calloused palm. "You have a cold." "Huh?" Bai Yang's voice sounded hoarse due to her dry throat. "Can I even catch a cold?" Initially surprised, she then laughed self-deprecatingly. "Ha! It seems I'm not a fool after all. Isn't it only fools who don't catch colds?" With a faint sigh, Eagle Eye grabbed the black coat he had placed on the wardrobe and got out of bed. "Continue sleeping." "I can't sleep. I need to find some water." Bai Yang forced a smile. She just couldn't find rest, feeling her head was heavy. The man standing by the bed pondered for a moment. "I'll get you some water. After taking your medicine, with your constitution, a good sleep will heal you." She blinked in surprise. It wasn't that she had never been cared for by this man, but his directness and warmth felt different, didn't they? Hey, can someone tell her that this man before her isn't just the world's greatest swordsman, Dueland or Mihawk, but a cosplayer? Taking Bai Yang's silence as understanding, Eagle Eye turned and exited the bedroom. The air in the mansion was slightly chilly in the early morning, especially after a night of rain. The sound of his footsteps echoed softly in the corridor, a familiar sound since he had always lived here alone. If this were outside the city, any beast hearing his footsteps would scatter in all directions. Pushing open the kitchen door, he recalled there was stored clean water in the cupboard, and indeed it needed to be boiled before drinking. After all, only his study occasionally had a bottle of water. The water on the stove was already heating up. Leaning against the cupboard, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. Since she would be staying here for a while, he ought to buy some daily necessities and clothes. His own clothes, while fine, were too large for her. A dress would suffice. Meanwhile, while Eagle Eye was contemplating how to care for the little girl, Bai Yang could not remain still. What was it like to be treated gently by the world's greatest swordsman, Eagle Eye Mihawk? She was on the verge of collapse. Did this mean Eagle Eye intended to care for her for a few days, then eliminate her once she became familiar with swordsmanship? Just like Zoro. Although the implications were different, the form was quite similar. It must be this way. She could never believe that someone who had once been cold and unkind to her would suddenly treat her so well. But wasn't this guy, aside from his rough demeanor, always quite decent to her? It was too overwhelming. Her head was a jumbled mess. She absolutely refused to believe that Zhu Luoji or Mihawk could genuinely care for her. It was impossible. He was Eagle Eye after all, wrapped in her long blanket. Bai Yang stormed into the kitchen and found Eagle Eye, who was boiling water. "Hey, Zhu Luoji, why are you being so kind to me? If the world's greatest swordsman was so gentle, I wouldn't believe it." She was on guard against him. Eagle Eye set down the kettle and raised an eyebrow. Doesn't she think that being in the same bed with him should warrant more vigilance now? Even if one has a pet at home, they should take responsibility to the end, he remarked lightly. This clearly was a teasing remark, yet it provoked Bai Yang, who was out of the loop, to flare up. "Are you planning to fatten me up and then slaughter me for a meal?" Ying Yan scrutinized her from head to toe, and then, seemingly regretful, his brows furrowed as he shook his head. "Are you delicious? Though you do seem a bit thin." Instinctively tightening the blanket around her, Bai Yang shivered slightly. "Don't come any closer. Be careful, or I might make you unable to see tomorrow's sun." With a subtle raise of his brow, he picked up a filled water bottle. "Hey, Long Yatu, the water is ready. Return to bed." Under the vigilant gaze that made her glance back thrice, Bayong finally returned to the warm bedroom. After taking her medicine, drowsiness overcame her. Lying in the soft, warm bed, the crackling sound of the fire no longer seemed so harsh. Yet, she could feel the presence of the person on the sofa beside her, watching her. At this moment, shouldn't a cool cloth be placed on her forehead? "Zhu, look here. You're not very dedicated in taking care of others." The person on the bed was already sound asleep, and Eagle Eye unconsciously traced her cheek with his fingers. The dark circles under her eyes had faded considerably since their last meeting, and her expression appeared tranquil. What had happened to her that made her spirit seem so dazed upon arrival? Escape? No, nothing could make this woman retreat. When Bayong awoke refreshed, sunlight had already flooded the room. She was certain it was a rare fine day on this island. Looking around, she noticed the man's figure was absent from the sofa. A sense of loss washed over her. Had she grown accustomed to seeing him waiting for her to wake? On the wardrobe beside the bed lay several new garments, suggesting that Eagle Eye had ventured out. How long had she slept? The clothes he had prepared were several light-colored dresses, each adorned with various floral embroidery. It was reminiscent of the refreshing dress she wore on Bay Sea Island. How could he remember so clearly a dress he had only seen once? Moreover, did she truly seem so suited to wearing dresses in his eyes? It was rather inconvenient during fights. With no other choice, she randomly selected a light apricot-colored V-neck dress to wear, and with a resigned expression. She could not suppress the urge to tear the hem. With a rip, the long skirt was shredded up to her thigh. She moved her legs freely, performing a spinning kick. Without the cumbersome fabric, it felt liberating. Once everything was prepared, as Bayong pushed open the bedroom door, she was greeted by a faint aroma of rice wafting through the air. Her stomach growled with genuine hunger, prompting her to investigate the kitchen. As she caught a whiff of the delightful scent, she initially assumed Eagle Eye had brought takeout, but upon witnessing the scene, she was taken aback. There he was, clad in his usual home attire, wielding a knife to slice pickled radish. She trembled, unable to believe her eyes. No, she must not succumb to the delusion of being in a stupor. Resolute, she stepped firmly in front of Eagle Eye. He looked momentarily stunned, then raised an eyebrow, halting his actions. According to the doctor, her cold was triggered by the abyssal witch's flower, and now, after just 2 days of rest, she had recovered remarkably. Eagle Eye observed Bayong, wanting to say something, but before he could speak, she suddenly embraced his waist. Subsequently, she used her unwrapped hands to touch him. Unsure of the reality, she pressed her head against his chest, but today's attire had buttons, leaving her uncertain. Eagle Eye raised an eyebrow, watching the petite woman nuzzle against him from side to side. Was she still half asleep? Just as he pondered this, Bayong indeed executed the ultimate test to confirm her wakefulness. She rose on tiptoe and gently pressed her lips against Eagle Eye's. This time, she finally felt the warmth and texture of a human being. Thus, she realized she was awake. The figure before her was not an illusion. It was indeed Lookier Mihawk preparing a meal for her. And then, what next? The dark golden hue of his eyes mirrored her dawning realization and rising panic. Did you just sample the pickled radish? After a moment, Bayong blurted out, her thoughts racing. Holy Mother, please grant me a crevice in the earth to hide in. What was she even saying? The man before her seemed to respond without much reaction. Add some sugar. It's too sour. After offering her suggestion, Bayong turned with determination, lifting her leg. However, after taking a single step, he grasped her arm and yanked her back. In an instant, Eagle Eye's face was mere inches away, his expression serious and somewhat reproachful. It seems you enjoy kissing others while still half asleep. He fixed his dark golden eyes intently on her. Perhaps it's time to break this habit. Kissing should be reserved for moments of full awareness. Under his unwavering gaze, Bayong could only nod. Was it frightening to be stared at by Eagle Eye? Not really, but at that moment, it felt as if he was the only thing in her sight, rendering everything else invisible. The author has something to say. Be wary of a certain someone's impending darkness. P.S. Greetings to the newlyweds. As for the 100th chapter, for someone who had been fasting for 2 days, a bowl of plain congee and a plate of pickled radish on the table constituted a rather splendid breakfast. However, if that person was Bayong, it would undoubtedly be insufficient. This is not to say that plain congee would be inadequate unless Luffy and Ace were to dine, in which case it would be ample. But as the eldest sister among the 3 siblings, she had grown up amidst various food-snatching scenarios, and After years of mingling and impel down, her standard for flavor were quite high. In summary, Baiyang found fault with the breakfast. Indeed, she had the audacity to criticize the meal prepared by the world's greatest swordsman for being too simple, and the pickled radish was too sour. She had initially wished to refrain from voicing her disdain, but her mind was adamantly rejecting it. "Are you still feeling unwell?" The man sitting across from her had already consumed half his meal and lifted his head to inquire. No, at this point. You should be asking if it's not to your taste. If it were Luffy, he would surely believe he had missed 10 meals over the past 2 days and would indulge ravenously. Not out of politeness, but for various reasons. She had to finish the kanji today. Resolute, Baiyang gritted her teeth and lifted the bowl, pouring the well-stirred kanji into her mouth. As it turned out, filling her empty stomach with a bowl of plain kanji was indeed comfortable. She rubbed her warm belly and glanced at Eagle Eye. This fellow wouldn't he have specially made kanji for her? Would he? Surely. He couldn't he care about her to such an extent? "Do you usually have kanji for breakfast?" she asked tentatively. "Not necessarily," Eagle Eye replied casually. Recently, he had been eating noodles more often and, while dining out, he had contemplated the matter, adding, "You should cook lunch." Baiyang instinctively nodded. One must say that Yin is indeed a person of casual disposition. He can pursue anyone who disturbs his slumber for miles. Yet now, with a nonchalant demeanor, he allows his enemy to prepare a meal for him. Well, it matters not, for she has also cooked for him before. Noodles, one might think. Upon this thought, Baiyang unconsciously averted her gaze. Had she possessed even a fragment of recollection regarding their enmity, she would never have prepared a meal for her foe. Yin. It is worth noting that she once viewed him as an obstacle that must be overcome. Although this perception persists, it seems as though their familiarity has deepened. Perhaps too much? The bowl of kanji that recently filled her stomach, along with the appetizingly sour pickled radish, made Baiyang lick her lips in hunger. How ravenous she felt. "Well, it's all you're doing," Yin chuckled. "Haven't you gone 2 days without eating?" He certainly did not appear to be a person suffering from hunger. Ultimately, hunger takes precedence. With this in mind, she resumed sipping her kanji. After consuming 3 bowls, the pot began to run low. She deliberately lifted her head, stealing glances at the person across from her, engrossed in reading the newspaper. Why was he reading the newspaper here? Wasn't he supposed to be in the study, savoring red wine while perusing books? She longed to find something else to eat, as merely consuming kanji was quite unsatisfactory for someone with a discerning palate. "What are you reading?" Yin had already sensed her gaze, finding it amusing, so he continued to feign interest in the newspaper. "Looking at you," Baiyang pouted. "Hey, you seem rather idle." "Not busy." She was certain she had caught a glimpse of Yin's suppressed laughter. The plight of being under someone else's roof. Rummaging through their refrigerator without wanting to do so in plain sight. No, where was the imposing presence of the formidable leader she was supposed to be? "Let's engage in a spar. Since you're not busy, you must need something to occupy your time." "No, I presently do not require anything to pass the time." Yin responded nonchalantly to her provocation, flipping another page of the newspaper and continuing to sit there. Baiyang could no longer contain her frustration. "I want something else to eat." Her entire being radiated resentment, and her lips were puffed up high. "Only kanji and pickled radish do not suit my palate." Yin, slightly puzzled, set down the newspaper and turned to her, a smile breaking across his face as he suddenly understood. He burst into laughter. "So it turns out you were staring at me because you disliked the breakfast I made." "No, not at all." Baiyang shook her head. "Your kanji is quite good. It is merely the pickled radish that is too sour." The rumors of your picky palate seem to hold some truth," Yin smirked, retrieving a piece of ham from the refrigerator. With a few casual cuts on the cutting board, he presented a plate of beautifully arranged slices. Placing the dish before Baiyang, he inquired, "Is this sufficient?" Perhaps some vegetables as well." Baiyang innocently blinked, raising an eyebrow. Yin, who favored simplicity in all matters, realized that mealtime would become rather troublesome from now on. When a salad composed merely of leafy greens and olive oil was placed before her, Baiyang smiled, a mischievous glint in her eyes, reflecting a sense of triumph. Once she had devoured everything on the table, she contentedly licked her lips. She possessed no bad habit of wasting food, so even the overly sour pickled radish was consumed entirely. Meanwhile, the master of the mansion remained seated across from her, engrossed in a different book. Baiyang began to genuinely question just how idle Yin truly was. "Hey, Zhu, look here, what ingredients did you buy? Let us decide what to make for lunch, for I am at a loss." "Haven't you just eaten? Already contemplating lunch?" Yin mused, closing his book. "Shall we go out once more?" Huh? What do you mean go out again? Baiyang was baffled. To the nearby island to buy supplies. You may choose. Delighted to be taken on a shopping trip, Baiyang was eager to find something to occupy her time, for merely watching Yingyan would surely drive her to madness. To add to her discomfort, he would occasionally glance at her with those piercing eyes, casually asking, "What are you looking at?" Oh, she was looking at him. With a cheerful mood, Baiyang lifted her leg, but Yingyan objected due to her dress. "Why did you tear your skirt?" His gaze traveled from Baiyang's feet up to her thighs. "Because the hem was too cumbersome. It hindered my ability to fight." "You truly enjoy fighting, don't you?" He closed one eye. "Change it. I do not wish to be pointed at when we go out." The world's greatest swordsman fears being pointed at? Baiyang blinked, tugging at the torn hem of her skirt. "Indeed, it seems I've torn it too deeply. The lace of my underwear is exposed." She certainly needed to change. Although she was accustomed to wearing pants, if the tear were too deep, she would be the one attracting attention. Releasing the hem, Baiyang surveyed the overall appearance of her dress and suddenly grasped the reality of her situation. As a woman of 36 years, she understood. With a mischievous smile, she raised the corners of her mouth. "What is there to fear? With your upright, gentlemanly visage, how could you partake in the game of tearing skirts? No one would suspect you." Yingyan, the man, merely pressed his lips together, slightly turning his head away. "I have guessed correctly, and I have yet to witness this expression from you," she thought. Perhaps she was the first to see this side of him on the vast sea. Unable to resist, Baiyang found Yingyan's expression amusing and wished to tease him further. "Oh dear, Mr. Zhu, look your Mihawk, such a paragon of virtue, surely knows nothing of the game of tearing skirts. Should I wear stockings for you to try once?" she said with a cheeky wink. However, Baiyang miscalculated. "Very well," Yingyan replied steadily, his gaze fixed on her. A man willing to tear her stockings is someone she cannot provoke." Perhaps it was time to remind herself that this man was a robust 41-year-old. Feeling the intensity of his dark golden gaze, Baiyang instinctively swallowed hard. "I will go change." With that, she promptly turned and fled. The man, arms crossed, and watching her retreat in disarray, smirked. Little girl." Near the island of Kong Lijia, there lay a quaint little town rich in local customs, easily invoking memories of Rogtown for Baiyang. Currently, she was adorned in a two-piece lace A-line dress, paired with her white military boots, which proved convenient. However, the light skirt would surely reveal too much with even a slight roundhouse kick. Once she finished shopping for ingredients, she would have to visit a clothing store. "You and your daughter share a wonderful relationship. I suspect that by the time my daughter reaches your age, she would have long ceased to acknowledge me, her old father." The fishmonger lamented while wrapping fish for Baiyang. "Just this morning, she claimed to detest it when I entered her room." "Oh, daughter, what has happened to you? You were once so attached to me." Baiyang contemplated how to respond, but the man accompanying her spoke first. "We are not father and daughter." His tone was cold, and the previously sunny day suddenly turned frigid. This immediately rendered the fishmonger speechless. My apologies. I did not realize you were here with your wife." "We are not husband and wife," Baiyang interjected flatly, accustomed to being misunderstood. "Perhaps lovers?" The fishmonger ventured tentatively. "No, we are enemies," she replied, accepting the neatly cut fish with a smile. She harbored no hatred for Yingyan, nor did she even feel a tinge of dislike towards him. How should one describe it? Perhaps it was a form of obstinacy nestled deep within her heart. Strolling leisurely along the cobblestone path with few passers-by, Baiyang held a basket filled with an abundance of ingredients she had purchased, her long black hair swaying gently in the breeze. To an onlooker, she appeared to be a strikingly serene girl. "Do you still regard me as your enemy?" The man walking beside her, clad in a white feathered hat, a black cloak, and wielding a large black sword, bore none of the usual hostility. "Well, I haven't defeated you," he remarked. "If you were to defeat me, would that count as revenge?" he inquired. "I suppose so," she replied. "I would genuinely like to ask what animosity exists between us." Propping her chin on one hand, Baiyang pondered aloud. "You disfigured me? You sent me into the city of advancement? You defeated me with your sword? You looked down upon me, considering me a boy? You pushed me and tossed me into the air? Let's pretend you didn't hear that last one." The man known as Yingyan raised an eyebrow. "You certainly remember quite well." Noticing the change in the man's expression, she smirked. "Which of these counts as a grudge?" Yingyan lifted his brow, the corners of his mouth curling slightly before quickly returning to neutrality. He patted her head as one would a child. "None of them count." Sadly. "I count them all," Baiyang retorted, swatting his hand away. "You will pay the price one day." Yingyan chuckled, adjusting the brim of his hat. "I shall await that day." At that moment, A flower shop along the street caught Bayang's attention. Among the abundance of blooms in a metal bucket, a single rose stood out, its vibrant red hue captivating her. She gazed at it, her eyes flashing with something fleeting. She had always adored red. It reminded her of the memories fading with time. In her past as a notorious leader, she was a woman who epitomized the color red, sensual, formidable, and resplendent. She had dominated the local gang of reckless youths. Yet, when she reflected on her current circumstances, those times seemed trivial. Now, she was a renowned powerhouse upon the vast seas. Sometimes, reminiscing about the past isn't entirely unwarranted. How much for this? The sound of Yin conversing with the shopkeeper jolted Bayang from a reverie. She blinked. Are you buying flowers? Surely not for me. Indeed. The man nodded. Huh. Under her bewildered gaze, Yin crossed his arms. As you are momentarily considered a woman, it would be unreasonable for me to ignore your longing gaze at that flower. Then I want that one. Despite being teased about being a woman, she chose to overlook it. After all, this could be construed as him giving her flowers, right? With a striking red rose in hand, Bayang walked along the path back to the harbor, her spirits soaring. The rose truly was beautiful, even when she possessed her former body. People often remarked that she suited the boldness of a red rose. Was a bit cliché, yet she found her current youthful appearance rather bothersome. In the letters from her admirers, they often described her as delicate and fresh. If only a man would say she suited red roses. She might consider pursuing a relationship with someone who truly understood her essence. Are you not going to wear it? Yin's voice broke into her thoughts. Wear it. She blinked in surprise. Ah, yes. Flowers are typically bought in bouquets and placed in vases. Wearing a single flower seems odd. How would one wear it? It has thorns. Give it to me. Taking the thorny rose from her, Yin skillfully adjusted it with a dagger shaped like a cross that rested against his chest. He trimmed the lengthy stem and fashioned a small hook at the end. Indicating for Bayang to turn to the side, he delicately pinned the exquisite rose into her hair. Gently touching the rose nestled behind her ear, Bayang exclaimed, "You are truly impressive. I never thought of wearing a rose like this." With a hint of self-deprecation, she smiled. "Do I look like an adult wearing a rose?" Yin chuckled. "I assumed you were already of age." As he spoke, he slightly tilted his head, pressing down the brim of his hat. "That is why the rose suits you so well." His tone remained steady and unwavering. However, the one receiving the compliment could not maintain her composure. She found it difficult to dismiss the thoughts that had crossed her mind earlier. Authors note, well, aren't they essentially flirting? As she strolled along the tree-lined path, Bayang's thoughts lingered on Yin's words. No. She had been replaying that sentence in her mind for 2 days now. Pinching her cheeks, she shook her head. Since that day, she had been in a state of dreamy distraction around Yin, daydreaming in the kitchen, zoning out while reading in the study, even staring blankly at passing baboons on the island. Occasionally breaking into a silly grin, causing the baboons to mimic her. This was undoubtedly not a favorable situation. Ultimately, she was only feeling giddy because of receiving flowers and being told she suited something. Indeed, love, she had briefly entertained the thought of the remarkable men at sea, all passionate and resolutely untamed, leading her to realize that while one might engage in casual flings, love and marriage were out of the question. Did she want to wait until Master Lei retired, like Aunt Xiaoyao, to be with someone? Not to mention dating Yin. Was that a joke? They only ever met to fight. Admittedly, it was often her who instigated the conflicts. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, she resolved to forget his words. Yes, forget. So the rose suits you so well. Hey, brain, didn't I tell you to forget? You're like a broken record. After giving her forehead a light smack, Bayang switched hands to carry the new clothes she had purchased. In truth, she had ventured out with Yin to buy clothes. And although she had gathered ample attire in the morning, she had forgotten one item at the store and had turned back to retrieve it. Yin awaited her at the end of the tree-lined path, outside an open-air cafe. Curiosity piqued. Bayang wondered what kind of woman would catch Yin's eye. Yet, she tried to suppress those thoughts. For some reason, her subconscious suggested that since Oda had not illustrated it, Yin remained single. But this was the real grand line. How could one not marry or seek companionship? The shaded path on this island, located in the southern part, was always bathed in gentle sunlight, with a soft breeze that felt comforting. Who could have imagined that this idyllic island was in proximity to the war-torn Kangalkan Island? However, at the end of this tree-lined path, a scene unfolded that made Bayang exceedingly uncomfortable. Although she was still over 50 meters away from the open-air cafe, her keen eyesight clearly captured Yin's smile. Yes, the formidable Mihawk was smiling. At that moment, while leisurely enjoying coffee and waiting for her, particularly with a woman resembling her from a past life seated across from him. That woman boasted beautiful, flowing brown waves, a tall stature, and striking red lipstick that perfectly complemented her features. She was a mature beauty who could rival Abida after consuming the slippery fruit. Ingyin appeared to be engaged in conversation with her, and the woman seemed utterly delighted, laughing heartily. Was what that guy said truly so amusing? He was known for scolding others, an unparalleled swordsman with eyes that seemed to scrutinize everything. Clenching her fists, Bai Yong stared at the two of them, lost in their jovial exchange, hardly aware that she was grinding her teeth. After a while, the woman with the luscious ways departed, prompting Bai Yong to smirk dismissively. Humph. Is there anything wrong with being attracted to beautiful women? She is the world's greatest swordsman, so handsome, so strong, so masculine, so mature, and so alluring. Anyway, there is nothing wrong with a healthy man seeking companionship. That sentimental woman, who flirts around the ocean, has no right to disturb them. Thus, after the lunch hour had passed, which meant that Ingyin had waited 3 full hours, she finally joined him with the fresh ingredients she had just purchased from the market. By this time, Ingyin had already consumed several cups of coffee, perhaps the most he had ever had in a single day. "Where have you been?" he asked, slightly furrowing his brow, yet devoid of any reproach. "I was buying ingredients for hot pot tonight," Bai Yong replied nonchalantly. "Well, at this hour, it's too late to head back for lunch, so let us find a place on the island," Ingyin said, rising to place his black sword back behind him. "Oh, go ahead and eat. I've already had something over there," she shrugged, indicating with a slight gesture. Who knew that buying a few ingredients would take so long? "I was too hungry and just ate." Ingyin pressed down his hat's brim, seemingly about to say something, but upon glancing at the assortment in Bai Yang's basket, he fell silent. He took the heavy load from her hands and led the way toward the harbor. Observing the figure in the black cloak striding forward, Bai Yong narrowed her eyes slightly. They were adversaries. Her cooking for him would merely offset her staying at his home. There's nothing to feel guilty about. It's only fair. By the time they returned to the mansion, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Ingyin headed straight to the study, while Bai Yong retreated to her room to organize her new clothes. After changing into cropped jeans and a jacket, she regained the imposing aura she had during her time in the Navy. The interior of the mansion, due to the earlier conflict, bore many scars. Even the corridor connecting the study and bedroom was made more ominous by the cracks in the stone. Previously, all the doors facing the corridor were kept closed, as the island's slightly humid climate allowed for no ventilation. However, since Bai Yong began residing here, the doors were left wide open, seemingly to infuse life into the castle. Thus, when passing the study, Bai Yong discreetly glanced at the figure engrossed in a book while sipping red wine. Her discomfort grew. A missed meal wouldn't lead to death. For people like them, going days without food was quite normal. Oomph, she huffed, turning away. It was now just past 4 in the afternoon. Preparing for hot pot required foresight. She needed to wash vegetables and make the broth, which justified her early appearance in the kitchen. Yes, quite normal. In the past, when she was home alone, subordinate officers would often bring takeout to share a meal with her. Over time, she found takeout to be both expensive and unpalatable, prompting her to learn to cook. Of course, the piece de resistance in her humble repertoire was the hot pot broth. Upon arriving at the Grand Line, she realized her culinary skills were mediocre. Who knew that these fellows were either Sanji type or Luffy type, leaving no opportunity for her hot pot prowess to shine. She chopped a large piece of beef tallow into manageable sizes for the pot. Bai Yong took out her hastily written recipe and lightly tapped the condiments laid out on the table. Perhaps she should make a little extra to send to Luffy and the others. As she spoke, she picked up a bowl filled with Sichuan peppercorns. Knowing how rare it was to find authentic ones on the Grand Line, where many islands favored Western cuisine, a single bowl could yield quite a bit. "Do you know the whereabouts of the straw hats?" Ingyin, clad in casual home attire, entered the kitchen with a neutral expression. "Yes, I do." Bai Yang's tone was less than pleasant. She couldn't quite fathom why she didn't want to see his face. Oomph. What amusing things could a face that never changes expression say? "Are you going to meet them?" Ingyin inquired, a slight frown marring his brow. "No, they have their adventures, and my presence would only be a hindrance," Bai Yong replied, clutching the bowl of ingredients without glancing at the man standing across the table. "Indeed." He fell silent for a moment. "I'm curious how you intend to send your hot pot to the Straw Hats." "I'll just send it," she replied impatiently, raising an eyebrow. "I have a specialized courier seagull. Once the broth solidifies into a block, I can package it in a cooler and send it off." What you typically see here is Japanese-style hot pot, which is hardly different from boiling things. Why is he asking so many questions? Isn't he usually uninterested in such matters? I don't understand you, Yin remarked, a hint of amusement curling his lips as he approached, taking the knife Bai Yang intended to use. Let me do it. Your knife skills are dreadful. Huh? She raised an eyebrow. Oh, right. You are the great swordsman, and I am merely a fighter. Bai Yang took a step back, pointing at the ingredients on the counter. This, and that. Slice them thinly. Otherwise, they won't cook properly. My hot pot is not a stew. What was it like to have the world's greatest swordsman cooking? Oomph. She had been living here for a few days and had noticed that Yin had cooked more often than she had anticipated. His cooking was simple and bland, seemingly devoid of enthusiasm. Perhaps if it weren't for necessity, he could survive merely by clutching his wine. His knife skills were undoubtedly expert level. Having become accustomed to cutting people, he handled the kitchen knife with remarkable finesse. Look at him now, slicing through a piece of tender lamb without needing to freeze it first. Unconsciously, Bai Yang's eyes twitched with every glance. What are you showing off about? It's just a cutting board. Then, she noticed something by the utility cabinet that made her smile mischievously. Oh, Zolikir, cooking like this is bound to stain your clothes. She laughed, stepping behind Yin. The man still holding the knife glanced at her sideways. What's she up to now? Feeling the warmth of her arms wrapping around his waist, Yin's expression shifted, and he instinctively pressed his lips together. That sensation from behind. What on earth does she want? His voice had grown hoarse. If he maintained a distance, he could ignore it, but the warmth behind him seemed capable of shattering his carefully crafted facade. After a few moments, he felt the warmth withdraw, and Yin frowned slightly, turning to face the woman with a particularly mischievous grin. He then glanced down at himself. It turned out to be an apron. Bai Yang erupted into laughter, unable to contain herself. This is absolutely fantastic. I never expected you to look so good in an apron. Just look at that serious expression. Ordinary people would probably be too scared to pick up their chopsticks. She wiped away tears of laughter. Wait a moment. I have to get my camera. Capturing this moment will surely be worth more on the black market than my own photos. As Bai Yang turned to leave, she was seized by the wrist from behind. His dark golden eyes fixed on her, and the man who had been teased remained silent for a moment. What do you want? Do you only realize the urgency at the last moment? Yin's lips curled slightly. You can take a picture. Huh? You want me to take a picture? Hey, this is a photo of you cooking in an apron. Your illustrious reputation is at stake. And you really let her get away with this? Yes. He leaned forward, compelling Bai Yang to meet his gaze. However, you must allow me to take a photo as well. Why should I let you take a photo? Bai Yang struggled to retreat, but found her wrist firmly held. She didn't want to be this close to him. Breathing became a palpable sensation. Oomph. Did you not claim that my photograph could fetch a higher price on the black market than yours? In this case, you stand to gain. The gaze of Yin now bore an undeniable intensity that rendered it impossible to look away. Within it lay a subtle, yet unmistakable ambition that had long been concealed. Indeed, he desired this suddenly peculiar girl before him. Should she draw nearer and engage in her antics, he would not hesitate to act. Or have you possibly reconsidered? Bai Yang clenched her fists in secret. She was not afraid of him. No changes would be made. If a photo was to be taken, so be it. As if wearing an apron was such a significant feat. Even if you were to sell it on the black market, I wouldn't be frightened. After all, it would only be my adoring fans purchasing it. Yin released her, raising an eyebrow with a smirk that, in Bai Yang's eyes, was nothing short of a victorious grin. Just promise me. I never insisted you wear an apron. This immediately rendered her speechless. She had misjudged you, Zhu Luoji Mihawk. Could it be that you have a penchant for uniforms? Observing the shift in her expression, he understood that she was not harboring wholesome thoughts. He sighed softly. Do not overthink it. The outfit is still being tailored. I will collect it in a few days. Yin remarked, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. I am in no rush for your photo. Ah, so you truly do not care about the apron at all? Was this entire affair merely her own self-indulgence? And did she inadvertently dig her own grave? Zhu Luoji, you are an adult now. Sometimes one must not hold grudges. Bai Yang blinked, her tone imbued with a sincere weight. The author wishes to convey. The interlude is titled Lonely Person. Those interested are welcome to search for the general meaning of the Chinese lyrics. Bai Yang's new attribute, as revealed by Yin, is possessiveness. Just how strong is it? Currently, it remains in the testing phase. Once Yin succeeds, various CG events will unfold. There exists a notion. My toy is off limits to anyone else. I already posted it, but the system halted the code updates. I can't believe I only discovered today that I hadn't posted it yet. Even during the few hours spent preparing hot pot, Baiyong would sporadically mention her decision to abandon the idea of taking photos. Yet, the other person remained utterly unresponsive, arms crossed, standing there, actively encouraging her to take the shot. Thus, Baiyong resolved to proceed without hesitation. She would indeed take the photo. Holding the photograph, taken with a camera, of a certain great swordsman in an apron, her initial embarrassment was completely overshadowed by an inexplicable sense of amusement. After placing the photo in her album dedicated to the great feats of the Grand Line, she decided against selling it. Wow, the spice is indeed quite intense. After swallowing a slice of lamb, Baiyong licked her lips, which had turned a fiery red from the heat. It was now 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the table was adorned with an array of ingredients and sauces. At the center lay the iron hot pot basin, crafted by the island's artisans. Those 3 hours spent wandering were all for this. The broth bubbled with delightful little bubbles, filling the air with a rich aroma of spice and fragrance. You ask if she made an inyong pot? Of course not. She found it troublesome for the artisan uncle. That wouldn't be too good. Dinner had commenced for 10 minutes, yet the individual across from her had barely touched their chopsticks. Observing Ingyan's furrowed brow after only a few bites, Baiyong found it difficult to maintain her previously triumphant demeanor. He had eaten lunch, had he? Encountering such spicy Chinese cuisine for the first time. It was likely his stomach would protest. A subtle ache blossomed within her chest. Hey, he is your adversary. Were you not quite displeased with him? Wouldn't such small mischiefs be directed at others as well? Do not be so indecisive. Stop eating like that. You are not me. Furrowing her brow, Baiyong exclaimed. Furthermore, when enjoying hot pot, one should pair with red wine. Why not just cultivate a vineyard at home? Lowering a piece of crimson cabbage, Ingyan regarded her. Why are you angry? Huh? Am I angry? I'm furious that you won to eat the exclusive hot pot I made with my own hands. Is that so? Apologies. The person across paused. I will learn. This is a remarkably unique and fascinating dish. Why not simply put down your chopsticks and reprimand her instead of compromising? Baiyong clenched her fists in silence, and after a moment, she stood up and opened the refrigerator. Here, drink this. Placing a bottle of yogurt on Ingyan's table. She knew he would never purchase such a thing. Since that girl moved in, the refrigerator had been filled with items he would never have chosen. Didn't you eat anything at noon? Be cautious. Consuming such spicy food directly may upset your stomach. Baiyong pouted, refusing to meet the gaze of the person seated across from her. Having said that, she picked up the sauce dish on the table, wearing an expression of annoyance. I will prepare a few sauces to alleviate the spiciness, and, do not eat raw eggs. This is Chinese hot pot. Using sesame oil will prevent you from getting a stomach ache. Throughout the hot pot meal, Baiyong alternated between expressing her exasperation and instructing Ingyan on how to eat in a way that would be gentle on the stomach, and what would be more suitable for beginners. By the end, she had even moved to sit beside him, offering a hands-on teaching experience accompanied by service. When Baiyong finally realized that she had spent the entire hot pot meal attending to him, she found herself lying in bed after finishing her shower. What on earth did she do this afternoon? Perhaps the inexplicable sense of dread regarding the battle atop the Red Line had temporarily vanished, and Baiyong forced herself to not dwell on ASS affairs. Yet, regardless of her isolated existence on Koraikanai Island for a few days, the outside world continued to undergo tumultuous changes, preparing for the imminent arrival of a new era. That night, Baiyong awoke, her heart pounding uncomfortably, but it was not this that roused her. She had dreamt that dream again, the one about the incident from 3 years prior. It was this event that earned her the reputation of the most impulsive woman at sea, although many remained unaware of why she had clashed with Admiral Akainu. This incident occurred less than a year after Baiyong had emerged from Impel Down. Regardless of her suffering during her time in prison, it mattered little now. She had constantly reassured herself that under the tutelage of Grandpa Carp, she was training and had come to the Grand Line, striving to grow stronger for Luffy and the others. However, just as Baiyong believed that everything could fall into place for an adventure with the Straw Hat Pirates, that incident occurred. At Sabeti Archipelago, she encountered the girl she had rescued 5 years ago, Marcia, as well as Saint Rosd. He was a particularly cunning celestial dragon. The act of saving the entire village 5 years ago had always been naive. She was captured and sent to Impel Down, while the others from the village were sold to the celestial dragons. Marcia was one of them. At just 16, Baiyong repeated the same actions she had taken 4 years prior. That punch sealed her fate, leading her into a life of suffering as a slave trader due to her thoughtless impulse. She had never forgotten that punch she threw at the celestial dragon, nor the feeling of Akainu's foot pressing down on her back. It was burning, so very hot. The overwhelming aura of a true strongman was directly imposed upon her, while she had no strength to retaliate. She had learned fear, indeed. From that moment onward, she understood what it meant to be afraid. It was said that Akainu had used his devil fruit powers to crush her. Yet, her back bore no scars, no traces of injury. One could even say that only the clothing on her back had been burned away. This was precisely why Saint Rosd insisted that Baiyang survive and seek out slaves for him. At that time, Baiyang owed many debts of gratitude. Regardless of whether it is Zhang Wudishu or Kapu Yi, without their presence, she would undoubtedly be shackled by a collar of slavery, perpetually searching for other slaves. It is indeed ironic, painfully so. Despite her reputation and abilities, she remains ensnared by the invisible shackles imposed by the celestial dragons. Perhaps, had she accepted Zhang Gui's suggestion of the title of warlord, she could have found true liberation, for pirates are inherently unrestrained. Yet, she chose to forego that path. And at this juncture, discussing any narrative seems absurd. The torment she endures is all too genuine. Nevertheless, she yearns for Luffy, longing for the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates to mature and whisk her away to the vast ocean. The glimmer of hope that resides deep within Baiyang subtly urges her daily, beckoning her to prepare for the impending developments of fate. However, the terror instilled by Akainu, a true powerhouse, looms like an insurmountable wall. She cannot forget, nor erase the haunting dread from her memory. In the chilling depths of the mansion, an unyielding wind penetrates the thin fabric of Baiyang's nightgown. She contemplates warming a cup of milk. Perhaps it would bring her some comfort. Yet, the stove remains obstinately unyielding. I must truly be a fool, incapable of doing anything right, she chuckles to herself, though her face betrays her, contorted in sorrow. At that moment, a warm hand, slightly calloused, envelopes her own as she attempts to press the switch. The man behind her leans closer, shielding her from the mansion's biting cold. "You are so cold," he murmurs, his voice deep and monotonous as always, before gently guiding her fingers to turn the switch. With a flick, the flame ignites. The milk, already poured into a cup, remains untouched due to its scalding heat. The man beside her inquires softly, "Did you have a nightmare?" "Just unable to sleep," she replies, her gaze fixed on the steaming cup of milk, avoiding his eyes. The cupboard creaks open, and Ing Yen retrieves a jar of honey. "I don't drink it often, but its shelf life is quite long," he explains, a peculiar justification. Watching him pour a generous spoonful into the milk, Baiyang pauses for a moment. "Thank you," she offers quietly, accepting the cup and blowing gently on it. "Are you a cat tongue?" he asks. "Perhaps a little," she responds, savoring a small sip of the sweetened milk, warmth flooding through her. "You can't sleep either?" he inquires in a conversational tone. Ing Yen falls silent for a moment. "Aren't you going to drink?" "I'll have tea," he replies, reaching for the black tea canister. "Drinking tea will keep you awake," she comments, having already consumed half the milk, her lips still marked with its creamy residue. She raises the cup towards him. "I'll share half." Ing Yen arches an eyebrow, as if questioning her audacity to share his own possessions. Accepting the cup, he takes a gulp, only to grimace. "So sweet. The honey has settled at the bottom." "Ah, that's because you didn't give me a spoon. I didn't stir it, especially since you were so generous with the amount." This time, Baiyang smiles, a gentle curve of her lips. He glances at the woman beside him, realizing her intent, and lets out a soft sigh as he opens the topmost cabinet. "The spoon is up here." "That's too high," Baiyang retorts, raising an eyebrow, her expression challenging him, as if to say, "Are you looking down on me?" Then, she takes his hand, as if nothing had occurred. "All right, let's go back to sleep." Later, all the kitchen utensils in the mansion were rearranged to be easily accessible on the lower shelves. Meanwhile, on some grand sea route, a brand new pirate ship sails gracefully. The mainsail, emblazoned with the skull adorned with a straw hat, proclaims to all that the vessel's master is none other than the notorious 300 million bounty criminal, Straw Hat Luffy, who recently laid waste to Judicial Island. "Ah, Sanji, meat. Look, there's dinner meat on the deck," the boy with the straw hat exclaims, pointing at a gigantic seagull that suddenly swoops down onto the grassy deck, as if discovering a new continent. "Huh." The blonde cook emerges, cigarette in mouth. "Food falling from the sky. This must be by Yang Chan's blessing from afar. A recompense for your thievery from the fridge. Super. We have food." The modified individual raises his arms, hair drooping. "Oh, food." The long-nosed sniper dances. pulling on the arm of the modified man. Are you all idiots? The helmsman, Shark Tooth, roars from the cabin. Don't you find it strange how large that seagull is? What if it's the spawn of some sea monster? Huh, aren't you hungry? The swordsman with green algae hair jumps down from the lookout tower. There's no choice, Sanji. Let's cook it and eat. If some sea monster mother comes charging at us, you all better protect me. The initially fearful helmsman's expression suddenly shifts. The quickest to change faces the demon woman. Xen, shut up. You lot want to die, you monsters. Although I don't want to disturb you, the gentle archaeologist with black hair interjects. It seems that this seagull bears a mark from Miss Yang. Oh, the reindeer ship, Doctor yells as he rushes out of the cabin. Don't eat it. It's here to deliver a message. Huh, a message? What kind of message? The green algae-haired swordsman asks, drawing his weapon against the trembling giant seagull. It must be a letter from Bai Yang-chan. The blonde cook exclaims, his eyes turning red as he kicks the swordsman away. Don't step on a messenger. You hormone-ridden curly eyebrows, don't kick me. Today, you'll die to reduce rations, green algae. With laughter, the archaeologist lifts the seagull with 10 hands, retrieving a sizable package from beneath it. What a delightful aroma. It's spices. The ship doctor immediately covers his blue nose. But it's quite overpowering, very spicy. What? Captain Straw Hat rushes over and tears open the package, revealing neatly arranged containers. Hee, it's indeed food sent by Bai Yang. I want to hold back, he declares, opening one of the boxes. Fool, that's a spice block. The cook kicks the captain on the head, snatching the container. I could smell it from afar. It must be Bai Yang-chan's specialty spices. Indeed, the helmsman flips through a small notebook extracted from the package. It's the hot pot base made by Sister Bai Yang. This notebook contains recipes and sauce pairings. Bai Yang-chan, you truly are my goddess. The cook exclaims, tears of gratitude streaming as he twirls in joy. It's not even food. The Straw Hat Boy pouts. It would be better if she just came herself. Haha. If Miss Bai Yang were to arrive now, she too would be starving alongside us. The archaeologist remarks with a knowing smile. That is not true. If she comes, we can all enjoy the food delivered by the seagull. The Straw Hat Boy clenches his fist, full of conviction. Fool. XNOOO. Luffy. The fish is biting. We have food. The sniper at the fishing platform yells, tugging at the shaking fishing rod. Splash. Then, a fish biting the rod emerges from the depths of the ocean. A sea king. Meat. For Bai Yang-chan's hot pot base. I will prepare you deliciously. 800 troublesome winds. Super meat cuisine. Don't worry, dear delivery seagull. We no longer need to eat you. The author has something to express. When sweetness reaches its peak, an explosion occurs, leading to unexpected realizations, followed by a series of chuckles. In Chapter 103, as Bai Yang, under the tender gaze of Ing Yen, begins to forget the source of her displeasure, she receives a phone call. Of course, this phone call isn't hers. It belongs to the long-forgotten telephone in the living room of the mansion. Ing Yen seldom receives calls, and it is even rarer for anyone to know when he will return home. However, today, the timing is quite fortuitous as Bai Yang passes by. Hello? Her response was reflexive. It shouldn't have required her action. Yet, before she realized it, words had escaped her lips. Not Mihawk. A mature woman's voice emanates, exuding an alluring charm. A mature beauty, indeed. Do not inquire why. She simply knows. This woman on the line is the one who had once amused Ing Yen. Is this an evening drama? A lover's call. Must you let this diner answer? You seek Zulu Jier, correct? He has stepped out. Call back another time. Bai Yang's tone is calm and indifferent. Anyone familiar with her would recognize that this is far from her cheerful disposition. Wait a moment, little sister. I wish to converse with you. The woman on the other end seems quite intrigued by Bai Yang. Me, little sister? Although I am unaware of your identity. You must at least be an acquaintance of Zulu Jier. Be courteous to those you do not know. Oh dear, you upset? Do not fret. I merely wish to ask you a question. The woman has discerned that she bears an uncanny resemblance to Bai Yang's former self, with her teasing tone. How could she make her comfortable? Bai Yang feels a pang of jealousy. Yes, she envies those mature women with alluring figures. And this is why she harbors resentment towards the caller. Nothing more. What question? Have you fallen for Mihawk? The woman's voice is crystal clear, each word striking at Bai Yang's heart. After a pause, no. Really? It has nothing to do with you. I see no need to elaborate. Oh dear, little sister. Your response is indeed related to me. The tone has shifted, now laced with an ominous intent. How terrifying. I can sense your menace even through the phone. But it is fine. After all, Mihawk is the one who would contend with you. With that, Bai Yang abruptly hung up the phone, her eyes narrowing slightly. This woman clearly knows who she is. Oomph. Indeed, with Ying Yan around, she wouldn't resort to violence against another woman out of jealousy over physical appearances. What is all this about little sister and adorable? Is physique truly that significant? This body, though it has reached the age of 20, still bears the visage of a mere 14 or 15-year-old. She despises this aspect. However, she is already an adult, in both body and spirit. Out at sea, she still possesses the confidence to entice a man. Today marks a rare occasion for Ying Yan to act independently. Since Bai Yang's arrival, he has scarcely ventured out. Staying cooped up at home has not felt tedious, a first for him. Upon reaching a nearby island, he learns that the person he intended to meet has left unexpectedly and even called the mansion. He cannot help but feel displeased. It has wasted half his day, and he would have preferred to dine at home. Indeed, he does care about food. The meals prepared by the young lady at home are rare delights, and he enjoys their taste. Perhaps it is a reflection of homely flavors. However, it is now too late, and returning home would mean arriving past midnight. Thus, he decides to simply drink a little outside. That night, Ying Yan returns to Kong Lai Jian Island. The two lamps in the bedroom glow a soft yellow, and the pale blue moonlight streams through the window, blending harmoniously to create a comforting ambience. Someone has left the lights on for him. But first, in the center of the bedroom, the dark red canopy of the large bed has been drawn down, obscuring its contents. Yet, he senses that the young lady is indeed on the bed. She has likely fallen asleep and lowered the canopy to shield herself from the bright light. Ying Yan pauses and turns off the two lamps on the bedside table before changing his clothes. Time may be quite late. He had not considered this matter before. But recently, he has started to pay attention to the passage of time. As he approaches the bed and pulls back the canopy, his movements are not cautious, but rather a controlled release of his presence. Thus, when he leans half his body over the bed, both he and Bai Yang, sitting upright under the covers with wide-open eyes, are startled. Her surprise stems from his sudden appearance. She had not yet sensed his presence. Ying Yan, on the other hand, is taken aback by the sight of Bai Yang clad solely in his white shirt, her silky hair cascading down. Though the canopy is dark, his night vision and the faint fragrance of roses and rouge in the air confirm it. Bai Yang adorns a rose hairpin, and her lips are touched with lipstick. If the lights were still on, he would surely behold a most enticing scene, tempting enough to incite action from him tonight. "What are you doing?" he asks with a hint of seriousness. "Turn on the lights. Otherwise, nothing is visible." Bai Yang feels a twinge of apprehension. Today, her body in this world could very well be her last. But no matter. She is a mature woman. Having experience in such matters is only natural. As she attempts to reach out from beneath the canopy, Ying Yan's eyes narrow slightly. "No need. Are you not going to sleep?" Bai Yang grits her teeth and deftly frees herself from his grasp. What a poor attitude. Is this how one should treat an enticing woman? Does she not appeal to him? Indeed, she cannot swallow this indignation. In an instant, she seizes his arm, pulling him onto the soft bed, employing her skills in a swift motion. Her strength is considerable. This unexpected maneuver sends Ying Yan sprawling onto the bed. She quickly follows up, straddling his waist and drawing forth the Bai Long Jian hidden beneath the pillow to pin his shoulders down. Now, she truly has him pinned beneath her. Bai Yang narrows her eyes slightly, her lips, adorned with rouge, inching close to his cheek. Who is stronger, the one pinned on the bed without a black blade, or the one wielding the Bai Long Jian over you? The one beneath her, momentarily startled, soon furrows his brow tightly, his gaze reflecting an unusual intensity. However, Bai Yang cannot perceive this in the dark. "What trickery are you up to today?" His tone carries a hint of irritation, for he knows that her actions are decidedly out of character. If she merely sought a bedmate, he would ask her to leave. Trickery? Huh, am I not beautiful? I am the most beautiful woman in the Navy, even among the great sea routes. I am a world-class beauty. I have been sleeping beside you for so many days, and I find myself quite perplexed as to why you have not even brushed against me. Of course, I must clarify that I do not wish for you to touch me. Rather, I am simply displeased. It is rather childish reasoning. The one who is suppressed closes their eyes, truly reluctant to witness her current state. Do not always perceive me as a child. Yet, are you not engaging in some rather childish antics at this very moment? She bit her lip fiercely. To her astonishment, the man known as Ying Yan remained utterly unmoved by her today, a true spectacle of self-inflicted humiliation, intensifying the pressure of the Bai Long sword against him. She lifted her head and forcefully collided with his forehead. Bai Yang's rage now intertwined with a hint of sorrow. Indeed, he is the world's greatest swordsman. Naturally, he only acts upon the women he desires, while a girl of my stature likely does not even warn and nibble. How audacious of me to attempt to impose myself upon you, making you uncomfortable. For that, I sincerely apologize. This remark compelled Yin to open his eyes once more, revealing a flicker of confusion within his dark golden gaze. It appears this girl has misunderstood. You wish for me to regard you as a woman, do you not? Fear not. He slowly closed his eyes, then opened them again, his tone steady yet laced with a hint of tenderness. I have indeed regarded you as a woman for quite some time now. His voice had grown notably husky. This has been the case for quite a while. Quite a while. Something within her stirred, pounding relentlessly, nearly suffocating her. Facing the woman who seemed momentarily dazed in his presence, Yin raised an eyebrow. He began to comprehend why this girl was discontent. Indeed, being ignored by someone close can be quite uncomfortable. However, your silence at such a moment could be construed as acquiescence. Perhaps I should take action tonight. He leaned closer to her ear, whispering softly. The sound of alarm bells rang loudly in by Yang's mind. She understood this sensation all too well, as her entire being reacted in kind, akin to the observation haki from the world of One Piece. Yin's warm breath brushed against her ear, and she could almost feel his lips nearing her earlobe. His hands were caressing her waist. Yes, the world's greatest swordsman, Yin Mihawk, was touching her waist. This must be flirtation. No, it was affection. Yes, it was undoubtedly foreplay. Beneath her was a mature man of 41, exuding a potent aura of masculinity. Yet, her mind was a cacophony of pounding and ringing, spiraling into chaos. She had faltered. Stop. Cease your actions. The pressure from the long sword increased significantly, evidently causing discomfort to the person beneath. Yin let out a muffled sound, yet in this atmosphere, it was utterly enticing. Do you have a woman? In this high-pressure environment, Baiyang finally clarified her inquiry and asked directly. A woman? None. He understood her implication and felt compelled to clarify. Then you. I am still single. Hearing those words directly from Yin Mihawk, she felt a surge of frustration. Why did she feel the need to curse? She simply wanted a vent. A wife? A girlfriend? A lover? Here, the term lover does not solely refer to women. Men are included too. None. If she sought clearer answers to settle her heart, he would oblige. What about a bed partner? Understanding her intent, he sighed softly. There was once, but I have not touched a woman in many years. What did that pause signify? No. She needed to remain composed. Could a man of 41 truly be expected to remain chaste? If that were the case, she would consider discussing it with Shanks. Yes, I understand now. Baiyang relased Herr Grip, suddenly sitting uprig. I was merely acting out a hint of jealousy, oh no. It stemmed from my annoyance that you disregarded my beauty. Throughout this encounter, I have been on top of you. To put it plainly, I have been imposing myself upon you. Is that acceptable? At the very least, you should display some semblance of humiliation to comply with me. In any case, I am dissatisfied, so I shall not push you further. Regardless, you have not tempted me in the least. Yin remained silent, merely observing her with a calm demeanor. Did you think he would let you off the hook? As for Baiyang, she too fell into silence, convinced he would not spare her. Without a moment's hesitation, she resolved to escape. If she did not act now, she would surely find herself trapped tonight. With this thought in mind, she sprang up and attempted to flee. However, perhaps due to the chaotic thoughts still clashing in her mind, she completely forgot about the heavy bed curtains behind her. Thus, she collided perfectly with the drapes, her body unsteadily toppling outward. The sounds of tearing fabric and a heavy thud echoed simultaneously. The fabric ripped as she fell, and the heavy drapes, along with the bed, caused the 4 bedposts to snap. The sound of her startled scream echoed as the dark red curtains enveloped her. Ugh! This was followed by the spiraling bedpost striking the face of the world's greatest swordsman. After a few seconds, everything fell eerily silent. Just how foolish can you be? After a brief pause, the man, now pushing aside the bedpost while covering his face, spoke. His interest had completely crumbled along with the curtains. The one trapped beneath them lay awkwardly on the carpet's edge, her legs propped against a nearby cabinet, presenting an utterly ridiculous sight. I will fix the bed by morning. She realized her folly. The author wishes to convey, Baiyang, you coward. Baiyang, under such tremendous pressure, how can you comprehend? The presence of the world's greatest swordsman is formidable. Baiyang, you're merely boasting about your feelings at that moment, are you not? Baiyang, you try experiencing it for yourself. Thus, we reach chapter 104. The sound of nails being hammered into it echoed early in the morning. Typically at this hour, Bai Yang or Yin would be on the island for their morning exercises, alternating their training times and subsequently taking turns to prepare meals. Of course, this exchange of responsibilities required no verbal communication. Stealing a glance at the individual in the bedroom wielding a hammer, Bai Yang pretended to pass by nonchalantly. If one were to overlook the tray she was carrying, she would indeed appear to be merely passing through. Put it back in the kitchen. I'll join you for a meal shortly, the carpenter said, lifting his head to address her. Alas, the moment she caught sight of his face, the instigator could not help but burst into laughter. She quickly turned away, no longer gazing at his serious expression marred with red marks. Bai Yang felt a surge of joy. People of the Grand Line, come and witness. She has caused Mihawk to mar his visage. She was uncertain whether her emotions were joyous or sorrowful, only that tears of laughter streamed down her face. Yes, she acknowledged her mistake. She knew he was glaring at her. Oh, the piercing gaze. Slowly turning her head, she cast a guilty glance towards him. I have eaten, she stammered. Well, you carry on with your business. Placing the tray atop the cabinet, Bai Yang's gaze remained shifty, and with a sheepish smile, she hurried away. After the events of the previous night, if she could act as if nothing had happened the following day, it would indeed be shameless. Hence, as a celebration for reclaiming her dignity today, she contemplated relocating. Of course, she was somewhat reluctant to leave Kong, like Jianai Dao, so she decided to change rooms instead. The suggestion of which room to move in posed quite the dilemma. This mansion was vast, filled with numerous eerie chambers devoid of fireplaces and lacking warmth. Perhaps she would settle in a room adjacent to Yin. Ah, how delightful it is to have sunlight, a fireplace, and lively ambience. But wait, wouldn't that render her attempt at evasion meaningless? Who is evading? She merely thought that sharing a bed with someone might reflect poorly on her. If word got out, how could the renowned swordsman ever marry? Wrapping a scarf around her head and donning a shirt and trousers, she hummed a little tune while tidying her room. In such moments, her cube fruit manifested its peculiar utility. First, she enveloped herself in a layer of cube membrane to prevent dust from settling in. Then, utilizing her control, she set the broom, mop, and cloth to work, finally finding a chair to sit upon. Task complete. While it sounded plausible in theory, executing it proved challenging. A laser beam from the doorway had been fixated upon her for some time now. She absolutely could not falter. Even though Bai Yang had developed her fruit's abilities under mental control remarkably well, the controlled broom and cloth trembled, mirroring their current mistress's anxiety. Yin remained silent. The aura of pressure he exuded spoke volumes of his sentiments. He observed how the previously grimy guest room was being restored to order. Indeed, he awaited her to confront him. Zhu Luo Jier, she declared, mustering the courage to stand and face him. It has been ages since we last sparred. Let's engage in a duel. In combat, Bai Yang invariably found her confidence. Perhaps it was a sense of security. After all, she had survived her life thus far by growing stronger through fighting, especially along the Grand Line, where she firmly believed that only the strong mattered. The figure at the doorway opened his mouth, devoid of inflection. Very well. If you wish to fight, I shall accompany you. Today marked one of the rare sunny days on Kong, Lai Jianai Dao, sunlight filtering through the dense foliage and casting patterns upon the ground. Those rays resembled a divine redemption, infusing warmth into a land previously marred by conflict. Clash! The sound of blades colliding reverberated through the forest. However, this bout merely echoed the metallic sounds of two world-class swordsmen sparring playfully. Unfortunately, Bai Yang was already drenched in cold sweat. Her emotions, coupled with a white dragon sword, failed to unleash their true potential. She lacked even the inner strength to wield it, while Yin, despite restraining his power, directed a rare and chilling killing intent toward her. The great swordsman was displeased. Once again narrowly evading a slash, Bai Yang executed a backflip to escape. You clearly stated yesterday that you were devoid of women, along with your subsequent actions. But who truly knows what you're thinking behind that perpetually stoic facade? Raising his black blade, Yin surged forward with a horizontal slash. He had made his intentions quite clear yesterday. If possible, he desired a response today. This time, Bai Yang did not evade the horizontal strike and braced herself to meet it head-on with a white dragon sword. No, she must rally herself. There was no time for idle thoughts. This was for the imminent battle. A surge of energy erupted from the clash of their attacks, sending shockwaves outward, causing the surrounding branches to tremble and rustle. With a slight furrow of his brow, Yin noticed a shift in Bai Yang's expression, reminiscent of the first time he encountered her at sea. the look of one who regarded him as an adversary. The dark blade shimmered with a greenish aura of dominance. The man wielding the black blade spoke in a low tone. "What is your reason for considering me an enemy?" To grow stronger, the sudden aura of power suppressed Bai Yong, forcing her to grit her teeth and summon her inner strength and resistance, to surpass the boundaries of this formidable foe. Such an obsession with strength and weakness would inevitably lead to your downfall. Ying Yan's voice grew, laced with a subtle threat. "You cannot defeat me." As he had stated, even when Bai Yong focused her spirit and inner power to contend with him for several hours, in the end, she was utterly overwhelmed, not defeated by skill, but by the spirit. The rarefied weather on the island was squandered upon their conflict. As the duel reached its conclusion, perhaps this beautiful day imparted some wisdom to Bai Yong, who had initially intended to rest beneath the trees. Now, she awoke, unaware of how long she had been asleep. Beside her, Ying Yan feigned slumber. Several rare birds perched upon his shoulder. Sunlight cascaded through the leaves, dappling him in warmth, and with the gentle breeze of the forest, everything felt serene. She stealthily leaned closer, attempting to gently grasp one of the birds on his shoulder, but the moment she touched it, it flitted away. With an air of self-deprecation, she mused. The sword lay quietly, unsheathed, resembling a beautiful artifact in its stillness. Another bitter smile crossed her lips. "You are indeed beautiful. Perhaps it is because your heart can truly find tranquility. As for me, I am incapable of such stillness in the final moments. My killing intent will inevitably erupt." The man beneath the tree opened his dark golden eyes, as if he had never been asleep. "Why can you not achieve this?" "Because I'm still too young, far less mature than you," Bai Yong replied, suddenly realizing that Ying Yan despised her, insinuating he was old. A smile of mischief mixed with apology graced her face as she opened her mouth. "Of course, I'm not saying you're old." Having spoken, she stood up, intending to compose herself and prepare to depart. At that moment, the man who had been reclining against the tree suddenly grasped her hand. "Did you not say that every time you see me, you would strike? Are we not going to fight this time?" Though his grip was gentle, Bai Yong found herself unable to break free. "Your words are quite amusing. Did we not just spar?" Bai Yong laughed. If not for Ying Yan's reminder, she might have forgotten that phrase altogether. It felt as if they had been together for an eternity. "That cannot be counted. That was merely me keeping you company. You must never forget one thing. During the impelled down incident, you told me that regardless of whether I am a warlord or the world's greatest swordsman, you would confront me head-on without evasion. Yet even now, you have yet to utter my title." Ying Yan's tone remained steady, yet his words bore profound implications. "Ah, indeed. In my heart, you are simply Zhu Luo Ji Mihawk. Whether in everyday life or during their standoff, Zhu Luo Ji Mihawk exuded an overwhelming presence, ensuring that her thoughts remained fixated upon him. Perhaps he was indeed that captivating, gradually occupying her mind entirely. Bang, 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 bang. This time, Bai Yang's mind was solely occupied by the rhythmic sound emanating from her heart. In the afternoon, the two of them carried on as if nothing had transpired, sharing a meal, engrossed in books, each absorbed in their own pursuits. However, Bai Yong exhibited a slight change. She began to occasionally glance at Ying Yan, not out of stealthy observation or provocation, but rather with a hint of curiosity, akin to a child encountering him for the first time. There was no fear, only a modicum of intrigue. Bai Yang's curiosity did not stem from an understanding of Ying Yan's expressed affection. Rather, it was a clear realization concerning her own emotions. She had indeed developed feelings for Zhu, lookier Mihawk. This was not the usual fondness one might have for a male friend. She had come to terms with the fact that her heart raced in earnest. Yet everything felt surreal. It was her inaugural experience of such emotions, and the person she was infatuated with happened to be the most unlikely individual in the Grand Line. In the midst of this intoxicating blend of awakening and dreaminess, Bai Yong leaned beside the man who was savoring a glass of red wine, perfectly aligned with the dinner hour. She merely gazed at him for a moment longer. Raising her hand, she gently caressed his cheek, confirming the warmth of a living being, before her fingers wandered to the unique sideburns. Indeed, she had never noticed it before, but appeared rather peculiar now. Then there were his upturned mustaches. She recalled witnessing him shave that morning, here and here. The lips that had just sipped red wine were undeniably alluring. With such contemplations, she leaned in to kiss him. Although it was merely a kiss on the corner of his mouth from the side, her soft lips distinctly felt his lips in return. The masculine scent mingled with the fragrance of red wine. Why had she never experienced such sensations before? It was because her previous kisses had merely been pecks. A brief contact of skin against skin. This time, it was a kiss in a more adult manner. Wait, what? She suddenly remembered that they were in the midst of dinner, and she had just interrupted Ing Yen rather audaciously, laughing heartily. She had kissed Zhu, look your Mihawk. Ding. The wine glass in Ing Yan's hand remained suspended in midair since Bai Yong had made contact with him. At last, he set it down. I am full. Without waiting for those dark golden eyes to turn toward her, Bai Yong sprang to her feet. Just as she was about to step away, she recalled something and solemnly clarified. Although I was a bit dazed just now, I was still somewhat aware. Just like now, I clearly know that I kissed you. That's it. Good night. What a mischievous little minx. Blushing, she scurried back to her room. With a light thud, she at least had the presence of mind to remember that she would be sleeping in the guest room next door. Unhurriedly walking behind her, the man known as Ing Yen halted before the closed door of the guest room. He raised his hand, intending to knock, but then paused mid-air. It was as though something within him tormented him, causing him to furrow his brow. How long will you continue to tempt me? Is it because of the white hunter that you hesitate? As he spoke those words, his dark golden eyes slowly closed, then resolutely opened again, as if he had made a decision. No, it no longer matters. I will take you away from the white hunter, separated by merely a thin door. He was indifferent to whether the person inside heard him. He had made up his mind. Meanwhile, the person inside clutched her clothing tightly against her chest, leaning against the thin door, not daring to move. She feared that her heart, racing too rapidly, might leap from her body. The author has something to say. Please take a close look at this face. In the morning, recently, after being guessed about various things, I felt a sense of unwillingness, but I must press on. Chapter 105. Bai Yong had a dream, and it was not a pleasant one. Despite spending the entire night excitedly thinking about Zhu Lookier Mihawk, this dream shattered everything. Ace Luffy, if I were to let Zhu Lookier fully possess me, you wouldn't mind such a roundabout way, would you? Even though the dream replayed an animation she had previously watched, she still foolishly thought it was merely a dream, that she could possess emotions in this world. The Marineford War would be inconsequential, as long as she secretly followed Luffy and defeated Akainu at the last moment. Akainu was nothing to fear. Upon waking early, Bai Yong resolved to clarify her feelings with the person in the adjacent room. Her emotional ideology was simple. There should be no veils. If one has feelings, they should be expressed. And then, her cheeks gradually flushed. She tugged at her own cheek. What mischievous little minx I am. I'm already an older woman. Why blush over nothing? Knock, knock. She gently rapped on the door. Perhaps the only time she had been so polite outside of the office of Sengoku. However, after a while, there was no response from within. Creak. She pushed open the familiar door. Yet inside, there was no sign of that familiar figure. Ing Yen was not home. He had gone out. When he left, she had no idea, but upon reaching the kitchen, seeing the note and breakfast left on the table, she could finally feel that everything in recent times had not been a dream. When had she become so timid, fearing everything might be a dream, yet also fearing everything was too real? Don't be foolish. Success is just around the corner. Once we reach the Sabaody archipelago, I can reunite with Luffy and follow Zhu Lookier. Yes, wait for him to return. At that moment, the owner of the mansion was on a relatively secluded island in the Grand Line. This is the seed you wanted. A woman sat by the beach, roasting by a fire in broad daylight, as she retrieved a small pouch from her backpack. For ornamental use? The man standing opposite her raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, although it was pilfered from the Boyne archipelago, it is completely harmless. It merely possesses a strong territorial instinct. The woman flicked her long, brown waves, smiling. Just scatter it according to the plan. You need not worry about the pesky rocks. It will naturally decompose and nourish itself. Gazing at the bag of red seeds, the man remained silent. You're quite thoughtful. The woman chuckled. ISNT, that little girl, famed for being the closest world-class swordsman? Shouldn't she fear these? She is neither a little girl nor a swordsman. Yes, naturally you know her best. Hey, seriously, do you intend to win her favor with these seeds? The woman raised her brows with a grin. As if struck by a thought, Ing Yen smirked. Win her favor? I suppose so. I suppose so. Aren't you courting her? That's the approach of the young. This is intended for a proposal. He took the seeds from the woman's hand, dismissively. A proposal? What is so surprising about that? He shot her a glance. No, I just never thought I would hear that from you. The woman slowly emerged from her shock. You two are quite interesting. It was once said that you were enemies, And when you mentioned sending her flowers that day, I could hardly believe it. Today, you actually said ha ha ha, which is quite amusing. In any case, congratulations. This time, I shall forego the commission. Thank you, but I must still give you the money. By the way, has Longnu found out? I spoke to her once on the phone, and she seemed rather reluctant to face the situation. That girl will confront it. Given the presence of a man as assertive as you, I do feel a tad sorry for her. Upon hearing this, the man known as Yin adjusted his hat and closed one eye. Assertive? Perhaps, but that girl is certainly his equal, if not superior. Achoo! On Kanlai Jianai Dao, it was already evening, and the sky had long since darkened. Bai Yang rubbed her cold arms. Today marked the third day. Yin had said he would return within 3 days, so he would certainly arrive by the third day. She was waiting for him, indeed. Over these 3 days, she had truly realized how much she liked him. In this eerie mansion, it was exceedingly difficult for her to remain idle, but with him around. Even if they were not in the same room, she could find joy in doing chores or even daydreaming. She had never imagined she would be so foolish. If those familiar with her at sea were to see her in such a tranquil state, they would likely be incredulous. The surrounding winds were frigid. She did not wait at the port, as that would be too conspicuous. She would feel embarrassed, so she now stood on the forest path leading to the mansion. She walked a few steps forward nonchalantly, then turned back a few steps, thus if seen, she could claim to be merely taking a stroll. Clap, clap. She slapped her somewhat numb face, internally cursing herself. Why must she insist on wearing a short skirt? She could have simply returned home and removed it. Hey, what are you doing here? Yin had actually noticed her from a distance. He was somewhat puzzled, especially since Bai Yang was muttering to herself. So he approached and called out to her casually. I will take it all off. Bai Yang turned abruptly, reflexively repeating her words. Upon realizing who it was, she covered her mouth. If one were to concentrate too intensely, perhaps they would end up like her. Yin fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing her from head to toe. You should dress warmly. After speaking, he removed his outer coat and draped it over her shoulders. Instantly enveloped by warmth and the essence of Yin, her face involuntarily flushed. Fuck. If she continued acting like such a young girl, she would be unable to navigate the high seas. Lowering her head slightly, Bai Yang pressed her lips together, attempting to regain her composure. Are you running a fever? Your face is so red. Yin frowned slightly, touching her forehead. Once confirming there was no issue, he relaxed his brow. You should head back. It is unwise to stroll on the island at dusk. Oh. She nodded obediently and turned around. Just as she was about to lift her leg, something suddenly tugged at her hair from behind. She paused and turned to see that a branch had caught her hair. What nonsense was this? Shouldn't she be seizing the opportunity to confess to Yin that she liked him, leading to a joyous conclusion? Indignant, she raised her hand to tug at that section of hair. Do not move. The person behind her halted her, then gently unwound her long hair from the branch. Yin's movements were quite delicate, yet in Bai Yang's current perception, it felt as if he were teasing her hair, stirring her heart in the process. Unconsciously, she let out a soft moan. Did you come here to wait for me, just to continue tempting me? The person beside her gazed at her as he released the now freed strands of hair. Bai Yang turned around, secretly clenching her fists, and met his gaze. Yes, I want to tempt you. If possible, I wish to tempt you for a lifetime. Yin was momentarily stunned, his dark golden eyes fixed intently on her, as if fearing she might utter something further. After a pause, he chuckled heartily. Ha ha, what a bold declaration. Even bolder than the previous remark about taking it all off. It seemed she had indeed been overheard. She pouted. Hey, dear uncle, could you kindly choose to selectively forget that? Even so, his tongue remained sharp. Yin smirked. However, I intend to forget your earlier words as well. This means the proposal must come from me. Proposal? I merely confessed just now. Is that so? Must I repeat it? He lifted Bai Yang effortlessly, laughing. If someone else claims that step first, I certainly will not agree. Now, let us return home. She stammered, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Shouldn't the sequence be confession followed by romance? Why was he speaking of marriage? The author has something to say. This part has been rewritten several times. Please forgive any inconsistencies from Yin. I can only squeeze out this much for now. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. By the way, Bai Yang, if you two marry now, you shall be known as Mrs. Yin during the battle at the summit. Is that acceptable? Bai Yang, blushing shut up. Mrs. should be what he is called, as Longnu's husband. Indeed, congratulations. Turning around, chapter 106. Ugh, I feel like I'm dying. Clutching the bed sheets, Bai Yang gritted her teeth and struggled to rise from the bed. This morning, She had experienced symptoms akin to those of an elderly person with joint issues. Why was this so? It was likely due to the embrace of someone last night, which led to a restless sleep. Dressed casually in her pajamas, she finally managed to wash up and dragged her stiff body, using the wall for support as she entered the kitchen. Yin had already prepared breakfast and, as usual, waited for her at the dining table. You do not seem well. He closed the newspaper and looked at her. Feeling well is a fantasy, thanks to you. Yang grimaced, baring her teeth. Last night, she had merely sought refuge under the covers. He could have simply held her waist along with a blanket while sleeping. Of course, she would blame him for that immediately, cough cough. Using such force, her waist felt like it might snap. She had every reason to suspect he was doing it on purpose. The man with dark golden eyes merely glanced at her, saying nothing, and resumed reading his newspaper. So you can play dumb too? Don't think I didn't notice the hint of amusement in your eyes. Pouting, Yang reached over to pull down the newspaper, lifting her chin slightly. My waist hurts. Yin raised an eyebrow slightly, then shrugged in feigned exasperation. Did I use too much strength last night? My apologies. She detected no trace of genuine apology in his tone. Continuing to pout, she turned around and sat on his lap. You are rather heavy, he remarked with a hint of disdain, his arms wrapping around her waist. Huh? She was taken aback, furrowing her brows. Give me back, my Mihawk. As she spoke, she pinched his cheek. Aren't you supposed to always wear a serious expression and only reprimand others? Seizing her restless hands, he laughed. Should I then also claim back that girl who would never dare pinch my cheek? How did he know she had once been too timid to do so? With a mischievous smile, Yang rubbed her cheek against his upturned mustache. Perhaps I would even dare to pluck your mustache. I just don't see the need to do so. Letting out a slight sigh, he gently kneaded her stiff waist. Does it hurt a lot? It hurts. Her face flushed, cursing her own frail demeanor. Yet the tender and warm massage on her waist made it impossible for her to maintain her toughness. As the battle at the summit approached, was it permissible for her to feel this happy? It is of no concern. Her current happiness is a testament to her strength. Indeed, only the strong can ultimately prevail. Once the battle at the summit concludes, everything will come to an end. By the way, at that time, the mansion will also host the likes of the Green Algae Head and the Ghost Princess. Mihawk, what do you think of Roronoa Zoro? The movements of the man known as Hawkeye came to a halt, not due to the inquiry posed by the young swordsman, but rather because of the title bestowed upon him by the woman in his embrace. Young, arrogant, and self-important little brat. Such a familiar assessment. Is it akin to my own? Your swordsmanship surpasses his. If you say something nice, it could be taken as a compliment. Perhaps one day, someone will take that self-important little brat as a disciple. Do you wish to take me as your teacher? What does that have to do with me? Rubbing her face against his open chest. If you were my teacher, wouldn't I have to call you teacher Yamaiti in bed? That is worth considering. Wow. Did she just convey an extraordinary piece of information in jest? Pouting, she thought of the many ways to tease him. Hawkeye smirked and remarked, Humph. You little girl who has never experienced anything should not pretend to know it all. With that, he playfully swatted the bottom of the woman who was still clinging to him. Let us go have breakfast. She sprang up, her face flushed, while Yang instinctively covered her backside. She had just been taken advantage of. This grudge must be repaid. 10 years would not be too late. Breakfast lasted for a full hour, and Yang devoured every last piece of salad on the table. It was then that the previously quiet individual spoke up. You should go to the nearby island today and retrieve the clothes. What clothes? Wiping the sauce from the corner of her mouth, she looked up. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Hawkeye smiled. The photos. She paused, biting her lip. Fine, I'll go get them. After all, you already have the apron photos. But you must wear them on the way back. What if some little girl reneges on her promise midway? Do you wish for her to indulge in some shameful play? Just how dark is your inner self, Uncle Hawkeye Mihawk? If I wear them, I want to take them off. Wit can be fleeting. After finishing breakfast, Yang mounted her small flying fish and set off. At the same time, she prepared a large, enveloping cloak for unforeseen circumstances. The tailor shop where she would retrieve the garments was not a lavish boutique, but rather a cozy two-story family-run establishment. The entrance and windows were adorned with delicate flower pots, paired beautifully with wooden walls and stairs, creating a comforting atmosphere. The owner of the shop was less of a business proprietor and more like a wise elder from a nurturing household. She had Yang take a turn around, nodding in satisfaction. It seems my judgment was indeed correct. Rest assured about the fit of the clothes. Since they were crafted by such a kindly aunt, she would refrain from any thoughts of shameful play. Auntie, Have you seen me before? Of course. You live near that swordsman. A lovely girl like you is truly eye-catching. The tailor chuckled. I had even considered introducing you to my good-for-nothing son. But good girls are always in demand. When do you and that swordsman plan to marry? Will you hold the wedding on our island? If so, I will take care of the swordsman's attire. Huh? What on earth did Mihawk say? How could news of marriage reach here? Has he been planning this all along? A wave of confusion washed over her as she felt as if she had inadvertently stepped into someone else's narrative. She had merely confessed her feelings. Marriage was not something she had any intention of considering. Just as Bai Yang wished to further distance herself from such notions, the tailor presented the custom-made dress. It was a gown that left her momentarily speechless. A pure white long dress, adorned with a silk bodice and a lace hem embellished with exquisite handcrafted silk flowers. It was stunning, fitting her perfectly, with the hem cascading just her feet, unlike other dresses that trailed on the ground. Standing before the mirror, she found herself graced with an air of elegance. Gently swaying the pristine gown, she twirled, allowing her long black hair to dance along. All in all, it was indeed a breathtaking white dress. Stopping her pirouette, she stood before the mirror, her expression neutral as she gazed at her reflection. My dear, look at this. It's a gift from me. The tailor unsolicitedly placed a finely crafted lace veil atop her head. In that moment, the woman in the mirror appeared even more beautiful. Innocent and pure, she embodied the grace of a bride-to-be. Large tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls, landing on the pristine silk flowers. And Bai Yang stood frozen in place, her tears falling in silence. Please do not remind her that this is a wedding dress. If possible, she would prefer to consider it a jest from Zilawagi or Mihawk. A proposal? Marriage? Could she truly continue to find happiness in this way? Throughout her life, she had saved many and harmed just as many. Those who should still be gallivanting across the Grand Line had either perished or lost their freedom due to her actions. Even if she had, in a saintly manner, saved many, it was merely her own presumptuousness in leading them from one inferno to another unknown purgatory. Oh dear, why are you crying? Look at you. Such a beautiful bride should not be in tears. Oh, I understand. It must be because you are happy, right? My dear, the happiest moment in a woman's life is her wedding, so you must greet it with a smile to be the most beautiful at the happiest time. Accepting the handkerchief offered by the tailor, Bai Yang wiped away her tears and forced a smile. Yes, indeed, I am happy. She is strong, so it is all right. Nothing else matters. She can save Ace. She can overcome all obstacles. Hawkeye once remarked that Bai Yang was overly arrogant, which stemmed from her stubborn fixation on strength and weakness. In truth, given her own abilities, even at this stage, she had barely grazed the threshold of the 7 warlords. Yet, within her heart, there existed an unshakable subconscious that led her to evade facing reality. It is precisely because of this that Bai Yang's strength is not genuine strength. Thank you, Auntie. Ah, will you truly wear this back? Ah, it is fine. I have a cloak to wear over it, despite its unassuming appearance. It is a waterproof and dustproof cloak developed by naval scientists. Oh, I see. It appears that both you and that swordsman are not ordinary people. Wearing the wedding dress back home would inevitably bring about feelings of embarrassment, even if hidden beneath a cloak. Just a single glance from others would elicit a sense of shyness. Ah, my face has been growing redder and redder lately. As soon as she returned to the port, the long-neglected din mushy in the compartment of her flying fish rang. Naturally, she answered the call, assuming it was Luffy and the others. Perhaps to express gratitude for the hot pot seasoning. In a pleasant mood, she picked up the receiver. Hello, who is this? Silence on the other end. I need money. I don't have enough. The voice from the receiver was familiar. It belonged to the little boy from the Sabeti archipelago, always under Martha as protection. Oh, I will have someone deliver it in a few days. No, it must be now. Huh? In a state of urgency, Bai Yang inquired about Ma Sha, believing she should possess a fortune of several hundred million. She has been robbed. The formidable captains behind the railing have absconded with the money. What about Ma Sha? She is injured. You must return swiftly. The doctor will be reluctant to treat her. I understand. I will be there shortly. As the call ended, Bai Yang's expression gradually hardened, reverting to the fierce demeanor she was known for within the Navy. The slaves she had rescued from the human trafficking market were typically placed directly in her home. Most were defenseless children and women. But occasionally, she would also purchase promising pirate captains. Each time she returned, she would bring them substantial sums of money to sustain their livelihoods. Nevertheless, the place devoid of shackles rarely saw anyone escape on their own. Therefore, upon each return, she would conduct a rough head count, hoping they had managed to flee and would never return. This was the only form of assistance she could offer them, her sole penance upon the vast ocean. For her strength enabled her to help those she wished to save. Even now, knowing the boy was lying, she felt compelled to visit, for there was little to worry about. If necessary, she could take action. Dialing another number, after a moment, the face of the recipient appeared grave. Mihawk, I have the clothes. However, something has come up, and I may be delayed in returning home. All right, the journey might be long, but I will hurry. I will wait for your return. How many times had she heard this phrase? Wait for her, from Han, Cuckoo, Ace, Luffy, Grandpa Carp, and countless others at sea who cared for her. Yet, a true home must not be reduced to tears simply because Mihawk uttered, I will wait for you. The author wishes to convey, with a racing heart, permit me to exchange melodramatic sentiments for a torrent of tears. Chapter 107, The Island of Xiangbo D, number 20, is close to the hotel district of number 70. Bai Yang had chosen this location for her home to facilitate the escape of those individuals, drawing them closer to ordinary life. However, over the years, the number of escapees had been surprisingly low. Children and women aside, some ambitious pirate captains had settled in the village, assisting with labor for the children and women. The village chief, whom Bai Yang felt she owed the most, was Ma Sha, the girl she failed to rescue when she was 12. 8 years had passed, and while Ma Sha had garnered care and affection, becoming a renowned power upon the seas, her peer remained trapped in this place. No amount of money she brought could possibly soothe the pain Ma Sha had endured for so many years. This place, which she called home, was known to its inhabitants as the Railing. Ma Sha had once told her that within these illusory wooden barriers lay an inescapable fate. Bai Yang often felt frustrated. Despite providing money and creating pathways, why did they still remain here? Standing in the center of the modest village, Bai Yang surveyed her surroundings. To her surprise, the village was entirely deserted. Each time she returned, the villagers would hide in their homes, fearful of her presence. But today, there was not a soul in sight. Removing her cloak's hood, she turned, raising an eyebrow. Could you choose another method instead of throwing stones from behind? A boy stood behind her, clutching a small stone, his teeth clenched and eyes wary. Bai Yang pivoted, cloaked entirely. Her purpose here was to conclude matters swiftly, not to prolong the encounter. With this thought, she unsheathed her Bai Long sword. Where have all the people gone? You, the trafficker, shall meet your end here. The fear in the boy's eyes intensified at the sight of the sword, but it was overshadowed by a fierce hatred. Ignoring Bai Yang's inquiries, he hurled the stone at her. She deftly struck the stone aside with her sword and kicked it away. Bai Yang seized the boy's trembling hand, suspended in midair. I have matters to attend to and will not show leniency, regardless of what transpires. Do you see this sword? It can cleave through the very island. Indeed, she need not exert much effort. A mere flick of her sword would suffice to resolve everything. She had promised Yi Ying she'd return in a wedding gown. No matter the circumstances, she would not relent. Beast! Suddenly, the boy, seemingly resigned to his fate, grasped the hilt of the Bai Long sword, attempting to wrest it from her grasp. Even if you managed to seize the sword, do you think Bai Long would heed your command? Bai Yang raised an eyebrow and let go. As a result, the boy stumbled backward, and the Bai Long sword flew a meter away, embedding itself into the ground. Once you've had your fill of chaos, inform me what transpired, Bai Yang said, reaching out to assist him. Get away from me. He spat, eyes filled with hatred. What do you know? You know nothing. You hypocrite, he shouted, turning to extract the sword from the ground. Do not pull out. Bai Long will never recognize you. Bai Yang said languidly. At that moment, a sudden disturbance rippled through her solar energy field within a 10-meter radius. Her gaze sharpened as she raised her hand. Return. Bai Long. Material transformation. Simultaneously, as the Bai Long sword had yet to return to her grasp, a sudden shift occurred where Bai Yang and the boy stood. The unfolding events left Bai Yang astounded. She found herself instantaneously transported into a glass, cylindrical, scientific container, while the boy, along with the Bai Long sword, was confined within a cage. Before her lay an uninhabited docking point at the island's edge, where the women and children she had saved were gathered. Though only 20 to 30 in number, each wore a slave's explosive collar around their necks. At the forefront of the line stood a makeshift fire pit, where they were being branded with the mark of the celestial dragons. Bai Yang could almost hear her teeth grinding in anger. Rosi the Singh, what are you doing to my people? Standing in the center, clad in a ridiculous spacesuit, a man with his hands clasped behind him regarded her with narrowed eyes, exuding an air of gentlemanly arrogance. They are all my possessions, merely awaiting branding. It is peculiar that you say this. Even my chief slave cannot act so brazenly. Slaves? They are individuals I purchased with my money. Release them. What nonsense you speak. You are my slave. Those you capture and purchase are merely slaves to slaves. The man retorted, twitching his small mustache. For years, I have tolerated your rampant behavior outside. It is a kindness akin to that of a deity. Rosita raised his hand, and a giant man in shackles knelt before him, allowing him to step upon him. Look at the slaves you have captured. They are mere muscle-bound brutes, barely sufficient for feed. I can only occasionally visit your breeding facility to recover a few to offset losses. What are you saying? Those who escaped in recent years were taken by you? Bai Yang had always felt fortunate, grateful for having helped some individuals, relieved that others had managed to break free from invisible shackles. Thus, were these merely her delusions? Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Mai Seaka! Where's Masha? In a glass jar right beside you. The voice responding belonged to a young boy confined in a cage on the other side, who shouted hoarsely. His hand still attempted to insert the white dragon sword into the base of the cage, yet despite the blood now staining his palms, the sword remained immobile. Lord Rasta, you promised me that if I obtained this woman's sword, you would release Sister Masha. He urged desperately. Let Sister Masha out of the jar. Humph. Just a mere child as slave. Do you not understand? You all belong to me. Women shall be preserved as specimens. Yet I am merciful as a deity. Thus I shall grant you a bit more sustenance. Inside the vast glass cylinder, a frail girl with brown hair lay asleep, resembling a beautiful doll fixed in place. Beside her were several other glass jars, each containing what appeared to be human figures, resembling melted wax figures. Bai Yang's body trembled uncontrollably as she summoned her inner strength and delivered a fierce punch against the glass-like wall. The glass merely cracked with a shallow fissure. Shocked, Bai Yang realized that her furious strike had only resulted in a mere crack. This material was crafted from something she recognized from the New World. Bay-gaping? No, that was not it. This specimen jar was purchased at great expense from Caesar Cologne, specifically for you, Rasta proclaimed, raising his hand. Moreover, I have procured quite a potent punitive gas. Do you see those over there? They are some of your slaves who dared to resist. Though they are splendid collectibles of Captain, they brought this upon themselves by rebelling. No sound wave. Bai Yang, unwilling to hear more, was determined to break free. She could no longer bear to witness the fiery brand seared upon anyone. With a resounding crack, the energy from her sound wave technique surged into the fissure, merely widening it further. Oomph. No wonder you are my chief slave. I detest that admiral from the Navy who constantly bothers me, claiming you are one of theirs. Making the families above apply pressure on me. Rasta narrowed his eyes maliciously. Quick, release the seawater. Do not allow her to regain strength. What are you doing? Bai Yang lifted her pristine skirt, desperate to avoid even a drop of seawater staining her attire. You wretched fool, do not dirty my dress. She shouted angrily, channeling her inner power as she relentlessly pounded against the crack. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds echoed as crimson droplets began to trickle from her delicate fists, each drop falling into the ever-rising light blue seawater. Hurry, there isn't enough seawater, Rasta declared, his pump at maximum capacity. Bang! He drew his pistol and shot through the head of a subordinate, a celestial dragon adorned with bubbles, who helplessly shook his head. To think you would resist me. Dismantle that pump once it runs dry. Ha! I have completely given up on retrieving the white dragon sword. The boy laughed maniacally, his eyes reflecting a despair that was anything but childlike. You see, East China's sea dragon girl, you too shall be confined within the specimen pool. Everyone else is a fool. They still do not escape for you. Your years of freedom, living like an ordinary person, are thanks to everyone. It is they who protect you by not rebelling. Every time you visit the Sabati archipelago, what do? Besides leaving behind a pile of useless papers? You never inquire about how we live. The lined-up individuals awaiting their fate averted their gazes, clenching their fists in silent resignation. They had long been slaves, regardless of whether they bore the celestial dragon's mark or the collar of a time bomb. Do not say any more. A melodious voice interrupted the boy's tirade. The beautiful girl with brown hair stood up from the glass jar, gazing painfully at the other side. The dark-haired girl, relentlessly pounding the cage, wore a pure white dress, a garment she recognized, so beautiful. Sister Masha, you have awakened. Cheetah, do not speak any further. All of this is due to our cowardice. It is not Bai Yang's fault that we failed to resist the celestial dragons. Tears streamed down Masha's face as she looked toward the other side, forcing a bitter smile. Why did you come? You always risk your life. I told you to take care of yourself. One must climb out of the abyss by their own strength. We're drowning in noise. I detest weak women who can only cry. Bai Yang refused to listen. She had clearly grown stronger, amassed wealth, and become a trusted confidant of the Navy's admiral. Why had she fallen to this state? Was she truly so weak? The seawater had risen above her waist, her body gradually losing strength, yet her fists showed no sign of stopping. Just a little more, right? She could break this because she was indeed strong. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat as Bai Yang realized she was instinctively reaching for the white dragon sword at her waist. Yes, the sword was not in her grasp. If only she had the white dragon sword, everything would be manageable. The custom-made attire by Mihawk would remain untainted, and she could dominate the scene through sheer force. The white dragon sword, the white dragon sword. Her obsidian eyes gradually dulled as she gazed at the blood-stained silver blade resting nearby. The sword lay not far away. Yet no matter how she willed it, it refused to come to her. Despair washed over her. An overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfed her. With a thud, she forcefully struck her head against the glass wall. She had relied too heavily on the white dragon sword. For years, she had grown complacent with her martial arts, believing nothing mattered because she understood the plot, because she was in the early stages of the Grand Line, because with the white dragon sword, she could always rely on her cheat in times of crisis. The white dragon sword was formidable. She feared nothing, for she was merely a coward who depended solely on the white dragon sword. Bai Yang, stop. Do not harm yourself any further. Masha cried out in anguish. Celestial dragon, we are all willing to become slaves. Release Bai Yang. She is a member of the Navy, a force of justice. Are you not afraid of the Admiral's retribution? Silence. You have no right to speak. Feed that woman water. Provide her with the nutrients of a specimen. Do not let her body decay carelessly. Rasta frowned as he continued. Were it not for that Admiral constantly pestering me, I would have already placed the chief slave under my mark, chained her, and taken her out for shopping. Truly, a few days ago, members of the Marshall family even sought me out, leaving me utterly humiliated. Bai Yang could no longer hear the sound around her. She stared blankly at Masha. Water was pouring rapidly into the glass jar, much faster than on her side, as they need not worry about the girl inside escaping. They simply poured water from the top of the jar. Enough. Enough. Let this farce come to an end. She was not the protagonist. She lacked the protagonist's aura. She was not the strongest, and without the white dragon sword, she was nothing. She had saved no one, only burdened others. Masha, the girl whom she owed so much to, from their first meeting 8 years ago, she had never saved her. Let her go. Years prior, Akainu had stood over her, and that feeling of helplessness washed over her once more. This towering mountain of strength, she realized she had never surmounted. Her fists continued to strike, without power. She felt utterly powerless, as the sea enveloped her neck, draining every ounce of strength and dragging her into the abyss. She sensed she was on the brink of hell. The pale blue water wrapped around her, her dark tresses flowing gracefully amidst the waves. Small bubbles began to escape her lips, yet her fists continued to strike mechanically, even as she was wholly submerged. What had she accomplished in these past few years? The coward within her clung only to the delusion of a warrior's dignity. Hey, you worthless creature who consumed the devil fruit. Remove the seawater. Drowning renders you useless. The chief specimen must not perish. I still wish to take her shopping. Regret, helplessness, and pain intertwined within her. Even though Bai Yang did not wish to perish, and even with others awaiting her, her thoughts faded, for her heart was already riddled with wounds, leaving her unable to forgive herself. The cacophony around her was deafening, yet all she could perceive was the gurgling of the water. Suddenly, the silvery ancient sword, which had remained silent, emitted a resonating hum. It soared into the air, effortlessly slicing through her prison and shattering the glass jar that confined the young girl. Returning to her grasp, it commenced its deadly work. Long ago, there was a bride-to-be whose fiancé filled her life with happiness. However, she stained her pure white wedding dress. A crow flew by, perching upon a branch. The pristine hem turned crimson. The first head fell. The white ribbons stained with blood. The second eye was plucked. The new bride, once pure, now draped in red. The third heart was ripped out. Behold the bride in red. She longed to speak, to utter the words, I'm sorry, my dear. I can no longer be with you, for I have sullied my wedding gown. On the distant island of Korigana in the Grand Line, the sky remained shrouded in ominous clouds. Yet, around the ruins of the mansion, a man cloaked in black tended to a plant, transforming the eerie surroundings. A glinting dagger carved a shallow cut into his palm, and the crimson droplets fell into the freshly turned soil, vanishing without a trace. Slowly, a soothing green emerged from the earth, flourishing rapidly, forming buds that blossomed into roses, as red as blood. Their vibrancy seemed unparalleled in the world. The man, casting a glance over the field of scarlet roses that nearly engulfed the mansion, recalled a little girl who had gazed at the roses for an eternity. A smile crept upon his lips, accompanied by a soft, self-deprecating sigh. At this age, was it considered romantic to propose with flowers? Beneath the foreboding mansion, a sea of blood-red roses had bloomed, beautiful in a way that seemed unfathomable. The author wishes to convey, do not be disheartened by the incomprehensible verses. The next chapter will elucidate the details. Now, I invite you to embrace an M mindset and enjoy without restraint, as the vivid, viscous liquid stained ground. Bai Yang awakened the moment the Bai Long sword returned to her hand. The electric blue currents painfully pierced her, yet even as her body revived, her consciousness teetered on the edge of collapse. The silvery sword pierced through the man's eye, penetrating his entire skull, and blood gushed forth. I cannot allow your devil fruit abilities to exist. With a gentle tug, she withdrew the sword, muttering words the deceased could not hear. I was careless, after all. With all these spatial abilities like the door fruit and the operation fruit, it is unsurprising to encounter you. She surrendered, yielding to pain and regret, acknowledging that she was on the verge of breaking down. Only a faint semblance of reason remained, guiding her on what to do next. With a thunderous crash, a mere human slave dared to challenge the one who fired the gun. The sword lunged forward, first testing the waters with an arm. How dare you? Then, it struck the thigh, ensuring escape would not be so easy. It hurts. Next, she pierced the lung, creating an opening that would impede breathing. You gasped for air. Ultimately, it was the heart. With swift precision, she extracted it to observe. The man in the bubble helmet gasped for breath, writhing in agony until his final convulsion marked his demise as his heart was removed. Celestial dragon? She tossed the limp, red mass to the ground. Isn't this just a normal human heart? Turning, her exquisite features stained with blood, her smile remained captivating. Hey, you all feel the same, don't you? Ha ha ha. A celestial dragon has slain another. No, we do not wish to die. All is lost. The celestial dragon is dead. Our entire family will be slaughtered. The followers trembled in shock and dread. Dead? That celestial dragon? Does this mean we are free from slavery? Do not speak of such things. We will all be killed. Even death is preferable to being their slaves. Among the enslaved, a flicker of hope emerged amidst their fears. All stemmed from the death of the celestial dragon, something Bai Yang had long desired to accomplish. Yet, it heralded both an end and a beginning. It was she, the East Blue Dragon Lady Luo Bai Yang, who had slain the esteemed celestial dragon, and her entire clan would face dire repercussions, along with the Shambadi archipelago, where the murder transpired. Under the pressure of the world government, all culpability lay upon her. She had taken that step and must bear its weight. Bai Yang, the beautiful girl with chestnut hair, rose from the ground littered with shattered glass, her body adorned with crimson trails mingled with minor wounds. She gasped softly, her eyes reflecting determination and the hope that had been suppressed within her gaze. Escape? You must flee. A mere glance at Ma Sha was all it took for Bai Yang to raise the Bai Long sword once more, stabbing repeatedly at the lifeless body of the celestial dragon. Ma Sha, you are clever. I hope you save the money I left for you. Take it and flee. I have matters to attend to here. No, you must come with us. Impossible. The celestial dragons will not spare me. With war imminent, I cannot run. Bai Yang's tone remained steady, devoid of turmoil, while her hand continued its grim task. Why can't you flee? Why? For so many years. Why have you never escaped? How long will you tether yourself to this? Ma Sha grasped her swinging arm. Stop. What are you doing? Disposing of the body. The restrained girl finally reacted, turning her face, her dark eyes hollow. Bodies are easily discovered. She urged Bai Yang, quickly escape. Bai Yang's increasingly erratic emotions instilled fear in those wishing to flee, paralyzing them in place, their soft whimpers mingling with the cold sweat soaking their clothes. Oh, I see. And you too. She halted her long sword, casting a glance at the few surviving attendants. No, just as the Bai Long Jian was raised once more. Bai Yang was embraced by the girl beside her. It was a warm and soft embrace, yet she could also feel the frailness of the girl's body, almost perceiving her bones. Do not let yourself be hurt again. Martha clung to her tightly, despite her aversion to taking lives. They could not voice their fears. For killing a celestial dragon meant no one could escape the repercussions. Let them go. Indeed, you are right. I nearly forgot that killing a celestial dragon is a grave crime. The one being embraced suddenly seemed to awaken. It is difficult for so many women and children to escape. She waved her hand toward the women preparing to flee on the shore. Hey, are there any men still alive among you? No, none. The captain and the others have perished. Those who were not felled by the poison were taken away by the subordinates of the celestial dragons, and we do not know where they are. Lady Longnu, come escape with us. Let us go to a place where celestial dragons can never reach us. Yes, indeed. We have several children among us who deserve a new life, the women said as they gathered around, their eyes sparkling with tears as well as the hope for a new beginning. No, the response given to these women was devoid of emotion, cold as ice. My life is splendid as it is. I do not wish to exchange it. I still have a younger brother to save. Baiyang tilted her head. Amidst the joyous voices, a sobbing sound caught her attention. It was the little boy named Xiuda, still crying in his cage, which had clearly been destroyed by the Bailong Jian. She patted Martha. That is your brother, isn't it? Xiuda is just family. No, he is indeed your brother. He has always regarded you as his sister. Thus, disregarding everything, he instinctively used all means to save you, even if it meant risking himself. Baiyang maintained her expressionless demeanor, her gaze vacant. I have a younger brother too. Hence, I understand. Let us take him. Martha nodded. She approached the cage, and the frail little boy immediately rushed toward her, crying uncontrollably, repeatedly murmuring, I am sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry. Where could 20 or 30 women and children escape to on this grand line? Such a singular question arose. Instinctively, Baiyang pondered. Right. I should call for help. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she beckoned to Martha, who was holding Xiuda. Quickly organize the remaining people onto the celestial dragon's ship. I will find someone to arrange for you temporarily. Understood. This was undoubtedly not an ordinary day on the Grand Line. Prior to the impending major event, the Eastern Seas long knew, as a trusted confidant, had taken such actions, which would inevitably shake the morale of the military. The pressure from the world government would soon come down upon them. In the latter half of the Grand Line, on an island in the New World, young master, Long Nu has made her move. A splendid din mushi was placed by the edge of the pool. Fu. Has she finally acted? The man, draped in a peculiar pink feathered coat, sat up from his lounge chair. It was worth having Caesar Clown as sister. However, Fu, she's my precious partner. In the Chambord Archipelago, you must assist her. Yes, young master. I have ensured that all the informants have been eliminated. That little village has also been set ablaze, disguised as the work of pirates. Fool! The young master wants Long Nu's actions against the celestial dragons to be exposed, so she cannot remain in the navy and instead turn to the young master's embrace. The two individuals reporting on the din mushi seemed to have differing opinions. No, Fu, you did well. Burn the village, cover the evidence. That is perfect. Fu, you must know that the warlord of the Buddha is very fond of Long Nu. The death of the celestial dragon roaster, unbeknownst to Baiyang, was covered up quite well. Not only were the chatterers silenced, but the village was also incinerated. She even dismembered the body of the celestial dragon along with a small portion of the ground and discarded it into the sea. On the Grand Line, in a region close to the Calm Belt, two ships were joined together. One was a slave ship belonging to the celestial dragons, while the other was a colossal vessel from the mysterious Nine Snake Island. What kind of audacity did a woman possess to allow Lady Snake Princess to wait on the deck? The crew aboard the ship speculated, taking several minutes to discern. This was the friend of Lady Snake Princess, Long Nu Luo Baiyang. However, her aura was entirely different from when they had last met. Cook, can you temporarily shelter these women? Clad in a blood-stained white gown, the woman approached the deck with a long sword in hand. Her beautiful, raven-black hair and white cloak billowed in the sea breeze, making her appear as if she could captivate all living beings in the world seated atop the colossal serpent. Upon hearing her friend's request, she raised her delicate hand. Slap! The scene fell into an eerie silence at that moment. Your Highness, sister? Both her second sister, Boa Sandisonia, and third sister, Boa Marigold, were taken aback. I prefer the Baiyang of old. I despise the one you have become now. Hancock said softly, glancing at the women aboard the celestial dragon's ship. I can shelter those women, but just like years ago when Akaina defeated you, I detest the you of now. Lady Snake Princess said she hates you twice. Twice. Lady Long Nu has been despised by Lady Snake Princess. Exen touched her face, where it still burned. and Bai Yong slightly curled her lips into a smile, which gradually grew wider, appearing almost maniacal, yet simultaneously lucid. Hee hee. This time, her previously vacant gaze began to regain its vitality, finally stopping her laughter and lifting her head anew. Hancock, I have slain the celestial dragons. These gentle words erupted like a declaration among the crowd. Only the woman standing above them wore a slight frown. I will prepare a place for you in the palace. You should be grateful. I refuse. What? You dare to reject me? It was not the first time. Do not wear that shocked expression. She slightly curled her lips. These are the ones who escaped. You will help me settle them, right? Quietly glancing at the people on the celestial dragon's ship, Hancock lifted her arm, pointing at Shioda next to Martha. I do not like boys. Throw him into the sea. He is a girl. Are you mocking me? The unparalleled beauty, halted, seemed to threaten as her tone rose. You say he is a girl because you are the Empress of Nine Snake Island. Staring at her friend, who had returned to her usual demeanor, the stunning beauty finally spoke. He cannot enter Nine Snake Island. He can only reside on the islands under my jurisdiction. Do as you wish. I am simply regretful that I do not have anyone to help me settle them at this moment. After the incident calms down, you may dispose of them in whatever city you choose. Calm down? How can the incident of the celestial dragon's death be quelled? Unless she dies. Riding atop a small flying fish, she sped across the azure sea, creating layers of mist. She began her journey back. Back to where? Bai Yong. Seek your own happiness. Everything is ended. Martha said, yes, it is over. After 8 years, the invisible shackles of the celestial dragons have completely ended in this massacre. Yet, as the swift white motorcycle gradually came to a halt on this desolate azure sea, a sense of finality lingered in the air. I feel so weak, so utterly vulnerable. Bending down as she begins to caress the crimson hem of her dress upon the surface of the sea, relying on the fragile Bai Long Jian, still delighting in the blood that slowly dissipates into the ocean. It is no wonder that Mihawk would deem me merely an arrogant child. She continuously rubs at herself, yet cannot cleanse the stains. Mihawk's name echoes in her mind, a reminiscence of something she holds dear as she repeats it incessantly. After a while, she clutches tightly to her wedding gown, soaked with seawater, yet forever unclean. Enough. Enough. Let all come to an end. Bai Long. The author wishes to convey. Hancock's fans have expressed their distress, claiming they can no longer bear it. I assert that if you refrain from reading further, you will miss the unfolding narrative. Following the chapter of the Marineford War, the subsequent plot twists are heart-wrenching, and certain elements are destined to emerge. Otherwise, I would not have crafted a protagonist like Bai Yong, imbued with such Mary Sue attributes. Whether one can grasp the underlying message is subject to personal interpretation. Nevertheless, the forthcoming plot promises to be exceptional. P.S. Do not fret for the eagle eye. What is destined for you cannot be obstructed by anyone. And as for Bai Yang's independence and solitude, it should have been evident from the outset that she does not easily seek help. On the ominous Kangaikan Island, today's winds carry a sense of oppression unlike any before. All creatures have retreated, their wild instincts alert to the impending calamity. The island is littered with the ruins of war, remnants of a once glorious nation. The wind stirs up swirling dust, and mournful wails permeate the air. Dragon Girl, are you certain? The man on the opposite side, Bai Yong, gazes deeply. The slight furrow of his brow is familiar to her, perhaps because she often incites his displeasure. His dark golden eyes have scrutinized her countless times, making her feel as if she occupies his every gaze. Those slightly pursed lips, which she has kissed a few times, are not cold, but are instead unforgettable. His jet-black cloak, lined with crimson patterns, is thicker than it appears, and she has felt its fine fabric. The white fur hat, another of his trademarks, appears rather comical when she dons it. Moreover, the legendary Great Black Sword emanates a chilling aura today, capable of intimidating all. She wonders if today she might meet her end beneath its blade. I am certain, she replies faintly. Thank you for reaffirming her resolve, for the rose garden you have sown for her, and for waiting for her return. Thus, please cease to gaze in her eyes. She has seen and understood the flicker of uncertainty within you. You know that you are unfit for such emotions, and so is she, for we are both warriors. Let this end, Dracula Mihawk. One of us must emerge victorious. To strengthen the man's determination, Bai Yong reiterates her declaration of duel. I understand. If it is for the title of the world's strongest, he has no reason to decline. Standing atop the pinnacle, he is ever ready for battle, regardless of the opponent, as a warrior's dignity forbids him from showing mercy in a duel of strength. even if he contemplates refusing. He must first ask, "Did you not take your attire?" She knows that when she appears before him clad in her white battle attire, it signifies her rejection of his proposal. How absurd it is to say that the world's greatest swordsman is wounded. No, I have it. Therefore, if possible, I would like to request that you return that garment to me. She offers a gentle smile. Regardless of the outcome of this duel, that attire shall forever belong to Luo Baiyang. The immense black blade is raised towards him. Allow me to witness your true strength, or merely your inflated ambition. Yes, this is indeed you, Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Regardless of who the challenger may be, I am glad to see that there is no trace of doubt in your eyes. As the foremost among the elite, you are truly deserving. The silver-white longsword drawn from its sheath radiates a light bright enough to illuminate the entire area, the humming sound even startling the baboons far across the island. Let her gaze upon you once more deeply. Whether she meets her demise here or not, she will raise her sword to conclude all. For this is her promise to Bailong. She shall never violate her vow. It is a matter of honor and a warrior's dignity. Bailong, you are the embodiment of my shame as a weakling. Therefore let it end. Upon the vast ocean, she draws her sword and declares, "I can no longer permit myself to continue this way. After I conclude the duel with you, the world's strongest swordsman, I shall cast you aside." Bai Yang's regrets regarding her cowardice, ignorance, and evasion have reached their zenith. Had Hancock not struck her, perhaps she would have been utterly broken. Gazing upon the hopeful Marcia and the burden-bearing Hancock, she recalls that she must remain composed. For Ace, for Luffy, for her brothers. Thus, with the most composed, yet fervent mind, she resolves to discard the Bailong Jian, relinquishing her long-standing reliance. She shall not allow herself to be weak any longer. In such circumstances, she cannot confront the eagle eye with romantic sentiments. Is it not extravagant to contemplate love and marriage before a battle where her brothers may perish? The eagle eye's strength derives not only from swordsmanship, but also from his resolute heart. When the silver-white longsword emanates a dragon-like aura, enveloping Baiyang, he comprehends that this duel grants no room for leniency, and he shall not show mercy. After all, this is a battle between him and this sword. Baiyang's spirit has likely succumbed to slumber. Her gaze mirrors that of 8 years prior, during their last confrontation. This fighting spirit, this overwhelming aura exuding intimidation, even causes him to break into a cold sweat. Yet he feels no thrill in facing a formidable opponent. Now, he remains calm, merely contemplating his next move. For 7 days and nights, their battle rages on, cleaving the very ground of King Gaiken Island. The surrounding seas, stirred by chaotic sword energies, are beset by tempestuous storms, even triggering colossal tsunamis. Yet, this is the final act. 2 immensely powerful individuals, each strike, each moment, creates a chasm of fatal distance due to the slightest discrepancies and errors. Thus, in this climactic moment, both combatants sustain severe internal injuries. Days of countless wounds have dried, leaving them in a disheveled state, far from a graceful display of combat. In these waters, few can compel the eagle eye to draw his blade. Typically, a simple slash suffices to conclude matters. Yet in these past days, he has unleashed his true prowess with every strike. Clang, buzz. The blades collide in a blur of motion, their speed escalating faster and faster, for both bodies are nearing their limits, approaching the final moment of resolution. Black Blade, Night Sky. This technique is derived from the One Piece Giant War series, personally penned by Oda. This is the decisive move imbued with Haki. Once unleashed, the emerald green Haki shall obliterate all, cleaving through the adversary. He never misses, and his strikes are invariably precise. If not mistaken, his opponent cannot evade, as the blade would cleave from the forehead down to the chest. He has seized this moment, certain that he can bring everything to a conclusion. The adversary possesses golden, slender eyes, unmistakably not those of a human, with a cold expression that scorns all. He knows this is not Baiyang, not at all. With a swift motion, Yi Tian unleashed his attack. The blade struck true, drawing forth crimson blood that stained the white bandages on the chest. In that moment, Yi Tian had not anticipated the weight of his own strike. It was a heavy blow, one he would marvel at for his oversight. Indeed, an oversight? No, he would never falter. It was instinctive. Blood dripped incessantly from the forehead, along the cheek, and down the chest. Yet the being now controlling Baiyang's body appeared to feel no pain, emotionless as they lifted the sword, delivering the final strike to vanquish the world's greatest swordsman. Shan Ubo Zuo Xinjing. The initial and sole promise between Baiyang and Bailong was merely to compete against the strongest swordsman in the world. Bai Long roamed through various realms in search of the mightiest swordsman, and he could hardly recall how long he had lived. Thus, no matter what his host did, he held little opinion. As long as they continued to grow stronger, wielding the sword, for one day his wish to return to this world would be realized. After all, a human's lifespan is but a fleeting moment to him. However, this time he faltered. He was deceived by the one who should have inherited this sword. He had never anticipated that events would escalate to this point, encountering resistance from his host for the very first time. Human desires, in their pursuit of ultimate strength, should be fundamentally the same. Yes, the pursuit of supreme power. The individual before him, defeated beneath his blade, should abide by this principle. For surely he is not the pinnacle of this world. The swordsman of this realm was nearly embedded in the cracked ground, and Yi Tian was so severely injured that he could no longer rise. He looked up at the person towering over him, and involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief. Yi Tian's strength had waned. How long must you control the girl's body? His voice was hoarse. You still inquire about this matter, showing concern for her host. Yet you shall never triumph over us. Blood continued to drip from his forehead, but Bai Long's eyes held only indifference and disdain. Simultaneously, he possessed the same pride as Yi Tian, for he too had vanquished numerous world champions, allowing him to wander until now. Defeat is defeat. Do you like the girl? Take pleasure in verbal sparring? Yi Tian closed his dark golden eyes, resigning himself to his defeat. Even if he were to perish by this man's sword, he bore no resentment. Yet he wished to see her just once more, to gaze upon that little girl. Bai Long raised an eyebrow slightly, perplexed as to why one who had accepted their fate would suddenly open their eyes again. He was looking at himself. No, he was peering through himself to see the original owner of this body. Humans are weak for this very reason, bound by emotion. But he was not, expressionless. He lifted the silver-white longsword, and the one with golden, slender eyes aimed it at the one who had fallen before him. Blood gushed forth. Yet the sensation of pain did not register. Yi Tian turned his head to see that his right hand had been pierced through. I have never spared the lives of defeated foes. However, my host pleaded for your life before the battle commenced, promising not to kill you even in defeat. Bai Long's tone was calm, yet carried an air of arrogance. Before the battle began, Bai Yong had come to a resolution. She did not believe Yi Tian would lose, for he was the strongest swordsman in her eyes, and such pride would never allow him to show mercy for her sake. This was a true battle of the strong. Thus, if Yi Tian were to kill her, perhaps it would not be so bad. It was not a matter of regret, but rather a resolve to die at the hands of one she held dear. If she were to perish, Bai Long would undoubtedly inflict severe injuries upon Yi Tian, and the battle beyond would likely be left to fate. Madness? Calmness? Both. Suddenly, the silver-white blade was drawn from the bleeding back of his hand. Bai Long meticulously wiped the sword clean, as if it were the last time he would ever touch it. In this life, I have been deceived by the wielder of the twin blades, having chosen this host. Suddenly, he spoke with a hint of melancholy, as if recollecting something. Alas, alas. Then, the dragon-like aura emanating silver-white light vanished along with the longsword. At that very moment, Bai Yong, already gravely injured, collapsed as if her soul had suddenly departed. Yi Tian furrowed his brow tightly. He exerted all his strength, dragging his pain-ridden body to her side. Even this short distance rendered him breathless. Struggling, he drew near, raising his unbloodied hand to gently caress her cheek, relieved to confirm that the woman beside him was merely asleep. Perhaps we are both seeking death. The author has something to say. Oh, the headache. I caught a cold from staying up late. Yet my heart still races as I write this chaotic tale, filled with boundless emotion. Let me see you just one more time. Bai Yong is a warrior, and Yi Tian is too. In Bai Yong's eyes, the promise of duty surpasses emotion. In Yi Tian's, the duel between swordsmen eclipses all feelings. Yet they both are somewhat deceiving themselves. On the third day following the conclusion of the duel between Bai Yong and Yi Tian, the news of their contest for the title of the world's greatest swordsman had already spread throughout the Grand Line. While everyone remained uncertain about the Navy and the government preparing to confront Whitebeard, this event had undoubtedly become the most sensational occurrence on the Grand Line. It was said that the island where they dueled was cleaved apart by sword energy, and the surrounding seas underwent bizarre climatic changes during the 7 days of their battle. Thunderclouds roamed above the island, transforming the climate into something reminiscent of the New World. Moreover, in the final days of their duel, the surrounding seas experienced colossal tsunamis, sweeping away several islands. Despite the uproar and intensity surrounding these events, no one knew who emerged victorious from a duel. On one hand, most believed the title of the world's greatest still belonged to Yi Tian Mihawk, as the EC Dragon Girl appeared too inexperienced in every aspect. On the other hand, many speculated that the Dragon Girl, who had been able to spar with Yi Tian since childhood, might indeed be a dark horse as a rising star. However, regardless of the speculations at sea, everyone had come to accept one undeniable truth. The EC Dragon Girl had entered the realm of world-class powerhouses, undoubtedly a significant asset beyond the 7 warlords for the Navy. Amidst such a sensational event on the Grand Line, the mysterious disappearance of a celestial dragon noble went unnoticed. 2 weeks after this incident, enthusiasm remained undiminished, primarily because both Yi Tian and the Dragon Girl had vanished. While it was known that the two had indeed battled for the title of the world's greatest, the absence of any further appearances made it increasingly difficult to speculate who had survived until the end. Sister, oh sister, that wretched sister simply will not allow it. Teacher, I am aware that you detest seeing me cry, yet I hope you can comprehend the emotions I am experiencing. As for that General Casa, he weeps like a little girl, which I find rather challenging to emulate. Is it truly impossible? Step back. Tali, it's your turn. My dear sister, you cannot simply depart like this. Woe betide us, this band of stalwart men cannot endure your absence. Even our meals have lost their savor. Everyone get out of here. The sister is still alive. A thunderous roar resonated through the room. Baiyang gasped for breath, her eyes wide with indignation. Indeed, she bore grave injuries, and the sheer force of her outcry left her breathless. In truth, she had regained some consciousness a few days prior, aware that she had survived the duel, though her body felt leaden, allowing her only to hear faint sounds before slipping back into slumber. However, in the past 2 days, whenever she regained a semblance of awareness, she heard weeping at her bedside. Yes, it was none other than her loyal men, who, despite their concerns for her, took turns crying at her bedside. Today, their pent-up emotions erupted, marking her first vocal expression of consciousness. Yet, when she beheld the faces of those gathered around her bed, the fire of her indignation was snuffed out. After a pause, the sight of their dazed, tear-streaked faces made her chuckle. Are you truly still my soldiers, shedding tears in my presence? Wipe away that glimmer from your eyes. Yes, my sister. The surroundings of the bed were filled with the naval soldiers she had long abandoned, each bearing deep dark circles under their eyes, not to mention the unkempt stubble on their faces. When they were aboard the ship, they were quite particular about their appearances. Water. After uttering just a couple of words, her mouth felt parched. Baiyang took a gentle breath, only to feel her insides ache immediately. This was undoubtedly a severe internal injury. Her body was tightly wrapped in bandages, making her feel akin to a mummy. Sister, water. The first to bring her a cup of water was Archer, the youngest officer aboard the ship, known for his perceptive nature and his camaraderie with Baiyang. As he cautiously brought the cup to her lips, his hand was swiftly seized by the first mate, who had been standing nearby. She could only drink warm water now. Moreover, since she had awakened, they should return to the ship and stand by. The medical team was far more familiar with her care than they were. I say, are you trying to chase away my supporters, hoping to take advantage of my weakness? Baiyang raised an eyebrow, casting him a sidelong glance. Casa disdainfully shot her a glance. I never assist the defeated. Cough. At the side, List adjusted his Navy baseball cap, attempting to ease the tension. The captain and first mate were at it again, which was a good sign. It indicated that the captain was not gravely harmed. Brothers, the captain has just awakened. Our numbers are too great, and our presence here will hinder her recovery. If you wish to see the captain, it is better to wait until she is fully recovered aboard the Siren. Yes, indeed. Hey, List, as the most composed chief aboard, you ought to act more responsibly. Baiyang silently protested with her eyes as she watched the throng of individuals exit the small room. The last to leave was List, who nodded at Casa, indicating he would inform village chief Local. The name Local was neither unfamiliar nor strange, for it belonged to the village chief of Basie Island, a figure reminiscent of an elderly turtle hermit. Thus, the bed upon which she now lay was the same one she had used to recuperate on Basie Island. Casa, first drink some water. He carefully propped Baiyang up, allowing her to lean against thick pillows, and a bespectacled man brought her a cup of warm water, helping her take a few sips before speaking. Did you lose? His question made Baiyang want to laugh. The one with a myriad of questions should be me. Why are you the one interrogating me? Casa fell silent for a moment, then poured another cup of soothing water for her to drink. After your duel with Hawkeye, he brought you to Basie Island and then contacted us to retrieve you. When we arrived, although village chief Local had saved your life, you were still in a precarious condition. Subsequently, I performed surgery on you, and you have maintained your current state for half a month. What does Zhu Luoqi know? Where is Hawkeye? He has left. He observed you for a few days, but once we arrived, he departed. Adjusting his glasses, he continued. When he left, aside from a few wounds, his right hand was notably injured. I noticed it was quite stiff when he touched your face. Therefore, I am quite curious to know whether you lost or he did. However, I must say, you truly are ruthless to incapacitate the world's greatest swordsman. Casa, are you saying that fellow's hand is ruined? Bai Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, her entire being trembling. From my perspective as a physician, it appears that his right hand has sustained a severe injury and is recovering poorly, leaving it quite stiff. At that moment, Hawkeye did not shy away from touching you, which surprised me. However, judging by the emotions evident in his eagle-like gaze, it seems that your captain is indeed a siren of the sea. Truly, how many men has she ensnared? Impossible. She cannot believe it. How could it be so tragic? What are you saying? It was you who inflicted the injury. Moreover, if we are to discuss tragedy, you are not without fault either. The man standing at her bedside held a mirror before her face. Even now, with your body wrapped in bandages, I must warn you in advance. As I speak, a scar will forever mar your forehead down to your chest. A ghastly line diagonally across your face, rendering it utterly unsightly. The neck and chest, which you always prided yourself on displaying, bears similar scars, grotesque beyond measure. Frankly, I admire your inhuman resilience in surviving. Listening quietly to Casa's account, Bai Yang's previously anxious heart gradually found tranquility. At the moment she decided to discard the Bai Long sword, she had already prepared herself for death, and Hawkeye's serious injury was anticipated. She ought to think no further on the matter. Hey! Noticing her lack of reaction, Casa leaned closer to scrutinize her mummy-like face. You're no longer fit to attract suitors. Once the bandages are removed, I wonder how disfigured you will be. Slowly lifting her gaze to meet his, Bai Yang raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent. I wish to eat cheese-baked mashed potatoes. After staring at her for a while, Casa finally stood up, gently adjusting his glasses. Understood. I shall instruct Chef Duo Mo to prepare it for you. However, you must first consume porridge before you can have the mashed potatoes. Oh, please hurry. The man in the white coat of justice waved his hand, signaling that he understood, and exited the room. In the end, he softly murmured, perhaps to himself, "It is wonderful to be alive." Alive? Indeed, it is truly wonderful to be alive. Moreover, both of them have survived. Just as Bai Yang lay in a deep slumber, unable to move, a faint awareness lingered within her. She felt someone holding her tightly, speaking softly and awkwardly caressing her cheek. Now, reflecting on it, was that not the person who had departed and had survived alongside her? Her heart ached painfully, for she knew she could no longer face that individual. From this moment onward, she must confront the events surrounding the battle atop the peak. If she lacked the strength to defeat the general under optimal conditions, she would have to rely on the power of the narrative. The following day, Bai Yang encountered village chief Luo Ke, who, unlike their first meeting, displayed a clear lack of friendliness, glaring at her with evident displeasure. How could that brat Mihawk possibly be interested in you? This headstrong girl. You even pierced his hand. How could you do that? Faced with such inquiries, Bai Yang remained silent, saying nothing. It would be unwise to ask her thoughts on the matter, even if concealed well. The mere mention of Yin's hand would cause her heart to twist painfully. She felt a deep sorrow for Yin. To say it was heart-wrenching might not be an exaggeration. At this juncture, she had adopted a more composed demeanor. Instead of shrouding her lingering feelings, she preferred to acknowledge her emotions honestly. Nevertheless, even with this clarity, it did not alter her immediate priorities. Casa, do you have any updates on the Straw Hat crew? By the third day, Bai Yang had returned to the Siren to recuperate. Upon receiving news that they had traversed the territory of Moonlight Moria and severely injured yet another warlord, Casa, in an effort to manage both work and her health, had moved his desk into her room, making the already cramped cabin feel even more congested. Your information must be classified, yet you seem to know every detail. Leaning against the headboard, Bai Yang kept her eyes closed, though a faint golden aura coursed through her meridians. For the past few days, she had been meditating in this manner. You don't seem surprised by the actions of Straw Hat Boy. After organizing another document, Casa opened yet another folder. What if I told you that Bartholomew Kuma has wiped out your brother's pirate crew? How would you react? Startled, Bai Yang felt her golden aura become disordered, and she clenched her teeth in pain, regaining her composure before asking, when did this happen? We received the news yesterday morning. Putting down his pen, Casa looked at her. Bai Yong furrowed her brow, meticulously recalling the events. Quickly, we must head to the Sabeti archipelago. I'm afraid that's not possible, Casa replied, his tone indifferent. The orders from Admiral Sengoku are not only to welcome you, but also to escort you back to Marineford. The author wishes to convey. OTL, my cold continues to worsen. Every word from the previous chapter to now carries the weight of my brain power. Please look at the tofu brain. You must all refrain from crying. If you don't cry, then don't. The cold is unbearable. It feels like I may never recover. In Chapter 111, Casa has consistently proven himself as an outstanding first mate and, as a direct subordinate of Admiral Sengoku, has excelled in his role as Bai Yang's watcher. He has skillfully balanced the management of matters aboard the Siren with the latest developments concerning Bai Yang. Hence, he was thoroughly prepared this time. Whether it was administering hypnotic drugs via 4, shackling Bai Yang with sea-stone handcuffs, or monitoring her around the clock in her quarters, he had left no stone unturned. They had entered the waters of the Sabeti archipelago. As he was about to retire for the night, he spoke to Bai Yang, then closed the folder and turned off the light before returning to his own quarters. Indeed, the Sabeti archipelago is in close proximity to both the Holy Land, Mariehua, and Marine headquarters of Marineford. Regardless of Cass's intentions behind his words, he still did not release Bai Yang. This was information she had gleaned after struggling for quite some time against the sea-stone handcuffs. However, in the early hours of the following day, Shi unlocked her cuffs. Where did you get the key? She found it hard to believe that the seemingly weak Shi could obtain the handcuff key without causing a commotion, even if he was her apprentice. The boy with light blue curls scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly. I borrowed it from Casa. I used my observation hockey to read his mind. She was surprised. It seemed this fellow was not only well-behaved on the surface, but also quite clever beneath. Well done. You should continue to practice what I've taught you. With that, she patted the boy on the shoulder and made to leave the room. Wait, teacher. The person behind her blocked her path. There's no need to rush. Everyone is willing to help. It's just that suddenly we lost our direction. The ship will reach the Sabeti archipelago shortly. Before that, teacher, perhaps you should check if there are any supplies you need to replenish on your motorcycle. The restaurant staff seem to have suddenly become lost as well. They will assist you in restocking supplies. You all are so unpredictable. Casa will surely be startled awake by your sudden antics. After a brief stretch of her long, still body, Bai Yang nodded, allowing Shui to wheel the motorcycle onto the deck. However, when Bai Yang arrived on the deck, the ship's first mate was already assembling everyone in formation. The vast foredeck was filled with crew members standing in perfect alignment, reminiscent of the first time they welcomed Bai Yang aboard. Clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, Bai Yang still appeared as a bandaged mummy, a severely injured patient. In truth, her external injuries had long since healed. She was merely focusing on her internal injuries through daily meditation. Yet Casa stubbornly refused to remove her bandages, hastily applying ointment to her scar, which was unlikely to heal, before swiftly rewrapping her. Impressive. No wonder you command such troops. None of them obey the orders of their superiors. The bespectacled man, impeccably dressed in a white coat, was the only one aboard the Siren wearing the justice coat from headquarters. And they all seem utterly foolish. Standing on the opposite side, Bai Yang remained silent. She understood his meaning and anticipated what he was about to say. However, she had more pressing matters to attend to. On the port deck, the small flying fish was already in position. What's the matter? No words? Casa raised an eyebrow. Have you truly reached a point where you no longer wish to argue? Lo Bai Yang, tell these fools that you intend to abandon them all. You are leaving. At that moment, all eyes on the deck turned towards her, and Bai Yang dreaded their expressions, for she was about to utter their greatest fear. Yes, I am leaving. I have no need for you lot. You're all too weak. Best return to the New World and serve as your own soldiers. This proclamation seemed to freeze the air around them. The individuals they revered, the ones they followed, did not wish to take them along for even a moment. Isn't that obvious? Spoke the burly man who appeared to lack intelligence, his flustered demeanor suggesting he was trying to explain something. Big Sister is incredibly strong. We are too weak. Even after training on Sky Island, we cannot assist Big Sister in any way. Now, even if the Admiral seeks to capture Big Sister, we can do nothing. But please, Big Sister, take us to the New World. Bai Yang turned her face away, still saying nothing. She did not want to meet their hopeful gazes. Frowning tightly, Casa adjusted his glasses. He truly did not wish to see such an outstanding naval crew reduced to a pile of mush because of this woman. Why did they not understand? They were all individuals he had meticulously selected from G5. Enough. Tali. We still have work to do for Big Sister, just like with the small flying fish. At that moment, Archer, who had been inching towards the rear, shouted. He pushed the small flying fish towards Bai Yang's position. Wow, Big Sister's small flying fish is quite heavy. Are you so devoted to that woman because she once saved you from Justice Island? With a swift motion, Casa produced several surgical knives and flung them forth. Bang, 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 bang. In the next moment, the gleaming surgical knives were sent flying by a barrage of bullets. The scene descended into chaos as the lower-ranking soldiers retreated in astonishment. They had never anticipated an internal conflict aboard the ship. They were not the sort to defy orders from their superiors. Yet they were willing to do so simply because the captain was a figure they revered. The man in the baseball cap, with his smoking firearm in hand, shouted, "And you, Lizette, as a former colonel, you should be well aware of the consequences." I, stroking the stubble on my chin, smiled faintly. Even the usually composed Sergeant Chow found amusement in following the captain, as it was indeed fascinating for someone of my age to serve under him. With the intervention of Aker and Lizette, the tide began to turn. Bai Yong swiftly mounted the little flying fish, shielded by the two. However, the soldiers on the deck gazed at her with expressions of anticipation mingled with a dawning despair, realizing they had been forsaken. "Foolish!" Casa exclaimed, launching more surgical knives, this time targeting Bai Yang's little flying fish directly. Raining blades. Taiji Bagua, 64 palms. The youth with light blue hair confronted the onslaught of silver knives, elegantly intercepting most with his circular palm technique. The few that slipped through were deflected by Aker's nunchaku and Lizette's bullets. "Teacher, what are you waiting for?" "Aker, Lizette, and I cannot hold them off much longer." More and more surgical knives soared through the air, while Shioi continued to neutralize the attacks. Yet, he had already heard the impending assault from Casa. "Teacher, you must leave now." Even if she bit her teeth, it would be futile. She had to escape. After days at sea, she had lost all sense of the narrative's timing. She had come to save Luffy's crew and protect Kemi, ensuring that Admiral Kazuru would not intervene. With a resolute hum, Bai Yong twisted the throttle of the little flying fish. The white motorbike unfurled its wings, bursting forth with energy and leaping off the deck. "I will not allow you to escape so easily." Casa, wielding a gleaming golden surgical knife, leaped away from the encirclement of Shioi, Aker, and Lizette, hurling the knife at Bai Yong. A razor's edge, the golden knife barely grazed her, yet it was enough to keep her from fleeing. On the horizon, Bai Yang's white figure gradually receded beyond reach. "You are not helping her." Casa clenched his fists. "If we do not capture her, the next to do so will be the 3 admirals." Chambord Archipelago, a place Bai Yong had long yearned for day and night. Whenever she was with Luffy and the others, she couldn't help but ponder the Celestial Dragon incident, longing to alter the storyline and change the future. She had to rescue Kemi. Now, she was soaring high above the Chambord Archipelago. Bai Yong had charged in from island number 20, just passing island number 24, where the bizarre monk Urich, the sea brawler Apis, the gluttonous Bonnie, the magician Hawkins, and the kidnapper Becky were all present. This indicated that Zoro had already encountered the Celestial Dragons. It meant Kemi had been captured. She had to arrive at the auction on island number 1 before Luffy confronted the Celestial Dragons, hoping to intervene before it all transpired. The tingling sensation of paralysis grew stronger. It was Casa. The last golden surgical knife had grazed her. If she was not mistaken, it contained a specially formulated anesthetic. Her body began to succumb to the drug's effects. The little flying fish streaked across the sky like a meteor, leaving only a trail of white light. Thus, Bai Yang's speed was astonishing. When she spotted the auction venue, Luffy and the others had yet to arrive. With a fierce roar, she burst through the entrance. And at that moment, she saw her crew. Then, in the center of the stage, was Kemi, imprisoned within a fish tank. Damn it! She gripped the brake of the little flying fish with all her might, but her hands had gone numb. Amidst the shock of the entire venue, Bai Yong crashed onto the stage, colliding with a nearby pillar. Who is that? The audience was thrown into disarray, unable to fathom that someone would dare disrupt an auction attended by a celestial dragon. "Hey kid." The masked killer recognized the source of the chaos. The red-haired man grinned. He had not expected to meet this madwoman again. "Captain, it's Yusachi." Yusachi has flown in. The excited white bear clung to the front row seats, his instincts assuring him he had not mistaken her. The man in the spotted hat smirked maliciously. Meanwhile, on the steps of the venue, the Straw Hats were unfazed by her unconventional entrance, for their captain always surprised them. Yet this time that is Bai Yang. Nami gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. She's come to aid us. Ah. Sanji inhaled his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Only someone related to Luffy could act so recklessly. Bai Yang-chan. How wonderful. Chopper clenched his fists, tears brimming in his eyes. Was Bai Yang Luffy's sister? It had been mentioned before. Papagu held back tears. Wait. That is the dragon woman of the East Blue. Little 8 clenched his fists, recalling his brief encounter with the dragon woman in the East Blue. He also knew that for many years, she had been aiding the celestial dragons. Hey, is it really okay? You all seem so excited. Frankie pointed at the chaotic stage, now engulfed in smoke. Didn't T.I. hear that the dragon woman just fought against Mihawk? How is she here? Amidst the turmoil on stage, a figure emerged slowly from the dust and fog. Hey, capture this troublemaker. Disco, wearing star-shaped glasses, nervously pointed at the newcomer. Can you not recognize my voice, you fool? Enduring the creeping paralysis, Bai Yang ascended the stage with deliberate slowness. Even if the person before him was swathed like a corpse, he could never mistake that voice. Stuttering in shock, Disco steadied himself. After all, he was the most popular host and could not let a sudden event disrupt his composure. Manager, you have returned. He bowed respectfully and then raised his hand to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our esteemed manager. She is here to celebrate this rare opportunity to showcase the young mermaid. What a shocking entrance. Please give our manager the warmest applause. Oh, it's the manager. Haha, what a magnificent entrance. Indeed. It's my first time seeing the manager of this establishment. Truly mysterious. The manager knows how to create a spectacle. How delightful. Thanks to Disco's words, applause erupted in the venue, and the nobles exhaled in relief, smiles returning to their faces. To them, this was merely a joyful place to purchase goods. Manager? Don't joke. I can't believe this place is run by Bai Yang-chan. No, it is indeed her establishment. Facing the astonishment of the Straw Hats, Little 8 clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Their gazes pierced through Bai Yang, causing her great pain as she steeled herself before the fish tank that held Kemi captive. The mermaid maiden is not for sale. What are you saying, manager? Disco Guisperth. In the past, the manager would allow any slave he fancied to be taken at cost price, but this one would undoubtedly be a significant loss. Ignoring him, Bai Yang furrowed her brow and shouted towards the audience. This mermaid has been reserved. She is not for sale. What? Why not? The celestial dragon, Charlos, widened his eyes, his recently inhaled mucus trickling down again. 500 million. I will buy this mermaid for 500 million. He gritted his teeth in secret. With Luffy yet to arrive, he could not allow the situation to escalate further. Not for sale. Bai Yang yelled. What? Charlos's eyes bulged in disbelief, unable to fathom how so many commoners dared to defy him today. Naturally, he reached for his gun. Wait, hold on. Charlos, this is an auction. The highest bidder wins. The manager Disco hurriedly intervened. Indeed, Bai Yang murmured, leaning gently against the glass tank, feeling unsteady. She needed to conclude this swiftly. 1 billion. I will buy this mermaid for 1 billion. 1 billion. The crowd gasped in astonishment at Bai Yang's declaration. 15. All right. Charlos, that's far too much money. You could easily find someone to catch a mermaid from Fishman Island for you. Just as the celestial dragon was about to raise his bid against Bai Yang, his father, Roswald, sitting in the center, halted him. Fine. Gently. As the celestial dragon relented, Bai Yang sighed in relief. Quickly, push the glass tank back. Yes. Disco nodded vigorously, astonished that a mermaid could fetch such a price. However, just as the glass tank was being returned backstage, a flying fish motorcycle burst in with a roar. The scene was chaotic, reminiscent of Bai Yang's earlier recklessness, leaving the onlookers in shock amidst the smoke and dust. A young boy wearing a straw hat emerged from the haze, grumbling loudly. What's going on? Can't you land properly? That's clearly your own style. Don't blame others, you fool. Bai Yang coldly smiled. At that moment, she could no longer support herself and collapsed beside the glass tank. The author wishes to summarize the positions of all the island characters during the early stages of the Celestial Dragon incident. This guide is for those who wish to traverse this world. Remember, if you're crossing into One Piece, bring a deluxe edition CD of oneself. This guide contains all the details of the Grand Line. In Area 24, the kidnapper Capone Beach, the gluttonous girl Bonnie, and the magician Hawkins are in a restaurant. Caution is advised while dining. In the same area's bar, red-haired kid and long-handed Oppo are in a brawl. Caution is also advised while drinking. Simultaneously, in Area 21, The bizarre monk Urki and Kira are fighting, with Law observing and Drake intervening. If you wish to spectate, be mindful of your angle. Standing atop the houses behind Law is recommended. This is occurring while Kemi is being kidnapped, precisely when Zoro is lost and causing chaos. In Area 24, the bizarre monk, Oppo, Hawkins, the kidnapper, and Bonnie are present, along with the troublesome celestial dragon. If you don't want to kneel, avoid the commotion. Other details include the Straw Hat Cruise Dock in Area 41, Aunt Peony's Bar in Area 13, and a hospital in Area 22. In Chapter 112, when Luffy unexpectedly yet unsurprisingly appears, Bai Yang can only break out in a cold sweat, even though she is this guy's sister. She cannot predict his actions outside the plot. Hey, what are you all looking at? Get that rude intruder out, and quickly push the mermaid back. Bai Yang lowered her voice, commanding the guards around her to remove Luffy and his companions. Zoro, who had just bumped into the back of his head, approached with a furrowed brow. Seriously, aren't you in a hurry to get back to Sunny? Why is Kemi there? Upon noticing another person slumped in the corner of the stage, his expression changed instantly, and his hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his sword. Why is Bai Yang here? Is her sword now the strongest in the world? The killing intent directed at her was unmistakable. Zoro was truly bothersome. Simultaneously, Bai Yang looked towards Nami. Nami is an exceedingly intelligent woman. Oda once remarked that her intelligence surpasses even that of red-haired Shanks. The only one smarter than her would be Shanks's first mate, Ben Beckman. Therefore, the beautiful girl with short orange hair immediately sensed the gaze, and even from a distance. She comprehended Bai Yang's intent. The armored guard had already surrounded the stairs. Seeing the situation, Nami shouted, "Let's go outside. Sister Bai Yang will arrange everything." Luffy, stop looking for Kemi. She already. Kemi. However, it seemed their captain was more focused on immediate appearances. As he spotted the glass tank being pushed towards the stage, before Nami could finish, he dashed toward the stage. Kemi, I'll find you. Stop. That mermaid has already been purchased by our manager. The guards raised their guns, blocking the way. You bastards. Kemi is not a commodity. Luffy threw a few punches, refusing to halt his advance. Stop. Bai Yang was grateful. The tranquilizer worked exceptionally well. Even though her body could no longer move, she still had the spirit to shout at that troublesome brat. Simultaneously, she was also relieved that Xiao Ba did not rush out to stop Luffy. He merely stared at her with barely contained anger. The moment Bai Yang yelled, the Straw Hat Boy, who had been charging forward, suddenly froze, as if time had stopped. Then, astonished, he turned towards the source of the voice. Bai Yang, make them leave. Wait, Bai Yang, is that you? After the initial shock, Luffy's face broke into a smile. Great, you're here too. He seemed oblivious to Bai Yang's command to leave, happily waving to his companions behind him. Look, Bai Yang is back. Hearing the Straw Hat Kids shout, Law and Kid exchanged knowing smirks. To them, this phrase felt familiar. The Dragon Lady was indeed in high demand. Nami, however, was exasperated, covering her face. Didn't I tell you from the start? Sister Bai Yang has purchased Kemi. You need to come back quickly. Right? Kemi. Luffy shouted towards the stage. Bai Yang will save you. The Straw Hat Boy's voice rang loud, but the mermaid, maiden trapped in the glass tank, could not hear him. Only those present understood clearly. Ugh! The celestial dragon Charlos, with mucus running down his face, stood abruptly from his seat, pointing at Bai Yang, who was slumped on the stage. I remember now. You're a slave of the ROSD family. ROSD once boasted about you to me. Slave. Those two words made Bai Yang's fists clench until they bled. However, in her current state, she was paralyzed, her body trembling involuntarily. Shut up. Don't mention that in front of Luffy and the others. Slave? What was this guy talking about? Among the pirates present, perhaps only the Straw Hat Boy failed to comprehend. The Straw Hats at the top of the stairs all wore solemn expressions, unwilling to respond to Luffy's question. Nami gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Yet, upon meeting Bai Yang's gaze again, she clenched her fists, suppressing her feelings. Sanji, Zoro, quickly pull Luffy up. We must leave here. In an effort to avoid causing trouble for Bai Yang-chan, a deep breath of smoke escaped from the golden-haired chef, who maintained an expression of composure. His legs appeared most reluctant as they moved towards their captain. In contrast, the young swordsman with green algae hair merely tightened his grip on the three blades at his waist, the veins on his arms bulging without any sign of movement. The situation atop the staircase seemed unnoticed by the gathering crowd. The elder celestial dragon, Roswald, furrowed his brow, contemplating interrupting his son. Charlo, you have met with Rasta recently. Have you not? He has not been around for some time, as he told me. Sniffling foolishly, Charlot's gaze remained fixed on Bayong, who languished at the edge of the stage. Isn't it strange that you, a slave, have to purchase another slave? He remarked, stepping away from his seat towards the stage. His eyes locked on her. I heard from Rasta that you have assisted him in locating numerous slaves and even established a breeding ground for them. He can select from there any slave he desires. Though you are a mere lowly human, you are still infinitely stronger than the fishmen. With an expression of satisfaction, he smiled gently to himself, as if bestowing a reward. Bayong had encountered the covetous and unabashed gaze of celestial dragons before, yet at this moment, she yearned to gouge out his eyes. This fool made her feel filthy in front of Luffy and his crew. Disco, is the auction not to continue? Bowing her head in an attempt to shield her eyes with her hair, Bayong could only endure the situation. Ah, yes. Yes. Disco hirili nadid. Sudingli aprouching Charlo. Charlo-sama. The auction is still ongoing, and we have other slaves available. Greater surprises await. Enough. Charlo glared at him. What other races could possibly compare to the owner of your establishment? This is my first time learning that a slave can also manage a human trafficking market. Hey, Nami, what's this guy talking about? I can't understand. Bayong is the owner of this place? And what does slave mean? The youth caught in a grip, furrowed his brow, and earnestly questioned his navigator. Never mind. I'll explain later. Nami gritted her teeth. Sanji, why are you just standing there? Pull him away. Nami-san. Releasing his grip on Luffy's arm, Sanji slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. This guy is Bayong-chan's brother, so he is the one who must be made aware of the truth. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others remained at the top of the staircase, while Bayong kept her head lowered in silence. Hey, why are you not speaking? Charlo impatiently leaned in, peering left and right, attempting to discern her appearance beneath the bandages. Rasta told me you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Let me see you. Charlo, she is someone else's slave, Roswald interjected, displeased with his son's undue interest in another's property before so many commoners. Heh, father, it seems that Charlo-sama is quite taken with this slave. Why not simply purchase her from the Rasta household? Rasta would surely comply, given the friendship between our two families, suggested the female, celestial dragon, Charler. Father, I just want to see her face. Faced with his son's childish pleas and his daughter's persuasion, Roswald relented, nodding in agreement. Very well. This evening I will pay a visit to the Rasta family. Thank you, father. Sniffling, Charlo lowered his head as he approached Bayong, reaching out to pull the bandages from her face. His actions were crude and clumsy, yet Bayong found herself powerless to resist. She could not oppose him even if she were to be fitted with a bomb collar or branded with the insignia of the Celestial Dragons. With a sharp tug, the bandages were forcibly removed. This was the first time Bayong revealed her face after the duel. Aside from the healer, Casa, no one had seen her disfigured visage. In truth, she had not even looked in a mirror herself. However, judging by the reactions around her, she began to comprehend the reality. Ugh! Dropping the bandages, Charlo staggered back in shock. What an ugly face. This is the first time I've seen such an unsightly woman. What is with the scars on your face? You're hideous. A woman like you could never be my slave. He bellowed, more out of anger than disdain. How could the slave his father had requested be so grotesque? In a fit of rage, he kicked Bayong. Disgusting. You look utterly repulsive. He continued to shout, cursing as he struck the already incapacitated figure on the ground with his feet. Each kick was delivered with force, spurred by the shock of her appearance. Nami bit her lip, feeling her teeth grind against one another. She struggled to suppress her emotions. It reminded her of the time Arlong had invaded her village, and she had to endure. Reflecting on this, she glanced at her companions, each trembling with anger. Nami-san, do you think we should leave? Sanji's fingers clenched around his cigarette, trembling slightly. Hey, green algae head, you've been silent this whole time. The addressed individual furrowed his brow tightly. I do not care about anything else. She is a swordsman who stands on equal footing with Mihawk outside. I will not allow anyone to trample upon her honor. Bayong is injured. She must be gravely hurt to be sitting there unable to move, Zoro asserted, holding back tears to defend the honor they cherished. That woman is a dragon woman, an ally of the Navy. Frankie summarized, being one of those who had seen Bayong's interactions with the Navy the most. You all treat her as a companion. Even if she does not stay with you, there is still a room reserved for her on my ship. Hey kid, the dragon woman is truly enduring this time. Kira's comment sounded more like a lament, his expression grim. I truly wonder how the fleet admiral would react to this scene. His voice was low, laced with discontent. Meanwhile, in the audience, The members of the Heart Pirates seated behind the captain wore somber expressions, saying nothing as they stared blankly at the celestial dragon kicking their former companion. You are all forbidden from intervening to assist the dragon woman. Captain Law's tone was low. This was more than just an order. It was a reminder that their companion was now a leader, a captain, and they must show her respect. In the face of provocation, humiliation, and the celestial dragons, Bai Yang had always been the most volatile and impulsive. Yet, as thoughts of Luffy and the others filled her mind, she found a way to endure whatever the celestial dragons did to her. To her, it was astonishing that she could withstand such treatment. In the Navy, she was a force to be reckoned with, a figure of great honor. Among pirates, she was revered by many, acknowledged by numerous influential figures. Yet now, none of that mattered. Perhaps only Luffy's gaze would make her tremble. She was a trafficker, an invisible slave to the celestial dragons. So please do not despise her, all right? Bai Yang's gaze was cast downward as she lay on the ground, being relentlessly kicked. It hurt, yet in a way, it did not. She could not see the straw hat crew atop the staircase. She was merely a lump of flesh at that moment. Suddenly, she froze. She heard it, the sound of her brother's sandals striking the cold floor. Luffy was approaching this way. Stop him! Stop him! Don't let the plot repeat itself. Bai Yang's cries mingled with the punch Luffy threw, disappearing into the air. No one heard her voice. Everyone merely witnessed a boy wearing a straw hat raise his right fist, striking the celestial dragon's face and sending him crashing into the wall. The author has something to convey. Let that fist shatter everything. Chapter 113. Here we find ourselves at the summit of the Red Soil continent, the holy land of Mary Joya. The news from the Shambered Islands left Sengoku astounded, causing his teacup to tumble to the floor. He pressed his forehead, stricken with a headache. Is it that brat again? How could he keep on? Report. Miss Bai Yang is also there. Stuttering, the reporting officer managed to relay the matter concerning Bai Yang. What? For Sengoku, this was no longer mere astonishment, but a deeper sense of loss. He was keenly aware that the celestial dragons had always been the source of her deepest hatred over the years. But what on earth is wrong with that family? Clenching his fists, he slammed them down on the conference table, startling Kizaru, who was sipping tea beside him. The reporting officer continued. According to the intelligence, there were also Eustace Kidd, Trafalgar Law, and their companions present, a total of 13 bounty criminals. 5 of whom were newcomers with bounties exceeding 100 million. The main culprit is, who? Speak up. Is Miss Bai Yang. The officer stood upright and shouted. With a slight smile, he added in a hushed tone, Miss Bai Yang commanded the messenger to report this farce. What on earth is going on? Sengoku's eyes widened as if he could devour the officer whole. When did officers of the general staff and above start heeding that girl-ass words? It was the straw hat Luffy. The officer hesitated, but spoke nonetheless. Actually, this incident arose because the celestial dragons intended to make Miss Bai Yang their slave. No, rather, their hireling. Upon hearing this, Sengoku fell silent. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, has that girl endured it? According to insiders, Miss Bai Yang was so frightfully ugly that she terrified the celestial dragons and was subsequently punished with kicks and stomps. However, Miss Bai Yang graciously accepted the punishment. Is that so? Observing Sengoku's prolonged silence, Kizaru scratched the back of his head. Well, regardless, since she has once again taken action against the world nobles, we cannot remain indifferent, Mr. Sengoku. Kizaru, turning around, Sengoku gazed at him in a daze, understanding the weight of his words. Others may be unaware, but the 3 admirals were fully cognizant of that girl's act of killing a celestial dragon. This incident was akin to a massive ticking time bomb that must not be known to anyone. Yet if it were to be handled appropriately, let me take the field. I shall be back shortly. Rest assured. Wait. Mr. Sengoku, are you suggesting that I bring back the unharmed dragon girl? That might be a bit challenging. Just as Kizaru was about to exit, he turned around slowly, saying, hasn't she already become the world's greatest swordsman? The soldiers below were already gossiping. No, I need to tell her one thing. Sengoku's strategies had always garnered Bai Yang's admiration, yet they also caused her some exasperation. For Sengoku had indeed employed various means over the years to nurture her, to keep her in the Navy, even to the extent of overtly shielding and protecting her. Bai Yang would often unconsciously wish to buy souvenirs for him out of gratitude, while also reporting her previous whereabouts. Her relationship with Sengoku was a subtle blend of mentor and student, as well as that of a future trader and the Navy's admiral. Time rewinds to before Bai Yang had threatened the messenger, just after Rayleigh had stunned the entire room with his hockey. Your arm's wound has tested positive for anesthetic components. Though the specifics are unclear, I will administer the relevant antidote into your arm. Chopper rummaged through his navy blue little bag, swiftly retrieving a syringe and the antidote. However, Baiyang, who had already been helped to a chair, remained vacant-eyed, as though her soul had departed her body. Tensing with concern, the little hoofed creature promptly injected the antidote. Baiyang, you must pull yourself together. The anesthetic should wear off soon. Perhaps the pain from the injection in her arm jolted Baiyang back to some semblance of awareness. She tilted her head. What? Pull together? Are you saying she cannot speak? She is quite lucid, constantly pondering how to alter the plot from here on. Right? Perhaps she should simply inform them about PX. The pacifists and Kizaru's abilities. But no, if she were to say that, given their personalities, they would be even less inclined to escape. They would likely risk everything to take her along, to the sea. How ridiculous. You are pirates. Baiyang. Luffy's forehead was throbbing, as he shouted at the top of his lungs into the ears of those seated. Yet she remained unresponsive. Hey, Chopper, what has Baiyang eaten that made her sleep with her eyes open? No way. She has been struck by a potent anesthetic. An anesthetic? Is it poison? Scratching the back of his head, looking perplexed. No way. Baiyang has always been fine after consuming poisonous herbs or fruits. Her stomach has always been stronger than mine. Frowning in dissatisfaction, the Straw Hat Youth shook the girl slumped in the chair incessantly. Hey, Baiyang, wake up. You just returned. How can you sleep? We are having a feast on the sunny tonight, with plenty of meat. Wake up. What? Who is shaking her? Who? Pirates? Pirates can never be completely exterminated. Get away. In an instant, the murderous aura emanating from Baiyang enveloped the entire room in a chilling coldness. This was not the kind of haki released by Rayleigh earlier, which could only be sensed by the keen. Rather, even Usopp and Chopper trembled, filled with the darkest disdain and malice. At this moment, Baiyang seemed taken aback, as if awakening, yet still teetering on the brink of madness. However, the unique atmosphere of the venue had completely dissipated. She looked around, and everyone stood frozen in place, their gazes filled with shock and fear. The Straw Hat Youth before her bowed his head, unable to show his expression. I was too anxious, mistook someone. She wished to chuckle at herself, but the corners of her mouth could not lift. This was a clumsy lie concocted in a moment of panic, yet Luffy chuckled. He lifted his head, his face adorned with a sunny smile capable of uplifting anyone's spirits. Is that so? Soga. What's this? You all seem to know each other. The silver-haired, sharp-eyed elder glanced over, showing no anger at the Straw Hat Youth's disregard for his earlier remarks in favor of focusing on Baiyang. She's my sister. Luffy nodded. This brief statement left everyone, except the Straw Hat Pirates, in shock. Their carefree demeanor is indeed quite similar. The individual standing on the steps grinned. Hey, Dragon Girl, do you wish to join your brother as pirate crew? The one who had merely been observing from the audience raised the corners of his mouth. Speaking of this Dragon Girl, I am quite curious myself. This is certainly true. Baiyang joined my pirate crew 10 years ago. The Straw Hat Youth immediately protested. What is this? You all know Baiyang? She instinctively nodded. Right, Rayleigh has already appeared. Now, she still has something she can do before the plot unfolds. Yes, no problem. As if reigniting a spark of hope, a glimmer returned to Baiyang's eyes. The keys. All the keys to the slaves are in the innermost room. Hurry and save Cammy. That Miss Baiyang, I am right here. The green-haired girl waved behind Frankie. Oh dear, Dragon Girl, did you not notice the Super Me? Frankie leaped down from the already chaotic stage. All the slaves have escaped. Is that so? If they have fled, then the plot is indeed changing. Is it not? Baiyang, it has been quite some time since we last met. You've already gone to duel Mihawk. What was the outcome? Mingwang Lei. His identity had already been revealed to everyone when he previously employed his haki. He greeted casually, as if engaging in light conversation. Eagle, is it Hawkeye? In that fleeting moment, Baiyang's eyes flickered. The world's greatest swordsman is still he, not I. What? You lost. But what about your sword? Did your sword lose? The young swordsman furrowed his brow, having felt the aura of that sword. That duel was far from simple. Lost. I can't defeat him, she exclaimed. Thus, do not inquire further about who currently holds the title of World S No. 1. She did not wish to reminisce about their past. Hey, the station Navy soldiers must have surrounded this area by now. You all should leave quickly. Yoshi, Baiyang, return with us to the Sunny. Luffy chuckled. No, I cannot move yet, Baiyang replied with a smile. Which of you young captains will take on the front line to protect me? The injured? Oh, even you have such moments. Huh, the red-haired man remarked, turning to leave. I'll just help clear the area for you all. According to the plot, this was the time for the three young captains to collaborate in a spectacular display. Luo, expressing his annoyance, hurriedly followed with a wild sword slung over his shoulder, their arguments echoing in the corridor. The Straw Hat Boy remained still, fixated on the person before him. You never rely on others, for Baiyang particularly enjoyed shouldering all burdens. But how well do you truly know me? Her gentle smile returned, albeit marred by the scar that now made her face appear particularly fierce. I wish to completely dispel the anesthetic here using inner strength. Do you understand? And let those two assist in clearing the Navy soldiers. Is that agreeable? Absolutely not. Outside the auction venue, thus began the collaborative performance of the three novice captains. The author wishes to convey, recently, I've been so busy that I've lost track of time. No excuses. I will post what I have written without making everyone wait. I Haven T revised it and will continue writing later. This chapter isn't finished yet, perhaps until Huang Yuan makes his appearance. In the 114th chapter, the Chambered Archipelago, once a flourishing island primarily known for tourism, has descended into chaos. Due to the ruckus caused by the Straw Hat Pirates, the Navy headquarters dispatched a substantial force to capture all pirates. However, while all soldiers were busy apprehending pirates across the island in the name of justice, they received news that the abduction of the celestial dragons was not by the Straw Hat Pirates, but by the dragon girl Baiyang. The soldiers hesitated, confronted with the highest idol within the Navy. Not long ago, rumors circulated at headquarters about Baiyang's disappearance after becoming the world's #1 swordsman, and now Baiyang paid no special attention to the Navy soldiers around her, despite the surprise and confusion in their eyes about whether to apprehend her. Clad in a white delinquent attire, she navigated through the cacophony of gunfire and heat waves in the streets, feeling as though she hadn't worn this outfit in ages. Walking so brazenly through the Chambered Archipelago, even passing pirates would be taken aback by her current appearance. She walked slowly, the effects of the anesthetic still lingering, and did not intend to reunite with the Straw Hat Pirates. If possible, she hoped to avoid encountering them again on this island. The islands were filled with terrified citizens and fleeing pirates, occasionally passing by PX and pacifists. Unfortunately, these modified beings already had her bounty notice, and, after evading them, Baiyang took some time, even taking a detour to reach the restaurant district, where chaos reigned, having arrived via the port where Huang Yuan had landed. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates were engaged in battle with PX pacifists on Island 12. The once lively streets of Island 24 were now left in ruins by cannon fire. Not far away, the imposing figure of the monk Urki loomed as he unleashed powerful punches on the pacifists, each strike resonating with a heavy sound. The final blow sent the pacifist, resembling the tyrant Kuma, crashing into a building with a resounding thud, stirring a cloud of dust. Yet, as the magician Hawkins marveled at Urki's strength, a laser pierced through the smoke, directly hitting Urki's shoulder, and the previously battered pacifist rose unscathed. Oh, I was just about to suggest to Rear Admiral Drake, no, former Rear Admiral, that he join the fight to test the Dragon Girl, Huang Yuan said, his hands leisurely tucked into the pockets of his suit, eyebrows furrowed, his tone melodic. Would you like to give it a try? Among the warlords, it seems you've never fought Bartholomew Kuma. Huh? Ah, considering that, you truly are a belligerent one. He strolled forward, but in truth, Baiyang had not yet fully entered the line of sight of the group. She could only be seen from a distance, a mere silhouette. Clearly, Huang Yuan had been using Kinbunshiko haki from the outset to remain vigilant, not against the others, but against her. Ugh, another dragon girl alongside the admirals and warlords? How unfortunate. Urki's forehead was slick with cold sweat as he knelt, a laser having left a gaping hole in his shoulder. Hawkins, who was expressionless, remained silent for a moment before shuffling his tarot cards. The evasion rate had risen to 91, astonishingly increased. Drake glanced at the approaching figure, furrowing his brow. He promptly removed his gloves and transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, biting down on the head of the pacifist before him. Naturally, it only inflicted minor damage to the massive modified being. Simultaneously, another laser shot out. Drake, Huang Yuan is merely jesting. He suggested you fight. But must you really engage with this heap of scrap metal? With a mischievous smile, Baiyang tried to maintain her composure. She needed to delay Huang Yuan as much as possible. How peculiar. Soldiers have been spreading the word of your rise as the world's #1 swordsman. Yet you now appear in such a disheveled state. Tell me, Dragon Girl, care to share? Huang Yuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of disbelief in his expression as he regarded the girl now before him. Her face was utterly marred. Well, how about we return to headquarters now? That won't do. Although I have some leisure time, I cannot simply ignore the wanted criminals before me. Wanted criminals, indeed. Baiyang smirked, surveying the scene, and, at that moment, the previously stationary pacifist locked eyes with her. Luo Baiyang, Bounty Zero, capture request, alive. The flat, identical voice of the tyrant Kuma echoed. Suddenly, a golden laser shot towards Baiyang, narrowly missing her by mere centimeters. She stood there without any defensive action. Ah, how exhilarating this is becoming, laughed the chaotic observer, Apu, from atop a building. This is truly big news. What? Miss Baiyang, why are you wanted? Drake, still pressing against the spot where the laser had grazed him, appeared incredulous. You've defected from a navy? Drake, Baiyang turned towards him, smiling. Are you happy? The former rear admiral fell silent for a moment. I'm sorry, I cannot answer that question. What a remarkable event this is. The elusive dragon girl has been placed on the Navy's wanted list. Urki grinned, reveling in the unfolding drama. The situation drew various powerful figures. Hey, I'm still here. Huang Yuan scratched his chin, lifted his leg, and with a swift golden kick, struck Urki squarely in the lower back before he could react. In an instant, a colossal figure was sent flying by an overwhelming force, crashing through 3 buildings and losing consciousness. At that moment, Hua Jinxi transformed into a giant, launching an attack from behind Huang Yuan. None stood a chance against Huang Yuan. To him, these countless newcomers scattered across the island were merely fledglings. Baiyang was well aware of this. Yet she found herself preoccupied. The pacifists relentlessly assaulted her, their various lasers striking perilously close, evidently attempting to corner her. Baiyang, step back, Drake urged, wielding his axe and spear to send the encroaching pacifists flying several meters away. However, the pain from his recent injuries was evident on his face as he landed. I have no time for this rabble. So Drake, do not shield me, she retorted. She merely accompanied you on a single mission. The first idol and the first beauty of the Navy are merely a thing of the past. Taking a deep breath, Baiyang gradually directed her energy to her Dantian. Golden true energy manifesting around her. In an instant, she executed a double jump, her golden fists targeting the joints of the pacifists. Each punch was delivered with great force, for these modified beings possessed metallic joints, lacking the cartilage that would cause pain as in humans. Silent wave. Each strike was imbued with true energy, directly damaging their internal circuitry. Her fists, like golden phantoms, unleashed a barrage of attacks, causing the immense tyrant bear to fracture the ground beneath it from the impact. Yet Baiyang's onslaught did not end there. As the pacifist's robust limbs began to twist and contort, she leapt gracefully, supporting herself on its head and performing a backflip to appear behind it. Turning to adopt a horse stance, the next moment, a golden dragon-shaped punch struck directly at the spine of the giant modified being. Dragon Spine Strike. This series of joint and spine attacks flowed seamlessly, leaving the observers unable to comprehend the rapid succession of movements. However, this was undoubtedly the most intangible yet effective form of damage. The Tyrant Bear modified being, PX, spewed forth blood after this relentless assault, crashing to the ground. Although it was not entirely destroyed, it could no longer move any of its joints, reduced to mechanical twitches on the cracked ground. This spectacle left the surrounding newcomers in stunned silence for several moments. How terrifying! Even I am left in awe, an elder remarked. Huang Yuan maintained his state of light-speed kicks, refraining from delivering the final blow to Hawkins. Indeed, it seems I should first deal with the Dragon Girl. I no longer have confidence in facing you with ease. In an instant, Huang Yuan appeared before Baiyang, undeniably at the speed of light. She barely registered his presence before her body could react. Bang! At that moment, a sound distracted Huang Yuan, who, perplexed, halted his attack mid-motion. The performance of Hai Ming Apu began. The newcomers lacked the hockey to strike Huang Yuan, as he would continuously regenerate. Apu seemingly aimed to interrupt Huang Yuan's assault on Hawkins, for no one expected that the entire group would engage in battle with the Admiral's closest confidant. In truth, some superhuman abilities bore unique traits. While they lacked the overwhelming shock of natural abilities, Baiyang breathed a sigh of relief. As she had recalled, Huang Yuan's arms and waist exploded apart, yet he remained unfazed, his tones still melodious. How excessive! The particles of light gradually began to restore their form. Regardless of the nature of the attack, natural ability users would return to their original state, unscathed. This was why Baiyang seldom utilized the square fruit to transform enemies, but preferred direct punches, always preparing for more effective methods to combat the admirals. After half a minute of recuperation, at that moment, Bai Yang summoned forth her purple, true energy. In this state, her defense was drastically low, and the power of her punches did not increase. Yet she could now strike natural types. 1,000,000 attacks. Just as Huang Yuan was about to rise, countless punches descended upon his leg joints. Huh? Huang Yuan paused, raising an eyebrow. His legs were rendered immobile by the relentless assault, and he could not rise unaided. It hurts, Dragon Girl. I intended to bring you back unharmed, but that now seems utterly impossible. Whoosh! A golden laser shot forth from his raised finger. Bai Yang leapt aside, yet the beam grazed her cheek, crimson blood trickling down. Puffing, she had just recovered from illness, her internal energy replenished. However, her stamina had plummeted, and the continuous onslaught had left her gasping for breath. How strange. I thought I could dispose of you in one hit, yet here you are, a dragon girl without even a sword. Huang Yuan's lower body trembled weakly after the joint attacks, while his upper body remained relaxed, hands hanging limply. I see. The dragon girl has grown stronger over these years. Truly terrifying. Hey, the truly terrifying one is you. Apu did not flee immediately after playing. He wished to observe further the clash between the East Sea Dragon Girl and the Admiral. Even amidst the current circumstances, it was evident that the Dragon Girl was at a disadvantage. As Huang Yuan gradually regained his form, Bai Yang could only breathe rapidly in this phase. Swallowing hard, she steadied her resolve. Just as Huang Yuan's form fully restored, she charged forward, aiming a punch at his throat. Yet, just as her fist neared the vulnerable throat, Huang Yuan's lightspeed kick struck her abdomen. Boom! She comprehended fully. In the face of Huang Yuan, her speed and reflexes amounted to nothing. Her body could not even register the immediate pain as she was propelled backward into a wall, leading to the collapse of another building and a cloud of gray dust. You truly are formidable, attempting to strike my throat directly. That is quite painful. Huang Yuan remarked nonchalantly, stroking his chin. My legs are now hindered by your blows. Otherwise, I would have simply used lightspeed kicks to compel your surrender. After all this time, there's still so many newcomers around. Bai Yang could only faintly hear Huang Yuan's words, her ears ringing from the impact, and her insides felt as though they were being sliced by knives. Supporting herself against the trembling rubble, she squinted through the haze, where two golden orbs of light were gradually enlarging in the air. Then came the name of the technique she dreaded most, Shaku Cheongoyu, an indiscriminate area attack. She had witnessed the power of this technique in animations and at the Navy headquarters. In her current state, should she be struck by this missile-like sphere of light, she would be rendered completely immobile. With a self-deprecating smile, she thought, so, after all my efforts these years, it amounts to nothing. Without the Bai Long sword, I still cannot defeat an admiral, let alone hold them back. Now, she pleaded for one thing. Let the storyline change. Let the straw hats escape. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Bai Yang, though still hearing the countless rumblings sound around her, saw no terrifying orbs of light approaching her. Instead, she witnessed the silhouettes of ordinary people, naval officers of low rank who were foolish and had been abandoned. Big sister, I'm so sorry. We were too afraid to come out earlier. But if we can't even protect you, a woman, then we are not real men. The fragmented voices belonged to Tali, the most straightforward and innocent among them, who could not accept that she had forsaken them. He was also the tallest on the warship. The other ordinary soldiers aboard had already fallen, having sacrificed their bodies to shield against the oncoming light orbs. The Siren, belonging to the G5 division of the New World, was officially recognized as such, yet, in truth, it served as a battalion under the command of the Marshal's Dragon Lady. Their numbers were few, with soldiers hailing from various naval bases across the world. They were simple folk who had rushed to implore the captain not to leave. However, upon seeing Kizuru, fear gripped them. True courage is not merely the act of doing what one would typically refrain from out of impulse or anger. It is the ability to step forward and confront one's fears in moments of deep terror. The author has something to express, being treated as less than human by the boss. Damn it. Infinite shouting. Chapter 115. You are now my subordinates. Stand tall. Guilt? What guilt? I know nothing of it. So if anyone inquires, let them come to me. Indeed, I am the most unruly one in the Navy. But the soldiers under my command shall uphold their sense of justice even in my absence. Protect the Siren, protect the weak. Each one of them is a true man. I must depart. I have no need for you lot. You are all too weak. Just return to the New World and be soldiers. Bai Yang suddenly recalled numerous fragments from the past, moments that had never held significant importance in her memory, as they involved characters she did not care for. Were they not just ordinary soldiers? Were they not merely common people? There are plenty of such individuals on the Grand Line. A few random passers-by could easily replace them. Right? Do not pretend to be asleep on the ground. The blood on you must surely be from Uncle Toma's freshly squeezed tomato juice. How could mere passers-by be taken down by the powerful characters within the narrative? Do you not find it waste? You should respond to her. Respond. Oh, right. What did you want to say? Big sister, take us to the new world. Impossible, you fools. She does not require weak subordinates like you, who would only be a burden. Should you be taken hostage, she would have to rescue you. Thus, she only needs herself. In this vast ocean, she can wander freely wherever she desires, unencumbered by concerns or worries, as long as the plot remains intact. Creak, creak. The surrounding structures were nearly destroyed. The shattered wooden planks beneath her feet emitted creaking sounds, threatening to give way at any moment. With every few steps, another familiar face of Bai Yang's lay on the ground, eyes glazed, covered in wounds and blood. So many people, she realized she knew, so many common folk. The path was treacherous, long, and slow, leaving her little room to maneuver as they crowded too closely together. Who was the person standing at the front, breathing heavily? Were they jogging earlier? Their white justice cape and delicate glasses were now covered in dust. The weary appearance did not suit him. How strange. Casa did not consider himself a competent first officer or the nominal captain of the Siren. He had failed to stop anyone, neither Bai Yang nor Lister, nor even Tali and the ordinary soldiers. In just a single day, the Siren had transformed. It was no longer the renowned battalion of the Navy. Upon seeing the injured soldiers sprawled on the ground, he felt as though the Siren had lost everything. He was the most isolated individual. Now, aboard the massive warship, he was all alone. The woman emerging from the blood-soaked ruins was the cause of it all. Yet, these foolish individuals willingly followed her. Ugh, you traitor! Raising a fist, the young brigadier clad in a white justice cape, for the first time, truly struck his captain. This was also Bai Yang's first experience of being hit hard on the cheek. It was not a particularly strong punch, as the one striking her was not a physically powerful commander, but left her momentarily speechless, her heart pained. Ultimately, Casa refrained from saying anything to the already disheveled individual. That punch was futile, utterly pointless. General Kizuru, please allow me to immediately call for the medical team from the Chambord Islands base to treat my men. Oh, how curious. Mused the man standing at the center of the attack, stroking his chin. I see your G5 unit is assisting the Dragon Lady. Is that so? How strange. It cannot be considered part of the Navy. Can it? Cannot be considered part of the Navy? Then it makes you traitors, deserving of severe punishment. Execution is permissible. No, that is not the case. These fools are my men. They have no connection to Luo Baiyang. They merely wandered into the range of your attack. The handsome man with glasses reacted almost instantaneously, his usual calm and wise demeanor vanishing in a moment of agitation. Casa, even if you argue with Kizuru, it is of no use. You are aware, are you not? It is her fault. I will return with you, General Kizuru. Oh, have you come to your senses? The man behind the tea-brown sunglasses raised an eyebrow. Indeed, with hands leisurely tucked into the pockets of her trench coat, Bai Yang's expression shifted from earlier apprehension to a mischievous grin. General Kizuru just mentioned that he wishes to bring me back without causing harm. So I suppose Uncle Sengoku will cover for me this time, won't he? Huh, that truly startled me earlier. I thought I was doomed, especially since I had just offended the Celestial Dragons. But now it seems I need not worry about the Celestial Dragons pestering me. As long as I willingly accept my punishment, I can continue to remain in the Navy, right? Kizuru, stroking his chin, gazed at her lazily. The Dragon Lady is quite clever. Clever? Indeed, this woman is exceptionally intelligent. Cass's glasses glimmered at that moment as he straightened, saluting respectfully before silently departing towards the port. As long as they were not deemed traitors, that was sufficient. It was still possible to return to the Siren and summon the remaining brothers for rescue. Even if those remaining wished to protect her and help her escape, it mattered not. Plop, plop, plop. Perhaps due to the sudden cessation of the battle atmosphere, everything around fell silent. The sound of the snail in Kizuru's arms finally broke through. He naturally opened the black listening snail on his wrist. Hello? Huh? Hello? Moshi Moshi. How strange, he mused, raising an eyebrow as he began to search for the source of the sound. After a while, he leisurely located it. This is Paulicelino. Old man, you finally answered the phone. The voice on the other end belonged to Shichibukai, who was quite excited. Was he that glowing thing in the sky, the Hachikyu no Kogo. Ah, is that you, Shichibukai? Indeed, I was just playing with the dragon lady. What? It really is that way? Old man, have you gone too far with the young lady? Weren't you supposed to bring her back for Sengoku? Faced with such a reprimand from a junior, Huang Yuan helplessly rubbed his forehead. However, the young dragon girl was indeed formidable. Speaking of which, he turned his gaze towards Baiyang. What have you done to my legs? My joints are still tingling. Baiyang raised her fist, a faint azure electric current crackling around it. A mere jolt. She had lied. She still harbored residual electricity within her due to the considerable amount of lightning she absorbed from the Bailongjian. Yet, it was insufficient to cause harm. The true force that had infiltrated Huang Yuan's leg joints was negative true energy. Given a bit more time, if she could strengthen her control over this purple energy, she could incapacitate him. But there are no ifs. I hear the young lady's voice. Is she still well by your side, old man? Yes, indeed. The dragon girl has expressed her willingness to return to headquarters. It is rather fortunate that we need not engage her seriously. All right, let us expedite the matter at hand. The culprit has already fled quite a distance. Jean Tamaru was narrating the movements of Luffy and his crew on the island. This suddenly jogged Huang Yuan's memory. When inquiring about which pirate crew to pursue first, he turned to Bai Yang. Dragon girl, Mr. Sengoku asked me to convey a message to you. What is it? Bai Yang feigned casualness, her heart fluttering slightly. He mentioned that there are numerous pirates on the Chambered Islands, all of whom have committed various misdeeds. They are criminals. The message that Sengoku required Huang Yuan to relay seemed straightforward and somewhat redundant at first glance. Yet, as a strategist, Sengoku rarely employed such terminology as misdeeds and criminals. He would have articulated it with greater gravity. Tus, Bai Yang understood. Indeed, they are all criminals. She slowly closed her eyes, murmuring those words. Oh, the dragon girl comprehended after just one mention. Then, let us head to the Straw Hat Boy. Compared to these fledglings around, the Straw Hat Boy is far bolder. Reminiscent of you. She could not prevent Huang Yuan from pursuing Luffy. She could not even oppose him. Suggesting they capture Law and Kid at this moment would only raise Huang Yuan's suspicions. For what Sengoku had expressed was a proposal, and also a command for her return to the Navy. It indicated that there were many pirates on the Chambered Islands who were destined for prison, having committed numerous offenses. Thus, the incident involving the Celestial Dragons could be attributed to them without suspicion. Huang Yuan's reaction indicated his willingness to assist her. Hence, he chose to pursue the main perpetrator who harmed the Celestial Dragons, the Straw Hat Boy. In truth, the soldiers aboard the Siren had once again provided Bai Yang with a chance to escape. She could have attacked Huang Yuan during the moment he released the Hakushaku Kagami, or even fled. After all, her sole focus had previously been on ensuring Luffy in their escape. However, these truly brave Navy soldiers made it impossible for her to abandon her escape, let alone implicate them. The thought of implicating others lingered in her mind, a vague recollection that she could not fully grasp, yet she loathed the idea of dragging others down with her. Thus, Bai Yang followed Huang Yuan without resistance, determined not to involve anyone else. Not far away, on island number 12, the sounds of battle between Jean Tamaru and the Straw Hat Pirates were clearly audible, booming and resonant. Huang Yuan's pace was already leisurely, with his legs not operating smoothly and Bai Yang, injured, trailing behind. He could not utilize the Hakushaku Kagami to advance swiftly. By the time he arrived leisurely, the Straw Hat Pirate sniper, Usopp, was already sprinting toward him, having escaped quite far. Raising a finger, Huang Yuan effortlessly unleashed a devastating laser. Instantly, smoke billowed, forcing Usopp to retreat, while Zoro, who had rushed forward, collapsed. Finally, the slow old man and the headstrong young lady have arrived? Jean Tamaru complained impatiently, turning to face Luffy. The name of Huang Yuan and the imposing presence of such a formidable foe momentarily stunned the entire Straw Hat crew. Yet, when the thick smoke dissipated, the sight of the person standing beside the Marine Admiral left them even more astonished. Bai Yang, Usopp exclaimed, instinctively opening his mouth in surprise before quickly covering it. They could not let the Navy know that Bai Yang was Luffy's sister. The Straw Hat crew indeed recognizes the Dragon Girl. Huang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Bai Yang. I am acquainted with many pirate crews, she replied, her hands tucked in her coat pockets, her earlier injuries nearly healed, and her chin slightly raised, exuding an air of indifference. Bai Yang often reflected on this scenario. How to intercept Jean Tamaru, how to thwart Huang Yuan. None of it seemed useful now. Rather than stepping forward to battle alongside them, it was wiser to observe coldly from the sidelines. Yes, indeed, as long as she waited for the opportune moment. She might still alter the course of events. Baiyang is here to help them. Perhaps they can escape together. Nami's hopes surged at that instant. Baiyang always appeared during their most critical moments, always assisting them. Everyone escaped now. As the crew shared a collective sentiment akin to Nami's, Luffy, as Captain shouted. Was he concerned that the relationship between Baiyang and him would be discovered? No, Luffy was not the type to be so meticulous. He merely sensed that the person standing with Baiyang was an enemy they could not currently defeat. Simultaneously, this enemy was the very reason Baiyang had urged them to flee immediately, for she was being suppressed by him. But, Usopp remained paralyzed by Huang Yuan's presence, glancing anxiously at the woman clad in a white coat with the words unruly emblazoned on her back. Do not hesitate. That is Marine Admiral Huang Yuan. Robin shouted through gritted teeth, her arms crossed over her chest. 20 rounds of blossoms. Zoro, half unconscious on the grass, was swiftly pulled away by delicate arms, rolling away from the danger posed by the Admiral. This one to concede so readily is infuriating, Huang Yuan lazily remarked, instantly appearing above Zoro, stepping on his back as he slowly raised his leg for a light-speed kick. You shall not remove him. It is futile. I will send him to the afterlife. Huang Yuan's light-speed kick was slow to expand, and in that moment, Usopp and Brook launched futile attacks against him, while the entire Straw Hat crew shouted Zoro's name, hoping he could rise and escape. In this chaotic scene, there seemed to be only one person who felt utterly out of place, Baiyang. She stood rooted, fists clenched in her pockets, her gaze averted, her bitten lip now bleeding. I cannot act. I cannot act. I cannot act. Taking action would only implicate the soldiers of the Siren. She must wait until everyone was safely back on the Siren. I cannot act. I cannot act. I cannot act. Acting would mark her as a companion of the Straw Hat Pirates, and everyone would fight for her, risking their lives against Huang Yuan. I cannot act. I cannot act. I cannot act. Suddenly, boom! Rayleigh, the Dark King, appeared, delivering a powerful kick that sent Huang Yuan's attack crashing into the distant trees. This was a scene Baiyang knew would unfold, yet it made her heart twist with anticipation. Master Rayleigh almost inaudibly murmured. He cast a brief glance at her before continuing to confront Huang Yuan. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at Rayleigh's arrival, but in the next moment, their tension returned. Long knew, it seems that I shall inevitably be momentarily obstructed by the Underworld King, Rayleigh. The Straw Hat Boy will have to take matters into his own hands. This time, Huang Yuan's tone lacked its previous languor as he cast a glance at the motionless figure not far away. After all, capturing them is your own responsibility. Do not forget your actions against the Celestial Dragons. Yes, General Huang Yuan, the author wishes to convey. I have completed my task. Now I shall inflict some torment. In the next chapter, chapter 116, the young lady strikes. Does she kill the Celestial Dragons? What on earth are you saying, old man? This is an atrocious event, Jean Tamaru exclaimed in disbelief. His astonishment mirrored the thoughts of everyone present, save for Rayleigh, whose gaze dimmed momentarily. With a deep, profound inhale, Baiyang expelled all the air, as if wishing to erase all past events. After a pause, under the watchful eyes of the Straw Hat Pirates, she raised her face, donning an expression of indifference. Enough is enough, General Huang Yuan. You are quite verbose. Is that so? You intend to use them as scapegoats? I presume. Huang Yuan fought fiercely with Rayleigh, wielding his light sword, without glancing in this direction. It was only a matter of time before they discovered the truth. Therefore, do not tell me you plan to abandon this midway. Scapegoat? What do you mean? Hey, Baiyang, what is happening here? You must be joking, right? While Brook assisted the severely injured Zoro to a safe distance, Usopp, like the others, did not flee. It cannot be said that any of them were wavering. They all stood firm, yearning for the truth not of the so-called past, but by Yang's willingness to leave with them. Initially, I had hoped to let you die with a glimmer of hope, but now that matters have progressed to this point, there is no other way. Baiyang Sruget, exhibiting an air of impatience akin to her usual demeanor towards other pirate foes, coldly contemptuous and subtly menacing. Jean Tamaru, step aside. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates had already dispersed into several groups, and it was evident that Jean Tamaru, blocking Luffy's path, was unwilling to miss his opportunity. Hey, young lady, how could I possibly step aside? Jean Tamaru bellowed, axe resting on his shoulder. In the next moment, Baiyang, who had been standing at a distance, appeared before him in a flash. Boom! A punch landed squarely on his abdomen, sending him flying several meters, embedding him into the already dilapidated wall. Yet, after the dust settled, the recipient of the blow emerged from the rubble, seemingly unscathed. "What are you doing? Young lady, are you truly betraying the Navy? You are obstructing my conversation with the Straw Hat Boy." Bai Yong lowered her head slightly, her malevolence becoming increasingly apparent as she tightened her fists. Earlier, her battle with Huang Yuan had already drained her of too much energy. "Hey, Luffy." She turned to the Straw Hat youth, gesturing towards herself. "Not long ago, I killed a celestial dragon, so you shall be my scapegoat." The boy, addressed, widened his eyes in surprise, and after a moment, crossed his arms defiantly, pulling down the corners of his mouth in a resolute manner. "No, I will bear the consequences of my own actions." A fleeting, bitter smile crossed her face, swiftly replaced by a manic laughter. "Ha ha ha, you're truly rebellious and quite innocent." She turned, smiling at the stunned Straw Hat pirates surrounding her. "So, let me explain. They have no intention of fleeing. I set sail at the age of 12, inadvertently attacking the Navy that was capturing slaves for the Celestial Dragons, and ended up imprisoned in the deep-sea prison." "The deep-sea prison? Impelled down?" Robin gasped in disbelief. 12 years old. So the rumors that the Dragon Girl disappeared during those years were indeed due to her capture by the Navy's first prison? Ah, Robin seems to have some knowledge of that place. Bai Yong smiled, yet her dark eyes held no mirth. The most heinous criminals of the seas are confined there, almost as a matter-of-fact statement. Let's not digress. After my release, I began capturing slaves for the Celestial Dragons. It was such a nuisance. I despised these troublesome matters. Pirates that could have been killed directly had to be unnecessarily delivered to Sabay Archipelago. Ah, by the way, you all saved that mermaid from the human trafficking market. I was the manager there. You all know that, right? So, since you were aware, why would you come crashing into my territory? How foolish. However, it works out. Your attack on the Celestial Dragons can conveniently help me cover my prior offenses. I refuse. The Straw Hat Boy shouted once again. "Hey, I'm not asking for your help. I intend to do this regardless." I did not believe it. Bai Yong would not go after Cammy and the others. Chopper argued tearfully. "Yes, I did not go after that mermaid. However, the humans, giants, and various fishmen and merfolk I sold likely number close to those I've killed." Bai Yong shrugged with a smile. "Ah, I have never kept count of how many I have killed or sold, so I cannot be certain. Did you not hear what that octopus said?" "We did, and his name is Xiaoba. Did you not know him when I was in the East Blue? Although you were sleeping on the Mary at the time." Luffy remained steadfast, his gaze fixed upon her, while Bai Yong clenched her fists, almost wishing to escape his penetrating stare at that moment. "Hey, Long knew. It is rather bothersome for me to battle the Underworld King. How did you end up conversing with a pirate?" "There's a limit to how long one can stall for time," Huang Yuan warned, elongating his tone. My apologies. It is merely that this pirate is my brother, and I wish for him to understand completely." "Huh, the Straw Hat Boy is your brother?" Huang Yuan paused momentarily, raising his light sword to barely deflect Lee's counterattack. "That is quite troublesome. I had planned to leisurely return the Dragon Girl, but now it has turned into a matter of having you kill your brother yourself. It is of no concern. I will do so eventually." "Hey, wait. Is it really all right to inform the General about this? This woman still needs to remain within the Navy." Frankie raised his sunglasses. "I am increasingly bewildered by the current situation." "No, Frankie, do not interrupt. Let Bai Yong finish what she wishes to say." Nami interjected, raising her hand to stop Frankie. "Bai Yong, what is it that you must do eventually?" "Kill Luffy," she stated coldly, releasing an aura of malice. Bai Yong spoke as casually as if she were commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. Why? Even if it is a lie, Bai Yong, you must have your reasons." "Because I despise him," she declared once more, her expression devoid of emotion. "Hey, woman, do you think anyone would believe such words?" The swordsman, despite his incapacitated state, strained to speak, his green hair disheveled and body wounded. He would not forget how she had looked beside Luffy in Water 7. Yes, it is difficult to believe. She was aware of this. Let the last breath of a frog at the bottom of the well pass peacefully into death. She shot him a cold glance. "No." A sudden interjection startled everyone. It seemed to be an irrelevant statement. "I thought about it, and indeed, I cannot allow Bai Yong to take the blame. I detest it when one person bears the consequences alone. So if Bai Yong insists on making me a scapegoat, let us have a duel, just like in our childhood." He. Childhood. How terrifying. Do not laugh. Stop laughing." As if something had been triggered, the girl with a long scar across her face raised her fist, striking fiercely at the one whose laughter mirrored the sunny smile from her memories. With a resounding crash, Luffy was sent sprawling to the ground. If Baiyang was indeed angry, then taking it out on me is acceptable. However, after that, we must hastily flee together. Oh no, I forgot that Rayleigh is still tirelessly holding off the man in the yellow suit. As he spoke, he sat up nonchalantly from the ground. He chuckled, suggesting that if she was upset, he could offer her the meat Sanji had prepared for the evening. Another punch landed heavily on the smiling boy's face, knocking him down once more, as Baiyang's expression began to twist into madness. Do you even understand? You always laugh and laugh, completely oblivious to my feelings. And you still shout about companions. You confuse me. I am the trusted aide of the Marine Admiral. Can't you see that? I am part of the Marines. The granddaughter admired by Grandpa Carp. Unlike you, who is merely a pirate. I know. Grandpa likes you. Every time he sees me, he just beats me. But it is certain that Baiyang is my companion. Since childhood, it has been decided that we would search for One Piece together. These punches hurt terribly, as Baiyang was striking him with her purple aura, leaving bruises on Luffy's face. Yet he maintained his smile, reminiscent of the joy he felt when he first encountered Baiyang as a child. Be quiet. Childhood. During my childhood, I was in the deep-sea prison. Why were you and Ace so happy from such a young age, while I had to endure daily suffering? I hate you, she shouted, releasing the words that had been buried deep within her heart, a sentiment even she herself scarcely believed. Raising her fist once more, she descended upon the unresponsive Luffy, relentlessly pummeling him. I hate you. I'm not a child. I am Monkey D. Luffy, and you are not much older than I. Why you laugh with Ace? I was tending to the new wounds I acquired each day. Do you want to be my sister? No, I'm older than you. So I will be your sister and take care of you. No, I am a man and cannot allow you to take care of me. Oh, then fine. You could be my younger brother, and I will take care of you. How about that? All right, I agree. Then call me sister. Why? You just said you would be my younger brother, didn't you? Fine, sister. While you laugh with Grandpa, I was surrounded and beaten by a group of criminals. It hurts. Knowing it hurts is good. So we are even. A man should not cry. Yes, I will not cry anymore. Good. When you were with everyone, I could only fall asleep each night listening to the sounds of torture inflicted on the surrounding inmates. Baiyang, I thought you were taken to the Marines by Grandpa. I was always in Windmill Village. Then if you're not a Marine, you must follow me to be a pirate. All right, even if I'm scared and lonely. I must force myself to sleep because tomorrow I must face even more inmates, more criminals who beat me for lighter sentences. Hee. It has been a while since we last met, perhaps a few months. Luffy now has 2 brothers. Do you like them? Yes. It's wonderful to have family. Baiyang is also my family. She is my sister. My body is always covered in wounds, new ones appearing before the old ones have healed, like raindrops of fists continuously falling, each punch landing on the Straw Hat Boy's face and stomach. He coughed lightly, nearly gasping for breath, yet he did not dodge. Haha. Do you have any idea how painful it was for me in Impel Down? Just as even Baiyang was exhausted and stopped her punches, the Straw Hat Boy raised his hand to touch her tearless cheek. Then he smiled, lifting his lips wide to reveal his pearly whites. Then come back, Baiyang. Everyone is waiting for you. Baiyang froze, her lips trembling, unable to utter a sound. Hey, Luffy Ace, where are you? I'm so cold in this prison. She recalled certain memories from her time in the prison. What day is it today? Is it Luffy's birthday? That kid must be off running wild with Ace. Those memories did not bring her joy, for in them, she was weak. They surrounded me and beat me. My whole body hurts. Luffy, you're a rubber man, so you don't fear pain, right? These memories are deeply buried, known to no one, akin to the darkness hidden in her heart. You're a pirate, you fool. Once again, she opened her mouth, repeating those cold words. Perhaps a part of her truly believed this. You know, the criminals who beat me are all pirates. I can only grow stronger each day to retaliate against them and kill them. Yet, new pirate inmates arrive regularly. You pirates can never be wiped out. Never. Baiyang screamed, her fists swinging once more. The author has something to say. Please share your thoughts after reading. Chapter 117. Haha. The fists continued to rain down. Baiyang felt her breathing becoming increasingly labored, not due to her recent recovery from illness, nor because she had exhausted her strength in the earlier battle. Rather, her heart ached tightly, reaching a point where it felt like it was bleeding. Then come back, Baiyang. Everyone is waiting for you. In this boundless darkness, I saw a small boat, bravely navigating against the current, always moving forward. I see light. The speech of Vivi from Alabasta, even after so long. So long that Baiyang felt as if she had died several times, she still could not forget. Perhaps it was because she thought the same way. Just one word from Luffy is enough. Like light driving away darkness, she saw the light. Thus, her heart was truly burned by this light. My foolish brother. If only this world were without you, she would not have to endure until now. Bayong, Nami shouted at that moment, her voice tinged with tears. You promised me a condition on Long Chain Island. Now you must fulfill it. So please, do not hit Luffy anymore. Do not hit your brother anymore. Nami-san, do not plead with Bayong. Sanji's voice suddenly intruded upon this suffocating moment. Whether it was Bayong's arrival, her betrayal, or her current intent to kill Luffy, Sanji had not spoken a word until now. He merely trembled, holding a cigarette. To see through everything, to see through the tears that could not fall from Bayong's face. Now, he decided to speak because he could not forgive her. He could not forgive Bayong for the pain she caused him. I am sorry, Bayong. What you wish to say, none of us will listen. We will not let you have your way. No matter how you shout in your heart, run away. This is not the phrase they were waiting for. It is not what Luffy was waiting for. In that instant, her hands trembled, and Bayong concealed the turmoil in her eyes. Rising to her feet, she no longer cast a glance at the Straw Hat youth sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. His body marred with bruises. How foolish I am. After a moment, she lifted her face adorned with a strained smile. The pain of flesh and blood was utterly inconsequential. Indeed, it was necessary to eliminate her brother's companions one by one. That way, he would feel greater anguish, wouldn't he? Ah, how deeply you loathe your brother. Huang Yuan remarked with apparent indifference. In that instant, Rayleigh's gaze sharpened as he turned towards Bayong. He furrowed his brow, averting his eyes once more, and persisted in his endeavor to thwart the onslaught of the lightsaber. Bayong, you vowed not to act foolishly. Clenching her fist, her eyes devoid of emotion, she approached Sanji, the one who saw through everything, and voiced it aloud. Bayong Tian. Cold sweat began to trickle down her back. The intensity of her murderous intent was palpable, yet he would not flee. The golden-haired knight before her stood resolute, unwavering in his stare. With a sudden halt, Bayong Baoset. Each life she had taken would tremble in fear at this moment due to her malevolence, for it is human nature to fear. What, then, are the emotions that transcend this instinct and breed courage? She thought of that group of fools, casting her gaze towards the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Their determined stares revealed a collective resolve, as if to declare, if you wish to kill us, then do so. Secretly, she tightened her fists. Do you all wish to perish here? Lowering her eyelids, Bayong took a deep breath, raising her fist to strike Sanji. But in that very moment, Sanji vanished before her eyes. Slowly retracting her fist, Bayong forced a smile back onto her face. Ah, Mr. Kuma, you have arrived. Bartholomew Kuma, the wielder of the Nikyu no Mi, a member of the Shichibukai and a Revolutionary Army figure, was the one to conclude this farce. Bayong had once contemplated allowing others to escape in the chaos before fleeing with Luffy herself. To that end, she devised countless plans. Yet now, the narrative had once again reverted. The most agonizing and terrifying fate is to be aware of one's impending demise, as it provokes an incessant contemplation of death. And Bayong knew precisely when her cherished ones would perish. Each day, upon awakening to the realization that she indeed lived in the Grand Line, she could not help but ponder Ace's fate. The future, she truly wished to remain ignorant of it. Before her, the entire Straw Hat crew had vanished one by one. No matter how Luffy called out, she hoped that if she were to see them again, they would not harbor resentment towards her. Mr. Kuma, thank you for inflicting such pain upon my brother. She smiled, unconcerned as she approached the tyrant. And I know who you are. Kuma remained silent at that moment, the Bible in his hand still strikingly visible, and in his calm voice he inquired, if you could travel, where would you wish to go? Kuma rarely spoke with her, and she seldom interacted with him. Thus, this was likely her final conversation with the true Mr. Kuma. I wish to go home, but I can never return, can I? For I have tormented my brother, being a wicked sister. Bayong's voice was barely audible. Only Kuma could perceive the expression she wore. So let me venture to the place I fear the most. With a sudden burst, the incident involving the Straw Hat Pirates attacking the Celestial Dragons reached its conclusion. Yet, a monumental event that would soon reverberate throughout the Grand Line was merely unfolding. On the Grand Line, a location equidistant from Mariewa and Marine headquarters at Marineford, stood impelled down. The door swung open with a crash, and the warden, supposed to be guarding alongside numerous warships in the harbor, rushed in, panting heavily. Deputy Warden Domino. Lady Dragon has sustained grave injuries at the harbor. Hurry, take her for treatment. For 4 years, Bayong had not set foot inside Impelled Down. It seemed her body instinctively rejected any further advance. Today, upon awakening from her stupor, she found herself already within the medical chamber, her body again wrapped in bandages. Unfazed, she sat up from the white bed, opened the door, and was met by the beautiful figure with golden wavy hair, Domino. Bai Young, how did you end up gravely injured at the harbor? Kuma dealt with me, she shrugged. But let us set that aside for now. Did you inform Magellan of my arrival? Not yet. Domino shook her head. After all, this was not the first time Bai Yang had unexpectedly appeared, and she felt no need to report each time, though this occasion was somewhat different. Oh, I wish to visit someone. Take me there. At this moment? Domino queried. She suspected Bai Yang's injuries stemmed from the previous rumors regarding her duel with Mihawk. Therefore, with the execution day of Fire Fist Ace approaching, she ought to be receiving treatment at headquarters. Well, it's not anyone of great importance. Thus, swiftly, Bai Yang's intended visitor was neither Ace nor any of the imminent escapees, but rather a character long departed from the narrative, Spandam. As she met with Spandam, Domino had already reported the matter to Magellan. This was an outcome she had anticipated. Simultaneously, she foresaw that Magellan would relay this information to Admiral Sengoku. Uncle Sengoku would never allow her presence in Impel Down at this juncture. However, she had concluded her transaction with Spandam, who was confined on level 3. The terms of their agreement were simple. She would retract all accusations against him if he would contact his father, Spandane, to promptly convene a temporary court and conduct her trial over the transponder snail. This was a fortuitous opportunity for the Spandam father-son duo. Thus, when Sengoku concluded the emergency summons meeting of the Shichibukai at Mariewa, he received this unexpected news. Meanwhile, the trial against Bai Yang had commenced. You are a criminal aiding pirates. I have received information that you were once a member of the Straw Hat Pirates in Water 7. Spandane's triumphant voice resonated in the empty temporary courtroom. In truth, this was quite ludicrous. It was merely an interrogation room hastily arranged within Impel Down, equipped with a few transponder snails. The case against her required no submission of evidence. Spandane's word alone sufficed. The presiding judge was familiar, being one of the 3-headed judges who liked to linger together on Judicial Island. They would simply declare her guilty. Bai Yang, her hands shackled with sea stone, listened with a leisurely demeanor as Spandane rattled off a litany of accusations. How amusingly relaxed this was, for no matter how Spandane sought to frame her, he would never conceive of one particular charge, the murder of a celestial dragon. Thus, the East Blue Dragon Lady Luo Bai Yang is guilty of heinous crimes and sentenced to death. Guilty. Guilty. Upon hearing the verdict from these buffoons, Bai Yang raised an eyebrow. A clap resounded. Certainly, this was merely the sound of her legs being placed upon the table. Yet, it had rendered those on the other end of the telephone worm speechless with fear. The death sentence is acceptable. I shall remain in LV6 regardless. However, I demand to be treated as I was in LV1. LV1? What kind of treatment? You are on the brink of death. What more do you desire? The sinister grin of Spandam was evident through the telephone worm. I do not wish to be disturbed in my final moments, or perhaps I may visit Spandam in LV3. Very well, regardless of your intentions. Any prisoner entering Impel Down LV6 should not entertain thoughts of escaping. This seemed to be a display of ironic bravado. When Bai Yang was escorted into LV6 by Domino, Spandam had just been released from LV3. Bai Yang, I previously mentioned that if possible, I hope we shall not meet again. The Warden Magellan spoke through the telephone worm held by Domino. We have not truly met, have we, Director Magellan? You appear unwell, so there is no need to concern yourself with this prisoner. Bai Yang Smilet. No, I merely drank some tainted soup this morning, which has left me feeling quite unwell. Magellan paused, choking back emotion. Bai Yang, even if the judicial office has passed judgment upon you, I shall never regard you as a mere prisoner. The circumstances surrounding your entry into Impel Down when Fire Fist Ace was captured are indeed suspicious. Do not speak of my failures. It seems I am merely too weak. If possible, I wish to train anew in LV6. Matters concerning Whitebeard are unrelated to someone like me who is still heavily injured. Is that so? However, even if you think this way, I cannot arrange for the prisoners in LV6 to train with you. For now, you will remain confined in LV6. But I anticipate that Admiral Sengoku will soon order your release. How amusing. It appears that even a criminal of my heinous stature can easily exit LV6. Bai Yang shrugged and followed Domino into the grand elevator leading to LV6. Her previous privileges included an absence of punishment. Thus, She effortlessly bypassed the hellish hot water and did not wear handcuffs or leg irons, entering as if she were a mere tourist, even though she was a death row inmate. The author wishes to convey, the main storyline continues, and the torment is nearly complete. Ved, chapter use onsikis, yeah. How I long to be the director. Ah, I misspoke. Wait, how could it be you? Bai Yang. The individual welcoming Bai Yang in the LV4 director's office was not Magellan, but rather the waiting vice director, Hannibal. He sat in the spacious director's chair, astonished, pointing at the newcomer who was unshackled. Joe, vice-director Aníbal, Bai Yang Wav. You still possess your silver tongue. That scoundrel Magellan. No, Director Magellan is unable to come out at the moment, so I shall escort you to LV6. Wait, have you not become a favorite of the Admiral? Should I not refer to you as Lady Longnu? That is incorrect. Magellan insisted I escort a death row inmate. Yeah, a death row inmate. Lady Longnu? Bayong. What has happened to your face? Hannibal, with his Egyptian head, was momentarily overwhelmed by shock, covering his face with his hands and shouting in panic. I am a death row inmate. Just like that. Bayong closed one eye and pointed at herself. However, my treatment remains unchanged. I understand. Hannibal picked up a three-pronged fork and nodded. I wish to be the director. No, vice director, you have misunderstood, Domino respectfully interjected. She then produced a pair of sea-stone handcuffs. Bayong, regardless of the circumstances, you must wear the handcuffs on your way down to LV6. Once you are inside the cell, I will assist you in removing them. Her lips curled, yet her eyes betrayed no mirth. If you are this cautious in fearing me, then you should have shackled me the moment I entered. Therefore, if I truly wish to do something, Domino, do you realize how perilous your previous actions were? Cold sweat began to bead on her back as Domino instinctively swallowed, glancing at Hannibal beside her to steady herself. Indeed, this was my oversight. Please now put on the handcuffs. The cold, dark blue sea-stone handcuffs, merely being close to them, left Bayong feeling displeased. What detestable power. Hannibal, you said that if I do not wear these sea-stone handcuffs and something goes awry, the responsibility will fall to Director Magellan, correct? She smiled. Yes, indeed. But let us hope that no such incident occurs. After all, I am responsible for your well-being here. If that scoundrel Magellan were present, if something were to happen, oh dear, I have spoken too much. Regardless of how Domino and Hannibal perceived it, Bayong had no intention of escaping at that moment. She merely made a rather unamusing jest to test their reactions. Given the current military presence outside and the situation within the prison, the notion of her single-handedly rescuing Ace was nothing short of a fantasy. Bang! The massive elevator halted at LV6. The surrounding area was devoid of the distressing, hellish wails. Only a peculiar silence prevailed. This was Bayang's first entry into Impel Down's LV6, a place that housed the most fearsome and brutal criminals in history. However, the moment she stepped forward, she immediately sensed the suffocating pressure that enveloped her. She scanned her surroundings, noticing that a dim, dark blue light pervaded the area. Such an unpleasant force. Please proceed this way. Domino gestured invitingly, seemingly intending to lead her to a designated solitary confinement cell. I wish to stay here. Bayang Furoet Herr Broul, pointing towards the mixcell area not far from the elevator. But Bayang, you have been assigned to the best solitary cell with the most comprehensive facilities. These individuals are all major criminals. Hannibal explained, attempting to persuade her. Major criminals, you say? A sarcastic smile crept upon her lips. How many of them have I captured? The previously eerie and tranquil prison area now resonated with ripples from Bai Yang's conversation with them. This voice is delightful. Indeed, it is the Dragon Lady, the East China Sea Dragon Lady under Admiral Sengoku. A slimy, lascivious voice emanated from one of the cells. He shouted, Dragon Lady, you have arrived. Dragon Lady, are you here to serve me, my lord? Ha. Dragon Lady? The one under Sengoku? Really? I have heard she is a stunning beauty, her swordsmanship nearly rivaling that of Mihawk. A remarkable woman. Dragon Lady, little sister. Look this way. I was captured by you a year ago. Do you remember me? Ha. I could never forget your face after just one glance. Wait, that face. You fools captured by a little girl must have mistaken her. In the cell closest to the elevator, a prisoner clung to the bars, attempting to get a good look at Bai Yang's features, now shouting in disgust. What an ugly scar. Hey, you foolish dreamer wishing for promotion. Do not let that little girl share a cell with us. With such an unsightly face, I will surely have nightmares tonight. I bet she want to challenge Mihawk again. Ha. It seems today is her day. Truly hideous. Ha ha ha. Wow. Is not the Scar Dragon lady supposed to be the most beautiful woman in the Navy? I was captured by her and brought to this wretched place. She was once a great beauty. Do not bully her like this. At least cover her face. Her figure remains as alluring as ever. Hee! What utterly revolting voices. The atmosphere surrounding her evoked the same sense of dread she had experienced 8 years ago upon entering Tujinsheng. Her body trembled involuntarily, and she longed to halt her advance. Perhaps her decision to seek opportunities in Tujinsheng was a grave error from the very beginning. Fear consumed her, and all she desired was to unleash chaos. Silence, all of you. Suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the entirety of LV6, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki that stunned everyone present. Hu Baiyong took a deep breath, each cell in her body clamoring to awaken, dissipating the tremors she had felt earlier. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed that Domino had collapsed to the ground, and Hannibal, holding his head, swayed before falling as well. In that moment, almost all the prisons fell silent. Conqueror's haki, a rarity that emerged from the masses, was something she had known two individuals to possess since childhood. Ace, she whispered softly before moving toward the source of the voice within the prison. Baiyong, what brings you here? Who inflicted those wounds upon you? The sight before her was a black-haired youth, grievously injured and shackled to the wall with sea-stone chains. Yet his voice expressed concern for others. Poor Gasti. Ace was on the verge of execution, yet he prioritized the well-being of others. With a malicious smile, Baiyong leveled her gaze at him, propping her chin on one hand. You see, if you incapacitate my guide like this, it will cause me quite the headache. Guide? Why? I'm a condemned prisoner, just like you. It is as simple as that. You. Silence. Now listen to me. With a fleeting glance at the corners where the surveillance bugs were stationed and the conditions of the surrounding cells, Baiyong spoke softly. The expression on the black-haired youth's face transitioned from surprise to fury, then sorrow, and finally culminated in shock. Bang! The elevator doors opened again, merely minutes after the previous occurrence. Tick-tock, tick-tock, creak. A figure draped in a purple liquid, the venomous Magellan, emerged, controlling 3 venomous dragons behind him. Baiyong, I told you, if possible, I wish to never see you again. The outside world is too bright for me. Oh wow, how terrifying. You come down here all on guard. Magellan chuckled while playfully shaking the sea-stone handcuffs on his wrists. Look, I'm wearing these. How can anything go awry? No, you cannot be completely at ease, even with sea-stone on. You might seize the opportunity to snatch my tongue. Let's not dwell on the past. I'm not always so devious. She waved her hand dismissively, seemingly carefree as she approached the unconscious Domino. They're fine, merely fainted. And I did not lay a hand on them. I saw it on the footage, Magellan replied, gradually reverting to his human form. Baiyong, what is your true objective? I wish to share a cell with Fire Fist. We have a bit of history, and as fellow condemned souls, we are bound to find common ground. Donotist. I will never allow that. Magellan's forehead glistened with cold sweat. You are currently on LV6 of Tujinsheng. Baiyong, remember, you cannot escape, let alone take another person with you. Hey, let me stay nearby then. It would be nice to chat with someone familiar. To be honest, your intrusion at this moment is rather unwise. Baiyong, I will treat you like a genuine criminal. Bang, clang, clang. The fury unleashed by Ace's Conqueror's Haki was met with nothing more than a beating from the Minotaur and the imposition of handcuffs and leg irons upon Baiyong. Yet, she remained unfazed by the shackles that hindered her movement. To her, they were devoid of significance, for as Magellan stated, escape was an impossibility. In this world, there exists only one individual blessed with the protagonist's aura. Deep within the prison, a flicker of cold light glinted off a golden hook, accompanied by a low male voice that prompted Baiyong, leaning against the bars, to raise an eyebrow. Little girl, you have finally betrayed Warlord. Brother Shah, I expected our first words to be different. For instance, what a coincidence that we are in the same cell. I do not consider it a coincidence, Crocodile. Seated in the depths of the cell, smirked, his gaze still harboring a hidden menace and subtle ambition. Even in prison attire, he had not lost the imposing presence he once commanded. Having spent some time here, I never anticipated so many interesting events would transpire. What have you done? I'm quite curious. What have I done? How intriguing, Brother Shah. I have not betrayed Warlord at all. Since I joined the Navy until now, I have never betrayed him, Baiyong replied with a smile. However, if you're asking what charges led to my capture, it would likely be for assisting pirates or something of that sort. I did not catch it all. I thought you would engage in something more entertaining. It seems you have been rather idle outside. Crocodile elegantly crossed his legs. So, did you eliminate Hawkeye? No. However, I did slay a celestial dragon. Is that so? Finally made a move, have you? The author has something to say. The illustrations do not appear out of thin air, distant gaze. The journey to find illustrations is arduous. I will strive to update diligently. Chapter 119 marks the second day since Bai Yang was captured in Tujincheng. In truth, whether it is day or night makes little difference for the prisoners of LV6. After all, this place is merely an endless hell. Although Magellan regarded her as a genuine felon, her treatment was surprisingly lenient. Not only was she spared from torture, but her meals were also as good as those of the guards. Gazing at the fresh bread, seafood delicacies, and a bottle of rum on her tray, Bai Yang momentarily lost her focus. She had just dreamt of the joyous time spent with Luffy and the others, from the East Blue to Lowtown and then to Alabasta, where laughter was a constant companion. So delightful. Oh, little girl, I see you still believe in the divine, even praying before your meal. Crocodile remarked sarcastically from the stone bed nearby. God? Are you referring to Oda? Bai Yang looked up at him. I loathe gods. It is he who has kept me busy until now. Ha ha ha. You speak as if you know the divine personally. Indeed, I do. A slightly portly otaku uncle. I have seen his photograph. Oomph, what a jest. Crocodile scoffed dismissively at her response, convinced that no such deity existed in this world. Glancing down at her cooling food, Bai Yang slightly averted her gaze toward the pitch-black cell across from her. She fell silent, a smile curling her lips as she offered her tray to Crocodile. Here, the esteemed leader of this cell, allow me, the newcomer, to present this to you. Raising his left eyebrow, Crocodile lifted his chin to regard her. He did not require a little girl to offer food to him, yet the sincerity of her smile was unmistakable. As he took the rum from the tray, he elegantly pried open the bottle cap with his golden hook. Your smile is rather grotesque. How do you usually flatter, Warlord? Had it been in the past, Bai Yang would not have hesitated to retaliate or respond with laughter. However, now, she merely shrugged. Brother Shah-E, you are truly excessive. As someone who is on the brink of death, I merely wish to deepen my friendship with those I cherish. Crocodile took a swig of his drink, raising an eyebrow and speaking with a low, impatient voice. You've made enough jokes today. But it is the truth, she replied. You will die. Sengoku would never allow you to become a death row inmate. The girl, if you wish to accomplish something and impel down, he smirked. You cannot achieve anything on your own. Shifting her gaze from the opposite cell, Bai Yang fell silent for a moment. Brother Shah-E, don't drink it all. Leave some for me. Glancing at the nearly empty amber bottle, Crocodile frowned. Little girl, this is the wine I have consumed. You would tea truly like me, would you? I thought you had your eyes on Mihawk. Silence ensued. Bai Yang felt a fleeting pang of heartache. No, there was no possibility for her and him any longer. Mihawk. She had completely resolved her grievances with him. Well, it no longer matters, she said with a carefree smile. Ah, that bottle of rum, Brother Shah. You are quite ungracious, leaving none for me. She feigned reproach as she approached the bars of the cage, but before she could reach them, the length of her shackles pulled her back. She laughed self-deprecatingly. The celestial dragons had never allowed her to experience this feeling of confinement. Hey, is there a guard? I want to see a guard. Bai Yang shouted into the void. Of course, there were no guards on level 6. Even Director Magellan could not visit frequently. After all, every prisoner here was exceedingly dangerous. Thus, the response came from the monstrous guard, Minotaur, the bull-headed beast wielding a massive mace. Hey, little girl, Crocho de la Warnet Bai Yang, hoping to silence her. However, as the seemingly emotionless monster approached the cell and recognized her, it abruptly halted, the mace it intended to raise trembling slightly in its grasp. You remember me, little calf, Bai Yang said with a squinting smile. For reasons unknown, for years ago, when she trained against these monstrous guards and impelled down, they sometimes seemed to fear her. After she acquired the white dragon sword, that fear transformed into genuine terror. At that time, she believed it was due to the blessing of the white dragon. Now it seemed her very being was anything but ordinary, perhaps not even human. Minotaur nodded slightly. Called Domino over? Or just have her bring me another bottle of rum? Were they truly in a position to indulge in such pleasures in this place? His interest in her was undeniable. Jinbei had returned to the cell yesterday, bearing wounds and locked against the wall beside Ace. Upon realizing she was confined in the opposite cell, Jinbei was taken aback. Miss Bai Yang, did you, like me, get captured to prevent this war? Not all, she replied, devoid of any inclination towards that sentiment. In truth, Back at Roadtown, Bayang had already begun to grasp certain truths. Firstly, she did not wish to rely on the White Dragon Sword, or perhaps she had relied on it too much. Thus, before the lightning struck the execution platform, she refrained from acting, as confusion clouded her heart. However, had she comprehended this sooner, many subsequent events might have been avoided, including her feelings for Mihawk. Secondly, there was the matter she most dreaded accepting, and to this day, she was still seeking ways to alter it, the inevitability of the plot. Had she not appeared in Rogue Town, Luffy would not have encountered any trouble. Yet, after she altered so many things, Luffy remained unharmed, just as the storyline dictated. At present, her heart wavered due to the narrative. No, she should not dwell on these thoughts. What she needed to do was hasten to change the course of events. After a short while, Domino descended with a bottle of rum. She passed the drink through the bars and pulled out a cigarette from her uniform pocket, lighting it. Here, the wine is approved by Director Magellan, and the cigarettes are permitted by Deputy Director Hannibal. He said he remembers you as a girl who never parted with smoke and drink, so he hopes you will speak kindly of him when you return to headquarters. Domino recited, rather formulaically. Ah, thank you. Although I have quit smoking in favor of cigars, I sincerely appreciate it. Gratefully accepting the cigarette and placing it between her lips, Bayang exhaled a plume of smoke. With a squinting smile, she turned to the figure behind her. Brother Shah, would you care for smoke? Not interested in such cheap tobacco, Crocodile grimaced. Domino's brand is quite good. Miss Bayang, why were you in prison here? In just 2 days, Ace will be executed, and war is imminent. Jinbei, in the opposite cell, clenched his teeth, filled with anger at his inability to prevent the impending conflict, while Bayang, capable of acting from the outside, remained so leisurely in level 6. A year prior, Ace had informed Jinbei that Bayang was his sister. Brother Jinbei, do you still not understand? This war has long been predetermined. Regardless of what those around me think, I intend to remain here with Ace, awaiting Luffy. If possible, I must seize any opportunity. Yet, the unfolding events seemed once again to deviate from Bayang's expectations. Just as she had yet to finish her second cigarette, an unexpected visitor arrived. There was no sign of Magellan accompanying him, only Domino leading the way. However, trust in Magellan was, of course, warranted, as the newcomer was a naval officer bearing the Admiral's orders. Leaning against the sea prism stone bars, Bayang, unfazed by the expression of the person standing outside, languidly exhaled smoke. What brings you here? If you wish to boast about becoming captain, then congratulations, but kindly leave. Casa. Just a thin layer of bars separated them. Yet Casa felt exceedingly uncomfortable. He did not wish to see that arrogant madwoman reduced to this state. Those fools have all been rescued, and no one died. After a pause, Bayang shamelessly crossed her legs. Oh, is that so? Well, that is splendid. Ro Bayang, Admiral Sengoku has instructed me to deliver this coat to you, as well as elevate your rank, appointing you to the Navy headquarters. Wait, interrupting the man behind him mid-sentence. Bayang stood up to gaze at the white coat he presented, emblazoned with the word justice on the back. She suddenly found it utterly ironic. Uncle Sengoku wishes for her to join the Navy now? Just look at the rank on this coat. Vice Admiral, Casa. Do you not find it absurd that I would wear this, given my reputation? The position of Vice Admiral was merely temporary. You understand that, don't you? Casa frowned. Without this military title, how could she easily be extracted from prison? No, I do not understand. If you must impose a naval rank upon me, Bayang smirked, malice glinting in her eyes, then let a Kainu step down and appoint me as an admiral instead. Robayang, you are truly selfish. Those fools on the ship have gone to such lengths for you. Why do you still evade here? The bespectacled man clenched his fists in silent rage before turning away in frustration. Yet, just a few meters later, he abruptly halted. His fists remained tightly clenched, and the coat in his other hand was nearly torn apart by his grip. For a moment, he stood there, trembling, before he spun around and returned. This time, a woman marked by the term bad sat with her back against the cage, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Her thoughts drifted, reminiscent of her time aboard the Siren. A memory that felt so distant. A fist struck the sea stone railing, the dull thud eliciting only a fleeting glance from her. Come back, Bayang barely heard. Wishing she could be more heartless, Henser turned back. Come back. The voice behind her repeated, and she sensed him crouching down, his tone still soft yet unmistakably clear. Captain of the Siren needs you. Even if you're not a Navy officer, all soldiers need you. I, as the first mate, do as well. Khazar was surprised to find himself voicing what he had long believed. From the very beginning, he understood that the Siren belonged to this woman. Her courage, her wisdom, her authority, which he was reluctant to acknowledge, stirred feelings of jealousy within him. Silence reigned as she continued to smoke. Bai Yong never expected Khazar to call her captain. Such a title bore immense weight. But Khazar, have you not already moved on from your past dependencies? I thought you had been managing the affairs aboard the Siren from the outset. The notion that soldiers need me is absurd. You have been the longest-serving captain aboard this vessel. So just leave me be. In that moment, the revelation dawned upon Khazar. He suddenly grasped Bai Yang's true intentions. It was too late. Despicable. You kept me close, never intervening, fully allowing my usurpation. This was your plan all along, Luo Bai Yong. You decided to leave the Navy from the very start. I was merely the pawn you trained to inherit the Siren. Since joining the Navy, the warlord had strategically placed various weaknesses around Bai Yong. She merely responded to the challenges presented. The author wishes to convey, wishing everyone a happy new year, gazing into the distance. Chapter 120. Outside the dark blue cage, the legendary naval hero, Monkey D. Garp, engaged in conversation with his grandson. Their voices were soft, characteristic of a grandfather and grandson exchange. Little girl, why have you stopped monitoring the opposite cell? Crocodile remained seated on the stone bed at the back, elegantly crossing his legs, a malicious smile devoid of any goodwill on his face. What are you saying? Brother Sand Crocodile. Bai Yong rarely sits in the shadows of the wall, as if trying to hide herself. Oh, really? But as I understand it, are you not that old soldier's apprentice? Or perhaps his granddaughter? Crocodile's sarcasm left Bai Yong momentarily speechless. Recently, she had killed a celestial dragon and was defeated by Kizaru, tarnishing her reputation as Garp's apprentice within the Navy. She had also personally destroyed her brother Luffy's pirate crew. She found it difficult to face Garp, or rather, Mr. Garp. She was merely a stray girl forced into his life by Luffy's stubbornness. Hey, girl, Bai Yong, are you inside? Garp's voice startled Bai Yong, who was leaning against the wall. She clenched her fists, a delinquent grin gracing her face. It seems like it has been ages, master. The man outside the cage appeared significantly older than the last time she saw him, and he fell silent upon recognizing the girl's current visage. She suppressed her heartache and sat cross-legged, mirroring her previous posture at the opposite cell door. Come sit down. Bai Yong hesitated, unsure of how to approach him now. Could she ever return home? Come sit down. My granddaughter is not the indecisive type. Her heart tightened, and her legs, seemingly beyond her control, moved to the edge of the dark blue cage. She concealed the shackles on her ankles and gently sat down. Girl, I already know about Luffy's situation on Sabati Archipelago, Garp stated, looking at her. Oh, really? Then I have nothing more to say, as she has acted against family. Bai Yong wished to express that sentiment, to utter even colder words, even though she recognized their childishness. Abruptly, the elderly man outside slammed his fists against the ground, bending forward. Grandpa knows the hardships you've endured over the years. It is all my fault for not protecting you. Garp, you are a hero of the Navy, a legendary figure upon these seas. What are you doing? Why bow your head here in this hellish prison? Stunned into silence, she could only lower her gaze, remaining motionless in her seated position. Girl, do not harbor hatred towards Luffy and the others. That boy has always called out for you since Windmill Village, urging me to bring Bai Yong back. Garp chuckled, as if recalling a fond memory. Ha ha ha. Even my old fist cannot control him. Enough. Stop. Bai Yang's clenched fist trembled as she quietly asserted, Luffy has become a man. Umph. Ha ha. Hearing this, Garp's brows unfurled, and he laughed heartily. You all truly are my grandchildren. You share my temper, while Luffy mirrors my carefree spirit, and Ace embodies my stubbornness. You are indeed the true trio of siblings. Bai Yong bore no grudge against others for her imprisonment. She blamed only her own weakness. The wooden plaque, devoid of punishment, was a constant reminder of Garp's kindness, a debt she could never repay, even if she were to shatter into pieces. As Garp prepared to leave, he posed a question to Bai Yong. Girl, do you truly wish to remain here? In just a day, Ace is to be executed. Will you stay in this deep-sea prison until the end? Remaining here? She had observed for 2 days, and it appeared that the hope of waiting for an opportunity had dwindled. Her best chance was for Luffy and the escape team to come to her rescue. At that point, she could instantly heal her wounds, thanks to Ivankov's fruit abilities. But would recovery alone suffice? Would it not still leave her unable to contend with the admirals, pursued as Luffy was on the battlefield by stronger foes? If so, she would merely continue to be swept along by the currents of fate. Grandpa Garp, please convey a message to Uncle Sengoku for me. Due to the conversation between Garp and Bai Yong, his return to headquarters was delayed longer than anticipated. Sengoku, overwhelmed by the matters concerning Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace, now faced the added frustration of Bayang refusing the plan he and Tsuru had painstakingly devised to protect her. The children Garp raised were driving him to the brink of madness. The atmosphere in the marshal's office was so tense that even the messenger dared not enter lightly. Meanwhile, Garp strode forward unfazed. In the corridor, a figure appeared, someone who commanded such respect that the surrounding soldiers dared not even breathe. However, at this moment, his presence at the Marine headquarters in Marineford was entirely warranted, having just attended a mandatory meeting. His purpose for attending that meeting was likely just to see that woman. How is she? The man blocking the path, Hawkeye, donned the same black hat, cloak, and large black sword as before, but his right hand, injured in the duel with Bayang, was now clad in a dark glove. His aura remained steady, yet a flicker of uncertainty crossed his sharp gaze at the mention of Bayang. Hawkeye, I really want to knock you out, but since it was a formal duel with the girl, I cannot say much. Garp scratched his nose, appearing unconcerned as he continued. That girl is bored in level 6. So she decided to step out and become a warlord. I need to speak with Sengoku about this, so step aside. The man opposite remained silent, uttering not a word. Then she relinquished the path and turned away. Regarding this indulgence, Bayang truly grasped the limits of Zhanghua. Even in the face of such a monumental event as the assassination of the world aristocrats, the Tianlong people, Zhanghua exerted considerable effort to obscure the truth. However, the notion of becoming one of the 7 warlords was far too simplistic. There was no reason for Zhanghua to allow Bayang to venture forth as a pirate at this juncture, especially considering her connection to the source of the incident, the Fire Fist Ace. Therefore, such an endeavor was destined to fail. At LV6, Bayang merely sat in meditation, recovering her inner strength. It appeared that the decision-maker was not herself. Little girl, this move of yours is truly foolish. Crocodile raised an eyebrow. Having overheard the prior conversation between Garp and Bayang. Or do you have some other clever scheme? Clever scheme? None. Bayang slowly inhaled, drawing her inner power back to her heart and opened her eyes. Brother Shah, do you not think this war was already predestined? Oh, what divine insight are you about to impart? God dictates fate, determines war, and decides life and death. Yet my life and death remain beyond its reach. Bayang, come out. Just as she spoke, Domino arrived with the key, unlocking the cell door. What is it? She looked up. Your visitation phone call, Domino whispered. From the Marine headquarters, the Admiral. Zhanghua's inquiry was indeed a mark of status for her as an LV6 prisoner. However, it was understandable, considering 2 of her cellmates were also warlords. Hello, Uncle Zhanghua. What are you pondering? Do you not intend to remain with the Marines any longer? The voice on the other end, Zhanghua, was unexpectedly calm. You know well, I have never truly devoted myself to the Marines. Hence I have no desire to don that Vice Admiral's coat. Do you believe I would consent to your becoming a warlord at this time? Uncle Zhanghua, you are gathering the warlords, are you not? All the commanders from various divisions have arrived at Marineford, correct? Against that legendary man, Whitebeard, the more strength you possess, the better, for you cannot ascertain whether you can defeat him. Bayang's voice was slow and measured, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. You intend to confront Whitebeard? He is your brother, Fire Fist Aces. I will. Bayang interrupted the voice from the transponder snail with a smirk. I will ensure that Whitebeard perishes in this war. The conversation between Zhanghua and Bayang had transpired over a dozen hours ago. Indeed, this indicated it was the day of Ace's execution. Bayang sat quietly, awaiting a response from Zhanghua, who seemed to have forgotten her existence altogether, until Magellan, accompanied by the Mole and Empress Hancock, arrived at the opposite cell. Bayang lazily lifted her head to glance outside. How noisy! Hancock indeed possessed a formidable presence wherever she went. The entire LV6 level descended into chaos under her smile, prompting Magellan to unleash the poison dragon, signifying that Hancock had delivered a message to Ace. Meanwhile, Luffy had already infiltrated Impel Down. A broad smile crept across Bayang's face, evoking memories of the scene in the animated series where Luffy gathered his comrades within Impel Down. Please commence the visitation. Magellan respectfully addressed Hancock, calming the uproar. I have finished speaking. Please wait a moment. I have some urgent matters to attend to. As he was about to leave, the Mole interjected. He produced the white coat handed to him by the Commodore and approached the cell. Bayang, come out. Wait. I want to hear the name you just called out once more. Upon hearing this, the first to react was Hancock, who was about to proceed to the elevator. The Mole glanced at her. The name is Luo Bayang. That woman is imprisoned here? Why had I never heard of this news? Hancock furrowed her brow, her anger only enhancing her beauty, for in their Amazon tribe, strength was the ultimate form of beauty. because Bai Yong willingly surrendered herself. I believe she will soon return to Marine headquarters and recommend me for the position of director, Hannibal retorted, raising his trident. Impertinent fool, withdraw. With a kick, Hancock sent Hannibal sprawling, raising her slender finger in a gesture of utmost disdain towards him. How dare you deceive me? That woman would never return here willingly, for she is deeply terrified of this deep-sea prison, just as I detest Marine headquarters. Casting a glance at the commotion, the mole frowned. Time was of the essence. The execution of Fire Fist Ace was set for the afternoon. He needed to relay the orders to the Empress and the warlords promptly. Bai Yong, come here. I have been by the edge of the cell all along. A hint of mirth laced her voice from the shadows within. However, the shackles and leg irons are too short, haha. Otherwise, I would surely want to observe the small drama outside up close. After a moment of silence, the mole passed a letter through the bars to her. As Bai Yong opened the envelope and read it carefully, he spoke with a steady voice. By order of the 5 elders, from now on, you shall replace the stripped title of the sea hero Jinbei and become the new warlord. Slowly closing the envelope, Bai Yong wore a characteristic mischievous smile. Is this a direct appointment from the 5 elders? That is the command I received, the mole replied, signaling Magellan to unlock the cell and remove restraints. Indeed, the appointment by the 5 elders confirmed that Uncle Zhangguo was still wary of her. She had already prepared for dual contingencies, yet she had not anticipated the 5 elders would acquiesce to her becoming a warlord. With a hint of curiosity, Bai Yong glanced back at Crocodile, who silently regarded her. She then discarded the heavy shackles that had been removed and stepped out of the cell. In truth, Bai Yong had not foreseen that Zhangguo was earnestly seeking her assistance on the battlefield, though he did not believe it would proceed so smoothly, even with Bai Yong's resolute nature. However, he had not expected that the usually aloof Mihawk would suddenly appear before him, almost threateningly endorsing Bai Yong's immediate appointment as a warlord. The 5 elders had also applied pressure at this moment, and he believed he could guess who was orchestrating this behind the scenes. Don Quixote da Flamingo. At this juncture, he had no choice but to comply. Simultaneously, he recognized Bai Yang's influence over the seas. She was acquainted with far too many dangerous individuals. Should Bai Yong turn against the government and become a pirate who does not assist them, it would pose a significant threat. Donning the ill-fitting coat provided by the mole, Bai Yong Biamed, this attire is indeed the most comfortable. Are you planning to accompany me to Marine headquarters? Hancock glared at her. After just a few days, you find yourself an impelled down, so destitute. I heard Luffy say you are his sister. How could someone destined to become an elder sister be imprisoned here? Yet in Hancock's eyes, Bai Yong remained beautiful, for in their Amazon tribe, only the powerful were deemed truly beautiful. No, I wish to stay here a while longer. Wait, what does that mean? The mole inquired, frowning. I want to ensure Fire Fist Ace is safely escorted aboard the ship. Bai Yong raised her chin slightly. Of course, this is not a reflection on Magellan and Hannibal's capabilities. I merely wish to see Ace off. I believe Uncle Zhangguo is aware of this condition. She had previously communicated this stipulation to Zhangguo, yet had received no response. I need to inquire, the mole stated. Magellan, please take me to the room with the transponder snail. Domino, please escort General Yin Shu to the director's office. Magellan remained at LV6, watching her, allowing only Domino to lead the way, which was indeed not a secure situation. Bai Yong raised an eyebrow. Considering the presence of 4 Shichibukai in the vicinity, Brother Sand Crocodile, Old Brother Jinbei, Hancock, and herself. However, this was not the moment for her to act. Old Brother Jinbei, I shall accept your title as a Shichibukai, she declared as she approached another cell. Such a title, I hold no affection for. But you, Bai Yong, truly wish to partake in this war? Jinbei called out. I intend to participate, and I shall assist the Navy in dealing with Whitebeard. What? Bai Yong, what are you saying? Her words transformed the atmosphere dramatically. A young man sharing the cell with Jinbei clenched his fists tightly, lowering his head. Bai Yong, you should stay behind, but you must remain with Director Magellan at all times. Once Fire Fist Ace boards the escort ship, you are to return to Marineford. With that, Yin Shu hurried off with Hancock towards the headquarters of Marineford. Bai Yong, stay close to me, Magellan said helplessly. But not too close. I prefer solitude in confined spaces. I understand. With a mischievous smile, she followed Magellan's footsteps toward the director's office. However, midway, she paused, raised her hand, and tore off the Navy Seagull insignia from her left arm. I no longer require this. I have fully become a pirate. In the next moment, Portgas d'Ace, you will be escorted to the town where the gallows await you, Marineford. Time is nearly up, and it seemed that Sengoku wished to prevent something by having Ace sent to headquarters early. The elevator ascended slowly, compared to Luffy's reckless descent down the stairs. This vertical elevator was far more efficient. Bai Yang observed the shifting scenery through the railing as light filtered in, accompanied by the thunderous sound of machinery. She did not stand too close to Ace, merely beside Magellan. She could easily imagine how Magellan would defeat her if she attempted to act now. Being unshackled was a small mercy. Although she was publicly regarded as a Shichibukai, in the eyes of those in the prison, she remained merely a subordinate of Sengoku. A new identity sought to escape imprisonment. The leniency granted by Sengoku superficially aided her. As the elevator arrived at LV1, a messenger from the communication room hurried over with a den mushi. The voice on the other end was Hannibal's exaggerated laughter, along with news of Luffy and Ivankov, and that the lightning user was imprisoned in LV6. See, even though I became a Shichibukai, the timeline for Ace's escort was advanced, and we still cannot reunite the brothers here. Magellan, is this truly acceptable? Bai Yang said, hands in her pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance, with a hint of malice at the corners of her mouth. Just moments ago, the emergency sleeping gas had been activated. Capturing the straw hat was merely a matter of time. It seemed they had underestimated the icy hell. Fire Fist Ace's cell was conveniently empty. He would soon face ultimate interrogation in LV6, Magellan remarked, glancing at her. Bai Yang, your task of escorting Fire Fist Ace is coming to an end. You should hurry to Marineford. Not long ago, I had just defeated the Straw Hat Pirates at Sabeti Archipelago, only to find them rising again so soon. Truly, they have the resilience of cockroaches, Bai Yang shrugged. Do you not require my assistance? No need. This is our own affair in Impelled Down. Do not involve yourself, Magellan replied, frowning in irritation. You should now understand your position. You are a Shichibukai. Do not act recklessly any further. Impelled Down is not a place you can enter and exit at will. Such lessons are too late to impart now. Ah, Magellan, you are so considerate of me. After all, you watched me grow up. Such teasing words sounded ironic to the young man whose hands were shackled. He turned to the massive elevator, knowing that below, Luffy, his brother, was there. Luffy, why did you come? He gritted his teeth in frustration, then turned his gaze to the woman clad in a white delinquent coat. He was unclear about Bai Yang's plan, but it seemed she had no intention of rescuing Luffy. Luffy, go. Do not stop. Due to his hesitation, the guard raised a trident, urging him forward. As if resigned, Ace lowered his head and began to walk forward. After taking a few steps, he suddenly kicked a nearby guard and fought back. See, I'm not the only one who believes the sea stone is ineffective, Bai Yang laughed. Yet, there was no mirth in her eyes. She leaned forward slightly, aiming to seize the moment when Ace eliminated the surrounding guards. He cannot escape, Magellan glanced at her. In an instant, the girl who had remained motionless suddenly vanished from sight. When attention returned, she had already delivered a powerful punch to the chest of the escaping young man. That punch was undeniably forceful, even if Fire Fist Ace did not get knocked back. His trembling body indicated to all present that this punch was charged with Bai Yang's energy. With their 4 years of shared experience, they had often seen prisoners hurt by such blows. It was far more painful than mere surface wounds, not only taking a long time to heal, but also leaving the internal organs feeling as if they had been set ablaze. Hey, Bai Yang, Fire Fist Ace is to be executed this afternoon. Please do not torment him any further. Magellan stood aside without intervening. Yet he wished for the prisoner to exit Impel Down normally. The person standing there seemed not to hear his words, maintaining her stance poised to strike, her aura expanding fiercely enough to cause her white coat to billow. This made the guards instinctively step back. Some among them had previously been incapacitated for days after encountering such punches. Oh, why? The young man struck by the punch wore an expression of disbelief. He seemed so pained that he could barely articulate his words, his temples bulging with veins, his body frozen in shock as he stared at her. Why? You ask why? Bai Yang did not look at him. Did Grandpa Carp not tell you why I sought to defeat the Straw Hat Pirates? Slowly, she raised her head and whispered to the unsteady figure beside her, I detest you and Straw Hat Luffy. Following her words, which resonated clearly throughout the venue, the young man collapsed, seemingly fainting from the pain, falling against Bai Yang's shoulder, his face a mixture of agony and sorrow. Bai Yang, you should not bring your personal grievances here. Magellan observed the scene and fell silent for a moment. I do not understand what deep-seated hatred you hold against Fire Fist Ace that would compel you to chase and to impel down for him. After standing still for a while, Bai Yang suddenly broke into a broad smile. I possess a remarkable memory, and I can be rather vindictive at times. Well, I can agree with that, Magellan nodded, then turned to the surrounding guards. Take Fire Fist Ace to the escort ship. Yes. As she watched Ace being carried away, Baiyang finally moved from her previous position and followed Magellan out of the gates of Impel Down. My apologies, Magellan, but in the end, Fire Fist Ace was unconscious when he boarded the escort ship. A fleet of escort ships has departed the port, marking the end of the mission at Tuajinching. Baiyang stated this at the harbor. It's quite all right. It is not uncommon for prisoners to succumb to torture and lose consciousness, which indicates that our personnel are diligently executing their duties. Magellan glanced at her. Baiyang, let us not meet again from this point onward. Wait, Magellan. With her hands still tucked into the pockets of her trench coat, Baiyang fixed her gaze upon him, her previous ease replaced by a serious demeanor. Listen to me for just a moment. Do not place your trust in your warden, Yuji Shilio, the man who had already turned to leave. Paused briefly and waved his hand. He has been confined on level LV6. Do not hold a grudge. He then stepped into the imposing gate of Tuajinching. Magellan's reaction evoked a sense of inevitability in Baiyang's mind. I have come to escort you, Lady Long knew. The voice of the individual speaking from behind her was steady and courteous, reminiscent of their initial encounter. He did not salute her, but instead introduced himself with his military rank and position. I am Kasa, a major general of the Special Forces under the G5 Division of the New World. My ship, the Siren, is docked at the end of the port, and I shall promptly take you to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. A slight smile graced her lips. Thank you for your efforts. Recently, the Siren had been adorned in black, and remnants of that darkness lingered on its deck. Nothing had changed, save for the absence of Navy soldiers on the vast deck. The ship had set sail. Emerging from the cabin, a young man, who had recently been promoted, adjusted his glasses, his expression indifferent. Your motorcycle is in the warehouse. You may leave now. Baiyang regarded him. At this moment, exchanging idle banter felt futile. What the others? The uninjured are caring for the wounded. Those who are injured are in the medical room. Is everyone accounted for? Yes, everyone. No one has perished, and no one has departed. The Siren has not lost a single soul. Kasa lowered his eyelids slightly as Baiyang spoke in a measured tone. I have a task for you. At such a juncture, should I remark that you remain as audacious as ever? You know, you're the person I trust the least yet the most. The Siren, a large warship modified from the number 1 dry dock of Water 7, holds 2 significant advantages over ordinary naval vessels: speed and medical facilities. At times, the sailors aboard would jest that the Siren serves as a floating emergency hospital. Indeed, its medical room is spacious and ample. Now, however, it is overcrowded. Silence enveloped the room. The instant Baiyang stepped into the medical facility, all sounds ceased. As guests aboard your vessel, I feel honored to meet such brave and resilient individuals within the Navy. Henceforth, should you encounter me, a pirate, I humbly ask for your mercy. Having delivered her words, she turned to depart, akin to a stranger. Sister, are you about to send yourself to your demise? A voice cried out, one Baiyang recognized, the youngest chief petty officer aboard, Akur. Though I am unaware of what transpired, I understand your feelings. It mirrors my own when I was in Water 7. He continued to shout, his voice resonating throughout the medical room. Kasa, are you truly going to permit her to go? Do you believe that returning the motorcycle will grant her freedom? That is utter nonsense. Just like everyone here. We are all fools. Fools who care for one another. Standing at the door, the young Major General, who had been glowering, slowly adjusted his glasses. Do you truly believe your shouting will affect any change? It cannot. Thus. I am so frustrated. We are all such fools. Yet we have not changed a thing. The young man with a spiky hairstyle bit his lip tightly, tears streaming down his face. This was a dismal sight, especially aboard the Siren. A man ought to stand tall and protect others. I'm not crying. Become stronger, strong enough to protect those you wish to safeguard. Baiyang declared in a voice audible to all. She continued toward the door, wishing to avoid witnessing the soldier's expressions. Her hand had gripped the doorknob, yet she hesitated to turn it. Indeed, my hot temper, she muttered with a bitter smile. Suddenly, she turned around, raising her gaze to meet the eyes of each person present. Steeling herself, she clasped her fist to her chest and bowed. My name is Luo Baiyang, hailing from the East Blue's Windmill Village. I shall never forget the kindness you have shown me. I will remember each of you for eternity. With that, she straightened her posture. Now, everyone, forget what I just said. With a creak, the door to the medical room of the Siren swung open, and she stepped out. Konglai Jinnah Island, the battleground for the showdown between Eagle Eye and Lady Longnu, experiences a bizarre climatic phenomenon akin to that of the latter half of the New World. Half of the island is engulfed in relentless thunderstorms, akin to incessant rain, never ceasing day or night. Hee, as long as one wishes to accomplish something, Perona can indeed succeed, having been flung to this island by Bartholomew Kuma for an indeterminate number of days. She not only tended to herself, but also revived the foolish swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates. How splendid! Now she need not endure solitude here. Swish, swish. Wandering spirits danced into the room, animatedly conversing. What are you saying? Someone is coming to the garden. Perona quickly raised her parasol. Hee, is it still a woman? Splendid. Let her be a maid. That way, I can enjoy hot cocoa at night. Outside the foreboding mansion, a garden of blood-red roses flourished. This garden had existed since Perona's arrival, its beauty both enchanting and perilous. It consists of a hybrid variety from the island of Boa. Thus, if one were to approach them without the grower's presence, they would attack as if they were fodder. However, as a user of the spirit fruit, she harbored no fear. Upon reaching the edge of the garden, she halted. The silhouette of a woman within the garden seemed familiar. Isn't that the East Blues dragon lady who worked for the Navy? Why are the roses not attacking her? What is she doing? Digging? Burying something? The author has something to say. I shall refrain from mentioning the myriad of foreshadowing within. Chapter 122. Do you know where you are, Moria's ghost princess? Just as Perona was astonished by the identity of the newcomer, Bayong dusted off her hands and rose. Well, I do not know. Wait, how do you know me? She immediately became vigilant as bomb spirits began to gather around her, the pink-haired girl pulling down the corners of her mouth. This is Eagle Eye's home. Gently caressing the roses before her, Bayong paid no heed to the looming threat behind her. These roses are truly beautiful. Eagle Eye? Perona furrowed her brow slightly in surprise. Hey, you can leave this island, right? You know where Lord Moria is. Lord Moria once mentioned that you are an extremely dangerous woman because you always know too much. Knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. Ignoring her inquiry, Bayong waved her hand and walked toward the ruins beyond the mansion. My motorcycle is at the forest entrance. Feel free to leave if you can. Indeed, if Perona could leave, the narrative would be disrupted and no one would tend to Zoro's injuries. However, that was not a possibility, for all of this is fated within the storyline. In just a few hours, Ace will ascend the execution platform. Bayong has been subtly preparing for this day since she first entered this world a decade ago. She has honed her abilities and attempted to disrupt the unfolding narrative, but to no avail. Today, she has come to a profound realization regarding the overwhelming force of the plot within this realm. Although she has acquired a ticket to partake in this war, how can someone as incapacitated as she is possibly alter the course of fate? Will she covertly sabotage Akainu's schemes to ensure Whitebeard's survival? She has pledged to assist the Marines against him, hence she must take action. As long as her brothers can survive, what does it matter if she must eliminate Whitebeard? Or perhaps, in a critical moment, she could shield Ace from a fatal blow? However, even if she were to protect Ace from harm, her demise would likely plunge the situation into chaos. Ace and Luffy would surely be unable to contain their emotions. Not to mention Mihawk. If she were to perish without witnessing Ace and the others escape, she would find no peace in death. The stakes have become too high for any unforeseen events. Even the slightest possibility could perpetuate the outcome. Thus, she has arrived here. With mere moments remaining before the execution, she must seize every opportunity to save Ace, even as every fiber of her being resists each step forward. Perhaps among them all, she is indeed the most timid and cowardly one. How fortunate it is to have an elder sister. She chuckles bitterly, wondering why Sabo suddenly comes to mind. The original phrase should have been about the joys of brotherhood. Yet, she was present when the three boys formed their bond. The dark red wine cups clinked together with a bright chime, and she cannot forget the rosy faces of those little boys, their smiles radiant and pure. The scent of wine lingering in the air. From this day forth, we are brothers. Ace, no, it should be siblings. Bayong is a lady. Sabo, you lecher. How could she resemble a woman? Of course, they are brothers. Hey, Bayong. Then from now on, I shall call you brother. Bayong, why are you silent? Miss Bayong, what troubles you? Hey, I no longer call you little sister, so stop sulking. Hey, please don't cry. Whoa, Miss Bayong, do not weep, please. I have a handkerchief, look, it is clean. Whoa, Bayong, please don't cry. Even if you forbid me to weep, I feel like crying too. Whoa. Her face was completely drenched in tears, the chill of the island's breeze making her feel so cold. She trembles as she touches her cheek, her lower lip bleeding from biting it to suppress her emotions. I shall not cry. My sister shall not weep. Clenching her fists tightly, she has arrived at the ruins where she once battled Mihawk, a place now shrouded in lightning. She has entrusted her will to Casa, unafraid of death. White Dragon, are you here? This former ruin now resembles a disaster zone, the ground riddled with massive fissures. Striking silver bolts of lightning descend from the overcast sky, illuminating half the island. The air is filled with a cacophony of thunder, yet not a single tree is struck by lightning. Her voice, infused with inner strength, reverberates throughout the ruins. After a while, the surroundings remain engulfed in the relentless roar of thunder. From the very first step into this domain of lightning, the bolts instinctively avoid her. This is because my body is a fragment of your energy. I know you are here. White Dragon. Whoosh. Suddenly, a silver sword aura surged toward her. Baiyang furrowed her brow and leaped back, but this movement agitated her old wounds, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Boom. 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 The direction of the sword aura revealed a gigantic baboon, its massive hand parting the towering dark green foliage as it strode heavily from the depths of the forest. Its colossal form crashed onto the stone slabs of the ruins, producing thunderous sounds. Clutched in its hand was an ancient Chinese sword, gleaming with a silver aura. The sense of oppression was palpable, merely gazing at it. Baiyang could already perceive the formidable aura emanating from the White Dragon's essence. The baboon's eyes were hollow, entirely devoid of autonomy, its thoughts under complete control. Faintly, a white dragon coiled behind it. You have come seeking us, desiring death? The deep, resonant voice of the White Dragon echoed throughout the ruins. Seeking death is indeed correct. She has come here to find her demise. The White Dragon could easily terminate her for having exhausted her usefulness. Yet there exists a torment far worse than death, namely, the degradation of her dignity. Please lend me your power. With clasped hands, Baiyang bowed her head. She trembles, unable to cease her shivering, consumed by shame. Bowing her head to plead for the power she had forsaken. No, the White Dragon's sword represents not merely strength, but also humiliation. Crack! Bang! No sooner had the words escaped her lips than a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire ruin, striking directly upon Baiyang. Ugh! The indescribable pain of being struck by lightning, compounded by her previous injuries, exploded within her. Baiyang collapsed to the ground, her body a mangled mess. No, shameless! The White Dragon's angered voice resonated, low and filled with a growl. He had once believed he beheld a true warrior of dignity, one who could overlook his power, someone so formidable that she could discard him. Naturally, he had been enraged for a time. After all, she was merely a small person, daring to disregard his strength. Yet today, he is even angrier that this former vessel has the audacity to return, without shame, to plead for him. Every human possesses emotions and desires. Yet he had chosen individuals capable of such actions. Does this not insult his acknowledgement of her? It hurts so much, truly excruciating. Her body incessantly urges her to faint, to succumb to unconsciousness. No. This is truly a battle of sheer willpower. Her hands are bleeding, her fingers embedded in the soil, dragging her battered body. All she desires is to rise. Please lend me your power. Baiyang's voice is barely a whisper, for she is utterly drained of strength. Yet, this clarity is precisely what the White Dragon finds unbearable. He perceives the words as grating, too grating. You once regarded us as a disgrace, a proof of your weakness. Now you return to bow your head. What do you consider us to be? And what do you regard your dignity as a warrior to be? With each declaration from the White Dragon, the sky crackles with thunder and lightning, a relentless rumble echoing around them. At least in Baiyang's ears, it sounds like that. She begins to lose clarity, everything before her becoming indistinct. She crawls, inching toward the White Dragon, painstakingly making her way forward. The muddy ground of the ruins is sporadically stained with the blood she drags behind her. She has reached the point of blood loss where no more can flow. Please lend me your power. The White Dragon, for reasons unknown, does not wish to witness his former vessel in such a state. If she truly wishes to descend into such a lowly condition, he could grant her that. Humanity is inherently flawed. Such cowardice, such insignificance, so filthy, living solely for their own ambitions. Kneel, plead to us. You are no longer a warrior. Kneel, Baiyang had once vowed to herself to live with her back straight. Even in bowing, her pride seldom allowed her to do so. Now, trembling, dragging her broken body, she slowly rises, her knees touching the ground with a thud, and then her forehead strikes the earth. What is she doing? She is bowing to plead with the white dragon. It hurts so much, her heart aches. Her dignity, her pride, is being violently torn apart. Baiyang, please tell me the story of the big bad wolf again. Thud, that was the second time. Baiyang is my sister. Thud, the third time. From this day forward, we shall be brothers. Thud, the fourth time. You, my little sister, we shall protect you. Do not always strive to prove yourself. Thud, the fifth time. Hey, there are strawberries. You can't even swallow meat. How delicate you are. Thud, how wonderful it is to have an elder sister. Blood trickled down her forehead, but it was all right. No matter how many times she knocked her head, it did not matter. As long as her brothers could survive, it was worth it. Despicable. You are unworthy to reside among us. When the voice of the white dragon echoed again, Baiyang could no longer hear anything. She did not know how many times she had knocked her head, only that the time for Ace's execution was drawing near, and she must hurry. Faster, faster. Your soul shall be devoured, and your body shall be returned to us. When she looked up once more, it seemed as though a silvery light was rushing towards her. So it was the white dragon sword. The author has something to say. Baiyang. Hee. Miss Baiyang. Hey, what is wrong with you? Are you unable to keep up with us? Chapter 123. It is now noon on the day of Ace's execution, with 3 hours remaining until the execution time. All personnel belonging to the naval headquarters and officers of the rank of captain and above have arrived at Marineford. The entire Grand Line and the people of the Four Seas are tense. This war is inevitable, and the conflict with that man is imminent. What about the special forces from Division G5? Admiral Sengoku, with his fingers interlocked on the desk, was not in a good mood. Though it was not solely due to the impending war. The commanding officer, Rear Admiral Kasa, reported that more than half of his soldiers were severely injured. Thus, he had submitted a written request for medical support from the rear. The responding headquarters officer adjusted his baseball cap and replied, "Because you previously instructed that no reports other than about Whitebeard should be made, I approve their ships to remain in the rear." The person at the desk slightly lowered his head, the shadows obscuring his expression. And Baiyang? Lady Longnu? She is not at headquarters? The officer straightened up in surprise and reported, "I apologize." Rear Admiral Kasa did not mention anything regarding Lady Longnu. Faced with the Marshal Sengoku's prolonged silence, the person who had been sitting in silence under the emblem of absolute justice spoke. He was none other than Admiral Akainu, one of the Navy's highest combat powers. That little girl is indeed defying justice. No, it was not when she was captured. Now we must fully confront Whitebeard. Meanwhile, the 7 warlords participating in the battle had already boarded escort ships that had set sail from the Holy Land, Mary Geos, to the port town of Marineford, where the execution was to take place. Tell me, where is that woman? The Empress Boa Hancock furiously pointed at the naval officer aboard the escort ship. Which woman do you mean, Your Excellency? The officer asked, sweating profusely. He had just been startled and had come up to the deck for some fresh air, and now he was once again troubled by the pirate empress. Insolence! Who permitted you to so easily utter my name? Hancock kicked the officer down and stood on him, looking down with extreme disdain. I am referring to the East Blue Dragon Lady, Luo Baiyang. She is now one of the 7 warlords. Why is she not on this ship? The officer could not refute, but he felt utterly dejected. Just moments ago, his heart had shattered into pieces upon hearing news regarding Lady Dragon Baiyang. Baiyang is indeed on the ship. Where? Here, The person responding to Hancock was munching on something, her speech slightly muffled, but her voice was unmistakable. It was that woman. She leapt back onto the giant python Salome, sitting down leisurely. As she turned around, the Empress's face broke into a smile. How rude, making me wait for so long. I was held up a bit. Hancock, upon seeing the newcomer, was momentarily stunned. Who are you to dare deceive me? This woman, seemingly just emerging from the kitchen, shared the same long black hair as Baiyang, dressed in a bandage top, exercise pants, and white boots. However, her outer garment was a long, deep purple trench coat, with Special Forces reporting written on the back. Her eyes were not black, but a pale golden hue. And what Hancock found most unacceptable was that this woman was undoubtedly around 178 meters tall. She had always looked down at Baiyang, but now she seemed to be staring her in the eye. I am Luo Baiyang, the woman said nonchalantly, taking a bite of the meat with bones in her hand. Upon further scrutinizing this impolite individual, Hancock frowned and immediately raised her hands. Fingers interlocked to form a heart shape aimed at the person before her. The hearts of those tempted by me shall harden your bodies. Sweet, sweet breeze. Regardless of how much this woman resembled an older Bai Yong, she would never allow anyone to impersonate her. The pink heart-shaped waves emanating from the pirate empress's hands made the escort ship's officer aware of the fate that awaited those touched by the waves. Summoning courage, he dashed forward, intent on shielding Sister Bai Yong from this wave. Even if Sister Bai Yong was no longer the little girl he once knew. Sister Bai Yong, be careful. Watching the wave of light approaching and the officer charging towards her, the woman did not flinch and swiftly drew the silver-white longsword from her waist, simultaneously kicking the officer aside. Clang! The wave shattered the moment it came into contact with the longsword. This trick won't work on me. Have you forgotten? Casa sheathed his sword, wearing a haughty grin that mirrored Bai Yang's. Hancock fell silent. Indeed, only one person could block the sweet, sweet breeze in such a manner. However, even though this woman had proven her identity, Hancock still felt uncomfortable under the gaze of those pale golden eyes. How did you come to look like this? My previous body was destroyed, so I got a new one. She chewed the piece of meat, including the bones, and swallowed it, turning to the officer who had just gotten up from the deck. Hey, I want to eat meat. Tell the kitchen to hurry up, or I will eat you directly. Yes, yes. The officer immediately stood at attention. Perhaps being eaten by Sister Bai Yong wouldn't be so bad after all, and with a blush on his face, he hurried to the kitchen. Licking her lips, Bai Yong watched the departing officer. Hee hee. I was wondering why it was so noisy outside. So it was you. Moonlight Moria emerged from the cabin. Standing at a towering height of 6 feet 9 inches, he felt quite uncomfortable in the cramped reception room. East Blue Dragon Lady, your shadow seems different. Narrowing his cunning eyes, Moria leaned down to scrutinize the shadow behind Bai Yong. Oh, I'm going through a growth phase. I have grown quite a bit. That the shadow is different is only natural. Bai Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. And don't stand so close to my shadow. Her tone shifted lower, and the aura around her changed. Moria straightened up, taking a step back. It is only reasonable for you to become a warlord at this time. After all, you are merely Sengoku's lapdog. When war breaks out, facing former comrades, you will surely kill without hesitation. At that time, I will rely on you to collect the corpses of the elite for me. Moria, for some reason, felt a wave of fear wash over him the moment the Dragon Lady released her murderous intent. He had seen the Dragon Lady in battle before. Absolutely. The shadow is different now. If only he could obtain the Dragon Lady's shadow on the battlefield. The appearance of Donghai Long as one of the 7 warlords aboard the escort ship swiftly spread throughout the entire vessel. Meanwhile, the commander reported the matter to Admiral Sengoku. In the transponder snail, he stated, Your Excellency, Long has suddenly appeared in the kitchen of the escort ship, where she was enjoying a slice of ham. Initially, I suspected she was an intruder, for not only had Long grown taller, but she also bore the visage of a young woman in her 20s, rather than that of an adolescent girl. Who are you? This was the first question White Yang received from the stoic Mihawk upon his arrival on the deck. Prior to this, he had remained silent, fixated on her with his dark golden eyes for an extended period. Opposite him, White Yang undeniably appeared as a matured version of herself. Her fair complexion shimmered under the sunlight, and her light golden eyes exuded an ethereal beauty that transcended humanity. The slight curve of her lips, however, concealed a malevolence as she inquired, How is the hand I pierced, Mihawk? With a resounding hum, the formidable black blade, Uru, was drawn from his back, radiating a menacing green aura as it pointed directly at her. There is no longer any reason for us to cross swords. With a slight elevation of her chin, the woman with raven black hair turned, seemingly unperturbed by the world-class weapon at her back. The atmosphere around Mihawk became increasingly tense. Almost everyone held their breath, for 2 legendary swordsmen stood on the deck of this warship. The ongoing debate about who truly held the title of the world's strongest was now overshadowed by the possibility that Donghai Long had ascended to the pinnacle of power. White Yang, known for her unwavering stubbornness in the face of any formidable opponent, would never dare to belittle Mihawk. To confront such a master and turn her back on him was an audacious choice. Hancock, a longtime friend of White Yang, found herself reluctant to intervene on behalf of her friend, who typically would not prevail in such encounters. A sudden shift occurred as the elegant black blade was raised high. Cutting through the air with a sweeping arc abruptly, a silver flash darted before the onlooker's eyes. colliding with the massive black blade in a thunderous clash that sent ripples across the surrounding sea. As the reverberations began to fade, it became clear that Long had parried Mihawk's strike with her sword, halting the enormous black blade midair. Hancock steadied herself, calming the apprehensive Rosam. She too observed intently, recognizing this as a duel between world-class swordsmen. The term true master aptly applied to White Yang in this moment of confrontation. The silver blade remained steadfast against the black sword, producing a piercing sound as metal ground against metal. Mihawk, your reckless swings could jeopardize the ship, White Yang remarked nonchalantly, her grip unwavering on her sword. Yet, it seemed that justice had already passed. Perhaps destroying the warship and sailing to Marineford could be a worthy alternative. Calm down, please. Remain calm. Mihawk, your excellency, and Sister White Yang. The commander, drenched in cold sweat, rushed forward. If the two warlords engaged in combat aboard the vessel, only the three admirals at headquarters could intervene. The priority was to confront Whitebeard. Suddenly, the commander found himself propelled forward, his body moving involuntarily like a marionette, each joint clicking as he was drawn away from the confrontation. This battle is far too entertaining to interrupt, came the voice of Don Quixote Doflamingo, casually perched on the railing of the upper deck, his fingers seemingly manipulating events below. His wicked grin, accompanied by a protruding tongue, fixated on White Yang. Long, you look even more beautiful like this. Doflamingo's presence altered the atmosphere, not for the better. Hancock raised her elegantly poised arm, resting it atop the head of her colossal serpent, a gesture that unmistakably communicated her disdain for Doflamingo and her readiness to strike. Meanwhile, the man wielding Yoru executed another slash. This invisible strike caught White Yang off guard, not aimed at her, but rather at Doflamingo above. Whoosh! Doflamingo leaped into the air, evading the blow, his limbs spread wide as he glided through the air, laughing heartily. I thought you were someone impossible to approach. It seems you have your vulnerabilities. Even before the battle against Whitebeard commenced, the spectacle of such intriguing skirmishes unfolded, revealing that despite being fellow warlords, their identities as pirates took precedence. Moria, shaking his massive frame, maliciously commented as shadows behind him flitted with a couple of bats. Among the 6 current warlords aboard the escort ship, 5 stood on the deck, the tension palpable and poised to erupt. Suddenly, the silver sword was sheathed with a firm thud. Hey, is the food ready in the kitchen? I am famished. The woman who had ignited this potential conflict had abruptly withdrawn her aura, her hands languidly tucked into the pockets of her purple battle suit as she casually called out. This immediately dissipated the tension among the gathered individuals. Yes, Sister White Yang, you may head to the dining room. Oh, I must take advantage of this time before we reach Marineford to fill my stomach. White Yang glanced at the commander leading the way. And stop calling me sister. I'm a pirate now, you fool. Yes, your excellency, Long. After passing through the gates of justice, with some distance still to cover before reaching the port town, several of the 7 warlords were escorted back to the reception room, leaving only the newly appointed Donghai Long and her rival Mihawk in the dining area. Since earlier, the woman seated at the table had been incessantly shoveling food into her mouth. In no time, the platters on the long table were emptied. More food and rum. It was as though she hadn't eaten in millennia, devouring her meal at a pace rivaling the 2 voracious eaters among the supernovas. Mihawk had been observing her intently, his gaze unwavering. After finishing the last sip of rum, savoring the remnants on her lips, White Yang smiled at the man beside her. How amusing that the renowned Mihawk would choose to attack me. In these vast seas, how rare it must be to encounter someone who ignites your fighting spirit. Mihawk, shall we engage in battle every time we meet? The phrase engage in battle every time caused the man to pause momentarily. Dracula Mihawk, I care not whether you are the world's greatest swordsman or a warlord. As long as that sword remains in your hand, I shall confront you each time we meet. As if lost in thought, he closed his eyes, then opened them slowly. Very well. If necessary, I will defeat you and your sword. Thus, will you turn to seek me once more? Were you saying? With a sardonic smile, the woman, who had been waiting for her meal to be served, stood up and raised her chin slightly. Do not jest, defeated one. Her light golden eyes shimmered with disdain and contempt. As she exited the restaurant, Bayang cast a dispassionate glance at the figure leaning against the wall. Have you had enough? You rogue. Fu, long no. If you are weary of your defeated subordinates, why not come to my bed tonight? Whispered Doflamingo, leaning close to Bayang as if engaged in an illicit affair with a married woman. Flamingo, do you believe I can kill you? Slightly turning her face, she spoke. Both could feel each other's south breath within close proximity. Fu, de individual in triangular, sunglasses liquid der lips. The current long new? Hard to say. Fu, which makes it even more irresistible, does it not? With a malicious smile, her golden gaze was captivating and alluring. I cannot say for certain whether I would take the initiative to kill you. The author wishes to express, the spring festival approaches, seeking companionship and camaraderie. Is there anyone skilled in painting? I seek to collaborate with an artist. Contact me at QQ5-8343-8032, 124 chapters. I wish to see Fire Fist Ace. You return and speak of this? Inside the Marine headquarters, only Sengoku and Baiyang were present in the spacious office. With a malicious grin, Baiyang had her hands buried in her pockets. Previously, while I was at Impel Down, I dealt a heavy blow to Fire Fist Ace during his escort, and he was left unconscious. What? Sengoku exclaimed, hastily picking up the nearby Den Mushi. Connect to the guard room. What is Ace's condition now? Yes. Report. Port Gasti. Ace is confined in the lowest level of the prison. No abnormalities. Awake? Yes. Click. Hanging up the Den Mushi, Sengoku narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the person standing across the table. What did you do to him? Just a slight venting of my frustrations, Baiyang shrugged. I merely mentioned it so that you would not encounter difficulties during the execution. It seems Ace is fine. Then I shall head to the port. Wait. What? You should continue to move about Marineford. Sengoku's words halted the individual who intended to turn and leave. I am a pirate. I can no longer remain at the Navy headquarters. Mr. Sengoku, you need not protect me any further. Lighting a cigar, this was Baiyang's first time smoking in the marshal's office. Her expression bore a mix of defiance and disdain. With the celestial dragons dead, I have also become a warlord of the sea. Ultimately, I am now free. Is this what you have longed for? What has transpired within you? Failure, regret, transformation. Exhaling a puff of smoke, she chuckled lightly. You must have heard rumors from low-ranking soldiers regarding the current appearance, strength, and title of East Blue S. Long Nu, Luo Baiyang. It has spread throughout the Marine headquarters and surrounding islands as an appetizer before the battle, of course, including most reporters in the Sabeti archipelago, who will document it as a side piece alongside tomorrow's front-page news. The content merely speculates that Long Nu, after being stimulated in her duel with Hawkeye, began her secret training, and as the battle with Whitebeard approached, Marshal Sengoku summoned her back and bestowed upon her the title of Warlord of the Sea. The truth of the matter is now inconsequential. In any case, East Blue S. Long Nu, Luo Baiyang, is undoubtedly a figure of warlord caliber. My child. As Baiyang exited the marshal's office, her mentor, Monkey D. Garp, appeared in the corridor. Hello. Raising her head, she smiled. Her light, golden eyes sparkled like jewels in the sunlight. Garp furrowed his brow. What have you done to yourself? She remained silent, merely smiling. With a pained heart, the elderly man lowered his head, his tone calm. My child, you must survive. There are 3 hours until the execution. Now, at the crescent-shaped port town, the Navy's deployment has concluded, with approximately 100,000 skilled Navy soldiers summoned from all over the world. The entire island, from the Crescent Bay to the whole island, is surrounded by 50 warships, and countless heavy artillery have been set up along the coast. The army visible from the port. At the forefront are the 6 formidable figures controlling the battlefield, the warlords of the sea. Originally, with a bounty of 296 million berries, Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant. Originally, with a bounty of 320 million berries, Moonlight Moria. Originally, with a bounty of 340 million berries, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Originally, with a bounty of 80 million berries, the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, Draco Mihawk, and the East Blue S. Long Nu, Luo Baiyang, who possesses mastery in both swordsmanship and martial arts. Before the execution platform, guarded by countless troops and giants, stand the Navy's highest combat power, the 3 admirals, Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu. The forces of justice, gathered to prevent Fire Fist Ace from being rescued, await the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. The sound of chains clinking echoed clearly amidst the throngs of over 10,000 people surrounding the execution platform. Port Gasti. Ace has ascended to the platform. The soldiers in the square fell silent, all eyes fixated on the man who ignited the war. Hancock's brow remained slightly furrowed, worried about Luffy's current condition. She glanced at the person beside her. You are not worried at all. The one on the execution platform is your brother. Hancock, I am currently focused on the Navy's battle against Whitebeard, while Ace stands there, lighting a cigar and drawing a deep breath of smoke. Bayong coldly remarked, "He cannot even unlock his own shackles." "I have something to say to everyone." On the execution platform, Marshal Sengoku's speech began. "Port Gas D. Ace. The significant implications of this man's demise here today. Ace, speak your father's name." "Whitebeard is my only father." "No." Through the din mushy. Ace's voice resonated clearly from the high execution platform. All were puzzled as to why the marshal would say such things. What relevance does a pirate about to be executed have concerning his father? On an island in the South Sea named Bartolomeo, his mother's name was Port Gas de Rouge. This woman, with an unwavering will to protect her child, kept him within her for 20 months, far exceeding our understanding. 1 year and 3 months after his father's death, the child inheriting the world's most evil bloodline was born. That is you. Your father is the Pirate King. God de Roger. Everyone, at this moment, all were stunned by this revelation. The world's greatest criminal had left behind a bloodline. This news is far more shocking to the world than the war between Whitebeard and Marineford. Subsequently, Sengoku narrated why Whitebeard would leave Ace behind, how he planned to elevate Ace to the position of Pirate King, and how he had continually protected Ace under his name. Indeed, the significant implications of Fire Fist Ace's execution here today are thus. He must die. The entire world will not permit him to live. His mother brought him into this world as a mistake. That evil bloodline must not continue to exist. Hankuka, amidst her astonishment, harbored a tinge of doubt. Was he not the biological brother of Luffy? With a faint smile, she turned her gaze towards Bayong. Noticing her attention, Bayong gently tapped the ash off her cigar, her demeanor tranquil as she stared at the distant sea, not glancing back even once. Whether or not there was a blood relation had long since ceased to matter. She spoke with a hint of self-mockery, admitting that even her words, barely above a whisper, were not truly human. Just then, a messenger rushed frantically to the execution platform. "Marshal Sengoku, report. The gate of justice has opened without any orders. We have lost contact with the power room." The messenger's announcement silenced the previously chaotic scene. All eyes fixated on the sea, the atmosphere suddenly hushed, as if only the wind remained in motion. It was so quiet that it felt somewhat unnatural. Beside her, Hancock and Doflamingo gazed into the distance, but Bayong smirked with a hint of mischief. "Shall we wager on where Whitebeard will strike?" Doflamingo, licking his tongue, inquired him. "Do you know Whitebeard's plans, Dragon Lady?" His words stirred the man standing beside Bayong, arms crossed, hat tilted low, who opened his previously feigned slumbering eyes. The golden eagle eyes of Mihawk scrutinized the long-haired woman beside him. Under such a gaze, Bayong's light golden eyes remained fixed on the sea. "Just a guess," she said, raising her slender arm to point beneath the surface of the water. "It will commence from there." Startled, Hancock's enchanting eyes followed the direction of Bayong's finger towards the depths of the sea. Indeed, there was a method. At that moment, from the distant harbor, dozens of pirate ships materialized through the mist, forming indistinct silhouettes on the water, advancing towards the harbor with overwhelming force. The deafening sound of alarms erupted, and soldiers sprang into action, countless heavy cannons adjusting their aim as the specter of war loomed. "Fufufu, how thrilling! Come fort, Whitebeard." Doflamingo chuckled with excitement. "But it seems you are mistaken, Dragon Lady." "No, Whitebeard is not coming from that direction. He should be much closer," Bayong stated slowly, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. As if in response to the excitement in the air, the sword trembled slightly. "What do you intend to do?" Mihawk's deep voice resonated beside her. "Nothing much, merely wishing to prove my guess was correct." The silvery white sword gleamed ominously as it was drawn from its sheath. Hee hee. East Blue Dragon Lady, are you about to strike now? Whitebeard hasn't even appeared yet. Moria mocked maliciously. Slightly bending, she positioned the blade towards the sea, adopting an attacking stance. He has already made his appearance. At the moment shadows appeared on the surface of the harbor bay, the sword unleashed a powerful strike. The sword's energy surged visibly towards the sea, illuminating the entire bay in a radiant glow. What? Sword? Energy? Bayong has swung her sword. Why did the Dragon Lady attack now? Wah! What is that? The sea. It has been cleaved apart. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the surface of the bay was physically split by the sword energy. The water cascaded apart like the pages of an open book, the violently rolling waves creating a thunderous roar. Yet the onslaught of this sword strike was far from over. The glowing sword energy plunged towards the ocean floor. In the next moment, A colossal column of water erupted, and atop that column was the astonishing sight of the Moby Dick. The Whitebeard pirates had arrived. As the silvery sword energy dissipated with the emergence of the massive whale ship, the residual force stirred the sea momentarily before it gradually stabilized. The one who had unleashed this strike seemed to exhibit little interest in the vessel now revealed, merely shrugging. "I told you so." It turned out that all the ships of the Whitebeard pirates had directly surfaced from the ocean floor, emerging in succession after the Moby Dick breached the surface. In an instant, all 4 ships had invaded the bay. "Fufufu, such impressive swordsmanship," Doflamingo remarked, shaking his shoulders. "But since you have already struck, why not directly cleave those ships?" Hancock glanced at Bayong, who had sheathed her sword. While indeed impressive, for an ordinary master, splitting the sea was not impossible. Yet to wield such immense energy without harming the intended target was an entirely different matter. I merely wished to validate the answer I had wagered earlier. Gently biting her cigar, Bayong turned her face to the individual well acquainted with the nature of her strike. Unbeknownst to her, that person was also gazing at her, and for a fleeting moment their eyes met. In that instant, her light golden gaze transformed into a pitch-black hue, followed by a whispered exchange audible only to the two of them. "I am strong. This is the power of Sister Bayong." KB trembled in shock on the square. Hey, we are simply not on the same level anymore," Balumber exclaimed in disbelief, grasping KB's shoulder. "We should retreat." "No, it's all right." KB's eyes sparkled with determination. "Sister Bayong's power not only is formidable, but constantly protects those around her." He excitedly pointed towards the harbor. "Did you not see? The 2 massive waves did not harm anyone nearby. This must be Sister's aura creating a diversion." I understand. KB, you are far too enamored with Luo Bayong. You must realize she is now a pirate. A Shichibukai." Balumber urged KB to regain his composure. "I know." The youth lowered his arms, raising his gaze towards the front of the harbor where the Shichibukai stood. "Sister Bayong always shines, regardless of her form or her adversary." Author's note: the Battle of Marine Ford begins. In the 125th chapter, Sengoku did not anticipate such a close invasion. The 50 naval vessels stationed outside the harbor had been circumvented. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he glared at the woman standing at the forefront of the harbor. "How did you know?" What a grand welcome." The figure standing at the bow of the Moby Dick, known as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, spoke in a steady, resonant voice. Casting a glance at the wayward woman on the harbor, he turned his gaze towards the execution platform. "It has been decades since we last met, Sengoku. Is my son unharmed?" Whitebeard's presence shocked all, the oppressive aura emanating from him overwhelming. "Hold on a moment, Ace." "Old man." Unfazed by Sengoku's furious glare, Whitebeard laughed as he drove the blade of his halberd into the ship's deck. Raising both arms, he merely waved them outward. The air around him cracked like glass. Subsequently, immense columns of water surged around Crescent Harbor, causing the ground to tremble. "What power to shake the very atmosphere," Bayong remarked, though her tone bore no hint of shock or surprise. With her hands in her pockets, she turned and sauntered to the mooring post where ships were typically anchored, reclining with her legs crossed. "Fufufu, Oolongnu, you seem rather disinterested." On the other side, Doflamingo cast a fleeting glance her way. "I am quite famished." Bayong, however, paid him no heed, her light golden eyes sweeping over the nearby Navy officers. "I did not have enough to eat on the ship. Bring me something to eat." The 2 admirals, who were anxiously focused on the movements of Whitebeard, turned crimson under her gaze. It seems that Bayong Jiejia is even more beautiful than before, her skin appearing to glow softly. "Jiejia, can you wait a moment?" Yes. After Ace's execution, we'll eradicate the Whitebeard pirates. I shall treat Miss Longnu to dinner." "Hey, Bayong Jiejia merely wishes to find something to eat. How dare you propose a date to her?" "What's wrong with wanting to date? I also wish to dine with Miss Longnu. It has become increasingly difficult to meet her since she became a Shichibukai." The woman clad in a purple combat uniform seductively licked her lips, lowering her voice. "You too. Why not accompany me to the back to find something to eat? If we only step away for a moment, no one will notice." Her voice was as enchanting as a witch's whisper, sweet enough to leave the 2 Navy officers entranced. They found themselves nodding subconsciously, captivated by her light, golden gaze. With an alluring smile that seemed to tempt all, Bayong raised her delicate arm, beckoning the 2 to follow her away from the group. Meanwhile, due to the power of Whitebeard's Gura no Mi, enormous columns of water triggered a colossal underwater earthquake as they spoke. The tsunami resulting from the quake was vast enough to engulf the entire Marineford. Almost everyone was drawn to the towering tsunami, oblivious to Bai Yang's movements. Yet, there was one individual who noticed everything and reached out to grasp her wrist, preventing her from leaving. Keep watching. Mihawk's tone was far from amiable. Reminiscent of their first encounter, he was reprimanding her. What should I watch? I'm truly starving. The grip on her wrist tightened with her gentle struggle, becoming a complete restraint, exuding sheer dominance and disallowance. Bai Yang's gaze lowered slightly, a hint of murderous intent emerging. Mihawk furrowed his brow. This coldness, extinguishing all, mirrored the dragon he had fought. Ice Age. At that moment, Aokiji had leaped into the air before the execution platform, extending two ice pillars to strike the twin colossal tsunamis heading toward Marineford. The seawater quickly froze into two massive ice walls under his powers. The temperature around them seemed to plummet instantaneously, leaving the soldiers in the square frozen in shock. Two spears. Following this, Aokiji conjured three long spears in midair, aiming at Whitebeard's ship, but they were shattered by a single quake, his body following suit into the bay. Yet this did not harm Aokiji, the user of the High no Mi. He froze the surface of the water just before it engulfed him. The entire crescent-shaped bay emitted a creaking sound as it froze rapidly. Everything transpired too swiftly, in the mere minutes since Whitebeard's appearance. The powers displayed by these formidable beings had astounded the world. With the entire bay frozen, the movements of Whitebeard's pirate ships were similarly halted, prompting the pirates to leap overboard and rush across the ice toward the port. Inspired by Aokiji's earlier actions, the soldiers surrounding the port charged directly at the pirates. The war had commenced. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. The air was filled with the sounds of cannon fire, gunshots, clashing swords, and a cacophony of people in combat. Bai Yang stood mesmerized, watching the bloodshed in the bay. Pirates, captains under Whitebeard, naval officers, and vice admirals were all engaged in fierce combat. Feeling a gaze upon her, she turned her head to look. It was someone she recognized, Smoker, the user of the Moku no Mi. Releasing his grip on Bai Yang, Mihawk murmured, "Do you think you're the strongest now?" Beside him, the man with the black sword leaped onto the port platform, drawing his blade, causing everyone to freeze momentarily. Dracul Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman and a Shichibukai, typically a mere observer, was about to intervene in this battle, an unusual occurrence that left many astonished. What? Are you going to make a move? Doflamingo glanced at him, also casting a sidelong glance at the silent Bai Yang behind him. I am merely calculating the distance between us and that man. Mihawk's hawk-like eyes narrowed slightly. His piercing gaze could instill fear even in the most skilled fighters. Whoosh! The black blade swept down, a vibrant green aura shot from the port toward the Moby Dick, leaving a deep gash on the ice beneath. It seemed everything was bathed in a luminous green glow from that slash, accompanied only by the howling wind stirred by the released energy. This was a cut of unparalleled mastery. At that moment, a figure surged forth from the smoke of cannon fire. It was Jozu, the 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Even though the force of that slash had sent him reeling, his feet cracking the ice beneath him, Diamond, being the hardest substance in the world, managed to withstand the powerful sword energy, ultimately dissipating it into the heavens with a resounding boom. Jozu's upward curve of his lips signified a form of victory. The dark golden hawk-like eyes observed for a long moment, yet he remained silent, retracting his black blade. At that moment, Bai Yang leaped onto the port platform, standing beside him. What do you think the distance is? The boisterous wind caused her purple coat to flutter, the golden lettering on her back boldly proclaiming 4 characters, drawing attention. I believe there is no comparison. Before he could respond, she continued, for you are a lone wolf. The silver blade was drawn. Moonlit swallow returns. Buzz. One thrust unleashed a silver beam of sword energy, resembling a flying swallow. That coincidentally overlapped with Mihawk's earlier slash, shooting upward. No one could have anticipated that Longnu would connect her attack with Mihawk's. The sword energy emitted from her slash was glaringly weaker than the world's foremost cut, lacking any intimidating pressure. It did not even injure the ice beneath. Jozu, move aside. However, the man standing at the ship's bow discerned the difference. Old man, I can block it. Foolish son, that little girl intends for you to take this hit. Whitebeard declared, gathering energy into his long-handled sword, unleashing a powerful slash. The shockwave, imbued with destructive capability, collided with the silver swallow, and rather than resulting in an explosive counter, the swallow gracefully maneuvered past the energy, soaring toward its target. At this moment, the diamond-hardened Jozu charged forward to intercept the strike once more. However, this time he bore no victorious smile, despite the sword slash being significantly weaker than Mihawk's. He felt the pressure. Ah, you noticed. Unfazed, Baiyang leaped away from her position. Because Whitebeard's blade had narrowly missed the swallow, it surged directly forward, creating a gaping hole at the front of the port. Smoke billowed, and several surrounding naval officers were injured by the resulting shockwave. If we are to fight, then let us not endanger those around us. Moria, transformed into a bat, voiced his dissatisfaction. Certainly, this event prompted the other Shichibukai present to leap away and gather upon the icy battlefield. Fu, Lonchu. I wonder if you evaded this move because you had previously encountered it on Whitebeard's ship. Doflamingo chuckled softly, hopping to another side of the harbor. Not at all. Baiyang replied with a shrug. If I had truly used it, do you think Diamond Jaws would be foolish enough to confront it head-on? In fact, it would be Marco who should counter this move, she continued, seemingly confident in her understanding of the strength of the captains under Whitebeard, while the opposing side remained entirely unaware of her true capabilities. So did Baiyang lie? The answer is no. Whitebeard anticipated the pattern of the Yanfan attack solely because Baiyang had, in a drunken state, shared a few words with him. I might seem hot-tempered, but I prefer cunning approaches in combat. Direct confrontation is not my style. So, please, do not engage me directly. I am far too devious, she had said, subtly hinting to Whitebeard that they might one day cross paths. It seemed that due to Baiyang's earlier misstep, Kazuru at the execution platform could no longer sit idly. He said, leaping into the air, aiming to capture the leader first. Hachi Shikangoyo. A dazzling sphere of light began to bombard the Moby Dick on the battlefield. Standing by the harbor, Baiyang raised an eyebrow slightly. She was not fond of this move and had unpleasant memories associated with it. However, from her distance, it was not within her range, so she chose to disregard it. I'm so hungry, she murmured, turning to look at an injured naval officer lying on the ground. Be Baiyang, big sister. Mifine. The officer stammered nervously. Approaching was the grown-up version of Baiyang, with her tall stature and stunning beauty overwhelming him. He thought, once the war ended, he must join her fan club. Are you tired? Baiyang asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. And no, for justice for you, big sister. I can fight again. The officer's face flushed as he attempted to rise. Oh, seeing you up close is even more overwhelming, he proclaimed, trying to rise but was suddenly seized by someone smiling beside him. Soon, he felt his strength ebb away, collapsing helplessly. It seems you're indeed weary, Baiyang said, licking her lips with a hint of satisfaction, standing up. Just as she turned, the man with eagle-like eyes stood right behind her, causing her to instinctively take a step back. Are you consuming people? He inquired, staring at her. No, you see, he is still alive, and there are no bite marks from me on him, she replied with a playful smile, her light golden eyes suddenly transforming into sharp, enchanting ones. She stepped forward, drawing closer to this imposing man. You really should not keep staring at me. It makes me want to kiss you and then swallow you whole. Your flavor must be more exquisite than that of an ordinary human, she teased. The author has something to say. Researching the war on the summit has been a heart-wrenching endeavor, leaving me in pain. I am gathering opinions. If you desire a detailed account of the battle, I will elaborate, essentially providing a narrative interspersed with the original animation featuring Baiyang. If you feel it unnecessary, I will summarize it from Baiyang's perspective. The chapters in between will differ significantly, primarily due to my verbosity. The sounds of two blades clashing echoed incessantly, undeterred by the surrounding chaos of battle. Why? Lonu is fighting with Mihawk again. They are both Shichibukai. Their conflict is utterly pointless. You fool. Baiyang and Mihawk have always been rivals. They must still be vying for the title of the world's strongest, so it is not strange they are clashing again. The nearby naval soldiers whispered in astonishment as the two engaged in several rounds of combat. With a swift motion, Baiyang dodged the incoming black blade, leaping back while simultaneously pivoting on one leg and striking with her sword, sending several pirate swordsmen flying. Baiyang raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the pirates approaching them were all sword fighters. Will you challenge me, or him? She asked, glancing at the man beside her. The approaching pirates exchanged glances, but the presence of the two top swordsmen intimidated them. They gritted their teeth, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, tightening their grips on their weapons before launching their assault. Mihawk, D. Watching the crowd being swiftly dispatched by Mihawk, Baiyang pouted. At that moment, her light golden eyes turned pitch black. Fuck. Do you need to look down on me so much? Why don't you come here and take a stab at me? She cursed, her gaze locking onto a pirate from the Whitebeard crew. The pirate sensed danger instantly as Bai Yong's unwavering stare seemed to beckon him, urging him to approach. Lonu, we saw your duel with Captain Vista. What did you see? She recalled, realizing they had witnessed her serious fight, which had inadvertently resulted in a shower of petals. Come here and let me poke you, she said, pouting and pointing her sword at the man. And no, I want to fight with dignity, the pirate exclaimed fearfully, charging at the unwavering swordswoman only to meet his glorious defeat. Mihawk remained silent, once again catching sight of those pitch-black eyes. He was momentarily taken aback before frowning, reprimanding her. Where have you been? You are so annoying. I've been right here, Bai Yong replied, but at that moment, her dark eyes returned to their golden hue. She chose to ignore him and looked into the distance. Just moments ago, while she and Mihawk were exchanging blows, Kizuru, Marco, Jaz, and Akainu had all made their moves. She had neither participated nor paid them much attention. Now, a colossal figure emerged in the distance, towering over 2 or 3 giants, with the bay's water only reaching his thighs. With each step, he made a tremendous sound, shaking the entire ice surface. That was the descendant of the demon, Little Oars. Everyone was astonished by his arrival. Immediately, the giant army mobilized, and on the Shichibukai side, Moria's eyes sparkled with excitement. The appearance of such a gigantic demon on the battlefield was akin to a massive target, even though the giant army's leaders posed no threat to Little Oars. Bravery and recklessness are 2 different matters. Whitebeard expressed his unease about the situation. Old man, please do not stop me. I want to save him. I need to rescue Ace as soon as possible. Little Owzie could not forget the straw hat that Ace had crafted for him. His sole desire now was to rescue Ace as swiftly as possible. Yet, as he conversed with Whitebeard, an individual of diminutive stature suddenly rushed towards him. The next moment, a punch akin to a tiny insect struck his face. Oof! The impact was so forceful that he staggered back, nearly losing his balance. Boom! Boom! With those 2 steps back, he inadvertently harmed the surrounding pirates and navy on the battlefield. Regaining his composure, Little Owzie clutched the buzzing back of his head, struggling to discern the identity of his assailant, who was now perched upon his shoulder. He recognized this little figure. Owzie, look, this is my little sister from the magazine. Although she would surely be furious upon hearing this. Ha ha ha. She is like an elder sister to me. Quite beautiful. ISNT she. Oof. You are Ace. Silence. Bai Yang's voice was not loud, but her demeanor darkened. Do you wish to rush to your demise? No. I must hasten to save Ace. Very well. If it is death you seek, I shall not hinder you. Without uttering another word, Bai Yang leapt from Little Owzie's back and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Tai Chi Wind and Moon Dance. Golden energy transformed into countless rippling waves, spreading behind the colossal form of the demon. Initially, there seemed to be no effect. Little Owzie merely stood there, bewildered. However, as the series of palm techniques concluded, an invisible force abruptly awakened, violently propelling Little Owzie's massive body away. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing up at the enormous figure soaring overhead. It was simply inconceivable. Little Owzie's form was so immense that it seemed to eclipse everything above. Yet this was not the end. At the moment Bai Yang landed, she clenched her fist and struck the icy surface beneath her, sending shock waves rippling across the ice, striking the bull from afar. As the attack landed, the energy surged beneath the feet of the onlookers, accumulating and then erupting from the ice in the form of a brilliant beam, striking Little Owzie once more. Boom! Ultimately, Little Owzie collapsed before the execution platform, or rather, he was propelled there after being struck repeatedly by powerful forces. At this moment, he was less than a few dozen meters from the execution platform, the very person he sought to save right before his eyes, yet he was battered and bruised, his skin marred with burn marks, his eyes dimmed, seemingly on the verge of collapse. No way. This must be a trick. The Dragon Lady. She actually managed to. Bai Yang's power is too formidable. All were astonished by this display of strength. Except for Owzie. Owzie! Upon the execution platform, the young man bound in chains knelt, screaming in anguish as his former comrades fell one by one before him. He was powerless to intervene. All of this was due to him. In his regret, he lifted his gaze, attempting to discern the expression of that troublesome woman in the distance. But he could not see her. Emerging from beneath the execution platform, Monkey D. Garp lowered his head slightly and sat cross-legged beside him. The girl Bai Yang simply chose her stance. I understand. Glancing at Ace and Garp, Sengoku's gaze refocused on the distant battlefield. Luo Baiyong was indeed adhering to her promise of confronting Whitebeard. He had no doubt about that. This was also tied to why she had remained with the Navy all these years. Gratitude. She was repaying a debt of honor. Her nature dictated that she repay kindness and settle scores. Thus, for many years he had employed every means to assist her, indulging her, hoping to keep her within the Navy. Oh, she actually took on Captain Aozi. Prepare yourself. East Sea Dragon Lady. Baiyong stood at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by pirates charging at her as if seeking vengeance. Yet, she couldn't even be bothered to throw a punch, merely retreating a step, then sidestepping left and right, completely disregarding their attacks. Naturally, her actions invigorated the surrounding Navy officers. Step aside, you lot. Wait a millennium before you dare to touch Baiyong. Charge. Protect Baiyong. The clash of metal, the crack of gunfire, and the sounds of battle melded into a cacophony while Baiyong merely stood aside, idly tugging a strand of her hair, watching in a daze. Her hair, which had momentarily turned silver white, gradually reverted to black. I must have overexerted myself, she murmured. You have gone too far, Baiyong. The figure before her, Marco, still appeared somewhat drowsy, his expression one of displeasure. He raised an eyebrow, his body in a half-immortal state. With a buzz, he drew his sword, and Baiyong smirked. Am I not allowed to send him off? Not pleased. Squinting slightly, she provoked him. What would you call excessive, then? Killing Whitebeard? It seems I can afford to be quite rude to you now. With that, Marco launched a kick at her. Baiyong instantly leaped away, causing Marco to miss and land on the icy surface, creating a massive crack. Baiyong's expression soured, yet the residual force of his strike conveyed a formidable aura. He truly was not holding back. He likely used all his strength against her. She had no interest in taking that hit. Why dodge? Marco grinned, his demeanor still displaying his displeasure. The first strike was not with full force. I still wish to witness your swordsmanship. Very well, then engage with your sword. She flung her long sword away, appearing almost like a novice who had never wielded one. Naturally, the thrown sword could never strike Marco. Even if the blade grazed his arm, the blue flames would instantly regenerate, leaving him unscathed. Hey, are you looking down on me? Marco raised his right eyebrow. Not all. Extending her index finger, Baiyong pointed skyward, a radiant smile on her face. I call this move Little Bumblebee. As she gestured, Marco, puzzled, looked up at the sky, only to be taken aback. Countless sharp blades, densely packed, surged towards him like a swarm of killer bees emerging from a beehive. Oh, how terrifying. Immediately, he flapped his blue flame wings, instinctively knowing that it was best not to endure this attack. However, as the name implies, the little bumblebee move would relentlessly pursue him, no matter where he fled. Swish, swish, swish. The blades pierced through Marco like a torrential downpour. Even though the blue flames continuously regenerated, they weighed heavily upon him psychologically. These swords lacked any significant force akin to mere iron, yet they penetrated him in an overwhelming manner. Unceasingly, they charged towards him, leaving no time for the blue flames to return him to form. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He looked around for the figure that had been standing there moments ago. Of Baiyong. Ah, Marco. When you have time to revert to your human form, come and stop me then. At this moment, Baiyong had already appeared above the white main Moby Dick. Indeed, her target was Whitebeard. With a gentle thud, she landed on the deck. This was not her first close encounter with Whitebeard. Each time they met, she found him truly impressive, radiating an aura of immense power. His dark eyes sparkled with mirth. For an ordinary person, being this close would certainly evoke fear, preventing them from looking up at him. Old man bitavier, oolalala. He chuckled. You said the same thing when we first met. His voice boomed, rich and resonant, entirely unlike that of an elderly man. Tell me, what is your purpose here? Is it for the righteous stance of the Navy? Nonsense. You scheming little girl. Whitebeard, you must be quite happy with so many family members around you. Baiyong replied softly. The reason I stand here opposing you is solely because of the deal you struck with Zhanghua. I do not believe for a moment that you would trust such nonsense as killing me to spare Ace. Furthermore, Zhanghua would never offer you such a promise. He admires you. Promises from others? I have none. Only my own commitments to others. Baiyong shook her head. I act solely out of righteousness. As everyone anxiously speculated how the dragon girl from the EC would confront Whitebeard, suddenly, from the sky, someone screamed. Ah, dumb straw hat Luffy. It's all your fault. I don't want to die yet. Help me. My heart feels like it's about to explode. Looking up, they saw a group of fools who had trusted a certain idiot's advice, now plummeting alongside a massive warship. Bai Yang chucked softly, finding the situation somewhat amusing. "Ah, what a striking entrance," she remarked. Bai Yang extended her hand, and countless long swords that had been attacking Marco suddenly returned to her grasp. Are you planning to use your swordsmanship against me?" Whitebeard withdrew his gaze from the sky. "I intended to use my fists." Bai Yang's eyes shifted to the fools descending from above, still screaming for help. A smirk danced on her lips, and she seemed to want to say something as she gazed up at the towering Whitebeard, but ultimately said nothing. With a light thud, Marco, who had been overwhelmed earlier, flew over, slightly out of breath. By the time he reached Whitebeard's side, Bai Yang had already departed. He crossed his arms, frowning impatiently. "What is that girl planning? It seems she has promised the Navy to deal with me. However, for her to suppress her naturally volatile temperament until now, she must have something up her sleeve." Whitebeard chuckled, gazing at the figure that had retreated into the distance. "Don't let anyone else provoke her. It would be a senseless sacrifice. All right, I will instruct the brothers to avoid her as much as possible." "Help me!" Ivankov bellowed, his voice hoarse. "If I keep falling like this, my heart will truly burst." Suddenly, he froze. A figure shot up from the ice, kicking off the ground with incredible speed, a gleaming blade reflecting light directly onto his face. Is that Long Girl? Straw Hat Boy, look below. It's your sister, Long Girl." "Huh?" Luffy squinted at the approaching figure, a broad grin spreading across his face. "It really is Bai Yang. She must have arrived here before me to rescue Ace." The Dragon Girl is your sister?" MR3 exclaimed, squinting in disbelief. A stunning woman with long black hair, clad in a purple trench coat, her ample chest wrapped only in bandages, resembled the legendary bounty hunter spoken of in the Navy. But the reality was far from the rumors. The approaching beauty towered above the supposed height of the Dragon Girl. "Scary!" shouted a nearby, falling buggy. "She is definitely that woman. I've seen her. She is here to save Straw Hat Kid, so we have nothing to fear, haha. I certainly shouldn't die here." While the group falling below felt relieved that someone was coming to their aid, Crocodile furrowed his brow. His deep voice resonated. "This is the first time I've seen a rescuer radiating such murderous intent. Hey, Straw Hat, are you sure you haven't angered this woman?" Luffy pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. "Oh right, it seems Bai Yang stood with the Navy at Sabati Archipelago, saying she hated me." Cold sweat trickled down Buggy's back as he glanced at his comrade MR3, who was equally drenched. "Damn it, your sister chose to help the Navy. She has come to kill us." MR3 panicked almost simultaneously. "We need to use our abilities to block the Dragon Girl's sword." "Calm down. I don't think Bai Yang would attack us," Jinbei shouted, equally sweating. Bai Yang heard their cries clearly, her eyes transforming into delicate crescents as she raised her sword. Moonless wind, a tornado-like sword energy erupted at that moment, swirling the surrounding air and obliterating everything in sight. Yes, this was a technique that was meant to be executed this way. Yet, as Bai Yang gracefully spun twice in the air, the inner currents of the tornado appeared remarkably gentle, slowing the descent of everyone around. Only the massive warship plummeting alongside was shredded into fragments at the tornado's outer edge. The debris of broken timber, nails, and ship planks were hurled outward, striking nearby pirates and Navy personnel, leading to another wave of indiscriminate casualties. Boom! Splash! Ultimately, the remnants of the ship and a multitude of individuals fell into the enormous ice block previously excavated by Jozu. In an instant, a massive splash erupted, surrounding them in a deluge of seawater. After retracting her sword, Bai Yang pressed her lips together, reminding herself not to look back, to keep moving forward. Just as she had promised the White Dragon, in that war, you may retain your consciousness to save those you care about. However, the more you wield our power, the faster the consumption will be. In the end, we will replace you in this world, devoid of your emotions, and we shall not allow your feelings to sway too much. The White Dragon's spirit had indeed been influenced by her, losing some of its eloquence. Yet she, too, felt the same, especially in the presence of Hawkeye. Every time she saw him, the emotions of the White Dragon surged within her. Perhaps it could be said that the dragon was inherently cold-blooded and devoid of sentiment. Sooner or later, she would no longer be herself. Thus, she resolved not to look back to help them, not to call Luffy, and not to let him see her. Snap! Should it be said that Bai Yang should not contemplate matters on the battlefield, or that her instincts would not allow her to evade the touch of the rubber man? Uncertain of the moment, Luffy extended his elongated rubber arm and firmly grasped her wrist. She realized her error, from the very beginning. She should not have instinctively rushed to assist. 2 blows from Whitebeard would have been preferable to this. Following the pale, sun-kissed arm, she glanced back, beads of sweat trickling down her nape. The mist, stirred by the weight of falling objects, had dissipated. The boy in the straw hat was half submerged in the sea, desperately clinging to the edge of the ice, unwilling to release his grip on her hand. Yet, for one with such abilities, the sea's weight was overwhelming. Gradually losing his strength, the moment his hand slipped from hers felt achingly slow, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In that instant, she reached out and seized him. She truly should not have done so. Even without her intervention, Luffy would not perish, for Jinbei would surely save him. Nevertheless, the pain in her heart was excruciating. Brother, he is truly my brother. With a weary sigh, she pulled the unconscious boy from the water. Jinbei, she called out, relinquishing her hold to another. The irony of the day's splendid weather struck her. Despite the chaos of war and death, the sky remained a vivid blue, and the warm sun bathed the Straw Hat Boy. Rescued by Jinbei and placed upon the wreckage of a warship, he awakened swiftly. Ace! Ace! He cried, jolting upright, scanning the smoke-filled battlefield for his long-sought companion. Finally, he ascended to the highest point of the wreckage, where he beheld the one he had tirelessly searched for. Ace! He shouted joyfully, at last, I found you. The group that had suddenly descended into the battlefield from above was now identified. Prisoners from Impel Down turned revolutionaries, alongside formidable devil fruit users. Among them were former warlord Crocodile, the revolutionary Ivankov, Jinbei the Sea Knight, the Clown Buggy, and the most troublesome of all, the Supernova, Monkey D. Luffy. Gong! Once again, it's your family. Luffy. Even from a port, Bai Yang could hear the thunderous exchange between Admiral Sengoku and Grandpa Carp, a source of considerable frustration. With a wry smile, she resolved not to intervene again in the immediate future, having exhausted her strength with her earlier strike against Little Oars. Her body responded accordingly. Her eyes turned a pale gold, and her hair shimmered silver. To be honest, this sensation was far from pleasant, akin to the feeling of being consumed and reduced to an empty shell. I know you aspire to be the Pirate King, but the one destined to become the Pirate King is me. After awakening, Luffy conversed with Whitebeard for a while, but only the latter's declaration resonated across the battlefield, echoing loudly. Ha ha ha, ha ha. She laughed, unable to contain herself, holding her belly as the sound of his words reverberated in her mind. Truly, Luffy, with his singular focus, stood before the mighty Whitebeard, laughing uproariously. Yet, as her laughter subsided, tears threatened to spill. His foolishness was endearing, rendering him fearlessly radiant. Bai Yang gazed up at Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform, stunned into silence. Do you remember your words? We must live a life free of regrets and pursue our desires, living more freely than anyone else. Freedom, unafraid and unbound by the future, was truly delightful. Now, due to the fervor of Luffy and his companions, the gaze of the Navy's commanders was drawn to them, with an increasing number of soldiers rushing to surround them. As Kizaru made his entrance, he glanced at Bai Yang, who remained still at the port, raising an eyebrow. However, his laser kick was swiftly intercepted by Ivankov, followed by the intervention of Bartholomew Kuma, Jinbei, and Moria, who joined the fray. Crack! Crack! Bai Yang mimicked the sound of camera shutter, posing as if she were a professional photographer, trying to capture the moment. She wished to experience, even as an observer, the sensation of being present in this legendary battle, viewing it through a glass screen, separated by dimensions. Boom! A mortar shell exploded mere meters from her, sending dark gray smoke billowing toward her, obscuring her vision and stinging her throat. Damn it, she muttered under her breath. I am right here in the midst of it all. What am I trying to observe? Desperate to escape, she turned away, avoiding the chaos of the boy's reckless antics. The Straw Hat youth pressed forward, undeterred, facing increasingly formidable foes. In this war, even the ordinary Navy soldiers proved to be powerful adversaries. He could not hold out for long. Stay back. Luffy, Ace, kneeling on the execution platform, could bear no more. He could not watch his brother proceed this way. He will die. His shout brought a sudden stillness to all. You must understand, we are both pirates. We set sail according to our own wishes. I have my adventures and my companions. You have no right to interfere. Do you think I could tolerate a coward like you trying to save me? This is a disgrace. Go back. Luffy, why did you come? I beg you, Luffy. I do not wish for you to be dragged into this. It is my fault. I am your brother. The Straw Hat Boy declared fearlessly. Their bond of brotherhood compelled him to rescue Ace. "You foolish, ignorant fool," Ace seethed, gritting his teeth. Yet this reckless boy would listen to one person. Should that person intervene to take him away? Nearing the battlefield where Luffy was charging forward, Ace spotted her. "Bai Young," he called from behind. Upon hearing her name, she paused momentarily, lifting her head, yet did not glance toward the execution platform. "You are one of the warlords, aren't you? You chose to align with the Navy. Then go and capture Luffy. I will not allow this crying coward to save me." "He is not a coward." "What?" "I said he is not a coward. If he were to cry, I would punch him." With her hands buried in her pockets, Bai Yong exhibited no intention of intervening. Even as the Straw Hat boy charged closer, "We must live a life free of regrets, pursuing our desires, living more freely than anyone else," she shouted, directing her gaze toward the youth on the execution platform. "If you disapprove of my actions, come and defeat me. Have you forgotten? The only way to resolve our disagreements is through combat." Bai Yong, on the verge of regretting her actions, felt powerless as the youth could do nothing. Freedom had already slain the celestial dragons. They need no longer be subjugated by the government. "You can let go. You can set sail. Go to the sea with Luffy. Why do you still force yourself to remain a warlord? In truth, from the beginning, you were free. You could have been freer than either of us. You yearn for it, do you not? What are you forcing yourself to do?" The author has something to say. I say, I am undoubtedly Bai Yong, beautiful and strong, and I have countless suitors. I lack for nothing. How fortunate I am compared to a girl from a poor family. I primarily wish to convey the emotional connections between her and other characters, particularly the theme of familial love amidst the chaos of war. These elements are indeed poignant and should evoke deep feelings, rather than merely serving as sources of anguish. I trust that the audience will find this deeply moving, correct? Since many of you seem to lament, let me clarify. Following the conclusion of the war, sweetness shall prevail. The reunion with Ing Yen will herald a series of tender moments, marking the genuine commencement of their romantic journey. And let me be clear, do not suggest any amnesia plot twists. That will absolutely not be written. In essence, my intent is to touch everyone's hearts and allow them to perceive Bai Yong's emotions. In Chapter 128, what are you all doing? How could a mere newcomer possibly influence the tide of battle? The sudden emergence of the Straw Hat boy finally drove Zhangguo to exclaim through the Den Mushy. That man is also a future threat, having grown up alongside Ace as sworn brothers, and he bears the bloodline of the Revolutionary Dragon, being his biological son. This revelation is indeed a shocking piece of news to the world. Bai Yong, squinting at a giant from the giant race who obstructed Luffy's path, took a few steps back before turning to leave the battlefield. Zhanggui's failure to bring her into the fray signifies that she still holds value and remains aligned with the Navy. Ace, no matter what you say, or how many times you say it, I will save you even at the cost of my life. Luffy's voice resonated across the battlefield, invigorating all those who had come to rescue Ace. Bai Yong had heard this declaration in her dreams countless times. She clenched her fist tightly and continued to walk away, refusing to look back. Dragon Lady, aren't you going to stay and deal with the Straw Hat? Moria, whose zombie soldiers were being subdued by Jinbei, expressed his irritation. Rather than confront him directly, Dragon Lady preferred to spar with the Sea Warrior. If you cannot defeat them yourself, allow others to handle it. Bai Yong shot him a glance. Moria gritted his teeth in frustration. I cannot be defeated by that Straw Hat brat. Those who intended to move forward abruptly halted, a malicious smile spreading across their faces. Did I remind you of something? Surely, you cannot defeat that newcomer Straw Hat. Despite being a warlord of the sea, he relied solely on the strength of others, his eyes narrowing slightly. Moria, you have truly fallen. Perhaps it is best to relinquish your title as a warlord. I shall cut off your shadow. You will spend your life in darkness. East Blue Dragon Lady. Moria's sharp voice, filled with rage, was particularly frightening. Without further ado, he drew forth his enormous scissors and lunged at Bai Yong. You truly desire my shadow, do you not? Bai Yong danced backward, skillfully evading the swings of the giant scissors. But I advise you to keep your distance if you wish to live a little longer. Moria had never before found Dragon Lady so formidable. Feeling a sensation akin to that which Hawkeye inspired, he shuddered at the thought of letting her continue unchecked. He needed to capture her shadow. Contemplating this, Moria seized the shadows of all the surrounding Navy commanders. Dragon Lady, you have connections with nearly every warlord and have engaged in combat with most. But only I, Moria, shall showcase my power today. Just as Moria was about to sever the soldiers' shadows, Bai Yong vanished from sight. An afterimage appeared before him, followed by a swift kick aimed at his temple. Moria, with his towering height of nearly 7 meters, was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Remain silent, came the cold, murderous voice. You, a mere dog under Zhanghua, were recently defeated by a newcomer. How humiliating to have this happen again today. With a menacing glare, Moria watched the retreating figure. At that moment, shadows elongated and sharpened dramatically. Baiyang instinctively began searching for Luffy, despite knowing she should not dwell on it, fearing that something might go awry. Thus, when she was ambushed by Moria, her concern was focused on her brother Luffy and his confrontation with Smoker. A black shadow spear pierced through her chest from behind, retracting with her blood at Moria's feet. She gasped, lowering her head in shock to observe the wound where her heart had been pierced. She was careless. She was not a character in a story, and thus her life was her own responsibility. Blood trickled from her lips, and with some stiffness, she surveyed her surroundings. Fortunately, no one had yet noticed her plight, save for a group of soldiers nearby. Moria, you've harmed Sister Baiyang. Warlords are turning against one another? Quickly inform Admiral Zhanghua. The sound of scissors snapping echoed, and immediately all Navy soldiers who noticed this collapsed. Naturally, their shadows were consumed by Moria at that moment. Hee, Dragon Lady, how careless of you to leave your back exposed. He cackled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his body swelling with the power he had just absorbed. Your shadow may be lost, but your body can still serve as a zombie. What are you saying? Baiyang turned her neck stiffly to look at him. Keep her distance from my shadow. At that moment, the long shadow beneath Baiyang transformed into a massive dragon's head, its enormous mouth filled with sharp teeth, devouring Moria in an instant, leaving him no time to react. Due to the sparsely populated battlefield and the obscuring smoke of cannon fire, no one noticed this occurrence. Baiyang exhaled deeply and collapsed. Meanwhile, Smoker, the user of the smoke fruit, had subdued the Straw Hat Boy after several exchanges, pressing his hockey-infused jit against Luffy's throat. I told you, even if you are that woman's brother, I will not spare you. Remembering something, he furrowed his brow, intensifying the pressure of his weapon. As her brother, you should not allow her to suffer like this. Baiyang. Luffy struggled to speak through his constricted throat. He had indeed seen Baiyang when he first fell onto the battlefield. He had even grasped her wrist. Only now do you think to find her? Clenching 2 cigars in his mouth, Smoker surveyed the battlefield. That woman would not stray far from the Straw Hat. She could never abandon him. Yet, why could he not locate her? Baiyang felt she had not lost consciousness for long. If something were amiss, the White Dragon would appear. At present, she lay in a secluded part of the battlefield, staring up at the blue sky, with the rocky wall of the harbor beside her. You're awake. Truly, you're a monster, remarked the one individual capable of such sarcasm, her most despised subordinate, Casa, wielding a scalpel and locking eyes with her. Why aren't you with the medical team? She inquired, her tone tinged with reproach. I came forward to consider whether to betray you, and then happened to find you lying dead on the ground. So, I'm currently dissecting you. The lenses on his nose remained immaculate, yet beads of cold sweat on his forehead had yet to be wiped away, revealing just how frantic he had been. As Baiyang raised her head, she beheld the grim reality before her. Indeed, her chest had been opened, and her body was littered with surgical clamps and forceps. Hurry, stitch me up, she urged. Just for a moment, don't take your eyes off that Straw Hat brat. He won't die. Kasa frowned. And you, madwoman, what have you done to yourself? You have no internal organs left. Initially frantic about performing cardiac repair, he was taken aback to find nothing within her chest cavity. There was not even a shadow of a heart. It was as if this woman were merely an empty shell. No, she won't die, Baiyang murmured, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. She grasped Kasa's collar tightly. Stitch me up, and do it firmly. I cannot afford to have my chest burst open mid-battle. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, filled with the silhouettes of combatants locked in a fierce struggle. Yet a small area remained devoid of Navy soldiers, occupied solely by the relentless, advancing pirate swordsmen. Despite their efforts, the distance to their foes remained insurmountable. Ing Yen repelled the attacking swordsmen with a few swift strikes, his golden eagle eyes fixated on the approaching figure in the distance. Monkey D. Luffy, the one who had descended like a storm upon the battlefield. He had not sensed the presence of a girl, Long Yao, for some time. Was she truly unwilling to assist Luffy? Narrowing his sharp gaze, he tightened his grip on the black blade. Apologies, Long Yao, but if your current stance is your choice, I shall not let this power slip through my fingers. Fate. Will the life of this next generation's prodigy end here, or do you possess a means to evade my black blade? Fortunately, Hancock had earlier shielded him from the smoking man, but now Yin stood before him, an imposing adversary. Instantly, Luffy shifted to his gear second state to escape. He had no time to contend with such a formidable foe. Yin, his gaze unwavering, did not pursue the fleeing figure, but instead raised his formidable black blade. Night. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike imbued with emerald green energy, spanning half the icy battlefield. It struck Luffy with unerring accuracy as he closed his eyes and uttered softly, boom. The Straw Hat youth sustained internal injuries. Propelled forcefully against the wall at the port's edge. What was that sound? Kasa exclaimed. Don't think I can't sense the sword energy Yin unleashed. Bai Yang, halfway through her stitching, furrowed her brow. She attempted to rise, but the surgical clamps and sutures restrained her. Be quiet. I'm stitching you up. Kasa barked sternly. Do you not understand the gravity of surgeon's work? I care not for your brother's fate. Gritting her teeth, Bai Yang gazed into the distance. She was certain it was Yin attacking Luffy. That scoundrel. Knowing Luffy was her brother, he showed no mercy. The thought sent cold sweat trickling down her brow. Most of Luffy's injuries were inflicted by Yin, and as a peak powerhouse, he would never show leniency to his adversaries. She was acutely aware of his cold, formidable strength. The author has something to say. Release first. Yin, you're courting death by targeting your nephew. With a swift horizontal slash, the sword energy traversed the battlefield, cleaving through the towering icebergs. Luffy remained in a crouched position, gazing in astonishment at the port, where the frozen tsunami was fracturing. Your sister also enjoyed evading my strikes, but you possess not even a fraction of her strength, Yin declared, lifting his black blade to unleash further attacks. Luffy narrowly dodged, retreating as he was pressed tightly. You are growing further from your brother, he exclaimed in frustration. This is utterly impossible, faced with Yin's relentless onslaught. Luffy extended his rubber arm to retaliate. Rubber, is this truly the extent of my abilities? Though his combat prowess had somewhat evolved, Yin had already anticipated his moves. At this distance, the chances of evading his attack were negligible. Yin raised his black blade, prepared to sever Luffy's hands. The silver long sword emitted a menacing hum, its powerful sword energy resonating through the air. Although the distance between them was considerable for swordsmen of their caliber, it was merely within striking range. Long Yao paused, her sharp eyes trained on the distance. The exquisite girl wielding the long sword radiated an aura that began to intimidate him from afar. However, the windbreaker she had worn was now absent, and her upper body was wrapped in layers of bandages, resembling a recently treated patient. Rubber jet decoy. Luffy yanked Buggy from the sandstorm to use as a shield, but he noticed that Yin did not attack. What was he looking at? Following the direction of his gaze, Luffy saw Bai Yang. Shoo, Straw Hat, don't make a sound. Buggy thought he might scold Luffy, but it seemed that Yin had become distracted. Special Buggy Bomb. Watch me blow you away. A small cannonball launched from Buggy's feet, but Yin merely glanced at it and swung his blade, executing the world's mightiest slash. The emerald green energy not only cleaved the cannonball, but also bisected Buggy. As a user of the cut fruit, Buggy was unfazed by the slashes, swiftly reforming his body, leaving Yin momentarily puzzled. However, that strike did not prevent the harm from reaching the fleeing Straw Hat. With a resounding crash, Luffy was struck and tumbled onto the ice. Cough! In that instant, Bai Yang appeared before Yin, her legendary blades clashing against his, sending waves of power radiating outward. That was Luffy's second hit. According to the storyline, he should have only endured one. Her temper flared once more. She could no longer contain herself. What are you doing? Targeting your nephew, are you? Taken aback by her sudden outburst, Yin momentarily faltered. Of course, her words were a form of expletive, but to a certain swordsman, they held a different weight. As he sensed the true essence of her being, Yin's sharp gaze softened slightly. If you would cease your tantrum and reconcile with me, it would indeed be favorable. Who wants to reconcile with you? Just as Bai Yang was about to continue, the cold indifference and disdain of the white dragon surfaced once more. His black eyes glinted with a pale, golden hue, icy and unyielding. You're making me quite displeased. In an instant, the silver energy surged upon the sword blade. The next moment, Bai Yang leaped back several steps, distancing herself from Yin, her sword thrusting forward. The silver sword energy surged forth like a fierce dragon. With a resounding clash, the emerald green haki met it in a counterattack. Two world-class powers collided violently, staining the sky with the colors of sword energy, the clouds swirling as the two forces resisted each other, unable to determine a victor. The air was filled with a cacophony of sounds, and the ground began to tremble beneath the weight of the unfolding conflict. Silence enveloped the battlefield as everyone, even those observing through the den mushi, was awestruck by the sheer magnitude of power on display. A resounding explosion reverberated through the atmosphere. The collision of two sword energies refusing to yield to one another, creating a thunderous sound that seemed to pierce the heavens. It felt as if the very sky itself might shatter under the force of the clash. After a prolonged tremor, the earth gradually settled. Exhaling deeply, Bai Yong felt her entire being cool, her cells calming, her spirit unusually tranquil. Her long hair had transformed into a silvery hue, infused with the essence of the white dragon, instilling in her both a sense of composure and exhilaration, as if her very being was proclaiming her boundless potential. This newfound strength was unlike anything she had experienced before. Previously, wielding the power of the white dragon had rendered her unconscious, but now she reveled in its might. If she were to wield her sword at this moment, could she defeat the three admirals? Surely she could. Bai Yong. Suddenly, the voice of the straw hat boy broke through her reverie, startling her from her growing intoxication with power. How fortunate. Huh? She glanced down at her left hand, which had been seized once more. Despite being on high alert, she found herself unguarded against this foolish boy. Run. There is no time to face such a formidable opponent. From a distance, Luffy, who should have already fled, stretched out his long arm to pull Bai Yong along with him, unwilling to abandon her despite the multitude of foes obstructing their path. In that moment, her silvery hair reverted to its original inky blackness. Let go. Ace brought this fate upon himself. He is a pirate, and so are you. You should understand. Staying close to her only increases the danger. Ace, or you. Whatever you say is irrelevant. With a swift motion, Bai Yong unsheathed her silver sword, cutting off his words. I suppose I'll have to apologize to Master Carp for severing your hand. Surely he would forgive me, given that I assist the Navy. Do you truly not comprehend? Enough of your prattle. We shall leave together. Indeed, this was the nature of their exchange. No matter what was said, the straw hat boy would not relinquish his grip. It was no longer merely a matter of not abandoning a comrade. She felt a profound connection to this warm hand, and a shiver of uncertainty coursed through her. She had endured too much suffering alone and had never accepted any group at sea, nor had she allowed herself to become overly close to anyone. The fear of the outcome of this battle weighed heavily upon her. When the charismatic captain of the pirate crew she had longed to join refused to let go of her, she was reminded of her deepest desires: sunlight, laughter, freedom, the boundless sea, and the straw hat pirates. A wry smile crept upon her face, realizing she was powerless against Luffy's simple words. It felt as though following him would lead to the resolution of all her troubles. Bai Yong. At that moment, Sengoku's voice echoed through the battlefield via the den mushi. You are now one of the Shichibukai. You must understand your position. Instinctively, her body stiffened, a conditioned response from years of serving under Admiral Sengoku. Whenever he raised his voice in anger, she would pause, bracing herself for the inevitable reprimand. Gripping her sword tightly, Bai Yong lowered her head, allowing her bangs to conceal her vacant, hollow eyes. She swung her blade toward the straw hat boy. You Wu Feng Hen. The sword energy, rivaling that of Mihawk S, swept through the air, sending Luffy hurtling back, far away, until he landed once more on the ice. Crack! She retracted her sword, fatigue washing over her. Yet Ace remained unrescued. As she passed by the man known as Hawkeye, she quietly inquired, Will you continue pursuing Straw Hat Luffy? The man, concealing his black blade behind him, replied, It is not merely through power or technique that one can make allies. He possesses a fearsome strength unmatched upon these seas. A faint smile graced her lips as she continued her stride away from the battlefield. You are correct. Boom! Boom! The PX humanoid weapons emerged on the icy expanse of the Crescent Harbor. In accordance with their prior strategy, they sought to drive all pirates toward the inner part of the harbor, where these modified humanoid weapons would encircle them, ensuring their capture. However, due to Whitebeard's foresight, the scattered pirates on the battlefield prevented the PX units led by Senamaru from achieving complete encirclement. Nevertheless, these humanoid weapons, based on the formidable Kuma, possessed devastating destructive capability. The pirates on the outer fringes, unable to converge with Whitebeard's crew, suffered significant losses. All Navy personnel began to retreat towards the inner harbor, and the execution of Fire Fist Ace was hastened. The plan was underway. Luffy was rescued by Jinbe and resumed his charge forward. Bai Yong withdrew her gaze from the distance and turned to traverse the inner harbor town, where no one would impede her progress. The atmosphere was tumultuous, filled with the sounds of cannon fire and cries, yet everything felt taut, as if an arrow drawn back on a bowstring. Bai Yong, at that moment, who dared to call her name? Yes, it was the very person she had been avoiding since returning to Marineford. Smoker, is there something you need? She forced a smile. The man standing there fell silent for a moment, his ash-gray eyes watching her intently. Are you going to speak to me with that fabricated expression? His deep voice carried a tone of displeasure. Can we at least create some pleasant memories? She attempted to jest, pulling the corners of her mouth upward. Exhaling a puff of cigar smoke, the man refrained from answering, but instead produced a cigar from his coat and offered it to her. Smoke. He knew her intentions and wished to intervene, but found himself unable to do so. He simply wanted to hold on to her. Accepting the cigar, Bai Yong did not place it in her mouth, but merely regarded it. It felt as though an eternity passed. Smoker, I have never loved you. This was the essence of their relationship. I know. Upon hearing this, the man merely bit down on the cigar in his mouth. The smoke curled upward, dissipating into the air, leaving behind an indelible taste of nostalgia. Bai Yong turned to depart, unwavering in her resolve amidst the chaos of war. The din of cannon fire and shouts surrounded her, yet one phrase, nearly drowned out by the cacophony, etched itself into her heart and soul. I love you. And that is sufficient. The author wishes to convey. Smoker, let go of her hand. Even if this love is destined for sorrow. The plan of Jean Gua commenced with the lifting of the steel barricades at the entrance of Sanrias 1, effectively severing the escape routes for all pirates after cutting off the communication via 3 telephone worms to the outside world. All naval commanders and soldiers received orders to retreat, while the Shichibukai, who had learned of the plan in advance, began their withdrawal into the Bay's port. However, the newly appointed Shichibukai Bai Yong remained oblivious to the intricacies of the plan. Not only had she been excluded from that roundtable meeting, but Jean Gua had also never intended to inform her of the strategy from the outset. Her sole task was to promise to obstruct the Whitebeard pirates, while the rest of the operations were to be conducted under the orders of the naval soldiers. Bai Yong crossed her arms and clicked her tongue in discontent as she stood inconspicuously at the Bay's port, specifically beside little oars, whose massive form completely concealed her. Jean Gua, your plan is quite commendable, a pincer attack followed by a complete encirclement. However, that countermeasure, as this thought crossed her mind, she squinted into the distance. On the colossal Moki of Ho, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Stewart, was engaged in conversation with his father. Upon her return to Marineford from the marshal's office, Bai Yong had encountered a Kainu, which led her to suspect that this strategy was primarily conceived by him. This was also the reason why Jean Gua was more inclined to cede his position to Aokiji later on. Whitebeard has been stabbed. Who did it? It was the captain of the New World Pirates under Whitebeard, the great whirlpool spider, Squado. The entire scene, and indeed the world, was in shock due to this sudden turn of events. Only Bai Yong turned her face away, feigning ignorance. She could intervene. She was well versed in the nature of this war. Her refusal to act was the greatest fulfillment of her promise to Jean Gua. Listen well. We have all been deceived. I had no idea that Ace was the son of Joel D. Roger. Squado shouted in anger. Bai Yong retracted her fist from little oars, remaining entirely unfazed by the events unfolding on the battlefield. Instead, she leapt towards Buggy the Clown and the group of escapees from Impel Down with remarkable speed. Whitebeard. How could he betray his comrades? MR3 gasped, adjusting his glasses with a cracked lens, staring in disbelief at the Moki of Bihal. Like the other pirates, he too yearned for an answer from Whitebeard. Yes, yes, Buggy echoed in shock, but as he turned to check on his escape partner, he found him missing. Dragon, dragon. Dragon, dragon, dragon lady. Beg for mercy. Bai Yong, pulling MR3 into a corner, wore a smile that, while beautiful, struck fear akin to that of her former boss, Crocodile. MR3, I know you're quite clever. You understand better than Buggy when it's time to flee. Pausing, she casually draped an arm over his shoulder. So let me tell you, holding onto that telephone worm is quite dangerous. Uncle Kuzan will be taking a stroll here shortly. MR3 had no time to blush. His face was already turning a shade of purple. Should we make a fake one? Just to let the world know we're here. We must cut off that telephone worm's transmission immediately. Jean furrowed his brow. No time to hesitate. Aokiji, the man in the white suit, still wearing a sleep mask, sprang to action. Yikes! Why are you here? In a moment of panic, all the escapees present were instantly frozen. Meanwhile, above Sabidi Archipelago, the citizens, equally perplexed by whether Whitebeard had indeed betrayed his comrades, eagerly awaited answers. What transpired? Did Whitebeard truly? Just then, the previously stable image from the telephone worm suddenly shifted, as if someone had leapt into the air with the device. Consequently, everyone witnessed Squatto stabbing Whitebeard, who then embraced him. They could not hear the sounds of the battlefield, nor did they know what Whitebeard had said to Squatto, further igniting public speculation. What on earth did Whitebeard do? Is he truly embracing the traitor? Or is there more to this? Is this war indeed a conspiracy? Just as all eyes were glued to the screen, desperate to uncover the truth, the image abruptly veered in midair. A voice laced with malice echoed from above. Humph. I've been discovered. Following that, the image from the telephone worm vanished. What are you doing? Akiji questioned sternly, furrowing his brow. Bai Yong gently caught the now-frozen telephone worm and carefully returned it to the hands of one of the escapees from impelled down before speaking. Help Uncle Jean Guo retrieve the telephone worm. What is about to unfold? She smiled, laced with irony, is rather contrary to absolute justice. A prolonged silence was the only response Akiji could offer. With a smirk, he scratched the back of his head, returning to his usual languid demeanor. I should have mentioned this to you earlier. Do take care. No, I distinctly remember you saying, Uncle Kazan, that you wouldn't hit me. As she spoke, Bai Yong jumped back a few steps, ensuring she was at a safe distance, away from a potential sudden embrace from Akiji. Are you going to strike? She chuckled. After silently observing her for a while, Akiji slipped his hands back into his pockets. Bai Yong, you're growing more beautiful by the day. It's truly a pity I cannot pursue you. Huh? Taken aback by the unexpected compliment, Bai Yong blinked. Oh, I thought Uncle Kazan was a pedophile? Considering how youthful I used to look. Really? You think of me as a pedophile? Akiji raised an eyebrow. Your spirit is beautiful, incredibly alluring, truly dazzling. He generously praised her before abruptly changing the subject. Thus, to act now and turn you into a true adversary would be decidedly unwise. For the Navy is already grappling with the current battlefield. That essay lie. Clearly, the Navy holds the advantage. Bai Yong shot him a wary glance, itching to retort. Yet she was acutely aware that she had already gleaned too much information and had become conspicuously prominent. Simultaneously, as Akiji mentioned, should Bai Yong suddenly switch sides on the battlefield, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the Navy strategy. Her increasing stature among the Navy soldiers over the past few years could not afford any disturbance at this moment. On the Sabedi Archipelago, the image abruptly cut off. Why did the transmission break? Quickly, broadcast Marineford. The telephone worm on that side seemed to malfunction. Did the Navy really conspire with Whitebeard? Let's see. Did Whitebeard truly betray his comrades? What does it mean for him to embrace the traitor? Did that traitor get killed by Whitebeard? What will happen to this war? What will the world become? Clearly, the abrupt cut in the telephone worm's transmission incited panic among the populace, mirroring their fears about the world's impending transformation. Meanwhile, the supernovas who had just experienced the Celestial Dragon incident and had not yet ventured into the New World were also closely monitoring the unfolding events at Marineford. TCH. The Navy is indulging in such trivial matters. The entertainment segment has come to a close, hasn't it? It's unfortunate that it was that woman who initiated the grand performance. Within a certain viewing area, Captain Eustace Kidd of the Kidd Pirates furrowed his brow in impatience. Kidd, are you worried about the Dragon Lady of the East Sea? Asked his companion, the formidable Killer, with a shrug. The man with the crimson quiff smirked. Don't joke around. That woman is formidable now. Yet, it's precisely for this reason that it's clear whose side she is on. It's a pity we turned back to witness this war. What nonsense about the snail malfunction. How could such a thing occur? Meanwhile, on another viewing platform, the members of the broadcast pirates were present as well. Captain, is it not so? The disc-spinning DJ AP asked his crew. What a bunch of fools. It's precisely because there are things we don't want others to see that they're being hidden from us. AP narrowed his eyes slightly. So, the woman who took the snail was assisting the Navy in shutting it down? One of the crew members appeared increasingly curious about the voice of that woman. If it were someone else, one could indeed think so. But if it were that woman, Mr. AP, who do you think that woman is? Fools! Remember the voice of that unparalleled beauty. Amidst the chaos of the Chambord Islands, each of these supernovas seemed to be waiting for something. They were attuned to this war, as it might not only alter the world, but also herald the dawn of a new era. However, there was one individual who did not intend to remain a mere spectator of the conflict. The notion that Whitebeard betrayed his comrades? Absurd. It is precisely because he did not that he has become a living legend. Prepare to set sail, Beepo. Captain Trafalgar Law of the Heart Pirates led his crew towards the dock. Aye, Captain, replied the large bear, Beepo, as he shifted back to a somber tone. Will we get to see Usopp? What are you thinking? She's a warlord now. Shachi immediately reproached Beepo, while eagerly trailing behind Law. But we should be able to see her, right? Yes, we should be able to see her. Pecoms chimed in, casting a glance at the two beside him. Law's previously grim expression transformed into one of malicious glee. As long as we see the captain of the Straw Hats, we will surely see the Dragon Lady. Whitebeard, having fallen victim to a cunning ploy, felt the faint trickle of blood from the gaping wound inflicted by his own son, a brutal and cruel betrayal. As the strongest man on the sea, he remained merely mortal. Yet, even amidst the doubts and mistrust surrounding him, his aura of strength and leadership continued to intimidate all. His magnanimity and tolerance commanded respect from everyone. With the power of the Gura no Mi, the colossal tsunami and icebergs blocking their retreat were shattered. Now, all could depart the battlefield at will. You're all pirates. What you choose to believe is your freedom. Those willing to follow me, charge forth with your lives. In an instant, the morale of the pirates surged like a raging tide. No one dared to question the might of this legendary figure. Prepare for battle. In a secluded corner of the Crescent Moon Harbor, sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yang smirked. Look at Uncle Sengoku, so anxious, even from this distance. I can hear him giving orders. You must be the only one here who isn't in a rush. Beside her, a handsome man meticulously cleaned a surgical knife with antiseptic. He lifted his gaze to the woman before him. You've finally restored your appearance, yet you are about to ruin it again. Surely, you do not have tendencies for self-harm? Yang fell silent for a moment before breaking into a playful grin. Enough of your prattle. Whereas the alcohol you were supposed to fetch me. With a push of his glasses, Casa produced a bottle of golden orange rum from beneath the Navy's justice coat and handed it to her. I understand what you said earlier, but there must be many ways to treat the Straw Hat Kid. In a single breath, Yang downed half the bottle of rum and licked her lips. That brat will never withdraw from the battlefield. Even if he dies, he will save Ace. He will not allow himself to stop. And I will not permit him to sacrifice another 10 years of his life. Previously, she had always hesitated, but this time, she no longer wished to reach that moment only to regret it and act out of an inability to bear the weight. Casa, do you think I'm beautiful? Suddenly, she flashed a gentle smile, changing the subject. You are beautiful. Gazing long at the stunning beauty before him, the handsome man spoke words that were unexpectedly kind. His eyes reflected sorrow and compassion. Thank you. Still smiling, the woman sitting on the ground slightly lowered her gaze before raising her right hand. In the next instant, her index finger plunged in her own left eye, extracting the exquisite orb from her face. Blood streamed down her cheek as Casa gasped in shock, but being a healer, he knew he had to respond immediately despite the pain. What are you doing to yourself? His hands trembled as he quickly pressed a cotton pad against her eye socket. I saw you lack courage, so I took it upon myself. Yang chuckled as if it were nothing. Look, I can no longer feel pain, so it's all fine. As a captain who had always been irresponsible, she couldn't help but comfort her first mate, for this sharp-tongued officer, who detested her to the core, was in tears. Regardless of how serious Casa appeared while tending to the wound, the tears streaming down his face were filled with heartache. One must admit, this was the first time Yang realized that a man could cry so beautifully. However, if she were to voice such praise, her first mate would undoubtedly face a harsh ridicule. She chuckled at the thought. Casa, don't cry. I'm still alive. With a resounding crack, the air before them shattered as Vice Admiral John Giant was sent flying by Whitebeard's punch. Yet, the powerful shockwave of the Gura no Mi did not relent. It surged forth, obliterating all obstacles in its path. The very walls of the harbor crumbled, and it seemed poised to demolish the execution platform where Ace was held. But the last moment, the three admirals joined forces, using Haki to block this world-shattering attack. In the bay, everything that transpired seemed to fail to evoke any amazement from one particular individual. She tugged at the excess bandages on her body and spoke to Casa. Can we not tie Whitebeard to the pillar anymore? P1T allow Marineford to tilt any further. No need for a safety belt. At least not for the time being. If we hide here, tied up, 1T we fear being surrounded when the pirates invade the bay. The handsome man furrowed his brows in impatience as he held cotton and medicine, his actions of wiping her face never ceasing. There is no time to dismantle it. Haven T, you noticed a hole on the left side of your face bleeding profusely? Ah, that is not a hole. It's an eye socket. Bai Young just at self-deprecatingly, as she glanced with her remaining eye at the situation outside. The encirclement around the harbor rose, a feat accomplished by the combined might of all Marineford. Above the battlefield, a rain of magma fell, a Kainu-esque meteor volcano. Consequently, the icy surface upon which the pirates tread was gradually dissolved by the lava, the seawater bubbling with heat. The outside was filled with thunderous roars. Even without witnessing the battlefield firsthand, Bai Yong could gauge the extent to which the war had escalated. Casa, she suddenly smiled with leisure. The inquiry regarding the superiority of the two admirals, Qi Chuan and Qingji, seems misdirected. The more pertinent question would be about the impressions they leave on one another. Should there be concerns about post-war investigations or demotions, there is no need for trepidation. As long as one is willing to betray, the matter can be settled here. At this moment, Casa ceased the hemostatic treatment. The bleeding had stopped. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the blood vessels surrounding the eyes had been entirely drained, resembling a grotesque monster with disjoined veins. How troublesome it is to create a new body so soon after death. Simplifying the internal structure should be the norm. With a nonchalant demeanor, she chuckled as she patted Casa on the shoulder, then picked up a silver scalpel from the medical kit on the ground, examining her reflection on its polished surface. The blade's gleaming surface mirrored a pale beauty, marred only by the gaping hole where her left eye once was. Look, I am nearly as fearsome as the zombie soldiers of Molia. It seemed that Bai Yong's indifferent attitude had irked him, prompting Casa to roughly tear off a roll of bandages and begin to wrap her left eye with force. She is quite foolish. This woman does not intend to betray because she is far too astute. She surely has an escape plan. Furthermore, her calmness in the face of war suggests she is well aware of the battlefield's happenings. Squinting slightly, he regarded her. If she were to claim divinity, it would not evoke surprise. This behavior elicited a laugh from Bai Yong. Has her delusions of grandeur truly reached such heights? Perhaps those eyes are indeed the eyes of the evil king. She chuckled at herself, a smile gracing her lips as she pinched the soft tissue of her left eyeball. Gently grasping it, she opened her palm once more, transforming the soft eye into a dragon ball the size of a marble, faintly glowing with an ethereal light. After trimming the excess bandage, Casa surveyed the outcome of his handiwork, ensuring he had crafted a flawless masterpiece before casting a glance at the orb. This is the heart? I suppose it is one of them. The healing ability is nearly depleted, but it should suffice to mend Lu Fei's external wounds and restore his stamina. As she spoke, Bai Yong handed the dragon ball to him, rising to rejoin the fray. Crushing it on Lu Fei should do the trick. Upon hearing this, Casa was momentarily taken aback. Crush it? To shatter his own heart to save his brother? How noble! Bai Yong frowned at the sarcasm in his tone. Enough of this nonsense. I am trading a nearly unusable orb for my brother's 10 years of life, which is quite the bargain. Be cautious, or you might attract Qi Chuan's attention. There are rewards to reap in the future. Bai Yong had already calculated her strategy with precision. Indeed, as Casa had surmised, she had a backup plan, and more precisely, Casa was that plan. Meanwhile, on the battlefield outside the bay, only a few footholds remained. The pirates faced a significant risk of being encircled. Simultaneously, on the execution platform within the bay, Marshal Wei Guo issued the immediate execution order for Fire Fist Ace. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted overwhelmingly. Yet, in that precise moment, the one who still held hope was the ever-spirited Straw Hat Lu Fei. He shouted as he sprinted towards where the colossal lay fallen, not halting for a moment. His actions simultaneously bolstered the morale of the pirates, and numerous pirates followed his lead towards the only area without an encroaching barrier. Hey, what is happening? That defensive wall has not yet risen. The barrier was about to envelop U's massive body, yet inexplicably, it shattered. Could it be that U's sheer weight was too much? The unrisen barrier threw the surrounding soldiers into disarray. Even though Wei Guo had just dispatched a multitude of troops and firepower to this location. A barrier fracturing? That is impossible. These are specially designed structures, and even Whitebeard's onslaught could only dent them slightly. Bai Yong observed the chaos among the soldiers with indifference. She withdrew a cigar, lit it, and took a deep drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke. From the very beginning, she had utilized various subtle air attacks against Whitebeard and his crew. This not only honored her promise to impede the Whitebeard pirates, but also ensured that the force meant to rescue Ace remained unscathed. Thus, Liz was merely stunned by her air pressure with superficial injuries being negligible. The advantages of her intervention were manifold. Liz would neither be struck fatally by Bartholomew Kuma nor have his legs severed by Doflamingo. The only aspect that required Bai Yong to exert some thought was the barrier that had been drenched in blood, which had diminished its kinetic energy. She had deliberately approached and slashed it with a white dragon sword several times. "Ah, Ace, my brother." At this moment, the unconscious Uz began to stir, murmuring as if still dazed. He could vaguely see Ace on the platform not far away, seemingly within reach. However, this immediately raised alarms among the surrounding soldiers. He is not dead yet. The news of U's survival invigorated all the pirates, but his immense figure, now surrounded by the navy, became a target once more. Countless cannonballs rained down upon him. Oh, did the Dragon Girl's earlier strikes not finish him off? Truly resilient, Kizura drawled as he approached, halting the attacking navy soldiers. "Leave it to me to handle. We must expedite the execution. The best course of action now is to obliterate his head." In the distance, Kizaru raised a finger, and concentrated lasers illuminated the entire area, aimed at obliterating U's head. Glancing at Ace, who was shouting on the execution platform, Bai Yong's hand was already resting on the white dragon sword. She was uncertain. Although it was borne no significant injuries due to her actions, the aftereffects on his mind remained uncertain. At the very least, it would take him some time to regain consciousness. Thus, would Kizaru truly land a hit? The laser was imminent, yet it still showed minimal reaction. It appeared he was about to be struck in the head. At that moment, she caught sight of a colossal torrent of seawater, swirling like a dragon above the barrier. Amidst the astonishment, the torrent plunged into the bay, landing before the three admirals. When the water receded, the figure of Straw Hat Luffy emerged, clutching a ship's mast. His dramatic entrance completely halted Kizaru's assault on Uz. However, as Chi-Chuan had noted, Luffy had arrived on the battlefield far too early. He was not yet capable of defeating the three admirals blocking his path. Kizura, with a mere kick, sent him crashing into a distant wall. Luffy, coughing amidst the dust and debris, struggled to rise just as Marshal Wei Guo commanded the immediate execution of Ace. The glinting blades were poised to descend, ready to sever Ace's head. TSK. Frowning, Bai Yong was about to draw her sword. Regardless of the narrative, she would not permit any unforeseen deviations. Of course, just as she had unsheathed her sword halfway, the sand crocodile appeared, attacking the executioners and halting the proceedings. Sighing in relief, she retracted her drawn sword and turned around, only to find the man who had been searching for her appearing before her. Casting him a glance, Bai Yong preferred not to meet his gaze directly, for avoiding eye contact would prevent the spirit of the white dragon from stirring emotions within her. Hawkeye's intense gaze lingered on her, noticing her chest, which seemed to bear injuries. A flicker of something unusual passed through his dark golden eyes. It was a sentiment he would never express on the battlefield, a desire to inquire, yet he suddenly halted. He understood one thing. It was rare for anyone to inflict such severe harm on the Dragon Girl without his knowledge. Indeed, he had been watching her all along. At this moment, he comprehended the true nature of that sword and the impact it had on him. Furrowing his brow tightly, he chastised her with palpable anger. If it was power she sought, then she ought to understand that such an approach would never yield genuine strength. It was irrelevant. Mere strength in the present sufficed. Coldly dismissing this notion, Bai Yong turned to depart, only to have her wrist seized from behind, rendering her momentarily immobile. She never anticipated that Ing Yan would employ his imposing aura against her. "Let go. Why are you angry?" Bai Yong had never witnessed Ing Yan in a state of fury. He exuded an eerie calmness akin to still water, the world as foremost swordsman radiating a tranquil demeanor. Yet now, she felt the unmistakable heat of his displeasure. Throughout their exchange, the woman before him had not once met his gaze, intensifying his ire to new heights. With a firm grip, Ing Yan yanked Bai Yong into his embrace, lifting her chin to compel her to look him in the eye. However, upon encountering her dark, tumultuous gaze, his grip softened. The fierce anger and hostility in his eyes mingled with a twinge of compassion and heartache. "Why not rely on me a little more? You've been tracing the paths of battle, yet you conceal your presence. Do you not desire assistance?" Ing Yan's tone was low and gentle, seemingly intended for her ears alone. Bai Yong clenched her teeth, a chill rising within her. That icy emotion threatened to erupt anew. She abruptly turned her face away, wishing to avoid his gaze, to prolong the survival of her feelings. Remaining an observer was sufficient. She needed no assistance. The only foreseeable outcome was the script, and thus she could not depend on anyone. She was far too familiar with the narrative to allow herself such luxuries. This action wounded the man, his brow furrowing deeply as his keen gaze fixated on her. He longed to whisk her away from the battlefield. Even though he was acutely aware of the stubborn nature of Long Yadu, Bai Yong was indeed his wife, now and forever. Such authoritative and domineering declarations left her momentarily stunned. Despite this body lacking a heartbeat, she felt a wave of breathlessness, her remaining blood quickening. Perhaps her face flushed. No, that couldn't be right. What nonsense was this about being a wife? Why did he assert such a statement, as if proposing? Had she consented? It merely amounted to an agreement to date. He had previously made unilateral decisions about marriage, and now it suddenly escalated to the status of spouses. Let go. Bai Yong attempted to retort, but her voice emerged with an uncharacteristic softness. What was this absurdity? Releasing her chin, Yin did not permit her to escape his embrace. Instead, he enveloped her tightly, his cheek resting against her ear, allowing her to feel his warmth and breath. How long had it been since he experienced this side of Long Yatu? The girl who incessantly threw tantrums and shouted at him. Do not leave. The author has something to say. Oh no, I cannot seem to finalize this last segment of Yan's dialogue, and it has taken far too long. What's going on? I intended for it to be more light-hearted and comedic, yet it has veered into romance. Nevertheless, Yan had nearly lost Bai Yong during the duel, and his heart had reached a pivotal moment. He wished to reconcile with her, yet Bai Yong distanced herself, leaving him perplexed about how to act or speak as a man of his stature. Amidst the fervent battlefield, Chapter 132 unfolds at the Crescent Moon Port, known as the port town in Marineford, not far from the residential streets of naval families. However, some of the residences along these streets have been ravaged by the ongoing war. Bai Yong had previously hidden in the alleyways, observing the battlefield while receiving treatment. Now, as she stepped out of this deserted street, she encountered Yan. She had hoped for a brief exchange, as before, to dissuade him, but seemingly due to her injuries. Yan was relentless, even employing his imposing aura. Well, that was acceptable. She could break free. Yes, she could escape. So, could you please refrain from speaking to me in such a tone and manner? This is a battlefield, for goodness sake. What do you mean by do not leave? Aren't you concerned about being seen by passing soldiers? What about your reputation as a grand swordsman? Oh no, it is my reputation as a woman of ill repute that will suffer. Enough. Bai Yong struggled to push Yan away, yet she found herself lacking strength, undoubtedly due to the infuriating way this older man spoke in her ear, leaving her defenseless. After a moment of silence, Yan loosened his embrace slightly. Your decision, I shall respect. He had come to understand her nature well. If the battlefield truly required his observation, he could refrain from intervening. After this war concludes, you will come home with me. My decision? Bai Yong was taken aback, raising her gaze to meet his. Home. Do not shoulder everything alone. Yan's expression was seldom animated. Everything around him seemed to lack any significant impact, his face stern, lips slightly downturned, and his tone tinged with reprimand. It was as if they were encountering each other for the first time, unchanged except for the once fearsome, golden-hued gaze that had lost its terror. At that moment, an unsettling thought crossed Bai Yong's mind. Oh no, Yan embracing her was witnessed by a passing soldier. This naval soldier happened to be a major from headquarters, not a lowly rank. He had been ordered to rendezvous with his comrades. Typically, one would not react strongly to witnessing a scene between the Shichibukai, but fortuitously, this soldier was part of a reputedly fearsome organization. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe and absolutely unwilling to accept. You bastard Yan. Let go of Sister Bai Yong. Bai Yong was momentarily stunned. How could there be someone passing through this secluded corner of the battlefield? This was indeed a crowded war zone. Anyone could appear at any moment. What was she indulging in? She was not a character in a cliched romance. Gritting her teeth, Bai Yong turned her face and struggled to push the man before her away. Her actions furrowed Yan's brow, and his golden gaze flicked toward the apprehensive naval soldier. This unsettled the soldier, causing him to swallow nervously. Of course, where there was one, there would be more, especially as the soldier-esque colleagues were gathering, indicating that more were approaching. Hey, what are you doing here? We're assembling. Several other naval soldiers appeared, all adorned in long, white capes of justice. However, they only saw Yan attempting to take advantage of Sister Bai Yong, whose struggles were evident. Bai Yong's right eye twitched suddenly. It was not superstition. She felt a strange familiarity with these soldiers, as if she had once disrupted their gathering due to their corrupt practices and cult-like organization. Oh no, it's those lunatics from my fan club. Ingyan, we have nothing more to say. Back to the battlefield. With a serious expression, Baiyang attempted to assert herself, as if she were the epitome of a shichibukai. Skillfully employing a Tai Chi maneuver, she pushed him away and turned to leave. Wait, I need you to promise me. Grasping her wrist, Ingyan's piercing gaze remained unwavering. Although his actions might seem tyrannical, he required her to agree and to offer him a commitment. For warriors like them, promises held immense weight. Slyly pursing her lips, Baiyang frowned slightly, unwilling to respond to him. The soldiers over there were all terrified of the 7 warlords, particularly the formidable figure of Ingyan. His mere presence could crush them with an overwhelming aura. However, as members of the Baiyang Dajia Fans Club, this fearsome organization bestowed upon them boundless courage, especially at this awkward moment when Baiyang Dajia had become a 7 warlord. If they could demonstrate the strength and righteousness of a navy, they might just compel Baiyang Dajia to return to naval headquarters, perhaps even earning their respect in the process. Eagle, Ingyan, Baiyang Dajia clearly dislikes you, so cease your pursuit. A soldier proudly produced a small booklet resembling a Bible, emblazoned with the words of Long Nu. At that moment, Baiyang felt an overwhelming desire to disappear. Could she not retain some dignity as a 7 warlord? Just look at Sha, Huolian Yao, and Han Kyuk. She didn't need to have subordinates. Merely respect was sufficient. But not this kind of quote. Speaking of which, she seemed to have once collected classic quotes from characters in One Piece. This thought made her feel somewhat guilty. Hey, when did you start paying attention to the faces of minor characters? She remarked to him. The man, whose expression was rather cold, withdrew his gaze. We need an agreement between us. Let go. This line was not spoken by Baiyang. It came from a tall officer with round glasses who had stepped forward from the group of soldiers. He possessed a robust physique befitting a naval officer without being excessively large, and his round glasses accentuated a certain scholarly air. Indeed, he was the head of the Navy Weekly and also served as the club president, a man of hidden talent and reputation, as Baiyang had assessed. As president and leader, he preferred not to step forward, believing that composure was paramount. However, after years of writing countless pieces about Miss Baiyang, he understood her temperament and was well aware of her movements. If he failed to recognize her affection for Ingyan, he was unworthy of being a loyal servant or perhaps a stalker. He admitted that jealousy fueled his actions, but among all the men present, who could claim their gathering was not motivated by envy. Adjusting his round spectacles, the club president furrowed his brow and shouted, Ingyan, at your age, you still wish to pursue younger women. Keep your distance from Miss Baiyang. Though he stuttered slightly, uttering those words felt like a victory. Baiyang was taken aback, unable to believe the madness of the man who had spoken. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. If one does not seek death, one will not die. However, surely Ingyan would not care about the words of such a minor character. They would have no impact. You pirate, do not lay a hand on Baiyang Dajia. You could easily be your father. That's right, a 41-year-old man, a 20-year-old girl. At this moment, the other soldiers, witnessing their president standing up, also summoned their courage. Father. Various memories of past father-daughter incidents flooded Baiyang's mind, leaving her feeling uncomfortable. She murmured to herself, I am 36 years old, at least spiritually. No sooner had she uttered her age than she felt a sharp pain in her wrist and instinctively glared at the man who held her. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such an unsightly expression. Humph. The world's greatest swordsman would not deign to strike at a few provocative minor characters. I command you all to deal with the pirates. Cold sweat trickled down her back, and Baiyang intervened. Ingyan released his grip, aware that he had exerted too much force. Yet he spoke in a low tone. I have no reason to show mercy to a man who dares to threaten my wife. Wife? Married? No, this is absolutely impossible. The president, feeling as though he could not stand, adjusted his glasses, concealing his pained expression. Noticing the astonished and incredulous looks of the surrounding members, he realized he had to take a stand. Just look at your face. What do you expect your child to call you? Grandpa. Indeed. As the new generation of young naval leaders, they lack strength and power, but should at least have the advantage of youth. Baiyang Dajia would undoubtedly prefer a robust and righteous naval soldier like them. Wait, President. That statement seems to imply you acknowledge the relationship between Ingyan and Baiyang Dajia. They had always been sworn enemies. How could they possibly be married? That's right. Ingyan is merely pestering Long Nu. As devoted admirers of Baiyang Dajia, they had always adhered to a shared commitment. believing that the outcome of their rivalry should not harm their revolutionary friendship. They had persevered until now, so how could the president utter such words? Yet amidst this farce, some had lost interest or perhaps had simply reached their limit. While they debated, the world's greatest swordsman had something to say. This is a series where not seeking death means you won't die. Well, let us continue healing, or you all might suffocate me. Chapter 133. Indeed, it must be because we touched a nerve that he became so embarrassed and angry. As the world's greatest swordsman, Ing Yin naturally cared about his age. Such a petty man is not suitable for Bai Yang Dajia. Not suitable at all. Bai Yang felt her expression must have turned awkward. Ing Yin's indiscriminate attacks had expanded to the front line. Yet there were still some fearless individuals shouting to attract the attention of a certain woman who had vanished into the crowd. She lowered her head in frustration, suppressing her presence in an attempt to avoid drawing attention from anyone on the battlefield, primarily because it was too embarrassing. At this moment, the battle within the bay had escalated, with all remaining members of the White-Beard pirates landing at the port. It was the resurrected Little Uz who had lifted the last ship, the Mok Yabi, to aid them. Boom, boom, boom. Little Uz's massive arms crashed down on the port to fend off the oncoming soldiers. The sound was thunderous, shaking the very ground of the port. Bai Yang squinted slightly, realizing that Little Uz could not hold out much longer. Any commander would not allow such a large target to continue. Thus, her words must be, Miss Bai Yang. It seemed that due to a shift in the storyline, the swordsman who should not have charged into the fray appeared right before Bai Yang. She raised an eyebrow, mirroring his expression of awkwardness, and they both paused. BSD. Clearly, Bai Yang had no intention of engaging him in battle, and Bai Sita was equally disinterested in lingering, resulting in an atmosphere of mild awkwardness between them. How to describe this situation? It likely stemmed from a past duel between Bai Yang and Bai Sita. As the strongest swordsman of the White-Beard pirates, Bai Long Jian had naturally challenged Bai Yang, leading to an intense clash. However, after battling for a while, Bai Long suddenly lost interest, stating that while this dual-wielding man was strong, he did not compare to the one wielding the black blade. Such comments ignited Bai Yang's playful spirit as she tightened her grip on Bai Long Jian, eager to test whether she could unleash those dazzling and powerful techniques. The outcome has unequivocally validated a profound truth. God has opened a door for her to wield a fist, thereby closing the window for a sword. Before the long sword even penetrated, its power was completely beyond her control. One could only witness the Bai Long Jian slipping from her grasp, soaring through the air and striking directly between the legs of Bai Sita. This was a nightmare etched in the battle records of the swordmaster Bai Sita. He was perpetually on guard, engaged in an exhilarating and fervent combat with the Dragon Maiden. Truly, he could not fathom that the sword would be hurled at him. Which swordmaster would relinquish their prized weapon? It was not a flying knife. The only words that could encapsulate the feelings of all the men present were egg pain. Not to mention Bai Sita himself, who promptly knelt on the ground. Bai Yang felt cold sweat streaming down her back and could only manage a dry laugh, saying, "Look at brother Bai Sita." Fortunately, it was the hilt. As they say, swords have no eyes, ah. Her chuckles utterly instilled a sense of reverence among all the swordsmen of the White-Beard pirates, dissuading them from any desire to test her skills in the future, as an unshakable sense of pain lingered in their hearts. Thus, when Bai Yang and Bai Sita met again, their brief exchange of greetings carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. Regardless of whether it was an apology, a consolation, or a simple inquiry about one's well-being, uttering any of these would feel akin to tearing open a wound, causing Bai Sita profound emotional and physical distress. Perhaps it was better to say nothing at all. With a brief exchange of glances, Bai Yang dashed away. That exchange of looks contained too much. They maintained eye contact for over a minute without uttering a word. Meanwhile, the formidable Hawkeye raised his black blade, slashing through the air, yet his sharp gaze never strayed from Bai Yang. The promise he sought from her remained unfulfilled. He furrowed his brow slightly and ran in the direction Bai Yang had departed. Previously, during his battle against the sword masters of the White-Beard pirates, he had heard whispers of an incident between the Dragon Maiden and the Flower Sword Master Bai Sita. Now, it seemed that there was indeed truth to those rumors. The captain of the 5th Division of the White-Beard pirates, Flower Sword Bai Sita, naturally aligned with the swordsman before him. "Hawk, I'm Mihawk. So you are acquainted with me," Bai Sita greeted casually, while his twin blades met the enormous black sword amidst a flurry of petals. "It would be odd if I did not know you." Hawkeye, in this chaotic war, found himself more concerned about certain matters than engaging in duels with formidable swordmasters. Clang, clang. The fierce clash of blades echoed, each side's powerful strikes dispersing the petals. Hawkeye paused momentarily, stepping back. I wish to know the outcome of your battle with the Dragon Maiden. Who prevailed? Caught off guard by the abrupt inquiry, Baisita's expression soured instantly. No one emerged victorious. There was no resolution. The battle ended inconclusively. If it was unresolved, then what had transpired? Hawkeye's countenance darkened. After several encounters with the Dragon Maiden, neither had established a clear winner due to unnecessary circumstances and unforeseen events. Was it a tie? He pressed. Not quite. Unforeseen events prevented further engagement. Baisita furrowed his brow, unpleasant memories flooding his mind. What had transpired? He certainly did not wish for any similarities in the unexpected circumstances surrounding the Dragon Maiden and Baisita's battles. Nothing happened. Suddenly, amidst the crowd and the smoke, a figure clad in a purple combat suit charged forward, drawing the Bai Long Jian and pointing it at Hawkeye. How utterly tiresome must a man be to pursue such trivialities? Did he not recognize that they were still engulfed in war? Moreover, she was here to settle her debt with Baisita. In this conflict, I am merely a spectator, having agreed to assist the world government against Whitebeard. Nothing more. Hawkeye spoke, lowering his hat to obscure his sharp gaze. Yet you are different. If it is for your beliefs and to protect those dear to you, then honor our agreement and refrain from meddling in these trifles. Is Hawkeye arguing with her? Arguing. Whether it is trifling or not is not for you to decide. Bai Yong retorted, glancing at the perplexed Baisita. Brother Baisita, you are equally unable to determine a victor against Hawkeye. You should hurry to assist Whitebeard. Miss Bai Yong, as Ace's sworn sister and now an ally of the world government's Shichibukai, your actions truly baffle me. However, as a swordsman, there is no justification for allowing a lady to stand in front of you. Baisita stroked his mustache, a fierce determination in his smile as he positioned himself in front of Bai Yong. Hawkeye, a composed swordsman, rarely reacted strongly to anything. Yet the sound of Bai Yong referring to Baisita as brother was jarring. He was undeniably younger than the flower sword master. So why was he only addressed as old man or uncle? Moreover, he utterly despised the sight of flower sword standing protectively in front of Bai Yong. As the battlefield raged, the members of the club, following Hawkeye to the front lines, had received orders from Admiral Sengoku to cease provoking him. Very well. We can comply. This is for justice. What is the situation over there? Is Bai Yong protecting flower sword Baisita? What is Hawkeye confronting them about? President, what is happening? You just acknowledged the relationship between Hawkeye and Bai Yong. Do you know something? As a devotee of the Dragon Maiden, even amidst the chaos of battle, he could not forget about Bai Yong. Given the circumstances, what could he say? As the leader of these unfortunate men, under the scrutiny of so many inquisitive eyes, he pondered his next move. He could never reveal that Bai Yong actually held feelings for Hawkeye. Adjusting his glasses, the burly man said meaningfully, I will assert that the situation between Bai Yong and Flower Sword Baisita is because, well, she has a penchant for older men. As soon as these words left his lips, Bai Yong felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. How could he expose her predilection for older men? Baisita's eyes twitched slightly at the corner. He had clearly heard. It was as if he were contemplating how to respond to that woman's affections, subtly glancing at the people behind him. This made Bai Yong immensely uncomfortable. President, even if Bai Yong has a preference for older men, you must not give up. How can you acknowledge them? Indeed, although we may be younger in years, we are certainly mature. Absolutely. For the sake of justice, we are no less than those older men. Just as the club's fans boisterously proclaimed their worth, a silvery sword aura swept across the entire bay, sending nearby soldiers of the Navy flying. Of course, this world-class strike was unleashed by Bai Yong. Old men, what are you shouting about over there? Do you want me to eliminate all of you? Hawkeye and Baisita exchanged silent glances before turning their attention back to the somber figure of the woman. It is all my fault, is it not? Bai Yong turned her face away, unable to meet their gazes. Please, both of you, forget everything that just happened. We are amidst a war. Ahem. Baisita cleared his throat awkwardly and nodded. Indeed, this is not the time for reckless emotions. With that, he turned to support Whitebeard at the forefront. Ah, Bai Yong, the club president, is making his way over here. He appears utterly disheveled, having just been thrown back by that sword strike, clearly not lightly injured. You are indeed fiercely protective of Ing Yen, having already embedded yourself with him. Without waiting for a response, Bai Yong's figure materialized before him in an instant, delivering a lethal blow that embedded him into the wall. At last, tranquility enveloped this world. You should let him speak, then I will spare them, the man beside Ing Yen remarked, tipping his hat and closing one eye. Please, in their lives. Baiyang's lips twitched slightly as she turned to leave. Wait. Grasping her hand, Yin had no intention of allowing her to depart again. I do not care about your past associations. You are my wife now. Promise me you will return home after the war. His callous palm, though not soft, held a certain allure for Baiyang, especially when he caressed her, allowing her to deeply feel that connection. However, this time, the hand that touched her was clad in dark gloves, belonging to the right hand she had once pierced, suppressing the sadness that flickered in her eyes. She turned to gaze into his dark golden orbs, aware that without facing him, Yin would not believe her. All right, I promise you. The author wishes to convey. CD. Baiyang has a penchant for older men. She adores older men. Baiyang, covering her face, within range of fire. CD. Damn. You dare silence him from that far away with just a fist. Chapter 134. Above, the once azure sky began to darken. The sounds of artillery fire mingling with the clamor of battle reverberated relentlessly. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, while the heated seawater, scorched by molten lava, crashed against the outer defenses, releasing a whiff of sea salt. Here lies the Navy headquarters, Marineford, where the paramount war continues. For this battlefield, it seems to be a tad premature for Luffy, just as Chinjo suggested. The pain from his previous ordeal in Impel Down had yet to subside, and his body had once again approached its limit. Please, fulfill my final request. What final request? Do not utter such ominous words. Luffy's fallen body could no longer move, relying solely on the last vestiges of his will as he clung tightly to Ivankov's foot. Do you need another dose of adrenaline? This is reckless. Enough. No. You have fought from Impel Down until now. You have been poisoned and are on the brink of death. Your body has truly surpassed its limits. Deceiving it further will cost you your life. I am willing to expend my last strength. Even if it leads to my demise, let me continue fighting. Ivankov, this is my final ounce of strength, but I refuse to give up. Ace is yet to be rescued. If I do not fight now, I do not wish to live afterward. Grant me the power to fight. The smoke enveloped the entire port town, shrouding everything in a fog, rendering the situation for the pirates as murky as the environment itself. Yet at that moment, a lithe figure darted through the crowd, appearing suddenly beside Luffy and Ivankov with the swiftness of the Navy's Six Styles. Straw Hat Boy, if she hears you utter such words of despair, how do you think she will react? The man, clad in a dark gray suit, squatted to assess Luffy's injuries, adjusting his unyielding gold-rimmed glasses. What do you think will happen? Who are you? Ivankov exclaimed, immediately adopting a combat stance. But the man had already placed a hand firmly on Luffy's neck, fearing any unforeseen consequences. Ahaha, you were from Water 7, back then. You were Baiyang's first mate. Luffy looked up, recognizing Kasa. Oh, I can hardly believe you remember me, Kasa replied, dressed in his usual attire rather than a navy trench coat. His tone and gaze dripped with sarcasm. What a Baiyang? How is she now? Perhaps you should focus on yourself first. Kasa retorted disdainfully, pulling out a dimly glowing orb from his pocket. However, for a while, he merely held it in his hand, making no further move. Wait, Straw Hat Boy, if he is the Dragon Girl's first mate, then he is a Navy officer, Ivankov exclaimed, astonished. Revolutionary Army officer, Ivankov. If it weren't for her request, I would never have imagined I could converse with you this closely. Kasa shot him a glance. After all, I'm just a ship's doctor. With that, he crushed the orb in his hand and pressed it against Luffy's cervical spine. What have you done to Straw Hat Boy? Do not raise your voice. If any other Navy officers discover I am here. Kasa warned, narrowing his eyes. The powder from the orb began to emit a faint glow, being absorbed into Luffy's body, and his external injuries visibly began to heal. Kasa continued, Straw Hat Boy, I truly wish to end your life. As a Navy officer, I should not allow a pirate with such rapid growth to live, and, as that woman's subordinate, I loathe to sever this foolish brother's spine. Yet because of her, I cannot bring myself to do it. Observing Luffy's body gradually recovering, he frowned and relayed Baiyang's words with impatience. That woman knows you cannot defeat an admiral, being grievously wounded. She would ask Ivankov to inject you with hormones that diminish your lifespan by 10 years. Hence, I came to treat your injuries. But do not think you are truly healed. It seems we have merely addressed some superficial wounds. The fatal internal injuries remain. Then, let us continue the treatment. Please. As Luffy gradually regained strength, he grasped Kasa's arm, pleading with him. I must save Ace. And what of your sister? The composed man erupted with all his fury. Casa gripped Luffy's nape tightly. You want me to treat you? What qualifications do you, a pirate, have to command me? You think I am some devil fruit user? You're slowly recovering only because. His voice abruptly halted as he recalled Bayong's words. Luffy will certainly rescue Ace because he is my brother. Gently, Casa released the hold on Luffy's neck. Straw Hat Boy, even if your internal injuries are not healed, your body will not feel impeded. Go rescue Ace. Go save your brother. With those words, he turned to leave. Thank you for saving me, but Bayong is my companion. Luffy's body began to emit a white smoke as his injuries healed, akin to his state when activating Gear Second, and he stood up. Ah, then hurry. Take her away from here. The figure disappearing into the smoke, and Fog replied softly. Meanwhile, on the execution platform, a sudden appearance startled Admiral Sengoku. Cold sweat trickling down his back. What brings you here, Luo Bayong? I have come to see Fire Fist Ace, Bayong said with a gentle smile. What? As his sworn sister, am I not permitted to converse with him one last time? Did not Master Garp just pass by here? You are a pirate now. Sengoku barked. How could I have been so careless to allow this girl to appear from behind? Indeed, but I truly wish to speak with Ace. Bayong met his gaze directly, swiftly drawing her sword. Just as Sengoku was about to strike, she raised her hand and hurled the white dragon sword toward the fortress behind her. Clang! The silver-white blade gleamed with a cold light as it spun through the air, ultimately embedding itself at the center of the word justice upon the distant Navy fortress. Oh dear, my apologies for the miscalculation. I did not intend to throw with such precision, Bayong remarked with a mischievous grin, shrugging. Mr. Sengoku, you are aware that without that sword, I am hardly a threat. I refuse to believe you. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. If you truly wish to bid farewell to Huaquan, then wear the Hailu stone and find yourself imprisoned here, just like him. The coldness of the handcuffs clung to her skin was rather unpleasant, and the clanging chains connecting to the execution platform were also attached to the cuffs. The only distinction between her and Ace at that moment was that while Ace knelt on the ground, she sat cross-legged beside him with an air of leisure. As if to reassure certain individuals on the battlefield, Bayong waved to the mass of people below. Hey, I'm here of my own volition. How absurd. Sengoku angrily pulled her hand down, forcing her to sit quietly behind him. If you have something to say, make it quick. The new executioner will commence soon. Oh, it's fine. I'm no longer the little girl who would vomit at the sight of blood. Bayong chuckled, turning her gaze towards Ace, who had been watching her intently. The dark-haired youth's face bore a mixture of pity and anger. Why did you come here? What happened to your eye? Ugh. Please refrain from asking the same questions as Mr. Sengoku. Gently caressing her bandaged eye, she replied nonchalantly, I just had a skirmish with Moonlight Moria on the battlefield. And this is the result. What? You fought with Moonlight Moria? Sengoku, arms crossed, furrowed his brow as he observed the current dynamics of the battlefield and kept a keen eye on the execution platform. He saw my shadow. Naturally, I refused. Bayong smirket. Besides, I suppose the government already intends to eliminate him, so I merely assisted. You killed him? Well, he was the one courting death. In the end, it was likely due to the powers of his fruit that he vanished like a shadow. After explaining to Sengoku, Bayong's gaze began to scan the battlefield. Her words, however, were directed at the young man beside her. Is Ace worried about me? There is no need for that. You once said that as long as I live well today, I shouldn't concern myself with whether I survive tomorrow. What are your thoughts now? I now realize the value of cherishing my life, Ace said, furrowing his brow as he looked towards the battlefield. Dad, brother, and comrades are all fighting for me. Tears of regret welled up in his eyes. Bayong understood how deeply Ace regretted, for he would never weep in her presence. She shifted the topic. Do you know who the most beautiful woman in this world is? It's not Princess White Star, nor Empress Hancock, nor even me. Her name is Portgas de Rouge. As if reminiscing about a distant past, Bayong's tone softened. Your mother, Miss Rouge, had long, wavy pink hair cascading down to her waist like a gentle waterfall, and her gaze was both tender and strong. The freckles on your face are inherited from her. When you were still in her womb, she would gently caress her belly and speak to you. If you were a girl, she would name you, and, if a boy, Ace. Bayong? You? The dark-haired youth's eyes widened in shock, yet he was too concerned to say more. Why do you speak such things beside him? Sengoku no longer trusts you. Do you wish to share the same fate as him? I'm 36 this year. Suddenly, she uttered this statement. How many years have I been here? Even though I celebrate my birthday each year, it all feels too dreamlike. Everything seems unreal. Who exactly are you, Luo Bayong? Sengoku shot her a glance, his gaze returning to the battlefield. People from other worlds, she replied, a sardonic smile creeping onto her lips. Even Vegapunk can't trace my origins. So let go of the minutiae. For those of us who dwell upon the sea, what truly matters is not where we come from, but rather where we are headed. Where we are headed, the young man beside her echoed, lifting his head. I have decided. Regardless of the helping hands extended towards me or the impending blade of judgment, I shall accept it all. Is that so? I had intended to scold you further. Yet you've come to a realization so swiftly. She remarked, a fool like you, with such a reckless temper, will inevitably find yourself at a loss. We are all fools. None of us understand the need to be prudent at sea. Bai young Bao said. Yet the sea so desperately needs such fools. So let us act. And now consider where we wish to go in the future, my brother. The author wishes to convey. Consider this a transitional chapter. In the next chapter, you will understand. 135. If you wish to know the future, I shall enlighten you now, Whitebeard. At Sengoku's command, the newly appointed executioner stepped forward. Bai Yong could scarcely recall when this war had become one-sided. She had witnessed too much from atop the towering execution platform. Little Oars had narrowly escaped death. Yet due to his enormous size, he soon fell prey to the assault of the Vice Admiral and the pacifistas, and not long after, he was struck down by Kizaru. Diamond Jozu had been entirely encased in ice by Akiji. Whitebeard seemed indeed to have aged. A gaping wound in his chest, inflicted by Akainu, bled profusely, while Marco, rushing to his aid, was captured by Hailu Stone due to his carelessness, as Kizaru's laser struck him directly. Make your move. Sengoku's voice snapped Bai Yong back to reality. She wisely stepped back, watching as the executioner raised his sword and spun at once, preparing to strike down just as he had done years prior to Joel D. Roger. Stop. Luffy's voice reverberated across the battlefield, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki. All those who lacked sufficient strength crumpled to the ground. With a father like the revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon, it was no surprise that he possessed such potential, adding yet another reason why Monkey D. Luffy must not perish. He shone like a star on the battlefield, drawing the gaze of many. Soon after, Whitebeard placed his last hope upon him, ordering all to support him. The path leading to the execution platform was swiftly cleared as the revolutionary, Lightning, used his abilities to forge the final route. Boom! Yet, blocking Luffy's path was none other than his grandfather, Garp. Grandpa Gigi, step aside. How could I possibly move? I am a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Garp declared, long before your birth, I battled pirates relentlessly. If you wish to pass, you must first kill me. Step aside. Grandpa, I can't do it. I can't let Ace die. Don't. Many things you detest will still come to pass. I will show no mercy. At the same time, at the end of this passage stood his brother and sister. The execution platform loomed high, the sea breeze carrying the scent of gunpowder. An uncomfortable reminder of the impending fate. Garp's greatest wish had always been for you and Luffy to become Navy officers. Bai Yong gazed distantly, a smile gracing her lips. Of course, I count myself among them. Bai Yong, seeing Garp like this, do you not wish to assist him? Sengoku's glasses glimmered with intrigue. His deep voice tinged with testing. Bai Yong, you will neither aid Grandpa nor Luffy. Ace gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed intently on Luffy and Grandpa Garp. Bai Yong was the only woman among them. Despite the ambiguity of their ages, Ace still hoped she would play the role of a younger sister. However, after years of adventures at sea, it was evident that Bai Yong was far more mature and knowledgeable. He could never quite fathom her thoughts. He often observed her gazing at the sea, then noticing him, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Well, this time, in this pivotal moment that could determine his life or death, a sudden recollection of a past conversation flooded into his mind. I see. Even if the whole world disallows your existence, I will always, forever, cherish you. What are you saying? That's disgusting. Let go of me. Disgusting? Ha ha ha. But it seems a bit out of context. In any case, it means that I will always be there for you. Little AI, seek and come to me for affection. You're so annoying. Who would seek affection from you? You're not even as formidable as I am. Go tell Sabo. That lecher will be thrilled. Idiot. Sister is leaving the village tomorrow. This is a life or death situation. Hurry up and cherish the quiet while you can hold me. And AIC, it's truly wonderful that you can exist in this world. This was something he would never forget, even as they all grew older. Even as Bai Yong served as an officer in the Navy for several years. Bai Yang's gaze was profound, her remaining eye seemingly hollow in that moment. Ultimately, we are all unfilial children. Grandfather, I am sorry. Sengoku glanced at her. Since you've made your decision, do not waver. Based on the execution of AIC just now, Luo Baiyang remained indifferent, although she never expected her to truly abandon her sworn brother. But I made a promise, so I will watch her as she steps forward. Moving closer to the execution platform, gazing at Carp, who was struck down by Luffy and plummeting to the ground. Her fists unconsciously clenched. Baiyang, what are you thinking? AIC bit her lip in pain. If you decide not to help either side, then let Luffy leave alive. The sea stone on her wrist, along with the iron chains, clanked as Baiyang leisurely walked to AIC's side. Her gaze remained fixed on the Straw Hat Boy, who had overcome countless obstacles, covered in wounds, advancing across the crumbling stone path towards them. At that moment, Baiyang offered a different response to the freckled youth's inquiry, her smile brimming with a mischievous spirit and a well-deserved pride in the Straw Hat Boy before her. I see. Do you remember what I said to you on the night I left Fengche Village 8 years ago? Now AIC understood the reason Baiyang stood there, her motives for becoming a warlord, and even her promise to confront their father. It all stemmed from that singular statement. Simultaneously, the figure of the Straw Hat Boy stood before them. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, closer. AIC, it is truly wonderful that you can exist in this world. Baiyang's husky voice had yet to dissipate in the air when another boy's raspy voice rang out. Ha ha, finally here, the Straw Hat Boy. The focal point of this battlefield, the brother of Fire Fist AIC, had at last stepped onto the execution platform. In that instant, Marshal Sengoku froze, more concerned about Luo Baiyang's words than about Straw Hat Luffy, immediately grasping their gravity. As the commander of the Navy, I have indeed been too careless with you. What? Luffy, momentarily bewildered, quickly retrieved the key prepared by Hancock, eager to unlock AIC's handcuffs. Wait, I have a key. Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly, his body visibly expanding at an alarming rate until he transformed into his great Buddha form. This was the first time he showcased his abilities in front of the young soldiers, and naturally, the first time before Baiyang as well. He is referring to me. The girl in the purple special ops suit smirked, stepping forward to shield the 2 brothers behind her. Luo Baiyang. Sengoku's deep voice was filled with fury. Baiyang. Baiyang is here too. This is bad. I only have 1 key. The Straw Hat Boy, still clutching the key, was abruptly interrupted by a laser from Kizaru. At the same time, before his eyes, the great Buddha, Sengoku, swung his palm towards Baiyang, who was shackled in sea stone handcuffs. Baiyang! The 2 brothers shouted in unison. The force of that blow was tremendous, sending golden light radiating outward and illuminating the entire Marineford. The gust of wind blew away the surrounding smoke from cannon fire, sending debris flying towards the fortress behind, leaving destruction in its wake. However, when Sengoku's palm struck Baiyang, he was taken aback. She had blocked it. She, who was still shackled in sea stone handcuffs. Why? Because I have died once. Her lips curled into a unique smirk, effortlessly using the handcuffs to deflect the blow. At that moment, Baiyang's long hair had turned silver, and her eyes gleamed with a golden hue. You were not careless with me. You should have employed haki. With both hands, she seized Sengoku's palm and forcefully hurled it away. Boom! The great Buddha, Sengoku's body reverted to its original form mid-air due to the effects of the sea stone, crashing into the wall of the fortress behind. To everyone's astonishment, the dragon girl Luo Baiyang, a trusted aide of the marshal, had betrayed him at this moment. Taking a deep breath, Baiyang effortlessly snapped the iron chains on her wrist, the sea stone handcuffs breaking apart in the middle, leaving 2 cuffs on her wrists, yet completely ineffectual. Finally, I can use my true abilities. I have endured for far too long. What on earth is happening? Aren't you a devil fruit user? Mr. 3, just recovering from unconsciousness, was utterly bewildered by the scene on the execution platform. Not anymore. MR3, please unlock AIC's handcuffs. She smiled, resting her arms on the shoulders of the still shocked brothers, reminiscent of their time in Alabasta, her smile radiant with joy. Brothers, you've worked hard. Baiyang. The Straw Hat Boy's broad grin was his signature smile. AIC sighed lightly, smiling back while raising an eyebrow in challenge. Well, I suppose that's better than your situation. So now listen to me. You and MR3 must escape from here immediately. Before Luffy could interject, Baiyang gently bumped her forehead against his. Don't overthink it. I need to cut off this connection for a moment, then I'll catch up. So you all must leave, but none of you are allowed to stop, no matter the reason. You must keep moving. Am I included? MR3 blushed, pointing at himself. I believe in your ability to escape. And by the way, hurry and assist Marco in unlocking the handcuffs. Baiyang smiled at him. After speaking, she affectionately tousled the hair of the 2 young men beside her, her expression filled with happiness. My brothers, you must survive. Only then can I continue to live. If anything happens to any of you, the actions of the dragon girl on the execution platform had already confirmed her as a traitor. Yet the soldiers were reluctant to accept this reality. Sister Bai Yang, as the most popular figure in the Navy headquarters, was not only admired for her beauty, but also for her abilities, integrity, and the respect she commanded from all. What on earth has transpired? The soldiers, even the vice admirals, hesitated to act rashly. Perhaps this was all part of Luo Bai Yang's scheme. The author has something to say. I have pondered day and night to write this scene, rewriting it tirelessly. Can you see my blood and tears? I have poured my heart and soul into this, just hoping for a comment that this chapter is splendid. By the way, there is still another chapter to look forward to. Chapter 136, The Soundless Wind Whirlwind. A powerful energy fist carrying immense wind pressure sent AIC, Luffy, and MR3 all out of the execution platform's range. The naval soldiers surged forward, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates were compelled to carve a path for the two brothers. In an instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos once more. At this moment, before the high platform, Marshal Zhanghua had risen, bearing only minor abrasions. In truth, there was no need for her to defend Zhanghua. But certain matters must come to a decisive end here. Teacher, I know you couldn't possibly rise so easily. Do not call me teacher. Zhanghua instantly transformed into a colossal Buddha form, delivering a thunderous punch towards Bai Yang, his entire being suffused with formidable haki, showing no mercy. Consequently, the execution platform buckled under the strain, and at the moment Bai Yang channeled her true energy to block the blow, the additional force caused the ground beneath their feet to crumble into dust. With a thunderous crash, as the dust settled, the figures of the two combatants emerged, devoid of excessive words, both radiating immense power as they collided fiercely. Their fists and techniques were nearly indistinguishable, as the golden light emanating from the Buddha form and its accompanying energy prevented any nearby soldiers from approaching. Naturally, to counteract this overwhelming haki, Bai Yang had fully harnessed the power of the Bai Long, her skin shimmering with translucent silver scales. After only a few exchanges, the ground around them cracked from the sheer intensity of their energies, creating a vacuum-like state. Anyone who ventured too close would be scorched by the force. This fierce confrontation bore no semblance of righteousness, merely stemming from the fact that Bai Yang was a student of Zhanghua. Since her entry into the naval headquarters 4 years prior, there had been no formal apprenticeship. Zhanghua had initially only called her over occasionally to impart some philosophical insights or textbook knowledge. Eventually, this evolved into Bai Yang seeking him out whenever she returned to headquarters, eager to learn from him. The affairs of the Navy, its history, and tactics. Bai Yang was far more astute than she appeared, exhibiting an intelligence and capacity for learning that belied her age. When did Zhanghua begin to invest such effort into educating this headstrong girl who was reluctant to join the Navy? Zhanghua was elated to have such a student, while Carp proudly proclaimed that Bai Yang would become the greatest naval soldier. Yet, Bai Yang's obstinate temperament and stance made Zhanghua reluctant to acknowledge her. His students ought to be more composed and considerate of the Navy's interests. He told Bai Yang that when the day came that she truly devoted herself to the Navy's justice, she could call him teacher. Thus, throughout all these years of mentorship, Bai Yang had never once addressed the man who had imparted all his knowledge to her as teacher. After several intense exchanges, Zhanghua was beginning to pant slightly. Had he grown old? At that moment, Bai Yang, as his opponent, took a step back, ceasing her assault. For a moment, the surrounding air fell silent. Ha ha, Luo Bai Yang, you clearly pledged yourself to the Navy. How could you forget your principles? Zhanghua clenched his fists, glaring at her. Luo Bai Yang was a person of unwavering integrity, a fundamental aspect of her character. Unexpectedly, she furrowed her brow. I have assisted you all far too much. If I had not agreed to confront Whitebeard, I would have stood with the Whitebeard pirates from the start. Even if you were wary of me, preventing me from attending the combat meetings, did you think I could not deduce your strategies? Or that I was unaware of the pacifists? To put it plainly, I know far too much about the affairs of naval headquarters. Her voice trembled with agitation, for in this war, she had watched her brothers suffer. Seen Whitebeard harmed by those manipulative schemes. With her temperament, she had endured far too long. And what of Whitebeard? You promised me he would perish in this war. You have not forgotten, have you? Weit bealt will die. As she spoke, Bai Yang's voice softened, and she smiled faintly. I will remain, not to obstruct you. She articulated her words devoid of emotion, merely stating a fact. You wish for the young me to harbor hatred for pirates. Hence I must thank you for the torments I endured and impelled down. Later, you nurtured me vigorously, imparting tactical knowledge, all in hopes of cultivating a capable commander. Yet, after all these years, you never anticipated that I would ultimately not become a member of the Navy, and now, under these circumstances, join the Shichibukai. What I must sever with you now is that very expectation you have held on to all this time. Zhang Guo, filled with rage, struggled to rise. Yet he trembled and could not utter another word. You, Bai Yong gazed into his eyes, resolutely declaring, I will not become a member of the Navy. You insufferable, unruly girl. His roar encapsulated all the hopes Zhang Guo once had for her. Accompanied by a powerful punch, he struck. Ugh! It was a painful and heavy blow. However, Bai Yong did not flinch. She relinquished all her abilities and took the full force of the Buddha's punch. Pain coursed through her, causing her entire body to tremble. Yet her feet remained firmly planted. Though I am a woman, I shall not fall easily, for I aspire to be a leader. This is what you taught me. Blood trickled from the corner of Bai Yang's mouth as she gazed at Zhang Guo, who remained silent, trembling with rage, and she offered a bitter smile. Even now, do you still not intend to speak? The naval soldiers around them were astonished, their eyes fixated on this naval sister. What kind of respect did Bai Yong hold for Marshal Zhang Guo? Everyone in the Navy was aware of it. Then allow me to state it. Under the watchful eyes of her former comrades, Bai Yong announced with a voice imbued with inner strength, I, Luo Bai Yong, have never been a member of the Navy. And now I am a pirate. Furthermore, I am the sister of Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. This was what Zhang Guo had always protected. Why had he never revealed Bai Yang's existence throughout the war? Was it to avoid affecting the morale of the Navy? Only when Bai Yong ascended to the execution platform did she fully comprehend. Zhang Guo still cherished her. He hoped she would join the Navy. The bond forged over many years was not easily discarded. Zhang Guo even allowed her to bid farewell to Ace, and even while rationally binding Bai Yong with Seastone. It proved his unwavering hope. This cannot be. Bai Yang's sister could not possibly be the sister of pirates. Lady Long, please do not jest. How could you be the sister of those two criminals? Wait, then does that mean that Lady Long is the child of Dragon? The once admired sister now instilled panic among the naval ranks. Silence. At this moment, Qing Ji furrowed his brows and commanded everyone to hush. Everyone knows what she is truly like. But are you all willing to pledge allegiance to her? If not, then do what a Navy soldier ought to do. Casting a dispassionate glance at Qing Ji, Bai Yong turned to face Zhang Guo, ignoring the disappointment and shock in the eyes of the soldiers. You have indulged me far too much, teacher, she softly remarked, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes before she quickly concealed it. Finally, she clasped her hands in a deep bow to Zhang Guo. I am sorry. Farewell, my mentor. Zhang Guo accepted her bow in silence, uttering not a single word. At that moment, Bai Yang's journey within the Navy came to an end. Attention, members of the Whitebeard Pirates. I am about to issue my final command as captain. At this moment, the gravely wounded Whitebeard proclaimed his last words with great fervor. I bid you all farewell. Every one of you must survive and return safely to the New World. I am but a remnant of an era, for no ship of the new age can carry me. Set sail, my little ones. Following this declaration, Whitebeard no longer needed to hold back due to concerns for Ace. He unleashed the full might of his Gura Nomi abilities, determined to obliterate Marineford entirely. The colossal naval fortress crumbled before their eyes. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar. Whitebeard was resolute in his desire to perish here, intent on destroying the entire Marine headquarters. Xiang cliquet her dongwei. Furrowing her brow, she had to hurry to reach Ace and the others. However, Sengoku would not allow her passage. As the fleet admiral, he could never permit it. Bai Long, she called softly. Unable to bear another glance at her mentor, she roughly wiped the blood from her lips and turned to dash towards the Whitebeard pirates. It was then that she heard Sengoku's final admonishment directed at her. Child, you promised the Marines. You vowed to stand against Whitebeard. From that moment, you sealed your fate in this war, leaving no room for certainty. Your nature is fraught with too many concerns. Ziyang ran across the battlefield, searching through the smoky haze for her brothers. Soon, she spotted the Straw Hat Boy and the freckled youth ahead. Elation surged within her. All she had to do was reach them. Yet, abruptly, she froze, for not far away stood Akainu. Ace halted in his tracks, having been slandered by Whitebeard. Don't stop. You promised me you wouldn't. Ziyang shouted with all her strength. Surrounding soldiers began to attack her, cannonballs whizzing past, and she found herself unable to charge forward swiftly. That man was insulting their father. Ace clenched his fists upon seeing Ziyang barreling through obstacles toward him. What are you doing? The moment you hesitated, you disrespected Uncle Whitebeard, you wronged Luffy, and all those who came to rescue you. Ziyang had never shouted so desperately at anyone. Her concern for him was overwhelming, and fear gripped her heart. Ace wavered. He could no longer bear to see Ziyang suffer. As a brother, he felt a deep sense of failure. He and Luffy had never truly protected this girl. She was so strong, so devoted to them. Gritting his teeth in anger, he tightened his fists and turned away. The author has something to say. You did not misread. This is the second chapter. In case this segment gets cut off, I fear you might take it out on me. For the sake of my well-being and the story's thrilling conclusion, I am releasing it all at once. Bucky's face, hey. Remember to comment on every chapter. And lengthy reviews too. My red nose has not been red enough these days. Huh, who said I have a red nose? Now, here comes the third chapter, chapter 137. Ziyang fell on the verge of tears, just seeing Ace and Luffy turn and continue running in the distance. She sensed the shift was beginning. However, it was far from over. As an unknown variable in this war, she was relentlessly targeted by snipers. The earlier blow from Sengoku had already burdened her body. After all, she was merely a fragile shell. If not for her current speed and a layer of energy, she would have been easily defeated. But this came at a cost to her offensive capabilities. Each punch, infused with energy, cleared the path of anyone who obstructed her. How could a mere traitor girl run so swiftly? At that moment, Kizaru appeared behind her in the form of light particles. The young girl was truly terrifying. Even I must exert my full strength. Do you remember this move? It pierced through your pirate crew. After all, Hachi Shakakogu. Merely hearing the name of this technique made Ziyang's heart skip a beat, yet she could not look back or halt her stride. She could only attempt to evade such a wide-ranging attack. Kizaru gathered immense orbs of light, unleashing a barrage of lasers that threatened to turn her into Swiss cheese. In that instant, a vibrant green slash cut through the sky, staining it with an aura of dominance. Just as Hachi Shakakogu was released halfway, Kizaru found himself unable to evade and was struck down, suffering severe internal injuries. Do not lay a finger on her. The man known as Mihawk stepped forward, his piercing gaze fixed on Kizaru, the power still swirling around his formidable black blade. How peculiar! How perplexing! Why aid an enemy? Kizaru raised an eyebrow. Yet, the killing intent emanating from the world's greatest swordsman made him hesitate. What are you all waiting for? That girl is no longer a Marine. She severed ties with Admiral Sengoku, did she not? Move quickly. Reluctantly, he ordered all surrounding Marine soldiers to encircle the traitor. Ziyang shot him a glance. Although the earlier laser was blocked by Mihawk, several beams struck her thigh. Running was no longer effortless, leaving a trail of her blood behind her. Although Ace had begun to sprint forward again, Ziyang no longer wished to waste time on these obstacles. Ignoring her leg injury, she pressed on. Now, soldiers from behind were closing in on her. Each soldier hesitated to pull the trigger, aiming at their former idol. But Fire Fist, Ace must die. They were Marines, representatives of justice. Who permitted you brutish men to lay a hand on my friend? Suddenly, the Empress Hancock emerged from behind the Marines, her hands on the ground as she lifted her leg to unleash a fragrant kick. Just as the rear admiral attempted to advance, they found themselves completely immobilized. Fufufu. Let them escape. How amusing it would be. Especially the Dragon Girl. She is quite a fine woman. This was precisely why Sengoku had stated that Ziyang must be eliminated at a crucial moment. She was far too familiar with dangerous individuals. Thus, from the very beginning, Ziyang was designated as a target for extermination by the pacifist agenda. The artificial mechanical tyrant Kuma surrounded Ziyang's path. Her strength had already been significantly reduced in shielding by Long from Sengoku, and facing so many mechanical bears posed a considerable challenge. Cold sweat trickled down her back. She could not afford a delay. Doing so would surely lead Ace and the others to turn back to rescue her. Each mechanical bear towered over her. Collectively unlang lasers aimed at Ziyang. In that moment, figures suddenly leaped down from the sky. Ranso, Kei Dori, Montak Xian Lang, Rancho Xian, Shou Bangquan. These voices were both familiar and foreign. Indeed, it was CP9. They had taken advantage of the ship in the air, soaring through the clouds to arrive here. And that ship was none other than Ziyang's former home, the Siren. The current Siren had been painted jet black, resembling the pirate games of yore. It had truly transformed into a pirate ship. After modifications at Dock No. 1 in Water 7, it was now capable of flying through the air via hot air balloons. and prominently displayed was the black dragon flag. Xiao-yi, Ache, Tali, Li Si-te, and the soldiers who were injured by Huang Yuan's laser, whose bodies had not yet healed, were all there, shouting by Yang's name on the deck. "Captain, we are here to help you. Are you all fools?" Bai Yang roared in anger. "You are the Navy. How could you assist her here?" Now they were no longer that. Rob Lucci, in his leopard form, struck down yet another tyrant bear ready to unleash lasers. His voice remained as indifferent as ever, yet remarkably calm. "None of us wish to owe you a favor. If you understand, hurry and pursue that straw hat brat. Ha ha ha. Those fellows above have been anxiously waiting for you to show your intention to rescue the straw hats." Kaku laughed heartily. "So do not worry about them. Khalifa and Bruno are watching from above." He winked at the anxious Captain Mississippi. The companions Wei Chu, Kabura, and Inwu Mao Tuing all nodded at Bai Yang. They, CP9, would obstruct anyone who attempted to hinder Long Nu Bai Yang. With the aerial support from the cannon fire of the Siren and the blockade by CP9, Bai Yang was swiftly closing in on Ace and the others. "Thank you." Regardless, she would not halt her advance, offering merely a word of gratitude to these so-called allies. At that moment, Akainu paused, calmly adjusting his baseball cap. He did not need to chase after Fire Fist Ace. Just casting a glance in by Yang's direction, he sneered, "Oh, isn't that the most popular coward in the Navy? A few years ago, I admired your impulsiveness for striking the celestial dragons over a few slaves." "Oh, right, Fire Fist Ace, she's your sister, isn't she?" "Indeed, all cowards. She has been hiding under the wings of Sengoku ever since I knocked her down. But it is no wonder, with such a cowardly brother like you. And she being a woman herself." Clenching his fists tightly, Ace halted once more, unable to suppress his fury. Flames danced around him. "Shut up, Akainu. Oh, do you want me to retract my statement about your sister? That is utterly impossible. She is indeed a coward. Not only that, she is a slave to the celestial dragons, even fearing them, relentlessly seeking new slaves to serve them, all while pretending to be righteous." "Huh. Do you know what those people at sea say about your sister? She is nothing but a fraud, a lackey of human traffickers." "Don't listen. Please, Ace. Bai Yang doesn't want us to know." Luffy grabbed the furious Ace, pleading with him. "No, she doesn't need to tell me. I already know that it is not just Whitebeard's anger anymore, but also the regret of never having saved Bai Yang over the years." Ace turned, raising his fist for his family. Everything returned to square one. Sometimes a man must fight. It is a battle that must be fought. This phrase suddenly echoed in Bai Yang's mind. Regardless of whether it was meant to express some masculine virtue by Oda, she did not wish to comprehend it. Her heart skipped a beat, fearing that events would continue to unfold. She ran forward without pause, with no time left. She could not rely on her own frail body. She must rescue Ace. Suddenly stopping in her tracks, she raised her hand as before, but without hesitation this time, extracting her other intact eyeball. With a gentle grip, the eyeball transformed into a magnificent, glowing dragon ball teeming with power. She hurled it backward. At that very moment, the white dragon sword, which had been obstructing the advance of the great Buddha, Sengoku, and other commanders, suddenly vibrated. The sword turned sharply and shot forth, colliding with the Dragon Ball in midair. In the sky, the entire battlefield was enveloped in a brilliant white light upon the collision, rendering everything indistinct. As the white light faded, people's vision gradually returned. The previously clear sky was now shrouded in layers of dark clouds. Thunder and lightning crackled within the booming clouds, and a silver-white dragon appeared on the battlefield. Its semi-transparent silver scales crackled with electricity, and a dragon ball, symbolizing power, rested on its claws. It merely circled above the battlefield, yet left all in shock with a profound sense of dread. This was undoubtedly not a being that belonged in this world. It represented an existence above humanity. The little brat actually possessed such power. Akainu was astonished, trembling. Years ago, he had foreseen that Bai Yang would obstruct justice. Indeed, she must be eliminated first. Clenching his fists, he shouted to the surrounding soldiers, "Do not panic. That power originates from the monster that killed Luo Bai Yang. The creature residing within her will vanish along with her." What had transpired on this battlefield? Bai Yang could no longer see. At the moment the white dragon transformed, she felt as though her very essence had been drained, her body rendered powerless. Stumbling a few steps, she steadied herself. Now, she could feel her strength returning. Warm liquid continued to flow from her other eye socket, while the tremors of the earth, the surrounding thunderous sounds, and the sky's rumbling continued unabated. The white dragon had emerged, engaging Akainu. She could sense the presence of the white dragon, as well as the chaotic breaths of those around her. Yes, while everyone's attention was fixated on the white dragon, she needed to rush to Ace's side. Bai Yong ran unceasingly. It mattered not if her blood ran dry. This frail vessel ultimately belonged to the white dragon. All she needed was to reach Ace and escape with him. Now, no one could obstruct her. No one stood in her way. A roar echoed. It was the white dragon's cry. What had transpired? Was it over? Surely it was over. Had the white dragons swallowed Akainu? Next, they could retreat, and Ace could continue to live on. It was over. What came next? The customary feast. Yes, a feast. She wanted to share a drink with Ace and Luffy. The three of them had not been able to drink together for far too many years. Bai Yong was elated. Even if she could not see, it did not matter. She was strong enough to continue fighting. She could find Ace and Luffy regardless. Yes, guided by their presence. She had already stood beside Ace and the others. Now, the three of them could be together once more. She raised her arm, feeling her way forward. Luffy? Ace? You're there, right? Catch me, let me know. Bai Yong, it's Jinbe's voice. This made her realize that indeed, Luffy and the others were right in front of her. Her searching hand brushed against a straw hat. Ah, Luffy? Is everything all right? Let's hurry and leave. Quickly. She exclaimed excitedly, but in the next moment, she understood something. Was Luffy this short? She had merely raised her hand to touch his straw hat. No, what are you doing? Luffy, Ace, I warn you, if you bully me like this, I will hit you. Suddenly, her tone shifted. Ah, did you see that I am blind, and that is why you were too shocked to speak? Don't overthink it. It's just my eyes. Escaping is our priority right now. So Luffy, Ace, can you please say something? Who will speak first? After a long pause, Luffy's voice finally shattered the seemingly silent battlefield. Wah! Bai Yong shook her head vehemently. She detested, deeply loathed, the sound of Luffy's cries. For in this climactic battle atop the summit, the echoes of that boy's lament would forever haunt her, a distant memory from a past life. No Karain, I cannot abide your tears. Her disbelief surged. They were all deceiving her. In a frantic rush, she extended her hands to confirm. Where is Ace? What has become of him? At last, the warm, sticky blood upon her palms revealed the grim truth. Luffy, half kneeling on the ground, Ace collapsed before him, and upon Ace's back, a gaping wound of immense proportions. No, no, do not. Please no. All their efforts had culminated in failure. The nightmare had manifested in its most brutal form. What had she done over these years? Failure, failure, failure. Ace was gone. His death mirrored the narrative crafted by Oda, as he shielded his brother from Akainu's deadly strike. Yet this time, the two brothers had united to confront Akainu, both determined to protect their family. Ultimately, even the formidable Bai Long could not arrive in time. There are moments when even the mightiest are powerless. It was fated that Ace would perish in this war. Luffy, I am sorry. Your attempt to save me has been in vain. Bai Yong, I lack the strength to seek you out. Please tell her that as her elder sister. We have always relied on your kindness. It is time to let go and live for ourselves. If only I could sail the seas with you. I have always wanted you to be my little sister, so you could indulge in your charms. Finally, I must express my gratitude to you, who has cared for me since childhood, treating me as family. Thank you, sister. The author wishes to convey, my gratitude is boundless. This sentiment is not solely for Ace. It is a message I too wish to impart to Bai Yong. You have endured so much over the years, selflessly bearing burdens without fear of reproach. Your life has been lived without regret. The monumental battle atop the summit, which has captivated the world, is nearing its conclusion for the pivotal figure who ignited this conflict. Poor Gasti, Ace has passed away. The Admiral Akainu, responsible for Ace's demise, was first thwarted by Bai Long, who prevented him from further assaulting Luffy and Bai Yong. He was then struck down by Whitebeard, who sent him hurtling into the chasm of the island. Ace's death incited a fury within Whitebeard. With the immense power of the Gura no Mi, Marine Headquarters, Marineford was obliterated in a single blow, cleaving the island in twain, one half for the Marines, the other for the pirates. Yet, Whitebeard's resolve did not conclude the matter. The nefarious Marshal D. Teach, who had previously assaulted, impelled down, and released notorious Level 6 prisoners, emerged. This man, at long last, unveiled his grand ambitions, orchestrating a treacherous assault against Whitebeard. In the end, it was not you, Roger, whom I awaited, certainly not Teach. Just as there are those who inherit Roger's will, so too will emerge individuals who carry Ace's spirit. Even if bloodlines are severed, their flame shall never extinguish. Thus, The legacy passed down through generations will one day see those who bear the weight of centuries of history challenging this world. Sengoku, your world government has long feared the impending cataclysmic battle that will engulf the world. Do you not feel the urgency? One day, when that treasure is discovered, the world shall be turned upside down. Someone will find it. That day will surely come. One Piece is real. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, has fallen at the age of 72. Though he has departed, his body stands unwavering, even with half of his head missing. Such a stance, defeating foes even in death, is nothing short of monstrous. Throughout this battle, he endured 267 sword wounds, 152 bullets, and 46 cannonballs. Nevertheless, he maintained a dignified posture. This pirate's life was untainted by regret. His final words reignited the pinnacle of the pirate era. Dreams never cease. The battle is not over. The injured must continue onward. For those who inherit, our will still exist. Hey, freckled fool, I've suddenly come to a realization. You know, it's nothing. I've decided. I shall be your elder sister. You cannot refuse. You will be the little sister. Huh, I've decided too. You will be the little sister. And you cannot refuse. Ugh, Sabo is dead. I do not know who killed him, but it must be tied to freedom. Though he never grasped it, he has departed. Yet we have shared sake and brotherhood, and we are still alive. Therefore, we must live without regret. One day, we will set sail and live the lives we desire. Freer than anyone else, I shall become a pirate, fighting endlessly without yielding. I seek the highest renown. Only then can I prove my existence. No matter how many oppose me or despise me, I shall become the greatest pirate. I will make them take notice. I will never flee, nor will I succumb to anyone, regardless of the fear my adversaries may wield. My name shall echo throughout every corner of the world. Bai Yong wept amidst this war filled with formidable warriors. No one had ever witnessed this powerful girl known as the Dragon Lady in such a state. Her sobs so heart-wrenching that those around her could scarcely bear to look. Bai Yong, you must be strong, just as Luffy is. You must persevere in this world without Ace. Whether tomorrow or the day after, you must rise and live. Jinbei, gravely injured, attempted to lift the sorrowful girl, unable to endure the sight any longer. They called for her, urging her to leave. Yet Bai Yong refused to budge from the blood-soaked ground where the young man lay, crying incessantly, "Just as I vowed before, my life has no regrets. What I truly desire is not fame, but the feeling that being alive is indeed wonderful." No, do not recall his final words. She clutched her hair, shaking her head in despair. What does it matter if living is wonderful? It is not enough. It is not enough. I want you to live. The darkened sky, laden with ominous clouds, crackled with lightning, heralding an impending storm, yet no rain fell. At that moment, as Bai Yong lost control of her emotions, lightning began to descend. The thunderous sky unleashed blue currents that struck the ground, scorching everything in their path. What is happening above? Ah, run. The lightning is coming down. Weapons. Cast aside your weapons. Metal attracts it. Do not flee. For justice, to protect the people, we must continue the pursuit. Curse it. These Marines. Ace. Heaven has conspired for your demise. The frequency of the lightning strikes intensified, resembling a torrential downpour, affecting both Marines and pirates alike, leaving all who witnessed the battlefield through the den mushy in shock. The entire battlefield was suffused with a cerulean glow, yet around the bodies of Baihuzi and Ace, not a single bolt of lightning struck. Roar! Calm down. The white dragon, hovering ominously above Bai Yong, let out a thunderous cry, as if warning something or someone, yet those addressed remained indifferent, lying beside their deceased brother, consumed by tears. At this moment, Bai Yang's soul had become exceedingly unstable, causing not only the sky to rage with tempestuous winds and lightning, but also rendering the white dragon's power erratic, fluctuating between great and small. You are wasting our strength. The white dragon shouted at her. Ace, even if the whole world disallows your existence, I will forever hold you dear. Gasp I have always just wanted you to survive. It was futile. The burden of the past decade weighed heavily on that individual, now only experiencing the agony of losing a brother, a pain that was utterly heart-wrenching. The white dragon circled high above, gazing down at the humans below, those fleeing amidst the lightning or continuing to fight for their own will. This is what they call war. The sky unleashed a torrent of lightning, as if exacting divine retribution. Yet, should this continue, the intensity of the lightning would obliterate the entire battlefield, and countless lives would be lost. If the balance of this world was predetermined from the very beginning, then those who disrupt that balance are destined to be erased. He tightened his grip on the dragon ball clasped in his claws as its radiance diminished. The colossal dragon's form gradually shrank to a mere 10 meters, sealing away most of his power. Similarly, the lightning in the sky dissipated significantly. Boom! Suddenly, along the path where the pirates fled, a surge of molten lava erupted from the ground, ultimately taking on a humanoid shape. It was Akainu. I said I wouldn't let you escape. Why not obediently surrender your lives, you foolish lot? He emerged, bearing the wounds inflicted by Baihuzi, transforming from a fisher back in a molten rock. This is bad. It's Akainu, Ivankov exclaimed. Jinbei, there is no time for the dragon girl to mourn. Straw Hat Boy is likely on the verge of a mental breakdown. Quickly, get them both out of here. Upon finishing his words, his enlarged face turned towards Akainu. Ha ha ha. Hell's blink. Boom. Meanwhile, the encircled Rob Lucci and others came to a halt at that moment. Hey, withdraw? Escape? What does that mean? That woman is still crying over there. Gabra, in his werewolf form, appeared extremely enraged. It means exactly that. Rob Lucci fell silent for a moment, furrowing his brow as he returned the din mushy to his suit pocket. Lucci, do you think he can be trusted? Kaku asked, somewhat apprehensively. The most trustworthy person on that ship is him. A sardonic smile crept onto Rob Lucci's lips as he cast a deep glance at the weeping figure not far away. She is crying so unattractively. Let us go. Leave no traces for the government. Ivankov, you're such a nuisance. If that little brat refuses to leave, then let her descend to hell along with Fire Fist Ace. I will never let you pass. Ha ha ha. Ivankov, already battered from the previous battle, was no match for Akainu, who sent him flying several meters with a single molten punch. Yet that devastating molten fist did not cease, ruthlessly heading towards Bai Yang's direction. Bai Yang, I apologize, Jinbei exclaimed urgently, hoisting the unconscious Luffy, while his other hand reached for the invisible Bai Yang. I will take her away. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared. Jinbei was taken aback, glancing at the little girl lost in endless sorrow, then at the man standing behind her, nodding in acknowledgement. He rushed towards the harbor with Luffy. The next instant, a resounding hum rang out as the massive molten fist was cleaved in half by a brilliant green slash. Huh. I never expected you, Mihawk, to take action. But for you, it's probably just a fleeting whim. Isn't it? Akainu sneered maliciously, his right hand gradually transforming in a molten rock. Hand over the traitor. Kill her, and I will pursue that straw hat brat. I've said it before. Anyone else can escape, but those few must die. Mihawk. At that moment, Marco arrived, having just had his sea-stone handcuffs removed. He stood in front of the other captains. He glanced at Mihawk. I do not know why you wish to say Bai Yang, but regardless, she is Ace's sister, our family, and father previously commanded us. Marco, that little girl is a good sister, quite endearing. Neither Sengoku nor I want her die. Regardless of her affiliation with the Marines, we will protect her escape. Resolute in his thoughts, Marco clenched his fists. Retracting his sword imbued with haki, Mihawk frowned. You should hurry and assist Jinbei and the Straw Hat Boy. She requires no protection. What? Why is this Mihawk so difficult to communicate with? Just as a pirate was about to retort, Akainu's advancing figure was suddenly struck by a white shadow from the sky. With a thunderous crash, the molten rock spewed from Akainu engulfed the area in thick black smoke. As the swirling haze gradually cleared, it revealed the long dragon that had been circling above. Roar! His deep growl sent Akainu crashing into the ground with a single sweep of his tail. Marco was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Bai Yang is in your hands, Mihawk. Even if once an enemy, those who are appreciated can become friends. Jinbei, the Whitebeard pirates, they all safeguarded the Straw Hat Boy, the pride of the heavens, as he fled. Now, the only ones remaining unwilling to leave are you. The sharp, dark golden eyes concealed certain emotions well, such as heartache. Mihawk furrowed his brow, just as he did when he first encountered that unruly little girl. He needed to teach her a lesson. How long will you continue to cry? He yanked her up. Woo-woo, don't touch me. I want to stay with him. Woo-woo. Bai Yang shrugged off his hands, utterly refusing to leave. She had wept to the point of breathlessness, yet still continued to sob. Where has that once arrogant woman, renowned throughout the Grand Line, who feared no one and fought fiercely, gone? You should not be like this. Your face should never lack a smile, because you fear nothing, as you are so strong and radiant upon these seas. Get up. No longer gentle, he yanked her upright. Yet despite this, Yang continued to struggle. Regardless of how Mihawk restrained her, she did not wish to depart. Ace's body was still warm, his blood staining his back. She felt Ace lying there on the cold ground. Countless days and nights, every time she closed her eyes, she could vividly recall everything. Woo. After living for so many years, what was it all for? To survive. This war has ended for you. Mihawk pulled Yang to face him. It is all over. Fire Fist Ace is dead. This is reality, and it is what you must accept. Or do you regret everything you have done? Regret your life? Regret? Ace's words echoed her mind. One day, they would all set sail, living the lives they desired, freer than anyone else. Regret? Having committed such foolish acts for the sake of so many, and bearing the weight of a flawed sense of justice, this life of mine, filled with family, friends, and those I cherish, allows me to pursue justice without restraint, surrounded by countless who adore me. Yerbo no regrets. I act in accordance with my heart, unbound by the expectations of others. This is my freedom. Gently, Yang ceased her struggles, listening to the sounds as she turned towards Luffy. My life bears no regrets. Just as Ace does now, our brother still lives. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she wiped the tears from her face. Her voice had become hoarse from weeping. I truly am a sight to behold. Suddenly, the roar of the white dragon echoed across the sky. It turned out that the white dragon, who had been shielding against Akainu with its body, had been ambushed by Kizaru. Countless lasers and molten fists struck him, with one laser even piercing through him. In that very moment, an invisible force pierced through Yang's chest, right where her heart lay. Blood erupted from her mouth, and her very soul began to scream in agony. It hurts so much, she felt the pain of the white dragon. You had been using your strength to protect her soul all along, hadn't you? Were you not supposed to be devoid of emotions? Has her soul influenced you too deeply? I am sorry for causing you such pain. This inadequate vessel of yours has brought you such suffering. For you, losing must be a source of shame. Grinding her teeth in regret, she realized, Mihawk, you always said I was not truly strong. Indeed, my spirit is far too fragile. The low growls of the white dragon continued to resonate, warning Akainu and Kizaru not to approach him any further. Wiping the blood from her lips, Yang smiled at the faltering presence of the hawk-eyed Mihawk. I'm sorry, Mihawk. My battle at the summit has come to an end. Mihawk stood frozen, for the woman he had been guarding had, in this moment, pushed him away. Everything unfolding before his eyes seemed to move in slow motion. The woman rushed towards the trapped white dragon, and at the same time, the white dragon soared upwards, racing towards her. Then, the dragon, diving from the heights, opened its formidable jaws filled with sharp teeth and swallowed the woman whole. Blood spilled from its jagged maw, of vivid crimson. The black sword that had accompanied him for so many years was raised and swung down. Mihawk, in that moment, was uncertain of the emotions that propelled his strike. They were far too complex. Even the world's greatest swordsman could crumble. Could he not? The monumental battle at the summit concluded, ultimately ceasing under the intervention of the Yonko Shanks. In this war, countless shocking revelations emerged, and many powerful beings perished. Some from the Navy and some from the pirate ranks. They stood in this grand conflict, driven by their own convictions, until their lives, lived without regret, came to an end. Yet, in the eyes of this vast sea, they are all heroes. Among them, one individual will be mourned by pirates and the Navy alike. Even if it is forbidden for the Navy, she is both a traitor to them and the dragon of the seven warlords, Luo Yang. It is said that to save her sworn brother, Fire Fist Ace, she agreed to confront Whitebeard on behalf of the government, and in her quest for greater power, forged a pact with her cursed blade. However, in the end, as the cursed blade was destroyed, the power rebounded. The cursed blade transformed into a dragon that consumed her, pulling her straight down into the depths of the earth, into hell itself. The sea watches over this world's beginning and knows its end. Thus, it beckons towards the path that must be taken. It guides towards the rightful world. Pain and suffering, all are embraced by me. The vast gentleness envelopes me. The sea observes the genesis of this world. The sea is also aware of its conclusion. Should I vanish from this world, the sea will know. I must not panic, for you are here. I must not fear, for my comrade the wait. Forward I shall march toward the azure expanse. Across that distant sea, a song dedicated to mourning companions resounds. The author wishes to convey. The concluding song is the theme for the strongest adversary Z from the latest One Piece film, sung by Aozora. It is a song of remembrance for fallen comrades in the Navy, titled Hai Dao, the Sea's Guidance. In truth, Many within the Navy secretly mourn Bai Yong. The thoughts and meanings behind this I shall not elaborate here. They all know what kind of person Bai Yong truly is, and the nature of her soul. Those interested may listen while viewing the final segment. P.S. This chapter was originally completed, but it lacked the thrill I desired. So I decisively deleted and rewrote it. It has grown late. My apologies. Chapter 139. On the island of Konglai Ganai, perpetually shrouded in gloomy weather, stands a mansion that, despite enduring years of war, still retains its former elegance. Surrounding the mansion is a vast expanse of roses, blood red and exquisite, as if no flower in this world could surpass their beauty. Here resides the world's foremost swordsman, who favors wearing a black top hat adorned with white fur and a matching long black cloak, wielding the soft yet razor-sharp black sword, Yuru. He is known as Hawkeye. Sharp and composed, like an eagle, his heart remains tranquil, as if no event could stir the slightest ripple. After the Summit War, the world has undergone numerous transformations. However, Hawkeye believes these changes are of no concern to him. He remains unchanged. All he seeks now is a moment of peace. Within the eerie mansion, many rooms lie empty. He likely only occupies the bedroom, study, bathroom, and wine cellar. Even if an uninvited guest were to arrive, today would be just like any other, spent reading to pass the time. Yet, the kitchen and dining area, places Hawkeye seldom visits, provide him with a sense of comfort and familiarity. At the dining table, glasses of wine are consumed one after another, while pages of a book are turned. Despite having read it twice already, this marks the third reading. It is a book in which he holds little interest. During the first two readings, he barely engaged, skimming the text without truly absorbing it. The first time was on Bess Island. The second occurred at an inn with a beautiful sea view. As the wine ran dry once more, he reached for another bottle nearby, only to discover that the dining table was already cluttered with empty bottles. Having drained the wine, he realized he had consumed far too much. Am I drunk? No. Yet, he seemed to grasp something of feeling. What are you reading? He closed the book and asked the empty chair beside him. Yet he saw a smile. Oh, I am watching you. Now he recalled why he chose to read that uninteresting book. It was precisely due to his lack of interest that he found an excuse to divert his attention towards the woman beside him. He could no longer remember when the little girl had transformed into a woman in his eyes. The memory eluded him. Creaking, he opened the wine cellar once again, only to find that this level S wine had already been depleted. On the adjacent shelf, the golden orange sweet wine is filled to the brim. He has purchased far too much. At the time of buying, he felt it insufficient. He does not particularly enjoy this type of liquor. With a gulp, he returns to his previous spot, pouring the golden orange rum into a mismatched wine glass. The distinctive aroma of the sweet wine wafts through the air. This scent is unforgettable. It was the same fragrance when he kissed that woman for the first time, as she was intoxicated. In her drunken frenzy, she kissed him, prompting him to advise her to kiss only when sober. In truth, he merely wished for her to acknowledge her feelings for him, so he would not have to smirk self-deprecatingly whenever he recalled those kisses. He takes a delicate sip from the glass, allowing the liquid to merely touch his lips. The rum in the goblet forms a peculiar combination, especially as this glass has been used by both him and the woman. He sips slowly, akin to a soft kiss, for he cannot forget. In a moment of reverie, he seems to feel the softness of their gentle kisses again. The glass clinks and shatters on the ground, becoming irreparably fragmented during his daydream. He does not succumb to despair. He simply desires a moment of peace. The eagle-eyed one has been inebriated every day and night following that war. Yet, he remains sober, reminding himself that he merely seeks to find a certain feeling. He is not engaged in the debauchery of incessant drinking. On occasion, he rises to prepare some dishes. He remembers the recipes of the meals Bai Yong once made, though the flavors leave much to be desired. The mansion is not small, with empty rooms connected by corridors. Wherever he wanders, the hollow sound of footsteps echoes. His own footsteps. Zulakir, Uncle, Eagle-Eye, Mihawk, Mihawk, Mihawk. Do not call me anymore. Do not call me. He reads as usual, drinks as usual, practices swordsmanship as usual. Everything remains as it once was, that time before Bai Yong appeared. Only at night does he sit on the sofa by the bed, turning on a small lamp to read. The glow of the lamp is dim, yet he places it in the corner, allowing the light to illuminate only himself. Thus, the room does not become overly bright, allowing her to sleep peacefully. In this mansion, every corner reminds him of Bai Yong. He longs to escape, telling himself that everything is as it should be, yet he yearns for that feeling. It is akin to the elusive fragrance of roses that seems to linger, caressed by the night breeze. In his ears, Yang gently calls to him. Mihawk, Eagle Eye has accepted Roronoa Zoro's request. He will teach him swordsmanship. Not only because this clumsy young man is willing to forsake his dignity for his comrades, but also due to Yang's past jest. Perhaps one day, someone will take that arrogant brat as a disciple. Was it merely a jest? Perhaps she has long been aware of too many things, including her own demise. Perona informs Eagle Eye that the Dragon Lady once visited the garden. Thus, a wooden box was unearthed from beneath the roots of a rose bush. What lies within? 2 photographs, one of him in a ridiculous apron, another from Basie Island, featuring him and her. The bloody wedding dress, the one he had custom-made for her, meant for a proposal. He acknowledges his own possessiveness. There is also a letter, though it seems not expressly meant for him, as that woman was never so candid. I shall never leave you in this lifetime. I want to be with you forever and ever and ever. Eagle Eye. So you and the Dragon Lady were lovers. Perona's words compel him to down another sip of liquor. No, I have already been rejected. The vivid red blood blossoms before him, akin to the exquisite petals of roses in the garden. She died before his very eyes. Eagle Eye questions himself. As the world's strongest, standing at the pinnacle, can he too crumble? The Grand Line in the skies. This is a black pirate ship, remodeled from a warship. Its flag bearing a black dragon, propelled by 4 enormous hot air balloons, powered by generators and various shells from a sky island. Hey, is she really dead? Why have we been guarding her corpse for so long? Gabra's agitated voice reverberates throughout the conference room. That cannot be said. My air gate opened just in time, and that dragon came rushing in. Bruno's voice remained steady. The air gate opened from the deck, close to the ground. The dragon did not consume the captain. It regurgitated him unharmed. Indeed, Bruno is correct. Inwu Cat Owl lowers his head in contemplation. However, the captain does not seem to be breathing. Yaya. Since he is devoid of breath, I concur with Gabra. Enough. Stop speaking. Califa wipes her tear-stained eyes with a handkerchief. She's not dead. Since the first mate has said so, though she lacks breath, she is deemed not dead. I, an old man, cannot comprehend this. Kaku glances at the man beside him, who has a dove perched on his shoulder, gently swirling his wine glass. Lucci listens to everyone's words and smiles. The dragon hasn't left. If it hasn't left, then that woman is still alive. It's as simple as that. Just weeks prior, merely days after the conclusion of the Marineford War, preparations for the funerals of Whitebeard and Ace were underway on the Grand Line. Perhaps, in everyone's hearts, the two were merely asleep, not departed. Red-haired, a man cloaked in black approached Shanks. His demeanor was far from courteous, showing no inclination to offer respect to one of the 4 emperors. What business do you have with me at such a critical juncture? If you seek a fight, I regret to inform you that I do not have the time to entertain you. Shanks chuckled, exuding an aura formidable enough to instill fear in even the most skilled. Yet this man did not flinch. Who was he to board his ship unnoticed? No one stopped him. No, it was Beckman who allowed him entry. Captain, this man's leader is a familiar face to us. Beckman, pipe in mouth, entered the scene. He had already gleaned something and leaned against the door, opting for silence. Listening intently, casting a glance at this vice-captain, who even Admiral Kizaru fears, the cloaked man smiled with a hint of mockery. Ah, that woman is acquainted with some peculiar beings. Having said this, the man produced a cylindrical glass vessel from beneath his cloak. It was unclear what lay within, but one could surmise it was a medical instrument. I bring a gift from my captain, for Fire Fist Ace. There is but one additional condition. As per her request, the one to wield the knife must be none other than myself. It was only until the moment of Fire Fist Ace's demise that Casa comprehended the meaning behind Yang's assertion that he would be the final trump card. Each time he reflects on this, he cannot help but mock the audacity of that woman, questioning the extent of her trust in him. That day, when Yang was liberated from Impel Down, everyone sought to assist her escape, Casa included. Yet, he never anticipated that this woman would be bold enough to divulge the entirety of her plans to him, entrusting him with a collection of so-called relics. The items and photographs aboard the Siren had been left in her captain's quarters, while memories of the EC were sent back to Fengshe Village in Rogue Town. Ultimately, those belonging to the Navy were entrusted to Vice Admiral Karp. From the very beginning, Luo Baiyang was aware of her impending demise. She had prepared herself for it, including the final gift from Fire Fist Ace, his own entrails. During her time in Impel Down, Baiyang endeavored to approach Ace by any means possible, but the handcuffs rendered her unable to utilize her powers. Thus, in her quest for liberation and the use of her abilities, She proposed to Sengoku that she become a warlord of the sea. As fate would have it, when Ace broke free from his captors, she seized the moment, employing her powers to create a square incision in Ace's abdomen. Following that, she transformed the entrails into cubes, absorbing them into her own body. And she did not withdraw her hands from the pockets of her coat until she boarded the siren. Her hands were stained with the blood-red cubes of entrails. Should she perish, she was uncertain whether the ability to maintain the cubes would vanish or be destroyed outright. The living entrails were entrusted to Cass's care, for Bai Yong had unwavering faith in his medical prowess. Nevertheless, it was not the safest course of action, especially after her body, which housed her powers, had been ravaged by the White Dragon. In a state of profound fear, she immediately inquired about Fire Fist Ace upon returning to Navy headquarters. What had become of him? She even confessed to Sengoku that she had struck him. Fortunately, everything remained within her control. Bai Yong genuinely believed she could overcome all obstacles through strength and save Ace. But the unwavering faith she had held over the years could not restore her brother, leading her to profound regret. However, she left behind a final gambit for the one she trusted most. The cubic entrails maintained their shape until the conclusion of the war, as Casa meticulously nurtured them in a vessel by every means possible. He was acutely aware of the gamble he was taking, uncertain when the ability to sustain the cubes might fade. Thus, he hastened to find the red-haired Shanks. The procedure to reattach the entrails did not take long. Once returned to Ace's body, they resumed their rightful place. This appeared to be due to Bai Yong having previously infused her blood and a portion of her Dragon Ball powers into the entrails. However, Cass's operation was more than a mere reattachment. He needed to ensure that Fire Fist Ace experienced death once. The heart must cease its beating for a moment, allowing the life cards that existed in this world to be genuinely cleansed. The risk of allowing Fire Fist Ace to continue living was exceedingly great. But what of it? That woman had devised such a plan, one in which even he foolishly participated. He entrusted a letter intended for Ace to Shanks, at which point Casa remained uncertain whether the surgery had succeeded. For although Fire Fist Ace's body had returned to life, he had yet to awaken. Yet, as a member of the Navy, Casa had done enough by this point. Returning to the siren days later, Casa hurried back, eager to discover how long that woman intended to sleep. Did she not realize that her foolish little subordinates were on the verge of turning the infirmary into a flower shop? Dying amidst a sea of blossoms is not entirely unappealing. Casa, the vice captain, not the captain. The loud voice from the tower echoed throughout the siren. However, it seemed that the other crew members were largely unfazed. Their captain had escaped from the ship before. Lister emerged from the control room. All we need to do is wait for her return. She is our captain, after all, right? Yes, of course, Shuai exclaimed. The master will undoubtedly return. Frowning, Casa rubbed his temples in exasperation. He had rushed back over several days. He wished they would not make such a fuss. Truly, you all have such faith in that woman. I'm going to rest. Lister, you handle the rest. Oh, Casa, vice captain, don't tell me you're also going to become lazy like the captain? Archer grinned. Adjusting his glasses, the refined man paused. I remain a member of the Navy, unlike you fallen pirates. However, since we are all working under that woman, a bit of laziness is only natural, isn't it? The author has something to say. This chapter reminds us that the story continues 140 chapters, this is the last one. Detached from the clamor of the world, we find ourselves on the island of women, Amazon Lily, situated in the Calm Belt. To treat Luffy and Law, an emergency exception was made to allow docking near the island. The heart-wrenching cries of the Straw Hat Boy could be heard even from the shore, a sound so piercing it felt as though he might shatter his own vocal cords. What on earth is Jinbei planning to do with that guy in the forest? Chopper scratched the back of his head. Regardless, if the Straw Hat continues like this, he will surely perish, Pecan stated gravely. I fear Usopp will curse us from beyond. Usopp, oh no. Upon hearing this, Beepo clenched his furry paw, letting out a pained howl. Fool, stop yelling. We are all pirates. We must let go when it's time off. The name Usopp once again stirred the heartbreak of the Heart Pirates, save for one, their captain, Trafalgar Law, who sat quietly sipping red wine, uttering not a single word. At that moment, a white figure appeared in the distance, drawing closer. Law squinted at the white figure, gradually furrowing his brow, for it was the white dragon from the battlefield, but unlike before, its form now measured only 4 or 5 meters. And upon it stood a silhouette. The white cloak was impossible to forget. Law froze, suddenly standing, taking a few steps forward. The white dragon, dashing through the air, flew with speed, yet unsteadily, hurtling directly toward the shore. Room. As the white dragon was about to collide with the shore, Law expanded a light blue semicircle, glancing at the positions of his comrades on the shore, and called out, "Jinbei!" just as the white dragon was about to crash into the land. The giant Jinbei stepped forward, opening his arms to embrace the oncoming dragon. Ugh! The force of the impact sent him stumbling back until he finally collided with the largest tree at the back, barely managing to stop. The ground beneath his feet was marked by deep impressions from the force of his retreat. At that very moment, Luo cast the wine bottle from his hand, his right fingers interlacing. An exchange. In an instant, the woman atop the dragon's back and the wine bottle, suspended in midair, swapped places. Thus, the woman suddenly appeared before him, her momentum unyielding despite the instantaneous relocation, crashing directly into him. The impact was formidable. Luo clutched Bai Yong tightly as they tumbled to the ground, rolling several times to dissipate the force of their collision. Is it satisfactory for the Dragon Lady to always make such a unique entrance? He mused, exhaling softly upon realizing the woman in his embrace was relatively unharmed. He certainly did not possess the robust physique of Changba, and perhaps he ought to heed her advice to consume more food regularly. Meanwhile, the wine bottle, having been thrust away by the gust created by Bai Long's rush, had already vanished into the depths of the sea, as tranquility enveloped them. The woman atop him remained silent, a malicious smile curling at her lips. "Dragon Lady, what troubles you? Your rare warmth towards me is quite unexpected." It was only then that she regained her composure, propping herself up on his chest with her arms. This allowed Luo to perceive her current appearance more clearly. Her skin was starkly pale, devoid of color, marred by numerous surgical scars. The sheer number of these sutured lines was almost grotesque. Remarkably, her exquisite face bore no trace of such marks, her eyes gently closed as if she simply chose not to open them. Yet, rumors of the Dragon Lady having gouged out her own eyes had circulated widely. In this vast ocean, even among female pirates, she was perhaps the only one who so recklessly neglected her own body. "Where is Luffy?" Bai Yong inquired, her voice hoarse and somewhat feeble. "In the forest nearby," Luo replied nonchalantly, his lips curving downward unexpectedly as he continued to gaze at her, his eyes unwavering. He did not speak, merely observing as she gradually rose to her feet, supporting the white dragon as they ventured into the woods. Beepo trembled, yearning to step forward, yet his body refused to obey, as if gripped by fear. I miss Usopp, but it's so terrifying." "What's the matter?" Pekin exclaimed, startled by Beepo's reaction. "We should be happy that Usopp is alive. But that dragon is terrifying. Moreover, I can smell the scent of death on Usopp. He's turned into a zombie. Stop talking nonsense. Our nurse Usopp is alive." Xiaoqi retorted vehemently, her agitation evident. Perhaps her loud rebuttal was a means of reassuring herself. Disregarding the sutures and Usopp's pallid skin, a low growl emitted from Bai Long, as if issuing a warning. Bai Yong gently patted him in a soothing manner. I understand. When one is unseen, they can perceive their surroundings more acutely. The sound of the wind through the trees, the fragrance of the grass, the warmth of the sunlight cascading down, such ease, devoid of all worries. It felt reminiscent of the time in Windmill Village many years ago. Now she had let go, no longer burdened by concerns for her brothers or those entangled in her fate. Every action she took was now for herself alone, driven by longing. She had arrived at Jiushi Island. In her previous emotional state, that weeping little brat would have abandoned him, leaving him to rise on his own. But now, Luffy, are you well? In a world without Ace, you must be suffering greatly. Do you miss Ace? Just as she misses you, having not offered you a kind face since Water 7. It feels as if ages have passed since she last saw you or spoke with you properly. You are so strong. She knows that. Thus, may she embrace you this time? In doing so, she finds her own solace. The sound of footsteps crunching on broken branches filled the air, the wind more pronounced than in the dense forest, indicating an open space ahead. Bai Yong. Luffy's voice rang out instantly, calling her name. After confirming the death of his brother Ace, the Straw Hat Boy was engulfed in unparalleled anguish. Yet no amount of self-inflicted pain could restore what was lost. Jinbei questioned him, what remains? He still had his comrades. Before the tears of longing for his friends could fall, a familiar figure emerged from the forest, one of the people he missed dearly. "Ah, it's me." Bai Yong raised her hands, reaching out to feel her way ahead. In the next moment, a warm embrace enveloped her. The strength of the Straw Hat Boy was overwhelming. as if he needed to assure himself that she was not a figment of his imagination. Holding her tightly, he wept uncontrollably. Bayong, you're alive. I miss you so much. Luffy cried with such profound sadness and pain. Yet Bayong could no longer maintain her facade of strength. She could hardly even pat the boy's head to reassure him that all was well. I miss you too. Tears streamed down her face, uncontrollable, and she held him close. Both of them lost in their grief. Was it the aftermath of war survival, or simply the ache of longing? It had been far too many years. She could finally shed her armor. She could wholly embrace Luffy, confiding in him that as an older sister, she was not as resilient as she appeared. She yearned for their protection and care. They wept together for what felt like an eternity until Bayong, breathless, finally released her equally tearful brother, gently wiping his tears away. Luffy, every time you cry, my heart feels as if it is shattering. That is why I never allow you to cry. You are no longer that little brat trailing behind me and Ace. In a future without us, regardless of the hardships this world may present, no matter who departs from your life, even in failure, you must continue to forge ahead. God does not present us with insurmountable obstacles. Bayong, are you leaving me too? The Straw Hat Boy could hardly believe it, gripping her arms tightly. No response came from a sister who had cherished and protected him throughout his life. Trembling, Luffy bit his lip, tears swirling in his eyes. He longed to cry, but he could not, absolutely could not shed another tear. Feeling the tremors of his hands clutching her arms, Bayong managed a bittersweet smile. Even though she could not see, how could she be unaware of Luffy's desire to weep? Yet this boy, known for his tears, was now enduring for her sake. Gently, she kissed his forehead. Farewell, my pirate king, my brother. Luffy released his hold. In Marineford, he had once been unwilling to let go. What was he to do without Ace? How would he cope without Bayong? No, he still had his comrades. Everything has not come to an end. He must continue to move forward. Sister, I will become the pirate king, just like you, and I shall no longer allow anyone to bully you. My little sister? Would you like to be my sister? No, I'm older than you, so I shall be your elder sister. I will take care of you from now on. No way. I am a man and cannot allow you to take care of me. Oh, then let us do this. You will be my younger brother, and I shall look after you. How does that sound? All right, I agree. Then call me sister. Why should I? Did you not just say you would be my younger brother? Fine, sister. The high-altitude sea breeze was both cold and piercing, swiftly drying the tears on Bayong's face. Yet she felt no pain. Bailong once again carried her aloft, departing from Joshi Island, leaving her younger brother behind, grasping tightly onto Bailong's scales. Her voice was hoarse and choked with emotion. I have let go of everything. I miss Luffy, so I came to see him. However, tears cascaded down once more, striking against the silvery scales beneath her, scalding hot. I cannot forget. I am sorry. I cannot forget that man. I made a promise. I want to see him again after the war. Konglai Jianai Island began to rain again. It was already a place with few pleasant days, and today was especially damp. The rain was not heavy, yet it was persistent. Raindrops pelted against the enormous windows, pattering, creating a cacophony in the otherwise silent mansion. The man seated on the sofa set down his wine glass and gazed quietly out the window, the firewood crackling in the hearth. In such weather, he had grown accustomed to lighting the fireplace, warming both the study and the bedroom. It reminded him of that rainy day. Delicate purple flowers remained quietly in a glass cup, resilient yet filled with poison. They were impossible to part with, causing pain that pierced to the bone. At last, the bandaging was complete. Perona drifted by in the corridor, wiping away non-existent sweat and letting out a sigh of relief. Hey, Mihawk, are you not taking him out of train today? You always have to beat Roronoa half to death before you're satisfied, and it leaves me utterly exhausted. All right, you may go, Mihawk said, downing a gulp of wine. He was venting his frustrations on Roronoa, or perhaps merely seeking someone to spar with, just as that woman had done in the past. At that moment, Perona's little spirits gathered around her, dancing excitedly. What are you saying? There's a woman outside? Ha ha ha. That's impossible. No one would come to this island. Crash. The wine glass fell to the ground, shattering. The man on the sofa had vanished without a trace. The heavy door of the mansion creaked open, always giving the impression of guarding something precious. It was both magnificent and weighty. The rain poured down heavily, soaking the entire island, as well as the hearts of two individuals. I came to play with you. Luo Bayong was unsure how to initiate this encounter, awkwardly repeating the words she had first spoken upon arriving at Mihawk's home. The master of the house suddenly embraced her fiercely. It seemed that everyone who wished for her not to vanish cherished her in the same way, holding her tightly. The rain began to intensify, drenching both of them, yet it was not cold. "You are home. You have finally returned." In the midst of the torrential rain, Dracula Mihawk's voice rang clear, reminiscent of the first time she had met him, not in a dream. His voice was steady and magnetic, instantly captivating her. The author wishes to convey, "At last, I have let go and am finally liberated." Chapter 141. Tap, tap, tap. As they hurried down the ominous corridor, Mihawk pulled Bayang along, and she allowed him to guide her, akin to a little girl running away from home, being drawn back by her family. Trailing behind, Bayang suddenly began to regret her earlier decision to gouge out her eyes. How she wished to catch another glimpse of that cloaked figure, the one she always longed to reach out to but dare not. She felt the warmth of the person ahead. Well, even if it was merely a figment of her imagination, for her entire body was too cold to sense any real warmth. The crackling of the fire in the bedroom suggested it should be a warm haven. Mihawk retrieved a clean towel, drying off the rainwater from Bayang's body with a meticulous yet rough touch. He was not one to care for others. First, he wiped her long black hair, then her exquisite face, followed by her neck, but his movements suddenly halted. This was due to the myriad of scars that should not be present on a woman. Bayang paniquet, as a renowned beauty of the seas, she had never experienced such an awkward sense of anxiety. "Can you please not look at me?" She turned her face away, her brow slightly furrowed. Mihawk remained silent, his golden eyes reflecting a pain emanating from the woman before him. Yet he would not express it, for that would only cause her further hurt. "I wish to touch you," she said, a smile curling her lips. "All right." She meticulously etched the contours of his nose, eyes, mustache, and sideburns into her memory. She had always been watching him, always. Thus Mihawk would likely never forget her. What could it be? In her mind, the memory of Mihawk's first appearance lingered. It was not upon the vast ocean, but rather in a dream from a past life, where he stood by her bedside. She remembered kissing him and daring him. "Perhaps my gaze cannot reveal the depths of a person, but my fist surely can." Yes. She recalled that room glowing with white light. And then Mihawk smiled arrogant, but what did he say? She could not remember. The words were unclear. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. "What are you thinking about?" Mihawk inquired. "I was reflecting on my first encounter with you, how recklessly I provoked you. But upon reflection, I suppose that is just my nature." "First encounter? In Road Town? You did not provoke me. I was the one who rushed in to test your swordsmanship." Gazing closely at the person before him, Mihawk's voice was deep yet devoid of its former severity. He was mocking himself. Perhaps the one who had always yearned for a duel from the outset was not that little girl, but rather himself. With a slight lift of her lips, Bayang began to help him dry the cold rainwater from his hair, just as she had done. "In my dream, you were at my bedside. So real yet so illusory. I kissed you yet refused to admit my own vulnerability. Thus I provoked you with my fists. I said your fists could create a hole in a person." Bayang fell silent. "What did you say?" That dream belonged to her past life. It should have remained hidden in her heart, never spoken of to anyone. With a deep exhale, Yin smiled, yet there was a bitter tinge to it. It appeared that we both had shared the same dream. After the initial shock, she exclaimed, "This is impossible. Why do you remember me? Why? Am I merely a woman from a dream?" "I did not forget you." I gently grasped the slender arm of the woman before me, as if fearing she might escape. "It was your fearless demeanor and your constant provocation that stood out. Besides in dreams, there is no other woman upon this vast sea who would dare to confront me in such a way. So it is fate? Ha ha ha. I have spent an entire lifetime battling against destiny. Little did I know that my fate had long been sealed. Tears of destiny searching for you surged forth, and Bayang herself did not understand why she wept. Her nature did not permit her to cry incessantly, yet the tears flowed uncontrollably, with fingers tightly gripping Yin's shoulders. She bowed her head, allowing tears to cascade down. "I'm already dead," she uttered, each word a painful declaration. "You still intend to meet that swordsman of the sea. This body is already lifeless." My feelings of discontent were palpable. What more was there to say? After all, this was the end. The torrential rain outside continued unabated. "Your soul is in tatters. You must accompany us to another world." My visit was not born of the promise made on the battlefield. I am not that noble, nor am I that strong. I am selfish. Is the fire too small? The surroundings feel as frigid as an ice cave. Your spirit shall not fade easily. Then, your body will rot before his very eyes. Do you wish for that swordsman of the sea to experience your end firsthand? He will not release you out of sympathy. This is the nature of humanity, selfish and indifferent. I merely wish to see you once more. Yet I could see nothing at all. It was so noisy. The entire room felt overwhelmingly loud. Yet it was also too quiet, quiet enough for every word spoken by the woman to reach the man. What meaning was there in their final meeting? It only served to deepen the sorrow. Parting is inherently painful. Must we endure yet another layer of pain to find satisfaction? But if the gods of heaven were to grant the deceased one final wish, most would choose resurrection. What if one could only live for 3 days? Very well, let be 3 days. Allow me to see him once more. The story of a last wish is both cruel and selfish. Luoji or Mihawk constantly scrutinized everything with his piercing gaze, voicing no superfluous words. He was taciturn, his heart as still as water. Yet he was not a man lacking in eloquence. He simply chose silence in this moment. Baiyang spoke incessantly, her tears falling heavily onto his chest. He, however, offered no response. He merely held her close, listening intently, without uttering a single word. Time slipped away, and it seemed even the fire in the room had nearly extinguished. "You are beautiful," came a low, husky voice. "What are you saying?" "I have been contemplating how to propose." Yin's voice enveloped the room in a serene calm, dispelling the coldness that had felt like a black hole. "What I wish to offer you is not the beginning of romance, but the conclusion of a wedding." He tenderly caressed Baiyang's cheek, so gentle. "Your happiness is all that matters." The softness of his lips was a kiss bestowed upon her by Yin. Their kisses had occurred several times, yet they were ultimately mere innocent pecks. Baiyang instinctively leaned in to kiss Yin, perhaps driven by the remnants of their past romance. The initial pressure of their lips transformed into a final embrace, tongues gently caressing one another. Yin's breath and profound love enveloped Baiyang's soul, intoxicating her, ensnaring her. Carved into her essence, it would never fade. Baiyang departed, though in truth, her breath had long since ceased, and the rhythm of her heart was no more. Yin held her until the very end, believing she was merely asleep, until the dawn broke anew, the sun rising once more. "I'm already dead." This phrase lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. He compelled himself to remember and to believe. When Baiyang spoke those words, he offered no reply. Quite simply, because he realized that nothing he said could alter the course of destiny. That feeling of helplessness was akin to being ensnared within a black hole. Yet, in comparison, love and longing triumphed over that sense of powerlessness. Even the final act of self-deception, the chance to see you once more, brought him joy. Perhaps in the days to come, he would learn to daydream, replaying in his mind the moments they shared upon this vast sea. Baiyang had departed from this ocean some time ago, yet for this sea, it stirred no ripples. Each day, stronger warriors emerged, while renowned figures faded into obscurity. Nevertheless, following Akainu's ascension as the new admiral of the Navy, an unprecedented bounty was issued. A bounty for Luo Baiyang. 568 million, only dead. A wanted poster for the deceased, absurdly, and even more so, it demanded the dead. Thus, in the face of such a globally disseminated bounty, many laughed. Was it mockery of the world government and Navy, or was it laughter born from hope that the Dragon Lady still lived? Perhaps it was a blend of both. This malicious bounty plunged many into reminiscence. Baiyang possessed a loyal messenger seagull, which, even after her departure from the Navy, even after her departure from this world, remained steadfast in delivering messages on her behalf. Thus, Yin received a letter brought by this enormous seagull, sent from the Siren. It was a debt collection message from Casa, intended for his captain. It simply stated, "It is time to pay the crew." This letter went unanswered for a long time. Naturally, Casa had not anticipated a response, so he followed the seagull to find Yin. In the center of the rose garden stood a grave. The bespectacled man remained silent, his expression concealed behind the lenses. He departed. From that day forth, the seagull became reluctant to leave. Day after day, it circled the rose garden. Of course, it would venture away from Ganai, only to return with new treasures. Whether it was urgent letters from Windmill Village or specialty parcels from Roguetown, or even secret missives from the New World, one constant remained. The recipient was Luo Baiyang. Clearly, the seagull's owner would never receive these letters again. Perhaps the senders believed she was still alive, and that was why they continued to send messages. Soaring above the Grand Line, the seagull seemed to embody a glimmer of hope. On that fateful day, Luochi Hyuk began to pen letters. He no longer heard the haunting echoes of delusions, nor did he indulge in incessant drinking. Yet, his longing for Baiyang remained undiminished. Whenever memories of her surfaced, a subtle smile would involuntarily grace his lips. It seemed that this affection had settled into a serene quietude. As for the content of the letters, he was perpetually at a loss for words. At this juncture, he realized that despite their long acquaintance, he was unsure where to begin. Whether at home, on distant islands, or adrift upon the ocean, he would take up his pen, attempt to write, only to become dissatisfied and tear the letter to shreds. Finally, one day, clarity dawned upon him regarding what he wished to express. He scoffed at himself. Yes, upon putting pen to paper, it was only self-mockery that ensued. Today, he too composed a letter, entrusting it to the seagull in the garden, which, as usual, accepted the letter and flew to the grave. Thus, the cycle continued, day after day. Perhaps one day, his heart would concede the truth. His beloved had long since departed. The one most acutely aware that these letters would never reach her was himself. "I am off to the tavern to procure some wine," remarked the young swordsman with green hair, furrowing his brow as he spoke to the man adorned with a fur hat. Roronoa had been training alongside Hawkeye for some time now. Today marked the day he would venture to Lingdao to procure supplies for their return. He pulled out his pocket watch to check the time. The seagull tasked with delivering letters would surely come for him today. Thus, the letter was prepared, elegantly encased in a peach-colored envelope, containing the very words he had penned repeatedly each day. The enormous seagull had arrived. "Please deliver this to her." He uttered the familiar phrase, perhaps believing that one day his letters might accumulate in heaven. Just as he extended the letter from his hand, the seagull flapped its massive wings, startled and seemingly frenzied, refusing to alight. Consequently, the letter was swept from his grip. Hawkeye frowned slightly, stepping forward in an attempt to seize the unruly letter. Yet with each step he took, the letter drifted further away, swirling in the air, ascending once more just as it seemed poised to descend, tracing a beautiful arc against the sea breeze. Ultimately, it touched down. Thud! The letter landed at the feet of a figure who had been standing there for quite some time. Hawkeye halted his advance before her. The woman picked up the letter and unceremoniously opened it. Upon reading the contents, she smiled, her expression tinged with challenge. "What is this? A familial letter? A love letter?" Her smile was exquisite, as if the sunlight upon the ocean sparkled in response to her beauty. The man known as Hawkeye also smiled, a smile imbued with an air of dominance. With dark golden eyes, he fixed his gaze sharply upon his quarry. Then, upon confirming that his prey was utterly ensnared, he took her hand and bestowed a gentle kiss upon it. No, it was a proposal. The letter thus slipped from the immobile woman's grasp, fluttering to the ground, revealing but a few short words. "I love you." The author has a message. Finally, tears of joy as this chapter concludes. In a sense, this chapter, anyone who cannot discern the identity of the woman holding the letter shall face the wall. In truth, the conclusion of this chapter also heralds the commencement of a sweet life for these two, one that dazzles all with its brilliance. The narrative style will also undergo a transformation, yet shall not be an epilogue. This is, after all, the essence of this grand chapter. For those who have read without leaving a lengthy review, it is time to summarize. And for those wishing to compare foreshadowing, feel free to revisit from the first chapter. I have been plotting the placement of bombs from the very beginning, stroking chin. Please leave many comments, for it allows me to revel in your sentiments, making the writing process all the more joyous. Dragon Lady, let us officially make you my companion. You find the term drinking buddy quite distasteful, do you not? Why not come aboard my ship and indulge freely? There's a house on Joshi Island, a reward from me to you, and, as my friend, you should feel honored to dwell there. Sister, do you fancy the decorations gathered by your crew from various lands? Do you like them? Will you frequently return to the Siren? Nonsense. Luo Baiyang, what trouble have you stirred now? The port town has already procured a house for you. Henceforth, return to headquarters and behave. Child, you so adore my office sofa. Come stay with me from now on. Stop sleeping on your motorcycle at sea. You dart about more than pirates. Dasky has prepared a room for you. Hey, Baiyang is out at sea again. Why not come to your old man's place? This is a big family. He. Baiyang and I have made a pact. Next time, I will return to embark on adventures with us. The Sunny is a splendid ship. Dragon Girl. Baiyang tilted her head, confronted by a void of nothingness. She scratched the back of her head, wearing an expression of exasperation. How peculiar that she would think of so many people at this moment. Yet, it seemed her life had not been lived in vain. Perhaps she was rather too popular. She beamed with self-satisfaction, but within her heart lay an indescribable sensation. Bai Yang was uncertain what death truly felt like, even though she was a person who frequently brushed against it. No, she had indeed perished, her body and all. Thus, she found herself even more bewildered about her current whereabouts. In a realm of pure white, gentle yet not blinding, she sat on a long bench, with a man seated back to back with her. Bai Long. She called out to him several times. You do not seem surprised at all. After a pause, the voice behind her finally spoke, low and unmistakably belonging to Bai Long. No, I am surprised. However, your essence is familiar to me. Even though we are apart upon this vast ocean, you would still protect me. After all, you are my treasured sword, old man. Are you satisfied after our final meeting? It is truly cruel and cold-hearted of you to seize my soul at the end. I truly miss that world. Bai Yang's lips curled slightly, as if recalling some amusing incident from the sea, and she naturally turned to glance at Bai Long stay seated. Yet, before she could fully turn, she was reprimanded, and she shrugged sheepishly. Well, after consuming me, can you linger in this world? Although that body has perished with your capabilities, it should be no trouble to create another like it, should it? If I could return to that vast sea, even if it were not her in person, it would suffice. Your body can no longer be recreated, and our 2 pearls have been entirely expended by you. Furthermore, in that world, there is no swordsman capable of defeating us. Being confined to this place is merely a moment of foolishness on our part, wishing to observe your growth. The white dragon spoke with conviction, only to suddenly shift the conversation. Alas, you remain an ordinary mortal. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang clenched her fists, filled with self-loathing and arrogance, which had led to Bai Long's predicament during the war atop the peak. No need to elaborate on that. She halted her apologies. With a faint smile, he sighed softly, resigned. Very well, we too have merely been deceived by the wielder of dual blades. A wielder of dual blades? Who could possibly deceive you? I am quite curious. Your greatest sorrow is that you have forgotten that person. The white dragon laughed mockingly. A sphere of light emerged from his hand, slowly materializing before Bai Yang. Indeed, they know nothing, only that you are the female Snape, oblivious to the fact that inside, you are a demon. Yang Bai Lao, I tell you, had you not disfigured the vice leader of the Shuang, Long Hui, with a single punch back in the day, how could you have ended up with the ascetic demeanor of a nun now? I can still show you my skills with 2 frying pans. Even in a state of soul, Bai Yang's tears fell unconsciously. She ought not to be sorrowful, yet the tears continued to stream down. I remember now. This is Lily, a dual wielder who, despite being pursued by the underworld, always accompanied me. She is my partner, my comrade. Throughout my life, even until now, the person I trust the most is her. The sphere of light continued to flicker, revealing to Bai Yang even more that she had forgotten. No. You, female Snape, why are you so foolish? You could have simply thrown that bomb away. Why do you evade like this? I will not permit you to die. No, I absolutely cannot let you perish like this. The woman named Lily wept heart-wrenchingly before the tomb. Dragon of the illusory world, as the heir of the swordsman, I summon you. I can provide you with a host, and I will also seek the strongest swordsman as your opponent. However, you must agree to the corresponding conditions. In an ancient manner, a woman wielding dual blades stood before a painting of a dragon. Do not easily forsake your life. This is your fate. Live on, partner. With a sharp sound, the woman's beloved dual blade shattered. Thus, this is the truth of my appearance here. That meddlesome fool. Had I truly died, she could have lived in peace. Clenching her fists tightly, Bai Yang bit her teeth in frustration. What has become of her? She wouldn't have sacrificed herself just for me to traverse through time, would she? There is no need for her to sacrifice herself. You fulfilled our wishes. Is that so? Thank you for allowing me to remember my partner before I die. Although there are many unfulfilled wishes, I am grateful. Rubbing away her tears roughly, Bai Yang straightened her chest and closed her eyes. Farewell, Bai Long. She had prepared herself, vowing to uphold any promise made. Yet, there was not a sound around her. I said, can we hurry? Am I allowed to admit my fear? We have no interest in devouring a reckless soul. Huh? What did you say? You won't consume my soul. Bai Yang was taken aback, excitedly turning to confirm whether Bai Long truly intended to spare her, but was immediately sent back by a swift movement from the person behind her. With a faint smile, a middle-aged man's deep voice echoed. We scoff at you calling us father. We disdain your kneeling before us. Yet, after devouring 2 portions of your soul, it is merely a formality. You, reckless youth, are unworthy of knowing our thoughts. Having consumed 2 portions of your soul, there is no returning them, so we will compensate with your spirit. No need for gratitude. Bai Long, Do you know what it means to be tsundere? Your current blend of ancient and modern is a malady that requires treatment. Realizing she need not disappear, Bai Yang's spirit soared high. Of course, this was swiftly reprimanded. Ouch! Why hit my head? Luo Bai Yang, wherever you go or whatever you do in the future, it concerns us not. However, should your sense of justice shift, we will come personally to reclaim you. He had lived too long, knowing too much. Yet he found himself pondering in this literary world. How absurd. You truly intend to leave? Without your divine protection, I will feel unsteady. Bai Yang attempted to force a smile, though it did not quite reach her eyes. After all, you have always been by my side. You are the most wretched host I have had in these millennia, your swordsmanship utterly lacking. Yet, you are also the most stubborn, the one I disdain the most. You even dared to abandon me. And then? Bai Yang no did in acknowledgement. So, you should praise me now, right? Bai Long paused. Finally, I bid you farewell. Take care of yourself. A single compliment could exhaust you. Grabbing Bai Long's long sleeve from behind, Bai Yang furrowed her brow slightly. Where are you going next? Will you continue your solitary quest for defeat? A quest for defeat? That is merely a lonely journey. After this statement, Bai Yang felt the warmth that had always been present behind her, along with the tightly gripped long sleeve, gradually fading away. She heard a voice that seemed both distant and near. I have lived for thousands of years and have forgotten far too much, including the initial desire to become a swordsman. In that moment, she turned around to see the figure of the one who had always accompanied her, gradually fading into the white light. White hair, ancient and elegant robes, graceful and free-spirited. Perhaps this is what a true hero from a martial arts novel looks like. Hey, old dragon, has anyone ever told you that you resemble Shimen Shui Shui? Speaking of which, I seem to have forgotten to ask why you initially bestowed upon her such a damned lowly body. Hey, dragon of the illusory world, you must grant Yang Bai Lao a body with a good figure. Something like that of a young girl. A large bust, never growing tall, an unparalleled petite figure. Of course, all of these are what she desires. She will find you the mightiest swordsman. Once more, she slightly opened her eyes. A sea of icy blue engulfed her. Was she dreaming? She felt as if she were floating deep within the ocean. Despite living in the world of the Pirate King for so long, she had never submerged herself in those maternal waters. In her ears, the sound of flowing water gurgled. Light filtered through the water above her. Incredibly beautiful. She was not dreaming, was she? She was truly in the water, wasn't she? Could they not have chosen a better place for my rebirth? Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly realizing she was in the water, Bai Yang's body lost the previous sense of balance and relaxation, plunging her into a state of panic. Her limbs flailed against the surrounding currents. She could not swim. Even without consuming a devil fruit, the situation remained dire. The more she desperately attempted to swim to the surface, the more her feet seemed to lose purchase. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The air in her mouth transformed into bubbles, escaping her body. After a while, she discovered that she could seemingly breathe underwater. Furthermore, despite consuming so much water, her stomach felt no discomfort, as if the water had entered elsewhere. Gradually calming down, Bai Yang ceased her descent. She contemplated, stroking her chin. To her astonishment, this new body possessed such formidable abilities. Well, she could still converse underwater, and the water seemed surprisingly fresh. It was quite effortless to drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Well, drinking water did not alleviate her hunger. She felt ravenous. As her body relaxed, Bai Yang naturally began to ascend towards the water surface. Suddenly, as she broke through the water's surface, she was taken aback. She was not in the ocean at all, but in a tranquil pool within a cavern. The water's surface was as still as a glass mirror, disturbed only by her movements, indicating the depths below. To her amazement, the shore was adorned with a continuous array of crystals, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the entire cavern. The Grand Line is rife with wonders. I am not surprised. Not in the least. As she muttered Bai Yang's name, she grasped a large crystal at the pool's edge, attempting to climb ashore. Then, she realized another fact. She was utterly naked. Never mind, she would find a leaf outside. TSK. She chided herself for being so finicky in such a situation. However, before she could clamber ashore, she distinctly heard the voices of men echoing from the cavern's passage, and there were many of them. With a splash, Bai Yang immediately submerged into the pool. How was she to handle this? Oh, when did this cavern appear? How splendid. A banquet, perhaps? Ha ha ha. A feast. Brothers, light the fire. Bring out the wine. Oh, The cavern instantly buzzed with the joviality of the group, filled with laughter and the sounds of drinking. At this moment, Bai Yang's heart raced. A banquet? Pirates? Could it be? The author has something to say. It is not over yet. From another perspective, as she stealthily surfaced under the concealment of the crystal pillars, she cast a glance at the shore. Indeed, it was the red-haired pirate crew, especially Shanks, who sat on the shore with his back to her. Squinting her eyes, Bai Yang smirked. Even without calling out, Shanks and Beckman must have sensed someone behind them. Yet, she could not simply reveal herself. Hiss, hiss. With this thought, she whispered, hissing towards the closest person. Huh? At that moment, Shanks, evidently in high spirits and quite inebriated, turned around, his face flushed, bending down to peer at the pool's edge. Oh, it's the mermaid lady. Is this your home? Ha ha ha. We'll leave after the feast. Oh, mermaid lady, why not join us? What nonsense are you spouting? Have you really had that much to drink? Shanks, lend me some clothes. Raising an eyebrow, Bai Yang clicked her tongue in disdain. You know me, mermaid lady? Upon hearing his name, Shanks's demeanor shifted from drunkenness to genuine curiosity. He smiled amiably and approached the water's edge to scrutinize her appearance. There seems to be an imposing presence, but something feels off, he muttered to himself, inching closer to Bai Yang, drawing the attention of the surrounding drunken comrades. With such intense scrutiny, Bai Yang felt increasingly uncomfortable, even though her submerged state concealed her from view. Impatiently, she tugged at Shanks's collar. Have you seen enough? Pervert. In that moment, Shanks, who had been leaning over the water, lost his balance and fell into the pool with a splash. This also caused Bai Yang to lose her equilibrium, resulting in a series of bubbles. After a while, Shanks caught her, encircling her waist to keep her afloat. Whoa, cough, cough. Apologies. You don't seem to be the merfolk, ha. Holding the woman in his arms, Shanks laughed heartily, and then it seemed he noticed that the woman he held was not wearing any clothes. Well, should I comment on her physique at this moment? Smack. Without waiting for him to utter another word, Bai Yang delivered a sharp slap. Thank you. Now lend me your clothes. Draped in Shanks's old garments, Bai Yang discovered that the clothing lacked buttons, so she opted to use bandages to wrap her chest. The attire was slightly oversized, yet manageable. Oh, Bai Yang, where have you been? We've been drinking for quite some time. Shanks waved to the approaching woman. I was admiring my reflection for a while. Bai Yang frowned it, noticing the red mark on Shanks's face had yet to fade, so she refrained from giving him any further attention. Speaking of which, her current body had indeed reverted to its original form, resembling her previous life, except for her hair and eyes, which had transformed into an icy blue akin to the sea. Come, drink, drink. Shanks enthusiastically gestured, making space beside him and pouring a glass of rum for Bai Yang. The momentum from that slap had thoroughly excited the members of the red-haired pirate crew, and Shanks's eyes sparkled with delight. In this context, being recognized stirred an indescribable feeling within her. Bai Yang, you truly have transformed. How many times have you changed over the years? I cannot help it. I am on my developmental stage, she replied dryly, ignoring the advances of the man with the red mark beside her. Besides, this face is indeed my rightful appearance. What? Is it not stunning enough for you to recognize? Haha, Bai Yang, the captain didn't mean it. Beckman interjected, slowly taking a puff from his pipe. Please, Beckman. You've been using that line to excuse him for 10 years, haven't you? It has been 11 years now. After a brief silence, Bai Yang gulped down a shot of rum. Indeed, I've been gone for a year. Without a doubt, there must be countless intriguing tales circulating on the Grand Line. No news could compare to your own. Shanks's expression turned serious. Bai Yang, the actions you took during the Marine Ford War have not been forgotten by the Marines or the world government. Even in death, they have issued a bounty on you. Do you understand what that signifies? With a smirk, Bai Yang's smile carried a mix of defiance and pride. It signifies that I'm a true pirate now. You seem rather at ease with your newfound identity as a pirate. There will be no more Wayno to shield you from the consequences. What will you do now? Do you intend to return to the seas? Shanks gazed at her intently, a question underlying his words. Reflecting his gaze, Bai Yang smiled. Oh, of course. So if you wish to spar with me in the future, I am always ready. Ha 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 ha. I thought you were going to join Luffy's crew. But it sounds like you plan to establish your own pirate crew. I already have a pirate crew in my own ship. No need for you to recruit me. I intend to explore the world in earnest. Oh, you plan to traverse the world? How splendid. That aligns with my dream. Come, drink. The banquet continued, with Shanks enthusiastically patting Bai Yang's back, persistently urging her to drink. Such a banquet welcomed the return of Bai Yang, confirming that Luo Bai Yang had indeed joined the ranks of the illustrious pirate crew of the Grand Line in Shanghai. A few days later, Bai Yong stood in a fishing village port, her expression far from pleasant as she addressed her companion. Can't you take me directly to Kanglijana Island? Oh, that's impossible. The government is keeping a close watch on me. Besides, I have to continue my journey around the world. Shanks stroked the stubble on his chin, leaning in with a curious expression. Little did he expect that a mere box of food would silence her. Instinctively, Bai Yong threw a punch at someone else's abdomen, only to find her fist met with resistance and pain. Ouch, that hurts. She retracted her injured hand, blowing lightly on it in agony. How strange. Why is this happening? Shanks, scratching his unaffected belly, was about to revel in her misfortune when the crew members cast him reproachful glances, as if to say, "You bullied a woman into submission." He chuckled awkwardly. "Are you all right, Bai Yong? Is your punch really that weak?" "No," she retorted, baring her teeth at him. Bai Yong painfully lifted the gift prepared for her by Beckman and the others. Indeed, it was heavy. How could such a small package feel so cumbersome? She was no ordinary individual. Wait, could it be that this new body? A cold sweat trickled down her back as she glanced at the package in her left hand and then at her still aching right hand. She must have been knocked back to level 1. She would have to train all over again. This meant that in her current state, with her bounty and status, she possessed no combat prowess. She was just a prime target on the high seas. Shanks. Just as she contemplated asking Shanks to arrange for her a bodyguard, she caught sight of the red-haired pirates already sailing far away. In the distance, she spotted a one-armed figure waving goodbye from their ship. This was a disaster. It was Bai Yang's first time aboard a passenger ship filled with ordinary folk, and one could only imagine her discomfort. After all those years, she had either sailed on pirate ships or military vessels. This cramped and bustling cruise ship, with its occasional feasts and balls, was simply absurd. Remaining low-key was indeed a challenging endeavor. She was accustomed to exuding an air of authority, a presence that was unmistakably commanding. It was obvious she was no ordinary person, and this fact drew attention. Countless individuals approached her, inquiring if she was from the Navy headquarters or a renowned bounty hunter. Of course, some speculated she might be a great pirate, but upon flipping through the bounties and finding none that matched her, they soon lost interest. Speaking of bounties, she often heard people praise her beauty. Ah, yes, they were indeed extolling the virtues of the stunning Luo Bai Yong, whose bounty of 568 million was undeniably captivating. The photograph was from the time of the Paramount War. While she had never been unattractive, she felt a marked contrast to her former self. Nonetheless, there were always those who would steal glances, ensnared by her mesmerizing ice-blue hair and eyes, unable to break free. The passenger ship navigated between islands, and Bai Yong changed vessels several times, also switching to the newly established sea trains. It seemed that time dragged on interminably. She truly, desperately wished to see Eagle Eye soon. Yet, given her circumstances, she could not allow others at sea to discover her presence. Unable to contact the Siren, she resigned herself to traveling on the commoner's ship. Fortunately, the vessel she chose did not encounter any companions. Naturally, she occasionally crossed paths with unknown pirate crews that she initially perceived as mere lackeys. They were easily defeated by mercenaries hired by the passenger ship or outsmarted by the captain. She even earned a bounty of several million berries. Ah, several million berries indeed. It was quite substantial. She realized that her current identity could no longer rely on capturing pirates for profit. If two hearts are meant to be together, what does it matter if it is day or night? Bai Yong recited this to herself daily, reminding herself not to be anxious. But how could she not be? Come on. The person she cared for was none other than Eagle Eye Mihawk, a man of great substance whom she had known for over a decade without ever having taken a bite. Had she been too reserved back then? If only she had acted sooner, she could have found peace of mind. Now, dwelling on it daily felt utterly pointless. Ah, no, that was not quite right. She was not longing for him, absolutely not. She merely wished to pursue him. Yes, ultimately, 2 months later, Bai Yong reached the neighboring island of Kanglijana. There was no other option. Kanglijana had long been abandoned, with no boats willing to venture there, and the island was perpetually shrouded in fog, often beset by storms, truly wretched weather. After waiting on the temporary island for several days, Bai Yong could no longer contain her impatience and leaped into the sea, determined to swim to her destination. She lost track of time while swimming, realizing for the first time how great the distance was between the islands. In the past, whether riding on a small fish or aboard Eagle Eye's coffin ship, she had never felt fatigued. This time, however, she was utterly exhausted. When she awoke 3 days later, she found herself rescued by islanders who had gone fishing. They had initially thought she was dead, drifting on the water surface. Ultimately, Bai Yang had no choice but to remain on this frequently visited island. She held on to the hope that one day, Eagle I would return to procure supplies and cross paths with her. He would surely come one day, wouldn't he? Thus, Luo Bai Yang spent countless days and nights waiting on TT Luo Island. Each day, she would stand at the port, gazing out for that small, dark ship. As the days of daydreaming stretched on, she resolved not to let herself continue in such a manner and began to wander around the island, eventually stopping in front of a wedding dress shop. "Boss, I'm heading out." "Oh, has it reached this hour already?" Yang, you really should stop running to the port. I've already informed a few shopkeepers at the port that if they see the little black ship, they will be the first to tell you." "Yes, I know. But with such beautiful sunshine, if I don't go out and explore, I'll just be daydreaming." Having worked at that shop for some time, she considered it a way to pass the time. She noticed that her temperament had become much more tranquil, likely due to being away from the strife of the Grand Line. Yet her heart, filled with longing, continued to pound incessantly, waiting for the one who would come to take her away. Top. Up above, a bird flew by. "Hey, I sent that my special messenger, Xiao O." That was indeed her personal giant seagull, which Vegapunk had even fed a type of devil fruit to ensure it would never lose its way while searching for her. How could it be here? The Navy? No, surely not. Xiao O would only listen to her, even if she were to perish. This meant that Xiao O was delivering letters to her, and the only person who could write to her on this island was him. Ha! She dashed forward, running without pause, chasing the giant seagull in the sky. She had to meet him. She absolutely had to meet him. In the alley where the sea is visible, she weaves through the verdant paths flanked by trees. The gentle sea breeze dries the sweat on her body, while the warm sunlight casts a radiant glow upon the pavement. The sound of the whistling wind and the cries of seabirds fills her ears. She continues to run relentlessly. However, the messenger seagull has slipped from her grasp. The azure sky now holds only a few scattered clouds. Where is it? On the deserted street at the intersection, myriad paths intertwine, leaving her standing still, overwhelmed by anxiety and helplessness. The wind lifts her icy blue hair, cascading down to her waist. Is she about to drift into a daze once more? If this persists, she might truly lose her mind. Yes, she would leap before the Navy and proclaim to the Grand Line that she is still alive. She awaits the arrival of Yin. The sound of footsteps tap, tap, tap echoes in her ears. It resembles the very footsteps she encountered years ago when she first met him on a mission. Slow, deep, enough to silence everyone around. Just down the adjacent path, he is there. If she can traverse these houses, she will behold him once more. Thump, 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 thump. The rhythm of her heartbeat resonates loudly, occupying her thoughts. Step by step, she approaches that street. Yes, it's him, even from a distance. His black cloak and sword are unmistakable. Tears well in her eyes. No, even if her heart threatens to leap from her chest, she must not cry. Thump, thump. The approaching seagull has already spotted her, flapping its wings, reluctant to descend. Even if its form has changed and it can no longer find her as a creature, it remains sensitive. A letter from Yin is soaring through the air. The wind caresses it, tracing a perfect arc before it lands at Bai Yang's feet. Upon opening the envelope, the 3 words inscribed on the paper nearly take her breath away. Oh heavens, her heart cannot truly leap from her chest. No, her contest with him has only just begun. With a hint of provocation and a dash of pride, as if still challenging the world's greatest swordsman. Bai Yang breaks into a smile. What is this? A letter from home? A love letter? The author has something to convey. To Yang Fa. Chapter 144. The young swordsman with green hair emerges from the tavern, several barrels of alcohol hoisted on his shoulder. He glances at the unfamiliar blue-haired woman and nods to the man in the black cloak, signaling his return. He says nothing further. The blue-haired woman follows Yin and Salong across the street. She accompanies them to the port. She boards the coffin ship with them, disdainful of the ship's size. She directly sits in Yin's embrace. Who are you? Salong finally bellows, having followed them all the way, now audaciously climbing aboard the coffin ship. Me? The blue-haired woman leans smugly against Yin, winking. Mihawk's lover, Mihawk's beloved, Mihawk's wife. Guess which one? The green-haired swordsman falls silent for a moment. Bai Yang. Huh? So, you're not entirely made of muscle. Nonsense. Perona's misunderstanding. Perona glares at Bai Yang with hostility. One cold-hearted Yin is not enough. Now, another formidable dragon lady has arrived. Hey, do you know the whereabouts of Lord Moria? In a new world, he slipped away from me and the government is now after him. Bai Yang closes one eye and smiles. Lord Moria escaped from you. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say he escaped from my mouth. Perona is uncertain what kind of situation that implies, but at least she feels uncomfortable now. You don't come near me. Bai Yang blinks, sizing up the ghost princess from head to toe. Rest assured, my sexual orientation is quite normal. She states this with rare seriousness, glancing at Ingyen, who beckons her back to the room. Perona is not afraid of you. Perona, with her pink curls, feigns bravado and shouts, her lips curling downward before she swiftly flees. Bai Yang scratches his chin. Do I truly appear lewd? Has my reputation at sea devolved to that of a shameless rogue who appeals to both men and women? Ingyen remains silent. Hey, no pushing down the hat brim. In the bedroom, Bai Yang organizes her meager belongings. In truth, there is little, some berries, a few of Shank's garments. Indeed, she wore Shank's clothes all the way back to Konglai Jin Island. Perhaps it was due to her distracted state before, but she never considered purchasing a few women's outfits. Fortunately, Shank's clothes are loose and comfortable, much like his carefree demeanor. Nevertheless, these garments must be washed and returned. Otherwise, having several of a man's clothes in her wardrobe would be quite odd, wouldn't it? Well, perhaps not so odd. Clothes worn by the emperor, a collector's item. One of a kind, guaranteed quality. You say you were with Shanks? Ingyen picks up a white dress shirt from the bed. Yes, he saw me off. Indeed. He just saw me off, leaving such a hefty burden at the port. She remembers it well, even giving her clothes. Others feel a bit awkward borrowing them. After all, Shank's carefree attitude makes him more approachable, right? The other officers are simply too imposing. Frowning, Ingyen tosses the shirt aside, indifferent to whether Bai Yang notices. Recently, he has been training Rorinoa. Perhaps it is time for him to venture out. Far out at sea, Shanks feels a chill. Have they entered the cold belt? Shanks stands at the ship's bow, rubbing his arms. Could it be that Bai Yang is plotting revenge against me? Captain, do you still remember that Bai Yang is petty? Lucky Loon gnaws on meat, reveling in their misfortune. Ha. He chuckles nervously. Shanks gazes into the distant sea, his mind drifting back to those beautiful eyes reminiscent of the ocean. Oh no, he finds himself missing her a bit. The bathing dilemma. Ingyen wraps his arms around Bai Yang from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice low and laced with annoyance. Remove that man's clothing. I command you. The one being embraced feels helpless and flushed. How can I remove it with you holding me like this? Ingyen falls silent for a moment. Indeed, as soon as he loosens his grip, Bai Yang swiftly turns and dashes away, a mischievous smile on her face. I'm going to take a shower. In the adjacent bedroom. Before he can finish speaking, the room is left empty save for him. Bai Yang has placed her bathing supplies in the changing room outside the grand bathroom. To be honest, the bathhouse in this mansion is truly luxurious. In the changing room, a chaise longue, a coffee table, a wardrobe, and a floor mirror. Each piece is an exquisite remnant of aristocracy. Her belongings are neatly tucked away in the small cabinet on the far left. Indeed, her bathing implements are still here. With a smile that brightens her mood, Bai Yang feels an inexplicable joy, even though the blush on her cheeks has yet to fade. It seems like an eternity since they last met. She is certainly not as innocent as she appears. Oh, what a scandal it would be if anyone were to discover her blushing at a simple embrace. Her reputation, draped only in a bath towel. She clenches her fist, her mind still preoccupied with thoughts of Ingyen, when the sign on the door of the bathroom momentarily halts her. Pelo Ananyus. Well, since there are more than a couple of occupants in Angon, it is only natural to designate the bathroom's usage. But it should be fine, as they are all women. With that thought, Bai Yang boldly pushes open the bathroom door. Inside, a girl with pink curls is luxuriating in the steamy embrace of the large hot spring bath. Hey Luana, you enjoy bathing too. Be careful not to slip. It can be perilous for someone with abilities. Bai Yang casually engages the ghost princess in friendly banter. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the changing room, Ingyen has been standing there for quite some time, contemplating whether to inform Bai Yang that she could use the bathroom adjacent to her bedroom. However, he decides it is unnecessary to relay that information. After all, now that she has returned, she will not easily depart again. Just as Ingyen reflects on the impropriety of his lingering presence, a shriek emanates from the bathroom. Stop it, Boiduana. No using negative spirits. All right, you can't use them now anyway. Bai Yang's voice rings out. Oh dear, don't do that. No one wants to touch you. Honestly, the commotion of various objects clattering follows. Moments later, Bai Yang's voice transitions from indistinct to gradually clearer, suggesting she has moved from the bathroom to the changing room. Honestly, this is the first time I've been thrown out of a bathroom for being a pervert. I'm not some protagonist from a male manga. Oof. When I was out entertaining, not even a shichibukai could manage to oust me from the bathroom. Not even from a bed. Bai Yang's indignant voice prompts Yin to push open the door. She pauses. Mihawk, the large bathroom is currently designated for women. There is a bathroom next to the bedroom. Yin frowns, clearly displeased. About the bathroom issue, can you not stare at me so intently? Your eyes are like laser beams. With a sense of resignation, as she makes her way to the bedroom, Bai Yang feels as if she is being scrutinized to the very core. Laser beams? Crazy girl. Yin glances at her, settling onto the nearby sofa with a book in hand. The door leading to the bathroom is right there. Or would you like me to try throwing you out of the bathroom? After saying this, he lowers his head, engrossed in the book. He heard me. Bai Yang coughs awkwardly and stealthily approaches Yin, her curiosity piqued. What book are you reading? The man on the sofa ignores her. She tilts her head, glancing at the book's cover. Isn't this the book you often read in hotels? Haven't you finished it yet? Yin remains fixated on the book, monotonously replying. Do not wander around the bedroom, wrapped in a bath towel. With her head tilted, Bai Yang inches closer to him on the sofa. Oh, you don't like it? The initially complex emotion in his dark golden eyes transforms into a look of disbelief at her nonsensical question. He shoots her a glare. Your eagle eyes are immune to me now. Immune. Bai Yang pouts and snatches the book from Yin's hands, tossing it aside before he can respond. She then boldly sits in his lap and kisses him. Initially, she thought she was taking the lead, but the moment their lips connected, the power shifted entirely to him. Yin kisses her fiercely, teasing her tongue, and just as he seems poised to deprive her of air, he begins to nibble on her lips, inflicting a delicious pain that leaves her in a state of blissful torment. Bai Yang unconsciously moans, discovering that kissing can indeed be such a pleasurable experience. Do you want me to stop? The kiss halts momentarily, their lips still close, his voice low and breathy, laced with seduction. It is utterly enticing, and how could Bai Yang refuse? Yin's arms envelop her tightly, making her feel so comfortable that she wishes to remain there indefinitely. Please don't stop, she responds, wrapping her arms around his neck, pressing against his chest, sinking into a state of intoxication. However, this bliss is abruptly shattered by the blaring of an alarm. Since she is seated in Yin's embrace, they both feel quite comfortable, but she becomes acutely aware of the pressure between her legs. Can you please not press against me? Her face must be as red as a beet. And Mihawk, I still need to bathe. She pushes him away, unable to deny the fear that wells up within her. Regardless of the allure, deep down, she knows she cannot escape. Yin furrows his brow, his grip on her waist tightening, unyielding. No, you cannot escape. His tone is so resolute that Bai Yang begins to struggle. Ugh, ugh. But the moment she starts to resist, Yin kisses her fiercely, determined to take away her breath. She's extremely anxious. At the very least, she needs a moment to adjust. Please don't blame me. Almost frozen with tension, Bai Yang finally musters her courage, reaching up to grasp Yin's facial hair, yanking out a strand. There's a saying, isn't there? You shouldn't touch a tigress, but... Oh wait, it's Bai Yang, but that shouldn't be touched, and Yin's facial hair that cannot be pulled. With that sudden action, Yin is momentarily stunned. Though he does not voice his pain, Bai Yang seizes the opportunity to escape from his grasp and dashes into the bathroom, leaving the man on the sofa to gingerly touch his sore facial hair, letting out a sigh. He must devise a plan. Author's note. The author has focused on moments of critical failure for 25 years. In 145 chapters, Bai Yang and Yin's married life is quite harmonious. Though they occasionally argue over certain issues, Bai Yang becomes quite irritable, not due to her husband's expression of indifference, but because in the restaurant, a woman with blue hair grits her teeth, seizing a kitchen knife from the shelf. Although she has lost her abilities and has been reset to level 1. That does not mean she fears him. Mihawk. I'm coming for you. In the face of his wife's exaggerated yet characteristically fitting behavior, Yin raises an eyebrow slightly, then unsheathes the small knife from his chest. He believed that this small knife was sufficient to confront an opponent daring to challenge him. In any case, a small knife would suffice. Upon seeing this, Bai Yang was instantly infuriated. What does this mean, underestimating her as if she were merely the Zorro of yesteryear? How dare you suggest that I confront you with my blade? Is that bravery or ignorance? Hawkeye sighed helplessly, closing one eye. He could certainly deal with her empty-handed. But no, neither of them were at that level now. She was simply emotionally unstable. It would be wise to back down. She could not defeat him. He merely offered an honest assessment. The blatant truth was enough to drive Bai Yong to the brink of fury. Unable to win, so what? Even if she couldn't defeat him, she could still push him down. Fueled by this determination, she charged at Hawkeye, wildly swinging her knife as she shouted, "So what if I can't win? Tell me, what of it?" At this moment, the ever-composed Hawkeye found himself at a loss. His lips curved into a silent arc of resignation. Truth be told, his wife had never bested him in a fight since they met. Yet, he still had to heed her wishes. He resolved to retaliate with silence. Noticing his lack of response, Bai Yong immediately adopted a victorious demeanor. There were plenty of times when she couldn't best him. The imposing aura of the renowned swordsman diminished significantly. Unable to win, unable to contend, Hawkeye decided to remain silent and yielded. In moments of necessity, a man must concede. He did not view it as a loss of face. Subsequently, whenever they quarreled, Hawkeye often held this thought in mind. When he became aware of it, he realized he had grown accustomed to it. "Well, dear, what do you think?" "Whatever you say goes." Bai Yong attempted to smooth out her wrinkled expression. Truly, the new delicacy from Rogtown was remarkable, reminiscent of the sea salt pancakes of old. One could not determine whether it was a delightful indulgence or a torment to the taste buds. The sound of Hawkeye emerging from the bathroom reached her ears, and she smirked while seated on the sofa. From a beautifully packaged box of candies, she retrieved a vibrant green hard candy. "Hey, want some candy? I'll feed you." At that moment, Hawkeye had just finished a shower, clad only in a towel. It seemed he intentionally acted in a manner to draw attention from her, yet regrettably, she was seated with her back turned, holding the candy. Approaching Bai Yong from behind, he seized her wrist. Instinctively, she turned to look at him. Her lips were sealed, followed by a rush of embarrassment. To think she was so brazenly taken advantage of. Hawkeye's serious brow furrowed slightly. How sour. The two words sufficed to convey the displeasure of the world's greatest swordsman. Dazed from the kiss, Bai Yong breathed heavily. "You jerk. Since you know it's sour, why would you?" Her face reddened further. "Ah, yes, she was merely flustered. Why did you snatch the candy from my mouth?" The man who had already crushed and swallowed the entire hard candy appeared puzzled and raised his eyebrows. "I thought you didn't like it. Please, don't say such things with such a serious face. Even if you truly think that way." Bai Yong's diary. On a certain day of a certain month in the age of exploration, I was once again taken advantage of by that laser-eyed man. And it is incredibly vexing. Why can't it be me taking advantage of him? No, I must devise a plan for revenge. The diary was glimpsed by a certain laser-eyed swordsman who raised an eyebrow. Laser-eyed diary. Although I have known my wife for quite some time and am aware of her vengeful nature, I never anticipated it would reach such lengths. Overall, it feels rather pleasant. I'm somewhat looking forward to it. The author has something to say. Actually, this story has concluded, and the following segments will merely be side stories. I have been contemplating new themes for my writing, but after much consideration, I have yet to finalize anything. I will likely write modern fantasy, with a healing vibe intertwined with supernatural tales, adopting a light-hearted style. I want to delve into grand structures. Initially, I intended to write foreign fantasy, which is a massive undertaking involving various deities and extensive world building. Perhaps a fresh and breezy style would be better, right? 146 chapters. Old wounds. In truth, Hawkeye bore few scars, primarily due to his exceptional swordsmanship, which had yet to encounter any formidable foes capable of leaving marks. Only the cool morning air in the room hinted at a need for a fireplace. Though, ironically, this atmosphere was somewhat pleasant. Bai Yong had already awakened. Since officially being with Hawkeye, she had grown lazier and was no longer as harsh on herself. Dependency? Yes. When did she become someone who enjoyed leaning against this man? The person on the bed seemed still lost in slumber, a rare sight to behold, so peaceful and serene. Even Bai Yong felt an overwhelming sense of happiness from the man beside her, gently brushing her fingers across his cheek. Perhaps she should give him a good morning kiss to rouse him. Or perhaps he was already awake, merely awaiting her morning kiss. Indeed, it appeared to be the case. Hawkeye raised his arm, his calloused palm reaching to caress his wife's cheek in a response. However, he felt warmth pooling in his palm. Bai Yong was crying. On such a morning, her tears fell incessantly onto the palm of Hawkeye, which had once borne scars. The droplets were as scorching as the blood that had flowed from his hand when pierced by a blade. Does it still hurt? Bai Yong had never dared to ask such a question. The pain of seeing someone she loved wounded had brought her to tears. She now fully understood that anguish. Hawkeye remained silent. He simply sat up, enveloping his wife in his embrace, allowing her to cry, and placed a kiss upon her once beautiful face, now free of scars. Siren, how's work been? Everything going smoothly? With such a casual inquiry, Baiyang boarded her express delivery, landing on the island where the Siren was docked. The former soldiers showed little reaction, merely staring at her in a daze. What kind of woman could find their pirate crew, long regarded as a thorn in the Navy's side, hiding on this island? What sort of woman exuded such an air of dominance, fearlessly traversing through these rugged men? Most importantly, this woman had arrived riding on Xiao O. Thus, when she retrieved a cigar, several men instinctively produced matches or lighters to ignite it. Aren't you surprised? The woman paused momentarily. They are not surprised. The first mate has already stated that your resurrection is merely a matter of time. Nevertheless, they still miss you dearly, Captain. Throw the eldest sister up. It is uncertain which reckless individual shouted such a command, and thus Baiyang found herself obediently tossed into the air by this frenzied group of imbeciles, only to fall back down and be thrown up again, until she exclaimed, "I will give each of you a hug if you let me down." The Siren, known in legends as the pirate ship capable of soaring through the skies, belongs to the Black Dragon pirate crew led by Long Nu. The crew members and officers aboard have previously served in the Navy or worked for the government. The ship's first mate concurrently holds the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. Casa, why haven't you received a promotion yet? Your strength surely surpasses that of a mere Rear Admiral by now. Baiyang, clad in a black leather trench coat and sensuous black knee-high boots that envelop her long legs, lounged upon her captain's desk, which was uniquely hers. Thanks to you, I am now confined to the cold storage at headquarters. The man across from her had allowed his hair to grow longer, appearing less meticulous than before, embodying a hint of the carefree nature typical of pirates. He elegantly crossed his left leg over his right, intertwining his fingers, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the captain. Of course, thanks to you, I was not imprisoned directly. Many intervened on my behalf. Thus, I was assigned by Admiral Sakazuki no Baikai to a remote and tedious division in the New World. Hearing Casa emphasize the word tedious, a smirk crept across Baiyang's lips. Where? G5 Division. My hometown. Ha ha ha. She laughed heartily, as if nothing could be more amusing. What a splendid place, truly a splendid place. Thus this is called destiny. Destiny? It seems you do not refer to the fate of where I come from or where I return. Casa, I detest how well you understand me. With a restrained smile, Baiyang continued. How is your former superior, the division's vice admiral, Virgo? I hope you do not say anything you have never discovered. Cunning woman. I thought you had been in hell all this time. It turns out you are aware that Virgo is amiss. The bespectacled man seemed displeased that the captain had become privy to everything. He impatiently continued. I have noticed he often neglects incidents involving shipwrecked children. And do not investigate further. Just as Casa was about to continue his report, Baiyang interrupted him. This is my command. Why? His eyes narrowed slightly. He could not believe that this woman would refrain from meddling. Because the time is not yet ripe. I want you to continue being the pitiful Rear Admiral in cold storage and keep a close watch on the movements at Naval Headquarters for me. At this juncture, Baiyang let out a self-deprecating laugh. Apologies, your captain is currently as weak as a novice and cannot provoke that pink turkey just yet. Ever since Casa learned of his captain's dire weakness, he began to sneak off to the Siren's Island during every holiday at the division. It was simple. He aimed to train his captain. Baiyang found herself resigned to the thought that even if he were a Rear Admiral in cold storage, he need not take so many holidays. Did he not fear Virgo discovering this? Finally, one day, on the training beach, she erupted. Hey, I'm still strong. You were so annoying, you first mate. Indeed, after the departure of the White Dragon, the body left behind was certainly not human. She discovered her new form could not only swim and heal quickly, but also instilled fear in animals, and she could transform. Following her furious roar, Baiyang instantly transformed into a Chinese ancient dragon radiating a faint blue aura. Similar to the White Dragon, she was much smaller, only 2 or 3 meters long, with no dragon balls on her claws and short horns, appearing stunted in growth. Roar. She attempted to unleash a dragon's roar. Unfortunately, the sound was far from awe-inspiring, resembling more of a cat's meow. The man facing this cat-like roar adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting. Captain, if you wish to avoid training, simply say so. Isn't it rather dull to resort to magic tricks to gather attention? She was foolish to roar at this man. Why not just punch him and send him flying? With her dragon head aimed at the splashing waves, a mouthful of seawater was drawn in, and then she turned to face the man in the suit and spat it out. Splash. Ah, I apologize. My fists lack power now. I can only manage a water fountain. Drops of water dripped down the man's immaculate suit, and he wiped the moisture from his glasses. The word saliva brought him to silence as he turned and walked away, seemingly disrupted by the sudden disarray of his pristine attire. Later, Bai Yang realized that someone had developed a cleanliness obsession from spending too long in the G5's filthy surroundings. However, the battles between the captain and first mate aboard the Siren showed no signs of abating, even though it had become a familiar spectacle for the crew. For instance, today, as the Siren ascended toward a certain sky island, Bai Yang transformed into a dragon, intending to take flight. Ifli, thud, ifli, thud. It seemed that Bai Yang had yet to master the art of flying. Her increased weight caused the deck to tremble with each jump. Ah, another lively day. Ifli. I fly again. Ifli, flee, flee, thud, thud, thud. While the other sailors believed it to be just another noisy day with the captain on board, the first mate found himself suffering from headaches due to the vibrations caused by the hefty dragon. With a shout, he burst out of the cabin and onto the deck, declaring the reason for which Bai Yang must now face retribution. You slippery eel will never fly. El